Hello everyone near and far who has visited my beloved YouTube channel. If you enjoy the story, please give it a like, subscribe and share it gradually to help me out. No worries, no hassle about worries. Okay, thank you all very much. I wish everyone a happy listening experience. Smiling brightly like a blooming as the invincible domain opens, the weakest become true. Do you think the cultivation world is only for geniuses? No. An unknown bookworm named Chun, who transmigrated to the cultivation continent, became invincible right from the system's voice rang out. Ding. Host has activated the invincible domain. As long as you are within this domain, you are a god. From a mere mortal with no martial arts knowledge, Chun Chang'an began a life of only defense. No offense. Never leaving the domain, just cultivating peacefully and taking in disciples for. Little did he know that these disciples, accidentally taken in, would become legends, shaking the entire peerless master, raising prodigies. While the world was still vying for every wisp of immortal spiritual energy, Chun Chang'an was leisurely admiring the scenery and drinking tea within his invincible out of boredom. He casually took in a few beautiful disciples, never expecting them all to be innate some with supreme spiritual root physiques, some with innate elemental control, and even legendary immortal with just a few casual pointers and lazy tea. Each disciple he taught became a heaven-defying genius, successor of their sex, and one of the three masters of the spirit. Hidden forces, even the great sects began to tremble upon hearing that these heavenly prodigies all called him mad. When a god descends, neither heaven nor earth can stop them. 10 years later, the cultivation world fell into chaos. Other worlds invaded, demon kings awakened, and forbidden zones. The great sects desperately sought a savior. And then, on a misty morning, Chun Chang'an stepped out of his invincible domain for the first time. The entire world trembled. Enemies vanished with just a glance. His disciples knelt hailing him as the supreme saint master. The world finally understood that seemingly unknown person was both destruction and salvation, the invincible true immortal among mortals. That evening, inside a dilapidated, desolate, and crumbling abandoned temple, a chilling atmosphere permeated. A vengeful ghost appeared from nowhere. Her long white hair, plump figure, and sharp claws softly spoke. Thank you watching for vid. Scent grew stronger and stronger, startling the vengeful ghost awake. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "An immortal!" Without further delay, she darted off, following the scent, thinking, "The fragrance seems to be coming from this direction. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. I must find and devour this incredibly rare immortal." The vengeful ghost drew closer and closer to the temple. She seemed to go mad with craving, shouting, "I'll immediately ascend to immortality." At the same time, inside the temple, known as the Immortal Temple, a young man sat in the middle of the hall, dressed in tattered clothes, sighing miserably. His stomach rumbled loudly, and he continuously mumbled, "Steamed pork, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken." He was one of the unluckiest transmigrators. Other transmigrators always have a smooth path to invincibility, but he recalled the harsh days after he first transmigrated here. His old master patted his shoulder and said, "You are indeed a good seed, just a bit useless." Chun Chang'an retorted angrily, "Are you sure, old man?" Those nearby couldn't help but mock and whisper. A dilapidated sect taking in a good-for-nothing. He transmigrated to the cultivation world, but because his meridians were blocked, he couldn't If I can't cultivate, fine. But the damn heavens even gave me the Tang Monk attribute, which has tormented me for 3 years. Chun Chang'an remembered what his master said. "Chang'an, you're not so bad. You're the legendary immortal body. Eating you can lead to instant ascension. You must be happy." Yet, he found no joy, only constant pursuit by demons trying to. Chun Chang'an almost collapsed into a puddle of mud, crying mournfully, "I've suffered, fought over by countless demons and my body has been injured many times, and the sect was also attacked. The old man couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly shattered space to bring me here to." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stand up furiously and shout, "Damn it! I've had enough. Why do other transmigrators get to prosper, while I'm just a sheep waiting to be As he ran outside, pointed at the sky, and yelled, a bolt of lightning immediately struck the ground at his feet, accompanied by a terrifying explosion. "Damn heavens, you heartless fiend! Why do you torture me like this? If you're so capable, strike me dead with." Witnessing the terrifying lightning bolt, Chun Chang'an immediately swallowed his words, too terrified to utter another. His attitude changed like a flip. Bowing 90 degrees, he obediently said, "Just kidding, I was just..." With that, he quietly walked back into the dilapidated temple, resigned. All right, I should just go to sleep. Save some Maybe tomorrow, the old man will come back treading on auspicious clouds, holding roast chicken to surprise. Before the old man appeared, a voice whispered close to his ear. A moment of spring night, young master. Why not spend it? Hearing this voice, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but be startled, bolting upright and yelling, "Damn it! Who are you? You scared me. When did you get here?" Before he could even understand what was happening, the vengeful ghost lunged forward, her lips meeting his, leaving him no time to. The more she smelled the fragrance, the more excited she became. Her cheeks flushed as she thought, "Yes, yes, this is the taste of an immortal." After her lips finally parted, Chun Chang'an was still dazed, his eyes vacant. "I can't believe I, a 7-foot man, was forcefully kissed by a woman because I was hungry. What an insult. All you men out there, remember to protect yourselves when you go out. Don't end up like." Thinking of this, he angrily swung his hand and smacked her but hard, shouting, "Go to." Yet, she wasn't scared. Instead, she looked at him playfully. "So, young master likes this kind of thing." Hearing these words, Chun Chang'an's face turned red with embarrassment. His nose even started. Without a word, the vengeful ghost continued to pin Chun Chang'an to the ground. He hurriedly tried to stop her. "Slow down. Things are progressing too quickly. How about we talk about life first?" She replied, "What are you waiting for? I can't hold back any." Knowing he couldn't resist, he tried to ask again. "Damn it. I've been through this before. I ask you, are you a g-" Hearing this question, the vengeful ghost's eyes widened, sparkling as she stared but didn't. Outside, numerous rumbling thunderclaps sounded, mixed with her broken words. "Me?" At this point, the vengeful ghost's face had transformed, no longer beautiful and enchanting as before, but 1,000 times more terrifying. Her eyes wide, she let out a wide grin that reached her ears and continued, "Of course, I'm a g-" Witnessing this horrifying sight, Chun Chang'an was so scared he almost wet himself, his mouth agape with ultimate. He recalled what his old master had said earlier. "This temple has been set up with restrictions by me. No demons or ghosts can enter. Stay here, don't wander off. Wait for me to return." Thinking of this, he became even more furious, shouting, "Damn it! Am I not just some pampered, useless deity 2.0? The vengeful ghost could no longer hold back. She leaned down, lightly touched his face, and smiled with delight, her face full of craving. "Let me extract the immortal body." No sooner had she spoken than she immediately used her sharp fangs to bite hard into Chun Chang'an's shoulder, causing fresh blood to gush out, soaking his white shirt. His vision gradually blurred, unable to see clearly anymore, asking himself, "Am I going to die? I've been hiding like a rat for 3 years." And the result, just as he was in his most desperate moment, feeling all hope was lost, a mechanical voice detecting that the host has encountered a vengeful immediately activating the Invincible domain system for the host. The Invincible domain has a circular radius of 2 meters. Hearing these words, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but be stunned and bewildered, thinking, "Invincible domain?" In other words, the scene around him had changed. It was no longer the dilapidated abandoned temple but an endless universe. Within this 2-meter domain, I am invincible. I am the domain Invincible domain. Range 2 meters. System version 1.0. Name, Chun Chang'an. Realm, none. Special functions, none. Domain points. With no more doubts, he clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Damn it!" I felt reborn, returning to reality, his entire body enveloped by a terrifying surge of power, sending the vengeful ghost flying far away. He yelled, "How can a transmigrator not have a golden finger?" Feeling this powerful aura, the vengeful ghost was astonished and couldn't believe her eyes. She asked, What did you—" Chun Chang'an grinned and replied, "Now it's my turn to counterattack. Let me experience just how strong this invincible domain truly is." For his words, the vengeful ghost showed no fear. Instead, she laughed mockingly and continued, "Counterattack?" With just her eyes gleamed with desire as she said, "Young master, as a mortal, you should at least consider good and evil. Your attacks against me are merely She spoke, she charged straight towards him, shouting, "Just lie still and let me serve you, young master. It will probably be more." Now with the system, Chun Chang'an was no longer afraid. He looked directly at her, resolutely challenging, "Come on then. See if I can't cook." No sooner had he spoken than a lightning-fast punch struck her face before the vengeful ghost could even comprehend what was happening. The next second, a terrifying explosion occurred, accompanied by a column of light piercing straight into shattering the temple. Witnessing the terrifying power he had just unleashed, Chun Chang'an stood frozen, asking himself, This isn't a dream. He smiled joyfully at his fate, which had taken a new turn. He clenched his hands, feeling the surging power within his body growing stronger by the... Suddenly, the system's voice continued to ring out. Host has killed a female ghost at the third heaven of Chi refining, gaining 10 domain points. He heard this and asked in surprise, "Domain points? What are those?" The system explained, "Every 100 domain points can increase the invincible domain's range by 1 meter. The current invincible domain range is 2 meters." He continued to ask, "So how do I get domain points?" In Chun Chang'an's mind, an image appeared of himself surrounded by treasures and beautiful women. If the domain's range covers the entire continent, won't I be able to directly rule the whole continent? But before his dream could get any better, the system's reply dampened his spirits. The method to obtain domain points requires the host to figure it out personally. Enraged, he raised his middle finger and shouted, "Holy hell, system, you're not going to be responsible for anything, are you? You don't even give a hint. The host has to figure it out personally." As he said this, his entire body went limp, his eyes glazed over, and he gradually lost consciousness. "By the time I figure it out, I'll probably already..." With that, he collapsed to the ground, utterly unconscious. Starved to... Chun Chang'an thus lay unconscious in the abandoned, with a large hole in its... At the same time, elsewhere, the sky underwent a dramatic change. Dark clouds gathered from nowhere, covering the surroundings. The next second, a violent storm of thunder and lightning erupted, illuminating the entire... All the demons and ghosts from everywhere witnessed this scene, exclaiming in terror, "What pierced the sky? Such terrifying immortal might. Could it be an immortal treasure falling to the mortal?" All immortals from across the realms rushed towards the column of lightning, quickly heavenly swords flew swiftly, accompanied by voices saying, "A celestial anomaly. There must be an immortal treasure appearing in the world. The world is probably about to fall into great chaos." The sky was clear blue with gentle sunshine and fresh air. A majestic 7-story ancient tower stood tall, surrounded by other buildings. Beside it was a monument with a golden orb floating in the center. Golden chains radiated outwards, along with faint pink clouds, adding to the immortal aura. That place was the upper realm, Black Tortoise Immortal. For long, a strange energy source pierced directly into the upper realm, Black Tortoise Immortal region, causing debris to scatter. A colossal golden fist emerged from the lower realm, radiating brilliant, dazzling. That terrifying power caused the 7-story tower to break in half, slowly falling, scattering fragments. An angry voice echoed through the air. The sword radiated dazzling golden lightning, floating in midair. It was this venerable one's immortal. Changyu, clad in blue robes, furrowed his brows in anger, his hair fluttering in the wind. His hands clenched into fists radiated a green light as he impatiently called out, "12 immortal generals, come here." Streaks of blue, red, purple, pink, and yellow light appeared in the sky, shooting straight down. Those colorful streaks gradually transformed into human figures, gently landing around. They had varying appearances, some stout, some lean, as they respectfully and in unison shouted, "Greetings, immortal venerable. Greetings, immortal venerable." Changyu fixed his sharp gaze on each of them and spoke. "This venerable one's life-bound immortal artifact, forged over 10,000 years, has been lost in the lower..." He ordered, "I want you to retrieve it at any cost and bring it back." Changyu's face darkened, immortal flames erupted from his eyes, and he uttered a single word, terrifying as a demon from hell. He didn't forget to warn, "If anyone dares to covet it..." Wind and clouds surged, the sky darkened, and the group of 12 immortal generals replied in unison, "As you command." At the same time, on Chun Chang'an's side, his trembling hand lightly scratched the... Woke up to see a gaping hole in the ceiling, revealing the sparkling, star-filled night sky. He scratched his head and muttered, "I was so hungry I passed out. How embarrassing." After speaking, he sat slumped on the ground, covered in dirt. With an awkward expression, he looked at the overturned incense burner in front of him. "Am I really going to have to gnaw on the dirt in this incense burner to eat?" Annoyed, he tossed the incense burner away and cursed, "Damn it! I was from the 21st century. Even if I'm starving, I wouldn't resort to eating dirt. I need to survive so I can return to that." Stood up, stroking his chin, his shadow stretching long on the ground as he pondered. Theoretically, the old man set up a restrictive spell inside this shrine, so demons and ghosts shouldn't be able to enter. Yet tonight, a female ghost broke in, and a low-level one at the chi condensation realm. His eyes filled with doubt as he wondered, what on earth? Thinking this, Chun Chang'an sighed tiredly, his face drooped, and he hunched his shoulders. Anyway, now isn't the time to think about this. I don't have any cultivation. If something happens to the old man, I won't have any way to say. A golden barrier surrounded Chun Chang'an within a 2-meter radius. He glanced around. Unless the invincible domain can move with its host. Let's try it. If the invincible domain can move with me, I'll instantly be invincible. Chun Chang'an happily extended his hand out of the domain, then tried to step out. Suddenly, a chilling current of air invaded his body, making him stiffen all. He hurriedly retreated back into the domain with a panicked expression. He thought to himself, "Oh my God, it's freezing cold the moment I step out of the domain. There isn't a vengeful ghost out there, is there? Okay, so the invincible domain won't move with the host. Well, that makes sense. How could the system allow such a bug to exist?" Chun Chang'an scratched his messy hair, deliberating. Aside from filling my stomach, the most important thing now is how to earn domain points. If I casually leave the invincible domain, let alone being killed by ghosts or freezing to death, I'll probably be torn to shreds by 100. He was still thinking of a way to cope. An angry voice suddenly rang out. "Let's see where you'll run." From the a girl with pink hair and green robes fell straight, landing on her butt. She screamed in pain. Ouch, that. In front of the shrine, a tall, burly man appeared. His body was covered in long scars, his muscles bulged, and his face was fierce and terrifying. He was the great elder of the evil dragon, Jiao. He looked at the girl and said, "Ling Baoer, just be honest with me. Don't even think about escaping." Li Jiao's huge shadow stretched long on the ground, and his bloodshot eyes glared threateningly. "Otherwise, I'll slap you to." Ling Baoer refused to show weakness. Her willow brows furrowed, and her ruby-like eyes flared with anger as she retorted. "If you're so capable, then kill me. See how my father will kill you with a single." Chun Chang'an watched her raise her hands into a defensive posture. He immediately began to sneak away, tiptoeing backward. When cultivators fight, mortals suffer. This benevolent old man will run. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head, and his eyes sparkled. Wait a minute. I wonder if he has anything to eat. He was so happy he nearly cried, clenching his fists in joy. He definitely does. I finally won't have to suffer from hunger anymore. Without further hesitation, Chun Chang'an shouted loudly to Li Jiao, "Hey you!" Ling Baoer heard the voice and turned back in surprise, wondering, "A mortal? Why is he?" He stood there, hands clenched into fists, his expression unreadable as he continued. "This shrine is my territory. Without my permission, who allowed you to?" His face was stern, though not truly furious, and he mumbled, "It's annoying when I have nothing to eat." He then smirked, his eyes cunning, and raised his hand as if to take something. "So, quickly bring out anything edible you have for this great. Otherwise." Ling Baoer froze, completely bewildered, and thought to herself with a confused expression, "Does he have a death wish? Is he crazy? How dare he provoke Scarface?" Taking advantage of Ling Baoer's distraction, Li Jiao grabbed and lifted her, making her shriek. His eyes flared with fire, and he angrily gritted his teeth, retorting, "Compensation, you say? I think you beggar are just looking for." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a skill. 3 skulls appeared, flying wildly towards where Chun Chang'an stood, each with huge, fang-filled mouths and fierce eyes. He cursed, "Be an animal in your next life. Remember to guard your mouth." Seeing this, Chun Chang'an winced and raised a hand in defense. The 3 skulls flew straight into the barrier and transformed into a swirling mass of greens. After waiting for a moment with no activity, he peeked out with one eye to scout. Green smoke. He angrily glared at Li Jiao and cursed, "Damn it, I haven't even thought of killing you, and you already want to kill me? Do you think I'm still a soft persimmon that anyone can?" Li Baoer was astonished, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she wondered, what just happened? In the blink of an eye, the attack disappeared. How did he do that? Isn't he just a... Li Jiao couldn't believe his eyes, temporarily unsure how to react. He is indeed a mortal. He shouldn't have been able to block my attack. Even if he tried to escape and dodge, no, he couldn't have dodged it. His death should be the only outcome. I fought for over 10 years and killed countless people. Unless there was a situation of massive essence energy depletion, there's no other possibility. Before their astonished faces, Chun Chang'an grinned proudly and flipped Li Jiao the middle finger. "Scarface, you want to kill me with just that? I'll stand right here. Come on over. If you can kill me, I'll kneel and kowtow." Hearing that provocation, Li Jiao's face took on a fierce, murderous expression, his hair fluttering wildly in anger as a dangerous red glow emanated. Spread his hands to summon a huge, blood-colored crescent blade. Wind surged, and his whole body was engulfed in an eerie red glow as he said, "No matter who you are, if you want to die, I'll grant your..." Li Jiao controlled the sharp crescent blade, grinning confidently as he charged towards Chun Chang'an stood in a defensive stance, grinning triumphantly as he thought to himself, "Come into the invincible domain. Your life and death are in my hand." His eyes were sharp, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and he raised his hand, ready to— Ling Baoer was utterly flustered by his actions. What is he thinking? Is he actually going to use his bare hands to block a spiritual art? Seeing this, Li Jiao laughed loudly as if looking at an idiot. With his hands? The blood-colored crescent blade is a third-grade spiritual artifact, extremely sharp. A beggar like you dares to use a mortal body to catch it? You truly have a death. But Chen Chang'an didn't care at all. He coldly used 2 fingers to grab the blade, and with an arrogant smile he retorted, "So now what? Didn't I still catch?" Ling Baoer's face was as if struck by lightning out of a clear sky. She couldn't believe her eyes. He caught it with 2 fingers. Jiao was now drenched in cold sweat, a mix of bewilderment and terror. He gritted his teeth, glared at Chen Chang'an, and growled. Chen Chang'an smiled, watching Li Jiao fall into despair. He gently broke Li Jiao's crescent blade into 2 pieces and said, "Young man, be a bit more humble. Think carefully in your next." Then, he gently flicked the blade piece straight into Li Jiao's head, making him scream in pain. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and that was the end. A blue-white light appeared in Chen Chang'an's mind, accompanied by the cold voice of the system echoing. Host has killed a cultivator at the 3rd stage of Golden Core. You have gained 500 domain points. He looked at his hand, as if he had discovered a new truth, and thought to himself. It seems besides killing vengeful ghosts, slaying cultivators can also earn domain points. Killing a Golden Core realm cultivator already yielded 500 points. What if it's a nascent soul realm cultivator, a soul transformation realm cultivator, or even an immortal? The higher the cultivator's cultivation level, the more domain points I'll— Do you want to use 500 domain points to expand the invincible domain? Hearing this, Chen Chang'an immediately replied. The system replied, "The invincible domain has been expanded by 5 meters. We hope the host will continue to strive to gain more domain points." Chen Chang'an happily cried and danced a strange jig, his mouth muttering incomprehensible words, leaving Ling Baoer behind him completely. She stood in front of the shrine door, feeling that what had just happened was too fantastical. The great elder of the evil dragon cave, an extremely terrifying Golden Core realm expert, was killed just like that by a mortal. Ling Baoer couldn't believe it. Or rather, was this mortal actually an extraordinary reclusive master secretly cultivating in the 100,000 mountain? Chen Chang'an sighed. After rummaging for a while, he surprisingly found a storage ring. Oh my! A storage ring. But I have no cultivation. How can I open this storage? He sighed in frustration, turned his head to Ling Baoer, and called out. Startled by this, she could only utter muffled sounds. Then she clasped her hands in front of her chest and bowed respectfully to Chen Chang'an. Reporting, Senior. Tonight, a strange celestial phenomenon appeared. The sect suspects an immortal treasure has emerged, and ordered me to lead the disciples of the Nine Swords sect to this place. I never expected to encounter Li Jiao's His face was bewildered, his eyes unfocused, and his mouth twitched as he heard her prattle on. He thought to himself, "Oh my, I didn't ask any." Ling Baoer recalled her comrades who died by Li Jiao's hand, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Apart from me, all other disciples of the Nine Swords sect died by his hand. Thank you. Thank you for Senior's life-saving. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him as if he were a reincarnated Buddha Tathagata. If Senior hadn't intervened, I would definitely have been captured by him. She then sank into deep. Li Jiao's strength was at the Golden Core realm, yet he was killed by Senior. Could Senior be the legendary nascent soul realm expert? In Yu Province, it said that no nascent soul stage expert has appeared for several hundred years. Could Senior truly be a nascent soul realm expert? Chang'an looked at her and smiled. It's good that you're not his accomplice. Scarface is dead. Can this storage ring be opened? Ling Baoer subconsciously reached out and took the ring, replying. After Li Jiao's death, his imprint vanished, and the storage ring is now ownerless. It can be opened. Chen Chang'an asked happily, "Is there anything edible inside the ring? I'm practically dying of hunger in here. I want." Night scene became peaceful, the sky filled with starlight, and a voice rang out. There, Ling Baoer, bewildered and speechless, silently watched Chen Chang'an, joyfully squinting his eyes in laughter, holding a roasted chicken and he thought to himself, the invincible domain is about to encompass the entire immortal shrine. Now I need to find a way to earn more domain points and take the opportunity to expand it to the cultivation world. I'll even unite the cultivation world. By then, I'll also have the ability to protect the old man. Who knows, I might even be able to find him 18 Just as he said this, Ling Bauer suddenly knelt, her hands clasped in front of her chest. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him and called out, Chan Chang'an, who had already eaten 3 chickens and was gnawing on half of another, turned to ask. She shyly intertwined her hands in embarrassment, avoiding his gaze and stammering, Senior saved my life. That clearly indicates I have a fated connection with. Ling Bauer looked at him, her cute and lovely face continuing. Therefore, can you take me as your Hearing her say that, he was extremely surprised. His mouth still gnawing on the roasted chicken. He awkwardly blurted out, Huh, she explained in a fluster. Senior, I'm very Ling Bauer tightly hugged Chan Chang'an's leg, crying pitifully and shamelessly. Senior, you have the grace of saving my life. Even if you don't take me as a disciple, please let me stay by your side. I will definitely serve you. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and she thought to herself, Senior is a golden thigh. I must cling to him no matter. But before she could get too happy, he coldly extended his hand, pushed her head away and replied, No need. I only saved you out of convenience. He thought to himself, I really want to take one, but right now I'm relying on the invincible domain. If I take a disciple, what will I teach? Determined not to give up, Ling Bauer still struggled and pleaded, Please! He couldn't help but sigh in exasperation at this scene. Is she going to act shamelessly? Am I playing fight the landlord? Could I really corrupt? But the problem now is that I can't eat or drink inside the invincible domain. If I want to eat or drink, I have to go outside to find it. And I don't have any cultivation. Going outside means death. Ling Bauer's eyes sparkled with tears as she pleaded, Master, are you truly not going to? Thinking of this, Chan Chang'an made a decision. I'll take her in as my tool. Having her find food and drink isn't bad. Besides, I have the invincible domain, so at least I won't be like someone else who is weaker than their own. Without further delay, he cleared his throat a few times to calm his mood. Then, he looked at Ling Bauer with a cold and serious expression and said, Little girl, this old man has traversed the immortal realm for tens of thousands of years. All who wish to acknowledge this old man as their master must first transcend the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualifications do you have for me to take you as a disciple? At this question, Ling Bauer's whole body stiffened as if struck by a lightning bolt next to her ear, her eyes opening as wide as possible. He continued, It just so happens that you and I have a fated connection, so this old man will give you a chance. I will reluctantly take you as a registered disciple. After you pass the test, this old man will officially take you as my disciple. Receiving this somewhat unexpected agreement, she couldn't help but be happy. Her cheeks flushed red as she stared intently. The very next second, she immediately knelt down and bowed her head to the ground, shouting loudly, Disciple Bauer greets Master. Her pretty face was now drenched in tears, a bright smile blossoming on her lips as she thought to herself, This is great. If I have a master to guide me, my strength will surely increase. Suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out. The system announced, Host and Ling Bauer have established a master-disciple relationship, rewarding 100 domain points. During this, Chan Chang'an broke into a hearty laugh and thought to himself, Taking a disciple also earns domain points. Excellent, just in time. So, there's another method to unlock domain points. Ling Bauer, sitting next to him, witnessed the scene and blankly blurted out, Master, what's wrong? As soon as she finished speaking, a foul stench suddenly emanated from him, making her recoil in fear. Master, how long has it been since you? Though a bit embarrassed, he still suppressed it and put on a calm expression as he ordered, Go take this large cauldron and place it outside the shrine. Fill it with water. Master will use it to bathe later. She replied, Yes, Master. After she left, he sniffed his own body, wondering if the smell was truly coming from him, if it was really that bad. And just as Ling Bauer said, the smell was even worse than he imagined, making Chan Chang'an feel like his heart would stop right there, his face pale. And that night, it rained heavily, and water poured down relentlessly. Ling Bauer obeyed her master's command, carrying a large cauldron outside to collect rain. And then, when she looked up, the sight before her was unbelievable, causing her to cry out in shock. Before her, the sky was incredibly eerie. Space seemed warped and distorted with the appearance of an evil. She tried to get a closer look. 2 glowing green eyes peeked out from behind the bushes, intently watching the. Chan Chang'an was still inside, enjoying a hot roasted chicken, when a loud cry suddenly rang out, startling him. Oh! Ling Bauer rushed in, saying anxiously, Master, a golden core stage tiger demon is attacking out. Upon hearing this, he became overjoyed, his eyes shining brightly as he smiled and thought, A tiger demon? Golden core stage? Isn't this just free domain points being delivered to my door? Thinking this, He swiftly leaped outside and shouted, "Quickly! Come hunt a tiger with your Outside, the demon tiger was slowly approaching, its entire body trembling uncontrollably. I'm a golden core stage tiger demon. I was drawn here by a fragrance, but when I arrived, I saw that man kill a ghost with a big punch, and he even captured someone. Oh my, it's terrifying. This little one is scared to... Its eyes were still intently watching the temple, unwilling to... I originally wanted to leave, but that fragrance kept assaulting the temple courtyard. Changchongan stood, extending one hand outside the domain boundary, thinking, without a scent, how can I lure the tiger demon to attack here? Now, nothing can stop the allure of the immortal. Seeing him just stand there, Ling Baoer quietly asked, "Master, what secret art are you performing?" He didn't rush to answer, still extending his hand outside, emitting the scent of the immortal body to tempt the tiger demon. He was also using this opportunity to check if the old man had placed any restrictions on him, and if his invincible domain could completely block the aura of his immortal. The scent of the immortal body grew stronger, wafting directly into the tiger demon's nose, making it incredibly ravenous. Delicious! So delicious! I can't take it anymore. This moment, it seemed to go in, daringly charging straight towards Changchongan, causing Ling Baoer to cry out in fear, "Master! Be careful!" Ignoring her screams, "It's coming! The golden core stage tiger demon! Master, make your move!" He remained perfectly calm, hands on his hips, a slight smile on his face. "The restriction the old man placed on me has lost its effect. The invincible domain still blocks my aura, but whether it can completely block it still needs further verification. After all, Ling Baoer hasn't reacted at all to my scent. Perhaps I haven't bathed in a long time, and the body odor has masked it. In any case, cultivators aren't demons or monsters. They don't have such sensitive nose." Tiger demon lunged closer and closer, its eyes glowing crimson, its mouth agape to reveal sharp fangs. "Even if this tiger demon is crippled or dies here today, I must..." However, before it could act on its intention, its entire body became stuck to the barrier created by the domain, startling it into a confused... Wondered in confusion. "Huh? What's going..." Seeing it suspended in midair, its entire body trembling, Changchongan smirked and said, "What evil intentions does this little tiger have, I wonder? It only wants to eat people. Too bad you thought you could eat me, but instead, you fell into a net, little..." Ling Baoer stood frozen, her face pale, stammering, "My master, did you make the golden core stage tiger demon freeze?" He replied, "Emicham, it's a small matter. Disciple, quickly take this little feline and butcher." Upon hearing this, the tiger demon was so scared it nearly soiled itself, tears streaming down its face, but it was powerless to do anything. She raised her hand and responded, "Under..." Saying this, she directly took out her sword and thought, "Indeed, becoming his disciple was a wise choice. I must cling tightly to Master's thigh." With that, she swung her sword, delivering a wide, powerful... However, when the sword touched the tiger demon's body, it was repelled, and cracks appeared on the blade. That sight astonished her completely. Her eyes widened, and speechless. She turned to look at Changchongan and softly called, "Ma." Hearing this, he smiled faintly, extending his hand towards her and saying, "Give me this." As he spoke, he struck a pose towards the tiger demon, reminding her, "Watch closely." After saying this, he directly swung a swift, powerful sword strike, so fast that its movement was imperceptible. With just this single sword strike, the tiger demon's body was cleanly sliced into two. The system announced, "Host has slain a golden core stage, 8th layer tiger demon, receiving 800 domain points." A delighted smile played on Changchongan's lips as he thought, "The harvest isn't..." The scene made Ling Baoer's eyes light up. She exclaimed in astonishment, "So powerful! Solved with a single sword." The system continued to announce, "Current domain points are sufficient. Invincible domain system can now be up." Changchongan tossed the sword towards Ling Baoer, commanding, "Disciple, the tiger demon's corpse is yours to handle. Remember, like a tiger cat, cut the meat." At this moment, she was momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushing red, unable to utter a... Ignoring her confused expression, Changchongan turned back inside, wondering, the system can still upgrade? What happens after it upgrades? The system displayed a notification. Current system version is 1.0. The invincible power function detects that the host has sufficient domain points. Consuming 800 domain points can upgrade to version 2.0, unlocking a new function, life of all creation. He turned his head to look back and said, "That's right, the tiger's valuable parts are good stuff. Store them carefully for your master. Don't lose them." Ling Bao replied, "Understood, master." Inside the system space, Chen Chang'an wondered, "What kind of skill is Awakening of All Creation?" The system replied, "The host will know after upgrading to version 2.0. He pouted in frustration and said, "All right, just upgrade it then." The system responded, "Consuming 800 domain points, upgrading system to 2.0. System is currently upgrading. Please wait. System upgrade successful. Current system version is 2.0. New function Awakening of All Creation." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an exclaimed in surprise, "My goodness, this skill is too amazing." System began to explain the new skill, Awakening of All Creation. It can imbue life into all things, giving them sentience. Besides that, it can also control everything within the domains. Able to wait any longer, Chen Chang'an called out loudly, "Disciple, go outside and pick 2 small blades of grass." Outside, Ling Bao, who was energetically butchering a tiger, was startled by the call and exclaimed, "Huh?" He chuckled inwardly. "I want to see just how powerful this Awakening of All Creation really." A moment later, she ran in with a blade of grass in her hand, offering it to him and saying, "Master, here's the grass." Chen Chang'an took the blade of grass. His hands formed a magical halo, encasing the grass within, a truly wondrous. Suddenly, Ling Bao's expression turned blank, and she started drooling. Seeing that scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Disc Disciple, what's wrong?" Ling Bao rushed over and tightly grabbed his arm, asking, "My master, why did these 2 blades of grass suddenly turn into high-grade spirit herb?" However, he paid no attention, pushing her aside and admonishing, "What's the rush? Move aside," she cried out. A moment later, outside the temple courtyard, Ling Bao's repeated exclamations of awe rang out. Chen Chang'an hurriedly reminded, "Don't make so much noise." The words had just left his lips when the 2 blades of grass transformed into a tiny, pretty little tree spirit that floated up. Ling Bao gasped and shouted, "Oh my goodness, it has taken human form. Master, it has taken human form." Hearing the loud noise, the little tree spirit shrank back in fear, its eyes welling up with tears, ready to. He quickly took it, saying, "Why are you so loud? You've scared it." She awkwardly replied, "How strange." Without wasting any more time, Chen Chang'an continued to raise his hand, condensing a large spirit pill. "Next is this one. Your master gives this to you as a master-apprentice ceremony gift. This elixir contains life essence." Urged, "Hurry and use it. Your master will guard." Hearing this, she laughed joyfully and replied, "Master, your disciple will certainly not let down your expectations." Chen Chang'an turned to look at the little tree spirit and gently said, "From now on, I'll call you Little Tail." The little tree spirit chirped in agreement. Ling Bao smiled happily. "Master is truly amazing. With just a common weed, Master casually transformed it into a spirit." Taking this, she swallowed the spirit pill. A surge of light quickly emanated from her. She felt a very distinct change in her body, and her face showed surprise as she wondered, "Did I break?" The system also announced, "Ling Bao has broken through from Foundation Establishment Stage, 6th level to Foundation Establishment Stage, 7th level, awarding the host 50 domain points." He looked gleefully towards Ling Bao, who was meditating, and thought to him, "It works like this too?" The system replied, "Because the host has established a master-disciple relationship with Ling Bao. As long as Ling Bao breaks through a realm, the system will provide domain points to the host. The higher the cultivation, the greater the reward." Hearing the system's words, Chen Chang'an immediately imagined himself sitting on a grand throne, looking down at the swarm of disciples below. "So, from now on, I just need to take in many disciples, then urge them to continuously increase their cultivation, and my domain will endlessly Awakening of All Creation, the first function, is already this useful. I wonder about the second function." As he was thinking, a pillar of light suddenly shot down from somewhere, startling him and making him stop. His face clearly showed confusion as he tilted his head back. Look, his mouth hung open. At that exact moment, a sword flew down from the sky like a rocket, embedding itself deep into the ground, piercing through the roof. Fortunately, Chen Chang'an managed to dodge just in time. "Oh my God!" After observing the sword for a while, Ling Bao quickly realized something. She stammered, "Master, is this the celestial treasure?" Hearing this, he turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's a celestial treasure?" She explained, "Master, don't you know? Last night, some powerful expert used a punch to shatter the heavens, creating a huge hole like this. My father went to investigate, and when he returned, he said that a celestial sword escaped from that hole. Now everyone everywhere is looking for it." He replied with a look of regret, Is that so? What a pity. I couldn't see it with my own eyes. Such a shame. Saying this, Chun Chang'an walked outside and reached for the. He lifted it, examining it for a moment, and wondered, why is this sword so weak? Let's try healing it with awakening of all creatures. The sword, which had been dull and black, suddenly became miraculously. Ling Baoer couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This sword is so beautiful, he thought to himself. After using awakening of all creation to heal it, it really did get stronger. But if I wanted to break this sword, I'd only need to use a little. This sword is useless to me. His face turned dejected, and he pouted in disdain. Is this all a celestial sword? With that, he directly threw the sword towards Ling Baoer and asked, do you like it? It's yours then. She replied joyfully, thank you, master. She reached out and caught and as the sword touched her hand, a terrifying surge of power suddenly erupted, and the phantom image of a massive, majestic dragon. She gasped in awe. Oh, how terrifying. Master doesn't even bat an eye at such terrifying power. Just how strong is Master's actual... Thinking of this, she teared up, hugging the sword tightly, and looked at Chun Chang'an tremblingly. Esteemed Master, you are too kind to me. Her cheeks flushed shyly. I must grow up quickly, take charge of my own side, and serve Master well in the future. Chun Chang'an then extended his hand forward and smiled, saying, your master will display his talent once. No sooner had he spoken than the scenery around the temple completely transformed, everything becoming strangely broken. Floor from earlier was now neatly restored. She stood dumbfounded in surprise, crying, oh, this is... She then looked towards the roof and continued, even the holes in the ceiling have been repaired. Not only that, from the center of the temple courtyard, a fierce aura of light emanated, and in the corner of the courtyard, a large, lush, ancient tree. Chun Chang'an happily looked at his new home and said, such an environment is truly fitting for an ethereal expert like me. Alright, don't just stand there dazed. It's been a long... Let's get some rest. He glanced at the little tree spirit sleeping soundly on his shoulder and thought to himself, this little one falls asleep so easily. It just took human... and it's still so weak. However, the moment of peace didn't last long before something suddenly fell from the sky, breaking a large hole in... What appeared was a large, muscular man. He was startled and asked, Ling Baoer? Are people from the sword sect still alive? He is the master of Evil Dragon Den, Li Batian, core formation stage, 9th. Not only him, but two more figures appeared, breaking two more large holes in the ceiling, startling Chun Chang'an and Ling Baoer into... Li Batian growled loudly, where is Li Chao? Tell him to come out and meet me. Is the celestial treasure? Hearing this, Ling Baoer was so scared she almost curled up into a ball. She hid behind Chun Chang'an and shouted, It's Li Batian. He's here. Master, the people from the Evil Dragon Den have come for revenge. He looked at the two and thought to himself, Li Chao is nowhere to be seen and only these two are here. Could it be that the celestial treasure has already been taken away by someone from the sword? Suddenly, another presence arrived, a loud voice resonating. The earthly spiritual energy in this place is actually so abundant. No wonder the celestial treasure chose this spot to In the sky, a group of people led by a masked figure appeared. He was the sect master of Ghost Tower, Zhou Tiandu. He looked down and said, I didn't expect such an abundant spiritual land in this broken mountain. Was it brought by the celestial However, he didn't know that this abundant spiritual energy was actually created by the tree sapling planted by Chun Chang'an, encompassing the... Batian was startled and thought to himself, the people from the sword sect are one thing, but I didn't expect the old venomous one to also... At this moment, standing inside the house, Chun Chang'an remained silent, unable to utter a single... Tian-Tu observed him once and burst into joyous laughter. A spirit herb in humanoid form. Oh heavens! There's a spirit herb in humanoid form here. Heaven bless my Ghost Tower sect. A treasure land. All the spirit herbs in humanoid form here are... Hearing these words, Li Batian angrily shot upwards and roared. Heaven bless your ass, Ghost Tower sect. This old man got here first. Everything here belongs to this old man's Evil Dragon Den. Zhou Tian-Tu. Naturally, Zhou Tian-Tu refused to concede. He roared. Who those things belong to isn't for you, Li Batian, to After speaking, he waved his hand downwards, a provocative smirk on his... If you're not convinced, then fight. At this challenge, Li Batian immediately agreed. Fight then, fight. Why would I be afraid of an old geezer? However, before they could even clash, a faint but authoritative voice rang out, stopping the impending... Listen to me. The speaker was none other than Chun Chang'an. His face was grim, devoid of expression. Who this treasure land belongs to? Why not ask the owner of this treasure land? As he spoke, He swept his sharp gaze over them. Especially, that one? What's his name, Li Batian? You two bastards, you've made this old man, right? Very unhappy. Li Batian looked displeased, staring at Chan Chang'an with a snort. The owner of the treasure, you. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a move, a fireball crashing directly onto the roof with terrifying power. The owner of this treasure land belongs to me, Li Bat. Thick smoke and dust rose, accompanied by small lightning bolts, as debris from the roof and gravel flew everywhere. He and Ling Bao stood motionless. Li Batian roared. This old man can smash it however he... What can you do to me? Zhou Tian too was not to be outdone, summoning 4 ferocious skull heads, mouths full of fangs, exuding boundless toxic energy. Go home and dream. This territory can only belong to my ghost tower. People in the sky fought fiercely, completely disregarding Chan Chang'an's presence. He felt deeply hurt. They're really looking down on me too much. This contemptuous attitude towards others, indeed very good. They're here to give me domain points. Ling Bao was utterly terrified by the battle. It's too scary. Now, all I can do is cling to Master. Master! Chan Chang'an looked at the foolish people floating in the sky, a sharp glint in his eyes as he thought. It's just that they're not in my invincible domain. Ling Bao also began to get angry, shouting, What kind of attitude do you have? This great one is the most terrifying existence in this world. Li Xiao died by my master's. Hearing this, he nodded, pleased with his disciple and not bad. Li Batian looked as if he had heard something horrific. He asked suspiciously, You killed Li Xiao? Do you have the power of the golden core? Chan Chang'an's heart was swelling with pride, but he still had to remain humble. He came and I just killed him. You? What do you want? Ling Bao, seeing him speak, felt invigorated. She panted and nodded in Are you scared now? Zhou Tian too secretly observed the situation, a faint smile on his face as he thought, Fools! We've cultivated for many years. How could we not know the tricks mortals use to protect themselves by putting on airs? Well, then I'll observe for now. Li Batian looked as if he had heard a joke. He circulated his inner power, causing him to float, his entire body ablaze, making the air around him a lowly mortal like you. As he spoke, he flashed a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile, his face like a demon's, extending a hand to strangle Chan Chang'an. Li Batian, I don't know how many I've struck, let alone you. He gave a guttural laugh, his fangs sharp as a devil's. A silver sigil, filled with dark energy, appeared. The vengeful souls of mortals, personally refined by me into this sigil, number in the tens of thousands. You just said you killed Li. Zhou Tian too heard them squabbling again and got a headache. He lost his patience and roared, Forget Li Xiao or no Li Xiao. The immortal treasure that fell here must have been taken by these two. Li Batian, don't even think about claiming it first. Hand over the immortal This old man will give you everything. Seeing their arrogance, Chan Chang'an remained still, adding provocatively, Hand over your grandpappy. He thought, Good, come right in. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out, making him flinch. By what right do you speak to my master like the one who had just shouted was Ling Bao. Her face was flushed crimson with anger as she shrieked, Shut your mouth. Hearing these words, Li Batian's face darkened. He glanced at her and continued, Ling Bao, don't think that just because you're the daughter of the Nine-Sword sect master, I won't. Seeing the situation grow tense, Chan Chang'an called out, Bao. She interrupted him, Master, that damned old Li Batian is truly evil. Last night, I went out with my fellow disciples from the Nine-Sword sect to search for immortal treasures. But along the way, Li Xiao appeared and killed them. It was this Li Batian who ordered him. He is the true These words, Li Batian remained standing, giving a strange smile as he stared at her. He coldly snorted, Thank you watching for vid. She was so angry that tears welled up, her entire body trembling. If I wasn't only in the Foundation Establishment realm and couldn't defeat someone in the Golden Core realm, I would have immediately ripped his head off and used it as a potty for Unable to bear it any longer, Li Batian extended his hand, launching the sigil directly towards Ling Bao and roaring, Little bitch, you're seeking. Chan Chang'an swiftly appeared to rescue her, using all living things, domain of control. He extended his hand to block the attack, thinking, Invincible domain, everything is under my control. Seeing his sigil halt, suspended motionless in midair, Li Batian exclaimed in shock, My blood sigil. Not stopping there, Chan Chang'an smirked, pointed at Li Batian, and pressed down. Including your cultivation. Li Batian's entire body suddenly felt as if all his strength had been drained. He was pressed firmly to the ground by an invisible force, unable to comprehend what was happening. What's going on? My cultivate. The two disciples behind him suffered the same fate, losing all their cultivation in a flash and screaming, "No!" The system notification appeared. The cultivation of the 3 intruders from the evil dragon den has reverted to the chi refining. He stood there majestically, looking at them, and thought, I remember that the chi refining realm is the lowest cultivation. After that is foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul. Above nascent soul seems to be called Mahayana tribulation transcending, and even earth immortal or something like that. Standing right beside him, Ling Bauer was stunned by the scene, her eyes. Chun Chang'an looked at her, urging, "You couldn't defeat someone in the golden core realm. So Master suppressed his cultivation to the chi refining realm. Can you kill him now?" Standing above, Zhou Tiantu had witnessed the entire scene. He broke out in a cold sweat, asking himself, this person is clearly very ordinary, without any cultivation, looking like a mere mortal. But he could suppress Li Baishan's cultivation? Could it be? Chun Chang'an was not in a hurry to pay attention to Zhou Tiantu's day. He patted Ling Bauer's head and said, "This kind of revenge must be personally carried out to be satisfying." Zhou Tiantu blurted out, "Is he in the nascent soul?" Now that Li Batian had lost all his cultivation, he knelt, slumped on the ground, his entire body trembling in pain as he cursed, "Damn it! You're playing the pig to eat the tiger. To think you're a nascent soul realm." Hearing these words, Chun Chang'an didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he responded calmly as if nothing had happened. "Thick-skinned? Your reputation is far worse. Say whatever you..." As he finished speaking, he gestured to Ling Bauer, commanding, "Go, Bauer!" She immediately shot forward, her face full of vengeance. "Yes, master. I'll go kill him. The corpse, however, I'll leave for you." He hastily cut her. No. She pulled out an immortal sword, pointing it directly at Li Batian and roaring, "Li Batian, I want to avenge the fallen senior brothers and sisters of the Nine Swords sect. Prepare to..." At this moment, he showed no fear, smirking as he looked at her and asked, "Your father couldn't kill this old man. Do you think you..." As he spoke, he tensed, creating a large purple aura of pressure around himself. "This old man is the master of the evil dragon den. So what if my cultivation is suppressed to the chi refining realm? I can still crush people to death with just mere Ling Bauer ignored him. Still determined, she lunged forward, shouting, "Enough talk!" From among his belongings, Li Batian pulled out a set of armor, saying, "A 4-grade golden scale treasure." Seeing this, she unleashed a sword strike directly towards where he stood, snorting coldly. An incredibly dazzling light burst forth, enveloping the surrounding space. It shot straight into Li Baishan's eyes, making him suddenly freeze in his joy. Sweat poured down his face as he gasped, This? Before he could finish, a powerful beam of light shot forth, striking him directly and obliterating him, leaving nothing in. After a moment, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing only Li Baishan's shoes still in their original spot. His body was nowhere to be seen, and the ground had been in. Ling Bauer trembled all over, thunder rumbling in her mind as she thought, "This immortal sword is too terrible." Zhou Tiantu and his disciples above witnessed this scene and nearly soiled themselves, thinking, "This terrifying immortal might, it must be an immortal treasure in her hand." His gaze lingered on Ling Bauer below, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "At this distance, I can instantly kill Ling Bauer and snatch the immortal sword. If I make a sudden move, she definitely won't be able to react in time. If I can seize the sword, then in the future my ghost tower set." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, baring his pointed teeth as he laughed. Just as his joy was about to fully blossom, a sudden, overwhelming surge of powerful aura descended directly behind him, accompanied by a pair of eyes staring intently at him, causing him to. Zhou Tiantu now remembered Chun Chang'an's presence, thinking, "Greedy fool, I almost forgot about this great master." He broke out in a cold, profuse sweat, wondering, if I had made any move just now, would I be dead by. For today, it's better to retreat for now. Since I already know the immortal treasure is here, why not report back to the old ancestor and let him. Before he could leave, Ling Bauer suddenly remembered, her sharp gaze sweeping upwards. "Oh right, it seems there were a few more of you who were disrespectful to my master just." She seemed to go crazy, holding her sword and charging straight forward. Come on. Let me give you a few slashes. Don't be scared. I'm very..." Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tiantu's disciples immediately turned and fled. Not run. But how could Ling Bauer let them off so easily? She swung her sword wildly, sending slashes flying towards the sky. Where do you think you're going? As soon as those attacks were unleashed, they instantly sent the few individuals above to meet their ancestors, without a chance to resist, only managing a few cries of Chun Chong inside. The system announced, host's disciple Ling Bauer killed 3 golden core realm cultivators, gaining 1,500 domain. He smiled and snapped his fingers, thinking, Ling Bauer kills people, and I can still get domain points. Using domain points. The system displayed, Invincible domain is currently 22 meters. Host, please continue to. After dealing with those few, Ling Bauer ran back, looking obedient, and asked, Master, how should we deal with those people from the ghost towers? Her cheeks flushed as she continued, or should we just kill them all? This ghost tower sect knows how to refine living people into ghosts. It's an evil sect. As she finished speaking, she brandished her sword wildly again, making Chun Chong and break out in a cold. Hearing these words from a distance, Zhou Tian too started, turning his head back and roaring, Ling, don't slander people. Just then, he appeared before Chun Chong and knelt on the. He fawned, rubbing his hands together and explaining, Senior, my ghost tower sect has conducted itself honorably for decades. We are a renowned orthodox sect, not an evil sect at all. There must be some misunderstanding between your esteemed disciple and my sect. I offer my apologies to your esteemed disciple here. Just now, I disturbed Senior's peaceful cultivation. This junior was in the wrong. I offer my apologies to Senior. I hope Senior. At this point, he turned his head and roared at his disciples. What are you dazed for? Hurry up and come kowtow to Senior and admit your. Hearing this, they didn't dare disobey and quickly came forward to kneel on the. Zhou Tian too forced a smile and continued. I hope Great Senior will not stoop to the level of us small fries and will spare us a path to survive. As he finished speaking, they all bowed their heads to the ground and loudly cried out, This junior was wrong. We beg Great Senior to be magnanimous and spare us a path to survive. Witnessing this scene, Chun Chong and got goosebumps, thinking, someone with such ambition is actually kneeling and admitting guilt in front of me? It's making me feel guilty. Ghost Tower sect members did not stop, continuously kowtowing and shouting, Senior, please spare our lives. After a moment of thought, he looked at them and asked, An orthodox sect, you say? I recall the technique you just used involved vengeful spirits. Or are you saying? Cold glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced downwards and continued, You think I'm sensing something amiss? Zhou Tian too looked up and replied with a trembling, Senior. As he finished, he waved his hand, ordering his subordinates, Everyone, attack and kill. But of course, these nobodies were no match for him. He extended his hand behind him, forming a blinding golden bolt of Chun Chong'an directly waved his hand, instantly sending them to their altars. The system continuously rang out notifications. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gaining 50 domain points. Host killed a Ghost Tower sect disciple, gaining 50 domain points. Host has gained a total of 450 domain points. Taking advantage of Chun Chong and dealing with the others, Zhou Tian too immediately shot up into the sky and fled, a delighted smile on his. Ling Bauer saw this and said in a panic, Not good, Master. The Ghost Tower sect master has run away. If he escapes, he'll definitely leak information about the immortal treasure. At that time, treasure seekers will flock here and What should we do, Master? Knowing this, Chun Chong'an showed no fear at all, smiling as he replied, Indeed, what should we do? What if not enough of them? At the Ghost Tower sect, a horrifying scene unfolded with piles of skulls and crossbones everywhere, enveloped by a dark atmosphere. Zhou Tian too furiously clenched his fists and roared, Damn it! I must have the Grand Supreme Elder personally take action and kill that young and seize the immortal treasure. A servant in a purple scarf rushed in breathlessly to report, Sect Master. This is bad. He turned his head and replied, What's there to panic? The Sect Master is perfectly fine. The servant continued in a panic. The old ancestor who ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago has manifested. He's meeting with the Grand Supreme Elder now, only waiting. Zhou Tian too was astonished upon hearing this and asked again, The old ancestor? Manifested. He was surprised, but then grinned widely. The old ancestor has manifested. In the ancestral hall of the Ghost Tower sect, the old ancestor had indeed manifested. He appeared amidst a faint purple light, with a long beard and flowing hair. Standing high above, he looked down. Zhou Tian too was already kneeling below. This one arrived late. I beg the old ancestor for forgiveness. He felt a terrifying aura surrounding him, causing sweat to pour down like rain as he thought, Such a terrifying, terrifying. The old ancestor then cast a blood-red gaze downwards and declared, "This immortal is here by the immortal venerable's command, about to descend to the mortal realm." As soon as these words were spoken, Jotian too and all the others instantly jumped up in shock, asking, "An immortal descending to the mortal realm?" He revealed an expression of ecstatic joy and thought, "The strongest expert in Ghost Continent is the nascent soul realm. The old ancestor has long surpassed the nascent soul realm. If the old ancestor descends, then my ghost tower sect ruling the Ghost Continent will no longer be a..." Just as they thought of this, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from the ancestor, causing everyone to fall. Everyone was startled and panicked, stumbling back as they cried out, "Ancestor!" The ancestor spoke with a sharp, stern gaze. "Put away those petty thoughts of yours and focus on serving this immortal. Otherwise, let alone dominating, this immortal will wipe you all out with a mere flip of my..." They all bowed their heads and replied, "We humbly follow the ancestor's instructions." He added, "Before this immortal arrives on the 9 provinces continent, your mission is to find the whereabouts of the sacred immortal sword that fell from the upper realm." Understood. Hearing this, Zhou Tiantu looked utterly. His eyes widened as he looked up. Overjoyed, he cupped his hands and reported, "An ancestor, I know where the sacred immortal sword is." Everyone present was incredibly surprised by. Unable to wait any longer, the ancestor craned his neck skyward and growled, "Tell me quickly, where is it?" He replied softly, "The Immortal Temple." Time continued to pass, with white clouds drifting serenely in the clear blue sky outside. At the Immortal Temple, sunlight shone ushering in a new day. Ling Bauer had been staying at the temple with Chun Chang'an ever since, in charge of cooking and chores. She looked at him and asked, "Esteemed master, is it delicious?" He smiled and replied, "It's all right. Next time, add a little more salt." As he savored his meal, he thought to himself, the Invincible domain has already reached 22 meters. Although the range is larger, the amount of food that can be found is ultimately limited. I still have to rely on Bauer to go out and find. Initially, when I obtained the domain, I only had invincible combat ability within it. I couldn't actually control the domain and still felt like an ordinary person. Thinking of this, he looked at his own hand. After the domain was upgraded once, I gained the myriad life skill. I can truly control everything within the entire domain, and my senses have gradually become sharper. Even if I'm invincible, it's only within the domain. Outside the domain, I'm just an ordinary person. I fundamentally can't protect Bauer. Her cultivation is still too low. Is there any way to raise her cultivation? At this moment, Ling Bauer still looked very relaxed and picking up a piece of food and bringing it towards her mouth. Suddenly, Chun Chang'an thought of something, and his expression brightened. That's right. If the myriad life skill can ignite the life force of all things, transforming ordinary weeds into spirit herbs, even generating spirit chi, then why can't it be used to raise Ling Bauer's cultivation? Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed Ling Bauer's hand and pulled her forcefully. "Bauer, come with this master." Flustered, she asked, "Master, you?" He cut her off. "This master has a treasure I want to try on you." Seeing him grip her tightly, she was startled and apprehensive, stammering, "Ma master." His eyes lit up as he called her Bauer. He said seriously, "This master has a way to raise your cultivation. It might hurt a little at first, but if you can endure it, you will undergo a profound transformation, as if ascending to..." "Want to try?" Hearing these somewhat suggestive words, Ling Bauer was utterly embarrassed and muttered, "Raise cultivation? A little painful, profound transfer. Ma master, you?" She blushed crimson, her cheeks flushed red, and blurred, "Could it be dual cultivation?" Her whole body curled up, and she poked her index fingers together, glancing up to ask, "That master, isn't our progress a bit too fast? I'm still doing this for the first time." "That wouldn't be very good." However, Chun Chang'an frankly replied with a sentence that made her feel like she was about to explode on the "What I want is precisely your first time." Utterly mortified, Ling Bauer swung her arms and kicked out, striking Chun Chang'an directly in the face as "You're embarrassing me to death." Still not understanding what was happening, he tried to raise his hand to explain, "Bauer, don't be it's precisely because it's your first time that it will be effective." Hearing this, she pouted warily and glanced at him. But, her thoughts were a tangled mess at this moment, a series of questions appearing in her mind, unsure how to answer. She closed her eyes tightly, deep in thought. After a moment of analysis, Ling Bauer finally made her decision. She clenched her fists fiercely and yelled, "I'm Master, come on." Chun Chang'an looked at her, got a nosebleed and praised, Good. Truly my disciple. Later, you must concentrate your mind and protect your heart, otherwise your life might be in danger. Remember this. As soon as the words left his mouth, she, without much thought, right, come on. But suddenly realizing something was wrong, she paused abruptly, her eyes wide as she blurted out, wait, can dual cultivation kill? Ma master. At this moment, Chun Chang'an had already begun. He placed his hand on her head, covering her eyes, and said loudly, concentrate. Ignoring her struggles, wait. From around him, a stream of power flowed directly into Ling Bao's body, emitting an intense green light. Ignite life force, he asked anxiously. How do you feel? Ling Bao's eyes were now tightly shut. Her cheeks flushed red as she stammered in tingly, numb. She gently peeked up and asked again, Master, did you only release this to help me? Hearing this, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but feel puzzled. He gently patted her head and replied, huh? What else would it? She pouted, sticking out her lip, expressing her disappointment. He continued to use the myriad life skill and reminded her, this master must increase the force. He added, carefully feel the energy this master is transferring into your... She cried out tragically in pain. As the energy flowing in grew stronger, Ling Bao's whole body twisted violently. Master's energy, it's too much. Her face flushed crimson like fire. I feel completely full. It's very comfortable. The system displayed a notification. Name, Ling Bao, Cultivation Realm. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer. Chun Chang'an frowned and thought to himself, why are there no signs of her cultivation in... Try using more force. He curled his index and middle fingers and jabbed once, causing her to jolt and cry out loud, I can't take it anymore. It hurts. Yet, he had no intention of stopping, continuously using more force and telling her to persevere. Ling Bao's vision grew increasingly hazy, and tears wet. Her cheeks flushed red. Suddenly, a strong electric current flowed through her. She couldn't endure it. Her whole body twitched, and she closed her eyes tightly, screaming tragically. She looked at him timidly and, Master, it hurts. It hurts so much. Witnessing Ling Bao's expression, Chun Chang'an also became extremely anxious. I can't take it anymore. Her adorable face was now streaked with tears. She thought to herself, Bao's body is about to explode. Faced with this dangerous situation, Chun Chang'an still tried to encourage Ling Bao. Bao, persevere. The arrow has been shot. It cannot be retrieved. If you can hold on, you can undergo a complete transformation. If you can't hold on, you'll die. Hearing these words, she remembered her past efforts. Didn't I want to become a powerful expert who stands tall between heaven and earth? Can't I even endure this small heart? Will I die if I continue? To become a powerful expert, one must have a strong body and soul. Bao, endure. Bao, this Jujian sect will be handed over to you someday. Thinking of this, she calmed her spirit and exclaimed, no, I can't die. I haven't become a powerful expert yet, and I haven't inherited the Jujian sect. I can't die. Finished speaking, she clenched her hands and craned her neck skyward, roaring loud, I cannot die. In her mind, images of her and Chun Chang'an frolicking and running together. I must travel everywhere with Master. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to take each. How can I die here? In the sky at this moment, dark clouds gathered from nowhere. Right in the middle of those dark clouds, a bolt of lightning struck directly down onto Ling. Thunder roared fiercely, and the lightning's light tore across the space before. Standing afar, a gaze was intently observing Chun Chang'an and Ling Bao below. Did this old man defy heaven and change fate right before this old man's eyes? He gently lifted her and asked, Bao, how are you? She let out a sigh and replied, Master. Bao managed to endure it. Seeing that she was all right, he was overjoyed and thought to himself, this continent's innate talent is divided into 9 ranks. I heard there's even a 10th rank above the 9th. I wonder how many ranks Bao's talent can be raised through the baptism of myriad. Oh, is that so? That's great. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a series of red, yellow, and orange lightning bolts struck down from the sky, creating a loud noise. Are you still This old man will strike down you shameless couple. Hearing this loud noise, the beasts in the forest scattered in. A woman with fox ears couldn't help but be startled and surprised. Speaking up, a lightning tribulation is attacking that mountain. Could it be an immortal treasure that attracted it last night? She was Demon King Hong Yi, a nascent soul stage. Standing right beside him, a horse-faced man also spoke up. Such terrifying lightning tribulation. If it hit us, we'd probably die on the spot. He was Demon King Tuobajia, a nascent soul stage. The green-haired man behind them added, "Does that mean we'll also turn to ashes on this soaring immortal mountain? Let's observe." He was Demon King Shizini, a nascent soul stage expert. Returning to Changchang's side, Ling Bauer was floating in mid-air. He looked up and said, "I've already added the power of the lightning tribulation. Bauer, quickly go and absorb the lightning tribulation power. Absorb a lot. After intensely circulating it, it will be very beneficial." He replied, "Yes, master." After waiting for a while and seeing nothing happen, Hong Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "The lightning tribulation has gone silent. This kind of lightning tribulation can actually be over." Unbelievable! As they watched intently, they suddenly saw a faint figure. There seems to be someone at the center of the lightning tribulation. It's a young girl. Could it be a sentient treasure? Knowing there was nothing more it could do, the lightning tribulation, infuriated beyond measure, had to retreat. "Damn you, shameless one, creating such karma. Remember this, old man. Next time, I will surely strike you dead." Only waiting for that moment, Hong Yi and her group immediately rushed forward. "The lightning tribulation has Let's go investigate." The very next second, they were already above the Chun Chang'an also detected their presence. Shizini exclaimed in surprise, "She's not a spirit creature. I see her innate foundation is only 8, yet her cultivation has reached this realm. This girl possesses extraordinary talent. She must be a peerless genius of the human race. If nurtured, she will definitely become a powerful expert of a region in the." Having said this, they all cried out, "I won't contend for the immortal treasure, but I want this girl." The system displayed a notification. Ling Bauer has broken through from Foundation Establishment's 6th layer to Foundation Establishment's 7th. Awarded the host 50 domain points. Awarded the host 50 domain points. Awarded the host 100 domain points. Peeking from behind the bushes, Shizini, Hong Yi, and Tuoba Jia were still observing intently. They whispered and discussed among themselves. This girl's spiritual energy is inwardly restrained, and her body is incredibly pure. She even withstood that terrifying lightning tribulation. Even in the lands of Yu and Gue, she is absolutely considered a top-tier genius. Once nurtured, she'd even be more valuable than an immortal treasure. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Hong Yi decided to rush forward. "She's my future disciple, I'll go ahead." But how could they concede defeat? Tuoba Jia reached out and grabbed Hong Yi's tail tightly, pulling her back. "How can I let you take such a big advantage? I want this girl too. I don't even need that immortal treasure." She struggled and yelled loudly, "Are you looking for death? What could a crude and barbaric demon like you teach her? My Fox Heavenly Demon Clan's cultivation is perfectly suited for." Taking advantage of the moment while the two of them were fighting, Shizini quickly shot forward, thinking to himself, "It's not easy to encounter a peerless genius. I don't want to miss out. Disciple, this master is here." Seeing this, Hong Yi yelled, "Shizini, are you trying to sneak away? Stop right there, you." With no other choice, she transformed into a fox and darted straight forward, making him cry out in surprise, "Hey, are you serious?" Very quickly, he also transformed into a python and lunged into battle. "If you want to fight, then who's afraid of whom? If you win, fine, but the loser dies. Contending with this old woman for a disciple? This old woman will make you shed your skin." Suddenly, Tuoba Jia's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a sky-shattering. Hearing the loud noise, Hong Yi and Shizini finally stopped, cautiously backing. Tuoba Jia stepped forward and said angrily, "Let's go directly ask the girl who she is willing to." No one else is allowed to contend. On Ling Bauer's side, after a period of cultivation, she finally regained consciousness, her eyes wide open. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an, who was eating, paused and asked, "Bauer, are you awake? How do you feel?" She stammered in reply, "Master, ah." Then, collecting herself again, she exclaimed joyfully, "I've already broken through to the golden core 3rd layer." He patted her head and praised, "Excellent. Truly a peerless genius personally cultivated by this master. Keep it up. You can definitely break through to nascent." Her cheeks flushed red as she thought to herself, golden core cultivation in the Jujian sect is already at the elder level. Now I've broken through so easily. I'm not dreaming. Wait. She suddenly realized something and frantically turned her head to look behind her, asking, "Nascent soul? Master, you just said nascent soul, but I only just broke through to golden core." He interrupted, "Here, this master's reward, take them and use them." Ling Bauer took the several rings in his hand and thought to herself, "Why does this scene feel so similar to when we first met? These are the storage rings of Li Jiao and his esteemed master. Are you giving me all these cultivation resources? Equivalent to half of the Jujian sex? He nonchalantly turned back inside and replied, Of course, I don't even bother looking at these trivial. Chun Chang'an thought to himself, who cares if I can't cultivate right now? As long as I'm in my invincible domain, I am a god. I fundamentally don't use these cultivation resources. My small goal right now is to expand the invincible domain across this entire soaring immortal mountain. These 800 domain points are simply not. Just as he thought of this, a loud call suddenly rang out from behind, startling both of them, and they turned their heads. That girl over there. Look this way. Shizini appeared with scales on his body and a smile on his lips. Hong Yi also approached with long ears on her head. Tuoba Jia was no less imposing, with massive. Ling Bauer exclaimed in surprise. You are demons. He flexed his muscles and spoke. Truly my future disciple, you have keen eyes. I, Tuoba Jia, a nascent soul demon king. As he spoke, he produced several pills. These are 3 golden cores, condensed from the essence of great demons. If you acknowledge me as your master, these 3 golden cores will be your apprenticeship gift. Using them gives you a chance to break through to nascent soul. No one can refuse this temptation. Before he could even finish speaking, Shizini stepped forward, pushed him aside, and yelled, Scram! I am Shizini, a nascent soul grand power. Mere golden cores, how can they compare to my immortal youth fruit? This immortal youth fruit blooms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit after 10,000 years. Eating one will preserve your beauty forever. Currently, there's only one such fruit in the lower realm. If you acknowledge me as your master, this fruit is yours. Moreover, this master is very handsome and always respects the integration of all races. If you have any thoughts about this master in the future, this master wouldn't be unwilling to consider them. Hearing these utterly absurd words, Ling Bauer was confused and bewildered. The immortal youth fruit is very enticing, but if it also comes with him. Chun Chang'an heard this and thought to himself, is that the immortal fruit that can change one's physique after eating, the one the old man mentioned? I'm a bit Bauer also drooled seeing this thing. Her cheeks flushed red with desire as she stared intently at the immortal fruit. But if it could preserve my beauty forever, I'm tempted now. Master, what should I? Shazini's mouth curled into a complacent smile. He thoughtlessly offered this fruit to Hong Yi, but if this immortal youth-preserving fruit could win him a heaven's-chosen prodigy as a disciple, this deal was quite acceptable. Suddenly, Hong Yi burst out laughing, interrupting him. This venerable one is Hong Yi, and I also possess nascent soul cultivation. I have no master apprenticeship fruit to offer. However, if you are willing to acknowledge this venerable one as your teacher, I will accept you as my adopted daughter. You will then be the young heir of our ancient fox heavenly demon clan, and I will use all the clan's strength to help you achieve immortality. What do you? Seeing this offer, Tuobaya and Shazini couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A chance to achieve immortality? Then the master apprenticeship fruit I offered pales in comparison. Damn it. This old woman is truly. Hong Yi smiled suggestively, waving her hand. Come here, my disciple, my good daughter, follow me. Ling Bauer immediately replied, I don't want to. The 3 of them heard this and felt as if struck by lightning. Shocked. She huffed and continued. No reason, I already have a great master. By great master's side, let alone achieving immortality, achieving godhood would be easy. My great master is the. Hong Yi asked, puzzled. Who is your master? Chun Chang'an's mouth curved into a smile as he stepped out to It's this great master. Hong Yi couldn't believe her eyes and angrily roared. You're nothing but an ant with no cultivation. What right do you have to be her master? If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were this girl's servant. You, a mere mortal, taking a golden core cultivator as a disciple? Do you think she's young and fool? Are you trying to trick her? Shazini added. Just an ant. Let's kill him. Then we can sit down and slowly discuss who gets to take that girl as a disciple. Tuobaya furiously declared. If you think you have the qualifications to be her master, then let this venerable one see if you truly possess such a. Bauer couldn't hold back and shouted. Master is not an ordinary person. Without master, I wouldn't be who I am. Chun Chang'an, seemingly without any reservation, directly raised his hand in challenge. Oh, let me see what a demon king is. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuobaya lunged forward, lightning and thunder surging around him with overwhelming momentum. With but a single finger, this venerable one will crush you to. Shazini thought to himself. That old fellow's demonic power is even purer now. Has he secretly raised his cultivation? Hong Yi was also extremely vexed. Damn it. That old fellow got ahead of me. I missed my chance to show off in front of my potential disciple. However, Tuobaya's move was suddenly he stared in disbelief, sweat pouring down like Hong Yi and Shazini also shared the same their faces turning ashen. Chun Chang'an stood firm, completely unmoving. He chuckled and said, "What's wrong with your eyes? Or is your skill so weak? Did you not eat? Is that all the strength you have? This great master isn't satisfied at all. Customers won't tip you for this. If you don't meet your KPIs, be careful. You'll be eating dirt by the end of the." As he spoke, his face darkened, and a stream of white energy emanated from his palm. He continued, "Well then, how about I sample the massage skills of the other?" Chun Chang'an smirked, raising his hand towards Tuobaya watched this scene with extreme astonishment, his bloodshot eyes still wide open, and suddenly, Chun Chang'an raised his middle finger in a friendly gesture, and a beam of golden light shot straight. With just one blow, Tuobaya's body had a large hole punched through it, blood gushing out before he could even witnessing this sight. Shazini couldn't help but think in fear. One finger? Just one finger seriously wounded Tuobaya, who possesses the strongest demon body. After delivering this blow, Chun Chang'an smiled mischievously, waiting for his next. Hong Yi's eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock. This person's cultivation must be higher than mine. This time it seems I've truly misjudged the situation. Chun Chang'an looked at Tuobaya's massive body collapsing to the ground and spoke. It seems he truly couldn't I wonder if the two of you can. As he spoke, he beckoned provocatively. I wonder if you still feel I have the qualifications to be her man. Hong Yi and Shazini no longer displayed their arrogant demeanor from before. Both simultaneously knelt on the ground, flattering him. Senior. You, of course, have the qualifications to be her master. It is we who are unqualified. Exactly. As he spoke, Shazini respectfully presented the immortal youth-preserving fruit, hoping to be spared. It was wrong of us to disturb Senior. This immortal youth-preserving fruit is for Please forgive us, Senior. Chun Chang'an's gaze swept over the immortal fruit as he thought. This snake demon is quite sensible. It just so happens I'm short of people. Why not take these 3 demon... After a moment, seeing no reaction from him, Shazini worriedly darkened his face and wondered, no reaction? Could it be he wants to kill? Just as he thought this, Chun Chang'an stepped forward and took the youth-preserving fruit. Shazini startled and spoke, Senior. Chun Chang'an then asked, where did this immortal youth-preserving fruit come? Shazini replied, reporting to Senior, this immortal youth-preserving fruit was obtained by my Golden Emperor Python ancestor, a deity transformation expert, in the ancient Bronze Mountain, a forbidden life zone in Feng Province, 3,000 years ago. However, when the immortal youth-preserving tree was discovered, an immortal from the lower realm took the tree away. So apart from the fruit in my hand, there are no more immortal youth-preserving fruits in the lower. Chun Chang'an pondered, ancient Bronze Mountain in Feng Province? The longevity sect is also in Feng Province. But that ancient Bronze Mountain is a forbidden life zone of Feng Province. I didn't expect items from the upper realm to be hidden. Shazini then breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, he has accepted the immortal youth-preserving fruit. Moreover, he knows that my Golden Emperor Python clan has a deity transformation mighty expert. Even if his cultivation is also at deity transformation, he will probably spare my... Just as he thought this, a sudden gulp echoed, making Chun Chang'an turn his head to look. The one who made the sound was Ling. He immediately gave her the youth-preserving fruit. Here, leave the seed for me. Receiving this item, she happily laughed, her cheeks flushed, and thank you, great master. He looked at her eating the youth-preserving fruit, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. A few traces of immortal aura appeared in her body. Is this a metamorphosis? It seems what that old man said was true. This immortal youth-preserving fruit can indeed transform a normal mortal body into an immortal. After finishing eating, Ling Bauer obediently took out the seed and offered it to Chun Chang'an. Great man for you. He examined it for a moment, thinking, I can probably... With that, he directly dropped the seed onto the... Seeing this sight, Shazini couldn't help but be flustered. Senior, the immortal youth-preserving tree is an immortal plant from the upper realm. Its growing environment is very important. Even if this is a treasure land, it's not suitable for the immortal youth-preserving tree to live. Hong Yi also agreed with this opinion. That's right, this is an immortal plant. How can it grow just by casually digging up? Just as they finished speaking, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared, causing Tuoba open his eyes in shock. The light became increasingly intense, making it impossible to see. Instantly, An immortal youth-preserving tree shot straight up from the ground, with a youth-preserving fruit at its peak. Chan Chang'an smiled and said, "Whatever I plant in this treasure land of mine grows." Planting an immortal tree naturally yields an immortal. Hong Yi was also utterly helpless, sweat pouring down like rain as she wondered, "Am I the one being humiliated?" Chan Chang'an smirked triumphantly and continued, "However, one immortal youth-preserving fruit is not enough to erase your crime of intruding into my cultivation and offending me." The three of them heard this and were so terrified that cold sweat broke out, standing still in place. He continued to ask, "What do you think should be done?" Without a word, Sha Zini, Hong Yi, and Tuoba Ya bowed their heads and pleaded, "Senior, it is all our fault. We are willing to accept Senior's punishment." I also agree, Senior, please be magnanimous and give us a chance to." Waiting for just this answer, Chen Chang'an asked again, "Oh, really? Then I'll give you a chance. Submit to me or die. Think carefully." He chuckled inwardly, "I'm such a good actor." Tuoba Ya immediately agreed to the condition, replying, "I, Tuoba Ya, am willing to submit to Senior and dedicate all my strength to." Sha Zini and Hong Yi also agreed, replying, "Hong Yi and Sha Zini are also willing to submit to Senior and dedicate all our strength to." Hearing these words, he extended his hand towards them and spoke, "If all of you submit to me, then from now on call me Master. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. Today, I'll give you a small gift." As soon as he finished speaking, numerous golden light streams shot straight into their heads, causing them to continuously grow stronger. My aptitude is actually increasing? My aptitude was fixed. How can it increase? Mine too. Once again, the heavenly tribulation descended. It angrily cursed, "It's you again! One person defying heaven and changing fate is bad enough. But now three at..." As it spoke, it shot a ball of lightning straight down, roaring, "This old man will strike you, stinking brat." Seeing this scene, Hong Yi exclaimed in fright, "Aptitude increasing? Why does it lead to such a powerful thunder tribulation?" Tuoba Ya added, "We're doomed. I can't withstand this thunder tribulation." Suddenly, Chun Chang'an spoke to reassure them, "Don't panic. I am here for the heavenly tribulation." Chun Chang'an went down, immediately stopped by a protective. He smiled, raised two fingers, and flicked them powerfully, as if controlling the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation immediately and miraculously flowed directly into the bodies of Shizini, Hong Yi, and Sei Baha. They wondered in astonishment. Is the tribulation's power tempering our bodies? Our injuries have Having been humiliated twice in one day, the lightning tribulation was furious, wanting to explode. It slowly dissipated, grumbling, "Just you wait, old me. Next time, I'll definitely strike you." As soon as the heavenly tribulation departed, the three of them immediately entered a state of meditative cultivation. They said in unison, "Thank you, Master, for enhancing our aptitude." He calmly asked, "How many grades have you increased?" Zini felt extremely light and replied, "Master, please wait. To know the exact increase, we need to use this talent stone to check." Aptitude from 1 to 9 is divided into 9 colors, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, gold. Red is 1st grade, gold is 9th grade. Our previous aptitude was 6th. As he finished speaking, the stone slowly turned a mysterious black. He exclaimed, "It's black!" Hong Yi and Tuoba Ya also came to see. "Let me try." And after testing, they all jumped with joy. "It's 8th grade. Oh my heavens!" Seeing them so overjoyed, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. "It's only 8th grade aptitude. I can raise your aptitude to 9th grade and beyond later. Calm down a bit." Ling Baoer thought to herself, "Are these the nascent soul demon kings I dared not look straight at before? I still don't dare to look straight at them." Without a word, they all knelt before him and shouted, "From now on, we swear to follow Master until death." She turned to him and asked, "Great Master, my previous aptitude was 4th grade. Their aptitudes have also increased to 8th. Hong Yi approached with the heavenly aptitude stone and said, "Miss Baoer, here you go." He urged, "Right, you also take the heavenly aptitude stone and..." He thought to himself, "I only gave the 3 demon kings a little life essence of all creation, and their aptitude increased to 8th grade. The power I gave Baoer was completely unrestrained. So what grade will her aptitude..." After a moment of testing, the stone in Ling Baoer's hand glowed bright. Hong Yi saw this and said, "With Miss Baoer's current aptitude, it must be 9th grade." But suddenly, the color on the stone changed, turning purple, then golden. Then it didn't stop, it turned yellow, then, and finally, it became colorless, leaving Ling Baoer stunned. Hong Yi asked, puzzled, "What's happening?" Why did it turn golden and then disappear? No, even if it's not ninth grade, it shouldn't turn trans. Hearing these words, Ling Bauer was so sad that tears welled up, and she trembled as she turned to look at Chun. She cried pitifully, "Master, my aptitude. My aptitude is gone." He quickly comforted her. "The script isn't quite. Where's the golden color?" Suddenly, Sha Zini, with a somewhat serious expression, interrupted. "Could it be that Miss Bauer now possesses an immortal?" Ling Bauer, with extremely excited eyes, turned to Chen Chang'an and loudly asked, "Master, so my aptitude now, isn't it an immortal's aptitude?" He heard this, put his hands on his hips, and replied, "Calm down. It's just a mere immortal. What's there to be so excited about?" With that, he gently closed his eyes and waved his hand in front of him. The highest aptitude in the lower realm is ninth grade. But above ninth grade, there are even higher aptitudes. Bauer's current aptitude has surpassed ninth grade, so the heavenly aptitude stone naturally cannot. Chun Chang'an continued to boast. "As long as you obediently follow me, let alone an immortal, ascending to immortality in the future is not impossible." Hearing these words made the three of them widen their eyes and freeze for a moment, and they were truly enticed. Hong Yi, Sha Zini, and Tuoba Ye knelt on the ground, thinking to themselves, "Master understands these things. He must be from the upper realm. If we keep following Master, we will definitely be able to ascend. We've definitely latched onto a big thigh like Master's." After thinking this, all three respectfully bowed and loudly said, "Master, rest assured, from now on, we will certainly be loyal to Master, obey Master, and put Master." Chun Chang'an's mouth subtly curved into a smile, feeling smug. "My ability to spin tales is truly becoming more refined. I should just change my name to the King of Bluster from now." Sha Zini continued, "Master, since Miss Bauer now has an immortal's aptitude, let me go to Gibbet Mountain and capture a Dragonfire Chicken King to offer to you and Miss Bauer." Hearing this unfamiliar name, Chen Chang'an was puzzled and wondered, "Dragonfire Chicken King?" Ling Bauer, standing beside him, also covered her mouth in confusion. "A fire?" Hong Yi then twirled her finger and smiled, explaining, "The Dragonfire Chicken King's body contains a trace of immortal beast bloodline. Its meat is exceptionally fresh and delicious, renowned as a mortal delicacy. It's good for Miss Bauer and Master's physical body." Hearing this, Ling Bauer's saliva immediately dropped, craving it. "Master, let me go. It's a good chance for me to taste it and test my current strength." Chun Chang'an, seeing Ling Bauer's eagerness, couldn't help but sweat and agreed, You go." Elsewhere on a towering mountain range, a group of people in black robes stood at the peak. Zhu Tiantu saw a flash of light disappear right before his eyes. That light was none other than Ling Bauer, joyfully carrying 2 chickens in her arms. Looking at the 2 plump Dragonfire Chicken Kings in her hands, she couldn't help but happily think, "It's getting late. Great Master must be hungry. I must hurry." Then, from behind, Zhu Tiantu and 3 other black-robed figures lunged forward. He laughed loudly, "Ling Bauer, I was just wondering how to get the immortal treasure. This trip wasn't in vain after." They each flew from a different direction, surrounding Ling Bauer, making her Ling Bauer, hand over the holy immortal sword, and I will spare your. Seeing the situation before her, her face turned pale as she thought, It's people from the ghost towers." Looking at these individuals, each of them emitted strange red spiritual energy. Apart from Zhu Tiantu, the other 3 had powerful auras, likely at the nascent soul. Thinking this, Ling Bauer's gaze fixed forward, her hand still clutching the 2 Dragonfire Chicken Kings as she shouted loudly, "Zhu Tiantu, you still dare to come? Have you forgotten how my master scared you into wetting your pants before?" Although she said this, she already had a different plan in mind. 1 against 4, with 3 of them at the nascent soul realm? I can't win. I need to find a way to. Zhu Tiantu, holding a large banner, heard this and grinned. "Wait until I kill you and take the holy immortals." He flashed an evil smile, pointing straight at Ling Bauer. "Then I'll refine you into a ghost slave. Your master will be Suddenly, Chun Chang'an spoke up to calm them. "Don't panic. I am here for the thunder tribulation." This spiritual energy quickly transformed into a spherical protective shield, enveloping Ling Bauer and the 2 fire dragon. Seeing this, Zhu Tiantu's eyes widened in shock. "You actually have golden core cultivation? How is this possible? A few days ago, you were clearly still in the Foundation establishment." As these words were spoken, a figure wearing a sinister mask standing nearby spoke up. "An 18-year-old golden core cultivator?" The person next to him continued, "This girl possesses terrifying talent. Now that she's made an enemy of the Ghost Tower sect, she absolutely cannot be allowed to." After conferring, he loudly declared. Zhu Tiantu, kill her and seize the... Receiving the command, Zhu Tiantu became even more excited. His crimson and purplish energy soared skyward, and countless skulls whistled towards Ling Bauer as he roared. She immediately released the 2 fire dragon chickens, clutching the holy immortal sword tightly as she unleashed a powerful burst of energy straight towards the charging Zhu Tiantu. The impact caused the surrounding area within a nearby radius to... Although she had managed to block his attack, Ling Bauer had completely exhausted her spiritual energy. She immediately turned to leave, thinking to herself, I used the immortal sword to block Zhu Tiantu's strike, but my spiritual energy is almost entirely depleted. I must escape. Zhu Tiantu was furious, almost roaring. My full power strike as a peak golden core cultivator was actually with that, he and the others immediately gave chase, yelling loudly, Ling Bauer, where do you think you're going? Pursue. At this moment, back at the house, Hong Yi was leisurely playing mahjong. Tua Ba Jia, are you going to make a move or... Sha Zi and I, sitting beside her, was equally impatient. Hurry up. We've been waiting so long we're about to... Facing them, Tua Ba Jia was still fumbling, unsure of what move to make, muttering, Don't rush, what's the rush? Chan Chang'an, unable to bear it, also chimed in. Hearing this, Tua Ba Jia finally managed to play an illusion chicken. Chan Chang'an immediately played his winning hand, fanning himself with a fan as he said, My apologies, it's an all-green one suit. He secretly thought, it feels so good to bully new. Tua Ba Jia was driven mad with anger, slamming the mahjong tile onto the table and shouting, Damn it, it's all your fault. I shouldn't have played the illusion chicken tile, and now the young master has won. Hong Yi immediately yelled back, You're stupid and you blame us? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an looked up. Bauer should be back soon by now, he thought, but an uneasy feeling stirred within him. He couldn't sense anything happening outside his door. Hearing this, Hong Yi placed a hand on the table and looked at him flirtatiously, replying, Probably soon. Young master, you needn't worry. With Miss Bauer's strength, capturing a fire dragon chicken king from Jiba Mountain is more than a... Just as she finished speaking, her pupils trembled as if sensing something, and sweat broke out. What's happening? Why is Miss Bauer's aura growing weaker and weaker? Is she entering Hong Yi? He smiled faintly. What is there for me to worry about? Bauer now possesses golden core strength. As long as she doesn't encounter demon beasts or cultivators at or above the nascent soul realm, she'll naturally return. Indeed, apart from Chen Chang'an who sensed nothing, the other 3, Hong Yi, Sha Zi and I, and Tua Ba Jia, all felt an anomaly in their hearts, thinking, What should we do? Should we tell the young master? No, given the young master's power, he must already know the situation outside. But judging from Miss Bauer's current aura, she's clearly severely injured, yet the young master shows no reaction. Could it be that... Hong Yi's eyes widened, and she looked up at the sky, clenching her teeth. Perhaps the young master is tempering Miss Bauer. Let's wait a little longer before saying anything. After a long while, the sky remained calm and windless, not a blade of grass. Suddenly, Ling Bauer ran over from somewhere, covered in countless wounds, panting heavily, yet still clutching a fire dragon chicken tightly in her. She glanced back with a terrified look on her bruised... Through the nearby bushes, she finally saw her home. Almost there, she told her. Ling Bauer seemed to gain new hope, a faint smile on her lips as she silently called out, Matt, but it wasn't that easy. Suddenly, a demonic hand emitting spiritual energy slowly descended from above to whoever the ghost tower sect wants to kill. There's no escape, not even to the 9 heavens. Ling Bauer was struck by the palm's force before she could react, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fire dragon chicken beside her also shed tears in... Turned out the one who unleashed this force was the Supreme Elder. She withdrew her hand and spoke. The cat and mouse game ends here. She has taken a palm strike from me. Even if she doesn't die, she won't live much longer. Go retrieve the immortal treasure and bring her soul back to the sect to be refined into a ghost slave. Zhu Tiantu replied. Ling Bauer now lay slumped on the ground, her clothes tattered and her body covered in wounds, her wide eyes... Suddenly, the immortal sword glowed brightly, emitting a dazzling aura that blew away the surrounding... Then it quickly shot straight up into the sky, startling the group who cried out, It's gone! Quickly, chase the immortal... Supreme Elder and the others hurriedly rushed up, reaching for the immortal sword, which recoiled in... What had to happen, happened. Before the immortal treasure sword could flee far, she seized its hilt, making it... The moment she touched the sword, she felt a massive surge of power erupt, thinking to herself, with such surging power, No wonder a mere golden core cultivator could withstand attacks for so long relying on this. Meanwhile, Ling Bauer was still lying on the ground, surrounded by pools of blood, her entire body trembling in fear. A voice approaching called out, Ling Bauer. Zhu Tiantu was now standing tall before her, wearing a sinister. Then he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, and softly said, as soon as he finished speaking, a spray of fresh blood splattered, accompanied by a desperate. At that moment, only thick smoke and dust filled the air, obstructing the surrounding. Zhu Tiantu fell to the ground, his eyes wide with fear, stammering, demon. Hong Yi appeared, swinging a hand with long, blood-stained claws forward, her face flushed with fury, veins bulging. Who gave you the nerve? You tired of. Luobajia also appeared with his massive body, his eyes bloodshot. How dare you lay a hand on the young master's disciple? You're truly courting. From behind Zhu Tiantu, Sha Zi and I appeared with her long tongue. Fellow Taoist, don't resist in vain anymore. Die early, reincarnate. This critical moment all three had arrived in time. Hong Yi embraced Ling Bauer's body, which lay on the ground. As Ling Bauer coughed several times, Ling Bauer, realizing she had been saved, teared up. Sister Hong Yi, did Master tell you all to come? Hong Yi replied, yes. Back at the Immortal Temple, the young man, recalling the scene just now, she had said to Chun Chang'an, young master, Miss Bauersora is growing weaker and weaker. Even if this is a trial for her, you don't need to be so impatient. Do you? What? Hearing this, he, still holding a mahjong tile, didn't understand what was happening and thought, what trial? What kind of trial? Suddenly, his pupils flickered slightly, and his eyebrows furrowed. Has something happened to Hong Yi? With a worried expression, continued, although I don't know what plans Master has, with Bauer's talent, if she develops steadily, she will certainly become a generation's genius. Master, you don't need to be too Tuabajia looked cautiously at Chun Chang'an. Miss Bauer is dying. After hearing their words, Chun Chang'an put things together. His face darkened, and spiritual energy surged around him. I was too impatient. Bauer is close to me. I don't wish for anything to happen to her. Go. Bring her back here. He cast his sharp gaze forward. The culprits who harmed her. Kill them without mercy. The three heard this and quickly replied, yes, Master. Your command is our. Returning to the present, Hong Yi anxiously placed her hand on Ling Bauer's feeble body, transferring spiritual energy into her, and quickly spoke. So that's how it is. Sister Hong Yi, the ones who want to kill me are from the Ghost Tower sect. All three of them are nascent soul cultivators. They want to. Hong Yi saw this and quickly interrupted. Miss Bauer, don't say anything more. You are severely injured. Let me use my demonic power to protect your soul. Just rest. Just as she finished, Ling Bauer closed her eyes tightly, her face contorted in extreme pain. Hong Yi, filled with ultimate worry, cried out, Bauer, Miss Bauer. She turned to the other two. The little girl's soul is very unstable. We must quickly take her back so the young master can. However, right at that moment, Zhu Tiantu and his group stood there surrounding them. They smiled brightly and said, it's useless for you to take her away. I've already placed a soul-devouring curse. Zhu Tiantu revealed a sinister grin, his mouth stretched wide to his ears. Without me to lift the curse, she will surely. Hearing these infuriating words, Sha Zi and I couldn't bear it anymore. Her face darkened, and the corner of her mouth twitched. This fellow cultivator truly resembles an idiot. I know of your ghost bone sect's soul-devouring curse, but I've heard that as long as you kill the caster, the spell will naturally be. Tuabajia also flared up, raising his fist. How dare you use such a vicious spell to bully Lass Bauer? I'll stew you into a pot of awful. Zhu Tiantu heard these threats and seemed so scared he almost wet himself, slumping to the ground. Our three supreme elders of the Ghost Tower sect are here. How do you plan to kill me? I think you won't be able to leave this place alone. The supreme elder, now holding the sword, stepped forward. I am a supreme elder of the Ghost Tower sect. Do you intend to oppose our Ghost Tower sect? Honored sirs / Sha Zi and I showed no fear, merely replying indifferently. So, at that moment, a loud shout echoed from the 9 heavens. Stop talking nonsense, you bastards! Chun Chang'an angrily pointed forward with one hand, holding a megaphone in the other. How dare you touch my people? Kill those damn ungrateful Where Ling Bauer was, the battle was still fierce. Tuabajia charged forward with his sharp horns. Let's kill those damn bastards! Sha Zi and I also transformed into a giant and rapidly lunged towards the supreme. Unwilling to yield, she raised her hand forward, creating a surge of purple spiritual energy, and shouted, Tuaba Jia, like a raging bull, charged straight into the shield she had just created. Although partially blocked by the shield, Tuaba Jia's strength was immense. As he rammed into it, he bellowed. Frightened, she raised her hands to block. Damn it! This stupid bull is too strong. She continued to exert herself, bringing both hands forward to form an even larger protective. At the same time, Sha Zini's snake tail whipped through, immediately struck the other figures, sending them flying sideways, their clothes tearing into pieces and scattering. Zhu Tiantu also took the hit, flying 100 meters away, screaming in. Sha Zni reverted to her human form and spoke. You are the one who cast the curse. If you are killed, Miss Bauer will be. Having said that, his snake tail, like a sharp arrow, shot straight towards Zhu Tiantu, who was still flying through. Before it could strike him, a figure as swift as a bolt of lightning flashed forward. She held a long scythe covered in chains, and loudly declared, Wait, if you want to kill our sect master, you'll have to go through me. Hearing this, Sha Zni flicked her snake tongue out, letting out a sinister. Tuaba Jia, meanwhile, seemed to go berserk, stomping thunderously on the ground, causing rocks and earth to shatter into fragments and fly. Chun Chang'an was now sitting on the rooftop, his face as dark as a pot, one eye glowing fiercely red. Within my unparalleled domain, I can sense every movement of others, but outside that area, I can't feel anything at all. This is a huge weak. He raised a hand to cover one of his eyes. If I hadn't let Bauer go catch the fire dragon Chicken King, she wouldn't have encountered such. He recalled past events, bodies lying scattered on the ground. Before, I couldn't protect the longevity sect. Today, I can't even protect Bauer. Chun Chang'an continuously blamed himself. He brought his trembling hands before his. If the skills within my unparalleled domain were useful to me, that would be great. I could cultivate, become powerful, revitalize the longevity sect, protect the old man, and protect. As he thought, he clenched his hands, his teeth grinding together. I wouldn't have to be like now, just watching helplessly like a piece of trash, unable to do anything. Finishing his thoughts, Chun Chang'an slapped himself hard across the face. Now is not the time for remorse and regret. I can't quickly sat up, regaining his composure. Then I will expand my unparalleled domain to the 100,000 great mountains. Could I still not protect the people I wish to protect? At the moment, outside, the battle was still raging, with thunderous explosions echoing through the. That old Zhu Tiantu trembled in fear before the destructive power, thinking, is this all a nascent soul expert's fighting methods amount to? Fortunately, I have 3 supreme elders accompanying me, otherwise I looked at the incredibly terrifying battle below. If those 3 elders weren't here, I would have been gone long ago. With my peak golden core cultivation, I wouldn't last half an hour in a battle like. Hong Yi now also joined the battle. She swiftly darted forward, striking the immortal sword out of the supreme elder's hand, causing the supreme elder to cry out in surprise. Damn it! My immortal sword was sent flying downwards by that palm strike, dizzy and disordered. After a moment, the sword hilt plunged directly into the ground, right before Zhu Tiantu's eyes, making him exclaim in surprise, an immortal. Like an idiot stumbling upon gold, he couldn't stop smiling as he thought, this, it's it. I must quickly take this immortal sword back to the old ancestor of the Ghost Tower sect. All I need to do is grab the sword now and quietly. However, as he held the sword in his hand, a different thought suddenly struck him. No, if I take the sword and leave and the 3 supreme elders die here, where will I have a place in the Ghost Tower sect later? Will I have to rely on that distant old ancestor? Zhu Tiantu's eyes fixed, and he clenched his hand before him. I am the sect master of the Ghost Tower sect. It is my mission to ensure this sect's grand development. The sect's destiny is firmly in my hands. I must not let the sect down. On Chun Chang'an's side, he was still observing from the rooftop. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his eyes turned sharp and cold. Zhu Tiantu? What is that dog trying to? Zhu Tiantu was now seen approaching the battle, heading towards a large rock near. Then he hid behind the rock, seemingly waiting for something. Perhaps an opportunity to launch a sneak. He took advantage of the nascent soul cultivators fighting, subtly hiding behind large rocks as he advanced. As if sensing his intention, Chun Chang'an's eyes widened, and he shrieked in fear. Bauer! What he was aiming for was Ling Bauer, who lay unconscious on the ground, protected by a golden. Chiu Tiantu pressed closer and closer to her, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. Those 3 demon kings are so worried about this female disciple. If I seize her while they're distracted, won't that make those 3 brutes hesitate? So what if their cultivation is high? They're still just 3 beasts. They need to use their brain. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an couldn't hold back. He couldn't wait any longer and charged forward directly, disregarding everything. Even if his realm wasn't sufficient, he had to go. Baoer's life was hanging by a thread. Damn him, that old rat. Chapter 11. Each member of the Ghost Tower sect was fighting a demon king, leaving only Qiu Tiantu free. He stealthily planned to take Ling Baoer hostage. Inside the immortal temple, Chun Chang'an witnessed everything. Ignoring the difference in realms, he rushed out, for Baoer's life hung by a thread. Seeing Chun Chang'an, Qiu Tiantu recognized. Chun Chang'an charged forward, seeing that Qiu Tiantu had also spotted him. Chun Chang'an glared furious. His face veined, he roared, "You've got a lot of guts." The sight scared old Qiu Tiantu senseless. "Say, senior, when did he arrive? Why couldn't I sense any of his—" That moment, the immortal sword in his hand shot out, splitting into two streams. He was suddenly stunned, watching the immortal sword fly away. Huh? An immortal treasure. Seeing the sword flying towards him, Chun Chang'an thought, perfect timing. But then, the sword slowly merged with his hand, startling him into a surprise. The sword had now merged with Chun Chang'an's right arm, forming a battle gauntlet rich with spiritual energy. He surprisingly wondered, "Ah, so this is it. I was just thinking that if it wasn't a sword, a gauntlet or something similar would also work. Turns out you can read my thoughts. Huh? It seems I underestimated you before." Witnessing this, Qiu Tiantu couldn't help but worry. He can actually freely command the immortal sword, even change its form? Oh no, I'm screwed. Before he could act on his thoughts, Chun Chang'an's eyes were wide, filled with murderous intent. "You touched my person, and now you think you can just—" With that, he formed a thunderous punch, his face dark as he rapidly charged towards Qiu Tiantu, who was trying to— Punch swiftly landed squarely on Qiu Tiantu's body. Chun Chang'an roared, "Go to—" Chun Chang'an put his entire strength into it, clenching his teeth. At this point, Qiu Tiantu's body was reduced to mere charred fragments. His voice echoed, "Senior, please calm your anger. Senior, please calm your anger. Please spare this junior just this." Having dealt with this wretched bug, Chun Chang'an picked up Ling Baoer, who was still unconscious, carried her back into the immortal temple, unaware that a tiny fragment of Qiu Tiantu's soul still remained. Qiu Tiantu transformed into a trembling wisp of fire and fled. Terrifying. His single strike shattered my physical body, yet he spared my primal spirit? He probably didn't even notice my primal spirit. The more he thought, the more enraged he became, his eyes wide and tearing up. My body is destroyed. 100 years of arduous cultivation, day and night. Now I only have my primal spirit left. If I flee back now, I might even be refined into a specter. Qiu Tiantu, am finished. Suddenly, he noticed something that made the blood vessels in his eyes grow even more prominent. This is— He stared at the wisp of red-tinged fragrance lingering in the air, then looked around in shock. It's the immortal body. No mistake. It's this scent. Where is it coming from? He finally realized the fragrance was emanating from Chun Chang'an's direction. It's him. Although Qiu Tiantu had been thoroughly shattered, he still didn't know what fear was. A smile spread across his face. No, that's not right. An immortal body cannot cultivate. Can't possibly be him. But even if it isn't him, he must be connected to it. An immortal body. I still have a chance. At this moment, inside the immortal temple, Chun Chang'an carried Ling Baoer closer to a large tree. He gently laid her down, his trembling hand lightly touching her cheek. How did you get so badly injured? Those vicious bastards. To act so cruelly. Just you wait, I'll deal with you all. I will flatten those cowardly Ghost Tower sect members, sooner or later. Having cursed to his heart's content, Chun Chang'an took a brilliant crimson pill and brought it to Ling Baoer. After Ling Baoer consumed the pill, her vitality gradually improved. Thankfully I arrived in time. Otherwise, I dare not imagine what would have happened to Baoer. A moment later, she slowly opened her eyes and mumbled, "Ma." She continued weakly, "Baoer couldn't capture the Fire Dragon Chicken King to bring back. I'm sorry." Seeing she had woken up, Chun Chang'an rushed over and tightly clasped her hand. "No need to apologize at all. It's Master's fault. Master arrived late. I'm sorry." He hadn't expected her to worry about Chun Chang'an's meal even when she was on the verge. At this moment, a blinding light shone down from the sky, making Chun Chang'an, who was holding the young girl, look up in surprise. It turned out the battle between the Demon Kings and the Elders had reached a critical point. Thapbat Jia, eyes bloodshot, launched a full-power attack. This put immense pressure on the Ghost Tower sect Elders, who gradually fell into a disadvantage, their specters taking a severe— The Grand Elder couldn't endure it either, and was knocked powerfully back. Hong Yi was not to be outdone. With Ling Baoer injured, they were determined to seek revenge for her. She shrieked furiously, "Go to hell!" The Ghost Tower Sect's Grand Elder's defense was immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Back at the Immortal Temple, Chun Chang'an looked at the approaching light with cold eyes. Clearly, someone is turned out the one who had been struck down was the Grand Elder of the Ghost Tower Sect. She knelt on the ground, coughing and muttering curses. "Damn it! You beasts! I'll make—" As she cursed the Demon Kings, she suddenly saw Chun Chang'an looking at her with ice-cold eyes. Enraged, she yelled, "Where did this piece of trash come from? How dare you glare at—" At this moment, she stood up straight, her hand poised to launch a spiritual energy palm strike towards Chun Chang'an, who stood before. He had already moved Ling Baoer safely to one side. She shrieked, seeking death. Just as the words left her mouth, before she could even act, Chun Chang'an's figure, with his crimson eyes, flashed lightning fast directly in front of her, making her flinch back several steps. Reached out and, with a single move, crippled her foundation. Nascent soul, she couldn't believe her eyes, her mouth still choked up. "You," Chun Chang'an continued, "Grand Elder, right?" Each question was accompanied by a resounding slap across her face, sending blood splattering everywhere. She stumbled back a few steps, clutching her face in pain, eyes wide, stammering, "You!" Chun Chang'an leaped up, raising his hand high. "This one's going to be a good hit." He repeatedly mimicked what she had just said. You. He delivered a blow that slammed her head directly into the ground. "Still running your mouth?" Then he stepped on her. Then he raised his hand high towards the sun and continued, "Come on, keep going." She lay below, flattened like a cockroach, not struggling, already unsure if she was still. Seeing this, the other two were startled. The second elder was actually powerless to resist? Impossible. No matter how you look at him, he's just a mere. Hong Yi, in her fox demon form with flickering flames, chuckled softly and said, "Obediently surrender. Don't make our master." Hearing the word master plunged them into confusion again. Master? A soul transformation demon emperor? Has there ever been an old soul transformation monster like that in this world? We've never heard of. She secretly cast a telepathic message to the person behind her. There are 3 nascent soul demon kings here, plus that strange fellow whose cultivation we don't know. Should we temporarily retreat until the old ancestor has a new plan? The other person replied, but the second elder was defeated by that guy. Are we just going to abandon her and leave? Suddenly, a scream echoed, startling both of them, who turned their heads. Grand Elder! Grand Elder! It was Qiu Tiantu's primal spirit, now emerging from who knows where. He cried out in terror. "My physical body has been shattered. Elder, quickly protect my primal." She softly spoke. "I wondered what it was. Turns out it's Lord Sect Master." But inwardly, she cursed. What a piece of Grand Elder, I just... He then recounted everything he had witnessed. This sent the group from one shock to another. "What? Is that true?" When asked, he guaranteed. 100%. Her eyes now sharp, she said. "An immortal body, capable of instant ascension? Isn't that the goal of all immortal cultivators?" Finishing her thought, she stared ahead and spoke. "Third Elder, what do you say?" The other man chuckled ferociously and added, "This fool! 100 years of cultivation were all for this day. Charge. We've poured out all our hard-earned cultivation for this. I refuse to believe we can't deal with these beasts. As for that ignorant brat, could he truly be at the soul transformations?" Seeing them hurl insults, Che Zini and Thap Bat Jia angrily pointed forward and roared, "How dare you disrespect our Chun Chang'an revealed an extremely eerie smile, raising his hand to wave, provoking them. "It's fine. Let them come." In his heart, he thought, "Come on. This is the immortal body you all desire. Indeed, I am not at the soul transformations, but I am even stronger than a soul transformation cultivator." Chapter 12. Chun Chang'an released spiritual energy from his immortal body, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, "Come on." Upon smelling this scent, the elders of the Ghost Tower sect immediately recognized it. They intensely craved the immortal body. Indeed, it's the scent of the immortal body. Is it really? Even Che Zini and Hong Yi, affected by the scent, were irresistibly drawn to it, practically drooling with desire. "It smells too." At this moment, an elder of the Ghost Tower sect seemed to go mad. He charged forward, mouth agape. "Immortal flesh. I want to eat immortal flesh." Seeing this, Chun Chang'an smiled faintly. "All right, I'll give you immortality, right?" His fist now emanated an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy, waiting for the elder to charge so he could deliver a punch. I'll send your whole family to the same to avenge Ling Bauer. He raised his hand and grasped the elder's head as if intending to crush Then, with just one hand, he slammed the elder onto the ground. The brick courtyard shattered into large, broken pieces. Chun Chang'an was like a ferocious demon, his eyes crimson, muttering something. No need to hear it, but one could be sure he was cursing. After cursing, he continued to grab the elder's head and toss him around like Hong Yi and Thap Bat Jia, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Terrifying. Is this our man? After playing around with the elder's body for a while, Chun Chang'an finally felt tired. He paused, wiping a bead of sweat from his cheek. The system then appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a 4th-stage nascent soul cultivator. You have successfully earned 1,200 points. Chun Chang'an looked at the system and mused. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Only 1,200 points? Last time, I only got 1,500 points for killing a nest of 3 golden core evil dragons. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the 2 female elders of the Ghost Tower sect, a mysterious smile on his face. There are still 2 more nascent soul cultivators here. Won't I strike it? Hong Yi glanced at Thap Bat Jia and asked, what happened just now? Thap Bat Jia grudgingly replied, I don't know either. That smell was so good. I was craving it to death, but it evaporated before I could get. Che Zini also offered her judgment. It's possible that Master used something that affected the mental state of those seeking the immortal treasure. At this moment, the Ghost Tower elder stood up, her face grim as she thought. This was a miscalculation. I was bewitched by the immortal body to the point of losing my wits. This brat's cultivation is indeed abnormal, perhaps even higher than mine. Why didn't Qiu Tian to mention there was such a master here earlier? He achieves little but causes much failure. Truly used. She looked down at the 2 elders. One lay motionless. She didn't know if he was dead or not. The other lay face down on the ground, unconscious. She continued to curse inwardly. Damn it! Where's that piece of trash? Did he run away? Her eyes darted around, and when she didn't see Qiu Tiantu, she cursed loudly. Damn! At this moment, Chun Chang'an stood calmly in the temple courtyard, with 2 motionless Ghost Tower sect elders lying on either side. The situation is dire. Retreat is the best option. The elder with the scythe weapon, seeing the unfavorable situation, immediately decided that retreating was the best course of action. He spoke coldly, looking at her scurrying away. Trying to run, he raised his hand. Within this domain, no one could escape his grasp. Streams of spiritual energy rapidly rose from all around. It quickly formed a beam of light that shot straight towards her back, startling her into exclaiming, You? What are you doing? Chun Chang'an revealed an eerie smile, sticking out his tongue to lick his lips. Don't panic. I'm just upgrading your aptitude. Hearing this made her even more astonished. Upgrade my aptitude? You're giving it to me? Are you Although she said that, she genuinely felt a change within her. She mused. Is this an upgrade? No, I've never heard of such a thing. Is this something that can be used for? From above, a world-weary voice rang out. It's over now, isn't it? Can you stop for a bit? This unlucky brother Tian Lei has to come here to do a task. Seeing a familiar face, Chun Chang'an was delighted. Perfect timing. I was waiting. He immediately pointed, directing the heavenly lightning towards her, and spoke. Strike! Struck by the lightning, she cried out in pain. This move, her face looked high, her mouth agape. He's using lightning tribulation to upgrade my cultivation? It's so fast. I've never experienced anything this intense. She then wondered. But lo, Chun Chang'an was still exerting himself. His hand outstretched as if to tightly grasp her, an eerie smile on his. Involuntarily, she looked down and blushed, her eyes wide. Could he think highly of me? At this thought, her cheeks flushed. Qiu Tiantu's primal spirit, still hiding behind a large rock, observed the situation. He thought with deep regret. He talks so much crap. Aptitude, cultivation, he can just directly bestow it like that? Who is this guy? If I hadn't provoked him at first, perhaps I could have even curried favor. Hong Yi and Che Zini, standing outside, were also utterly confused. She wondered, why is Master upgrading her cultivation? Che Zini replied, I don't know. Master must have his own plans. Over there, the elder girl was now high as a kite. It's about to stop. My body can't take any more energy. She felt she had reached her. Along with her ecstatic scream, Tian Lei, witnessing this scene, was terrified out of his wits. You're stuffing people into other bodies again. You've made her achieve soul transformation. You're cheating. I've only just started this job a few days ago, and you're always bullying me. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to tell my Chin Chang'an didn't pay it much mind. He just stood there, powerfully waving his hand toward. The elder girl continued to scream incessantly, her mouth agape, her eyes rolled. Then, as if having overdosed on ecstasy, the energy within her body erupted into a massive explosion in the sky, transforming into countless streaks of energy that scattered. System then appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a first-stage soul transformation cultivator. You have received 2,000 points. Chun Chang'an looked at his palm and wondered, is getting soul transformation cultivators the only function of the system, or is it my current ability? But 2,000 points, that's a decent. Grand Elder finally woke up. Just as she awoke, witnessing that scene made her even more terrified. She stumbled back several steps, letting out a faint cry. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an cast a glance backward and spoke, "Oh, I forgot. There's still." She was extremely scared, raised her hands to shield her face, and cried out, "You! Don't come over." He immediately drew a luminous circle in the air and shot it towards her, replying, all right, I won't go over." The Grand Elder was suddenly enveloped by a wave of spiritual energy, causing her to cry out in fear, "No! Don't kill." Chun Chang'an put on a calm and indifferent expression. "I'm not killing you. I'm helping you advance your cultivation." However, after waiting for a while, no divine lightning descended. He looked up at the sky and wondered, why isn't the heavenly tribulation appearing? I didn't do anything wrong. Could it be that the hour isn't auspicious anymore? This heavenly tribulation is usually easy to command. I wonder if I can create one myself. Hearing this, the heavenly tribulation was so enraged it cursed, "Get lost, you." Seeing that his old trick wouldn't work, Chun Chang'an instantly ended her life, blood splattering everywhere. Oh well. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating a 4th-level nascent soul cultivator. You have gained 1,200 points. He thought to himself, this is indeed immortal cultivation, where people devour. After the battle, the sky was clear, calm, and perfect. Long Yi, Shizini, and Thap Bat Jia stood frozen in place, like statues. Could Master's cultivation have reached the immortal realm? Or is it even high? The system suddenly appeared. Bug detected. From now on, if the host wishes to use lightning tribulation to help someone advance their cultivation, it must rest for 1 month after each use. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 1 month cooldown? Why wasn't that there before? A bug? Is it another update? The system continued. System version 3.0 detected. Would you like to use 5,000 range points to upgrade to the Invincible version 3.0? Seeing no reaction from Chun Chang'an, the system continued. Current range points, 5,250. Would you like to exchange 5,250 points to expand the unrivaled domain? He replied, exchange. Of course I'll exchange. After a moment of activation, the system notified him. The unrivaled domain has been expanded. Current range, 74 meters. This moment, in some hidden corner, Qiu Tiantu's remaining immortal spirit fragment observed the scene in utter terror, thinking, too terrifying. I must escape from here immediately. Suddenly, the 3 demon kings seemed to sense something and looked up towards Qiu Tiantu's hiding. Chun Chang'an also spoke softly. Little brother, stop hiding. Come. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Tiantu nearly lost his soul. But he didn't have one left to. His arms crossed in a bored expression. He looked at Qiu Tiantu and thought, outside, fine, but did you really think I wouldn't detect you within my domain? Qiu Tiantu, looking utterly miserable and crying, scurried towards Chun Chang'an. Senior, this humble one was wrong. Please spare this humble one's life. He frantically spun around Chun Chang'an, blubbering, Senior, please don't kill me. This humble one is willing to be your cattle and horse. This humble one knows inside information about the sacred immortal sword. I promise to tell you everything. This humble one knows there's some hidden agenda behind the immortals descending to the mortal realm this time. This humble one knows the 365 Jade Maiden Heart Sutra techniques, guaranteeing to serve Senior comfortably and happily, with no pressure every day. This humble one is the sect master of the Ghost Bone sect. If Senior wants to destroy the Ghost Bone sect, or just take it over, this humble one is willing to be your servant. I only beg Senior to give this humble one chance. Qiu Tiantu kept spinning, making Chun Chang'an dizzy and nauseous, almost to the point of unable to bear it any longer. He angrily grabbed Qiu Tiantu's immortal spirit fragment and slammed it hard onto the. Then he picked it up and pinched its cheeks hard. You're very skilled. So, besides all that, what else can you— Looking at the crying Chiu Tiantu in front of him, he continued, turn into a chihuahua. Chiu Tiantu stopped crying, confused. What is a chihuahua? This humble one doesn't— After toying with him, Chun Chang'an threw him towards Shizini. This one is for you. When Bauer wakes up, hand it over to her to deal with. Shizini promptly replied, yes, master. He thought to himself, although this guy might still be useful, they dared to bully Bauer. How to handle him will be up. Hong Yi put her hands together and hesitantly asked, master, what about us? Seeing Hong Yi's hesitation, Chun Chang'an continued, I remember Bauer brought a chicken back with her. Why don't you go catch it? When Bauer wakes up, we'll roast chicken for her to nourish her. The chicken on the other side was still clueless about how to find its way out, sweating profusely and thinking, which way is home? Cluck. Chapter 13. After Chun Chang'an dealt with the Ghost Tower sect, he also healed Ling Bauer. At this moment, the master and disciple were fighting over roasted chicken. I want some too. Don't steal mine. And you, Hong Yi, you're eating like a pig, you should lose weight. Let me have the chicken breast. The demon kings were also jesting among themselves. Master, the roasted chicken leg is— Chun Chang'an thought to himself, right now my domain is only 74 meters. Forget the 10,000 mountains. Even around Mount Flying Immortal it's like a tiny bug. I must quickly gather as many range points as possible, not just to expand the invincible domain but also to upgrade the— He rubbed his chin again, pondering to quickly accumulate a lot of range points. I need to attract those who covet immortal bodies. But an immortal body not only drives demons and devils crazy, even Bauer and the 3 demons would find it hard to resist its— Having thought it through, Chun Chang'an raised the sacred immortal sword in front of him. Therefore, I can only rely on you, sacred immortal sword. The sword trembled and broke out in cold sweat upon hearing. He pointed directly at it. You stay here and release your aura as an immortal treasure. Attract all the demons and devils here for me. He thought to himself, demons and devils are inherently very sensitive to the aura of immortal treasures. They will be keen to detect it and will definitely come to contend. As he thought this, Chun Chang'an's face suddenly twisted into an extremely sinister smile. This way I can open the door to a new— Seeing Chun Chang'an's lewd expression as he sat there laughing loudly, Hong Yi bewilderedly turned to Shizini and Thap Bat Jia, whispering, what is master doing? Don't talk nonsense. Is he cultivating some kind of cultivation technique? Oh my, he looks like I do when I have hemorrhoids. I'd die if I— After some time passed, all 3 demon kings and Ling Bauer were fast asleep, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Only Chun Chang'an was sitting there, guarding the sword, waiting to see if any greedy individuals would appear, causing it to— Not only was he deprived of sleep, but he was also forced to work. Waiting all night for nothing made him furious. Damn it, why? An entire night, and not even a single demon has shown— Hearing his voice, Ling Bauer, who had been sleeping with her face buried in Hong Yi's chest, stirred awake. Is it time to— Thap Bat Jia was also awakened by the noise, rubbing his eyes and yawning. It's nearly noon. Oh my, master didn't sleep all night? That's amazing. Ling Bauer felt something wet underneath her and shrieked. What is this? Why is it so wet? It was Thap Bat Jia's— On the other side, Chun Chang'an furrowed his brow in anger, biting his hand. Where exactly did I go? Suddenly, the immortal spirit fragment of old Chiu Tiantu flew over from somewhere. Senior, this humble one knows what the problem is. He turned to him with a questioning sound and replied. Chiu Tiantu continued, looking at Ling Bauer and the others standing in their ready stances. It's like this. Because there are 3 demon kings in the temple. The demon kings emit very powerful auras, so the lesser demons wouldn't dare to— Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an became extremely annoyed. He glared at the group. So, it's because of you. 3 demon kings, thinking he was praising them, became extremely happy when he turned his head towards them. Shizini chuckled, coughing a few times. You flatter us. Thap Bat Jia flexed his muscles and said with a smile. But besides master, I haven't seen any demon with a physical body stronger than mine. Hong Yi chimed in. He's absolutely— Suddenly, Chun Chang'an turned around, extended his hand, and activated his invincible domain, saying, the system announced, the 3 demon kings' cultivation has been reduced to chi condensation. Upon hearing these words, the group, who had been full of vigor like 18-year-olds, immediately slumped like 60-year-old elders. They were utterly dejected. Only chi condensation cultivation? My chest. Even my chest muscles are gone. Oh my, master. Chiu Tiantu witnessed this scene and was utterly shocked, thinking, so powerful, so incredibly powerful. Even demon kings are being suppressed. From a distance, Chun Chang'an was still furiously approaching. What are you prattling on about? Are demon kings so— Chun Chang'an walked towards the sacred immortal sword, his eyes gleaming, a strange smile on his face. All obstacles in your way have been resolved. No one will dare to disturb our world anymore. Do it again. The sacred immortal sword felt like bursting into tears. Unable to bear it any longer, it immediately seized the opportunity to shoot away. But how could it escape Chun Chang'an? He reached out and pulled it back. Dare to run, huh? Come back. The sacred immortal sword was now tightly bound with a rope by Chun Chang'an and hung from a large tree. Alright, try running now, let me see. Bring out all your power as an immortal treasure and release it. With no other choice, the sword had to accept its fate. It released an enormous surge of energy that shot straight into the sky. He saw this and was overjoyed. This time it will surely attract all the demons and just as expected, from a distance. A demon with the body of a mantis stood there, looking up at the sky and exclaiming, "What?" Elsewhere, a giant demon with 8 legs also saw this scene, and its mouth curved into a joyful smile. Is that the sacred immortal sword? Its eyes were now gleaming brightly, its mouth chewing, revealing a set of sharp fangs. The sacred immortal sword. With the sacred immortal sword, I won't have to fear those bothersome cultivators. And in a certain bizarre-looking place with currents of dark red spiritual energy, several demons also sensed it. One flew up into the air and shouted, "I seem to feel the aura of an immortal artifact." The one below added, "I feel it." They're now drooling with desire. What are we waiting for? Let's go seize the immortal artifact. Immortal artifacts can only belong to us. Absolutely do not let the immortal artifact fall into the hands of those cultivators. After saying that, the entire group immediately flew into the air, causing a commotion in the area. A moment later, hundreds of thousands of demons and demonic beasts from all over had gathered in the sky, densely packed before the radiating spiritual energy. That was Chun Chang'an's Chun Chang'an clenched his fists, his face extremely wary. Demonic energy obscuring the sky and covering the earth, just like the day the longevity sect was destroyed? Or is it? The resolve surged. Today is the day their souls will scatter and their spirits will be annihilated. He unleashed a massive wave of spiritual power, and the demons died before they could even gasp, instantly vanished. Old Xiao Tiantu and Ling Bao's group witnessed this scene, turning pale with fear. Too terrifying, too terrifying. We absolutely must not provoke Senior's wrath. From now on, we must obediently serve him. I remember Ling Bao confiscated my 36 strategies for sycophancy. I must find an opportunity to get it. After a moment, he only saw their remnants scattered and falling, blood splattering everywhere. Chun Chang'an stood there, his face. An hour later, he looked ahead with sharp eyes, surprised. Are they all? He looked at them, utterly disappointed. Is there really nothing left to kill? Just then, the system announced, Name, Chun Chang'an. Realm, none. Special abilities, myriad spirits. Range points, 3,400. Range limit, 74 meters. He sighed dejectedly, thinking, I killed so many demons, yet I only gained 3,400 points. Upgrading the system to version 3.0 requires 5,000 points. These range points aren't nearly enough. He glanced at the sacred immortal sword, still tightly bound to the tree. It looked as if its soul was about to scatter. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Most of those attracted by the immortal sword were low-level demons. Where are the golden core cultivators? Why didn't any demon kings? Suddenly, he remembered something. Are the old nascent soul monsters too far away to sense it? Or are they waiting for? After some thought, Chun Chang'an crossed his arms, a look of profound boredom on his face. He spoke, Hong Yi, Thap Bat Jia. Shizini, I have a task. The three immediately appeared upon hearing his call, clasped their hands together, and loudly exclaimed. He looked at them, a slight smile playing on his lips. Spread the news of the immortal artifact in this immortal temple throughout the 10,000 mountains. The more nascent soul demons who know about it, the better. He actually wanted to fight a big. Chapter 14. Chun Chang'an stroked his chin thoughtfully and pressed. Which of you knows more about Cloud Province? Shizini heard him and proudly replied, Young master, I come from the Golden Python tribe in Cloud Province. Neither of them knows as much about Cloud Province as I do. Is there anything young master needs to instruct? Hong Yi suddenly darted over, pushed Shizini's arm aside, and pointed to herself. Me, young master, what about? After some deliberation, he began to assign tasks. All right, Hong Yi and Thap Bat Jia, you two will spread the news of the immortal treasure. As for Shizini, go to Cloud Province and investigate. Find out which force destroyed the longevity sect in the past, and while you're at it, gather information about the longevity sect's Wind Cloud Ascension. As he finished speaking, He extended his hand towards a distant patch of grass. From the grass, a stream of spiritual energy rose, forming several glowing golden luminous pills. If you find any news of him, send it back here immediately. If he encounters any danger, you must protect him at all costs. Chun Chang'an continued to move the luminous pills towards them. Take these spirit pearls with you. Once the mission is complete, I will not treat you unfairly. Hearing this, the group immediately shouted, Your subordinates will certainly complete the mission and not let young master down. He replied, Hurry now, don't. 1 week later, on a certain mountain, 2 prominent figures were flying on swords in the sky. The one on the right was the Nine-Swords sect master Ling Shirshan. The one on the left, whose hair was mostly white, was the Nine-Swords sect's grand elder, Ling. He spoke. Ahead is Mount Flying Immortal. Qiu Tiantu said that the dilapidated temple where Bauer lives is on this. Ling Shirshan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and he grunted. That brat Qiu Tiantu also said that an immortal treasure is in Bauer's hands. How could that? After a discussion, both men had arrived near Chun Chang'an's residence. Immortals are descending to the mortal realm to contend for the immortal treasure. This spells disaster. We must quickly bring Bauer back to the Nine Swords. Inside the immortal pavilion at this moment, Chun Chang'an was still lying down, eating candy, while Qiu Tiantu was massaging his shoulders and suddenly, as if sensing something within his domain, his eyes widened, and he let out a sound of surprise. Then he immediately sprang up from his seat, laughing loudly. Another nascent soul cultivator has arrived. However, Qiu Tiantu next to him couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity, thinking, such a familiar aura. What are those 2 undying old geezers, Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai, doing? He subtly retreated backward. I can't let those 2 old geezers see my cowardice. I must find a hiding. At this moment, Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai were already standing outside the immortal pavilion entrance. Chun Chang'an saw their unfamiliar faces and asked, Cultivators? Are you also here to contend for the immortal? Before he could finish speaking, Ling Bauer ran out from inside the house, still wearing an apron and holding a cooking spoon. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Father! She looked at Ling Shirshan and laughed loudly. Father, Uncle Hai, why are you 2 here? Seeing Ling Bauer's reaction, he was a little surprised. What? Father, Uncle Hai? So, they're acquaintances? What Hai? Ling Shirshan, with an angry face, raised his hand and loudly said, Ling Bauer, what are you doing? Why aren't you quickly coming back to the Nine-Swords sect? Upon hearing this, Ling Bauer immediately made an X shape with her hands, signaling, I don't want to. I want to stay with Matt. His face darkened. This child. Why are you so willful? The situation is changing so rapidly, and you're still... Wait, what? Matt Chun Chang'an, who was standing in a corner, ran over, pointed to his face and said, Ah! Ling Shirshan pointed directly at him and roared. Who is this? This good-for-nothing? Relying on him? This girl wants to anger me to death. Does... Ling Bauer's eyes went blank, her mouth agape, her hands flailing wildly to signal, Stop! Stop! Her whole body trembling. She thought, No, father, you can't say those words carelessly. Last time someone said that, their bones scattered everywhere. Master is incredibly powerful. He can smash a nascent soul cultivator to death with a single punch. Father, don't provoke him. Your daughter won't be able to see. Upon hearing this, Ling Shirshan flicked his hand powerfully, his robe sleeve flying back, and he scoffed. Smash a nascent soul cultivator to death with a single punch? With such incredible talent, why not just blow on them and kill a nascent soul cultivator? In hearing this, Chun Chang'an clapped his hands together and exclaimed, That's a good idea. I'll try it next. Witnessing his fearless expression, Ling Shirshan angrily pointed 2 fingers forward. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. I'll teach you a lesson and show you the immensity of heaven. And before he could even charge forward, he suddenly seemed to sense something behind him and turned his eyes towards them. His eyes widened then, utterly astonished by what he saw. This is... Outside the door at this moment stood Thap Bat Jia, clenching his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Hong Yi was also standing ready for battle. Nascent soul demon kings? Why are demon kings appearing? These powerful figures made Ling Shirshan slightly apprehensive, and he pondered hesitantly. The threat is too great. These demon kings must be here for the immortal treasure. That demon king's cultivation is much higher than mine. If we really fight, I'm afraid I won't be its opponent. The 10,000 mountains truly conceal crouching tigers and hidden dragons, extremely dangerous. Hong Yi then spoke up. Are you also here to contend for the immortal treasure? Hearing this, Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai stepped out, adopting a polite stance. Fellow Taoists, please wait. I am Ling Shirshan, sect master of the Nine Sword Sect, and this is Ling Hai, our Nine Sword Sect's Grand Elder. He continued, "We are not here for the immortal treasure." He thought to himself, "Too dangerous. We must quickly get Bauer out of—" A hint of malice flashed through Ling Shirshan's eyes, and a hidden smile played on his lips. These demons are unreasonable, especially powerful ones like demon kings. It's better to warn them first. It's fine if that brat dies at the hands of a demon king, but nothing can happen to— Interrupting his thoughts, Ling Bauer ran forward, a bright smile on her face. "Sister Hong Yi, they are my father and Uncle Hai. No, they're not bad people. Everyone, please don't fight. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." As if understanding the situation, Fat Bat Jia let out a sound of realization, while Hong Yi clasped her hands together. "So, they are young Master Bauer's relatives. Our apologies." Witnessing this scene, Ling Shirshan froze, completely Chun Chang'an, standing inside his house, coughed lightly and asked, "Have you two completed the task I assigned?" Hong Yi immediately scurried over, fawning. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has completed. One surprise after another left Ling Shirshan with wide, vacant eyes and an agape mouth, as if he couldn't believe his own hands, and he raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, muttering, "Bauer's lackey? A subordinate? Old Hai is going crazy? What kind of demonic magic have they fallen victim to?" Ling Bauer rushed over, not knowing where to begin. "Oh my goodness, dear father. Please stop dragging me into these gates of hell, I beg." Standing nearby, a thought flashed through Ling Hai's mind. These two demonic beasts, each ruling over their own territory, are calling this seemingly ordinary person their master. Is this person truly hiding something? Unless he's in the god transformation. Chun Chang'an raised a hand to stroke his chin, chuckling to himself. Should I get acquainted with Bauer's Grand Sword Sect? The more people, the stronger, after all. He then spoke aloud. "Ah, that's right, where—" Ling Bauer hurriedly pushed her father aside. "Master, just now, my father was asking about that day." Ling Hai immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands together. "Your esteemed self possesses profound hidden strength. Our sect master merely wished to protect his daughter and inadvertently offended your esteemed self. We hope your esteemed self will not take offense." Seeing this, he chuckled and waved his hand, replying, It's fine. We're all family." Ling Shirshan still had vacant, lifeless eyes. "What? Family? What family? This old man hasn't agreed to anything." Ling Bauer, seeing her father's stubbornness, became utterly exasperated. "Father, that's—" Ling Hai then continued, "But today we absolutely must take Bauer with us, for her own— We hope your esteemed self will not hinder us." As he spoke, he looked towards Chun Chang'an, seemingly probing for a reaction. She rushed forward, her face full of panic. "Why, father, Uncle Hai, I don't want to go back. I want to stay with Matt." Chun Chang'an then stepped forward, a smile on his face, and gently placed a hand on Ling Bauer's shoulder. "You two are Bauer's family. If Bauer wants to go with you, I naturally won't stop her. But she doesn't want to go, so please don't be so—" Hearing this, he explained, "If your esteemed self is already the master of a demon king, then your strength must be extraordinary. However, celestials are now descending to the mortal world to contend for immortal treasures. Even if your esteemed self possesses true strength, how can you contend with heavenly deities? It would be better for Bauer to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid life-threatening dangers." After hearing these words, Chun Chang'an's face suddenly— Immortals descending to the mortal— Ling Hai continued, "The Ghost Tower Sect's ascended ancestor has manifested. It likely won't be long before the Ghost Tower Sect brings its disciples to contend for the immortal treasure, and the Ghost Tower Sect has an immortal's assistance. How could someone like me possibly win?" Qiu Tiantu had appeared at some unknown point, chuckling gleefully to himself. The ancestor is about to descend to the mortal world. Doesn't that mean I'll soon be free from this? Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai's expressions visibly darkened. The Ghost Tower Sect Master, Qiu Tiantu, is extremely cunning, treacherous, and vicious. If your esteemed self encounters him, you must be careful. The hearts of immortals are unpredictable. It would be better for your esteemed self to give the immortal treasure to Qiu Tiantu, rather than losing your life due to— Qiu Tiantu, who was standing right there, boiling with rage at being slandered, roared, "You foolish old man! What nonsense are you spouting? I knew all along you lot were feigning kindness. A bunch of hypocrites. How dare you ruin my reputation behind my—" With that, he turned and fawningly clutched Chun Chang'an's shoulder. "Honored senior, you must be discerning. I don't covet that immortal sword at all. These two old dogs are slandering me. Senior, please don't believe—" By now, he no longer wished to hide. He turned to face the other two. From now on, I am Senior's man in life, and Senior's dog in death. I would never covet Senior's belongings, let alone that immortal sword. My lifelong wish is to be by Senior's side, devoted to Senior until my dying. Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai watched this, frozen to the spot, mouths agape. This is Qiu Tiantu's. He looked towards Chun Chang'an, who reached out and grasped Qiu Tiantu's soul. He has such a strong desire to live, he thought to himself. Can he truly contend with immortals? Didn't he just say we were all seeing Qiu Tiantu reduced to merely a soul? Baoer's father and Elder Hai exchanged telepathic messages. Elder Hai, this Qiu Tiantu is just a soul, and he's still fawning over this person. Could it be? At this point, even the old man didn't understand anything, and on the other side, seeing Qiu Tiantu's effusive display, Chun Chang'an felt a bit disgusted and pushed him away with his hand. You old man, you sure know how to talk. This left Qiu Tiantu to only manage an awkward. The two old men continued to exchange glances. So what should we do next? Do we really have to entrust Baoer to this person? Let this old man. After dealing with Qiu Tiantu, Chun Chang'an looked towards the two. It seems you two are still doubting me. Coincidentally, we have guests. I'll have to let you two witness my A slight smile touched his lips. Hong Yi, receive our guest. Suddenly, many voices called out, Hong Yi, in unison from behind, causing Hong Yi to look back in surprise. It turned out that the demonic beings from all over, informed by Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi, had swiftly arrived. Where is the place with the immortal treasure you spoke of? Where's the immortal treasure? Where is the youth-preserving immortal? He looked dismissively at Chun Chang'an, who stood in front. Is this brat the human you mentioned last time, the one occupying the immortal treasure? Seeing that the group had arrived, Hong Yi happily stepped forward and laughed aloud. Indeed, our young master has been waiting for you for a long. Meanwhile, Baoer's father looked at this group with an intimidated expression. Oh dear, these are all nascent soul kings. This is the first time I've seen 10 demon kings joining forces. Seeing her father trembling like a leaf, Ling Baoer held the sacred immortal sword and gently smiled to comfort him. Don't be afraid, father. Master is very powerful. These demonic beasts won't be able to steal anything. Look, this is an immortal treasure. Master even gave me such a good treasure. Ling Shirshan looked at the sword in his daughter's hand and exclaimed in astonishment. An immortal treasure? An immortal treasure is in your hands, and he just gave it to you? You unfilial child. Why didn't you say so sooner? It's over. Quickly put it away. Don't let those demon kings. But it was already too late. The demons outside had seen it and were gleefully laughing. Immortal treasure. Kill them and seize the immortal treasure. They bared their sharp teeth and grinned. Hand over that girl to me. I'll make her wither, both immortal and mortal. Look at her delicious figure. The one in front replied, that brat is mine. I want to eat him, make him nutrition for my child who's about to be born. I thought he was a man, but it turns out he's a woman. What an ice. Seeing their insolence, Chun Chang'an looked towards Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai and declared, you two, watch close. He then raised his hands and performed a hand exercise. His limbs flailed about then he jumped up, dancing wild. The demonic beasts watched this scene, not understanding what was happening, their expressions extremely displeased. Big brother, he seems to be crazy. Damn it. It seems he's humiliating. Even Baoer's family members couldn't stomach this sight, looking utterly exasperated. He makes no sense. Can he really defeat 10 demon kings? Ling Hai added, he probably can. Baoer, feeling embarrassed, quickly stepped forward to explain. Father, Uncle Hai, Master isn't usually like this. Really true. Only Hong Yi adored him unconditionally. She brought her hands to her cheeks, her face flushed crimson. Oh, Master is so handsome. This made Tuoba Yi, standing beside her, break out in a cold. At this moment, Chun Chang'an seemed to have finished his warm-up. He raised both hands in front of him, a smile playing on his lips, and said, made his move. With just a snap of his fingers, the demon kings exploded like fire. System announced, congratulations, host, you have received 12,000 domain points. You have now accumulated 15,450 points. Would you like to upgrade to version 3.0? This was an easy question to answer. Choose. Upgrade. He enunciated each word, his face beaming with. On the other side, beneath the red rain, all the spectators stared blankly at Chun Chang'an. It was too fast, just a blink of. Baoer's father and Ling Hai trembled, stammering. Just like that, and he wiped out 10 demonic beasts? Doesn't strength like this mean he holds the power over all creation in his hands? the power over all creation. Ling Shirshan glanced at Ling Hai, his face beaded with sweat, thinking, could he be in a... Ling Hai's face was no less alarmed upon hearing this. Impossible. Immortals must ascend to become heavenly deities. Even if they descend to the mortal world, the laws of the 9 continents cannot withstand an immortal's presence, and they would be suppressed by those laws, causing their strength to rapidly diminish. They absolutely cannot remain on the 9 continents. Thinking this, both of them looked forward again. Yet he can easily wield the power over all creation, and his expression shows no surprise when immortals are mentioned. Could it be that he is the legendary immortal slayer, the one who can annihilate immortals? An immortal slayer. Bauer found such a master. Damn it. I'm actually a little envious. Tell me, if I were to take him as my master, would he accept? On the other side, Chun Chang'an was inwardly patting himself on the back. My efforts reading those wish fulfillment novels weren't in vain. I'm so cool pretending like this. It's a shame pretending to be cool doesn't grant any points. Otherwise I'd already be dominating the Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded to version 3.0. New function unlocked. Celestial Stride Path. Streams of spiritual energy surged from nowhere, carrying Chun Chang'an's body into... The 3 members of Ling Bao's family seemed to catch the scent of spirit pills and wonder elixirs from him, their faces becoming hazy. This smell... What is this smell? I want to... Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi also found it hard to resist this irresistible aroma. Fragrant. So fragrant. I want to... Realizing this, he was utterly alarmed. What's going on? The seals restricting my immortal physique have completely vanished. He turned to see the Demon Kings and Ling Bao's entire family, having lost control, running towards him, shouting, "Give it to me! He immediately unleashed a palm strike, thinking, this single palm strike sent Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi pressing downwards. Ling Hai, unable to avoid it, was also caught in the crossfire. Who told them to stand so? After knocking everyone out, Chun Chang'an stood dumbfounded and motionless. Oh heavens! After upgrading, the restrictions on my immortal physique are gone. What do I do? The system displayed, Immortal Tao Scripture. I am the immortal. All words and actions are the true intent of a celestial, preserving the truth of the Grand Tao. Can expand functions. After reading these words, he felt a little curious and immediately wanted to try it. Immortal Tao Scripture, huh? Let me try. The system continued. Immortal Tao Scripture can use an immortal veil to shroud the host's body, not only concealing your appearance but also the aura of your immortal. Upon hearing this, he immediately waved his hands, following the instructions like a robot. After a flurry of movements, his face darkened. The Immortal Tao Scripture can be used this way too? Well, at least the new function has a little bit to do with immortal. But can it be a bit more useful? Your shoddy skills are no better than a light bulb. The system displayed, Host, you can use the functions of the Immortal Tao Scripture however you wish. Dear host, before upgrading to version 3.0, you received a fish transformation grand gift. Would you like to Just hearing this, Chun Chang'an was filled with excitement. He folded the red string on his forehead and loudly said, Open! The beep! The system displayed again. Because host has opened the fish transformation grand gift, host has received the Mirror Flower, Water Moon function. You have also received an Immortal Tao Eternity Trial card. The Immortal Tao Eternity Trial card function can only be used once. Please choose its purpose of... Hearing this, he held up the trial card in front of him, examining it for a while. A trial card, huh? Can only be used... The system replied, Immortal Tao Eternity can immortalize things. Ordinary items will transform into true immortal artifacts. Chun Chang'an quickly shot up, his eyes wide. What if I use it on myself? He thought. Wouldn't I become an immortal then? Freed from this dilapidated... System seemed to want to gag this abnormal host. Immortal Tao Eternity can only be used on objects. Host is not an object. Hearing this, he was quite annoyed. He fluttered the card in his hand. Then what use is this thing? If I use it on the Invincible domain, then when the domain expands later, will its function also increase? Upon receiving the question, it replied, as long as host spends 5,000 domain points, then later, when the Invincible domain expands, the functions of Immortal Tao Eternity will also increase accordingly, and other gameplay modes will be on. A sly smile played on his lips, revealing a cunning expression. Other gameplay modes, huh? Sounds pretty interesting. And I have enough domain points now, so I'll spend this. After a deduction, the system displayed, 5,000 domain points have been deducted. The Invincible domain will receive the functions of Immortal Tao Eternity. Forevermore, the domain will become a divine land. From now on, Anyone cultivating within this territory will become an immortal, and cultivation will be much faster. Suddenly, from a nearby pond, strange sound caught Chan Chang'an's attention, and he turned out that a very beautiful little girl had appeared, lying there with her eyes tightly closed. The little girl suddenly opened her big, round, pretty eyes, looked towards him and softly said, "Matt." Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai were wandering in the garden of the Immortal Temple. Seeing the abundant sunlight and vigorous life energy there, they were incredibly surprised. This immortal aura, little girl with golden hair from earlier flashed a pretty smile and ran towards Chun. He was lying very comfortably, leaning against Hong Yi, enjoying the fresh air. A spirit herb taking human. Ling Shirshan, drenched in sweat, said to Ling Hai, "Elder Hai, didn't we just take a nap? Did we ascend to the immortal realm already?" Ling Hai, no less bewildered, replied, "We're probably still in the immortal temple, but these changes here are likely due to the touch of that." After hearing this, Ling Shirshan clutched Elder Ling Hai's head. Both were terrified. Is the immortal slayer truly that powerful? That is only thousands of years ago, the immortal slayer commanded the winds and clouds in the upper realm, slaughtering countless immortals there. He is an utterly extraordinary existence. He looked towards Chun Chang'an, imagining a scene of him standing atop a mountain of corpses, slaughtering endlessly. Now, with this senior here, I no longer need to fear A smile touched Elder Ling Hai's lips, his face unable to hide his joy. At this moment, our grand sword set. Just as he was speaking, Ling Shirshan suddenly grabbed his beard and tugged it repeatedly. But back then, he was a dignified immortal slayer. Will a descending immortal truly help us? Ling Hai cried out in pain. You fool! Based on Bao's relationship with him, as long as we don't get in his way, you're Bao's father, so why would he ignore? Ling Shirshan then gently whispered to Ling Hai. Now that the Ghost Tower sect is leaderless, we can deal with them. Let's take the initiative and bring Senior onto our... Ling Hai shared the same grand vision. He replied, "This old man has been toiling for nearly 100 years. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Now that the Immortal Slayer has appeared, if we don't seize this chance now, we won't even get a turn later, even if we..." After they had discussed for a while, Ling Shirshan proactively ran to Chun Chang'an and clasped his hands together, speaking loudly, "Senior!" At this moment, Chun Chang'an was still playfully interacting with Xiao, pinched her cheek, making her squeal. Ling Shirshan and Ling Hai put on extremely serious expressions and said, "We have troubled you for too long. We should take our leave now. We apologize for our previous offense, and hope Senior will be magnanimous and overlook it. Our daughter will also be troubling you from now on." Hearing this, he, still pinching Xiaoban's cheek, gently replied, It's fine. Come visit often in the future." "Oh, that's right," Chun Chang'an said, pointing to his own face. "If any immortal causes trouble for you, just tell them to come see me. I'll be waiting for them." That high-level expert must have extensive knowledge, he thought to himself. However, Ling Shirshan completely misunderstood his meaning. Moved to tears, he said, "Senior." In his heart, he rejoiced. Senior is truly a good person. He's taking on the immortal's matter himself, not wanting to implicate. Thinking this, he put on a trustworthy expression, raising a fist. "Senior, rest assured, the Grand Sword Sect will absolutely not hinder Senior. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for Senior. Senior, please await our news." After hearing these words, Chun Chang'an's face went blank with confusion. Before he could say anything more, scratching his head behind them, Ling Shirshan hurriedly ran up to Ling Baoer and patted her head. "Good daughter, you must listen to Senior. If any friction arises, it might just be a great opportunity for you." She replied with a sad expression, "Father, are you leaving already? Stay a few more days. You didn't say anything like this when you first arrived." Suddenly, Chun Chang'an saw Xiaoban shrinking in his palm. He asked anxiously, "What's going on? Why has Xiaoban returned to her original..." He quickly held the little girl up to Hong Yi. "Hong Yi, quickly help me take a look." Hong Yi, hearing this, also rushed over, her face filled with worry. "Let me..." Her gaze suddenly paused, and she let out a... Hong Yi smiled at Chun Chang'an. "Xiaoban has entered the path of spirits." He heard this and asked again, "Path of spirits?" She then explained, "Before plants take human form, they are not considered demons. They are only called sprites. To truly become a spirit, one must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, purifying and integrating it day and night to enter the path of spirits and begin cult." She recalled the past. "Initially, when I entered the path of spirits, it took a very long time, and I was considered a genius within the celestial fox. Yet Xiaoban used less than a day. With such innate talent, she will likely soon surpass the 9th rank, making her a peerless genius among the spirit race. Her current inability to maintain her human form is probably because she has just entered the path of spirits and hasn't cultivated a spirit cultivation technique, thus not knowing how to control her spiritual. Looking at Xiaoban, who had transformed into a tiny baby lying in Chen Chang'an's palm, she continued, if she has a suitable cultivation technique, Xiaoban can control her spiritual energy. Her body won't suddenly shrink anymore, and her physique will undergo new change. Hearing this, he immediately imagined Xiaoban having grown into an incredibly beautiful young woman. Daddy, aren't you tired? Come rest here. You're so talented at helping us. His face became more cunning than ever, a smile playing on his lips, though it was unclear what he was. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an pointed at Hong Yi and said, Hong Yi, aren't you a demon king? Your cultivation technique is quite suitable to pass on to Xiaoban. You are the subordinate I trust the most, so I'm entrusting you with the task of imparting a cultivation technique to Xiao. Hong Yi's face suddenly flushed red. She covered her mouth, unable to believe her ears. Most trusted? The young master's magic power is boundless, his cultivation profound, and he could personally impart a spirit cultivation technique to Xiaoban. Yet he's entrusting it to me. She thought to herself, I understand now. The young master must know the characteristics of the Celestial Fox clan's cultivation techniques, and he clearly understands that because of the restrictions on my body, I cannot impart cultivation techniques. That's why he deliberately set this test and trial for me. Finished with her thoughts, she clasped her hands respectfully. Hong Yi will certainly pass this trial. I will immediately take Xiaoban back to the clan and ensure she obtains her own cultivation technique. I will not disappoint the young master. Chen Chang'an asked, a hint of seriousness in his tone. Hong Yi smiled and continued. Perhaps Xiaoban will become the young master's capable right-hand woman, no doubt. With Xiaoban's talent, she thought inwardly, and a master of this caliber, the elders will surely not be able to refuse. I am securing a strong backing for the fox. Seeing Hong Yi agree, Chen Chang'an quickly placed the avatar into her palm, making her utterly stunned. Hong Yi, my future happiness, my companion. All of it depends. He watched Hong Yi and the avatar leave, shedding crocodile tears, waving his handkerchief. Go quickly and return quickly. I await good news from you. After a moment of crying, he dabbed his eyes with the handkerchief. They're all gone. It's so quiet. Suddenly, Silver Waterfall Pestle rushed up close to him and said. He asked again, what? Silver Waterfall Pestle put on a delicate maiden-like expression, winking at him. Master, you still have me. Chen Chang'an was completely startled, freezing in bewilderment. Just as he said this, Silver Waterfall Pestle immediately rubbed against him. I can serve you. This made Chen Chang'an exclaim in panic. Serve me? Let go. You let go. But Silver Waterfall Pestle wouldn't let up. I know many techniques. He warned again. I'm warning you. Don't you dare touch me, or I'll cook you into hot. At this moment, Ling Bauer, hiding behind a door, witnessed the scene and Chen Chang'an's shouts, and couldn't help but shudder, her face turning. Time quickly passed, and a few days later, a giant snake head bared its sharp fangs. It then snapped straight at Chen Chang'an's head, and his body was tightly coiled. In an instant, his clone was destroyed by the snake again, and it seemed it wasn't the first. This made him furious. Twice now, my clone has been destroyed by that snake. The day will come when I'll skin that snake myself. Ling Bauer and Silver Waterfall Pestle, seeing his anger but not understanding why, could only hide outside the door and eat. Then he loudly called out, Bauer, I want snake soup for lunch today. Upon hearing this, Ling Bauer immediately grabbed the snake in her hand and ran over. Yes, master. No problem. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Function. Mirror flower, water moon. Clone, no cultivation. Reached 500 domain points. Foundation building reached 2,000 points. Nascent soul stage, 3,000 points. Soul transformation stage, 5,000 points. Earth immortal realm, 100 points. Immortal realm, 300 points. More unlocking. Looking at the system panel, Chen Chang'an mused, the clone's cohesion level fundamentally depends on how many points are spent. The more points consumed, the stronger the clone's. He imagined himself and his clone being perfectly matched in thought and spirit, and that he could merge his consciousness with the clone, much like watching a movie with VR glasses, though it felt a bit. He punched his clone in the face. A clone, once killed, would automatically dissipate, leaving only its memories of experiences behind, with no impact on the true. After thinking this, Chen Chang'an tossed and turned in bed, shouting loudly, I want to try more experiments. but I only have 4,950 points left. I can only exchange for a nascent soul stage clone. I'm so poor. When will those immortals arrive? The landlord's house is almost out of Ling Bauer, who was butchering the snake to make soup for her master in the kitchen, suddenly felt a strange surge of spiritual energy and looked up at the sky. Demonic Chen Chang'an also sensed it. His face lit up with anticipation. Another great Chen Chang'an crossed his arms over his chest and said with great interest, "Another great demon has arrived." Outside the main gate, there was a rapid knocking and a soft voice asking, "Excuse." Both he and Ling Bauer were startled and stunned. Looking at a stunningly beautiful fox spirit woman pushed the door open, stepped in, and softly asked, "Is Senior Chen Chang?" His eyes brimming with adoration, he clenched his fists and said, "Where did this great beauty come from?" Ling Bauer's eyes also sparkled as she exclaimed, "Master, she's so beautiful. Her legs are so fair. What a beautiful..." He appeared before the fox-eared woman in the blink of an eye, a flower in his mouth as he struck a pose, saying, "I'm the one you're looking for, fair lady. Hello, I am Chen Chang'an." She immediately bowed and said, "Greetings." She clasped her hands and introduced herself, "Senior, I am Baiyu of the ancient heavenly fox tribe, entrusted by Hong Yi. I have something to tell you, Senior." He was startled upon hearing this. Why didn't Hong Yi come herself? Could it be? His face immediately darkened when he heard her say, "Little sister Hong Yi has been imprisoned." Space fell into a silent void. At the Nine Swords sect, Ling Hai stood upright amidst a pile of rubble, surrounded by the scattered corpses of the Nine Swords sect. He looked up at the sky, his face full of despair, and said, "It's over. It's truly over." Sweat-soaked, Ling Hai lowered his head and thought to himself, if only one immortal had descended senior as a horizontal 6 immortal, might not be able to cope. But now, looking up at the sky, 12 figures stood like tigers stalking their prey. They've descended to the mortal realm. There are 12 immortals. The old ancestor's eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light as he roared deeply, "The holy immortal sword, where is it?" Ling Hai and the surviving disciples were all heavily pressed down by his might. With his hands braced against the ground, he struggled to answer, "This junior does not." Suddenly, a tall, slender man with earrings approached, smiling. "Old ghost, stop beating around the bush. Just extract his soul directly, and it's done." Ling Hai's face instantly filled with terror, and he cried out. He placed his hand on Ling Hai's head and shouted, "Soul extraction." Light emanated from his hand, and Ling Hai screamed in agony. Soul extraction was a sinister secret technique of demonic sects. Those afflicted would become imbeciles and slowly waste. After seeing Ling Hai's memories, he laughed and said, "Interesting. This descent to the mortal realm actually has a legendary horizontal 6. A four-armed man approached, disbelievingly asking, "How can that be? The horizontal 6 immortal disappeared 10,000 years ago. How could such an alarming existence appear during this descent to the mortal realm?" The tall, slender man with earrings flung Ling Hai aside and chuckled. "This old man's memories contain only one thing. The holy immortal sword we seek is in his hand." The old ancestor clasped his hands behind his back and confidently declared, "What is there to fear? No one in this mortal realm descent is our match. Even the legendary horizontal 6 immortal, facing us 12 immortal generals, would find it hard to escape death in the end. These foolish, lowly people must have been deceived or drugged. There's no need to pay them any mind. Let's go, time is short. We should go reclaim the revered holy..." The tall, slender man with earrings smirked, revealing his sharp. Then he rushed forward, his voice full of excitement, saying, "Let's go. I'll lead the way. Let's go broaden our horizons and witness this horizontal 6." Dusk enveloped the entire cultivation sacred land of the Heavenly Fox tribe, a truly peaceful scene. The Heavenly Fox Demon Empress, Ning Su, sat by the window, looking up and saying, "Such immense immortal might. It seems immortals have descended to the mortal..." A purple-haired fox demoness stepped in and reported respectfully, "Matriarch, Hong Yi, and the Avatar are still unwilling to stay within the tribe. We have stopped them." Hong Yi said she wishes to meet. She hesitantly whispered, "But Matriarch, why must we insist on keeping that fox demoness? She has no cultivation whatsoever." Nisu glanced at her and snapped, "What do you understand?" She propped her chin and explained, "Although she currently has no cultivation, her innate talent has surpassed the 9th rank. She is a monstrous existence within the demon tribe. Furthermore, her original demon form was merely an ordinary azure root branch." The purple-haired fox demoness exclaimed in disbelief, "How can that?" Her eyes glowed crimson as she said, "You see her currently without cultivation, But once she cultivates, her progress will be by leaps and bounds. By then, not to mention soul transformation, becoming an immortal would only take an instant. And we would also gain a solid backing. This, for the development of our tribe, is all benefit and no understanding. She bowed her head and respectfully replied. So that's how it is. The matriarch's foresight is truly great. Ningsu stood up, turned around, and ordered, "All right, let's go. Go meet that." The scene shifted to the prison. Light shone from above into the dark dungeon. Hong Yi and the Avatar were tied up, with 2 guards standing watch inside. The Avatar dangled in mid-air, crying. Just then, Ningsu and the others descended the steps, one by one. Seeing Ningsu before her, Hong Yi cried out, "Matriarch!" She looked at Hong Yi and asked, "Hong Yi, are you still unwilling to stay in the—" She frowned and replied, "Yes, Hong Yi is unwilling." This time, Hong Yi came bearing her master's mission. If the matriarch does not wish for the Avatar to study the cultivation method, then please let us. The male fox spirit following behind said, "Master? A grand genius of the heavenly fox bloodline, willingly taking a lowly human as master? Hong Yi, you've fallen." The red-eyed, short-haired fox demoness, with arms akimbo, mocked. "Accepting a master is one thing, but you don't even try to hide it. You want other fox tribe members to know about the ancient heavenly fox bloodline? We'll be a laughingstock." The purple-haired fox demoness added, "Humans are simply unworthy to be our masters. Hong Yi, sister, don't cling stubbornly to your error any longer. Listen to the matriarch." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi grew furious and roared. A wave of power erupted from her, sweeping across towards them as she shouted, "You are not allowed to insult my man." Ningsu calmly waved her hand, instantly stopping all of Hong Yi's power. Everything returned to. She approached seriously and said, "Your breakthrough in ranks is quite fast. With this strength, and the tribe's nurturing, don't be ungrateful." Hong Yi replied, "My rapid breakthrough is all thanks to my master's efforts. My master's strength is formidable, profound, and unfathomable. As long as I continue to stay by master's side, becoming an immortal is only a matter of—" She earnestly pleaded, "Matriarch, please believe me. As long as we establish good relations with my master, the future benefits for our heavenly fox tribe will only be great, not—" Ningsu heard this and curled her lips in a sneer. "Is this master you speak of stronger than the immortals who have descended? The strongest mortals only reach the soul transformation stage. Those who overcome tribulations would have long since ascended to the upper realm. At best, he's only at the soul transformation stage." She leaned closer and continued, "Now that immortals have descended to the world, as long as that immortal treasure remains in your master's hands, the immortals will eventually find him. By then, he'll find it hard to—" Having finished speaking, she turned and left, reminding her, "Hong Yi, think carefully. Is your master's life more important, or your own? Perhaps, by then, you'll have to thank me for tying you up here, for helping you escape a Hong Yi heard this and anxiously thought to herself, "I must find a way to escape and return to my master's." Above the immortal temple, crimson rays of light. You looked at the crimson halos high above and thought to herself, "This is immortal might. It seems immortals have descended to the world. If little sister Hong Yi's words are true and the immortal treasure is in senior's hands, then I can't just keep waiting. I must find a way to leave." She turned her head to look at Chun Chang'an, who was sitting, and softly called. Seeing his grim expression, she thought to herself, "Senior must have sensed the presence of the immortals, which is why his expression is so—" Chun Chang'an's expression darkened inscrutably, and he laughed loudly, saying, "You ancient heavenly fox tribe are truly audacious." He gritted his teeth and angrily roared, "How dare you imprison my people? You're utterly courting—" Hearing these words, you couldn't help but be surprised. Immortals were about to arrive, yet Senior wasn't worried about his own safety, but about Hong Yi and the Avatar being imprisoned. Punched the ground powerfully, sending shattered rocks flying, and said, You go tell that old matriarch. Release Hong Yi and the Avatar within 3 days. Otherwise," she looked at him and thought, "Does he even care about immortals?" He clenched his wrist, his crimson eyes gleaming as he continued, "You'll bear the consequences yourself." Sweat poured down her body like a spring. She bowed her head and replied, "Yet," she added worriedly, "Senior, I will speak to the matriarch about Hong Yi and the Avatar. But now that immortals have descended to the world, do you need—" He heard this, lightly blew out a breath, and replied without a care, "Immortals? How strong can they—" He stroked his chin and smiled with interest. "If they've descended to the world, I'm actually waiting for them to arrive. After all, such bargains aren't always—" The system panel appeared, System level 3.0. Name, Chan Chang'an. Points, 50. Negative points, 4,900. Skills, activate Myriad Life Domain. Immortal Dao's Far Reach. Special functions, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, permanent. Immortal Dao's Eternal Existence, permanent. Area range, 123 m plus 49. Golden ray of light appeared, heading towards a mountain peak. Thunder and lightning rumbled down from the sky, striking the ground. All the demons in this place were terrified, trembling and kneeling prostrate, not daring to. The green-haired fiend and the red-haired fiend looked on, their faces filled with terror and sweating profusely at the terrifying scene unfolding. The whole group asked in panic, covering their mouths. The 100,000 great mountains haven't seen an immortal descend in thousands of years. What is this immortal's purpose in coming? Ningsu stood in front, looking into the mirror and replied, not one, but a full 12 of them. She thought to herself, my eyes are very keen. I haven't seen wrong. She then clicked her tongue and added, one immortal alone could sweep clean the 100,000 great mountains. A formation like this we haven't seen in thousands of years. In the mirror were 12 immortals using a heavenly grade technique, peering into heaven, rushing towards where Chan Chang'an was. Ningsu stated decisively, a nameless cultivator in the flying immortal mountain, relying on his meager strength, stole an immortal treasure and thus got involved in a great calamity. This time he's sure to die. I made the right choice. These immortals came only for the immortal treasure. If I hadn't imprisoned Hong Yi and the Avatar, we would hardly escape this calamity. I want to see this with my own eyes. The green-haired demon behind her exclaimed, how magnificent! It's so rare to observe immortals making a move. Ningsu narrowed her eyes, thinking, what will that Chan Chang'an use to withstand the immortal? 12 immortals immediately appeared above his residence. They looked down, exclaiming in confusion, immortal chi? How can the lower realm have immortal? Looking at the beautiful scenery below, a surprised voice rang out. The pink-haired young man pointed at an ancient tree and said, immortal script, immortal chi, and even an immortal tree newly bearing fruit. The green-haired woman also exclaimed in surprise, I never expected the lower realm to have such an immortal paradise. The old ancestor heard this, his face full of excitement. This piece of immortal paradise must be brought back to the Black Tortoise immortal domain. If we have this immortal domain, our cultivation will definitely skyrocket. Inside the immortal temple, Chan Chang'an was making binoculars with his hands, looking towards the approaching group of immortals. He slowly counted and then happily said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 immortals. This is shimmering domain. Ling Bauer, sitting near him, heard these words and trembled all over, disbelievingly asking, 12 immortals? Silver Waterfall Pestle also broke out in a sweat, her voice trembling as she said, young master, what do we? Her pale face nestled into him. Esteemed master, I'm a little scared. He comforted her. With me here, what are you afraid? Suddenly, all three of them flinched, seeing a figure fall from the roof, sending dust billowing everywhere. Silver Waterfall Pestle exclaimed as if struck by lightning. Isn't this that old man from? Ling Bauer trembled all over and stuttered. Old man. The immortals above threw Ling Hai's corpse down and looked towards Chan Chang'an, asking, are you the horizontal six? Chan Chang'an angrily roared, if you want to seize the sword, come find me. What kind of ability is that, involving innocent? The old ancestor heard this and said, do ants of the lower realm even deserve to question us? A long-haired woman covered her mouth and chuckled, then continued, those ants from the Nine Swords sect didn't listen and dared to hide the whereabouts of the holy sword. Now they've all gone to meet the king of... Tall, slender man with earrings interjected, stop talking nonsense. Kill him and immediately go find the holy sword. Suddenly, a golden wave of sword chi shot straight out from inside towards the group, startling and astonished. The blonde woman chuckled and praised, how courageous! That little girl is holding Master's holy immortal sword. Ling Bauer, her eyes filled with tears, gritted her teeth and glared at the group with... All 12 immortals were stunned by this scene. Unable to stand still any longer, the old ancestor's eyes emitted purple rays of light as he roared furiously. How can my master's sword be wielded by you mere ants? As soon as he finished speaking, a phantom of a skeletal figure immediately appeared, swinging a blade and chopping fiercely towards Ling. At that hair's breadth moment, Chan Chang'an instantly appeared before her, slashing out with a single strike that shattered the giant skeletal phantom without the slightest difficulty. He spoke with full arrogance. You dare to lay a hand on my The immortals behind him started laughing mockingly. He blocked the old demon's attack. Old demon, you're weak now. You can't even crush an ant. The old demon snorted coldly in response. I only used a fraction of my... The old ancestor beside him pondered. But that brat could block my attack. He probably has a trump card. We mustn't be careless. The long-haired man next to him chimed in. It's fine. There are so many of us, we can easily... At this moment, the sword was suddenly thrown forcefully to the ground by Ling. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst into sobs. Master, you're gone. And the soaring sword sect is also no... With a face full of anger, he hugged her close. I have no home anymore. Her cries... Suddenly, a scene from the past flooded his eyes were bloodshot, brimming with overflowing... Chun Chang'an reached out and wiped away Ling Baoer's tears. My disciple, don't... After speaking, he picked up the immortal sword, and lines of heavenly mandate appeared around. A terrifying power emanated from him as he said in a deep voice, Today, I, your master, shall slay immortals and hearing these words, the purple-haired woman burst out laughing, exclaiming, Oh my, I'm so scared. Who gave him the courage to say such a thing? So brave. The fat man also laughed, chiming in, Kill us? This venerable one's spit alone could kill. A pink-haired woman, calmly holding a magic incantation in her hand, interrupted. All right, Immortal Venerable is losing patience. We don't have much time left in the lower realm. Let's quickly retrieve the immortal sword. After we have the immortal sword, it won't be too late to kill this. The people behind agreed. That's right. To avoid any surprises, let's just retrieve the sacred sword first. Then, they collectively began to chant the spell. Sword, sky, white clouds, brilliant light. Clouds slowly drifted by. A minute later, everything remained perfectly peaceful. Nothing at all. The old ancestor asked incredulously, What's wrong? Why isn't the sacred sword reacting? The pink-haired woman replied, This incantation was personally taught by the immortal venerable. We should be able to use it as long as we're close to the immortal sword. Why isn't it react? Someone hearing this interjected, Could it be that the distance is still too great? Another replied, Then let's get a little The pink-haired woman once again chanted the incantation. Sword, seeing the three people below still standing motionless with nothing happening made her even more confused. Sweating, she said, How could Master's incantation be ineffective? The sacred sword couldn't possibly fail to react. What exactly is going on? A black-haired man behind her speculated. Could it be that the sacred sword has been controlled by that? At this moment, below, Chun Chang'an looked at the sacred sword in his hand and shouted, If you want to return, then return. I won't stop. The immortal wearing prayer beads shouted, Let me go up, but was stopped by the purple-haired woman's raised hand. Wait, she said. This person is extremely strange. Let me test him. Saying this, she began to chant a spell, causing lightning and thunder to erupt. Immediately, the sky turned pitch black, and countless lightning bolts struck down. Heavenly lightning is the law of heaven of the lower realm, restraining cultivators who defy the heavenly Tao. Lowly immortal cultivators in the lower realm can never contend against the heavenly Tao. We can still kill him with our techniques. The sacred immortal sword was forged by Master using 10,000-year profound iron. So there's nothing to worry. In the middle of the sky, a colossal energy orb, emitting bright lightning bolts, appeared and grew larger and larger. It spoke like a sentient spirit, plunging straight down and shouting, I, the Invincible One, have appeared again. Let me see how I should hack this. The purple-haired immortal woman, with that expression, also unleashed her technique directly towards Chun Chang'an, saying, Oh, hack him? I love hacking people the most. Let me... Gazing at the approaching attack, Chun Chang'an didn't move or react at all. He simply looked up, his eyes empty and emotional. As the technique drew closer to him, the lightning orb quickly recognized this familiar face. It was so frightened that it broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, Oh heavens, why is it? Oh, I'm screwed. Immediately, it spun 180 degrees and shot back up into the sky. Big trouble. Whoever wants to hack, go ahead and... Goodbye, you idiot. The purple-haired woman saw this and wondered in astonishment. How does it know how to insult? Chun Chang'an, still with his calm demeanor, flashed a bright smile and spoke. Is that all? Little sister, you're a terrifying immortal, aren't you? You immortals might look formidable, but in reality you're tiny, quite disappointing. These provocative words made all the immortals' blood boil with fury, their eyes gleaming with hatred. The old ancestor replied, Our immortal power is not something mere mortal cultivators can compare. With that, he directly gestured, ordering the immortals behind him to charge forward. Stop talking nonsense with him. As before, Chun Chang'an showed no fear, a slight smile playing on his lips. Oh, not bad. 12 people. This, he directly grabbed the immortal sword and swung a blow towards them, shouting, "Mine is very big. You guys prepare for a..." Witnessing this incredibly violent strike, an immortal immediately realized and cried out in panic. Times have changed. That's no mortal. Dodge quickly. But it seemed everything was too late. With just one strike, he obliterated the immortals on the spot before they could even. The immortals standing behind secretly felt lucky and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we escaped his sword strike. Otherwise, the purple-haired woman pointed forward and exclaimed, "Wait!" Right before them, the space had been torn open into a vast, incredibly wondrous membrane. The 9 provinces continent has its own Dharma body, and we are immortals from the Black Tortoise immortal domain in the upper. As she spoke, the purple-haired woman's entire body trembled rhythmically with fear. Even stronger beings can't tear a rift in space, yet this brat managed to do it. Only now did the old ancestor and the other immortals realize that this was not someone they could afford to offend, their faces turning aghast. How is this possible? Only someone whose Dharma body power surpasses the 9 provinces' great formation can destroy the heavenly palace. That brat did it with just one sword. Group grew increasingly panicked, buzzing with fear. Should we disperse and return first? We need to report to the immortal venerable so he can send someone stronger down. What the hell is he doing? Chun Chang'an at this moment paid them no mind. He approached the spatial rift in surprise and reached his hand in to examine it. What is this? The immortals once again screamed in terror. Oh my goodness. That's the power of spatial destruction that Lord Immortal Venerable himself is wary of by 3. He's actually touching it directly. Is he tired of living? The person next to him interrupted. Is that the main point? Shouldn't the main point be that he's completely fine? Just as he spoke, the spatial rift slowly closed. Chen Chang'an, still not understanding what was happening, mumbled, "It's closing? I thought I had destroyed this space and was about to trick the system." The system sighed. Do you possess? No longer concerned with this matter, he returned to the main task, his entire body radiating terrifying golden energy as he gazed at the immortal. His eyes were now as cold as blades, and a cryptic smile played on his lips as he asked, "Are you all ready for me to crush you?" Hearing this, the immortals decided to risk it all and charge down in unison, challenging him. Go all out. I don't believe all 12 of us immortals can't kill him alone. You heard him, he won't spare us. We can only fight to the death to find a path to survival. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, yet Chun Chang'an remained motionless, standing there to receive them, and softly uttered. As soon as they heard these words, the immortals immediately froze, their eyes wide open as they realized a terrifying aura had enveloped their entire bodies, rendering them unable to. The old ancestor and another immortal stood agape, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, Allah! This is the power of Allah. We're screwed. Waiting only for this moment, he gently stroked Ling Bao's head and said, My good disciple, open your eyes and watch carefully how the enemies who killed your father and grandfather. Knowing that resistance was futile, the immortals tried to threaten him, hoping for a way out. Brat, think carefully. Behind us is the great immortal venerable of the Black Tortoise immortal domain. If you kill us, the immortal venerable will not spare you. That's right, fellow Taoist. The soaring sword sect is just a bunch of ants. Is it really worth offending the immortal venerable for them? It's not worth. The more he heard their words, the more his blood boiled, his face darkening. His eyes emitted a sharp, killing intent as he replied, I don't care if he's an immortal venerable or an immortal king. As long as he dares to come to Flying Immortal Mountain to find me, I'll send every single one of them to their grave. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame of law blazed even more fiercely. The old ancestor could only grind his teeth in helplessness, growling. Without letting him finish, the flame of law erupted violently, directly incinerating all the immortals before him. He roared, The heavenly Tao of the lower realm is also useless. If it doesn't dare to deal with you, then I. Chun Chang'an thought with a resolute expression. Let me preside over justice for this world, for the innocent soaring sword sect that you all annihilate. Echoing through space were the miserable screams of the immortals, crying out in. He stood there, staring intently at them, his face utterly devoid of emotion. Guoba Zhou and Qiu Tian to watch the scene, scared speechless, unable to believe their eyes, their mouths. He said to Ling Bao, Watch carefully. Strive to cultivate and become stronger. Don't let down the expectations of your father and the others. Tears streaming down her face, she Okay. At the same time, on Ning Su's side, through a mirror, She witnessed the tragic end of the arrogant Her entire body trembled violently, sweat pouring down as she stammered. This flame can incinerate immortals. It's definitely not an ordinary Observing the fiercely blazing flame, accompanied by its terrifying and astonishing power, she declared, "That is immortal fire. It's divine." After enduring the incineration by the flame of law, the immortals' bodies slowly dissolved, gathering into sparkling golden spirit pills quickly flew towards Chun Chongan. He grinned and said, "Immortals transforming into mortals is the proper way for them to die. Otherwise, killing them like that would truly be too wasted." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, his eyebrows furrowing as he exclaimed. As his gaze looked up, on Ning Su's side, the mirror instantly shattered into many fragments. A single sword strike repelled immortals. A single word halted immortals, and with his own power alone, he slaughtered 12 immortals. This is exactly what Hong Yi once said, "Immortals all die by his hand." What is my spirit transformation cultivation level even worth? Not only that, but as soon as Hong Yi's name was mentioned, she remembered what she was doing and secretly thought, "I'm still holding Hong Yi and Xiaoban captive. Isn't that just asking for death?" Oh, just then, Baiyu approached and reported anxiously, "Granny, Senior told us to bring Hong Yi and Xiaoban back to Flying Immortal Mountain within 3 days. Ning Su's face darkened as she replied, "Take them. Not only will we bring them back, but today we will go and apologize to Senior." She secretly thought, "I hope Senior is magnanimous and doesn't implicate our fox demon." Returning to Chun Chongan, he looked around in a daze, wondering, "Strange. I just felt like someone was watching me. Was it an illusion?" Suddenly, Tuoba Zhe and Xiao Tiantu, their eyes sparkling, rushed forward, cheering, "All 12 immortals are dead. Master is truly mighty. Only you, young master, can refine immortals into immortal pills. Supreme, young master is extraordinary." He looked at the pile of immortal pills he had just collected and couldn't help but secretly rejoice, exclaiming, "Such a huge harvest this." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Chongan remembered something even more important. He tilted his head back and shouted towards the sky, "Wait, damn it, where's my domain value?" Immediately, a familiar voice rang out. The system spoke, "System notification. Collecting domain value. Due to the extremely large amount, it cannot be loaded instantly. Please wait, host." Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief and secretly thought, "Thank goodness, thank goodness. I thought the system wouldn't recognize it because I killed immortals, and I wouldn't be able to get the domain." Once everything settled, Ling Bauer couldn't hold back. She rushed straight towards him and hugged him tightly. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her lips were pressed tightly together, unable to utter a. Her small, lovely face was now stained with tears. With great effort, words finally escaped her mouth. "Thank you, ma." Having said that, Ling Bauer broke into heart-wrenching sobs again, which made Chun Chongan feel a pang of sadness. He gently placed his hand on her head, stroking it to comfort. In that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of guilt, secretly thinking, "Bauer, I've been hiding something. Until I'm certain, I don't know whether I should tell you that." After a while, waiting for Ling Bauer to calm down, he reminded her, "Go rest. Tonight, I'll have Tuoba Zhe take you back to the Soaring Sword sect to see what's what." She replied, and so the familiar peaceful scene returned. Chun Chongan relaxed, sipping his tea. Tuoba Zhe approached and said, "Senior, please have some tea. This is tea I brewed with 82-year-old spirit spring water. It's very refreshing." And just as he finished speaking, suddenly, from outside the main door, urgent knocking resounded, accompanied by a call. Receiving permission, by Yu and Ning Su entered. With clasped hands, Ning Su respectfully stated, "I, Demon Emperor Ning Su of the ancient Fox Demon clan, have specially come to apologize to Senior. This junior is at fault. This junior boldly imprisoned Senior's people. I hope Senior will temper his." Her heart, she couldn't help but worry, thinking, Senior is Hong Yi's master. With Hong Yi here, he will surely give Hong Yi face and spare the ancient Fox Demon clan. Furthermore, I only imprisoned them. I didn't harm them. Besides, there are immortals in the upper realm too. He knows the long-standing heritage of our ancient Fox Demon clan. He wouldn't push us to. Just as she thought this, Chun Chongan suddenly darkened his expression, and a powerful aura radiated around him as he called out, "Ning!" He looked up with a terrifying expression, one eye glowing crimson as if wanting to devour her alive, and continued, "Sit." Feeling this terrifying aura descend, it pressed Ning Su firmly to the ground, rendering her unable to resist, and she gritted her teeth, forcing down her fear, and secretly thought, Is this the power that can kill immortals? Just his oppressive aura can suppress my spirit transformation cultivation. If Senior wanted to kill me, he'd probably only need a finger. Chan Chang'an continued, Demon Emperor Ningsu, the most influential ruler in the 100,000 Great Mountains. You have countless loyal warriors under your command and are respected by your ancient Fox Demon clan members, always defending your kin. So, you are very brave. In hearing these words, she immediately pleaded earnestly, Senior, please temper your anger. It was all my fault. I am willing to atone with death. Please, Senior, do not exterminate my ancient Fox Demon clan. Baiyu cried out anxiously, No, Granny is very important to the ancient Fox Demon clan. Granny cannot die. She quickly knelt before Chan Chang'an, earnestly pleading, Baiyu begs Senior to spare Granny and the ancient Fox Demon clan just this. If Senior doesn't mind, Baiyu is willing to do anything for Senior. Ningsu angrily roared, Baiyu, step back. This has nothing to do. Her eyes more resolute than ever, she repeated, Elder, Baiyu has made up her mind. Furthermore, to die by the hand of someone as mighty as Senior would be Baiyu's. Sitting and watching everything unfold, Chan Chang'an remained silent for a moment. Deep in thinking, he slowly stood up. It's always better to have more allies and fewer enemies. Everyone understands this principle. If the ancient Fox Demon clan can, he picked up a staff, looked at Baiyu and asked, Anything to spare the Demon Emperor and the Fox Demon clan, right? She replied firmly. Hearing this, he began to approach her from behind, letting out a cold snort. Then let me see your sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used the staff to strike Baiyu's backside forcefully, causing her to cry out miserably in pain. It hurt. Witnessing this scene, Ningsu was horrified, speechless, her eyes wide open as she sat there helpless. Baiyu's body continued to receive a series of strikes from Chan Chang'an. Unable to bear it, she toppled over onto the ground. Strikes grew increasingly powerful, causing her tears to stream down miserably. At that moment, Nintiuc wondered, Baiyu, what is he doing to Baiyu? He deliberately forced me to watch my kinsmen suffer humiliation without daring to utter a sound, to defend them, to protect them. It's truly a joke now. From the beginning, this person didn't care about their background. To him, they were just a bunch of insignificant nobles. He didn't kill them outright, but trampled on their dignity bit by bit, warning me to be obedient in the future. Otherwise, those 12 immortal generals would be the fate awaiting me and the celestial fox. The sight of Chan Chang'an continuously whipping Baiyu made her exclaim, This guy is truly a... After a long spree of beating, he finally stopped, stretched energetically, and called out, Finally, I can relax for a bit. I could still hit more if I want. Suddenly, the familiar system sound echoed, a system notification. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal general. You have gained 20,000 domain value. His information panel appeared. System level 3.0. Name, Chan Chang'an. Domain value, 240,050. Survival skill, Myriad Creation, Immortal Tao True Realm. Special ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon, Permanent, Immortal Tao, Eternal Existence. Seeing what appeared before his eyes, he still couldn't believe it. He gaped, exclaiming, Chan Chang'an's eyes sparkled as he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, 240,000 domain points. That's incredible. His excited shout echoed everywhere. This can be used to fully expand the Invincible domain by 2,400. He grinned smugly, waving his hand as he commanded the system, use all the domain points to expand. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he paused slightly. Wait a minute. Chan Chang'an, still cheerful, asked the system, Can I upgrade to version 4.0 now? The system panel quickly appeared. Host, to upgrade the Invincible domain to version 4.0, you need to pay 50,000 domain points, and there is also a special condition. He quickly asked, What can... System panel quickly replied, Within 1 month, expand the Invincible domain to cover the entire Flying Immortal Mountain to obtain the title of Master of Flying Immortal Mountain. Failure to meet the deadline will result in upgrade failure, and the mission conditions will be re-announced. Upgrading to version 4.0 has a time limit. I thought I was rich, but the result... His voice filled with resistance. He said in an unacceptable tone, Even using all my domain points, I can only cover 1/3 of Flying Immortal Mountain? Are you kidding me? The difficulty of this game is getting more and more unreliable. Then Chan Chang'an's face was full of scorn as he flipped his middle finger at the system and said, Bullshit! You want the horse to run but won't feed it grass. I'm not upgrading this version. And seeing Chan Chang'an lose control like that, the system quickly displayed a line of explanation. Host, cheer up. After obtaining the title of Master of Flying Immortal Mountain, you will gain an opportunity to open a mythical secret realm. Within the secret realm, cultivation techniques and divine weapons of mythical figures from ancient China's history will. After hearing this explanation, he quickly ran over and hugged the system panel, grinning mischievously. If you say so, then all my worries are gone. Isn't it just the entire Flying Immortal Mountain? That's a small matter. First, use 190,000 domain points to expand by 1,000 units. The system quickly processed Chen Chang'an's command. A layer of golden power enveloped the mountain, deducting 190,000 domain points for Invincible domain expansion. Current Invincible domain range, 2,023 units. Remaining domain points, 50,050. Chen Chang'an quickly lost all energy, slumping onto the chair and groaning. In the blink of an eye, I'm back to square one. I need to quickly figure out a way to get more domain points. He suddenly looked up at the swirling dark clouds in the sky, thinking to himself, I wonder how things are over there. What I gave them should be useful. On the other side, at the Nine Swords sect, smoke and dust billowed everywhere, and corpses lay strewn across the ground. Ling Bao ran, desperately calling out, Senior brother, senior sister, junior. Before her was a corpse, shattered beyond recognition. At the sight of it, she collapsed, her entire body trembling uncontrollably, sobbing. Qiu Tiantu said the Ghost Pagoda sect would report the situation of the Holy Immortal Sword to the upper realm, and the first destination of the immortals would be the Nine Swords sect. Crying, she called out, Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her, startling her. Bao, don't cry. Father is. Hearing this, Ling Bao spun around in astonishment. Before her, the entire Nine Swords sect stood safe and sound, led by her father. He sighed softly. To annihilate 12 immortal generals alone, Senior's power is truly terrifying. As if not believing her eyes, she called out inquisitively. With tears still streaming down her face, Ling Bao glanced at the vanishing corpse on the ground and stammered. Father, weren't you and Grandpa Hai captured by the immortals? What is going? Father smiled, holding a flame with eyes and white tendrils, and explained. That was fake. An illusion created by a talisman Senior gave me. The flame continued. Bao, this is a long story, but we only survived the immortals thanks to. Ling Shirshan recalled solemnly. Initially, when Father was about to leave, Senior suddenly called him. A memory flashed before Ling Shirshan's eyes. He respectfully asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions? Before him was Chen Chang'an, deep in thought. He said, I'm thinking about how to make you all. During this, Ling Shirshan was startled and quickly asked, Senior, are you blaming us for standing up for you and fighting the Chen Chang'an's face turned serious as he lectured. The immortals' first destination is likely the Nine Swords sect, and there's a very high chance you will be wiped out. It would be fine if they came straight to me, but unexpected events can occur, so we need to prepare 2 plans in advance. He chuckled lightly, reaching into his robe to search for something as he calmly stated. Plan number 1. The entire Nine Swords sect moves to my place, and I will protect you all. Abandon all the sect's foundation and heritage, prioritize saving everyone's lives, and find an opportunity to rebuild the sect. He quickly pulled out an Immortal Tao True Scripture Illusion Talisman and continued, Plan number 2. I've tried making an illusion talisman. Use it to feign death and deceive the immortal. Chen Chang'an's gaze was sharp and serious as he advised. I recommend you choose the first plan. The second plan is unstable. Even I'm not confident in it. I don't necessarily need you to be dragged into these muddy waters. Ling Shirshan, already sweating profusely from worry, said, Senior, abandoning our sect to save our lives, we truly cannot do it. We cannot be without a place to call home. He continued, feeling a bit awkward. To be honest, the Nine Swords sect and the Ghost Pagoda sect were destined for a great war sooner or later. We just didn't expect their immortals to descend to the lower realm. In truth, we never had a way out from the very beginning. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an grew even more serious. He handed the talisman to Ling Shirshan and said, Take this talisman. Bao is my disciple, and I also have a responsibility to protect you all, just as her master protected. He gave a calm smile and reminded them, If things go smoothly, fire off some fireworks so I know you're all. Hearing her father's story, Ling Bao couldn't hold back her tears. She burst into sobs, crying and saying, Esteemed master is truly too good. I love master very much. Ling Shirshan also sighed with emotion. Senior's great righteousness. From the very beginning, he was ready to face the immortals alone. Yet he still gave us life-preserving talismans to protect our lives. He continued, In this cultivation world, It's always the strong preying on the weak. To be acquainted with someone as benevolent and righteous as Senior is truly a blessing for our 9 swords. Then Ling Shirshan looked up at the sky, his expression more relaxed but still unable to hide his worry. Father now even suspects that everything was part of Senior's plan. Otherwise, how could he have calculated everything so clearly? However, after this incident, the upper realm and lower realm will likely not be. Ling Bauer continued to sob, looking at the flame in Ling Shirshan's hand and asking, "So, what about Grandpa Hai?" My Grandpa Hai, fearing the immortals would discover a flaw, took a chance and entangled them, unexpectedly. Suddenly, Ling Shirshan shouted, his face filled with fear. He quickly pulled out a flare gun, aimed it at the sky and fired. Father forgot to notify Senior. We must quickly send him the. A dazzling golden light quickly appeared in the sky, so bright it could be seen even from the distant Chun Chong saw the fireworks and happily thought to himself, the people of the 9 Sword sect are alive. He quickly activated the system and began operating it. Now I know the functions of the immortal Tao True Scripture. I've discovered 3 types. He quietly calculated. First, it can conceal the aura of a longevity physique. Second, it can conceal one's appearance. From these 2 points, I speculated very likely has illusion-like functions. Furthermore, it contains the word immortal. No matter how you look at it, using it against immortals is the most. The talisman quickly appeared in his hand as he continued to ponder. But the system's functions cannot be taken out of the domain. I think perhaps it can be like all living beings, having a connection. So I should try to condense it into a talisman and then conduct multiple tests. As Chun Chong'an calculated, his hands moved continuously, and quickly, an entire building began to faintly appear. I'm just not sure if the immortal Tao True Scriptures function will work after it's taken out of the invincible domain. Can it deceive immortals? Facts will prove. His hands moved quickly and decisively until the building truly materialized. He happily plopped down onto the chair, inwardly cheering, absolutely right. With the system still on before his eyes, he happily thought to himself, the immortal Tao True Realm can be imbued into items and taken out of the invincible domain. It can also be used after leaving the invincible domain. Next up is testing other functions. On the other side, in the upper realm, at the bustling grand assembly of the Black Tortoise domain of myriad continents, immortal fairies were performing dance. Cheng Wu was sitting, drinking wine, when a voice rang out, catching his attention. Brother Cheng Wu, long time no. Lung Ming quickly sat down next to Cheng Wu, teasingly asking, "Why are you sitting alone in a corner drinking wine? Did you run into some trouble? Tell your brother." Slightly angered, he picked up his wine bowl, drained it in one gulp, and said, "A while ago, my life-bound sword was struck down to the lower realm by an unknown powerful entity. I dispatched 12 immortal generals under my command to retrieve it, and a fragmented memory appeared. The 12 immortal generals met Chun Chong'an's cold. Then the memory shattered, and Cheng Wu angrily roared. He clenched his fists, his face filled with rage, and gritted his teeth, saying, "All 12 of my immortal generals were killed by an immortal-level powerhouse from the lower." Lung Ming was surprised to hear this and asked, "The lower realm actually has someone so ferocious?" Cheng Wu responded with even greater dissatisfaction. "Humph, this person is just an ant in my eyes, but this ant is in the lower realm, protected by the laws of the 9 Truths continent. I cannot personally deal with him. It's truly an insult to my title as an." Lung Ming suddenly smiled slyly and said to Cheng Wu with full confidence, "Isn't he just an ant? How about this? I'll kill this person." Thick, red killing intent emanated from Lung Ming's entire body. He chuckled, looking at Cheng Wu and boasting, "Coincidentally, under my command, I have an expert whose strength is not suppressed by the laws of the 9 Truths continent. He is perfect for dealing with this person. Leave this matter to me. In no more than 3 days, I will bring you that person's head and the holy immortal." Hearing this, both laughed heartily, smugly clinking their cups together. Cheng Wu said, "Then I thank you, Brother Lung Ming. We haven't met in many years. Let's drink fiercely today in celebration, until we can't go home sober." Suddenly, a surprised voice echoed, "The Jade Cicada immortal fairy has arrived." Jiang Yuxuan appeared, full of grace amidst the echoing praises of the crowd. So ice-clear and jade-pure, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty of the immortal Xuanwu Peak today. Who would have thought we'd be so fortunate to witness her at the Black Tortoise Grand Assembly? The Jade Cicada immortal fairy is indeed as breathtakingly beautiful as the legends say. To see her today is truly a feast for the eye. But her face was full of disgust and annoyance as she said, "How tiresome! I'm here to borrow an immortal binding." A new day began, the atmosphere gentle and serene. Before the house stood a shimmering golden tree, mysteriously enchanting. 3 days later, the immortal youth-preserving sunlight streamed into the room. Chun Chang'an lay relaxed on the bed, receiving a massage from Ling Baoer. Esteemed master, is this pressure? The two were very happy. He looked utterly delighted to have such a thoughtful female disciple caring for him. Move to the left, yes, yes. Having a disciple is truly bliss. Ling Baoer applied force to massage her master, each movement swift and professional. Why hasn't Tuabe Jia returned yet? He went to catch a Dragonfire Chicken King. He said you've been too tired lately and need to recuperate. Oh right, father said they're renovating the Nine Swords sect, and they'll come to pay their respects to you in a few. Baoer finished massaging his back, then moved to his shoulders. She evenly massaged Chang'an's entire body. Hearing Baoer's stories, he replied, perhaps she really wanted to show off her massage skills. Ling Baoer, both shy and enthusiastic, massaged him. Actually, I also know a little about massages. Within sight, a small corner of the immortal youth-preserving tree's branches was still visible, a brilliant golden hue standing out against the deep blue. Outside, Hong Yi and Bai Yu were slowly approaching. Hong Yi was led to a specific spot by her. Bringing me here isn't. Was Hong Yi very disappointed with her careless work? Her face was crestfallen throughout the journey, and Bai Yu understood to some extent. Hong Yi didn't want to implicate her, so she said, the mission master assigned me. I failed to complete, and master even had to intervene. I'm sure I'll be punished later. You should leave. Hearing this, Bai Yu worried that something bad would happen to Hong Yi, and she asked, will you really be? Bai Yu didn't want Hong Yi to be worried and sad. She was even less willing to let Hong Yi suffer punishment, so she suggested, between you and me, don't mention thanks. It's okay. I'll go. Bai Yu's words of encouragement eased Hong Yi's tension and lifted her spirits. You're truly kind. If we didn't have such a good relationship, I'd even think you had feelings for me. Seeing Hong Yi as happy as a child, Bai Yu gazed at her thoughtfully, feeling truly. The outdoor scenery was so beautiful, yet it was affected by the loud noises coming from inside the. What's that? The noise from the master and disciple inside was clearly audible even to Hong Yi and Bai Yu standing outside the door. They were bewildered. Harder. Yes, right there. Harder. Master, I can't take much more. Hong Yi, her face flushed, pushed the door open and rushed in to see what was happening. She couldn't help but have dark thoughts. This sound. Could it be Master and Miss Baoer? Stepping inside, Hong Yi stood motionless. Ling Baoer was sitting on Chun Chang'an's back. The two looked up and greeted them. Chang'an raised a hand in welcome. Sister Hong Yi, you're back. Welcome. At present, Hong Yi stared at them blankly, standing rooted to the spot and falling silent for a long. Suddenly, Hong Yi panicked, knelt on the ground, and began confessing her fault. Young master, this subordinate did not handle things cleanly this time. I beg young master to punish. From behind, Bai Yu also quickly knelt on the ground. She wasn't afraid at all, and even politely offered to confess in someone else's stead. This action surprised Hong Yi. Senior, this time Hong Yi was merely implicated. I am Hong Yi's friend, so I hope you will let me take her punishment. Chun Chang'an awkwardly sat up and looked down at the two of them. Ling Baoer gently smiled, her eyes twinkling. What's with this? Do you think I'm a great devil king? I'm not punishing anyone. His answer was completely different from what they had expected. It seemed Hong Yi and Bai Yu had misunderstood Chang'an. Seeing that he wasn't punishing her, Hong Yi felt relieved and gazed at him adoringly, while Bai Yu's face darkened. Young Master Chun Chang'an was slightly puzzled by her expression. He racked his brains, thinking, Miss Bai Yu still looks uncomfortable. Huh? Could it be that she can't bear it? As expected, the soft-hearted little miss always gives in. Truly a good master, Chang'an not only didn't blame Hong Yi for the failed mission, but instead, he was kind and concerned for her, even giving her something good. Hong Yi politely extended her hand to receive it. You can't be blamed for this. You've worked hard on this matter. Take this immortal pill. I will take care of you one day. Here is your immortal pill. Thank you, young man. Now, Bai Yu stood dazed at the side, unconsciously gazing for a long time, looking somewhat confused. Yu's gaze lowered slightly, as if she had a great burden on her mind. What should I? Bai Yu's soft, rosy, and plump lips remained silent, as she pondered alone, wishing to continue experiencing that strange pleasure like the first. Everything was settled smoothly. At this moment, Chun Chang'an sat quietly on a stone bench. He was observing the information on the system panel. System level 3.0. Name, Chun Chang'an. Domain value, 50,050. Survival skill, Myriad Creation, Immortal Dao True Realm. Special ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Permanent, Immortal Dao. Eternal Existence. Permanent, I had to spend 190,000 domain value, leaving only 50,000. Fortunately, I have nothing to do right now, so I can exchange for a clone to go out, wander around, and find a way to harvest domain. Seeing something extremely interesting, Chang'en's eyes lit up. He pointed at the system panel. Immortal Realm Clone. Priced at 30,000. Can once reign supreme in the lower realm. Exchange for that one right. After purchasing his desired item, he stood scrutinizing it. Before Chang'en now floated a clone. The system notified, deducting 30,000 domain value to exchange for an Immortal Realm clone. Remaining 20,050. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment and confusion appeared in his eyes. From Chang'en's perspective, this clone was absolutely real, but a bit chaotic image made his head spin, so Chang'en requested, double images. The perspective is too strange. I'm still more used to the first-person view. Change the clone's perspective. Having just acquired the clone, Chang'en lay tiredly on the bed, covering his eyes, while the clone silently walked. There was no expression on his face, and his gaze was sharp enough to. However, only a moment later, the clone's expression changed. He sneered ominously, satisfied with the overwhelming power surging through his body. His noise startled Chang'en, who turned to look. Such abundant and powerful force. I can feel the primal energy of a cultivator. My current single palm strike could collapse 3 buildings. Chang'en surprisingly sat up and began pondering a few things. Wait, if a cultivator's palm strike only relies on cultivation level, without any skills or cultivation techniques, it's hard to even sense a bit of primal energy. In this cultivation world, how can one go without learning a few comprehensive cultivation techniques? And I'm also very curious. Will the cultivation techniques learned by the clone affect the main body? Will the system block it? Can cultivation techniques be uploaded to the systems? His calculations from just now sounded quite reasonable. So Chang'en didn't think any further and immediately took action. He operated the training functions on the system screen. Learn some cultivation techniques. Even if the clone dies, the body will still gain domain value, but I don't have any cultivation tech. After searching for a while, Chang'en discovered what he needed. Actions and gestures are the 4-Dao true meaning, 4-Dao true scripture. Unlocked usable functions. 1. Illusion control. 2. Conceal appearance and aura. 3. For an immortal, actions and gestures are the 4-Dao true meaning, containing profound Dao truths. Other functions need to be unlocked. Reading the captivating information on the screen, he was delighted and gleefully exclaimed, I've got it! I can combine the cultivation techniques I saw on TV in my past life with the third function of the 4-Dao true scripture to use. Chang'en seriously closed his eyes and pondered. Within his system, a yellow scroll appeared, along with an operation option. Since the clone was part of the system, it should be able to use the system's functions. Then, Chang'en inadvertently mimicked the system's gesture, vigorously thrusting 2 fingers forward. Following this, a force radiated outward, the Wanyang finger, a skill known to people in the 21st. Unexpectedly, Chang'en had successfully activated the Wanyang finger. That powerful attack created several massive holes in the wall, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. While he stood there dumb, the loud noise, coupled with the powerful impact, startled and astonished. Ignoring the attention, Chang'en was still overjoyed, overly excited. He laughed loudly and cheered. Wanyang finger! The system is truly amazing. My vision was too narrow before, but now I'm enlightened. With the true immortal Dao scripture, I can teach Bower cultivation methods now. It turned out Chang'en had never known the system's true extraordinary uses, but now he was endlessly delighted, his smile growing more ambitious. Having learned a new technique, Chang'en proudly stepped through the hole in the wall and approached Ling Bower, who looked extremely cheerful and was laughing heartily. Bower, moreover, my cultivation methods rank at the top on this continent. When the time comes, I'll bring people into the unrivaled domain. I've just comprehended many secret cultivation methods, like the 18 dragons subduing palms, 9 white bone claw, and 18 ghost claw. Seeing Ling Bower demand to learn too many things, he flicked her head. Bower covered her head, protesting, Master, I want to learn them all. Greed knows no end. First, I will impart a sword Dao cultivation method. Next, Chang'en bombarded her with a string of new knowledge, which left Ling Bower utterly bewildered and unable to absorb anything. Listen carefully. This is the heart mantra of the solitary 9 swords. Returning to oblivion, oblivion to unified vision to great possession. Jia turns to Bing, Bing turns to Jing, Jing turns to... Meanwhile, Chang'en's clone had gone somewhere unknown. He was astonished and gaped in awe at a scene, witnessing, from guidance, intimate interaction, and subtle exchange, the winds of emotions Indeed, the clone was standing there, watching a female disciple cultivate with intense focus, spiritual energy radiating from her. My goodness, the true immortal Tao scripture even has a projection effect? Incredible. This way, I can quickly resonate with the solitary nine sword. Afterwards, Chang'an's clone pondered, feeling proud of his talented student. Truly my disciple. In the distance, away from where the disciple was cultivating, Hong Yi and Bai Yu stood watching the entire process. Seeing her diligence, both admired her. Hong Yi felt even more determined. I must continue studying. I can't let a disciple surpass. In the heavenly realm, thick mists covered everything. Before others, the elegant and dignified Yuxian approached and spoke. If only I were a disciple of such an esteemed. She spoke openly and directly to the heart of the matter. Yuxian, looking very proud, presented a proposal. I hear the heavenly origin immortal king in the Black Tortoise immortal region possesses an immortal youth-preserving tree, which will bear fruit soon. I will exchange 5 top-grade immortal stones for 1 immortal fruit. Hearing her sweet temptations, the immortal guard was completely mesmerized, dropping his guard immediately. Do you agree? Jade Heaven Immortal King, you're mistaken. I don't possess an immortal youth-preserving tree. However, I know where one. Xian's beautiful and noble appearance exuded immense charm. She persuaded him again. In the lower realm, there is what you seek. As a bonus, I will give you a piece of information. Yuxian smiled alluringly. She revealed some verified information, determined to seize that immortal tree. That detestable saintless immortal venerable borrowed my myriad manifestations immortal realm to search for someone. That person is also the owner of that immortal tree. Our old ancestors' time is running out. We must quickly go to the lower realm and retrieve that immortal youth-preserving. Baoer's cultivation process was observed from afar by Hong Yi and Bai. Therefore, in the following days, the system announced, Ling Baoer has broken through to the Golden Core realm, 5th tier. Host receives 100 domain points. The system announces, Ling Baoer has broken through to the Golden Core realm, 7th tier. Host receives 100 domain points. She practiced her sword techniques and continued to cultivate with focus. The system panel displayed countless notifications. The system announces, Ling Baoer has broken through to the Golden Core realm, 8th tier. Host receives 100 domain points. The system announces, Ling Baoer has broken through to the Golden Core realm, 9th tier. Host receives 100 domain points. The clear blue sky suddenly darkened, covered by dense black clouds accompanied by fierce thunder, and others looked up at the sky in surprise. Is Baoer about to undergo her nascent soul tribulation? Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed with immense. Ling Baoer, feeling the signs of a new breakthrough, was overjoyed. I'm truly grateful. Why is it this male bridge? Amidst the ink-black sky, bolts of lightning flared, resembling a phoenix spreading its wings. Baoer gripped her sword, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Anyway, I can't beat it. I'm just going to lie down and strike cat. Baoer's face was filled with determination. She pointed her sword straight up at the sky, striving to seize an even greater breakthrough. The nascent soul realm, first. Finally, Baoer reached the nascent soul realm, astonishing Chang'an's clone. At the same time, the system panel displayed information. The system announces, the cultivation of Host's disciple, Ling Baoer, has broken through to the nascent soul realm. Host is rewarded 10,000 domain points. Such an enormous points reward just for Baoer's new breakthrough utterly shocked him. He even thought the system was malfunctioning. 10,000 points. System, have you encountered a bug? I only get 20,000 points for killing an immortal, but Baoer breaking through to nascent soul gets me 10,000. Additionally, the system displayed some essential details. The system announces, Ling Baoer and the host are bound by a master-disciple relationship. After the system upgraded to version 3.0, the host gained the feature of receiving 100 times the reward for major realm breakthroughs. After upgrading to version 4.0, the host will gain the feature of receiving 10 times the reward for minor realm breakthroughs, and 150 times for major realm breakthroughs. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me about this feature? Hearing Chang'an's criticism, the system did not yield and responded logically, leaving him speechless. Host did not. Nevertheless, Chang'an couldn't help but be overjoyed, a smile breaking across his face. He was calculating his own benefits. This is indeed good news. I was racking my brain trying to figure out how to get more domain points within a month. Now, it seems I can temporarily set aside the method of killing enemies for domain points. I can directly pursue the path of accepting disciples. This way, disciples can make breakthroughs in a short time and I'll gain a large amount of domain points. His eyes shifted. Chang'an had another idea. Perhaps he turned to look at Bai Yu, flashing a mysterious smile that flustered her. I'll take Baiyu as a junior. Seeing Chang'an staring intently at her, Baiyu shyly averted his gaze. She must have been thinking, why is senior looking at me like that? Is he seeing through my thoughts? Is he preparing to make a move on me? The immortal without further hesitation, Chang'an approached, feigning a cough to draw attention. He acted haughtily. Ahem, Miss Bai. Strangely, the system panel appeared before Chang'an. Chang'an startled as he read it. Host. The system's version now covers the entire unrivaled domain. As long as one cultivates within the unrivaled domain, regardless of whether they are the host's disciple or not, they can gain domain points upon breakthrough. However, minor realm breakthroughs are doubled, and major realm breakthroughs are 10 times. In front of Baiyu, he angrily punched a corner of the system panel. Can those kinds of increases even be compared? Don't mess with me at such a crucial moment. Do you take me for a fool? She awkwardly called out. Seems then. Ling Bauer jumped up excitedly, brimming with enthusiasm. She proudly declared to Chang'an, Master, I've broken through to the nascent soul. Bauer's remarkable progress made him very happy. Chang'an enthusiastically gave her a thumbs up. Very well done. Much faster than I imagined. Truly my disciple. The joy of you three is unimaginable. A terrifying source of power suddenly erupted before everyone. Bauer and the other two girls shielded them. Sinister-looking red gate swung open, accompanied by wisps of ethereal bone smoke. The lower, on a deserted road, houses lined both sides. Lanterns hung high above. Something quickly shot. In the lower realm, a demon appeared. It was sucking life essence from human skulls. After devouring the cultivators of an entire city, it finally felt three-quarters. The gruesome demon salivated as it sat atop a pile of human bones, indulging itself. Mist surrounded it. Human cultivators used to fill my belly. Still as delicious as the red demon seemed to possess immense ambition. Its body was gaunt, and it held a skull. It was a green-haired demon immortal. Next, I just need to kill the immortal, Chang'an, within 3 days and seize the immortal venerable's magic treasure. When I return to the upper realm, I can legitimately become a high immortal. I've waited over 1,000 years for this opportunity. Saying this, it leaped high into the air, searching for someone. That direction was towards the 100,000 mountains. When green-haired demon immortal landed, the ground suddenly exploded. The shockwave was truly powerful, affecting a considerable area. I've come to kill you, Chun Tang. In the early morning, the sound of girls chatting could be heard. So, the person who has been living with us these past few days was esteemed Master's clone? Yes, Master's true strength is truly unfathomable. It turned out that Chang'an these past few days had actually been his clone. This surprised everyone. Then Master's main body must. Chang'an's true self was currently sleeping in bed. 3 girls gathered around, observing him and hatching a mischievous plan. No matter what is done to him, he won't know, right? Elder sister, I have a bold idea. Elsewhere, towering, jagged mountains stood, covered in green moss. This is Ghost Prefect. At this moment, Chang'an had just fallen. He lifted his head from a bush, his hair disheveled and messy with green leaves. I fell. I flew too fast, almost couldn't stop in time. This place must be several thousand meters from the immortal. Chang'an crawled out of the bush, shaking off the leaves. At the same time, he tidied his hair. This prefecture, not only because of it, even innate aptitude possesses max-level attributes. Except for the fact that I can't use any features once I leave the domain. Everything else is still. Just as he was about to leave, he unexpectedly turned around. A Miao tribe girl ran directly into a tree. Next, I need to find someone to ask for directions to Cloud Prefect. Sat down, rubbing the spot where she'd hit. Ow! 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 Her identity was young mistress of Martial Prefecture, a Miao. The clone wondered. Miao. A moment later, many green-clad Miao tribe members arrived to intercept a Miao. Young mistress, stop fooling around. Return with us immediately. You've played enough, you've hidden enough. It's time to grow up a little and fulfill your. The subordinates were extremely harsh. A Miao immediately became enraged, scoffing. You people are so noble, so capable. It's not you who has to marry that damn bald-headed bastard. Don't tell me it doesn't hurt your back. Now, Chang'an didn't want to reveal himself, so he continued to hide in the tall bushes, eavesdropping. I don't understand. I'm shocked. Do monks have such heavy tastes now? Unable to tolerate their strictures, a Miao charged forward, attacking. Stop spouting nonsense. Take a hit from my meow meow. She swiftly used her claws to scratch those people. Peak Golden Core Realm. Peak Golden Core Realm. Golden Core Realm, 9th tier. Peak Golden Core. Meanwhile, Chang'an's clone simply hid behind the bushes, observing everything unfold. He mused, "Good job, little cat. Seems like if she loses, she has to go back and get married." Such a classic web novel. Seeing a Meow fighting alone against multiple opponents, and considering his own necessary benefits, he decided to play the hero and save the beauty. "Out of respect for our one meeting, I'll save you. And as it happens, I need a—" At that moment, a Meow was struck by a powerful blow from a sub. It was also at that moment that the clone made his move to assist. He moved swiftly and attacked decisively, throwing the others into a pit. After dealing with the group, Chang'en's clone arrogantly pointed a friendly finger towards them. He demanded, "Release that." Two of them retorted, "Human, we advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. I see his cultivation level is similar to ours. Let's decisively give him some suffering." The clone showed no fear, acting coolly in front. It seemed they were arrogantly ignorant of the vastness of the heavens. As a result, Chang'en's clone beat them until they spat blood. Although cultivators in the lower realm may not necessarily be able to discern my true realm, I'm surprised they would think my strength is comparable to theirs. Is it the immortal realm aura? Or perhaps it's simply that those of lower realms cannot see through those of higher. Running over from a distance, a Meow, her back drenched in tears, hugged his leg tightly and pleaded, "Senior, save my life." How could a person as scheming as him overlook this calculation? This little cat knows quite well how to seize an opportunity. Seeing the clone remain indifferent, he gently tugged at his sleeve. As expected, his performance just now had caught a Meow's eye. She gently said, "Senior is too strong. Just relying on your pressure was enough to suppress them. A Meow has been completely won over by Senior. May a Meow stay by your side and serve." Chang'en's clone was both embarrassed and secretly pleased. "What's going on? Is she waiting for me to do something?" Even a best actress wouldn't dare to act like. The decision was too reckless. The subordinates were terrified, trembling as they tried to persuade him. "Fellow Taoist, this is our martial prefecture's business. We advise you not to invite trouble upon yourself. Young Mistress A Meow, please consider the bigger picture. That great lord has run out of patience." Their pleas had no effect on him. The clone was arrogant and proud beyond compare. "So much chatter. Get lost. Before I change my..." The subordinates, infuriated, fled in all directions. They warned, "We will definitely..." The strict group gone, a Meow, satisfied, hugged him. She was no less cunning. "Excellent. Good thing I quickly latched onto this person's thigh. The experts my esteemed father sent are temporarily helpless against me now. Plan successful. Next, I just need to stay by this man's side, and I'll be..." Chang'en's clone sighed and pushed a Meow off him. She wanted to cling to him for as long as possible. "Senior, a Meow is the one you saved. A Meow lives as your person, dies as your ghost. I'm temporarily not interested in raising a..." Then, a Meow bit the clone's arm, making him cry out in pain. Her eyes sparkling, she said, "If not a cat, a wife will do too." The clone irritably replied, "Do you have nothing better to do? If you have nothing to do, go eat some dried plums. Do you think I'm a..." Despite this, a Meow still stubbornly insisted on following him. "Senior, I beg you, please take me with you." The clone pondered deeply. "Back then, when the old man led me to the immortal temple, he directly tore through the void. I truly don't know the terrain of these 100,000 mountains and ghost Moreover, he hadn't yet learned the skill of tearing through the void. To get from Ghost Prefecture to Cloud Prefecture, he would still need to take a flying ship." After some thought, he finally spoke. "It's not impossible to take you." Then, the clone grabbed a Meow's head and made a demand. "However, you must satisfy me first." Hearing this, she froze. Not wanting to waste time, Chang'en's clone jumped and flew away. As he went, he said, "If we delay any longer, we'll surely have to spend the night in the mountains." A Meow obediently agreed. "Meow, meow, meow. Understood, Senior." He thought, "Did I just escape the wolf's den only to fall into a tiger?" Bushes. A dangling charm from a Meow's person fell into a puddle of blood. A hand picked it up and examined. The person was Jian Gone. His face darkened in anger. "Miss A Meow, this poor monk has finally found you. You won't..." Leaving the forest, the two arrived at Ghost Prefecture Central City. The scenery was vibrant. This vast land filled with people riding spirit beasts flying through the sky. A Meow happily said, "My lord, we've arrived at Ghost Prefecture Central City." He replied, "Just call me Chan Chang." The central city was bustling. A Meow joyfully ran from stall to stall. Chang'en's clone looked up at the sky. Low-grade spirit beasts on sale for 5 low-grade spirit stones. First-grade martial skills. Newly published by Grandmaster Jiang Wuda. Discounted to only 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Don't complain if you miss out. This atmosphere, filled with human presence, it's truly nostalgic. Upon arriving at Ghost Prefecture Central City, a meow had already bought a pile of items. She excitedly held them. The domain must cover this place. I bet it's worth over 10 million domain points. A young man carrying a sword walked past. An old man holding goods introduced them. Sword-wielding Grandmaster. Don't miss out. These are all treasures. Installment payments supported. Facial recognition payment available. The clone pondered. Actually, I've been on this continent for several years, but I've never truly understood what kind of world this. Everything was normal when suddenly, the sword-wielding young man spat out blood. A meow and the clone were Chang'en's clone jumped aside to avoid getting splashed with blood. And blood. He narrowly dodged in time. The sword-wielding young man's blood splattered onto the ground. A meow said, "No, no, no. That's not it. Look at my head. I forgot about." A meow worriedly pointed at the unconscious sword-wielding young man on the ground. She asked for help. "Chang'en, can you suppress your cultivation aura? High-level cultivators will unconsciously affect the surrounding aura. For low-level cultivators, that is an enormous suppression. He was crushed by your cultivation." What Meow explained was accurate. The clone treated the young man. "Immortal Realm, Golden Core Realm. I fought so many Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators in the Immortal Temple that I forgot there are more Chi Condensation and Foundation Establishment cultivators out." With his help, the young man was. Meow seemed very enthusiastic about guiding him. She asked for Chang'en's opinion. "Where do you intend to go next? I can guide you." And how could he miss such an opportunity? He suggested. "Then, guide me around the central city first." "No problem. A meow has lived for over 100 years. I'm very familiar." Chang'en was once again hatching a cunning plan to utilize a meow. This girl is familiar with Ghost Prefecture. The people chasing her call her young mistress. Her background and the forces behind her are likely not insignificant. Who knows? I might be able to use her connections to get myself onto a flying ship to Cloud Prefecture. "I haven't asked you yet. Why are your clansmen chasing?" Hearing this, a meow dejectedly recounted her story. "Why else? It's all because my father keeps wanting me to get engaged to that monk from Subduing Heaven Temple. Seeing the engagement draw near, I didn't want to marry him, so I ran." Pressing her advantage, a meow shed a few crocodile tears to elicit his sympathy. "What an acting genius! To escape this marriage, I've been hiding around this Ghost Prefecture for several years. I'm truly What a superb performance." She peeked through her eyelashes, expecting his sympathy and looking hopeful. "Seeing a girl as cute and pitiful as me being forced into marriage, you must surely feel pity in your heart and want to step forward to help me, right? Come on. Protect this delicate flower. Senior." Unfortunately, the clone had different intentions than a meow imagined. "So troublesome. Should I just abandon?" Chang'en advised. "Aren't you afraid your fiancé will come at?" Obsessed with romance novels, he thought. With my many years of experience reading novels, isn't this the typical she runs, he chases trope? Even if she grew wings, she'd find it hard to escape, wouldn't she? Based on the normal progression of the plot, isn't her fiancé about to arrive? Emile clung to him, whining. He can't possibly catch up. He's a Buddhist disciple of Futian Temple. Normally, he can't leave the temple arbitrarily. He tried to find me a few times before, but I always kicked him out. Besides, with her whining, she twisted around and leaned close to Chang'en's face, flashing a seductive smile. Emile enticed him. "I have a senior now. You saved me, and I'll repay you with my body. No matter what, I am your wife now. You wouldn't stand by and watch your wife die, would you? Right? What bad intentions could a little kitten possibly have? My patience has its limits, little." As they got intimate, his gaze sharp. As the two intertwined, a terrifying power suddenly surged. They were surprised and someone mentioned the monk who was always confined to the temple. Now he appeared with several other disciples. Jian Gan smiled sinisterly and maliciously. He asked softly with provocative intent, "Young Lady Emile, long time no." Seeing Jian Gan, she was scared witless and ran to hide behind Chang'en. "Jian Gan, why are you always haunting me like a ghost? And these people, aren't they the 18 Arhats, dubbed the Asuras of Futian Temple? Father once told me that the 18 Arhats cultivate special techniques, and when fighting together, they can unleash attacks equivalent to the soul transformation realm. This senior is so young, no matter how strong he is, he's probably only at the nascent soul." Arhat's limbs flailed wildly. The two frowned with displeasure at their bizarre actions. Jian Gan was a treacherous individual. If the senior helped her, he would definitely hold a grudge against him. She had to think of a way to tell the senior to Although furious, Jian Gan remained calm in public. "Young Lady Emile, Our wedding day is approaching. This poor monk is your fiancé, and it's my duty to bring you back for the ceremony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Two men fighting over one woman. What a refined spectacle. A great show. Seeing his shameless arrogance, Emil exploded in fury. You! Furthermore, Jian Gan added fuel to the fire and threatened Emil to make her waver, and things were about to get tense. That's right. Your father, the Lord of Wuzhou, is already waiting for us at Futian Temple. Doesn't young lady Emil want to... His imposing demeanor annoyed and infuriated the two of them. The avatar scoffed. Does this bald monk want to play the overbearing CEO abduction trope or something? Emil cursed. You! Knowing Jian Gan was not to be trifled with, Emil cleverly turned to surrender, but with a condition. I can go with you, but you are not allowed to harm my father or my friend. He agreed. All right, come to my side. Emil had already thought through her strategy. Thus, she confidently stepped forward. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be wood to burn. If I could escape the first time, I can certainly escape a second. Chang'an was surprised by Emil's decisive action. The system panel announced, Detected Reincarnated Son, Buddhist Disciple of... Continue. The system screen displayed Jian Gan's detailed information. Scan content. Name Jian Gan. Background. 10th reincarnation of Buddhist disciple Debao from the Sumeru immortal realm. Possesses memories of past lives. Constantly seeking a way to break through to the immortal king realm. He calculated that Emil is the daughter of destiny in this life. By plundering the aura of destiny from Emil, he can break through to the immortal king realm. Skills. Great Buddha Palm, Buddha's Fury Palm, 8 Immortals. Cultivation. Peak Nascent Soul. Sect. Futian Temple. Evaluation. Buddhist disciple of the Sumeru immortal realm. And the system concluded. It has been detected that Jian Gan will soon break through to the immortal king realm and return to the immortal world. Seeing Emil had no intention of turning back, Chang'an reached out his hand and said, automatically embraced her to hold Emil back and stated firmly, Sorry, she is my person now. I refuse to hand her over to you. Emil's mind was racing. The surrounding crowd was divided, some supportive, some indignant. They're really troublesome. This brother is tough. Damn, that's a nascent soul grand cultivator. Someone's wishing this brother ill luck. The Ghost Province is about to see the rise of a nameless man. This blatant action greatly provoked Jian Gan. He glared at the avatar and snapped, A mere golden core. This isn't your place to speak. Meanwhile, Emil was extremely worried about his safety. She feared he would die. Emil chided him, Senior, what are you doing? Jian Gan and the 18 arhats he brought are all peak nascent soul cultivators. When they combine, they can unleash attacks equivalent to the soul transformation realm. Hearing this, the crowd started gossiping. They scoffed. Are all golden core cultivators this arrogant these days? This kid has the same courage I had back then. The biggest joke of the year. A nascent soul cultivator is an ant in the eyes of a golden... Now Jian Gan's ego had soared to the heavens. He pointed contemptuously. Arrogant. If you wish to die so badly, then I shall grant your... Jian Gan's subordinates surrounded the two. They danced around like madmen. 18 arhats. Obey my command. Jian Gan emanated a sinister and brutal murderous aura. Kill. After the command rang out, the 18 arhats charged forward fiercely to attack. They unleashed various powers. The enemies were numerous and powerful, but Chang'an responded with pride and quick counterattacks. Several arhats were beaten to a pulp. First one down. Host has killed a peak nascent soul cultivator and gained 1,200 domain points. He gained points every time he killed an enemy. The group was subjected to continuous attacks. Host has killed a peak nascent soul cultivator and gained 1,200 domain points. The arhats were bruised and battered, tottering precariously. Host has killed a peak nascent soul cultivator and gained 1,200 domain points. Before long, all 18 strong arhats had been dealt with by the avatar. Jian Gan's jaw dropped. The surrounding villagers were stunned by his extraordinary power. He witnessed firsthand a golden core battling 18 arhats. Emil was no exception. She was truly astonished. His outstanding talent, Chang'an commanded the spotlight amidst the fierce battle. He even boasted, Is that all? Before everyone, he stood tall, head held high in self-satisfaction. Emil admired him immensely. Annihilated. All of them annihilated. Just how strong is Senior's true power? Is Senior truly a soul transformation realm expert? Or even higher? Oh my god. He's a truly dangerous individual. Feigning weakness to ambush the strong doesn't need to be this exaggerated. Jiangan was slightly panicked, his face pale. You actually concealed your true strength. Calm down. No matter how strong he is, he's only at the void refining stage. I have that item. I can still. He unleashed a treasure. It flew rapidly towards Chang'an. He played a powerful trump card. All demons and evil spirits, and even cultivators below the void refining stage, will be forced to bow before the Buddha. I don't believe you can withstand this. Prediction seemed to be wrong. Chang'an caught the bowl with one. He even playfully tinkered with the precious treasure. He tapped it a few times to check it out. This toy. It's good stuff. Jiangan clutched his head in panic, his face unwilling to concede. He continued with another move. Jiangan activated it. Immediately, a lotus symbol appeared. Then, a giant, furious Buddha manifested and roared. True form, manifest. His previous attack having failed, Jiangan was utterly enraged. He went mad like a wild beast. Damn it! I want you. Jiangan leaped high, simultaneously launching an attack. A colossal palm strike aimed towards the avatar. Great Buddha, no longer wanting to restrain his power, he also began to unleash a technique. Wielding an axe before a master carpenter. Today, this venerable one will show you what the true path of Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'an summoned a colossal divine fire dragon. It let out a majestic roar. Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Like all Buddhas, like the Prajnaparami, divine dragon unleashed terrifying power. Flames raged fiercely. The people flying in the sky were all astonished. They misunderstood the situation. Such terrifying might. Could it be a true dragon descending to the world? Hurry over and take a look. We absolutely cannot let it destroy Ghost. Fire dragon roared loyally. It circled around, then breathed fire to attack the. Jiangan's face was completely burned by the stream of fire. His flesh was torn and tattered. Jiangan screamed in agonizing pain. Just a little more. I only needed a little more slayer. Finally, he was defeated by the avatar's divine dragon. The explosion Jiangan caused was massive. Flames roared. Host has killed a peak nascent soul cultivator and gained 1,200 domain points. Someone with so many cultivation techniques was defeated by a golden core cultivator, leaving Emil and everyone else surprised and terrified. This is just too exaggerated. System panel announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing the reincarnated sun. Additionally, you have received 1 salted fish treasure chest and 20,000 domain points." Ignoring the surrounding events, Chang'an only stared intently at the system screen, pondering. New discovery. Is there anything special about this reincarnated sun to the 73,450 used? Warning. After the host uses domain points, the invincible domain can be expanded. This is even more than the domain points I would get just by staying on the mountain waiting for monsters to come to my. Chang'an proudly praised himself. Going out once again reveals a new way to gain domain points, as expected of me. It's a pity the avatar can't open treasure chests. I should find time to return to my main body later and open it. Let's see what this salted fish treasure chest. Alright, Emil. I've helped you solve your biggest problem. Now, can you help me with something? Emil immediately agreed. Of course, senior. Just say the. Chang'an pointed at the flying ship in the sky. I want to go to Cloud Province. Help me get on that flying. Emil happily ran off to prepare. Alright, senior, wait for me. At this moment, Chang'an was connecting the dots. The intelligence from his informant this time not only concerned the everlasting life sect, but also the old man being hunted by the 3 great immortal cultivation families of Cloud Province. From behind, Emil ran up and hugged his back tightly, but it didn't break his concentration. Although I don't know what the old man in Cloud Province did, his situation isn't looking good. I still need to quickly get to Cloud Province to help. The two remained silent. Emil clung tightly and refused to let go. She smiled adorably. The sky was azure. White clouds drifted gently with the passage of time. Chang'an's home never had a moment of peace. This is too much. I can't take it any. In the courtyard, Ling Bauer paced back and forth. She stood absent-mindedly. A slender, delicate hand pushed open. Appearing were Baiyu and Hong Yi, leaning against the door. They felt a fragrant allure and a sense of blissful intoxication. That senior has truly captivated. Indeed, it was true. While Chang'an was sound asleep, the girls had indulged in indecent acts with him. Hong Yi and Baiyu stepped out blissfully. Bauer also wants to play. It's my turn next time, right? You two aren't allowed to fight with me over it. It's already been several hours. Hong Yi licked clean the lingering essence from her hand. I won't contend with young mistress. We can do it together. We must clean up thoroughly before Master returns. Strong wind blew through. The white spirit beasts outside ran around in a panic. The 3 girls were terrified as an evil aura swept past. Such strong pressure. I'm afraid the newcomer has ill intent. Not far away, a stone pillar shook, emitting crackings. Reaching a deeper point, Ling Shirshan exclaimed in panic. He seemed to realize the source of the problem and clenched his fists furiously. The upper realm has sent people down. This time, their target is Senior. The sect members all voiced their support. Sect Master, let's go help Senior. Senior once saved our lives. We can't let Senior face them alone. Shirshan sincerely replied. That's right. Someone controlled water to form countless frogs. It's Ning Su as expected. She began to move her limbs. The subordinates exclaimed in awe. What is, oh my, how terrifying. Ning Su appeared angry and resentful. It's those vile people from the upper realm again. Haven't they had enough? Do they think our lower realm has no one to stand up to their subordinates nervously asked. Grand Elder, what should we do? Ning Su furrowed her brow and calmed them. Don't panic. This time, the immortals are probably targeting Senior. Currently, the heavenly demon Ancient Fox has pledged allegiance to Senior. Of course, we must help Senior. Not long after, the clear blue sky turned dark red, like a deadly hell. Ning Su said with worry, the immortals coming this time, the oppressive feeling is stronger than what the 12 immortal generals brought before. It's even stronger than Senior's. The entire 10 great mountains are trembling. On a cliff, many people swiftly rush to assist. Clan members from Nascent Soul and above. Whoever is willing to help Senior. Follow. Now a layer of hazy red smoke engulfed the entire lower realm. Suddenly, the area became dark and gloomy, like a haunt of evil spirits, sending chills down one's spine. The appearance of the green-haired ghost immortal brought with it a wave of malevolent energy. He flew through the air. So this is where those immortal generals died, huh? That Chan Chong and brat? Get out here for this. Skinny green-haired ghost immortal opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. How hideous he... In front of a ghost, Ling Bauer bravely asked. Who? Green-haired ghost immortal ignored her question. He pointed and sneered. Insignificant pests obstructing my path. The ghost extended a sharply pointed finger towards Ling Bauer. With just a single finger attack, he unleashed a horrifying amount of power, putting immense pressure. As all 3 struggled to resist, a golden sword beam suddenly struck, shattering the blood demon. Ling Bauer drew her sword, blocking the demon's ferocious attack. She declared, this place does not permit a vile demon like you to defile it. You are not even worthy of speaking my master's name. It's rare to encounter someone like her. The green-haired ghost immortal was slightly surprised. An immortal sword. Changchongan having an immortal sword might not be easy to deal with. It's hard to avoid a bitter... Precisely because of this, he became even more interested in the slaughter. The green-haired ghost immortal tensed his arms and bared his teeth in a sinister grin. But if I seize the sacred immortal sword first, victory will heavily tilt in my... Foreseeing that Bauer would be a major obstacle, he wanted to eliminate her first. The green-haired ghost immortal manipulated her body like a puppet, lifting her into the air. Hong Yi and Bai Yu urgently cried out, Bauer! Her body isn't obeying her control. Now, Ling Bauer was completely beyond her body's control. Thus, she was teleported in front of him. This sword is... The green-haired ghost immortal grabbed Bauer's head tightly. Seeing that he intended to snatch the sword from her hand, she furiously cursed and struck with her sword. Damn you! Dugu 9 swords, arrow-breaking form. This is the sword my master gave me. Don't you dare try to... Ling Bauer's fierce reaction surprised him. It seemed her abilities were not to be underestimated. Bauer's defiant nature drove the green-haired ghost immortal mad. He squeezed her head tightly and opened his mouth blindly, ready to bite. Seeking, Bauer's 2 close friends rushed forward to rescue her life, which was now... Hong Yi and Bai Yu combined their efforts, attacking the green-haired ghost immortal. He released Bauer to shield him. Currently, Bai Yu directly confronted the green-haired ghost immortal to distract him. Seizing the opportunity, Hong Yi quickly caught the unconscious Bauer. Foxes know how to sneak attack. You all are quite skilled in... His prey snatched away. The green-haired ghost immortal arrogantly sneered. Let this immortal teach you what kind of attacks are truly effective. After that, he sent Bai Yu flying. She fell freely down. With powerful shock, Bai Yu immediately spat. The green-haired ghost immortal continued to boast contemptuously. I'll devour you all. Then go deal with that Chan Chong. And before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly used a technique to shield himself with a fox. It was Ning Su who attacked. Behind her, she also led many other people. Seeing this, Hong Yi couldn't help but rejoice that someone had come to their rescue. In white fox form, Ning Su commanded, "Take the injured back." Bauer, unconscious, lay in Hong Yi's arms below. Li Shirshan anxiously asked, "Bauer, why are you two? Where is Senior?" She was exhausted but still struggled to reply. "Master has already sent his clone out to control things. Master's true form is currently in a deep... Given the current situation, he was anxious and very fearful. We are also scared. The reputation of the azure-haired demon has spread throughout the demon continent. Every place he passes through turns into a living..." Seeing the azure-haired demon immortal with saliva drooling and full of danger, Shirshan concluded, "He is truly a demon." Ning Su discussed a strategy with her trusted disciple. Both agreed, "Hong Yi, you must find a way to wake Senior. We cannot deal with him. We can only stall for a while." "All right." After giving her instructions, she charged forward, beginning her attack and calling for assistance. "Cultivators of the Nine Swords sect, lend me a hand." At this moment, the azure-haired demon immortal was ready to engage. Blood condensed under his control. "A bunch of ants. Lengming immortal venerable, do you see this? I've killed too many people on this trip, but it's all for you. Consider this small fry my gift to you. When this is over and I ascend to immortality, I must have a word with you about it." The azure-haired demon immortal sent Ning Su and several others flying in an instant. Thus, approaching him was extremely difficult. Demon's area of affectability allowed him to inflict damage on enemies within the affected zone. So Hong Yi and Ling Bauer were all... Baiyu vomited blood just like the other. Having reverted to human form, Ning Su braced her hands on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She wiped the blood from her mouth. Ning Su didn't know how to defeat him. Previously, when an immortal descended to the lower realm, their power would definitely be suppressed by the heavenly laws. Even if they surpassed the soul transformation stage and broke through to void refinement, it would be the same. Her soul transformation realm power was used. Ning Su deduced, the only beings who can ignore the suppression of the laws, apart from higher-level heavenly immortals, are cross-realm immortals existing in the lower realm. The cultivation realms in the upper realm are Immortal Realm, Immortal Soldier, Immortal Scholar, Immortal General, Earth Immortal Realm, Immortal Marshal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, Lord of the Immortal Domain. Seeing the azure-haired demon immortal rampaging wildly, she concluded, "There is no doubt, he is a cross-realm immortal, on the same level as..." Now, Baiyu lay unconscious on the ground, and the azure-haired demon immortal slowly advanced toward. He chuckled triumphantly, holding a rope. "Fighting for so long, and that Chun Chong'an is still like a turtle," retracting his head, not daring to. Unexpectedly, the demon tied her up, lifted her high, and showed a hungry expression. He was provoking everyone. "Then I'll eat you all first and then go." Just as the azure-haired demon immortal was about to gnaw on Baiyu's head, he suddenly stopped. "No, this is too..." Everything going too smoothly made the azure-haired demon immortal suspicious. When things go smoothly, there's always a catch. These ants usually scramble away at the sight of me. How do they have the courage to fight me? Could this be Chun Chong'an's? Thinking himself clever, he sneered. "I almost fell for it. You want to use this to ambush and kill me. I won't play along. This kind of cunning proves that Chun Chong'an fears me and doesn't dare to confront me." Having grasped their weakness, the demon used Baiyu as a hostage to threaten them. "I know Chun Chong'an is hiding in the shadows. Call him out. Otherwise, I'll eat her right in front of you." Although they were terrified that Baiyu would be eaten alive, compared to Chun Chong'an, he was more important. They found themselves in a difficult situation. No, we two couldn't make a decision, so Baiyu used all her strength to shout, "The Heavenly Fox tribe has pledged allegiance to Senior. We would rather die than betray." Both sides grew more tense, the situation as taut as a bowstring. Ning Su said, "Don't get agitated. Let me." Ultimately, she didn't want anyone to die. Ning Su decided to offer herself as a substitute. "Great One, I am at the soul transformation stage, with high cultivation and pure spiritual energy in my body. If you want to eat me. There's no need to eat a little demon of the nascent soul realm." He appeared very wary of her tempting words. In the end, the demon did not trust Ning Su. He opened his mouth wide, about to bite Baiyu, who offered no resistance and endured silently. "I've seen through your scheme." Negotiation failed, meaning Baiyu was doomed to. Ning Su was utterly terrified. In some dark space, the system panel warned, "Detected. Follower with life-bound connection to host is in mortal." Detected. Host's life is being. In a frenzy, Baiyu screamed loudly as the demon's maw was about to bite. The usual gentle girl vanished, Now only a furious and aggressive Baiyu remained, like a wild tigress. I'd rather perish together than let Senior be in danger. At critical moment, a lethal punch landed squarely on the blow was incredibly brutal. The azure-haired demon immortal was sent flying dozens of meters away, and the only one capable of doing such a thing was undoubtedly Chun. Baiyu was instantly stunned, rescued in that life-or-death moment. The protagonist made a dazzling appearance. He quickly caught Baiyu before she fell, activating myriad living. Leaning against Chang'an, Baiyu felt safe and shed tears of emotion. Senior, be careful of the demon's expression was calm. He gently soothed the unease in her heart. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Go have a good... A surging rage was burning within Chang'an. He was cold, and a glint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You've all worked hard. Next, just leave that scoundrel. Azure-haired demon immortal, attacked by Chang'an, turned back to claim his life. He slashed sharply, but Chang'an instantly teleported. Using his agile movements, he ambushed the demon and yanked a clump of his hair. Chang'an smirked. I've been lying low for too long. It's time to stretch my limb. This was the limited edition Chang'an. He grabbed the demon's hair and whipped him from side to side like a... He was controlled, with no choice but to endure Chang'an's relentless pounding. The demon shrieked loud. Before long, the demon's hair broke off. Thus, he temporarily escaped Chang'an's torture. The two faced each. The azure-haired demon immortal, having been made a mockery of, roared in fury. I'll eat you. Not allowing the filthy demon to recover. Chang'an leaped high, preparing to attack. He unleashed a barrage of furious punches directly at the demon's face, as if wanting to vent all his anger. The azure-haired demon immortal was beaten black and blue, unable to resist. His face was distorted, blood splattering everywhere. In the lower realm, a cross-realm immortal is like an immortal king of the upper realm, and I'm probably the strongest of them. Yet in his hands, I can't put up any resistance. The demon tensed up, gradually calming himself. Calm down. I can definitely find his weakness and kill him in one blow. He squinted, searching for a trick. This crimson bone demon body, refined for thousands of years, can completely resist all his attacks. Just as he found a ripe opportunity to counterattack, the demon immediately received a stunning punch. It's now. Chang'an, fueled by anger, fought with increasing ferocity. He continued to unleash powerful punches. Then, the azure-haired demon immortal leaped away, spitting blood everywhere. He wants to... Chang'an didn't want to give him a chance to escape. He lifted his... Witnessing the battle, Hong Yi and Ning Su were astonished. That demon is being played with like a child. He then summoned countless red spirit pills from beneath the... Chang'an spread his arms, controlling them. You like to eat. Currently, the azure-haired demon immortal was tightly bound to the ground. He glared as the spirit pills rushed toward... A large number of spirit pills were shoved into the demon's mouth. No! It seemed the azure-haired demon immortal had become Chang'an's plaything. He smirked mischievously and said, I was just wondering how to obtain a large amount of domain value in a short time, and you deliver yourself right to my door. The spirit pills continuously flew in, stuffing directly into the demon's mouth. Victory had completely swung to Chang'an's side, so he provoked him a few more times. Come at me then. You dared to lay a hand on my people. If the system didn't have a life-binding feature, I would have lost it completely. Although it said I forcibly advanced my cultivation quality through the calming function, aren't there countless spirit pills that can be tried out? Chang'an's smile and eyes were full of cunning and deep malice. Let me see if the system accepts cultivation forcibly upgraded by spirit. His brutal torture made Ning Su apprehensive, while Ling Shirshan seemed delighted, his eyes shining brightly. It seems Senior was too lenient with me, but even at this point, the azure-haired demon immortal still harbored evil intentions. His mouth was so stuffed with pills he couldn't retort. Arrogant brat, you actually dare to let me break through? Just wait until I adjust to my optimal demon state. Then I will surely kill. Not long after, winds raged and lightning struck haphazardly. The others were bewildered, seeing Chang'an standing there Suddenly, a fierce thunder body surged forth. Oh my god! What a cursed destiny! What a cursed Those who witnessed it were all confused. Say, Senior, what is he doing? Master is upgrading that demon immortal's cultivation. Shan paused for a beat. I've lived so long and never seen such a sight. Those spirit pills even have that kind of function. Having swallowed a pile of spirit pills, the azure-haired demon immortal's belly swelled like he was pregnant. He struggled desperately but to no avail. Oh my god! Even a second-level immortal cultivator cannot escape his control. What kind of monster is this Chang'an? A second-level immortal scholar of the human immortal of where the demon lay, a majestic and imposing god of thunder appeared. I've never encountered such a powerful thunder tribulation. The higher his cultivation level climbed, the more the azure-haired demon immortal couldn't bear it. His belly was about to burst, ready to explode at any moment. Break through for me. Break through. If I can't break through, I'll die. A 9th-level immortal scholar of the human immortal. Facing the demon's terror, Chang'an didn't hesitate. Reached the limit. Having tortured him enough, he commanded the thunder tribulation to strike. So, Chang'an ignored the demon being struck by. He smiled contentedly, seeing him being brutally tortured by the thunder tribulation. It's over already? For an immortal thunder tribulation, it passed just like. Then, Chang'an turned and left. Away, away. Next time, I'll concoct one. My swollen belly, combined with the striking thunder tribulation, naturally caused the demon to No! After dealing with the azure-haired demon immortal, the system reported, host has killed a 9th-level immortal scholar, receiving 300,000 domain value. He cheered and praised him. With a mere flick of his finger, he turned a cross-realm immortal into dust. Senior, you're too strong. I finally saw Senior slay an immortal. Senior, you are my god. Everything had been smoothly resolved. Chang'an smiled, expressing his gratitude to the others. Thank you all for your help this time. You still have injuries, so please use these spirit pills to recover first. Yes, each person took a spirit pill, and their spirits were instantly revitalized. Their injuries healed completely in the blink of an eye, and they even felt their bottlenecks slightly. Chang'an had calculated these matters meticulously. Ling Bauer hugged Bai Yu affectionately, her eyes squinting in a smile. Fortunately, nothing went. Although the battle had ended, he continued to ponder. Being passively attacked like this isn't the way. An immortal like that cannot be fundamentally contended with in the lower realm. In short, if my domain range were a bit larger, it wouldn't have come. Chang'an scrolled through the system information. Still need more domain points. Usable name, Chang'an. Domain points, 373,450. Usable domain range, 2,023 meters. Activated skills, myriad living beings, true understanding of the immortal Tao. Existing functions, mirror flower, water moon, permanent, immortal path eternal, permanent. System inventory, 1 salted fish treasure chest. Use the cultivation-enhancing immortal land of flying immortal mountain as bait, attracting cultivators and demon beasts from the 100,000 great mountains to enter and cultivate, seizing this opportunity to gain an endless source of domain points. Turn to look at Ning Su, who was recovering her magical artifact's energy. However, flying immortal mountain is a crucial starting point for the invincible domain. Only demons and human cultivators of excellent character, who do no evil, can enter. Only then can a peaceful, mutually beneficial situation be formed. But if I go to persuade them myself, those great demons and human cultivators definitely won't come, nor will they believe me. So, I plan to let the Nine-Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fox Tribe be the propaganda. After much thought, Chang'an found it difficult to fully trust Ning Su. I trust the Nine-Sword Sect, but only the Heavenly Fox Tribe. Ning Su only submitted because of me. I'm not sure if she is truly loyal. His eyes showed hesitation. Her status in the 100,000 Great Mountains is very special. With her, subjugating the great demons of the 100,000 Great Mountains will be very easy. That's why I came up with this imperfect plan. To use the threat of an upper realm immortal to test her loyalty. After pondering for a long time, Chang'an sighed, rubbing his aching head. Fortunately, the Heavenly Fox Tribe did not disappoint me. On the contrary, I overdid it a bit, creating this somewhat tragic situation. Next time, the plan must be more perfect. Let's open the salted fish treasure chest to He opened the treasure, and inside, several fish appeared, leaping brilliantly. With such special effects, could it be that I've unlocked a function card like mirror flower, water? The system displayed a huge 50,000 in the center. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 domain points. Seeing only that, Chang'an cursed in frustration. Damn it! What the hell, system? I was hoping for something big. But still, so the salted fish treasure chest can also yield domain points. Next, he upgraded his own power, releasing a terrifying aura. Using 373,400 domain points to expand the invincible domain. Minus 373,400 domain points to expand the invincible domain. Current invincible domain, 5,757 meters. Remaining, 50,000 domain points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain, and received one mythical secret realm key. Unexpectedly, the treasure rewarded a peculiar purple key, just like a staff. Mythical secret realm key. Max level divine item. One-time use item. Automatically destroyed after use. Secret realm location. Holding the treasure-like key in his hand, Chun Chang'an was wary. This thing is quite unique. The system prompted. System version 4.0 can be upgraded. Do you wish to Still, it can be regenerated into something better. Chang'an chuckled, holding the thick, long key. Upgrade, 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 upgrade. The system screen displayed. Minus 50,000 domain points. Host has successfully upgraded Invincible domain to version 4.0, gaining the special attribute point feature. Remaining 50 domain points. After the upgrade, the key became much more aesthetically pleasing. In Chun Chang'an's residence, he was satisfied with the current. Version 4.0 has been upgraded, unlocking the special attributes. This item will be temporarily stored. Chang'an continued reading. Host is worthy of being a master, eh? What kind of strange function is this? Does every new function make one less human? I'll research its uses later. Next, there's another important matter to attend. After resolving the issue of the azure-haired demon immortal, Chun Chang'an enthusiastically invited the Nine-Sword sect and the ancient Heavenly Fox tribe to Flying Immortal Mountain. Chun Chang'an emphasized again, you will not regret your decision. Flying Immortal Mountain has been transformed by me into an immortal land. With the support of this immortal land, I will make all of you immortals. The leaders of both sides bowed respectfully. We believe in Senior. However, the domain points brought by the Nine-Sword sect and the ancient Heavenly Fox tribe were still not enough. Chun Chang'an dispatched Ning Su and Ling Shirshan, instructing them to visit the sects and demon clans with whom they had good relations. As long as they are not evildoers or depraved in character, they can all be admitted into Flying Immortal. In the fertile land, two beautiful girls familiar with Chang'an were feeling bored. I really miss the feeling of being carried by Senior. Human cultivators and demon clans who entered Flying Immortal Mountain to cultivate all clearly felt their strength rise. They regarded this place as a sacred cultivation land in their hearts. And Chun Chang'an also achieved his goal of gaining domain points even in his day by day. Chang'an just lazily lay on the chair with his feet up, collecting many merit. His life was very carefree, like someone unburdened by worldly affairs. The matter had finally been resolved, and it was time to check on his. So Chang'an left his body to find his clone. His eyes closed. Master, is your main body still? It was time for the sisterhood of Bauer, Hong Yi, and Bai Yu to resume their wanton teasing of Chang'an. All three were thrilled that their last escapade hadn't been discovered, meaning they could continue their elsewhere. Chun Chang'an's clone woke up with a start to find an alluring maiden sitting right before. It seemed he had been tied up with ropes. Several girls surrounded him, admiring him lustfully. Oh, you're awake? Perfect. We should take him to the sex combat arena to motivate everyone. I'm truly a bit reluctant to give him. Chang'an was bewildered. What's going on? Wasn't I with that cat girl at the Crimson Wharf earlier? Why did the location change the moment I opened my eyes? Where is a blue-haired girl smiled sweetly. The blonde replied, worry about yourself first. Soon you'll be one of us, young hunk. Hearing this, he was utterly They sat in a carriage and entered the city. Now Chang'an wondered if he had been sold out by He was led, still bound, to the city gate. As they were about to he saw the scene and Chang'an was completely astonished. Inside the city was a magnificent arena, packed with people like ants, their cheers mingling with the announcer's voice. Welcome, everyone, to the 3600th Cultivation Partner Martial Competition, hosted by the third-generation sect master of the Heavenly Fragrance sect. The competition has begun. The young ladies in the stands are striving for their own happiness. Which maiden will win the championship and take home a handsome man? Let us await the battle began. Powerful and valiant young women launched attacks at each other, vying for the prize. You're truly astonishing. Last time I was careless, but this time I'm sure to She threw rocks in retaliation, making Ning fall flat on her face. Pampered Ning, it's not like you lack men. But what about us maidens who've been single for 18 years? Just then, Chang'an, tightly bound, was thrown to the ground with a thud. It turned out he wasn't the only one captured. Two other men were in the same predicament. Two lustful girls threatened. You golden core cultivators will be fine if you behave and wait. But if you cause trouble, we'll make you suffer. Donyang used her ultimate skill, the birdflower hand. Xu Mei dodged it. She dodged. Zhang Hui, who had been captured earlier, pitted Chang'an's fate. Another unlucky fellow has arrived. Seemingly finding himself mocked, he displayed his strength and broke free from the ropes. Zhang Hui was astonished. Chang'an pretended to rub his arm, then asked coldly, unlucky fellow, what do you mean? Zhang Hui hesitantly explained, brother, you wouldn't know. My brother Li Chong and I were both forcibly captured and brought here. We are currently at the Heavenly Fragrance Sect's martial competition. Li Chong, standing nearby, revealed, the Heavenly Fragrance Sect is very famous in Ghost Prefecture, a top-tier sect. Every year, they forcibly capture high-quality men from across the prefecture to serve as prizes for their competition. Chang'an was surprised by something. Huh? Isn't this like a women's kingdom in the cultivation? The eldest senior sister's dramatic entrance was truly impressive. Her body was bulky and muscular. If this entire sect were filled with beautiful junior sisters, that would be fine. But they also have some ugly female cultivators, and their strength isn't bad. If that female cultivator becomes the final winner, I'll commit suicide on the spot. Suddenly, Chang'an was surprised. One surprise after another. Emil was participating in the arena. She leaped high, dodging the eldest senior sister's attack. Cut! Emil fiercely warned. Return my senior. I'll kill you all. As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit by the eldest senior sister's attack and sent flying into the... Emil's defeat left Chang'an feeling disappointed, his hopes dwindling like a dying flame in a cold... I even thought that if Emil was here, I could at least see how things played out. But this girl was directly eliminated. My tears could fill the west... And he decided, there's no point in staying here anymore. I'll go meet up with Emil first. Suddenly, the crowd roared. Oh my! So big. So white. Ah no, so beautiful. The chaotic and bustling chatter drew Chang'an's attention, and he glanced. Indeed, a beauty had appeared. Her charm and aura were truly captivating. She was Jiang Quanchu, a 5th-level nascent soul cult. Although Chuenchu's cold demeanor made her seem somewhat malicious, she was actually quite good-hearted. Could I ask you to step? Seeing the beautiful woman, Chang'an, who was easily charmed by beauties, felt his heart skip a beat. I suddenly don't want to leave any. With Jiang Chuenchu's impressive presence, the competition representative announced, the competition has now entered its most thrilling phase. Disciples, the sect master has prepared high-quality male cultivators for you. Just a little more effort, and you can take a handsome man. Now, Emil worried. It's over. It's over. This time it's really over. Senior brother's virginity is about to be lost. Seeing the voluptuous young woman, the 3 men's faces showed lustful and depraved expressions. Since when has our fate been decided by a bunch of... Men showed great determination. Moreover, the female disciple who wins the final victory in this competition will be able to choose her cultivation partner from these 3 men and immediately enter the nuptial. Zhang Hui smugly stroked his handsome face and praised himself. Choose a cultivation partner from the 3 of us? Judging by my looks, I'm also a top male god in Ghost Prefecture. I can't possibly... Li Chong was the same, priding himself on his physical assets. These 2 look like they have good strength and background, but my asset is exceptional. Those female cultivators will surely choose. Ultimately, all of them had their own ambitions. Chang'an conceived a sinister plan. Should I just deal with these 2 now? The system displayed, Host, I misjudged. Jiang Chuenchu's cold, ruthless sword strike swept out, and the girls on the arena floor collapsed. Chang'an and the others on the side roared, cheering enthusiastically. Quickly, make them kneel before her. Go, wife. I love you, wife. Keep... The eldest senior sister also determinedly threw a punch, making her opponents cough up. Zhang Hui and Li Chong, standing by, were scared to tears, gritting their teeth and lamenting. Someone stop her. Oh my goodness, I don't want to marry. From behind, a frail person let out a cold snort, their dry, withered lips from which spiritual energy had been... The eldest senior sister's husband stepped forward, speaking in gaunt, feeble voices, each in turn expressing indignation on her behalf. Indeed, these youths haven't experienced life, making the mistake of treating young maidens as treasures. If our wife even looked at you, that would be your good fortune. That's right, our wife is powerful, formidable, and valiant. How could those other female cultivators come? He helplessly retorted, without any emotional response. Don't go crazy here. I only like young, beautiful, charming maid. The others retorted sarcastically, unconvinced, their gaunt lips uttering laughable words. You're quite stubborn, but you won't know how you'll survive. That Jiang Quanchu is participating for the first time. How could she be the wife's opponent? Seeing how thin and soft you are, you'd better quickly go acknowledge her as your older brother. In the arena, the eldest senior sister clasped her hands, casting a spell, 13 binding she shouted, releasing a golden 8 trigram spell that charged towards Jiang Quanchu. 2-handed binding hoop. She was not afraid, swinging her sword to summon water that surrounded her, as if to dissolve all. 9-layered divine water. The space above exploded, water splashing everywhere. enveloping the eldest senior sister. Everyone in the stands watched wide-eyed, holding their breath, waiting to see the Jiang Quanchu landed lightly on the eldest senior sister, bruised and battered, fell onto the stands, unconscious. She spoke mockingly and nonchalantly, as cheers resounded around her. Senior sister, I Quanchu, have claimed this season's championship. Congratulations to inner disciple Jiang Quanchu for securing the hostess appeared, warmly greeting everyone. Besides this, the sect master will strive for this year's champion to have the opportunity to attend the 9 prefectures grand assembly. Now, we invite Jiang Quanchu to choose her dual cultivation part. She was silent for a moment, then pointed resolutely towards the stands. I choose. Zhang Hui held his wildly beating heart, whooping, "Oh my God! Heaven bless!" He pranced around boastfully, ignoring Chun Chang'an and the other man who were frozen beside him. In the end, women still look at looks. I, your humble servant, have... Jiang Quanchu coughed a few times, then embarrassedly corrected. I pointed at the wrong person. My apologies. The one I wanted. He heard this, his eyes wide with surprise. Zhang Hui instantly turned to stone on the spot, his heart aching to the point of shattering. He asked blankly. Emil hadn't expected it either, and immediately stammered a reminder. The scene was utterly chaotic. The audience was excited, Emil was flustered, and he was panicked. Congratulations to junior sister Jiang Quanchu for successfully finding a cultivation partner. Next, we will lead them into the nuptial chamber. Wait, isn't this nuptial chamber business a bit too quick? Hey, senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely save you from these demonists. Chun Chang'an, blank-faced, muttered a self-deprecating. He sat obediently in the red-decorated room. How did things turn out like? He felt a bit nervous, muttering inwardly. Damn it, I've been a virgin for 20-something years, and now my clone is breaking the seal first today. I need to clarify the current situation first. He glanced around, surveying and pondered. My clone was probably captured by the Heavenly Fragrance sect. The goal is very simple, to be a prize for their sect's cultivation partner martial competition. Then that girl chose me, and then I was carried into the nuptial. Chun Chang'an helplessly rubbed his face. Indeed, a hero can hardly resist a beauty's charms. If I had run away from the beginning, how great would that have been? System's cold voice resonated, detecting that the host, in the identity of a sword core realm cultivator, has fallen into a power fantasy plotline. He was confused. What do you... An image of Jiang Quanchu raising her hands in celebration appeared, and the system explained. The Jiang clan in decline. Its eldest daughter, Jiang Quanchu, to revitalize her clan, participated in the Heavenly Fragrance sect's martial competition and won the championship, gaining the qualification to participate in the Grand Assembly. She understood that only by winning the championship in the Challenge of Heavenly Talents at the 9 Prefectures Grand Assembly would she have hope of rebuilding her. On the long journey to Cloud Prefecture, they were ambushed by evil cultivators but narrowly escaped death to participate in the 9 Prefectures Grand Assembly. In the flashback, she was happily chatting. The system continued to explain. As the Grand Assembly proceeded, Jiang Quanchu unexpectedly met the son of her parents' old friend, hoping to form a good connection for the Jiang. She was tied up on the ground, her eyes filled with anger. The system's voice recounted softly. Jiang Quanchu befriended him, but she was tricked by him into using a pill that explosively increased her cultivation during the Challenge of Heavenly Talents, thus breaking the rules. From then on, Jiang Quanchu's reputation plummeted tragically. She was hated and scorned by others. She was even plotted against by the son of her parents' old friend. Losing all her cultivation, Jiang Quanchu, injured and helpless, was given to the Lord of Cloud Prefecture to become a slave concubine, subjected to endless. An image showed her being torn apart by wolves. The system's voice remained indifferent. Ultimately, Jiang Quanchu, unable to bear the torment, committed suicide and died, her corpse discarded in a desolate wilderness. Chun Chang'an anxiously flipped through the system. What is this? This never appeared before. Is this a new function added after the system upgraded to version 4.0? And those images just now? Could it? His face darkened, and his voice also grew deeper. Jiang Quanchu's future. He stared intently at the screen, falling silent in thought. Before, when I encountered Jian Qian, the system also gave this kind of hint, and it was very similar. Could it be that I will often encounter similar situations like this in the future? Damn it! What kind of world is this? Chun Chang'an rubbed his hands in frustration amidst the system's rapid notification. Special alert. Temporary mission detected. Random mission 1. Help Jiang Quanchu become the #1 heavenly talent of the 9 Prefectures Grand Assembly, becoming the man behind her. Reward upon mission completion, 50,000 domain points. Penalty upon failure. Minus 10,000 domain points. Accept. Reject. Random Mission 2. A fairy maiden descends to the mortal world with her main body. Conduct a transaction with the fairy maiden to obtain information about the upper realm. Furthermore, do not scare the other party. Reward upon mission completion. 5,000 domain points. Penalty upon failure. Minus 20,000 domain points. Random Mission 3. A golden core cultivator counterattacks to dominate the 9 prefectures Grand Assembly. Gain recognition from the 9 prefectures pavilion and become the lord of the 9 prefectures. Reward. Unlock conditions for system upgrade 5.0. Mission failure. No penalty. Accept. His face disgruntled. He incessantly grumbled. Are you messing with me, system? You just dragged me into this event, and now if I fail a mission you want to deduct my domain points? I only have 10,000 domain points. That's hardly... He frantically tapped the screen, thinking while ordering the system. However, these missions are all within my current capabilities. They're all worth considering. Accept all of them. Free domain points. It would be a waste not to... Having finished, he comfortably leaned back on the bed and Chun Chong and drowsily muttered to himself. Next, I'll just wait for that girl to come in, and the two of us can have a deeper On the rooftop, a rooster posed handsomely and crowed resound. The sound of knocking woke him. He griped to himself. Still hasn't come until now? Don't tell me I've been He yawned widely, flung open the door and told himself. I need to find a way to approach this junior sister. If I don't approach her, I fundamentally can't help her cultivate, let alone become the man behind. A group of people, led by a pink-haired girl, aggressively urged, Get out! The green-haired girl, holding a branch, pointed, and the blonde also chimed in. Young hunk, are you not good? Junior sister Quan Chu is truly pitiful. She brought back a handsome man whose use. Chun Chong'an raised his hand, interrupting their bitter words. He flew into a rage, pointing at each person's face and scolding loudly. Who told you I'm no good? I'm very good. If you don't believe me, Blonde scornfully leaned closer, sneering. Of course Junior Sister Quan Chu said so. She said your golden core realm cultivation is like grass taller than trees. Right now, Junior Sister has already boarded the airship to Cloud Prefecture and abandoned. Just at dawn, Chun Chong'an rushed out. No wonder Junior Sister rushed off early this morning to discuss attending the 9 prefectures Grand Assembly in Cloud Prefecture. It seems she regretted. He raced along the... Chong'an was panting breathlessly as the group of girls chased him. Damn it! These beasts have been harassing me all this time. I'm about to get stripped. Meanwhile, the girls kept calling out, Young hunk, quickly let us try you out. Okay? But Chong'an didn't care about any of that. What he was worried about right now was Jiang Quan Chu. Not only did she stand him up, but she also ruined his reputation. This sect is still their territory. I still can't cause... As if he had found what he was looking for, he stopped and... Above Chun Chong'an's head was a large airship from the Heavenly Fragrance sect, which astonished him. Seeing is believing. The continent's premium-grade airship is indeed extraordinary. Looking at this formation, it's about to take... Hearing Jiang Quanchu's voice, he turned around immediately. Why are you... Turned out that Jiang Quanchu was standing with her arms crossed. Husband, he walked over and said gently, I heard you want to go to Van Che. The journey is long and difficult, and someone needs to take care of you. I believe words are unnecessary. Chong'an spoke up, suggesting, Cloud Prefecture. Can I come along? Meanwhile, he thought to himself, Mission 1 can conveniently be done at the same time. Now, the only question is whether Jiang Quanchu will let me come along. If not, then I'll have to resort to some... Jiang Quan closed her eyes, showing her disagreement. This journey holds extraordinary significance. All the senior sisters are diligently preparing for battle. How could I possibly? Just then, Su Ningxiang laughed loudly on the boat. All you beauties are bringing your men along. It'll be quite lonely on the way otherwise, she said. Meanwhile, other couples were sweetly coaxing each other. No cultivation tonight. I'll stay by your side. And, I'll give you a massage. This stirred Jiang Quan's heart. The senior sisters and junior sisters are all bringing their cultivation partners. If I don't bring one, won't I feel completely out of place? Finally, she relented and permitted. Fine, you can come. But Quan didn't forget to remind him to ensure her husband's safety. Stay close to me. Don't go too far. Chun Chong'an happily replied immediately. Okay. Not entirely pleased with this response, she gently prompted. You should say, yes, my dear wife. He quickly corrected himself. Yes, my dear wife. The Heavenly Fragrance Sect's grand ship soared high into the... This moment, Sect Master Su Ningxiang of the Heavenly Fragrance Sect sat in the center of the room, flanked by 2 attendants. She took a deep puff from a large pipe and wondered aloud. What surprises me is that Quan, who usually avoids men and focuses solely on cultivation, has also begun to mature. Did you two have a pleasant? Jiang Quan politely replied. Reporting to the sect master, I have never dared to neglect my cultivation on the path to sainthood. As for the pleasures of men and women, Quan believes it's still too early. I feel my husband behind me agrees as Su Ningxiang felt helpless at this reply. Still hasn't let go of her physical inhibitions. Fine, there will come a day when you understand the benefits of dual cultivation. She slammed her hand down on the Su Ningxiang spoke, her voice filled with authority. Listen carefully. This time, we are fortunate enough to travel to Cloud Continent to participate in the 9 Continents Grand Assembly, an event that occurs only once every 300 years. Rouse your spirits. Our Heavenly Fragrance sect is the foremost sect on the Ghost Continent, and after several hundred years we have only just secured this opportunity. For all of you, it is an honor. Many powers, large and small, are distributed across Cloud Continent. Among them, the Tang family, the Shi family, and the Zhong family, these 3 great traditional cultivation families, are especially prosperous and at their peak. This grand assembly will be hosted and organized by these 3 families. She continued, emphasizing each point. Each grand assembly invites the peak disciples from sects across the 9 continents. Therefore, this journey will not be peaceful. But for all of you, it is also a form of valuable. Ningxiang spoke with authority. On this journey, as long as it's not a life-threatening matter, I will not intervene. You must handle minor troubles yourselves. You all must understand that the Heavenly Fragrance sect always respects strength. Only fists speak. She prepared to stand up, requiring assistance. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look at Chun Chang'an. When necessary, hindrances can be discarded. Do you understand? Everyone replied in unison. Chang'an felt that gaze. He thought to himself, thanks, I just received a veiled. Su Ningxiang prepared to enter her room, supported by 2 people. All right, you can distribute yourselves as you wish next. Remember, no internal My children. The ship once again spread its wings and soared through the sky, flying straight towards the 9 continents grand. A female disciple, hugging her husband, sneered at Jiang Quan, junior sister Quan. Everyone invited to the 9 continents grand assembly has a cultivation level no lower than nascent soul. You're bringing a golden core cultivation partner there? You better keep him strictly in line. Don't let him bring trouble to our Heavenly Fragrance. Another girl chimed in. Exactly. In Cloud Continent, experts are as numerous as clouds. Nascent soul and soul transformation cultivators are everywhere. There's even old ancestor Shi presiding over things, an immortal slaying expert. Junior sister Quan is truly bold, bringing a golden core cultivation partner, but Jiang Quan paid no mind to their jeering words. She calmly replied, others bring them, and I'll keep him in line myself. You don't need to trouble yourselves. Chun Chang'an watched her, thinking, wife, I also understand that pose. He then mused, didn't immortal slaying experts go extinct? So they still exist after. In their room, Jiang Quan warned Chun Chang'an. You heard them just now. In Cloud Continent, golden core cultivators can only be stepping stones. When we disembark the flying ship, you must stay right by my. She continued, don't cause any trouble, or I won't be able to protect. Chun Chang'an displayed a trustworthy demeanor. I understand. I won't leave Miss Zhang's side for half a step. Ah no, my dear. 3 days later, near Cloud Continent, the sky was pitch black. A man with a sinister face pointed at a group of people who had been beaten painfully. There are still 10 days until the 9 Continents Grand Assembly opens, he said. So many heavenly geniuses have come to participate this time, we're almost not killing them fast enough. What exactly does the master want? Another, whose clothes were stained with blood, gloated. The master's schemes are profound. On that day, he will make his own arrangements. We just need to hunt and kill these heavenly geniuses, delay the opening of the 9 Continents Grand Assembly, and cause more trouble for those righteous cultivators. The leader gave an order. Look quickly. It's the Heavenly Fragrance sect's flying ship. New prey has arrived. He continued to give orders. Activate. Prepare to hunt. They responded in unison. Let's kill them. The Heavenly Fragrance sect's ship continued its. The ship, in Jiang Quan's room, she diligently cultivated under Chun Chang'an's observation. Chang'an mused. Jiang Quan truly lives up to her reputation as a cultivation prodigy. For 3 days on the flying ship, she's been cultivating continuously in her room. He then thought, but after seeing her story, I can understand this girl's strong desire for greater system. Use the inspection function to check character Jiang. The system displayed inspection details. Full name, Jiang Quan. Gender, female.
Sect, Heavenly Fragrance Sect.
Cultivation level, nascent soul, 5th layer. Innate quality, 7th grade. Spiritual root water. Singing, inspection details made Changchongan ponder. 7th grade innate quality? That's even higher than Hong Yi and the Watching Jiang Quan cultivate so diligently, Chang'an thought, if I want to complete the mission perfectly, the best way is to raise her innate quality. Thinking of what he held in his hand, he smugly said, so she can have the power to sweep aside all opposition and increase her fame at the 9 continents grand. Confidently thought, this girl is quite lucky. I happen to have some talismans with the function of sealing all living things, and the immortal Tao true scripture on me. It's a good chance for me to test the effectiveness of this all-life talisman. Jiang Quan collapsed in pain during her Changchongan worried. Miss Ch grinned. My dear wife, are you tired? Would you like us to do something Jiang Quan looked surprised, but there seemed to be some misunderstanding, causing Quan to freeze for a moment. Still holding her sword as she looked at Ching, she insisted. I won't do that. This made Chang'an's mind explode. He thought, I didn't mean that. No, actually, I did, but not so blunt. Finally, he gave a wry smile and said to her, come here. I'll show you a treasure that can upgrade innate. Jiang Quan saw Changchongan reach into his pants and immediately imagined him about to play some indecent trick. Her face growing redder by the moment Changchongan pulled something out, Jiang Quan immediately shrieked, followed by a flash of sword light that flew right past his. Changchongan's face turned ashen, sweat pouring off him. He trembled, looking at the sword vibrating right between his legs. Scared out of his wits, he secretly thought, I'm truly thankful I dodged quickly, or I would have become a person who lost. Then he hastily pulled out 2 pieces of paper from his hand, anxiously explaining, calm down. I just wanted to show you this talisman. These 2 talismans can raise innate quality. Only now did Jiang Quan realize she had overreacted in a panic. Her already red face grew even redder, but she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Quan tried to calm herself. She gently cleared her throat and asked, I thought you… Cough cough. I've never heard of such a thing. The talismans I know only come in 3 types. Offensive, defensive, and Jiang Quan then asked skeptically, only immortal-grade talismans can raise innate quality. Chen Chang'an quickly jumped to his feet, conveniently picking up Jiang Quan's sword, and enthusiastically continued, that's right. These 2 talismans are immortal-grade talismans passed down by my ancestors. They can raise cultivation. He even gave a confident thumbs up, his tone firm as he asserted, you've spoken. Hearing this, Jiang Quan remained full of doubt. Annoyed, she snatched the sword from Changchongan's hand and coldly questioned him. Immortal-grade talismans only exist among ancient powerful families and in the upper realm. Even if your family possessed them, you are only at the golden core stage. How could you so easily give such a precious item to me? Chen Chang'an immediately became flustered, wanting to but before he could finish, Jiang Quan immediately turned away. She indifferently retorted, and to think that relying on just 1 talisman could raise cultivation? How could such a miraculous, heaven-defying item exist in this? With that, Jiang Quan moved to close the door, dismissing him. She straightforwardly told Chen Chang'an, all right, I want to continue cultivating. But just then, Chen Chang'an unexpectedly darted around in front of her, then quickly pasted the talisman onto Jiang Quan's. This action from Chen Chang'an utterly astonished Jiang Quan. She watched the talisman slowly dissolve, wondering in surprise, this is? Then, she widened her eyes in disbelief and asked Chen Chang'an, you? Chen Chang'an calmly replied, his voice laced with a hint of coaxing, now you are my wife. We are one body. Only when you are strong can you protect me. Don't just stand there dazed. Quickly absorb the life essence. Don't. Jiang Quan gradually calmed down now, her eyes saw. She quickly sat down and relaxed, allowing the power from the talisman to be absorbed into her body. Jiang Quan couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, this life essence is incredibly pure. The moment it entered my body, it began healing all hidden ailments, clearing my meridians. My state has never been. Jiang Quan gradually felt distinct changes from within. Toxic sweat began to seep out. She focused her thoughts. Not only that, but my 8 acupoints have also been cleared, and my meridians are more relaxed. My spiritual energy absorption rate is much faster. This is truly heaven. Chen Chang'an stood beside her, carefully observing. He secretly assessed, Jiang Quan's willpower is even stronger than Bao. His gaze was fixed on the powerful aura emanating from Jiang Quan. He wondered, she doesn't need my help, absorbing the life essence by herself. But, the all-life essence in this talisman is weaker than, say, attracting lightning tribulation in the spirit domain. Will her innate quality truly improve with? Very soon after, a powerful surge of energy emanated, surprising Chun Chang'an somewhat. Jiang Quan had now completed the absorption process and slowly opened her. Her face was drenched in sweat. Jiang Quan, exhausted, gasped repeatedly for Chun Chang'an curiously pointed and asked, "Do you have a talent testing stone? Take it out and let's see what your innate quality is." Jiang Quan lowered her head and looked. Hearing him, she reached out and took out a pink glowing. Upon closer inspection, the stone was gradually turning. Finally, it displayed a mysterious black color. Jiang Quan, seeing the stone's color, was utterly stunned. She widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, "8th grade? It actually up." But Chun Chang'an was still not satisfied. He silently wondered, "Only 8th grade? Bao Air is already immortal grade. The all-life effect that comes with this talisman only functions at 20%. Jiang Quan looked back at Chun Chang'an, her eyes filled with confusion. She thought to herself, the all-life effect that comes with this talisman only functions at 20%. If such a precious talisman were used by him, his cultivation and innate quality would surely rise even higher. Thinking this, Jiang Quan shyly turned her face away and softly said, "About that. This talisman, I've taken it from you. In the future, I will help protect you. Also, regarding the wedding night matter, I apologize. It was my misunderstanding that harmed you." Hearing this, Chun Chang'an stared at her. Jiang Quan continued awkwardly, I will tell my senior sister about us. You are not unwelcome, but until there are actual feelings, I won't." Saying this, she bashfully lowered her face and asked, "You must think I'm very strange, don't you?" Chun Chang'an immediately adopted a chivalrous demeanor and replied with subtlety, "It's all right, my dear wife. Your strangeness is what I like most about." Just then, a powerful tremor suddenly shook the ground, causing both Jiang Quan and Chun Chang'an to fall back. Everything happened too quickly, and Chun Chang'an's hand was also very quick, whether intentionally or not, landing right on Jiang Quan's. Chun Chang'an irritably looked outside, then clicked his tongue and asked, "What's going on? What's happening outside?" All while still holding Jiang Quan tightly in his. Jiang Quan quickly blushed crimson again. She hastily pushed Chun Chang'an away, stammering, I'll go outside." And after that, she immediately dashed towards the. Jiang Quan stepped out and immediately saw the group, led by the senior sister, already standing outside. "Who are you people? How dare you attack our flying ship?" The large female cultivator angrily roared. Quickly, junior sisters, level 1 hovering above them at this moment were a group of leering evil cultivators. The senior sister cautiously reminded everyone, "Those people are all at the nascent soul." Jiang Quan immediately grasped the situation. She gnashed her teeth and angrily said, "Evil cultivator." Those hideous, long-eared, sharp-toothed evil cultivators shamelessly laughed and teased them. "Who would have thought this sect had so many women? Excellent. I love playing with women." Another spoke vulgarly, "Darlings, if you don't resist, I'll let you keep your bodies intact. It would be a shame for such beauties to be dismembered." One with eyes blazing with lust chuckled, "I want the woman in black. The rest are your." Senior sister instantly became enraged upon hearing this. She grabbed 2 enormous flaming weights, preparing to fight to the death. She roared in a low voice, "Watch your filthy mouths. This old woman will send you all to the western." Immediately after, she let out a battle cry of "Kill!" and, together with her fellow disciples, charged forward. Jiang Quan also swiftly flew forward, her eyes brimming with fierce killing, and more evil cultivators appeared, scoffing mockingly. "You're all very brave. Do you really think you have the ability to defeat?" Chun Chang'an was currently standing on the sidelines, observing the fierce struggle between the two sides. He cautiously assessed the situation. Are these the evil cultivators blocking the heavenly fragrance sect's flying ship? Their auras are quite strange, possessing both evil energy and ghostly. Next, Chun Chang'an cast a perplexed glance, wondering, but they are only at the nascent soul stage. The female cultivators on the flying ship are also at nascent soul, and there's even a soul transformation sect master presiding. How could this create a situation where everyone dies? Chun Chang'an lowered his eyes, secretly speculating, could there be some hidden plot? Thinking this, he turned and left. He thought, this is getting in. Chun Chang'an suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Once I follow their aura and find their lair, I'll uncover the hidden plot, won't I? The system couldn't help but pop up and scold him. You scout. In the gloomy darkness of the desolate mountains, a figure suddenly appeared, leaping and flying. In an open clearing, a group of people were conversing. One of them irritably cursed loudly. Damn it, this newcomer is so troublesome. Hurry up. Chun Chang'an quickly landed on a nearby tree branch. He quietly observed, secretly thinking, "So, the lair is..." A man with a beard reaching his armpits complained irritably. "Damn it, if it weren't for grabbing some beauties, who'd be crazy enough to join this mysterious organization? I'm just a patrol guard. I'll finish my patrol and then go back to sleep." At this moment, Chun Chang'an swiftly darted behind, taking advantage of the man's unguarded moment. He covered his mouth with one hand and snapped his neck with the other. Chun Chang'an swiftly dealt with him. The system then displayed, killed a level 5 nascent soul evil cultivator. Gained 1,200 domain points. Fresh crimson heart, looking incredibly mysterious, with the peculiar detail that it seemed to still be. Those evil cultivators were currently guarding the heart. 2 other evil cultivators who had just returned asked, "Big brothers, we're back. How are things?" One enthusiastically laughed. "Haha, the souls of the heavenly geniuses have been offered to the master. With the master, we will obtain even greater power." Another arrogantly added, "Of course, our master is the reincarnated Asura demonic son from the upper realm. With the master leading us, we can seize the peak of the 9 continents and dominate the..." Someone then asked curiously, "But we're only at the nascent soul stage. How can we defeat heavenly geniuses who have soul transformation cultivators presiding over them?" The one who just asked was none other than Chun Chang'an. The person next to Shen Huang immediately replied, "What's there to fear? That heart is a spiritual artifact bestowed by the master. It will continuously supply us with power. Those guys won't stand a chance. Forget nascent soul, we can even kill soul transformation cultivators." Then the eccentric pointed at Chun Chang'an and chuckled, "Haha, the women of the heavenly fragrance sect are top grade. Whether for pleasure or sustenance, you're a lucky punk. You just arrived and already..." Just then, he suddenly realized something was off. He sniffed a few times and asked suspiciously, "Huh? Punk, why do you smell of cosmetics?" The very next second, a terrified shriek rang out. The eccentric who had just discovered Chun Chang'an now had his arm engulfed in raging flames. The remaining group immediately panicked and asked, "Who are you?" Chun Chang'an calmly stood up and said, "Perhaps I've been in the heavenly fragrance sect for too long. I'm not used to seeing them fall to such..." A cryptic smile played on his lips as he softly spoke. "I, just a passerby wanting your lives," he said. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Chang'an immediately swung his hand, engulfing them all in his furious flames. Notifications flashed continuously. Killed a nascent soul, a level 5 demonic cultivator. Gained 1,200 domain points. Killed a nascent soul, a level 5 demonic cultivator. Gained 1,200 domain points. Killed a nascent soul, a level 5 demonic cultivator. Gained 1,200 domain points. Then he struck directly at the heart, secretly feeling excited. "Not only did I gain over 20,000 points on this trip, but I also learned the mastermind's plan. What a The bloody heart was instantly shattered. A system notification appeared again. "Congratulations, host. You have disrupted the demonic cultivator's plan. The course of events has changed. You have gained 5,000 temporary points." The remaining demonic cultivators quickly froze in. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuansua was still battling the invading demonic cultivators. She unleashed powerful strikes, dispatching them one by one with a single. The female cultivators disdainfully remarked, "These demonic cultivators aren't as strong as rumored. I only used half my strength to kill them. That's right, it was effortless for us. We haven't even reached a difficult fight yet." But Jiang Chuansua, with her keen senses, suddenly felt something was amiss. She mused, "No, that's not right. I clearly sense their strength, but it's as if they suffered some kind of damage during the initial confrontation." The senior sister quickly embraced her 2 male companions. One asked concernedly, "Mistress, are you all right? Are you hurt? I was so worried about you." She pouted slightly as she replied, "Just a small scratch. My darling will apply medicine for me later." The other man added, "Let's go back to the room. We'll treat your wounds." Jiang Chuansua silently stood in a corner, witnessing everyone else had companions showing concern and care, but Jiang Chuansua could only turn and leave in lonely silence. Returning to her cultivation room, Jiang Chuansua softly called out, "Chang." She stepped in and looked around, then wondered with confusion, "Where?" Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind her, "My wife." Chun Chang'an immediately saw the bleeding wound on Jiang Chuansua's shoulder. He grabbed a roll of bandages and asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" Jiang Chuansua turned her head and replied, "It's nothing, just a small." But Chun Chang'an suddenly took her hand and firmly said, "Even if it's small, it's still an injury. Come, I'll treat it." Then, he seriously said, "Take them off. Your clothes are getting in. Jiang Chuansua immediately thought of something else. She shyly asked, and must I take them off? This is my first time. In her mind, she wondered, does he want to do that? Chun Chang'an, however, insisted. Take them off, yes. Immediately after, Jiang Chuansua unexpectedly pulled down her robes, revealing her soft, delicate skin, as white as a peeled egg. She shyly said, then, remember to be. Chun Chang'an, looking down, immediately had a nosebleed, his head steaming. He quickly explained, wait. I told you to take off your outer clothes to make it easier to treat your wound, not to take everything off. Jiang Chuansua, now embarrassed, turned her face away. She decisively snatched the medicine bottle from Chun Chang'an's hand and said in an unnatural tone, I'll do it myself. A second later, the door slammed. Chun Chang'an was abruptly kicked out. He scratched his head in confusion, muttering, why did she suddenly get angry? Sure enough, women are unreasonable. 7 days later, the sky was clear blue, the air fresh, and white geese soared through the air, signaling a beautiful. From the sky, a massive flying ship now appeared, moving. Chun Chang'an observed the scenery below from above, excitedly saying, finally, we've arrived. The group and the flying ship entered. A warm, welcoming voice rang out, welcome, esteemed prodigies, to the most prosperous capital city of the 9 provinces, Cloud City. The 9 provinces grand gathering will last for 5 days. The Lord of Cloud City has prepared ample delicacies and fine wine for your arrival. This grand prodigy competition, held once every 300 years, is hosted by the 8 province lords, ensuring fairness and impartiality. We also have more good news. We have successfully invited a senior from Flying Immortal Mountain to attend. At the same time, people below eagerly gathered, looking up at the sky to Jiang Chuansua, Chun Chang'an, and the group quickly descended from the. Another luxurious flying ship arrived, and a solemn announcement rang out. The Lord of Martial Province has arrived. Chun Chang'an looked up from below and couldn't help but exclaim, Miao Zhang's father, that girl truly has some back. A man with 2 beast ears and a crescent moon mark on his forehead quickly stepped out. He was the Lord of Martial Province, Nangong Tian. Another announcement sounded, the Lord of Ghost Province has arrived. A beautiful woman with blue hair appeared. She was the Lord of Ghost Province. Onlookers below immediately burst into excited chatter, their faces filled with astonishment. All the province lords of the 9 provinces are here. Now, only that senior from Flying Immortal Mountain remains. Someone curiously asked, speaking of which, has anyone ever seen the true appearance of that mysterious senior from Flying Immortal Mountain? Another person immediately replied with great admiration. Seen him? No, but I heard that senior is like a jade tree in the wind, exceptionally handsome and extraordinary. He possesses the aura of an immortal, clearly a true sage who has attained the Tao. Suddenly, someone excitedly shouted, look at the sky! There's some. Just then, flower petals unexpectedly rained down from the sky. A figure, bearing a striking resemblance to Chun Chang'an, descended slowly, a fan in his hand. The people below exclaimed in surprise, the one palm destroys the heavens. The unbeatable senior Chun Chang'an of Flying Immortal Mountain has arrived. Young ladies immediately cried out shyly, Senior has really arrived. To meet Lord Chun once is to lose one's heart for life. Senior is so handsome. Even his name suits him perfectly. I'm completely. The crowd quickly surrounded the imposter Chun Chang'an. Someone eagerly called out, Senior, did you truly one palm destroy immortals? The fake Chun Chang'an began to play his role, responding as if it were true. Did you also resolve that man-eating demon recently? The lower realm is where I rest. How could I allow the upper realm to cause chaos here? The sins committed by that man-eating demon will naturally face righteous retribution. I merely act on behalf of the heavens, let alone those trifling 12 immortal generals. Meanwhile, the real Chun Chang'an was squeezed in the distance. He saw another Chun Chang'an standing before him, his head filled with question marks at the bizarre situation unfolding before his. Several beautiful young women praised him lavishly. For the lower realm to have a powerful guardian like Senior is truly a blessing for us cultivators. The imposter Chun Chang'an smirked at the praise, yet feigned humility, saying, You flatter me. I merely do what is my duty. It's nothing worth mentioning. The young ladies were even more delighted by this. Senior, you're too humble. The imposter then thought to himself, I thought a bunch of people would come to challenge. The surrounding crowd continued to shout, Senior, you are my idol. The imposter Chun Chang'an secretly reassured himself, the true venerable one isn't here. My efforts in killing people along the way to obtain these invitations were not in vain. Only now can my plan begin legitimately. Under the influence of my demonic luo divine art, which bewitches hearts, admiration will turn into love. Adoration will become respect and faith. They might even regard me as a god. With the demonic luo divine art to bewitch hearts and conceal my cultivation. This path of impersonating a master has never failed me. A sinister plan immediately formed in his mind. He continued to think with a wicked grin. By leveraging Chan Chongan's reputation, I'll definitely make a huge profit this time. As for those who are deceived, what does that have to do with me, Isyong? Let them think it's Chan Chongan of Flying Immortal On Chan Chongan's side, a system notification quickly appeared. Detected a top-tier imposter. A detailed information screen about the fake Chan Chongan was displayed. Inspection content. Name, Isyong. Background. A rogue cultivator who has not joined any sect. He roams the 9 provinces, deceiving people by claiming to have obtained heavenly treasures and earthly wonders for cultivation. He is a top-tier swindler who once accidentally entered a demonic cultivator's cave dwelling and inadvertently obtained the demonic luo divine art, a forbidden demonic cultivation technique. He possesses the demonic luo divine art, which bewitches hearts, and a cultivation concealing ability. His identity has never been exposed by others. Skills. Demonic luo divine art, disguise technique, iron chariot palm. Cultivation. Soul transformation stage 5. Sect. None. Title, Fake Lord of Flying Immortal Mountain. Other. Relic of the imposter gene. Following this, the system warned again. Host's reputation may be damaged. Task 3 will be affected, causing immense damage to the system. Deducting 250 domain points. Chun Chongan grunted in confusion, his eyes filled with killing intent, his voice reeking of gunpowder. He asked, "What the hell is—" Yang, meanwhile, was still playing his role perfectly. He happily took out several cultivation manuals and pills, generously saying, "This time, attending the 9 provinces grand gathering, I've also brought some gifts for everyone." The crowd below ecstatically screamed, "Senior is so warm-hearted. We love—" From behind Jiang Chuansua, a female cultivator from the Heavenly Fragrance sect suddenly darted forward, her eyes filled with admiration as she ceaselessly praised. "Is that Senior Chan Chongan, the one who slayed the 12 immortals? He's truly as mighty and handsome as the rumors say. Just one look makes one want to surrender." Seeing this, Jiang Chuansua couldn't help but feel curious. That Senior from Flying Immortal Mountain. What a formidable reputation he... Immediately after, several other female cultivators all flew forward, their flattery growing more fervent. He annihilated the 12 immortal generals and became famous in one battle. His reputation in the 9 provinces is like thunder. Even 3-year-olds know of him. A few days ago, that world-shaking Buddha dragon that suddenly appeared in the 9 provinces was also handled by that Senior. If you could form a connection with him, it would be a blessing for 3 generations. But Jiang Chuansua remained indifferent upon hearing these words, secretly thinking, "I, on the other hand, feel that my Chongan is more handsome." Suddenly, Jiang Chuansua's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Chongan, appearing out of nowhere, unexpectedly kicked Isyong squarely in the behind. He grumbled annoyedly, "You little brat Chun Du Xiao. Instead of figuring out how to earn money to pay me back, you're out here flirting with girls." The female cultivators on the other side immediately stared in horror, mouths agape, and simultaneously shrieked. Jiang Chuansua, witnessing this scene, also froze stiff. The surrounding crowd angrily roared, "What the hell is he doing? That golden core brat actually dared to attack Senior. He's dead for." Chun Chongan quickly waved his hands, smiling apologetically. "Saisen. Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. I thought you were a good friend of mine. Your appearance is just too similar. It's my fault for being blind." Isyong, though still smarting from the kick and rubbing his backside, calmly said, "Is that so? It's fine. I hope I didn't hurt you, little—" Chun Chongan quickly turned away, continuing with an embarrassed smile, "Sorry, big brother. I'm truly sorry. I'll be more careful next time." Inwardly, he cursed, "You bastard, impersonating me, huh? I'll show you how I'll mess you up." The female cultivators could only glare at him in anger. Jiang then led the crowd in another direction. "Let's move to a different spot." Everyone around him anxiously asked, "Senior, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a small misunderstanding," Isyong replied. In reality, he was grinding his teeth in rage, silently fuming, "Insignificant shrimp. I'll let you off this time." Outwardly, he still spoke calmly, "I'm truly happy that everyone likes me so much." But inwardly, he cursed, "Once the 9 provinces grand gathering is over, I will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces." Then, a familiar hand suddenly swung. Chun Chang'an slapped Yi Xiong hard on the head, making him cry out in pain. Chun Chang'an loudly scolded him. All right, you little brat Chen Du Xiu. You dare to secretly flirt with girls here behind my— Then, he didn't forget to add another extremely provocative sentence. And you made me mistake you for someone else just now. If that good brother hadn't been so kind and forgiving— The surrounding crowd immediately cut him off with furious shouts. Damn it! You mistook him twice. He's not Chan Du Xiu. He's Senior Chan Chang'an then pretended to rub his eyes and looked again, putting on an innocent face as he rambled. Senior Chan, it's you. My apologies. I've admired you for so long. I've heard all about your glorious— He even took the opportunity to butter him up with a few more words. Senior Chun Chang'an is a magnanimous person, forgiving and generous, always willing to help others. He is a contemporary hero, a role model for the people. A great figure like you surely wouldn't hold a grudge against a fan like me, right? Although I'm truly sorry, I genuinely admire you. Yi Xiong, meanwhile, was still trembling, clutching this rotten brat. Yi Xiong's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his face as red as a monkey's bottom, yet he forced himself to maintain a calm tone, replying, Next time, be more careful. The surrounding crowd was not as calm. Everyone angrily rushed forward, scolding Chun Chang'an. If Senior weren't so magnanimous, he would have broken your dog legs by now. Bow down and thank Senior for his great— Yi Xiong, however, thought to himself with a sinister grin. It's not Chun Chang'an who's magnanimous. I am. Chun Chang'an's prestige and reputation are currently beneficial to me. I can't tarnish his name just yet. You little beast, don't let me catch you alone, or I will definitely— Several female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect decisively pounced on Chun Chang'an. Do you think others are fools just because they don't get angry? Some grabbed his neck, others his legs. Chun Chang'an looked utterly miserable at this moment, while Jiang Chuansua could only watch helplessly from the— Just then, a painful thwack suddenly rang out. Sun Yangxiang angrily smacked each of them on the head, then dragged the group back while loudly lecturing. What kind of behavior is this, making such a ruckus? Are your idols more important than your future? As long as you yourself are strong, your idols will kneel before you. Don't you understand this principle? Go on. Mother, we were wrong. Before leaving, she didn't forget to glare at Chun. From behind, Jiang Chuansua observed Chun Chang'an's series of strange actions, making her suspicious. If I recall correctly, he also seems to be named Chun Chang'an. Is there some connection between him and that senior from Flying Immortal Mountain? Or is it just a coincidence of— The plaza, cultivators from all four directions had already gathered in large numbers. Several divine birds soared in the sky, creating a magnificent and solemn scene. A representative stepped forward and announced, The banquet has been prepared. Welcome, esteemed guests from the 9 provinces, to Cloud. That person was the Lord of Cloud Province, Yun Changzong. He solemnly declared, All matters of this 9 provinces grand gathering will be presided over by me, Yun Changzong. I declare the 9 provinces grand gathering officially— The people below cheered in response. Well said. Chen Chang'an, sitting and raising his cup, secretly mused, the Lord of Cloud City, in the original storyline, was also one of the masterminds behind Jiang Chuansua's tragic fate. The world doesn't know that the elegant and far-sighted Lord of Cloud Province has another ugly— Many years have passed, Yun Changzong said, raising his cup. I, Yun, would like to toast all of you first, and I hope everyone has a wonderful time today. Just then, an old man stepped forward, sighing as he spoke. Young Changzong, you're being too polite. As you know, ordinarily, everyone has quite a few unpleasant matters to deal with due to regional disputes. That old man was the Lord of Wind Province. He glanced slightly behind him, continuing with a hint of meaning in his tone. But today is a gathering that happens only once every 300 years. It's a grand festival passed down by our ancestors, and also a time to cease hostilities. I hope the Lord of Cloud City can reign in certain individuals, said the Lord of Wind Province. He then insinuatingly added, Don't let it happen that after the prodigy competition, a prodigy from one's own province loses and then resorts to foul play. He then drained his own— As soon as the words fell, the person next to him immediately slammed the table and stood up, angrily challenging the old Lord of Wind Province. You old phone! You old rogue! Who are you hinting at? If you're not happy, let's— Immediately after, Ming He, who was sitting opposite, stood up and gently interjected. Many years have passed, and Qi Kong and Feng Qing are still at odds. The hot-headed troublemaker was the Lord of Scarlet Province. Hearing this, he remained unconvinced and clicked his tongue, turning his head. She then turned slightly and began conversing with the person next to her. Nangong Tianwen, I heard you also brought young master Ming He cheerfully continued. The prodigy competition has been held continuously for 4,999 sessions. The upcoming session will be the 5,000th. How about letting young Master Miao participate? Hearing this, Nangong Tianwen could only wave his hand in refusal. Forget it. My daughter is foolish and only has golden core cultivation. She wouldn't be able to contribute. He then enthusiastically inquired. On the contrary, I've noticed that this year's prodigies have decent talent. Perhaps we could even take on a closed-door disciple. How are those from the heavenly fragrance? Ming He gently opened her teacup and candidly replied. They are quite spirited and talented. However, I fear their current strength might not be enough to secure the top spot among the prodigies. This trip can serve as a good eye-opener for them. She then asked with interest. I, however, am curious. Which province's prodigy will win the championship? Someone sitting opposite Yun Changzong suddenly interjected. Is there even a need to? Lord of Thunder Province casually closed his eyes and crossed his arms, arrogantly asserting. It will definitely be our Thunder Province. We were the champions of the last prodigy competition, and it will be the same this time. Our Thunder Province's prodigies are the strong. Lord of Wind Province, provoked, rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. Bragging so loudly, aren't you afraid of biting your... A sudden announcement rang out from below. Senior Chen Chang'an has arrived. Yi Xiong shamelessly took on Chen Chang'an's identity and arrogantly strode forward, under the admiring gazes of the surrounding crowd. Is this truly that mysterious Senior Chen Chang'an from flying Immortal Mountain of Ghost Province? Meeting him today, he truly has the bearing of a dragon and phoenix. Extraordinary and magnificent. Yi Xiong arrived. The province lords immediately stood up. Yun Changzong quickly stepped forward to greet him. Changzong has long heard of Senior Chen of flying Immortal Mountain. We specifically sent an invitation to you. We never expected you to truly come. Changzong is deeply... Yun Changzong continued politely. Meeting Senior today, your distinguished bearing and extraordinary presence truly astound Changzong. He then clasped his hands in greeting along with the others. Inwardly, he cautiously assessed. This person truly lives up to his reputation as a formidable expert who single-handedly defeated the 12 immortal generals. Even at my soul transformation stage, I cannot discern his cultivation level. I fear he is on par with those immortal slayers from the ancient immortal family. Yi Xiong amiably replied. Province Lord, there's no need to be so polite. Just treat me as an ordinary guest at the banquet today. In truth, he had already seen through Yun Changzong's intentions. He smugly thought, this fellow's petty schemes. He even wants to use cultivation techniques to probe my strength? This old man's cultivation technique fell from the upper realm into a lower realm cave dwelling. It's 100% concealed and cannot be detected by any. With the greetings concluded, Yun Changzong cheerfully said, Everyone, please be. The people below exclaimed in admiration. Senior Chen Chang'an's name now reigns supreme across the 9 provinces continent. He can one palm destroy immortals and possesses such heaven-defying combat power. It's truly awe-inspiring. I fear he is the strongest being on this 9 provinces continent. Exactly. Someone cautiously reminded. Remember to be respectful in your attitude towards Senior Chen. Discussions revolving around Chen Chang'an grew more fervent. I even heard that a golden core brat offended Senior. But thankfully, Senior was compassionate and magnanimously forgave him. Senior Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a contemporary hero. Both Chen Chang'an and Jiang Chuansua silently listened to Someone couldn't help but exclaim in indignation. That brat was really lucky. If it were us, we would have crippled him long ago. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an suddenly trembled, unable to tell if he was angry or... He then suddenly raised his fist, not to punch someone, but to echo their words. That's right. Senior Chen is truly a divine figure. I completely agree. He is the lightning. He is the light. He is the only myth. The female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect, seeing his passionate enthusiasm, immediately roared angrily. When you say, Senior Chen, it sounds like an insult. Shut up. Keep your big mouth shut, or someone might bag you and carry you. Ming He, sitting opposite, saw his enthusiasm and remarked with interest. Oh, this young man has the aspirations of a hero. Someone nearby immediately asked, May I ask, what is this young man's title? Chen Chang'an quickly replied, This humble one is Chen Xiaodan of the Golden Core stage. The people behind him then recognized him. It's that rotten boy spared no insults. I've lived this long and never seen anyone so arrogant. Jiang Chuansua, confused, asked, Huh? Is this your name? Chen Chang'an leisurely sat down and replied, No, it's not. Jiang Chuansua was speaking. Finally, she had to sigh. You're truly a terrible. Just then, a system notification slid open. Host's reputation is soaring. You have achieved great fame during the 9 provinces grand gathering. Initial stage of task 3. Dominate the 9 provinces. Completed. Received reward. 10,000 domain points. Seeing this, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, a pleasant surprise. An idea immediately popped into his head. The soaring reputation the system mentioned definitely isn't just mine. It can only be that imposter. Not killing him immediately was indeed the correct decision. According to the system's calculations, as long as that person using my name continues to boost my reputation, the progress of my task 3 will accelerate. Thinking of the fake Chun Chang'an's efforts, Chun Chang'an felt extremely pleased. He is precisely the tool to accelerate task 3's progress. He cracked a wicked smile, thinking, all right, since you like the identity of Chun Chang'an so much, I'll lend it to you. Let's see how far you can take it. Chun Chang'an's face was now filled with Yun Changzong on his side, was attentively pouring wine for Yixiang. For this grand gathering, I thank Senior for honoring us with your presence. I Yun toast you. Yixiang cheerfully replied, since the 9 provinces grand gathering has invited this venerable one. This venerable one naturally came to meet all the heroes and prodigies of the 9 provinces. Then he turned and raised his cup. The crowd below immediately clamored with praise. If not for Senior E, the demonic ghost immortal, taking action, the entire ghost province would surely have been plunged into misery. We are immensely grateful to Senior, especially the cultivators of Ghost Province, who shout, 10,000 thanks to Senior. Then, someone expressed concern, but after this incident, the upper realm immortals will surely not let it go. They will definitely make a move against Lord of Wind Province next to him also eagerly chimed in. That's right. Senior, one palm destroys immortals. I heard that demonic ghost immortal successfully transcended tribulation and ascended. His strength had already reached the immortal realm, yet he still lost to Senior. It's hard to imagine what profound realm Senior's strength has. Hearing these words, Yixiang humbly replied, this venerable one's strength is nothing. It's just that the demon's strength wasn't as great as you all imagine. But inwardly he shamelessly thought, lower realm immortals have restrictions. If they can't defeat me, can't they at least run? At this moment, the Lord of Scarlet Prefecture stepped forward, bowing slowly as he spoke. Senior, a few years ago, an immortal treasure descended upon the Scarlet Prefecture. It was a bronze vessel containing terrifying power, but we have tried to refine it for 1,000 years without success. He then sincerely continued, if Senior can help us refine it, we will be eternally. Yixiang stared blankly at the shining bronze vessel before his eyes. Outwardly, he showed no emotion, but inwardly, he was already dancing with excitement. An immortal treasure. If he could acquire this immortal treasure, this trip would be a huge. Angong Tian still muttered to himself. If Qigong cannot refine it, coupled with the Scarlet Prefecture cauldron in his hand, I'm afraid he would be the strongest among the 9 prefectural lords. Ming He then chimed in. Senior can surely refine the immortal. Yixiang quickly calmed his mind. He carefully reminded himself, calm. Right now I am Great Master Chun Chang'an. I cannot expose my true intentions. Then he calmly asked, this venerable one can refine this immortal treasure, but why should I? This, the Lord of Scarlet Prefecture bowed. Immediately after, a dazzling immortal herb appeared before Yixiang's eyes. Upon seeing it, he immediately recognized it with astonishment. This couldn't be the legendary immortal phoenix herb, could it? It can rival upper realm immortal herbs. Just having it is like having an extra life. Those around were also greatly surprised to witness the appearance of this item. The immortal phoenix herb grows in the immortal phoenix's abode. It has long been extinct on the 9 provinces continent. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Scarlet Prefecture still has a branch in his possession. He's even bringing out something like Lord of Scarlet Prefecture, holding the immortal herb in his hand, continued proudly, Senior, if you can help me refine the immortal treasure, then this immortal phoenix herb will be given to Senior as a token of my gratitude. Senior, what do you? At this moment, Yixiang suddenly took something out of his spatial. It was a round golden orb. The moment it was taken out, its energy immediately burst. The people below looked at the dazzling golden light radiating from Yixiang's treasure, all dumbfounded with shock. Immortal treasures rarely seen in 10,000 years. Today I get to see 2 of them. Heavens. That's an immortal treasure. Very quickly after, someone recognized it. That's Jian Gan's Amitabha Buddha's Sarira relic. Nangong Tian was also extremely surprised. The Lord of Thunder Prefecture couldn't contain his astonishment and immediately stood up, exclaiming loudly, for thousands of years, I've only known of 5 immortal treasures. This Qigong having one is already an immense advantage, but Senior actually possesses two. How profound is your back? Xiang, still maintaining a calm demeanor, said, I lack neither immortal treasures nor immortal medicines. The Lord of Scarlet Prefecture then continued with a hint of disappointment. It was presumptuous of me. The immortal phoenix herb is incredibly precious to us, but to Senior, it truly amounts to nothing. Just then, Xiang suddenly coughed loudly and continued, however, this venerable one can also help you refine it, though it will take a few days. But if you trust this venerable one, you can hand this immortal treasure over to me. After 1 month, come to Flying Immortal Mountain, where this venerable one cultivates to retrieve. The Lord of Scarlet Prefecture rejoiced as if he had found gold upon hearing this. He quickly replied without hesitation. Trust. Of course I trust Senior. And this immortal phoenix herb, please accept it. Then, Xiang looked down below and generously offered. If others have spiritual artifacts that cannot be refined, you can also hand them over to this venerable one. This venerable one will show respect to the prefectural lords and lend a true Senior. Me too. Me. Those people, upon hearing this, joyfully rushed forward to surround him. Each held a spiritual artifact to offer, excitedly vying to speak. Me. True Senior. This is a spiritual artifact I found. I hope Senior can help me refine it. True Senior. Me too. And me. This is mine. Xiang enthusiastically replied. No problem. Nope. He couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction internally, thinking smugly, a huge profit. Good thing I didn't discard the Sarira relic I found in the ghost pearl. If not for the aura it emitted, scaring these guys, I really would have had a hard time tricking so many of these money grubbers. Outwardly, he calmly accepted each item one by one, not forgetting to remind them, I've noted it all. Come to Flying Immortal Mountain in a month to retrieve. Changzong then stepped forward and extended an invitation. True Senior. The upcoming Heavenly Pride Martial Arts Grand Gathering is the largest martial arts event in the 9 provinces. I hope you can stay to watch. Xiang hesitated, replying, but I still have matters at Flying Immortal Mountain. Yun Changzong then warmly continued. In a few days, people from other prefectures will arrive. At that time, this Yun will introduce them to Senior. Xiang, upon hearing this, had a thought. More money-wasting fools. Then I must stay. Thinking this, he replied, since the Lord of Cloud Prefecture has said, then, this humble one will respectfully obey your command. This was accompanied by a highly convincing Qian Chang'an, who had been silently observing everything below, couldn't help but give a round of applause, admiring in his heart. This truly is a brilliant. Late at night, under the moonlight, a shadowy figure swiftly moved across the roof. That person was none other than Chen Chang'an, preparing for his night operation. Tiptoed, leaning his head down to peer through the half-closed. Inside was Xiang, who had shed his scholarly disguise and revealed his true beastly nature. He drooled enviously at the pile of precious treasures he had just acquired, exclaiming with delight, what? I thought those prefectural lords and sect masters were something special. Turns out they're just a bunch of fools. Then he laughed cunningly, greedily muttering to himself, tomorrow, I'll trick a few more of those wasteful idiots, get another big haul and then leave this place. After that, he couldn't contain his happiness and kissed each treasure with slobbery lips, leaving disgusting drool marks. After that, he didn't forget the events of the morning, haughtily muttering, but before I leave, I must teach that stinky brat who dared to offend me a lesson. At this moment, Chun Chang'an had directly entered the room. He stood behind Xiang, asking with interest, is that so? How do you plan to teach him a lesson? Xiang was still immersed in his joy, so he didn't notice anything amiss. He even chuckled obscenely, casually replying, first, I'll beat that little brat until he knows how many eyes this Wang has. Then I'll sell him to the Joyous Union sect. Let those demonesses drain his vital energy until he dies. He then burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, a sack suddenly appeared over him. Xiang was quickly stuffed neatly into the sack by Chun Chang'an. Suddenly ambushed, he writhed helplessly like a worm, continuously shouting, wait, I am your daddy. Chun Chang'an quickly tightened the mouth of the sack. He cursed silently in his heart. This human-shaped prop is even more arrogant than me. He's asking for a... Chun Chang'an then showed no mercy, treating Xiang like a punching bag and furiously raining down punches. His eyes filled with murderous intent, he roared, let's see if this old man beats you to death. Xiang immediately pleaded in terror. Good sir, spare my life. Suddenly taking a beating, he was utterly bewildered. A thought flashed through his mind. An enemy? Is it Chun Chang'an's true self? Or a robber? Damn it, I just got complacent and walked right into a trap. First, I'll beg for mercy. He probably won't kill me. I'll find an opportunity to deal with him later. My treasures are still out. Before he could say anything more, Chun Chongan directly grabbed a large wooden plank and slammed it hard onto him, shattering the plank into pieces. Isyong was beaten until dizzy, then passed out in. Chun Chongan, having had a satisfying beating, cheerfully dusted his hands and said, afterward, he gracefully walked over to the table full of sparkling spiritual artifacts and treasures, happily continuing, I'll take these offerings. Chun Chongan smiled contentedly, secretly praising the imposter Chun Chongan in his heart. You tricked them once, I robbed them once. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you, my employee. A moment later, a curious girl opened the window and looked inside, her voice full of excitement. I heard there's a big shot staying next, but suddenly her face gradually turned. Then, her eyes widened as if they would pop out, and she screamed in terror, oh my god! Because inside, Isyong had just been stripped naked by Chun Chongan and hung on the wall, his body covered in bruises. Chun Chongan also didn't forget to leave him a bamboo loincloth, though it wasn't of much. The girl immediately covered her face in horror, angrily pointing at Isyong and shouting, what big shot? You're just a hooligan, and you're faking Senior Chen's hairstyle. Isyong, startled awake by the noise, looked himself up and down and was immediately terrified of his own appearance. Oh, immediately after, he hurriedly ripped off the rope's bind. Then he turned around, lightly cleared his throat, and said mysteriously, ahem, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Cultivators don't fuss over trivial details. This is my secret cultivation method. Don't tell anyone else. With that, he immediately slammed the window shut. The girl next door was still bewildered, couldn't help but wonder, secret cultivation method? Naked cultivation? Will the speed really become fast? Meanwhile, Isyong inside had completely erupted. He clutched his head, roaring furiously. My spiritual artifacts, my immortal treasures, my immortal medicines. Damn it. I'll tear that thief into 10,000 pieces. He was trembling with rage, his forehead veins bulging, but he forced himself to suppress his fury and muttered. At this point, anything I say is useless. I can't leave this 9 provinces grand gathering. I must stay and use the reputation of the mysterious Senior Chun of flying Immortal Mountain to trick a few more fat sheep. I swear I'll find that. The thief, Chun Chongan, who was being thought of, suddenly he was on his way back, carrying his bag of loot, and secretly thought, I bet Bauer is missing me. After the 9 provinces grand gathering ends, I'll return to my main body to visit them. Just then, he heard voices below that caught Chun Chongan's attention. Younger sister Quan Chu. Times of change. Chun Chongan looked down and saw the familiar figure of Jiang Quanchu. He asked in surprise, Jiang Quanchu? And a man? A single man and a single woman. In the middle of the night. Then a horrifying thought popped into his head, making his eyes widen in fear. They're secretly dating. The young man standing there was Feng Outyen, the eldest son of Feng Yi from Wind Prefecture, cultivating at the nascent Soul Stage 8. He arrogantly said, Younger sister Quan Chu, considering the long-standing friendship between our 2 families and our mutual understanding, why don't you bring the Jiang family's patriarch seal and shamelessly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Chuanchu's wrist, continuing haughtily. With our Jiang and Feng families united, and my father overseeing things, Uncle Jiang will surely be able to keep his. Jiang Quanchu immediately pulled her hand away in disgust. She angrily glared and shouted, Dream on, Feng Outyen. When the Feng family was besieged by demonic cultivators, the Jiang family always helped you out of trouble, and even some of our guest elders perished. Now that my Jiang family is in trouble, you don't even show gratitude. Instead, you kick us while we're down. Your Feng family is a bunch of ungrateful pigs and dogs. Chun Chongan quietly observed the situation below and quickly recognized Feng Outyen, the son of an old acquaintance, the root cause of Jiang Chuanchu's tragedy in the story. Feng Outyen suddenly laughed disdainfully. I find it strange. What do you still have left to bargain with? Then, he sneered and attacked Jiang Quanchu verbally. The Jiang family will be annexed by others sooner or later. For a mere woman like you, leaving the position of family head to you is a waste. What can you even do? Instead of being annexed by other families, why not let the Feng family benefit? After all, we have old ties. Then he brazenly reached out and lifted her face, treating her like an object while sanctimoniously defending himself. I am saving you all, so you can have a home. Don't worry. After the Feng family annexes yours, I will take good care. Jiang Quanchu immediately tried to draw her sword. She growled, Get. Just then, Chun Chongan suddenly appeared behind Feng Outyen like a ghost. He called out in a deep voice, Hey! His hand, placed on Feng Outyen's shoulder, unleashed a yang finger-suppressing strike. making Feng Outyin jump, and Feng Outyin irritably cursed. Who's the bastard disturbing this? But before his words could fully drop, he took a direct kick to the face. His lips bleeding Chen Chang'an didn't hesitate and directly kicked Feng Outyin flying to the Jiang Quanchu was utterly astonished when she saw him. She called out worriedly, "Husband!" Chen Chang'an quickly put his arm around Jiang Chuanchu's waist and pulled her into his embrace, constantly scolding like a true gentleman. "Where did this bastard come from? You're quite good at bullying, aren't you? Don't be afraid, my wife. Then calmly looked down at Feng Outyin, who was face down on the ground, and mockingly said, "Your body is too weak, isn't it? I just gave a light kick, and you flew off like that? My wife. This must just be a stinky brat. I'll kill you." Feng Outyin quickly struggled to his, then angrily roared, "Stinky brat. I'll kill you." Then he charged forward headfirst, ready to fight Chen Chang'an but just as Feng Outyin was about to lunge, Jiang Quanchu suddenly stepped in front of Chen Chang'an. She quickly said loudly, "During the 9 provinces grand gathering, internal fighting is strictly forbidden. Those who violate this rule will have their qualifications for the Heavenly Pride competition revoked." Feng Outyin, hearing this, immediately slammed on the brakes. His face darkened as he threatened Jiang Quanchu. "So, you have a gigolo, huh? In the Heavenly Pride competition. I'll make you look. One day, I will return for revenge." After that, she pulled Chen Chang'an's hand and turned. Chen Chang'an didn't forget to glance back and taunt him. "Heh! King Yama will come for those who betray trust and show no gratitude." Feng Outyin was utterly furious but could do nothing. He angrily cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Jiang Quanchu. I will definitely cripple your cultivation and make you grovel like a whore at my feet. After I'm done with you, I'll give you to other men." And that brat who hit. The more he thought about it, the more his eyes filled with extreme resentment. "I'll turn him into a cripple, making him wish for death but unable to die, wish for life but unable to live. Just wait for the Heavenly Pride competition." Just then, a spark of fire suddenly erupted from his shoulder. Feng Outyin looked back in panic. What is? But before he could even think, the flame quickly flared up, then devoured Feng Outyin's body. He screamed in agony. The flames grew stronger and stronger, engulfing Feng Outyin from head. Cried out desperately in vain, "Save me! Anyone, save me!" Finally all sounds vanished, leaving behind a faint silhouette flickering in the merciless and Feng Outyin was neatly disposed of without a trace. Not even a speck of ash remained. And the one who did this, Chen Chang'an, was still as calm and collected as if nothing had. The system quickly displayed a notification. Host has killed Feng Outyin, a key character in the Wish Fulfillment novel's events. Completely changed Jiang Chuanchu's fate. Awarded 20,000 domain points. Turning to the 9 provinces grand gathering, at the Celestial Fragrance Sect's resting area, was a quiet, secluded courtyard. Trees and flowers bloomed, and the scenery was exceptionally picturesque. But amidst the poetic setting, some rather indescribable sounds suddenly emerged. Chen Chang'an and Jiang Quanchu stood outside in embarrassment, hearing the noises leaking out and realizing what was happening inside. They thought, "Our senior sisters certainly know how to have fun. The sounds coming from the room are truly Chen Chang'an shyly said, "I'll sleep in another room tonight, you rest." Jiang Quanchu, hearing this, suddenly grabbed his hand and called out loudly. Then, she tightly clasped Chen Chang'an's hand. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and shyly said, "If you don't sleep with me, it will reveal a." The room door quickly closed. Jiang Quanchu boldly pushed Chen Chang'an against. With her other hand, she held his. After that, Jiang Quanchu didn't hesitate, relaxing her body and leaning close against Chen Chang'an's chest. This unexpected action made Chen Chang'an ask with some concern. Jiang Quanchu said softly, her voice tender, "Don't move. I'll hug you for a moment." Chen Chang'an also felt a bit embarrassed hearing these words. He unconsciously inhaled the scent of the person in his arms, thinking, "So He let her lean against him, while he awkwardly looked away, secretly sighing in his heart. "Her body is so soft. How could a useless person like me have such?" Afterward, he gently reached out and stroked Jiang Chuanchu's head, reassuring her in a warm, deep voice. "You can hug me for as long as you want." Jiang Quanchu then softly asked, "You must have heard what I said to Feng Outyin just now." Chen Chang'an was now holding her close. He softly replied, I heard." Jiang Quanchu, who had always feigned strength, now revealed her vulnerability, her eyes welling up with tears. Feeling wronged, she questioned, "Why did they have to do that? The Jiang family clearly didn't do anything wrong." Seeing Jiang Chuanchu's pained expression, Chen Chang'an gently brushed away the tears clinging to her lashes and softly chided, "Oh, my dear girl, the world revolves around profit. Everyone comes for it. Everyone fights for it. To put it bluntly, families annexing each other is just like the winner becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. If they have the intention to annex the Jiang family, then you just need to annex them in return. Why bother worrying so? Jiang Quanchu heard these words flow into her ears like warm water, warming her heart, which had always been cold. She subtly felt the sense of protection. Chun Chang'an's scent enveloped Jiang Quanchu, making her even more infatuated, and she secretly thought, my husband's scent is so pleasant. It gives me a feeling of warmth and security. I really want to be held in his arms like this for. In Jiang Quanchu's eyes, there was only the image of Chun Chang'an. She shyly recalled, previously, the sect master seemed to say that between husband and wife, even if they don't consummate, some physical contact can increase their affection for each other. So, if I indulge a little, it should be fine. Immediately after, Jiang Quanchu boldly lunged forward, planting a surprise kiss on Chun Chang'an's lips. He was astonished, staring at the person in front. The kiss was fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Their lips quickly. The air was now filled with an ambiguous warmth. Jiang Quanchu shyly turned around and whispered a reminder. All right, it's getting late. Let's quickly. Thought immediately popped into Chun Chang'an's head. Surely she doesn't want that? As night deepened, the space returned to its inherent tranquility. She held Chun Chang'an tightly. After all, he was a young, virile man. Chun Chang'an had to painfully endure until he was trembling all over. It was truly a case of, the top commands but the bottom doesn't listen. In the end, he could only silently wail in his heart. Oh, what a torment! Damn it! Who can stand? Jiang Quanchu breathed evenly and fell into an unguarded. The deep mountains of Yunzhou, sharp, jagged mountain ranges seemed to pierce the sky. The moon's intimidating glow was gone, replaced by a dark star that cast a gloomy pall over the ground below. In the middle of an empty clearing, a strange energy suddenly emanated, emitting a pale white. At this moment, many strands of soul energy were hovering above a skeleton that had been dried out for an unknown time. A low voice suddenly echoed, expressing dissatisfaction and scolding. Among the human cultivators killed, there isn't a single reincarnated supreme talent from the immortal realms of the upper world. Truly a bunch of It took this long to transfer the soul energy of such a tiny supreme talent to me. A red-haired figure standing nearby irritably interjected. I've said it before, the lower world is just a bunch of useless worms. We definitely need to carry out a great cleansing. Fortunately, we managed to get the item. This individual in the Asura immortal realm was the reincarnated Asura demonic son. He looked at the command medallion in his hand and continued. The Asura command medallion can command 100,000 Asura heroic souls from the upper. Then, the Asura demonic son extended his hand and dripped a drop of blood onto the Asura command medallion. He roared loudly, for the Asura immortal realm, awaken. Immediately after, blood-red immortal energy emanated from the command medallion, and then an arm of bone suddenly shot up from beneath a skeleton knight riding a warhorse suddenly charged out, its martial might spreading across the 9 provinces. Following that, a series of terrifying skeletons climbed out one after another, their killing intent enveloping the Asura demonic son enthusiastically gave the order. Come with me to the 9 provinces grand gathering. Seize the 9 provinces pavilion and become supreme rulers of the lower. Below, countless blood-red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, their numbers immense. They all replied in unison, as you command, my Next day, a sword pierced through the wind and shot. At this time, the supreme talent battle of the 9 provinces grand gathering was taking place. Within a small secret realm, 2 cultivators, one casting spells and the other engaging in close combat, bravely charged at each other. The rules for this round were also announced. The qualifying round has now begun. According to the points accumulation rule, individuals only need to obtain a jade plaque worth 500 points within the specified time to advance to the fight. Not only did they fight each other, but each cultivator also had to face countless traps in the secret realm. Some, being careless, were immediately ensnared and held by thorny vines. Each supreme talent's jade plaque is worth 10 points. Whoever loses their jade plaque will lose their qualification to participate in the competition, forfeiting their chance at the championship and the opportunities that come. The cultivator, entangled by the vines, carelessly let down their guard and was quickly robbed of the jade plaque hanging from their waist by 2 swords, one black and one white, clashed against each other, neither side willing to. The cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect were also fighting with great enthusiasm. Jiang Quanchu cleverly leaped up to continue the attack, while the senior sister directly used a move to overwhelm opponents with sheer body mass. Spread your legs and press your opponent down. Y. Take a move from me, Mount Tai crushing peak. The unfortunate cultivators caught by the move immediately yelled in frustration. Her thigh muscles are crushing me. I can't. Other female cultivator attacked from above using red silk ribbons, causing others to be wary. These women from the heavenly fragrance sect are too strong. Chun Chang'an, meanwhile, was fighting on the ground. A bald fellow, seeing him alone, loudly signaled, "That golden core realm kid, deal with him." Instead of aiming for anywhere else, Chun Chang'an aimed directly for the bald fellow's vulnerable spot and reached in, his mouth proudly shouting, "Monkey steals p." Very next second, a brightly glowing jade plaque was already neatly in his hand. Chun Chang'an said with a smirk, "Jade plaque? I'll take it." The bald fellow, who had just hastily covered his groin, lost his vigilance and was defeated. At this moment, he could only irritably yell curses. "Sneak attacker! Unreasonable I won't coexist with you under the same Chun Chang'an twirled the jade plaque in his hand and calmly said, "Then go call the police." Just then, someone unexpectedly reached out from behind, attempting to ambush Chun Chang'an. A chance to deal with this guy, but immediately after, he was struck down by Jiang Quanchu. Her eyes radiated a fierce aura as she sternly warned, "Don't touch." Chun Chang'an glanced back subtly, then mumbled to himself, "I've already accumulated 200 points. Let's get." Outside the secret realm, more individuals were continuously sent flying out. The chief referee enthusiastically said, "Oh, it seems the battles in the secret realm are truly brutal and intense. Another supreme talent from a province has been eliminated." The Lord of Fengzhou observed the battle through the screen above. Seeing Chun Chang'an dominating the arena, he then proudly boasted, "The strength of the younger generation participating in this supreme talent battle is quite impressive. However, our Fengzhou's supreme talents are still a cut above the rest." The Lord of Qizhou beside him irritably asked, "Yun Changzong, do you really not give face to the three great immortal families of Yunzhou like this? It's already the third day, and they still haven't arrived." Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. The old ancestor of the Shi family, the old ancestor of the Tang family, and the old ancestor of the Zhong family have arrived. Yun Changzong calmly replied, "Aren't they here?" Figures were unexpectedly flying in from the sky. The people below immediately started discussing. "The old ancestors of the three great immortal families of Yunzhou have arrived." Someone exclaimed and asked, "The person in the middle is Shi Jian, the old ancestor of the Shi family, isn't he? I heard he's a transcendent immortal. I wonder if it's true or false." The person confidently walking forward at this moment was indeed Shi Jian, the old ancestor of the Shi family. Beside him were an old man and a mysterious veiled. The Lord of Fengzhou exclaimed in surprise, "Above soul transformation is void refinement, and above void refinement, a transcendent immortal appears." His heart trembled as he muttered to himself, "This oppressive aura. It even surpasses Senior Chun Chang'an. Old ancestor Shi Jian is definitely a transcendent." Shi Jian cupped his hands and spoke, "My apologies, esteemed province lords. I was handling some family matters which caused my late arrival. I hope you will forgive me." Yun Changzong quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Old brother Shi Jian, you jest. Please, sit." He respectfully poured wine for Shi Jian himself, then cautiously asked, "Old brother Shi Jian, I heard you've always been searching for the whereabouts of the immortal body, which the immortal life sect hid. Do you have any news now?" Shi Jian calmly replied, "The whereabouts of the immortal body are not that easy to." Then, he continued cautiously, "You also know that a sect like the immortal life sect, before its destruction, was the leading force in the 9 provinces. Its sect rules were strict, and although it had few disciples, they were all in the soul transformation stage, formidable experts. If it weren't for hiding a major secret like the immortal body and daring to confront the demonic cultivators, it wouldn't have met such a tragic end, being wiped." At this moment, Shi Jian suddenly broke into a sly smile. He recounted in a low voice, "A while ago, we actually encountered some remnants of the immortal life sect. I and the 2 other families took the opportunity to ambush them and force them to reveal the whereabouts of the immortal." Afterwards, he regretfully said, "It's just a pity that old man was very stubborn and escaped quickly." Ming He, who was nearby, looked thoughtful upon hearing. The announcement sounded loudly again. "Time's up. The qualifying round has ended." The person being shown in close-up was none other than Chun Chang'an. Seeing him still standing proudly, the Lord of Fengzhou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Everyone in the secret realm is at the nascent soul stage, yet there's a golden core who managed to." Shi Jian saw this and added, "One might say your supreme talents this time aren't up to par, if even a small golden core cultivator could advance." Yun Changzong also irritably said, "This kid actually wasn't eliminated and survived until the end. That's actually quite." Just then, Shi Jian suddenly thought of something. and his eyes flashed with. Shi Jian immediately grinned excitedly. These clothes belong to someone from the Immortal Life sect. There are still Yun Changzong heard this and asked back in surprise. Old brother Shi Jian, is this true? This is no ordinary matter. Capturing a disciple of the Immortal Life sect. Feng Qiun initially rescued a young man suspected of possessing the immortal body. Surely it's not. Ming He, however, cautiously said, to casually decide based solely on a set of clothes is a bit The veiled woman who had accompanied Shi Jian earlier was named Tang Mayer, a peak void refinement cult. She unexpectedly spoke up. Even if he doesn't possess the immortal body, this kid, being able to survive from the hands of demons and monsters, he definitely knows the whereabouts of the immortal. Old Zhong, nearby, broke into a strange smile. He was delighted and spoke with ambition. Currently, the upper world frequently invades the lower world. Those immortals fundamentally don't see us as human. If we have the immortal body, we can have countless more transcendent immortals, allowing us to contend with the upper world's immortals and protect the people of the lower. Yun Changzong no longer hesitated. He immediately slammed the table and stood up, loudly saying, exactly. Sacrifice the small for the great. The immortal body can enhance our strength and protect the safety of the lower world's people. Shi Jian then added, whether it's true or false, an investigation will. His eyes filled with cunning. Shi Jian confidently said, I have a way to make him Chun Chang'an stood with Jiang Quanchu. The system suddenly displayed a warning. Detected intense malicious intent directed at the. He immediately entered a state of vigilance, his eyes narrowing. Very soon after, the signal flag was raised, and an announcement rang out. Congratulations to the 10 supreme talents from Yunzhou, 8 supreme talents from Laizhou, 10 supreme talents from Fangzhou, and 2 supreme talents from Guizhou for successfully advancing to the finals. The finals will begin in half an hour, and the rules will follow a 1-on-1 drawing lot duel. Person whose head was covered by a black hood, concealing their face, enthusiastically gestured with a thumbs up. Now, I invite all advanced supreme talents to proceed with me for the. Just then, Yun Changzong unexpectedly stepped out, his tone sharp and accusatory. Wait a minute! The Supreme Talent Battle is originally a battlefield for nascent soul cultivators. This kid is only at the peak golden core stage. He cannot enter the final. Person he pointed at was none other than Chen Chang'an. Jiang Quanchu, standing beside him, was also startled and surprised. The surrounding people immediately joined in, agitatedly echoing his sentiments. No wonder I found it strange. So many nascent soul cultivators were eliminated, yet a golden core like him advanced. This person must have used forbidden drugs. The Lord of Yunzhou is indeed wise and right. Yun Changzong immediately seized the opportunity to speak. He put on a serious expression and loudly reprimanded him. You golden core realm kid, we suspect you used forbidden drugs, violating the rules of the Supreme Talent Battle and affecting the reputation of our 9 provinces grand gathering. As a province lord, I am compelled to interrogate and investigate you. The remaining supreme talents will proceed with the final. Jiang Quanchu suddenly grabbed Chen Chang'an. She looked him squarely in the eye with determination, her tone unreserved and resolute. Husband, I'll go with you. You've always been with me. I'm the one who knows best whether you used forbidden drugs or not. I can testify. Chen Chang'an calmly held Jiang Quanchu's hand, which was gripping his tightly, and gently comforted her. No need. You stay and participate in the finals. I'll go alone, it'll be fine. Who knows? What if the province lords and seniors are merely misunderstanding and wrongly accusing me? These words were spoken by him without any worry, but rather with a hint of ambiguity. However, Jiang Quanchu still couldn't be completely at ease. Her face showed a troubled expression, and she stammered. Suddenly, a finger gently rested on Jiang Quanchu's small lips, stopping the words she was about. Chen Chang'an leaned close, proudly placing his trust in Jiang Quanchu. In the upcoming finals, you must work hard and win the championship for me, so I can experience what it's like to be the husband of the Supreme Talent Champion. You won't disappoint me, right? This action by Chen Chang'an greatly surprised Jiang Quanchu. Her eyes softened somewhat, ultimately filled only with adoration and lingering affection. Then, she finally released his hand, not forgetting to promise with determination. I will strive to win the championship. Later, you must return safely. I will prepare a surprise for you. Chen Chang'an quickly turned and left, leisurely leaving a sentence behind. It's just a small matter. I'll probably be back very soon. Jiang Quanchu firmly replied, Husband, I'll wait. Immediately after, Chen Chang'an calmly walked into the interrogation room. Soldiers on both sides immediately raised their swords and shouted, The culprit has arrived. In the interrogation room at this moment, several province lords were already seated. As soon as Chun Chang'an entered, all eyes converged on him. Nevertheless, Chun Chang'an didn't even bother to feign humility or fear. He stood tall and unwavering. Chun Chang'an quickly looked around to observe, secretly assessing. The information conveyed by the informant earlier mentioned that the destruction of the immortal life sect was related to the three great immortal families of Yunzhou. The immortal life sect had the strength to contend with the immortal families. I don't believe these three old men could have destroyed the immortal life sect. There must be other hidden factors behind. He lowered his gaze and looked directly at the people before him. Couldn't help but angrily think to himself. A bunch of hypocrites pretending to be righteous, with only self-interest in their eyes, abandoning their own people for profit. And now they have the audacity to sit here under the banner of justice and fairness. Sitting right in the center was old Zhong. The surrounding people, seeing Chun Chang'an's indifferent attitude, immediately angrily reprimanded him. Impudent! Do you not immediately kneel and pay respects upon seeing the immortal family? Chun Chang'an cleverly replied, I only kneel to the dead. Doing so doesn't seem very appropriate. Then he calmly asked, don't the seniors suspect me of using forbidden drugs? Why aren't you investigating? Yun Changzong was enraged and annoyed by his attitude, and immediately said with irritation, Insolent brat! He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven. And the surrounding crowd also started buzzing with chatter. Everyone directed their criticisms and curses straight at Chun Chang'an. This little knife Chun, not only used forbidden drugs, but is also so arrogant. Does he have no shame? It's fortunate that our 9 provinces have the immortal families. Otherwise the lower world would have been repeatedly thrown into chaos by the upper world. Yet he dares to show such an attitude when greeted. A blue-haired female cultivator from the Heavenly Fragrance sect was also utterly exasperated. I can't believe this little knife Chun is such a person. Alas for our Heavenly Fragrance sect. I'm afraid we're about to be implicated by him. A blonde female disciple next to her quietly reminded. Earlier, when he was disrespectful to the seniors, I already knew he was no good. Su Xianger immediately declared in a stern voice. No matter what happens later, he is absolutely not a member of our Heavenly Fragrance sect. He is unworthy. Tang Mayer gently extended her hand and cast a spell, smugly saying, Earlier, the Lord of Guizhou was not wrong. To assume he's definitely from the immortal life sect just because of his clothes is too childish. But we all know that although the immortal body cannot cultivate, disciples of the immortal life sect are all at the soul transformation stage. To ensure no accidents occur, I will once again examine his identity and cultivate. Power quickly gathered in Chun Chang'an's chest, and his cultivation then gradually revealed itself. Nascent soul first layer, nascent soul second layer, nascent soul sixth layer, nascent soul ninth layer, peak nascent soul. Tang Mayer, seeing this, chuckled with glee. She loudly declared triumphantly, Nascent soul! As expected, he suppressed his true soul. Old Zhong was overjoyed. Feigning righteousness, he directly accused Chun Chang'an. Involved in fraud, concealing your true strength, and disrespecting me. There are already dozens of regulations by which you can be punished. Remnant of the immortal life sect, reveal yourself. Yun Changzong, nearby, added. This person has a treacherous and devious mind, no different from the remnants of the immortal life sect. His participation in the supreme talent battle likely has ulterior motives. Shi Jian, sitting nearby, appeared largely unconcerned with what was happening. He calmly drank his tea while nonchalantly reminding them. If he only has nascent soul strength, then later, during the interrogation, use gentler methods. If you accidentally scare him to death, that would be a huge... Chun Chang'an, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up at this moment. He sharply criticized, currently, the upper world frequently harasses the lower world. Instead of figuring out how to unite talents to resist the immortals, you only know how to scheme for profit, aspire to reach the heavens in a single step, and even massacred the immortal life sect. And Chun Chang'an's cultivation continued to rise without any sign of stopping. From nascent soul, it reached soul transformation first layer, soul transformation second layer, soul transformation third layer, soul transformation fourth. Tang Mayer also immediately noticed the abnormality. She exclaimed in surprise, Wait, his strength is still increasing. Soul transformation stage. Now he's a soul transformation stage cultivator. Su Xianger couldn't help but be stunned. But Shi Jian still confidently replied, a soul transformation stage cultivator. Then he must be a core disciple of the immortal life sect. He definitely knows the whereabouts of the immortal... Old Zhong suddenly flew into a rage and roared. Old Zhong roared, questioning Chun Chang'an. Where did you immortal life sect remnants hide the immortal body? A fierce aura and immense pressure radiated powerfully at this moment. But Chun Chang'an remained as before, standing firm and completely stood amidst his enemies, but in reality he completely disregarded them. Chun Chang'an silently mused. Zhang Quanchu must have already started her competition. As long as she wins the Supreme Talent Championship, completing Random Task 1 is a certainty and cannot be changed. As for Task 3, from beginning to end, there's been no clear direction for completion. The randomness is too great. Reckless actions, if not handled properly, could back. Then, he suddenly broke into a devilish smile, curiously wondering to himself. Reversing the situation, reaching the peak of the 9 provinces, becoming the lord of the 9 provinces, if I reveal my identity myself, will there be any support? After thinking, he decisively made up his mind. Forget it. There's still one matter that needs to be prioritized and handled first. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, what's the point? It's time to end. Tang Meier had been diligently casting her spell to observe Chun Chang'an. At this moment, she suddenly froze as if realizing something, while Chun Chang'an inwardly thought with disdain. Interrogating an ignorant youth, ganging up to oppress and coerce like this. A typical scene in web novels. It has no effect on me. Chun Chang'an, what's... Tang Meier's eyes suddenly widened in fright. She asked herself in disbelief. What's going on? His cultivation is still increasing. It's only been a moment, and he's already ascended to the void refinement. Shi Jian extended his hand, glancing at old Zhong, who was scowling fiercely with rage beside him, then feigned calmness to mediate. Younger brother Zhong, don't be so impatient. He smugly looked straight at Chun Chang'an, who was silently deep in thought. Thinking Chun Chang'an was stunned with fear, he then mockingly put on an air of superiority. Look at how you've scared him. He's too terrified to speak. Shi Jian continued. Little friend, don't be afraid. Just tell us the whereabouts of the immortal body, and we will definitely guarantee your absolute safety. I see your relationship with that female cultivator from the Heavenly Fragrance sect is quite good. She's your wife, isn't she? We wouldn't mind having a private chat with her in a secluded room. We hope, little friend, you can consider the bigger picture and understand our position. As he spoke, Shi Jian suddenly emanated a powerful oppressive aura. He threatened further. Otherwise, little friend, you might meet a fate where not even a speck of your corpse remains. But Chun Chang'an didn't hasten to dodge. He still stood upright in place, completely The Lord of Qizhou and the Lord of Fengzhou nearby were also shaken by this oppressive aura. Is this the aura of a transcendent immortal? Just standing near him makes one terrified. I'm afraid no one in the lower world. Just then, a hand suddenly reached and placed it directly on Shi Jian's arrogant. The Lord of Qizhou's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The 2 words, contend with, uttered at last, were full of bewildered question. Chun Chang'an erupted with astonishing speed, charging forward to grab Shi Jian's head and smash it against the wall. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious red light, like an awakened. Shi Jian, caught completely off guard, had no time to react. He cried out in a panic. Damn it! Do you have a death? Shi Jian quickly raised his fist, intending to retaliate. Chun Chang'an effortlessly lifted his hand to block. A second later, Chun Chang'an landed a straight punch to Shi Jian's mouth, sending teeth flying in all directions. Blow after blow, Chun Chang'an continuously hammered Shi Jian's face without mercy. Shi Jian, who had been arrogant and boastful moments before, now lay still, unable to do anything as he was. Chun Chang'an continued his assault, striking from all sides, front, back, top, bottom, leaving no spot on. Shi Jian was furious but utterly helpless. He could only watch Chun Chang'an's fists, thinking, damn it, I can't keep up with his speed. This is impossible. I don't believe. Immediately after, Chun Chang'an delivered a powerful punch downwards, causing the surrounding ground to. A single blow directly pierced through the structure below, causing the ground to suffer a violent aftershock, sending dust and smoke flying. Several domain lords' eyes widened in terror, and the people from the Heavenly Fragrance sect froze in mouths agape at the horrifying spectacle they had just witnessed. Tang Meier covered her mouth in shock, speechless. She thought in dismay. As an immortal-level expert, Shi Jian had no power to fight back against. Chun Chang'an was now enveloped in a terrifying aura of power, emanating an oppressive presence that made anyone witnessing it tremble involuntarily. With the full force of the immortal realm unleashed, Tang Meier had only one thought in her mind. Monster! He is a monster! After dealing with Shi Jian, Chun Chang'an slowly ascended the steps to the main hall. The surrounding crowd immediately recognized the situation and moved under Elder Zhong's terrified gaze. Chun Chang'an gently placed his hand on the central. Then, he decisively sat down, arrogantly sweeping his gaze over those. The system notification screen appeared. Host has defeated the sole immortal level expert. intimidating the domain lords and top sect masters of the various provinces. A major step forward for Random Quest 3. Dominate the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Awarded 20,000 domain points. Chun Chang'an bared his teeth in a satisfied. Next, he raised his voice and declared, "From now on, this place is Chun Chang'an Plaza. Regarding the destruction of the everlasting life sect, you will answer whatever I ask. Anyone who dares to disobey, cause trouble, or act improperly." Before Chun Chang'an could finish his sentence, Yun Changzong and the others immediately knelt in fear at Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an glared at them, warning, "I will take your life." The people below, upon hearing this, suddenly realized and wondered, "Chun Chang'an? Isn't his name Chun Little Knife?" Immediately after, Chun Chang'an unleashed a powerful, oppressive aura, forcing everyone to clench their teeth and struggle to resist, almost unable to. Yun Changzong and Su Ningxiang were struck by a shocking thought. He has the same name as Senior Chun Chang'an, and such immense power. Could he truly be Senior Chun Chang'an? On his part, gave them no chance to relax. A terrifying energy emanated from his body. Chun Chang'an asked sternly, "First question. Who instigated the destruction of the everlasting life?" Yun Changzong and Nangong Tianyun hesitated, not daring to utter a single. Chun Chang'an asked impatiently, "Not speaking, huh?" Then, he forcefully increased the pressure, causing them greater pain. He remarked sarcastically, "You're quite adept at covering for each other, aren't you? I suppose you've committed many dirty deeds against moral principles in the past." The next second, Chun Chang'an decisively circulated his energy. The power emanating from him was now unimaginably strong, and his eyes grew profound and unfathomable. He roared in anger, "Then I can only kill all of you, to comfort the departed spirits of the deceased disciples of the everlasting life sect." Elder Zhong, Tang Meier, Nangong Tianyun, and Su Ningxiang seemed to have reached their limits. They instantly suffered internal injuries and coughed up. Elder Zhong finally couldn't endure the torture. He reached out, struggling to beg for mercy. "No, no, no. I'll tell you, Senior. I'll tell you." He blurted out in a rush. It was the Abyssal Demonic Sect. The instigator was the Abyssal Demonic Sect. They forced us to do it because they wanted the everlasting life. Feng Qiun was not forced into the Bronze Ancient Mountain by us. He was captured by people from the Abyssal Demonic. Upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an's eyes. The other domain lords also hastily begged for mercy. "It has nothing to do with us, Senior. Please spare our lives," the old lord of Feng Province added helplessly. "Feng Qiun himself is an immortal-level expert. How would we dare to actively attack?" Yun Changzong was also severely suppressed, no less miserable. Yet, he secretly cursed in his heart. "These brainless idiots. He's a disciple of the everlasting life sect. Do they think he'll spare us if we beg for?" But then his gaze darkened, and he desperately tried to think. "No, he will definitely kill us to avenge the deceased disciples of the everlasting life sect. I can't die. I must find." Chun Chang'an, observing from above, had long lost his patience with their blabbering. He angrily questioned them loudly. "You boast about being righteous, yet you threatened and coerced me to get information about the everlasting life body, and now you're pinning all the blame on the demonic path? Do you think I'm so easily fooled?" Then, he declared decisively, "Forget it. The interrogation is over. You can all go die." As soon as his words fell, the oppressive aura pressing down on them grew even more intense, as if a slight misstep would crush them like nameless ants. Yun Changzong, horrified, could only wail internally, "Madman! Doesn't he know that if he kills us, the 9 provinces will descend into chaos? Who can stop him? We, the eminent figures of the 9 provinces, are like defenseless chicks waiting to be slain." Su Ningxiang on one side was trembling, clutching her 2 female cultivators. All 3 witnessed the terrifying scene before them and were so frightened that tears streamed from their eyes. "He's killing with bloodshot eyes." Just then, a system notification popped up. The 9 provinces Grand Assembly has not yet concluded. It is recommended that the host temporarily refrains from killing them. If they are killed, the subsequent Quest 3 will incur a certain degree of completion difficulty. Chun Chang'an was startled awake by. He swept his sharp gaze over each person below, muttering to himself, "I let myself get carried away. Before the truth is fully clear, these people still have their uses. I'll take their heads after the quest is finished." "Excuse me." A voice suddenly rang out from outside. A person, appearing from seemingly nowhere, brazenly stepped through the doorway and announced loudly, "I heard that Golden Core Brat used a forbidden elixir, violating the rules and damaging the Grand Assembly's reputation. I've specially come to see this." Newcomer was none other than the fake Chun Chang'an, Yixiang. As he stepped in, he smugly fanned himself, thinking, "Brat, you offended me before, and now I found an opportunity to kick you while you're down. But what met his eyes was Yun Changzong and several other domain lords groveling on the ground, bowing their heads in supplication. He asked in astonishment, "What is going on?" Yun Changzong was also very surprised to see Yixiang arrive. A glimmer of hope immediately sparked in his mind. It's the other Chun Chang'an. He has experience killing ghost immortals. He can definitely defeat that man. Without hesitation, Yun Changzong seized the opportunity, quickly pointing at Chun Chang'an and accusing him, "Senior Chun, save us." Chun Little Knife concealed his cultivation and ambushed everyone. "He's plotting to murder us. Senior, quick, kill him. He is a heretic and a demonic cult." Yixiang heard this and quickly stepped forward to block, not forgetting to loudly boast, "No wonder you're all kneeling. So it was his evil arts. Cloud Province Lord, do not fear. With this venerable one here, he will absolutely have no chance to cause trouble." In his mind, he was delightedly thinking, "I was looking for an opportunity to kill this Chun Little Knife brat. I didn't expect him to deliver himself right to my doorstep. Perfect. I'll show off my skills to these domain lords and strengthen their trust." Chun Chang'an had remained silent, watching Yixiang's performance but Yixiang was completely unaware that he was playing with fire. At this moment, he recklessly charged forward. "Heretic and demonic cultivator. Take this." He smugly thought to himself, "No one can escape the control of my great perfection demonic arts. Chun Little Knife, go to hell." His ambitions were just a pipe dream. Chun Chang'an was now provoked. His eyes flashed with killing intent. He let out a cold laugh, then asked in a deep voice, "Demonic cultivator?" Immediately after, Yixiang was sent flying, landing flat on the writhed, clutching his face, screaming in agony, "My eyes!" The surrounding people couldn't help but be astonished at seeing him defeated so Yun Changzong also stumbled backward in a daze. How can this be? Senior Chun Chang'an couldn't defeat Chun Little Knife? Could it be? Chun Chang'an now descended. The astonishing aura emanating from him caused the surrounding crowd to instinctively step aside, clearing a path. Chun Chang'an slowly approached Yixiang on the ground, asking coldly, "Is my name so easy to—" Yixiang was beaten until his face was a mess, his entire body trembling in agonizing pain. He asked in fright, "You? Who are—" Chun Chang'an quickly stood towering before Yixiang. He slowly replied, "The commander of immortals, the ghost immortal suppressor. In the lower realm, there is only one person none can rival." Yixiang heard this and a realization dawned on him. He looked at the person before him in horror. "You?" Chun Chang'an slowly spoke 3 words. Yun Changzong cried out in terror. "We've been deceived. This person is fundamentally not Senior Chun Chang'an. He's a fake." At this moment, the others also realized in shock. "We've been tricked by an impostor." The female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect were also rendered speechless by this revelation. So, Chun Little Knife wasn't just coincidentally sharing a name with Senior Chun Chang'an. Rather, he is the real Chun Chang'an then stated indifferently, "I originally wanted to see how far the one who borrowed my name could go. Unfortunately, you've reached a dead end. You are the most audacious person I have ever—" Yixiang instantly recalled in dismay the times he had been tricked by Chun Chang'an, and being secretly attacked until he became a grotesque freak. It was only now that he realized in horror. No wonder he dared to kick me in front of so many people. No wonder I was strangely beaten in my room. No wonder the rare treasures I painstakingly tricked out were stolen by someone else without a trace. I originally wanted to use his identity to gain a big advantage. Instead, it backfired. I was played by thinking this. He quickly pulled out a talisman from his sleeve. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. At that very moment, a hand instantly reached. Chun Chang'an waved his hand. Yixiang's consciousness left his body. Chun Chang'an simply sent him to meet his ancestor. Chun Chang'an flicked his finger. Fire instantly flared up, incinerating Yixiang, thus bringing a definitive end to the shameless life of the fake Chun Chang'an. The surrounding people were terrified by Chun Chang'an's decisive act. System notifications appeared consecutively. Congratulations, host, for killing an 8th level spirit transformation realm cultivator. Received 2,000 domain points. Host has further intimidated the domain lords and top sect masters of the various provinces. Random Quest 3. Dominate the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. Quest progress increased by 1 stage. Received 30,000 domain points. At this moment, Chun Chang'an coldly turned to look at Yun Changzong, who was trembling on the ground. Yun Changzong quickly knelt, begging in fear. "Senior Chun Chang'an, spare my life. Senior, spare my life." Chun Chang'an merely said casually, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Another notification appeared. System detected Quest 1. Aid Jiang Quanchu in becoming the #1 prodigy of the 9 provinces. Becoming the man behind her is nearing completion. Awarded host 30,000 domain points. Chun Chang'an placed a hand on Yun Changzong's shoulder, secretly implanting a miniature one-yang finger technique. Then he murmured to himself, "It seems the prodigy finals are reaching their conclusion. I'll go watch the final match and see Jiang Quanchu win the champion." After that, he turned to the group behind him and said, "Follow me to the finals arena. Remember to smile. Make it clear that I didn't use any forbidden elixir." Those individuals, completely terrified by him, obediently and obsequiously replied, "Yes, yes, yes, Senior, rest assured. We will definitely clear your." Back at the Prodigy Finals arena, Jiang Quanchu was currently participating in her match. From above, she gathered power into her sword and shouted loudly, "Thus, the triple divine water's 9 devourings." She then immediately unleashed a powerful blow, striking directly at her opponent. A loud explosion rang out. Afterward, only smoke, dust, and debris flew. That person, struck directly in the face, was defeated without any resistance. Jiang Quanchu easily secured the victory. The cultivators below immediately cheered enthusiastically. An announcement rang out, "Congratulations! Jiang Quanchu of the Heavenly Fragrance sect of Cloud Province has won the Prodigy Champion." The sky, which had been clear, was suddenly enveloped by dark, ominous clouds. Then, the heavens were unexpectedly torn apart, revealing a strange golden light and a powerful energy that gradually poured forth from. A pair of legs emerged. The figure within excitedly announced, "It seems I've arrived just in." The faces of everyone present below clearly showed expressions of. On Chun Chang'an's side, a notification suddenly appeared, "Detected reincarnated son. Asura demonic." The newly appeared figure immediately burst into crazed laughter. The system screen quickly displayed his information. Name, Yu Shalua. Background: reincarnated Asura demonic son of the Asura immortal domain. Possesses memories from before his reincarnation and from his time in the upper realm. To achieve the Asura immortal domain's grand ambition of dominating the 9 provinces continent, he has always sought the Asura command token, cast down by the Asura immortal domain to the lower realm, which can summon 100,000 Asura spectral souls. Finally found it in a secret realm of Cloud Province. Summons 100,000 Asuras. Encirclement of the 9 provinces. Desires to massacre all righteous factions of the 9 provinces. Seize the 9 provinces' apex. Dominate the lower realm. Skills: puppet art, summoning art. Immortal treasure: Asura command token. Title: Demonic son of the Asura immortal domain. Other: Immortal's shield. The Asura demonic son emerged from the spatial rift, his body radiating a strange red energy. The people below immediately exclaimed in annoyance, "Who is this person, daring to brazenly barge into the grand assembly grounds like this? How presumptuous!" Chun Chang'an now had a rough understanding of the situation. He muttered softly, "Reincarnated son. Asura demonic son." He then secretly pondered, "After Jian gone, this is the 2nd reincarnated son. These immortals are reincarnating one after another into the lower realm. What exactly is their purpose?" The old lord of Feng province, maintaining his composure, spoke up, "Fellow Taoist, to arrive at the 9 provinces grand assembly with such fanfare, do you have an invitation card?" Beside him, the Scarlet Peak Lord could no longer suppress his anger and roared, "A mere spirit transformation cultivator dares to brazenly storm into the grand assembly venue? Are you tired of—" The Asura demonic son's eyes suddenly flashed, brimming with murderous. Angong Tianyun sternly warned, "If fellow Taoist does not possess an invitation, please leave as quickly as you arrived. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." But Ming He beside him suddenly had a bad premonition and cautiously reminded them, "Wait, this person's aura is strange. An evil energy emanates from him. I fear the newcomer has ill intent." Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait! Look, what's that?" From the spatial rift behind the Asura demonic son, grotesque skeletons unexpectedly emerged. He seemed to lose patience and decisively commanded, "All this chatter is annoying. Conveniently, all 9 domain lords are gathered here. Go, kill them all." As his words fell, the skeletons immediately swarmed out, rushing down like a storm, engulfing a vast expanse of the sky. The people below screamed in terror, and several domain lords hastily warned, "This person is a demonic cultivator. Everyone, be careful." The skeletons furiously charged forward. Some tried to fight back, fire blast, but they had no time to react. In the end, only horrified screams remained. "Damn it! What in the world are those monsters?" The scene now descended into utter chaos. Everyone ran for their lives, some unable to hold back their continuous cries. Help! Mom! Save me! I don't want to die! Retreat! 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 But no matter how hard they tried to run, they couldn't escape the brutal attacks of the skeletons. Some were even grabbed and had their heads bitten off. And from above, the Asura demonic son observed the situation. He impatiently gestured, urging, "These screams are too grating, completely lacking elegance. Quickly deal with these insects and seize the 9 provinces." Ming He, on her side, also quickly activated her power. Spiritual energy surged out, forming a powerful barrier that pushed back the aggressive skeleton. She hastily reminded those behind her, "The strength of these monsters is all at the nascent soul realm and above, with many in the spirit transformation realm. We must quickly lead the nascent soul realm prodigies away first. We cannot let them die." Nangong Tianyun, struggling to resist, urgently interrupted, "No, their numbers are too great. The entire Grand Assembly Hall is surrounded by them. We can't get out." In his mind, Nangong Tianyun was now secretly worried. "I hope that little girl Amyo is still obediently waiting in her room on the airship. She absolutely must not sneak out." The other cultivators, unable to resist, had completely fallen into a crying and wailing while asking themselves, "Am I really going to die here?" The old lord of Feng province struggled to mutter to himself, "If this continues, everyone will die. The only way now is to beg Senior Chen Chang'an to..." Cultivators were successively killed by the skeletons without being able to resist. The Scarlet Peak Lord could only desperately hold his ground in helplessness. Meanwhile, the mastermind, the Asura demonic son, was calmly observing the bloody scene below as if it were an everyday occurrence. Scarlet Peak Lord could no longer tolerate it. He immediately lunged towards the Asura demonic son, roaring in indignation, "You are merely a spirit transformation cultivator. As long as we deal with you, these monsters will disappear." Shalua Mozi looked at the person before him with a contemptuous, tearful gaze and uttered, "Foolish idiot." A skeletal warrior carrying an enormous flaming spear suddenly appeared. It immediately thrust its spear, piercing through the Red Tower. The Red Tower Master took the full force of the painful blow, struggling to hold onto the spear and block it. Only then did he truly understand the critical situation unfolding before his eyes. Ugh, there's even a monster comparable to a peak void refinement expert. This number, we're in deep. At the same time, below, a sharp sword strike cut straight into the armor of the skeletal warrior. Zhang Tonso was also brimming with fighting spirit, charging forward to kill the enemy. With one sword strike, she cut a skeletal warrior in half. Immediately after, a strange demonic energy surged from the skeletal warrior's body, and its severed parts instantly reconnected. This recovery speed made Zhang Tonso's eyes widen in shock. Can these monsters truly not be? Even knowing this, and despite being utterly exhausted and panting continuously, Zhang Tonso had only one thought. No, their strength is too great. My husband is only at the peak golden core stage. I must quickly get to his side to protect him. But immediately after, the world suddenly spun in her. Zhang Tonso's expression suddenly darkened. Then, she collapsed from exhaustion. Zhang Tonso murmured in alarm, "My body!" A skeletal warrior saw this and seized the opportunity to lunge forward, aiming to quickly finish her off while she was unable to resist. That woman is too troublesome. At that critical moment, a person unexpectedly stepped forward and effortlessly blocked the spear's tip with just 2 fingers. Chun Chang'an silently walked over, saying nothing and showing no intention of attacking. Yet he instantly turned the skeletal warrior to dust. The system immediately announced, "Host has killed an upper realm heroic spirit cultivator, gaining 5,000 domain points." Then, he lowered his hand and asked with concern, "Are you?" Just then, the system again displayed a reminder. After random mission 1 is completed, the host and Zhang Tonso will no longer have any relationship. Forced intervention will bring adverse effects to her. Zhang Tonso, who was still joyful, froze and asked, confused, "Husband?" Another system reminder appeared. The host's current strength is already the strongest in the lower realm. Before suppressing your cultivation, it is advised to temporarily avoid cultivators below the incarnations. Then, Chun Chang'an directly turned away, looking up at Shilua Mozi wreaking havoc above. He said indifferently, "Go wait in a safe place. Protect yourself well. This is not a place for you." Zhang Tonso quickly replied, "Husband, you should be the one to go. I will protect you to the very end, and the province lords will resolve all of." Old Feng province lord nearby saw Chun Chang'an step forward and quickly pleaded earnestly, "Senior Chan, we beg you to act and save." Su Nyangxiang and several cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect also eagerly added, "Yes, we still have Senior Chan. He can definitely kill all these monsters and save us." Senior Chun Chang'an, Please make a move. Someone from the cloud-soaring sect, who was trembling and resisting on the other side, also tried to call out, Senior, you are magnanimous. Please save us just this once. Otherwise, we'll all be... Jong Ton-so witnessed this entire scene and everyone's submissive attitude. Feeling utterly astonished and confusion, bewilderment, and disbelief gradually appeared in her eyes. Jong Ton-so asked herself, perplexed, why is everyone placing their hope in my... The system displayed a notification. Mission 3 progress has reached 80%. As long as you gain recognition from the 9 provinces apex and become the lord of the 9 provinces, the mission will be Standing amidst this situation, Chun Chang'an couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If I didn't have the strength to control everything, at this point I would probably already be a fish on the chopping block. Standing at the peak of the world, with no challenges, no pressure, no difficulties, only invincible loneliness. This game has suddenly become too simple. Crushing is the essence. After thinking this, his expression revealed the helpless, devil-may-care look of a young man who had just truly grasped the meaning of Luomozi. By now had also noticed Chun Chang'an. He pointed directly at Chun Chang'an's face and sneered, just a colorful little bug. Where's the hope in that? Let this immortal send you on your... The skeletal warriors immediately obeyed his command, wildly brandishing their blades and charging straight towards Chun Chang'an. Jong Ton-so, seeing the critical situation unfolding, cried out in alarm, Chang'an, what was a critical situation to others was merely a boring child's game in Chun Chang'an's eyes. He slowly raised a friendly finger, unleashing his unique ultimate technique, the One Solar. Immediately after, a fierce surge of power unexpectedly shot out, blasting a straight path and blowing away any obstacles in its way. The skeletal warriors were utterly annihilated. The surrounding people stared with wide eyes and open mouths in terror. We risked our lives and couldn't even destroy one. He used one move. Then someone saw the light of hope ignite. He is our only... Luomozi above couldn't help but be astonished by this shocking display. Oh, this kid still has some... But a moment ago he was visible, and in the blink of an eye, Chun Chang'an's figure vanished, leaving Luomozi confused. Huh? Chun Chang'an had already teleported in front of Luomozi, his hand ready. He angrily roared, You upper realm people truly make me very unhappy. Immediately after, he gave him a violent... Then he exerted force again, sending Luomozi flying, causing him to part with his teeth in... Luomozi, who moments ago was arrogant and acted as if he feared no one, now looked at his current predicament and realized that not even his father could save him. Chun Chang'an continuously beat him, and he could only helplessly do nothing. How can his strength and speed be so immense? I actually have no power to fight back. This is impossible. Luomozi's teeth and lips were now a mess. Chun Chang'an roared again, Die for me! And raised his hand. Of course, he didn't raise his hand high to strike gently. He raised it high to brutally smash the arrogant, rude bastard's face. Luomozi was slammed face-first into the... He trembled as he pulled out a token engraved with the 2 characters. Even though he had just been thoroughly beaten, this guy still didn't know fear. He angrily yelled, You're just a lowly worm from the lower realm, yet you dare. Immediately, a familiar foot suddenly obscured his... Before Asura Demon Son could finish his sentence, Chun Chang'an directly stomped down on him, causing the ground to crack. He irritably finished Asura Demon Son's sentence, Cultivate your ass. The old peak master witnessed Chun Chang'an's domineering display and immediately sighed in relief. It seems he didn't unleash his full power in the interrogation room just now. Otherwise, we would have died by his hand long. The surrounding crowd was also terrified by the shockwave emanating from Chun Chang'an's strike. Holy hell, is this power that a human can wield? It's too absurd. Chun Xiaodao is too strong. Isn't he only at the core formations? Amidst the swirling dust and rocks, someone couldn't help but blurt out, Chun Xiaodao my ass. He's the real senior Chun. Su Ningxiang, shielding the female cultivator next to her, continued, The previous one was a fake. The other person immediately showed regret and blamed himself. I was so foolish, truly, to offend senior Chun Chang'an for a fake. And coincidentally, all these words reached Jiang Chuanshu's ears nearby, not missing a single. Other person also heard these words and exclaimed in horror. What? Chun Xiaodao is Chun Chang'an? You must be kidding, right? Then haven't I offended senior Chun Chang'an? Another person was so stunned he swore coarsely. Me too. I'm screwed. What the FC? Jiang Quanchu finally understood everything. She thought in a daze. Before, I sensed that my husband wasn't simple, but I never expected. His side, Chun Chang'an grabbed Asura Demon Son by the collar and lifted him to interrogate him, saying, What is the purpose of you upper realm people reincarnating into the lower realm? Asura Demon's son was completely under Chen Chang'an's control. Jiang Quanchu, witnessing this from behind, exclaimed in surprise to herself, "So it really is Chen Ch—" At this moment, the Asura Demon's son audaciously spat at Chen Chang'an's. He clutched the token tightly in his hand and boldly cursed, "You lowly lower realm." Chen Chang'an was now truly angered, but at this very moment, Asura Demon's son suddenly crushed the token in his hand and shouted, "Heaven punishing elder!" No sooner had he spoken than a strange aura suddenly soared into the sky, and the ground below showed anomalies as cracks. Immediately after, a dazzling beam of light appeared, carrying an oppressive force that made everyone nearby unable to stand. The other cultivators then realized in shock, immortal chi pressure. This time, I fear an immortal from the upper realm has arrived. The old peak master Zhou immediately said uneasily, "The pressure he brings upon me is even greater than Senior Chen Chang'an. Senior Chen Chang'an is very likely unable to contend with him." The master of Red Pearl also spoke up fearfully, "No one can. We are." A gigantic divine guardian suddenly appeared. He disdainfully asked, "Jade Asura, you reincarnated once and became weaker, yet you're resorting to using a card?" Chen Chang'an was also slightly surprised at this moment, secretly appraising the newcomer, an immortal guardian at the immortal general. He stood towering behind Asura Demon's son, looked at Asura Demon's son, then at Chen Chang'an and said arrogantly, "To deal with a mere ant from the lower realm and you still need my help? Truly you—" Immediately after, Chen Chang'an was struck directly in the torso by the immortal guardian. He was sent flying through the fleeing crowd by a powerful, luminous image. Chen Chang'an was slammed flat against a corner. Seeing this, Jiang Quanchu immediately cried out in alarm. The group, including Nangong Tianwen, was also utterly stunned. The Protector Immortal reminded them again, "The Asura Seal's duration is limited. I can't stay long in the lower realm, so make it a quick kill." The Asura demonic disciple, freed from his restraints, coughed incessantly and urged, "Stop wasting words. Quickly kill him." The other confidentially replied, 3 seconds is. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an was also slowly sitting. His eyes held a deep malevolence. The system immediately popped up a notification. An upper realm immortal unaffected by the laws of the 9 provinces has appeared. The safety of your clone is threatened. Do you wish to switch to a higher tier ID? Immediately after, the system presented a detailed statistical analysis. Host's current domain points total 200,000 due to the current crisis. If domain points are insufficient to switch clones, a debt can be incurred, which must be repaid to the system at double the amount later. Function: Mirror Flowers, Water Moon switch to upper realm clone. Human Immortal, Immortal Soldier, 100,000 domain points, current discount reduced to 50,000 domain points. Immortal Scholar, 200,000 domain points, current discount reduced to 100,000. Immortal General, 500,000, current discount reduced to 250,000 domain points. System: Due to the strength of the clones switched via Mirror Flowers, Water Moon, it is not restricted by the rules of the 9 provinces continent, and can unleash the full power of an upper realm immortal. System: Do you wish to switch? Chen Chang'an silently read the system's notification. The Protector Immortal then arrogantly strode towards him. Looking at Chen Chang'an still lying on the ground, he scornfully said, "You haven't died after taking my attack? You're quite tough." Yun Changzong, seeing the current situation, panicked and was terrified. "It's over. Senior Chen can't even fight back against him. No one can save us this time. We're definitely dead." Nangong Tianwen, conversely, was furious at the arrogance of those people. They've pierced a hole through the laws of the lower realm. What do they take the lower realm's laws for? Invading whenever they please. The Protector Immortal looked down at Chen Chang'an from above, growing even more smug. He sneered mockingly. "Those who are called transcendent and claim to kill upper realm immortals like you are nothing but a ragtag bunch relying on the laws of the 9 provinces to cling to." He didn't spare any mockery. "If not for the protection of the laws of the 9 provinces, you wouldn't even be able to defeat the beasts we raise in the upper." With that, he immediately unleashed his power, sending a sky-shattering attack downwards. The Protector Immortal boasted, "And I possess special immortal authority, unaffected by the laws of the 9 provinces. I can unleash the full strength of a true upper realm immortal. Let me see how many attacks the one known as the strongest in the lower realm can withstand from me." To let these lower realm insects witness their own hopes shattered. Their expressions will surely be amazing. Zhang Chuansua, seeing the danger, frantically cried out, "Husband, get out of the way." Even though she had just fought to exhaustion, she didn't hesitate to charge forward, using her sword to cut down those in her path. heading straight for the arrogant protector. The Asura demonic disciple quickly reacted upon seeing this. He loudly commanded the skeletons. A mere nascent soul dares to step forward, not knowing what death is. What are you standing there for? Continue, kill them, and seize the 9 provinces cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletons immediately charged forward in a system notified. 300,000 domain points deducted to switch to Earth Immortal Clone, Peak Immortal Commander. This system notification was also a prelude to Chan Chang'en's. His arm began to radiate immense power. Chan Chang'en spoke. Just an immortal general? That's not enough. If I'm going to do this, I need an overwhelming aura of crushing. Protector Immortal froze, looking at the person in front of him with confusion. Only then did he feel that something was amiss. The system kindly reminded. The host's accumulated domain points have been fully deducted. You now owe the system 100,000 domain points. Chan Chang'en suddenly stood up, stomping his foot, causing the ground to crack. His power erupted like a storm. He proudly continued. I must beat this dog until his face is unrecognizable, making him question his dog's. Protector Immortal cautiously cried out. This guy has a trump card, cannot be kept alive, must be instantly killed. Immediately after, he took a defensive stance, preparing to. But you're still too green and naive. Chan Chang'en merely showed a strange. The very next second, the immortal took a kick directly to the stomach, making him gasp in pain, eyes wide. Chan Chang'en had endured for too long, finally erupting now. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate so many domain points, and now they've been wasted all because of a beast. Just moments ago, Chan Chang'en had been slammed against a wall, but now the Protector Immortal was kicked so hard that even the wall couldn't withstand it. He was sent flying, smashing through several rock faces. He was kicked so hard that the world spun, and he lay flattened in a. Afterwards, the Protector Immortal sprang up. Unable to suppress his shock and confusion, he asked, Your cultivation, how did it become so powerful? His heart was filled with questions. He had been so weak just moments before. In an instant, Chan Chang'en didn't bother to reply. Instead, he approached, examining the immortal with an interested expression, as if looking at a goldfish. He then muttered, It's a pity we're not at Flying Immortal Mountain. If I killed you like a pig there, I could definitely earn quite. Immediately after, he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks on the immortal. The Protector Immortal, who had just been acting like a big shot from the upper realm, was now sent flying. Both panicked and annoyed, he growled. Next, he bent down, placing his hands on the ground, seemingly preparing for some follow-up. His 2 hands pressed together, activating a surge of. A fierce growl echoed, followed by the appearance of a grotesque bony hand. From behind the Protector Immortal, a towering skeletal figure, which he had just summoned, emerged. The Protector Immortal then bellowed, Go to. Chan Chang'en at this moment was in no hurry. His face clearly showed disdain and the confidence of the strong. He lightly waved his, what seemed like a casual flick of the wrist, as if shooing away a fly, unexpectedly unleashed a mighty. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it not only covered the 9 provinces but also created tremors that spread across the ground. The skeleton was instantly vaporized on the spot by his flick of the. Even the giant moving skeletal figure summoned by the Protector Immortal had to pack up and leave before it could do anything. The Protector Immortal could only stare in stunned disbelief as his summoned subordinate vanished into thin. The various province lords were also utterly astonished by Chan Chang'en's impossibly powerful ability. The Lord of Thunder Province couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Strong! The Asura demonic disciple, witnessing this swift and clean elimination, was frozen stiff with fear. He wondered in a daze. Elder Fatian is an immortal general. How can he not defeat this brat? This must be a dream. A dream. Such combat power cannot appear in the lower. Chan Chang'en then taunted them for their weakness. Haven't eaten. Only now did the Protector Immortal feel apprehension. He thought to himself in confusion. This time, I can only lead the Jade Asura to retreat first, then report to the Immortal Domain Master and send down a stronger immortal, taking advantage of the Asura Seal's limited time to escape back to the upper realm. He definitely won't have time to kill me. Thinking, the Protector Immortal immediately rushed over, grabbed the Asura demonic disciple, and signaled, leave. But Chan Chang'en seemed to have anticipated their move. He coldly asked, Trying to run now? Isn't it a bit late? Immediately after, Chan Chang'en simply raised 2 fingers, and a streak of power instantly shattered the Guardian Immortal's mental projection, sending him back to contemplate his fire avatar. The Asura disciple, fortunately, wasn't in the path of the attack, thus avoiding a calamity. The system quickly appeared. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal general first-tier cultivator. You have gained 1 million domain points. A salted fish treasure has dropped. The Asura disciple watched his companion fall in a single, irresistible blow, and instantly plummeted into a complete, retreating and screaming in fear. He quickly prostrated himself at Chan Chongan's feet, trembling as he begged, "Mercy, please!" Chan Chongan was not in a hurry to kill him. He went straight to the point. "Now, tell me, what is the purpose of so many upper realm cultivators reincarnating into the lower realm?" The Asura disciple, whose mouth was swollen from the previous beating, desperately racked his brain. Phaeton Elder is dead, and the Asura remnant souls are certainly no match for him. Currently, only by revealing our purpose can I possibly survive at his hands. Thinking this, he wisely spoke up, Senior, our purpose is to seize the 9 provinces cauldron." Chan Chongan frowned and continued to ask, "Why do you upper realm cultivators want the 9 provinces?" The Asura disciple trembled uncontrollably under Chan Chongan's gaze. Knowing that he had been seen through and could not hide anything, he nervously explained, "Whoever holds the 9 provinces cauldron is equivalent to holding the heavenly Tao of the 9 provinces continent, becoming its guardian deity, and ruling the entire 9 provinces continent. Each time one acquires a piece of territory in the lower realm, it greatly aids the growth of their immortal domain." He pointed towards the province lords and quickly continued, "That's right, Senior. Besides me, other immortal domains from the upper realm also have people reincarnated on the 9 provinces continent. As long as the 9 provinces cauldron still exists, there will be no shortage of competition for it. The 9 province lords each possess a fragment of the 9 cauldron fragments, when combined, form the complete 9 provinces cauldron." Chan Chongan secretly pondered. Task 3 also told me to obtain the 9 provinces cauldron. Did the system already know the upper realm's intentions? Meanwhile, the province lords on the other side looked as if they had been struck by lightning, clearly showing their terror. Chan Chongan immediately understood. No wonder the system prevented me from killing them earlier. So, the 9 provinces cauldron is within them. That's how it is. Having said, the Asura disciple fearfully asked, "Senior, look, I've told you everything you wanted. Can you spare me now?" But there was no way he would be spared. Chan Chongan directly gave him a taste of scorching flames. The Asura disciple shrieked in while Chan Chongan casually left him with a line, "All right, you can go die now." Then he quickly turned and left. The system appeared. "Congratulations, host, for killing a soul transformation realm cultivator. You have gained 2,000 domain points. Other domain points are currently being calculated. Please wait a moment." In a land enveloped by boundless spiritual energy, a delicate pillar stood in the center, topped with a glittering jade. This place was the upper, in the Asura immortal domain. Inside a room, a cowering servant knelt on the ground and reported anxiously, "Reporting, Immortal Venerable. The life tablets of Jade Asura and Immortal General Fa have shattered." The one standing above was Asura Immortal Lord, Shirtion. Upon hearing this, he angrily smashed the table beside him and roared furiously, "2 useless failures, more capable of ruining things than accomplishing them. They haven't even conquered the lower realm yet, and they died at the hands of those lower realm ants." Having said, he pointed and gave an order. The servant below quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He quickly considered, "With the Asura just dead, my years of planning have become a laughingstock for the other immortal domains. No, I must suppress this news. Quickly dispatch a new heavenly prodigy to reincarnate. This treasure land of the 9 provinces must belong to me." The scene shifted to the Ichang immortal domain, where the scenery was picturesque and poetic. Soft pink petals fluttered across the sky, adding to the charm of the landscape. A female attendant approached from behind to Immortal Lord. The scout from the Asura immortal domain reported that the life tablets of their reincarnated heavenly prodigy and their guardian have shattered. They cannot reincarnate again. The one called Immortal Lord heard this and replied with a slight surprise, "Oh, so our heavenly prodigy domain has one less competitor then." The female attendant behind her couldn't suppress her confusion and asked, "Immortal Lord, I don't understand." The guardian's power is that of an immortal general, with immortal authority protecting them. In the lower realm, they can use their full cultivation. The strongest in the lower realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could they kill the female immortal lord, whose appearance was unclear but whose calm demeanor and ethereal voice indicated her extraordinary status, gently explained, "The 9 provinces has infinite potential. Otherwise, it wouldn't be one of the treasure lands prioritized by all immortal domains for contention." After that, she did not forget to meticulously instruct, "Contact our domain's guardian. Before acquiring this treasure land of the 9 provinces, avoid Chan Chongan at all costs." Do not conflict with him. The other person acknowledged the order with a yes. Returning to the lower realm, immediately after Chun Chang'an incinerated the Asura disciple, the system appeared. Congratulations, host, for slaying the reincarnated prodigy Asura disciple. You have received an additional treasure, Merman number 1, and 000 domain points. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an was still dealing with the remaining trivial matters. Chen Chang'an chuckled excitedly as he channeled his power. System, wait, there are still some Asura remnant souls left. They're all domain points, don't waste them. He roared, Great mighty heavenly dragon. World-honored Ksitigarbha Prajna exorcising Buddha. Prajna Paramitha void. Immediately after, a golden dragon instantly flew out, circling once with its imposing aura, sweeping away the remaining skeletons. Domain points continuously flowed into his account. Chun Chang'an laughed triumphantly, dusting off his hands as he cheerfully said, All right, perfectly so. Thank you watching for vid. Not a single drop was left. The cultivators behind him were completely overwhelmed by his actions. Some cried tears of joy, while others cheered with all their might in excitement. True Immortal Senior is awesome. True Immortal Senior is my peerless hero. Master, master. True Immortal Senior is truly a master. True, I'm going to cry myself to death. Their reactions also helped Chun Chang'an complete his task. The system. Host has rescued the cultivators of the 9 provinces Grand Assembly. The cultivators have developed admiration. Task 3. Overlord saving the 9 provinces Grand Assembly progress is full. Rewarding host 000 domain points. Very quickly after, the system presented the final statistics. Domain points settlement complete. Host has killed tens of thousands of Asura remnant souls and received 3 million domain points. Chun Chang'an was ecstatic upon reading this. He happily jumped and danced, finally feeling how truly happy life could be at this moment. Chun Chang'an excitedly woohoo, soaring. This feeling is amazing. No more worrying about living a frugal life, just watching the clouds disperse and the bright moon. Just a familiar voice suddenly called out, Husband! Chun Chang'an was surprised to see Jiang Quanshu rushing towards him. It seemed she had hurried there, as her face was still streaked with. Jiang Quanshu's face was filled with worry. She panted and hastily, Are you all right, dear? Chun Chang'an was slightly stunned. He paused for a moment and replied. Just from behind Jiang Quanshu, a figure suddenly appeared, rushing forward and shouting loudly. It was none other than Emil. As soon as she arrived, she swiftly leaped up, wrapping her arms around Chun Chang'an's neck. Emil excitedly said, Husband, I finally found you. Chun Chang'an, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was utterly astonished. He awkwardly asked, Emil, where did you go before? Then he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. The very next second, Chun Chang'an immediately threw Emil aside without hesitation and hastily explained to Jiang Quanshu. My dear wife, I have no relationship with her. She's just speaking nonsense. Poor Emil, quickly and mercilessly brushed aside by Chun Chang'an, could only let out a frustrated. Just then, Jiang Quanshu quickly rushed forward to examine Chun Chang'an all over. To Chun Chang'an's surprise, she showed no jealousy, only deep concern. Jiang Quanshu asked incessantly, You scared me to death just now. How's your stomach? What about your chest? And your back? Turn around and let me see. Having said, gently held his arm to check. Seeing no major issues, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Your arm is fine. Nothing's wrong inside. But with such a heavy blow, you must be bruised all over. I have some medicated wine. Come back with me later. But just then, Chun Chang'an suddenly remembered that his cultivation realm had dropped from the Immortal Commander realm to the Soul Transformation realm. Chun Chang'an immediately stiffened. He instantly asked the system, What did you mean earlier when you said it wouldn't have a bad effect on Jiang Quanshu? The system then provided an explanation. After the mission ends, according to the rules, 2 people who are not fated to interact will return to their starting points. If they forcibly approach each other, they will face various sudden misfortunes. After, as if afraid he would nitpick, the system explained in detail. Her karmic luck will also gradually weaken. Her cultivation will reverse, and she will suffer chi deviation. The more you stay by her side, host, if you truly care for her well-being, then return to your starting point. After all, rules are things that cannot be defied. No matter how much you try to argue, host, do not delude yourself into thinking you can resist the rules. We have all undergone professional training. We will not let you run wild. Hearing this, Chun Chang'an was at a loss for his eyes flashed with anger. Chun Chang'an cursed inwardly. System, you're really pushing it. Just you wait, old. Immediately after, Chun Chang'an directly pushed Jiang Chuanshu's arm. He coldly uttered, "Please, have some self-respect." The moment these words left his lips, Jiang Quanshu instantly froze, as if she had heard something utterly unbelievable. The two stood facing each other. The distance in their hearts seemed to have stretched so far that it was unreachable. The air condensed, becoming suffocating. Then, a voice suddenly called out from behind Chun Chang'an. "Senior." He turned his head to look back, then asked in confusion, What are you all?" The 9 province lords had now lined up together, respectfully presenting their cauldron fragments. Then Mingi spoke on their behalf. She sincerely said, "This time, the immortals' attack disturbed the lower realm, leading to serious casualties. As the lords of the 9 provinces, we cannot escape responsibility. We are willing to offer up our cauldron fragments, Senior, and ask you to protect these 9 provinces. The cauldron fragments are the very heart of the 9 provinces. We, the province lords, have been able to safely protect our provinces for many years precisely because we possess these cauldron fragments. Now, the upper realm immortals are invading in droves. Only by entrusting the cauldron fragments to you, Senior, can the lower realm have a sliver of hope." Finally, all 9 province lords chanted in unison, "We respectfully acknowledge you as our lord. We humbly ask Senior to become the lord of the 9 provinces and protect our 9 provinces." The rounding cultivators also chorused, "That's right. As long as Senior becomes the lord of the 9 provinces, we won't have to fear the upper realm immortals." And Jiang Quanshu watched Chun Chang'an's retreating figure and couldn't help but anxiously wonder, "Will my husband agree?" Originally, my husband had already recovered his identity as Senior Chun Chang'an of Soaring Immortal Mountain. The disparity between him and me was already immense. If he becomes the lord of the 9 provinces, will I still be worthy of being his Tao companion? Chun Chang'an heard this and then gave a mysterious smile. He casually replied, "Someone like me has many bad habits and flaws. I'm afraid this position as lord of the 9 provinces is not suitable for me." But in his heart, he had already guessed their ulterior motives. "To treat me as a shield, only you people would do such." The cultivators below heard this and appeared utterly distressed. Each of them pleaded and wailed incessantly. "We cannot be without Senior. As long as Senior agrees, we are willing to do anything. Senior, please accept the cauldron fragments. Our 9 provinces need." Mingi, however, firmly presented her cauldron fragment. She frankly said, "Currently, only Senior in the lower realm is qualified to ascend to the position of lord of the 9 provinces. Mingi knows Senior has concerns and is willing to take the lead in resolving all of Senior's trouble." Chun Chang'an heard this and replied with interest, "Oh, then let me see your sincerity." After that, he immediately questioned them. The Yunzhou immortal lineage clan colluded with evil cults, harming their own people. You all knew about this early on but did nothing, simply because their ancestors had immortals backing them. Now, with the upper and lower realms at war, the situation is clear. The 3 great immortal lineage clans still remain and are about to become a hidden danger. It's time to deal with them. What do the province lords? The cultivators also responded enthusiastically. With Chun Chang'an stepping forward, they showed no reservations in expressing their indignation. Senior is right. The lower realm should be united, leaving behind this poisonous Yunzhou immortal lineage clan. Sooner or later, they will collude with external forces and help the upper realm invade our lower realm. Killing people within their own sect is the act of evil cultivators. Province lords, don't shield them. Quickly hand over those scoundrels. Province lords, you must think carefully. Without Senior's protection, you, the province lords of the lower realm, will be the first ones killed. The province lords above, seeing such a fierce public reaction, could not ignore. When Changzong, however, was extremely indignant upon hearing these words. He bitterly cursed inwardly. "Bastard! I originally thought pushing him to become the lord of the 9 provinces would lead him to magnanimously spare our immortal lineage clan, winning over public goodwill and establishing his prestige. I never expected him to play such a ruthless trick, completely disregarding face, and making such a mocking decision." Immediately after, he could not maintain his composure and stepped forward to refuse. "I do not agree." The Lord of Feng Zhou saw this and quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. He calmly advised, "Don't get agitated. Right now, protecting the lower realm is the most important thing. As long as Senior becomes the lord of the 9 provinces, we are willing to obey all of your commands and orders." Next, Mingi quickly replied, "Let alone dealing with the Yunzhou immortal lineage. Even if it means rushing into a boiling cauldron for you, we would not hesitate to die." Chun Chang'an, having received a reasonable answer, reached out to accept the cauldron fragments. "Not bad awareness. I accept the cauldron frag." Chun Chang'an gently held the 9 cauldron fragments in his palm. In his mind, he secretly muttered, "I'll deal with you all." Afterwards, the 9 cauldron fragments flew high into the sky, then merged into a colossal The moment the cauldron emanated its power, hundreds of massive lightning bolts immediately struck down from the province lords, observing intently, felt apprehensive in their hearts, secretly thinking, "For billions of years, no one has ever been able to pass. Senior, can he withstand the heavenly Tao's brutal?" Jiang Quanshu watched from afar, also extremely worried. She softly called out, "Hut!" From behind the high clouds, a voice suddenly emerged. "Billions of years, and finally someone has become a heavenly Tao guardian." But the very next second, the heavenly Tao was so shocked it cursed. "Damn it! I surrender. Why is it you? That scheme." Chun Chang'an also happily greeted, "Yo, old friend. Long time no see." The heavenly Tao indignantly scoffed, "Who the hell is your old friend? Wait, you're the one who wants to become the heavenly Tao guardian?" The heavenly Tao asked in bewilderment. Chun Chang'an casually replied, You're the guardian of these 9 provinces cauldron fragments, right? Do you need to test?" The heavenly Tao immediately burst into excited laughter, hastily replying, "Ha ha ha ha, no need to test. I recognize you." In its mind, it was ecstatic as if celebrating a new year. "This is great. Province lords, witnessing the scene unfold so rapidly, gaped in astonishment. How long has it been? He actually passed the heavenly Tao's test already? Unbelievable." An imprint of the heavenly Tao guardian was then carved onto Chun Chang'an's. He slowly felt the changes in his body, sensing that his entire being had merged with the 9 provinces continent. The power of the heavenly Tao could also be used at will. Is this the feeling of becoming the lord of the 9 provinces? Immediately after, all the cultivators of the 9 provinces simultaneously knelt down, respectfully cupping their hands as they shouted, "Greetings, Lord of the 9 provinces." Chun Chang'an then spoke, "No need for formality." The system then displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for receiving the recognition of the 9 cauldron fragments and becoming the lord of the 9 provinces. Mission 3 has been completed. You are rewarded with 30,000 domain points." After that, the system presented him with a choice. The conditions for upgrading system version 5.0 are now. Upon upgrading to system version 5.0, the system will gain the ability to master life and death. Host, you meet the conditions. Would you like to up? Chun Chang'an was still reveling in the massive amount of domain points. He chose without hesitation. "I haven't even gotten my hands warm on my over 4 million domain points yet. No upgrade." Mingi then stepped forward and asked, "Senior, we wish to organize a grand ceremony to celebrate you, to announce to everyone in the 9 provinces that you have become the lord of the 9 provinces. What are your thoughts?" Chun Chang'an replied, "All right, you can go and make the arrangement." At the same time, Jiang Quanshu's lonely figure watched from afar. She murmured to herself, Jiang Quanshu's eyes were heavy with sorrow. She slowly questioned herself. Everything was fine before, so why did he suddenly change? Did I bother? Or perhaps, everything before was just him acting, tricking me? But just thinking of this, her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. Immediately after, Jiang Quanshu completely broke down. She knelt to the ground, in pain but unable to cry aloud. She asked herself, "I just don't understand." Within a tower, cheerful laughter rang out. "Drink, drink, drink. It's not easy to escape death. Come on, drink your fill. Young ladies, everyone must thank Senior Chin. Without him, our heavenly fragrance sect would have been Everyone had now gone off to drink and celebrate their victory. Some, with low alcohol tolerance, had already collapsed on the ground, while others, still full of vigor, continuously toasted each other. "Come on, 100%. Other cultivators ceaselessly thanked Chun Chang'an. "Thanks to Senior Chun, we've made it onto the list of top sects, truly famous." Female cultivators from the Heavenly Fragrance sect were also completely drunk, their faces flushed red. Su Ningxiang, hiccuping from the alcohol, asked, "I say, Senior Chun, always ignores us, doesn't he?" The blonde female cultivator next to her, chugging wine, casually replied, "It's quite clear. Senior Chun is probably just testing us or using." Another person, upon hearing this, became incredibly excited instead. She clutched her face and dreamily said, "We're just his pawns. I'd be okay being a pawn in Senior Chen's hands for my whole life, to be held in his hands and—" "Oh my—" The blonde girl glanced at Jiang Quanshu, who was silently sitting in a corner, sighed and lamented. "The most pitiful one is still Quanshu Jr.'s sister. She hasn't interacted with men for years, and now that she's finally met one, she's been deeply hurt emotionally. A second later, she happily continued, for now, we also have a chance to cling to senior. Just then, something tucked into Jiang Chuanshu's waist suddenly. It was an extremely valuable communication tool of the cultivation world, worth nearly 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Only powerful, wealthy clans possessed such an. Jen said, everyone drink slowly. I'll head back first. And quickly returning to her room, she slammed the door. Jiang Quanshu then reached out and activated the communication tab. As soon as the screen lit up, Jiang Chuanshu's father, from the other side of the talisman, immediately asked anxiously, my dear daughter, I heard the 9 provinces Grand Assembly was attacked by those upper realm bastards. Are you all right? Are you? He then continued remorsefully. It's all because you're useless father. You're still so young. Yet you have to bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the family. Jiang Quanshu calmly replied, Father, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. Is everyone doing well lately? Her father then awkwardly answered, your father's health is still the same. But your mother. But before he could finish, he was immediately pushed aside. Jiang Chuanshu's mother quickly interjected, cutting him off. It's good that you're not hurt. No need to worry too much about us here. Everyone is doing very well now. Then, she excitedly asked, oh right. I heard you have a Dao companion. Are you planning to bring him home this? Having said this, she gently wiped away tears, deeply moved. I heard from the Heavenly Fragrance sect that my son-in-law is surprisingly the lord of the 9 provinces. Your mother is so relieved. Jiang Quanshu heard this and awkwardly interrupted. Mother, understanding completely, reassured Jiang Quanshu. It's normal. When 2 people have conflicts or misunderstandings, you just laugh. Then she cleverly offered a suggestion. Or you can just sleep with him directly. Your mother did that with your father back then. Be brave in love. Boldly pursue it. Don't be afraid. If you miss out on each other because of a misunderstanding, that would be too regretful. Don't wait until you've let it pass to regret it, just like how I missed your childhood. There's no use trying to make up for it. She also added with amusement, I can tell you really like that young man. Jiang Quanshu blushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. She hesitated, wanting to say, about. Jiang Chuanshu's mother then said frankly, bring him home. It's decided. Your father and I are waiting for you to come back. But Jiang Chuanshu's father, seeing that she was about to hang up, frantically tried to stop her. Don't hang up. I haven't even said a few words yet. A second later, the screen went blank. Jiang Quanshu tiredly flopped onto her bed. She sighed dejectedly, still holding on to the inexplicable confusion in her heart. Why did you suddenly change? Her eyes slowly closed, her expression gradually relaxing. She thought to herself, his scent still lingered in the forest. And then she drifted off to. In the quiet of the deep night, bright moonlight illuminated the entire space. Jiang Quanshu, burdened by worries, succumbed to deep slumber from sheer exhaustion. At the same time, outside the 9 provinces, those people were still partying in a drunken stupor. Some were so drunk they raved, continuously spewing nonsense like, I'll love you forever. My swallow. How can I live without you? Swallow? Meanwhile, several province lords clung to the door, yelling, Senior, open the door. We respectfully. Chun Chang'an behind the door softly replied, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you further. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done with socializing. He mused, having Miss Quanshu by my side. Being alone again feels a bit Chun Chang'an quickly sat down. He called out to the system, come on, let's see the current situation. System, open the statistics panel immediately appeared. Character information. Name, Chun Chang'an. Domain points, 4,700,000 plus 500 plus 200 plus 1,000. Human cultivators and demon cultivators cultivating within the Invincible domain can acquire domain points. Domain range, 5,757 meters. Activated skills, Myriad Life, Immortal Dao. Extended Reach, Event Trigger. Current abilities, Mirror Flower Water Moon, permanent. Eternal Immortal Dao, permanent. System inventory, 10 slots. Broken Salted Fish X2, Mythical Secret Realm Key X1. After reading, he curiously asked, how many more domain points do I need to cover the entire 100,000 Great Mountains within the Invincible domain? What about Ghost Prop? The system quickly analyzed and replied, the 100,000 Great Mountains has an area of X square kilometers in Ghost Province. To cover it entirely within the Invincible domain requires tens of millions of domain points. Ghost Province occupies Y square kilometers within the 9 provinces. To cover it entirely within the Invincible domain requires hundreds of millions of domain points. Chen Chang'an looked up and read the details. Then, he let out a resigned sigh, silently contemplating the vastness of the 9 provinces. System's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected a transmigrator from the Xuanwu Immortal Realm. Deployment possible. Then another one followed. Ding! Detected a transmigrator from the Na Thuong Immortal Realm. Deployment possible. Ding! Detected a transmigrator from the Asura Immortal Realm. Deployment possible. Ding! Detected a transmigrator from the Immortal Realm. Notification after notification kept coming, startling Chun. He immediately understood. Whatever's missing, here it comes. System, you're really thoughtful. Are you afraid I won't expand the domain's range or something? He figured it out. The event trigger feature is precisely a function to check for satisfying plot events and acquire. Afterwards, he carefully observed the map from the system, then mentally reorganized everything. So, the next things to resolve are, kill the upper realm transmigrators in the 9 provinces, find the stupid demonic cult and rescue the old man. The transmigrators aren't difficult to deal with. As long as the 9 provinces cauldron is in my hands, they will automatically fall into the net. As for the stupid demonic cult, the immortal orthodox clans surely know. The only thing I haven't figured out a solution for yet is Jiang Quanchu's bad luck. Chen Chang'an carefully considered. To resolve the buff, bringing her into the Invincible domain is the most conservative method. The system's restrictions on clones are still a bit too great. Charms created by the feature also have reduced power. After returning to my main body, perhaps I can exploit a system B. Just then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, I've got it! Another plan has emerged in my mind. I can try that method. Of the sky, a divine phoenix danced and soared around the 9 provinces. The next day, a celebratory feast was held. Chen Chang'an specially donned a regal attire and strode forward with an imposing Ming, he spoke up, fellow cultivators of the lower realm, from today onwards, the era of the 9 province lords' rule is a thing of the past. She gestured towards Chen Chang'an and solemnly announced, currently, the lord of the 9 provinces will be assumed by Senior Chen. The people below immediately cheered joyfully. The province lord is so young yet possesses such formidable strength. With him protecting the lower realm, we feel very. At this moment, someone happily brought up a topic. This reminds me of the old Cloud province lord who used forbidden medicine, and as a result, his face and bones were disfigured. Precisely the old Cloud province lord. Now, the 9 provinces continent has only one province lord, Senior Chen. What are those others compared to him? With that, the crowd burst into prolonged laughter. Yun Changzong, standing nearby, happened to overhear every word. He clenched his teeth in frustration, cursing silently. Damn it! That dog Chen Chang'an dares to plot to wipe out the Cloud Province's immortal Orthodox clan? I'll find an opportunity to contact the old ancestor. Jiang Quanchu was also pushing through the crowd below. She looked at Chen Chang'an's back above her and recalled Madame's heartfelt advice. Love must be bravely pursued. Happiness is something you seize for yourself. There, she firmly thought, Chen Chang'an, you won't get rid of me in this life. Before she could get far, Jiang Quanchu was jostled by the surging crowd and fell backwards. Several overly excited fanboys of Chen Chang'an continuously cheered, spewing poetic praises like, Province Lord, you are the protector we want to rely on for our entire lives. Please let me go further with you, Province Lord. Of all the beautiful things in this world, your face accounts for 99%. Jiang Quanchu, inexperienced in chasing idols, was overwhelmed and flattened on the spot. Her first attempt to get close. Not giving up, she then ran directly towards Chen. That way, that's the direction Jiang Quanchu is running. Someone frantically shouted, Get out of the... This time, Jiang Quanchu, relying on her nimble movements, easily leaped up and dodged the... But what must come will come. As Jiang Quanchu landed, she immediately stepped on a banana peel that some guy had eaten and Jiang Quanchu consequently tumbled headfirst to the ground with a thump. Su Ningxiang was startled and asked, Quanchu, what are you doing? Her second attempt to get close. Morning till night, from the start of the ceremony until its conclusion, Jiang Quanchu persistently followed Chen. When she walked under an awning, the awning collapsed directly on. Jiang Quanchu trembled, reaching out her hand in vain. When Chen Chang'an was taking a scenic boat ride, Jiang Quanchu was playing chase with fish in the river. This repeated continuously. After her 12th failure, Jiang Quanchu couldn't help but lean on a wall, exhausted. She panted incessantly, but her eyes remained fixed on Chen Chang'an's. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh my! Isn't this junior sister Quan? The blonde girl from yesterday's banquet stepped forward and said mockingly, I've seen you following Senior Chan for days now, unable to get close. We're different. We're always by Senior Chen's side. The other girl then sighed playfully and asked, Oh dear, does Senior Chan not need junior sister? Then, the blonde girl touched her lips and continued in an ambiguous tone. With Senior Chen's charm, even I find it hard to resist. Junior sister, if Senior Chen no longer needs you, then tonight, I, your senior sister, want to invite him to Mount Wu for some romantic. The sharp clang of a drawn sword echoed. Clang. Jiang Quan Chu immediately lunged forward, drawing her sword and pressing it against the girl's neck. She threatened in a low voice, If you're brave enough, try it. Even if you're my senior sister, I won't hold. Jiang Quan Chu's eyes were now filled with murderous intent, her expression terrifying. She asked in a deep voice, Do you want it? The green-haired woman stammered, Jay, just kidding. The blonde girl quickly corrected herself. Junior sister, don't be angry. How could I steal your man? He's always been yours. Jiang Quan Chu ignored them and turned to leave. Before she had walked a few steps, a potted plant, from who knew where, unexpectedly fell straight onto Jiang Quan Chu's head, causing the two women behind her to freeze. Jiang Quan Chu simply walked straight to Chun Chang'an's private. She looked up in a daze, her face filled with sorrow, and she quietly thought, I miss him so much. Or maybe, I'll just go directly to his room and wait. Yun Changzong happened to be passing by at this moment. Upon seeing Jiang Quan Chu, he immediately paid attention to her. Isn't that the woman who always follows Chen? He instantly gritted his teeth in silent frustration. Then a vile idea sprouted in his mind. This dog Chen Chang'an, he acts on the first day of the month, so I'll act on the 15th. Blame yourself for being Chen Chang'an's woman. Yun Changzong smugly rushed towards Jiang Quan Chu from behind, intending to. Immediately, Jiang Quan Chu cautiously turned her head. She muttered to herself, No one here. Was it an illusion? She then let out a sigh of relief. After that, she calmly turned and walked away, completely unaware of the crackling fire emanating from a corner of. Yun Changzong was currently being strangled and incinerated on the spot by Chun Chang'an. He was in agony but couldn't even scream, only letting out a few helpless groans. The consequence of playing with fire was being consumed by the very flames he provoked. The fire gradually died down, leaving only a few embers carried away by the. Chun Chang'an decisively dealt with Yun Changzong. The system displayed a notification. Host killed a peak divine transformation cultivator. Acquired 2,000 domain points. Chun Chang'an then signaled, System, return to main. Outside Chun Chang'an's room, two young men, one older and one younger, were standing. As Jiang Quan Chu approached, they immediately blocked her, preventing her from entering. Both loudly chased her away, saying, How many times do we have to tell you? The province lord is asleep. Quickly leave this place. In the middle of the night, what kind of girl is out looking for a man? Don't be unreasonable, they resolutely stated. The province lord belongs to us. We absolutely won't let you disturb him. Jiang Quan Chu, upon hearing this, not only didn't give up, but her expression became even more determined. She said, If he refuses to come out and see me, then I'll just have. The two guarding cultivators heard this and immediately cried out in alarm. She wants to force her way in. The province lord is protected by. But contrary to their expectations, Jiang Quan Chu calmly sat down in a corner of the stairs. She stated firmly, I will wait here forever, until he wakes up, until he is willing to see me. I'm not going anywhere. Seeing this, the two cultivators could only sigh helplessly, thinking, This girl is so annoying. She's truly inside Chun Chang'an's room at this. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in focused meditation. A powerful spiritual energy radiated from his body, glowing like a red flame. Chun Chang'an swiftly returned from his clone's body to his main. In another room, night had now fully enveloped the. Chun Chang'an gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. Perhaps due to sleeping for too long, his entire body felt drained. Chun Chang'an, weary and weakened, struggled to get up. His eyes were glazed over like someone who had just escaped. Ah, my body really hurts. Ugh. My bones feel like they're falling apart. Then he instinctively reached to his side, and coincidentally grabbed something round and soft. He mumbled deliriously, So hungry. I'll eat some steamed. A moment later he felt something was off. He turned his head in confusion. Then, Chun Chang'an was startled by Yu. She was lying beside him, her face full of rich expressions as she dreamt, softly pleading, Yes, that's the strength. Senior, please hit me hard. As Chun Chang'an turned, he bumped into Ling Bauer, who was sucking her thumb, mumbling hungrily in her sleep. Master, don't die. Big chicken drumstick. Master, eat the big chicken drum. Chun Chongan was scared speechless, screaming silently in his mind. Oh, damn it. What the hell? Turned his head again and saw Hongyi tightly embracing Xiao Ban, nuzzling Xiao Ban's cheek. She seemed incredibly happy, wagging her tail behind her. Young master, don't be shy, moi. Give me a kiss. Xiao Ban, being taken advantage of, showed no discomfort. On the contrary, she seemed quite satisfied, letting out soft moans. Chun Chongan, witnessing this series of actions, awkwardly thought to himself, their sleeping positions are far too practical. After that, he glanced down at himself, becoming even more bewildered. And my clothes were changed too. What did they do to me while I was asleep? Chun Chongan was surrounded by them, lying nestled in the middle, causing him to inwardly sigh. At this moment, Chun Chongan suddenly thought of something, his face flushing slightly. He shyly wondered, who defied? After a few seconds of internal struggle, Chun Chongan finally closed his eyes helplessly. Never mind, now is not the time to dwell on. He silently covered his face and left, thinking, first, resolve Jiang Quan Chu's issue. I've been single for over 20 years. It's not easy to meet a girl who likes me this much. I can't let this crappy system ruin. Outside, the moon was now directly over. Chun Chongan found a deserted spot. He was full of spirit, thinking, it's still better with my main body. I can use all of the system's functions. Before, I racked my brains trying to figure out how to deal with Jiang Quan Chu's bad luck. Whenever she got close, Chun Chongan gently rested his hand on his chin in thought. Then, let's proceed now. He raised his hand and lightly swiped to activate the system. The system quickly displayed information. Myriad life. Can endow all living things with sentience. Can control all objects within the invincible domain. Event trigger 1. Used for showing off. 2. Checks character data. Discovers various random or side quests. Chun Chongan carefully read this information and quickly came up with a bold hypothesis. The myriad life function can control all objects within the domain. So, expanding on that daring hypothesis, the system is, in fact, also under my control. Thinking this, he immediately raised his hand, triumphantly saying, then, I'll use the myriad life function to control the event trigger feature. Targeting the new mission announced by the decisively activated the event trigger feature from the Chun Chongan excitedly declared, the mission content will be set by me. As soon as the words left his lips, streams of spiritual energy immediately emanated from the system. Chun Chongan issued a command. Use the myriad life function to control objects within the invincible domain, specifically the system function, event trigger. Instantly, a light green mark appeared on his system was caught off guard by his action, displaying confused question. Immediately after, a line of text quickly appeared. Control success. Chun Chongan cheered joyfully. It's a success. Now there's only one last. He once again placed his hand on the system screen to Then, he fluently and thoroughly dictated the mission information. Host Chun Chongan issues a special mission. Eliminate all negative effects that arise after Jiang Quan Chu approaches Chun Chongan's clone or main body. Mission target, Invincible Domain System. Mission reward, Chun Chongan's. He smirked, not forgetting to add a condition. Penalty for mission failure. The system must issue the host a batch of domain points to comfort the host's little, damaged. System quickly confirmed. Mission issuance success. Having been bossed around by the system for so long, finally having the chance to subdue and control it made Chun Chongan incredibly satisfied. He smugly said, it actually works. I've discovered a new use for the system's functions. As expected of me. The system, at this moment, was so shocked it couldn't. A second later, the system could not suppress its exasperation and immediately exploded. Host, damn you. Did you hear me? Damn you. You motherfucker. You can even exploit a bug? Ah. The system used its entire vocabulary to curse him at length. But Chun Chongan nonchalantly scratched his arm and replied, I do have morals, just not many. The mission has been. He friendly reminded it with a smug look. According to the rules, you are obligated to complete it. If the mission fails, I will empty out your gold reserves. A batch means 680 billion domain points. You know? The system was furious but helpless. It could only angrily retort, damn it, just you. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Mission completed. All negative effects generated after Jiang Quan Chu approached the host have been completely eliminated. The system added another sentence. Oh dear. I'm utterly. Seeing this, Chun Chongan warmly patted the system and happily praised it. Isn't it great to finish so quickly? Clever. From the sky at this moment, a strange, floating door suddenly. The door quickly opened, and a magnificent light emanated from within. The silhouette of someone emerged hesitantly. Lung Ming observed from above, skeptically wondering. The spiritual energy in the lower realm is so sparse. Can the immortal youthwood tree truly survive here? I hope the lower realm individual who possesses that immortal youthwood tree is sensible enough to let me acquire it soon and return to the upper. Saying this, Lung Ming swooped straight. Meanwhile, the quartet, Ling Baoer, Hong Yi Xiaoban, and Bai Yu were still sleeping soundly, cuddled close. 3 arms instinctively reached out to their side, as if searching for Chen Chang'an, who had already left long. Instantly, all 3 opened their eyes wide in alarm, simultaneously asking, "Where is—" A loud cry rang out. Chen Chang'an heard a commotion and turned to look. Then, several more calls of master and mentor, followed as Bai Yu, Hong Yi, and Ling Baoer jostled and pushed each other, rushed. All stumbled together right before the steps. Chen Chang'an then casually spoke, "Good morning. Did you sleep?" The next second, several figures darted past. All 4 rushed towards Chen Chang'an at once. Bai Yu grabbed his arm. Hong Yi hastily wrapped her arms around his neck, while Ling Baoer directly sat on top of him. The little one, unable to push past the others, also tried to grab Chen Chang'an's fingers. Taken by surprise, he felt bewildered internally, thinking, a collective rebellion? Are they trying to overthrow? Ling Baoer used all her strength to pull Chen Chang'an's cheeks, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this real? I must not be dreaming, right? I have to confirm." Hong Yi, observing closely from above, affirmed with certainty, "That's right, that's." Several thumps rang. The 4 troublemakers got their heads knocked by Chen Chang'an. He asked with a stern face, "Are you awake now?" Bai Yu still looked quite pleased. Ling Baoer clutched her head and trembled slightly, while only Hong Yi bowed her head, appearing remorseful. Immediately after, Ling Baoer's eyes lit up as she looked up and called out, "Matt!" Then, she lunged forward and hugged Chen Chang'an tightly, crying and joyfully saying, "You're finally awake. I thought you'd never wake up again." The little one also tugged at his hair, wailing, "Master, I missed you." Hong Yi beside him breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Young master, you were gone for too long this time. We were worried sick about." Bai Yu also smiled a contented smile. She gently said, "Senior, I missed you very much too." In her mind, Bai Yu delightedly thought, "After waiting so long, finally, senior. Now I can put all those methods I thought of into practice." Only then did Chen Chang'an awkwardly reply, "I merely separated a clone. I'm not dead." Hearing this, Hong Yi immediately moved closer, her tone sincere, "Young master, next time, can I go look for your clone? I'm good at it, and I definitely won't be a burden to you." Chen Chang'an heard her words and, feeling bewildered, asked back, "Good at what?" Then, the image of Jiang Quanchu, eyes filled with murderous intent, brandishing a sword in her hand, suddenly appeared in his mind. Chen Chang'an wisely thought to himself, "It's better not to. Jiang Quanchu would chop me to." Then, he cleared his throat and seriously asked, "Ahem, let's put that topic aside for now. I have a question. Who changed my clothes? What did you all do to me while I was sound asleep?" Hong Yi and Ling Baoer, caught off guard with guilty consciences, immediately flinched, thinking in a panic, "We've been discovered. It's." Seeing their reaction, Chen Chang'an immediately realized the problem. He helplessly thought to himself, "These silly girls, it's all written on their faces. Who exactly laid hands?" Bai Yu, who had been itching for trouble these past few days, immediately said without hesitation, "Actually, senior's clothes were changed by me." Hong Yi beside her instantly turned pale with fright. She quickly covered Bai Yu's mouth, the tattletale, and frantically tried to cover it up. "Young master, she just missed you too much, so she's talking nonsense. Please don't mind her. We'll take her away right." Afterward, Ling Baoer and Hong Yi tacitly worked together, quickly dragging Bai Yu away. They cunningly added, "Great master, aren't you hungry yet? We'll go make you some food right." Chen Chang'an, still bewildered by this chaotic scene, helplessly tried to reach out and call after them, "You all, come back here. Explain your." Time flew by like a racing dog, and just like that, night fell once. Chen Chang'an leisurely prepared to undress. "Forget it, I'll shower first. Later, when I return to my clone, I don't know how long my main body will have to lie there. I wouldn't feel comfortable without a bath." Just then, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and Bai Yu rushed over breathlessly. She hesitantly called out, "Senior." Chen Chang'an then curiously asked, "Bai Yu? What's—" Bai Yu, panting weakly said, I've been afflicted by a special kind of poison. Senior needs to use this whip to strike me to detoxify it. I still hope Senior will save me." As she spoke, She didn't forget to present the tools she had already prepared for Chun Chang'an quickly reached out his hand and, puzzled, asked, afflicted by a special kind of... Seeing this, Bai secretly rejoiced in her heart. She happily thought, finally I can feel that strange sensation from last time again. Contrary to her expectations, Chun Chang'an calmly opened his hand and presented 3 round, gleaming golden pills. He cheerfully explained, no need to tire yourself out. These are 3 longevity pills, extremely delicious. Seeing this, Bai was disappointed and thought to herself, even pretending to be poisoned. After that, Chun Chang'an quickly closed the door and instructed, all right, go detoxify yourself. I'm going to take a bath. Behind the door, Bai remained undiscouraged, burning with resolute determination. It's fine if this plan doesn't work. There are other plans. I'll definitely find a way to get Senior's attention. His clothes were neatly placed on the... Chun Chang'an happily soaked himself in the water, his face clearly showing an expression of... He then suddenly remembered, that's right, I haven't been back in so long. It's time to go back and see how the territory of Flying Immortal Mountain's human and demon cultivators has developed. There are perpetual engine-generating domain points. I need to recharge them on... Alert! Senior Chun Chang'an has woken up. Outside Flying Immortal Mountain at the same time, an announcement sound was also emitted. This is great. I've been at Flying Immortal Mountain for half a month, and Senior has finally woke... Female beast person immediately jumped up excitedly. Quick! I need to put on makeup to pay my respects to... Another male beast person happily hugged his tail. Even if I have to groom my tail a bit, I must use my most handsome and dashing appearance to meet... Then, an even more domineering female beast person, holding a bone, decisively declared, I must volunteer myself to be Senior's mount, so Senior can ride. At this moment, Zhang Yuxuan had also flown close to the domain of Flying Immortal. She unhappily wondered, my time in the lower realm is limited. Where exactly is this person I'm looking for? Then she decisively decided, I'll just capture some demons and interrogate. Zhang Yuxuan didn't notice that as soon as she flew down, she had already entered the domain of Flying Immortal. Chun Chang'an, who was bathing, immediately noticed an intruder. He cautiously scrutinized. Which immortal from which immortal realm is offering me domain points this time? And an immortal king, no. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuxuan was still oblivious, and she nonchalantly flew straight. The beast people below immediately sensed her presence. Everyone was extremely panicked, saying worriedly, Immortal aura! Those detestable immortals from the upper realm are here again. I've never seen such high spiritual power before. This one is coming specifically for... Absolutely not. We cannot let her do whatever she pleases on Flying Immortal. Zhang Yuxuan quickly landed in front. She subtly sensed, this place has such a dense immortal aura. Perhaps I found the right place this time. But then she observed the beast people. She wondered in confusion. Don't these ants of the lower realm usually cower in fear when they see an upper realm immortal? What's going... A blue-haired female beast person immediately warned in a low, stern voice. This is Senior Chen's sacred cultivation ground. Flying is forbidden. Fellow Taoist, please leave quickly and do not disturb Senior's tranquility. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan glared angrily and roared, Insolent! How dare a mere shrimp like you speak so loudly, not knowing your... The beast people were heavily suppressed by Zhang Yuxuan's imposing aura. They thought in a panic, this pressure. Senior has a formidable opponent. Zhang Yuxuan's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. She haughtily asked, I am Yuchan Immortal Maiden from the Xuanwu Immortal Realm in the upper realm. There's no place in this lower realm I cannot fly to. I ask you, where is Chun Chang'an, who possesses the youth-preserving... Then, Zhang Yuxuan was unexpectedly pulled down by a powerful burst of... She cautiously half-knelt on the ground, thinking in astonishment. That pressure just now, such a domineering aura, truly terrifying. Could there really be someone stronger than me in this place? Then she shouted, Who's there? Get out! Beast people immediately turned around in delight. Everyone quickly recognized Senior Chun Chang'an. Senior sensed that we were in danger, so he intervened to protect... At this moment, on a mountain peak, a house emitted a warm gold. On that rooftop was Chun Chang'an, casually dressed. He coldly rested his chin on his hand and looked down. The bright moonlight shining behind him only served as a backdrop for Chun. Zhang Yuxuan immediately thought in horror, It's Chun Chang'an. I can't sense any cultivation fluctuations from him at all. But when he looks at me, it fills my heart with a sense of fear and apprehension. At this moment, she suddenly noticed the strange light radiating from the beast people in front of her. She was immediately dumbfounded and realized with a gasp, Wait, These demons actually possess immortal destiny. As soon as it forms, it can help them ascend to immortality. Is this also related to this Chun Chongan they keep? Chun Chongan said nothing, but his eyes were unfathomably deep, making people shudder even without. Jiang Yuxuan cautiously pondered in her heart. Compared to a battle with an uncertain outcome, this is acceptable, for the sake of the old ancestors. Immediately after, she bowed and respectfully introduced herself. Disciple of the Jiang family from the Xuanwu immortal realm, Jiang Yuxuan, requests an offer. The surrounding beast people were astonished. Did I see that right? The high and mighty immortal maiden actually. At the same time, a notification suddenly appeared from Chun Chongan's system. Random Quest 2 initiated. Quest target detected. Host, please activate Immortal Maiden. Someone loudly reminded Jiang Yuxuan. Go to the Immortal's abode. Hearing this, she was annoyed but still left, softly saying, let's see what kind of trick she's. Just then, Ning Su suddenly walked over, accompanied by Tuoba Jie. She sternly warned, wait, flying is forbidden. Ning Su calmly continued, if you've come here, you must follow seniors' rules. Anyone who comes to seek an audience or ask for seniors' help must perform the most respectful etiquette, demonstrating their loyalty to. After speaking, she pointed towards the mountain path ahead and continued to explain, from this path, you must walk step by step up the mountain to meet senior. Jiang Yuxuan looked at the towering mountain and was. She angrily refused. Impossible. I am an immortal from the upper realm. I absolutely cannot endure such humiliation. In her heart, she proudly thought, I am a dignified immortal king. How can I humble myself before a mere mortal from the lower? Tuoba Jie, who was noisily chewing on something at that moment, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Don't even mention immortals to master. Even an exalted one would have to bow their head. Jiang Yuxuan fiercely wanted to retort, you, talking nonsense. But just then, she suddenly noticed the shimmering, glowing fruit in Tuoba Jie's hand. She asked in disbelief, is that the immortal youth-preserving? Jiang Yuxuan watched Tuoba Jie gnawing on the youth-preserving fruit as if enjoying a casual snack, and she screamed internally with heartbreak. Such a precious immortal fruit in the upper realm, yet here these demons treat it as an ordinary spirit fruit and eat it. What a waste of heavenly treasures. She hesitantly asked, you, where did you get this fruit? Tuoba Jie casually replied, Master gave it to me. Everyone has. Jiang Yuxuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her jaw dropped in astonishment, and she frantically questioned them. Everyone has one? Do you think this fruit is just casually strewn on the streets for anyone to find? This sacred fruit blossoms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 10,000, and even then, there are only a few fruits. It's incredibly precious. How can you all? Ning Su quickly realized Jiang Yuxuan's purpose at this moment and seized the opportunity to mock her. So, a mortal maiden descended to the mortal realm to seek fruit. You upper immortals also beg from the lower realm? To be honest, we demons gathered here aren't just protected by Senior Chun. We also receive benefits. This sacred fruit is even supplied continuously every day. Jiang Yuxuan's face darkened upon hearing. It seemed as though she would angrily leave, but Jiang Yuxuan steadfastly walked towards the steps, saying, I must go and ask clearly. Ning Su watched her retreating figure and thought to herself, her mouth says she doesn't want it, but her body is quite on. Jiang Yuxuan was, of course, not happy at all. Her face was distorted in an ugly grimace as a flame of anger erupted in her heart. Chun Chongan, what kind of monstrous person are you? To casually trample on sacred fruits like that and give them to these lowly demons? Surrounding beast people saw her accepting to walk laboriously up the mountain and couldn't help but snicker, buzzing with chatter. Humph, from ancient times until now, it has always been us of the lower realm worshipping the immortals of the upper realm. Now, I can actually see an immortal maiden from the upper realm bowing her head, step by step, to meet Senior Chun. I've lived this long and only now see this. This life was truly worth living. Senior values this. Chun Chongan, on the tiled roof, had been observing from beginning to end. He softly remarked, these people are really no. Jiang Yuxuan quickly stood before Chun Chongan's room. She formally spoke up, Jiang Yuxuan, disciple of the Jiang family from the Xuanwu immortal realm, requests an audience. The person inside gently replied. Jiang Yuxuan quickly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chun Chongan was already seated at a table. He rested his chin on his hand and asked with interest, Immortal Maiden Jiang, you went to such great lengths to find me. What? Jiang Yuxuan immediately got straight to the point, tossing out a gourd. She then made her offer. This immortal treasure can both attack and defend. In the lower realm, it's a top-tier artifact. I'll use it to exchange for one immortal youth-preserving fruit. Chen Chang'an didn't even bother to look at the treasure. He calmly flicked his finger, pushing the item back, and calmly replied, "No." Jiang Yuxuan reached out to catch the gourd, then impatiently said loudly, "You, don't be too excessive. All those lowly demons." Chen Chang'an then suddenly broke into a strange smile. He arrogantly asked Jiang Yuxuan in return, "Do you really think everyone will indulge that arrogant demeanor of yours?" Immediately after, he released a powerful wave of pressure, making Jiang Yuxuan unable to withstand it and causing her to stagger. She wondered in a panic, such terrifying pressure, like facing an immortal lord. Who exactly is? Chen Chang'an comfortably propped his feet on the chair and slowly continued, "I don't need immortal treasures. I only need you to answer a few of my questions. Then you can get what you want." The person opposite him was now so suppressed by the pressure that she had to brace herself with her hands on the ground. Yet she stubbornly replied, "I, Jiang Yuxuan, even if I die here, perish in the lower realm, will not answer your questions and endure your humiliation." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an didn't force her any further. "Suit yourself." Then he called out, "Bauer, it seems we've picked a bit too many wild fruits from the immortal tree." Ling Bauer immediately trotted in, holding a basket full of ripe, gleaming golden youth-preserving fruits. Ling Bauer smiled happily and replied, "Hee, I'll give them to everyone later, guaranteed to be." Next, she conveniently picked out a fruit and put it directly into her mouth to enjoy, then casually remarked, "I just don't know what to do with the other baskets of immortal fruits. We can't just throw them all." Jiang Yuxuan, now realizing she couldn't meet force with force, coughed a few times and cleared her throat, then said, "I suddenly feel this transaction is not bad at all. Senior, you ask? And I will definitely speak." Chen Chang'an was secretly astonished to see her change 180 degrees like that. "All right then, you sure change your tune quickly, don't you?" "Quite easily." He tapped his fingers on the table and calmly posed his questions. First question, why does the upper realm want to invade the lower realm? Shouldn't those in higher positions protect the lower realm? Constantly encroaching, what are your intentions? Do you also want to play games of petty? Jiang Yuxuan sneered upon hearing this. "Why do you call it an invasion? That's utterly ridiculous." She slightly lowered her head, then, without any reservation, frankly spoke her mind. "The living beings of the lower realm and us immortals have no relation whatsoever. As far as we are concerned, you are merely tiny ants, incapable of causing any waves. Just like an ant on the ground, it's very easy to crush it. Its fate, its territory, are in your hands simply because you have the ability to grasp them. The upper realm's attitude towards the lower realm is precisely the." Then, she expanded her view to distant planets in the vast universe, and blandly continued, "You are not worth our..." Including these great thousand worlds beneath the void, they ultimately only serve as tools to increase our immortal. Chen Chang'an's face slightly darkened upon hearing this. He suspiciously speculated in his heart, are there other parallel worlds beyond the 9 provinces? Jiang Yuxuan's eyes then suddenly became unfathomably deep again. She asserted, "Among the myriad worlds, this land of the 9 provinces is merely a tiny speck of dust. So, do you know how fragile your world is? In our eyes, you are nothing more than a bunch of wild beasts, always sheltered, unable to stir up any waves. In the end, you can only allow the upper realm to bind and control." Ling Bauer, who was beside them, heard these words and annoyedly turned and left, unhappily muttering, "Your words are truly unpleasant." Jiang Yuxuan then awkwardly said, "My apology." Chen Chang'an began to feel interested. He held up 2 fingers and continued to ask, "Consider that an eye-opener." Second question, the upper realm has long had the motive to seize the lower realm, so why, after so many years, have they been unable to achieve their... Jiang Yuxuan frowned and replied, "That's because of the obstruction by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, to seize the lower realm, one immortal king would be enough. Furthermore, the upper realm also had contact with some immortal lineage clans of the lower realm, but the specific reason I do not..." Speaking of this, she suddenly paused, then slightly lowered her eyes in thought and continued, "However, I now know one thing. There is one person in the lower realm who deliberately acted for this, repeatedly prolonging the upper realm's seizure." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an looked up curious. Jiang Yuxuan recalled the image of a man kneeling steadfastly before the huge, imposing border steel of the immortal realm. She began to recount. Year after year, he alone would rush into the border of the realm and sincerely kneel before the immortal realm's borders. His fading hands, gradually losing strength, still tried to reach out, though hope. Person was gradually fading away, yet his hands still steadfastly rested on the steel, exhausting tens of thousands of years of cultivation, just to repeat one sentence over and over. His face now clearly showed signs of aging. He seemed unable to hold on for much longer. His mouth continuously muttered, "This is my final request. It must be back in the immortal realm." Those high immortals stood around a shimmering golden crystal, discussing something. The 9 provinces continent is in the process of being seized. Jiang Yuxuan continued her narrative. The immortal lords were mistaken, thinking that the 9 provinces realm had already been seized by another immortal realm, so they didn't pay attention. However, this matter was recently exposed. The immortal lords realized they had been played by someone from the lower realm and were suddenly enraged. The image of an angry immortal lord giving orders then appeared. Proceed with a full-scale plunder of the 9 provinces. We must drag out that despicable person from the lower realm who disrupted the upper realm's plans and flay their bones and strip their... Jiang Yuxuan recounted, trying hard to recall. The struggle among the immortal domains has already begun. The troublemaker wished to prolong their existence, but the 9 provinces' time was finally up, and they were dragged out and killed. Ah, that's right, that person's name is... Then, she casually spoke 3 words, Feng Qiun. Chun Chang'an immediately stiffened upon hearing. Jiang Yuxuan fluently continued. There was a disciple who founded a sect called the Everlasting Life Sect. The image of a mountain range stained blood-red, full of sorrow, then slid into... Chun Chang'an immediately lost his composure and slammed his hand on the... As an overwhelming aura of pressure unconsciously surged from him. His eyes gleamed like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey at any moment. Chun Chang'an asked in a low voice, "I ask you, is this information?" Jiang Yuxuan replied flustered. Of course. I, Jiang Yuxuan, hate lying the most." The accompanying Linger was also startled by him, calling out worriedly, "Matt." Chun Chang'an quickly adjusted his demeanor. He calmly replied, "It's nothing." He then carefully pondered. According to the information she revealed, the 9 provinces had long been regarded by the immortals from the upper realm as something in their pocket. They hadn't invaded yet only because that old man expended his essence and cultivation to prolong them. In his mind, he pictured the 9 provinces engulfed in flames and smoke, secretly speculating. Now that the old man is missing, and the 9 provinces no longer has powerhouses protecting it, it's completely exposed. This means the 9 provinces will soon face large-scale plunder and invasion by immortals. Immediately after, with a gloomy expression, he leaned closer to Jiang Yuxuan and asked, "I have a few final questions for you. What is the liaison for immortals descending to the lower realm? Why can guardians exert their full strength in the lower realm? As an immortal king yourself, how much of your strength can you..." Just then, a flash of insight crossed her mind, startling her. Jiang Yuxuan suddenly realized, this person is so annoying. I only asked for some fruit, so why have I suddenly become his source of information? Thinking this, she quickly extended her hand and said, "Give me the fruit, and I'll tell you. Understanding the truth should come with a price, after all. Don't even think about getting freebies from this immortal fairy forever." Chun Chang'an looked at the wiggling fingers before his eyes, his face growing darker by the moment, like the bottom of a pot, though not without a hint of negative emotion at being seen. The two continued their transaction. The narrator then had Jiang Yuxuan deliver a small warning. At midnight, definitely don't look into a mirror and yell, "Come out and play with me. If you do, your mom will wake up and scold you. And at midnight, I'd respect anyone who actually dared to yell into a mirror." Jiang Yuxuan quickly held a glistening golden youth-preserving immortal fruit in her. That guy, Chun Chang'an, only gave 1 fruit, yet he put on such a weak expression, as if he'd lost all his domain value. Reinvigorated by the youth-preserving fruit, Jiang Yuxuan took out a jade slip and explained in detail. The upper and lower realms have an ascension channel. By relying on a travel jade slip, one can open an immortal gate leading to the lower realm. However, this process is a bit long, usually taking about 15 to 30. She continued, "The Tao protectors you mentioned are reincarnated individuals by the side of the heavens chosen. They possess special privileges. Only by relying on a heavens chosen can they briefly appear in the lower realm without being restricted by the heavenly Tao, allowing them to fully exert their..." At this point, Jiang Yuxuan paused slightly. She cautiously glanced at Chun Chang'an, thinking to herself, "It seems I, Jiang Yuxuan, also had a reincarnated heavens chosen arrive before this. When the time comes, I'll have to ask that person to deliver a message. Don't provoke this calamity star in front of..." He then added, "As for me, in the lower realm, I can only exert 2/10 of my full strength. But against those small fries besides you, it's still enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yuxuan comfortably extended her hand and demanded, "I've answered your questions. The other youth-preserving immortal fruits, give them all to me, and there are several crates of them." Chun Chang'an casually retorted, "What other ones? I've already given it to you." Jiang Yuxuan froze upon hearing this, Chun Chang'an triumphantly pointed at her, then cunningly reiterated their initial the youth preserving fruit in her hand, then looked back at him and angrily roared, "Only one? That's too little, you swindler. No one has ever dared to deceive this immortal." Annoyed, Jiang Yuxuan bit her lip, thinking, one youth-preserving immortal fruit isn't enough to extend ancestors' lifespan by much at all. Thinking this, she couldn't help but curse Chun Chang'an even more. "You swindler! What can I do with just one?" Hearing this, Chun Chang'an lightly retorted, "You, a person from the lower realm, are sly and fickle. You dare to play word games with me?" She no longer held back, raising the youth-preserving fruit, intending to make him regret it. But Chun Chang'an remained calm and handsome, casually adding another jab. "I didn't expect the immortal fairy to also possess a brainless kind of..." Immediately after, Chun Chang'an calmly said, "In short, immortal fairy, you may leave now." He then turned to Ling Bauer. "Bauer, call everyone over." As for Jiang Yuxuan, of course, she wouldn't dare take the hard-won youth-preserving fruit and start a fight. She carefully clutched it tightly in her. She then put the youth-preserving fruit into her spatial storage, then kindly reminded Chun Chang'an, "Don't get too smug. The lower realm is targeted by the immortal lords. In the end, no living being will survive. I admit you have some strength, but in the end, it's just an egg hitting a..." Hearing this, Chun Chang'an was, of course, unafraid. On the contrary, he casually replied, "I eagerly await the day they can stand before." Hearing this, Jiang Yuxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She mockingly sneered, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating its own strength. And you? With just a bit of power, you easily become arrogant and forget yourself, seeking death even when it's not due." In her mind, she feigned self-reproach, thinking, "I really am something. I felt that intense pressure before and carelessly made a mistake. A mere mortal commoner from the lower realm actually wants to challenge the peak of the immortal." Hand quickly pushed the door open, followed by Ling Bauer's call, "Matt." She quickly ran ahead, leading a group of others, including Ling Shirshan, Ning Su, Tuoba Yi, Bai Yu, and Hong Yi. Seeing Chun Chang'an, they hastily asked, "Greetings, Senior. Senior, why did you suddenly summon us? Is there something you want us to..." Chun Chang'an then reached out and took out several pills coated in a golden layer of immortal power. He happily announced, "You've come just in time. I have some immortal pills here. The 9 provinces is about to face an invasion from the immortals of the upper realm. To deal with them, I've decided." He then gently uttered 2 words, "Create immortal." He then solemnly asked, "To create immortals who are not restricted by the rules of the 9 provinces and can exert their full strength, do you agree to become the first batch of immortals created by me?" Ling Bauer and the other 2 eagerly looked at the immortal pills in his hand, then replied in unison without hesitation, "As long as we can walk alongside Senior, we agree to any." Hearing this, Jiang Yuxuan clearly expressed disdain on her face. She loudly mocked them. "Create immortals? Only a fool would dream such things. How difficult is the path to becoming an immortal? Just relying on this bunch of lowly worms? Surely you don't think that just by relying on these few pills emitting immortal chi, they can become immortals? This isn't the upper realm. They don't have immortal fortune. They fundamentally cannot become immortal." Chun Chang'an remained silent, offering no reply, merely giving a slightly terrifying. Jiang Yuxuan was immediately frightened into silence by him and retreated to a corner. Then, Chun Chang'an gestured, "Eat them." The others responded with a yes, and immediately swallowed the immortal pills. Chun Chang'an then further explained, "These immortal pills are ordinary immortal pills, but they are highly effective for breaking through bottles." Ling Bauer quickly circulated the chi in her body, forming a vortex of spiritual power that coursed throughout her entire. The others also immediately entered a state of absorbing the immortal pills. Chun Chang'an calmly observed them, thinking, "The conditions for becoming an immortal are quite complex. Under normal circumstances, it's fundamentally impossible. However, as long as they are within my invincible domain, anything is possible." This he called. Ling Bauer's group was immediately enveloped by a mystical golden light that descended from the heavenly. Jiang Yuxuan immediately recognized it with astonishment. That's immortal fortune." She was thrown into extreme confusion, wondering in her mind, could he really create immortals? No, he's just a person from the lower realm, not a god. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. From the immortal shrine, 7 streams of golden light immediately emerged, forming arrow shapes that shot straight into the. The other beastmen of Flying Immortal Mountain quickly noticed the mysterious light in the sky and exclaimed in shock, "This aura! Someone is undergoing an immortal tribulation again. Someone has become an immortal. That direction is the immortal shrine. It must be Senior's doing." Quick! Let's go take. Quickly rushed up the mountain. A crowd pushing and shoving to look through the open door. She. Something strange. The room was now filled with dazzling golden immortal light, intermingled with arcs of powerful lightning, causing everyone present to exclaim in astonishment. Immortal! Immediately after, Ling Bauer screamed in pain. She struggled, thinking to herself, my body can't take it. The beast men outside immediately said worriedly, hold. The system announced, Ning Su's cultivation is undergoing a drastic promotion, beginning to calculate domain points. Ning Su was also enduring the torment of this cultivation advancement process, breaking through from Immortal Soldier, then ascending to the Transcendent Realm, followed by the Void Refinement Realm, and finally directly breaking through to the Peak Nascent Soul Realm. Ning Su couldn't help but think in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Cultivation advancement suddenly became as easy as drinking. Ning Su suddenly opened her eyes. In the sky, a mysterious gate suddenly appeared, seemingly containing an entire vast cosmic galaxy. The people around immediately exclaimed in astonishment. An immortal gate. She has become an immortal. Even Jiang Yuxuan was terrified. She said in confusion, this person? He really created an immortal. Chun Chang'an suddenly raised his hand towards the immortal gate. Dense immortal qi enveloped his body. Chun Chang'an let out a cold snort, then said in a deep voice, this is an immortal of the lower realm, not the upper. With that, he immediately clenched his hand. The immortal gate high above instantly exploded, further astonishing everyone. The immortal gate was easily destroyed by Jiang Yuxuan. Witnessing the scene was also scared speechless. She bit her lip tightly, thinking to herself, as far as I know, no one in the lower realm has ascended to the upper realm for thousands of years, simply because the conditions for ascension are extremely. Not many cultivators originally reached the peak transcendent realm. Reaching the peak transcendent realm was merely one of the conditions for ascension. The second condition was to cultivate immortal fortune. Without immortal fortune, one could not ascend. Immortal fortune was something cultivators needed to create themselves. Cultivating immortal fortune required cultivators to fully comprehend a certain law of the heavenly Tao to succeed. Some of these laws included the law of time, the law of water, the law of space, the law of fire, the law of earth, the law of wood, and the law of metal. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxuan briefly fell silent. As far as I know, many powerhouses in the lower realm couldn't even comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao or cultivate immortal fortune, even by the end of their life. These cultivators then faced an even greater challenge. After meeting these two conditions, they still had to undergo 99 ascension lightning tribulations and contend with the inner demons that emerged during ascension. And only after overcoming all of it would the immortal gate open wide to welcome them. Only by passing the ascension lightning tribulation and defeating their inner demons could a person from the lower realm ascend to the upper realm. But now, the spiritual qi in the lower realm was gradually drying up. Cultivating to the transcendent realm was already extremely difficult, and the remaining spiritual power was certainly not enough for one person to absorb and become an. Jiang Yuxuan couldn't suppress the apprehension and doubt in her eyes. Chun Chang'an's cultivation, what terrifying realm is it exactly? To be able to escape the mortal world's laws? She worriedly thought to herself, this generation's reincarnated heaven's chosen now has a formidable raven with mad, blood-red eyes cawed. Swarms of black ravens covered the sky, echoing the desolate scene of the ruined streets below, where starving people lay scattered. Meanwhile, in a small corner of the street, a reincarnated heaven's chosen awakened. This time, I've reincarnated to the 9 provinces continent. I can already sense the aura of the 9 provinces. Small girl vaguely looked at her hand, softly wondering, am I elsewhere? A madman ruthlessly killed his own mother without the slightest hesitation. He furiously roared, how can mere lower realm ants be worthy of being my parent? At this moment, the reincarnated heavens chosen had all begun their own journeys, but all were heading towards a single goal. All heavens chosen heed my command. Use all your strength to kill Chun Chang'an, the lord of the 9 provinces, and seize the peak of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, the target of all this, Chun Chang'an already had his own plans. Next is to upgrade the system, seize the time to expand the invincible domain, wait for Old Man Jiao to return, and, while I'm at it, earn some benefit. The system displayed a series of notifications. Your disciple Ling Bauer has broken through to the semi-immortal realm. Master-disciple bond has surged. Reward to host, 500,000 extra domain points. Your subordinate Hong Yi has broken through to the semi-immortal realm. Domain has surged. Reward to host, 300,000 extra domain points. Ling Shirshan within the invincible domain has broken through to the semi-immortal realm. Domain has surged. Reward to host, 100,000 extra domain points. Bai Yu within the invincible domain has broken through to the semi-immortal realm. Domain has surged. Reward to host, 100,000 extra domain points. Ning-Su within the Invincible domain has broken through to the Immortal realm, first layer Immortal Soldier. Domain has searched. Reward to host, 800,000 extra domain points. Your subordinate Tuoba Yi has broken through to the Human Immortal realm, first layer Immortal Soldier. Reward to host, 800,000 extra domain points. Shin Chang'an still wasn't entirely satisfied. He quietly mused. Their cultivation is still too low. They could only break through to the semi-immortal realm. Next time, I must find new ways to create even more immortal. At this moment, Ling Bauer suddenly rushed closer, pouting and sobbing as she called out, "Matt!" Following her, Hong Yi, Ling Bauer, and Bai Yu all pounced on Chen Chang'an. Hong Yi also spoke, "Thank you, young master." Bai Yu was deeply moved, saying, "Young master's great kindness and virtue, Bai Yu will never forget for the rest of her." Chen Chang'an, caught off guard, was tackled to the ground by Ling Bauer and Hong Yi. He hastily cried out, "Ouch!" Calm. Tuoba Yi also quickly stepped forward, flexing his solid chest muscles, happily showing off, Look at Tuoba Yi, wearing only black briefs, laughed arrogantly. His head tilted back as he gazed at the sky and roared, "I can't believe I broke through to the immortal realm. This is truly a good thing." Below, Ling Shirshan cried like a child, happily saying through his tears, "Ancestor, did you see that? I can't believe I could also become a semi-immortal." Everyone inside was joyfully celebrating, and the scene gradually became chaotic. Senior is our god. Immortals. Our lower realm has immortals now. Then we don't need to fear those malicious immortals from the upper realm anymore. Damn it. I also want to bury myself in Senior's embrace. Several others were also peering through the doorway, watching the inside with admiration. Zhang Yuxuan was still in shock at this moment. She watched the scene before her with wide eyes, speechless. Unbelievable. He can actually create two immortals who aren't suppressed by the lower realm's heavenly Tao. This person's strength is terrifyingly powerful. With him guarding the 9 provinces continent, it might even become a small immortal domain in the future. I'm afraid the calculations of those immortal lords are utterly hopeless. The system quickly chimed in with rewards for Chen Chang'an. Host's current total domain value is 7,685,000 domain points. Please upgrade to system version 5.0 as soon as possible to expand the range of the Invincible domain. Detected that 2 individuals within the Invincible domain system have become immortals. Reward to host, 2 bonus salted fish treasure chests. Chen Chang'an's face still bore several lipstick marks, making him look utterly decadent. But at this moment, he was only focused on his own gains, his eyes sparkling like car headlights. This time's rewards are truly above. Chen Chang'an was concentrating on observing the system screen when a voice called from behind. Chen Chang'an turned and asked with interest, "HM? Immortal Fairy, you still haven't left? Do you want to continue our transaction?" Zhang Yuxuan awkwardly looked away, cleared her throat softly, and replied hesitantly, Temporarily. I don't have much specific information." Chen Chang'an quickly understood the situation. He leisurely began, "It's about the immortal fruit, isn't it? I'll leave it for you. Whenever you have new information about the upper realm, you're welcome to come here anytime." Hearing this, Zhang Yuxuan shyly glanced. She then left a single sentence before turning and flying away. "Got it. I'm leaving now. Good." System displayed another notification. Detected a change in the immortal fairy's perception of the host. Progress of influence has increased by 1 step. Reward to host, 10,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an pondered. There's only a task, but no completion notification. It seems this is a long-term random quest. Never mind. Let's upgrade the system. Upgrade to version 5.0. Thinking this, he reached out and interacted with the system. The system was quickly activated. Detected that host has met the conditions for upgrading to system version 5.0. Upgrade in progress. Immediately after, the system's new functions were activated, deducting 1 million domain points. Successfully upgraded to version 5.0. New function activated. Control life and death. Function description. Control life and death allows you to consume domain points to revive deceased individuals within the Chen Chang'an excitedly laughed and said, "This is a great function, much more reliable than the special maximum score." He continued to press the expansion button, carefully calculating not to forget to keep 1 million domain points with him, just in case there was someone among the Tao protectors whose strength exceeded that of an immortal general. At that time, he could exchange for a higher level. A golden stream of energy quickly spread out, enveloping flying immortal mountain. The system began calculating, deducting 5,685,000 domain points to expand the Invincible domain by 56,850 meters. Remaining domain points 1 million. Current domain range 62,607 meters. Chun Chang'an's domain now extended to the two nearby mountains, Flower Fruit Mountain and Wild Boar Mountain. He secretly contemplated, after expanding the domain, the items I can sense will also increase. Currently, it only covers half of the 100,000 Great Mountains. Compared to the entire 9 provinces, it's still a very small territory. The 9 provinces was a vast land, encompassing Yu Province, Feng Province, Guang Province, Yu Province, Yun Province, Lei Province, Qi Province, Gue Province, and the 100,000 Great Mountains. After that, Chun Chang'an decisively selected the 4 salted fish treasure chests waiting in his inventory. Might as well open these salted fish treasure chests now. He happily recalled, last time, I opened a Mirror Flower Water Moon clone function card, which was quite useful. What good treasures will I open this? As soon as the salted fish treasure chests were opened, fireworks immediately soared into the sky, a sight that left Chun Chang'an slightly perplexed. System issued a notification. Congratulations, host, for opening 4 salted fish treasure chests. You have received 15,000 domain points and XXXX mind reading card X. The system even thoughtfully provided an illustration and explanation for using the XXXX1. Those in the know will understand what needs to be understood. Of course, it can also be used for playful Following that, it presented a card with a pink heart printed in the middle, explaining the use of the mind-reading card. Allows you to hear the inner thoughts of one of your subordinates, understood as a certain partner, at any. On hearing this, Chun Chang'an immediately fell into extreme confusion, letting out a "huh." He held the mind-reading card in one hand and several indescribable items in. Chun Chang'an was so bewildered and infuriated by the system's prank that he almost crushed the system screen. He angrily questioned loudly, "System, what are you doing? I'm seriously questioning your ethics right now. Where have they gone?" The system then helplessly and honestly replied, "The items opened from the salted fish treasure chests are not within the system's control. The type of items opened depends solely on the host's." Then second, Chun Chang'an's face was cold as ice. He directly bent a corner of the system's screen and asked, "Is that so?" The system then tremblingly complained, "Host, my Chun Chang'an could only accept the harsh reality. He took out a mind-reading card. "Let's see this." Then he directly used it. He even mused with interest. "This mind-reading card is quite interesting. Let me see which lucky person gets." The next second, a soft voice slowly emerged. "Senior, my body is so itchy." Chun Chang'an wondered curiously, whose voice could these sudden sounds in his head? Meanwhile, the spirit treasures were celebrating with everyone when those sounds continued to echo. How can I enjoy that strange feeling again? If I just pounce on Senior now, will Senior hit me? What about forcing a kiss on Senior? I can't do it alone. Only Senior can make me remember a pleasure I don't even understand myself. Senior, hit me. Hearing this, you probably know whose thoughts these are. Chun Chang'an sighed in exasperation, muttering helplessly, "None of my subordinates are normal. Who's that lecherous one? I don't even know who it is." A dazed look and a silly smile, Chun Chang'an mumbled, "All 4 of my useless subordinates are trash. Gathering them up is not easy at all. Forget it. I'll go inform everyone about the immortals." Starting at dawn, Chun Chang'an called out, "Everyone, come over for a moment." By the time the hour of Mao arrived, Chun Chang'an quickly returned to his. Chun Chang'an lay on his bed, but his mind couldn't help but worry and ponder. Everyone had begun preparing ways to deal with the immortals about to descend to the lower realm. As it stood, the lower realm's combat power was still insufficient. If they didn't seize the time to upgrade their strength, they would be annihilated. His eyes gleamed with determination. Chun Chang'an recalled his childhood memories, when Fang Qiun rescued him from the mouths of monsters. He mused inwardly, "Old man, when I first came here, if it weren't for you, I would have long been devoured by demons because of my immortal." Then, he faintly imagined Fang Qiun gradually fading away before the immortal realm steel. "For all these years, you kept me in the immortal temple. You not only protected me but also expended many years of cultivation to protect this lower realm. If this lower realm is truly worth..." Chun Chang'an had deeply etched Fang Qiun's image of painful helplessness into his. He vowed silently, "Then you don't need to worry anymore. This 9 provinces, I will protect it in your stead." After that, he turned over and fell asleep. Bao Linger leaned close and softly called out, "Master, breakfast is ready. Come." Immediately after, she realized in annoyance, "Damn it, Master has returned to his clone." Observing from behind, Hong Yi asked sharply, "Why is young Master so hasty this time? Normally, when he switches to a clone, he'd inform us. But this time, he didn't say a word." Could it be? Young master has another woman outside. Bai Yi immediately denied it worriedly. Senior, he wouldn't be that kind of person. Bao Linger gripped the kitchen ladle tightly in her hand. She said resolutely, Sister Hong Yi, Sister Bai Yu, I've decided. I want to go down the mountain for some trials, to find masters. Beside her, Bai Yu also eagerly raised her hand and added, Young Lady Bauer, I'm quite worried about you going down the mountain alone. I'll go with you. Bao Linger was even more delighted to have a companion. She grinned excitedly. All right, let's go find master together and give him a big surprise. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an, unaware of their plans, was still sleeping. He quickly switched from his true body to his outside. Rain was pouring down like a water. The two guards outside were still arguing heatedly with Jiang Quansu. They no longer held back, scolding her angrily. You're too stubborn, young lady. I told you the province lord is usually very busy. He doesn't have time to meet fans like you. Senior is busy with work every day for the 9 provinces, and you fans are clinging to him for your personal desires. That's truly outrageous. Jiang Quansu still replied firmly, I won't cause him any trouble. You two should go rest early. You don't need to mind. The 2 men were speechless upon hearing this, only able to grumble inwardly. Who wants to manage you? There are so many infatuated women outside now. What if they harm our handsome and beloved province lord? Damn it, if she doesn't leave, we can't get off work. My old bones are getting as stiff as her. Rain came and went. The room door opened fully, and Chun Chang'an quickly stepped. 2 guards were surprised to see him. Province lord. Then they thought in a panic. Oh no, we caused trouble for the province lord. I'm definitely dead. Jiang Quansu also immediately noticed him. Chang'an, you're... Chang'an was surprised to see Jiang Quansu already waiting there. You, he gently asked. Could it be that you waited here all... Jiang Quansu's face still held lingering raindrops, but she broke into a heartwarming smile, softly replying, I just arrived. Chang'an, can we... Chun Chang'an replied shyly. Come to my room. In Cloud Province, Dragon Transformation City, the streets here were bustling with... A little girl joyfully exclaimed, Brother, we finally bought the Foundation Establishment fluid. The young man beside her eagerly looked at the bottle in his hand. He replied, Little sister, as long as I drink this bottle of Foundation Establishment fluid, I can break through to Foundation Establishment and officially become a cult. The little girl covered her face, smiling brightly like a flower. Xian believes in you, brother. With your talent, you'll definitely succeed. By then, Xian, you and our parents won't have to suffer from hunger anymore, nor will we be... Hearing this, the young man gently stroked his sister's head and said resolutely, To get the money for me to buy this Foundation Establishment fluid, Xian and father have suffered greatly. Don't worry, little sister. Once I successfully become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I will definitely lead everyone to a better... Just then, a pair of staggering feet... He was precisely the recently reincarnated heavenly prodigy. At this moment, his body was uncontrollably emitting a strange energy. He thought uncomfortably, This mortal body cannot withstand my divine demonic physique. It's about to collapse. I must find a new body. The 2 siblings immediately noticed the approaching. He was none other than Shi Tian, the reincarnated heavenly prodigy from the Xuanwu immortal domain. He stared angrily. It's because I killed the original owner's parents that this body is rejected. The young man, completely unaware of the approaching danger, secretly observed and evaluated Shi Tian. This person looks only 9 years old, but is already at peak chi condensation. His talent is too strong. Moreover, the spiritual energy overflowing from him indicates he's also about to break through to Foundation Establishment. Looking at his appearance, he probably can't afford the Foundation Establishment. That thought, the boy decisively held out the bottle in his hand and generously offered, Hey, I see you're about to break through to Foundation Establishment. Do you have a container? I'll share some Foundation Establishment fluid with you. In his innocent heart he thought, Consider it making friends. After all, I only need half a bottle of Foundation Establishment fluid to break... Shi Tian immediately roared in rage. Who dares obstruct me? The next second, he suddenly froze, realizing in astonishment, Humph! I didn't expect. An acquired Daophys. Then he flashed an evil smile. A vessel that can withstand my divine demonic physique. I found... What followed was a bloody... Shi Tian swiftly seized the boy's body. He laughed maniacally. Much more comfortable now. On the ground lay the unfortunate little girl's corpse along with his previous... Shi Tian's hands were now stained red with fresh blood, but this only made him more excited. Next, I'll use secret techniques and knowledge from the upper realm to break through my cultivation within a few days. Surpass Chun Chang'an. Deal with him. Seize the 9 provinces cauldron. and conquer the lower. The system quickly provided an analysis. Character information. Name, Shi Tian. Background, 9th Emperor of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. Arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. Possesses cultivation techniques, memories of an upper realm immortal, and the divine demonic physique. Cultivates both righteous and evil techniques. High proficiency in formations. When setting up formations, can use them to summon ancient malevolent entities for support. Has currently successfully seized many sacred grounds in the lower realm. Success rate, 80%. Skills, killing array, binding array, evil array. Cultivation, mortal body at peak chi condensation. Special attribute, divine demonic physique, immortal providence. Title, 9th Emperor Imperial Family of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. Other, blessed by a Tao-protecting dragon transformation city. At this moment, everyone below was fervently discussing. Have you heard? The new province lord, Changchongan, is about to arrive in our dragon transformation city for inspection. It seems he visited Cloud City's province lord's manor a few days. Shi Tian immediately caught several important keywords. New province lord, Changchongan. Province lord's manor. He thought inwardly. Inspecting dragon transformation city. From behind, several women gushed. The new province lord is both handsome and powerful. I want to have his children. Shi Tian couldn't contain his excitement and pulled back his hand, revealing a few terrifying fangs. If that's the case, the slaughter plan can be postponed. This seat must grandly prepare a magnificent gift for him. Furthermore, if this Changchongan is truly as strong as rumored, he would be a valuable candidate to use as a vessel. Then came a wild, maniacal. A trembling hand slowly reached. The boy whose body had been snatched by Shi Tian was now awake. He shakily pushed himself up. He vaguely recalled the recent scene, when the evil Shi Tian had cruelly stolen his. Immediately after, he fumbled to look towards his unfortunate younger sister, who lay lifeless in a pool of fresh. The boy painfully embraced his sister's cold, lifeless body, shaking uncontrollably as he burst into tears, crying out loudly, Xian. Back at Cloud City's province lord's manor, Changchongan was currently wearing a very awkward expression. Zhang Quansu had just gotten drenched in the. Her clothes were inevitably soaked and clung tightly to her body, revealing her alluring. Changchongan quickly took her hand. No, you're too wet. You'll get sick that way. There's a hot spring nearby. Go take a bath and warm your. Water surface was crystal clear, and steam rose profusely. Zhang Quansu had removed her outer clothes, and now only wore a thin white inner garment. She silently stepped into the water, her face faintly reddening, whether from the warmth of the water or shyness. She did. From beyond the screen, Changchongan calmly asked, Don't just stand there. It's just you and me here. Is the water all right? Zhang Quansu snapped out of her daze upon hearing this and immediately immersed herself in the water. Zhang Quansu shyly sank deeper, only her eyes visible above the surface. She replied awkwardly, The water is just right. Changchongan continued, Tell me when you're done soaking. I'll prepare new clothes for you. Zhang Quansu softly replied. Oh, then, Zhang Quansu suddenly spoke up again, asking in a soft voice, Chang'an, do you want to bathe? Behind the screen, Changchongan was reading Shi Tian's information from the system. Hearing this, he didn't give it much thought. Dense as ever, he replied straightforwardly. I've already bathed, so I can't accompany you. You go ahead and bathe. Zhang Quansu softly replied. Okay. After that, Changchongan quietly mused. There's a new heavenly prodigy recently? Shi Tian. Only at peak chi condensation? This pig still needs to be fat. And he commanded, System, check the background of the reincarnated heavenly prodigy. The system immediately went into greedy mode, deducting 250 domain points for the search. 250 domain points. Searching. Changchongan impatiently asked, System, do you think you're very... System quickly provided detailed information. Reincarnated heavenly prodigies are, at most, immortals from the human immortal stage of the upper realm. They descend to the mortal realm, reincarnate, and are reborn, commanded by the domain lords of various immortal domains to seize the myriad heavens and 10,000. They bring with them memories from multiple lifetimes and cultivation techniques from the immortal realm, enough to quickly break through their cultivation without being affected by the laws of heaven and earth for a short period, allowing them to slay the strongest cultivators of the lower realm and seize its domains. These heavenly prodigies from the upper realm typically view lower realm inhabitants as mere weeds. Killing across cultivation levels is as common as daily meals for them. The system continued to provide information. At the same time, among the chosen heavenly prodigies, some are qualified for reincarnation because they received a recommendation from an immortal venerable. An immortal venerable is someone above 10,000, wielding absolute power. Furthermore, they choose reincarnation for various reasons. Some to break through bottlenecks, others to obey a superior's command. Some reincarnate to enhance their own cultivation, and of course, a small portion are forced to descend to the lower realm to work. Although these heavenly prodigies come from different immortal domains, their goal is but one: to dominate the lower realm. And this time, all their sights are set on the same place: the 9 provinces. Thus, the 9 provinces has become a juicy piece of bait for upper realm individuals to reincarnate en masse and tear apart. Due to various factors, this place has become a treasured land for which many immortals contend. Its eventual seizure is only a matter of, they are in the open, I am in the shadows. Chun Chang'an didn't know much about them, but those reincarnators shared a common goal: targeting him. At this point, the system kindly reminded him, this means that if the host wants to be the savior, you must confront these formidable old powerhouses. Be mentally prepared to continuously face a crowd of people alone. Chun Chang'an interrupted impatiently. Do you think this is about domain points? This clone of mine is a bit weak. As long as I have domain points, that's enough. I have no interest in being the savior. Whoever wants to be it can. Then, Jiang Quanzu suddenly spoke up. Chang'an, I had a strange dream. She slowly turned her head and recounted. In my dream, my Tao companion wasn't Chang'an. It was a stranger whose name I didn't even know. We were on our way to participate in the 9 provinces Grand Assembly when we were ambushed by evil cultivators. To save himself, he actively offered me to the evil cultivators to be a human. In the dream, after the heavenly prodigy competition, I lost everything and died in a desolate, forgotten place, with no one to care. Truly choked me. Sometimes, I couldn't even distinguish between reality and the dream. As she spoke, Jiang Quanzu's eyes clearly showed a hazy look and an unspeakable sense of. Then, she gently added, fortunately, this reality is real. I'm so glad. Chun Chang'an realized upon hearing this. He thought to himself, that was the previous time. Then, he asked curiously, did you discover anything else? Jiang Quanzu then slid up out of the water. As she approached the screen, she replied, I also discovered something very important. Chun Chang'an was startled and asked, what? Jiang Quanzu's face flushed red once more. She spoke her heart frankly. Without you, it's very hard for me to continue. I clearly realized. I like. Saying that, Jiang Quanzu held out her hand and asked, could I trouble you to hand me the clothes? Chun Chang'an, hearing her sudden words, also felt a bit shy. He awkwardly handed the garment to Jiang Quanzu. Just then, Jiang Quanzu accidentally slipped and let out a surprised. Chun Chang'an quickly circled around, asking, what? And saw Jiang Quanzu. He immediately lunged forward to catch her without hesitation. The result was both of them falling directly into the. Jiang Quanzu and Chun Chang'an stared at each other. Then, both of them couldn't help but burst into amused laughter. Chun Chang'an quickly leaned his head close to Jiang Quanzu. He softly asked, so, I guess we've made up now, right? Jiang Quanzu happily replied. And immediately after, their lips unconsciously drew closer, preparing to share a passionate. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Random mission announced. Chun Chang'an, with his eyes closed and lips puckered, was left facing the system's. Interrupted. Chun Chang'an immediately flared up, cursing inwardly. Damn it, system. You really know how to pick your moments to pop up. Master and servant have never been so speech. System, as if it didn't care, then displayed the notification. An upper realm heavenly prodigy has been detected nearby. Target is in Dragon Transformation City. Host is requested to quickly locate and eliminate them. As soon as Chun Chang'an finished reading, his expression changed instantly. He rubbed his hands together, thinking, a heavenly prodigy from the upper realm actually appeared in Dragon Transformation City. I was just about to go there for inspection anyway. This person is delivering themselves right to my doorstep. I wonder if the reward for killing a heavenly prodigy will be greater than for the immortal general earlier. I'm truly looking forward. Seeing this, Jiang Quanzu asked sadly, Chang'an, are you leaving? I heard people in the manor say you'll be going to Dragon Transformation City for inspection. Right? Chun Chang'an replied. Jiang Quanzu unexpectedly stepped forward and gave him a kiss. Her action completely surprised Chun Chang'an. You! Jiang Quanzu's face flushed slightly. Then she teased him back. Taking back what you just missed? Is that not allowed? Chun Chang'an was so delighted by Jiang Quanzu's 2 words, husband, that he almost drooled. He chuckled. Of course it's allowed. Hey. Jiang Quanzu also softly added, if husband has things to do, Then I'll return to the heavenly fragrance sect and wait. After that, Chun Chang'an proactively embraced Jiang Quansu. He gently reassured her. All right, once I'm done with things here, I'll compare. Jiang Quansu softly replied. Let's decide on. Back in Dragon Transformation City, a crimson aura filled the sky, staining the land and sky. A pair of feet hung suspended, blood flowing in streams, and an eerie voice echoed, I use sacrifice to my sovereign. A man was hanging on a cross-shaped pillar, and beneath him, some sort of formation glowed with a bloody red. Shirtian laughed excitedly, looking at the spoils he had gathered. He leisurely counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then he roared, That's enough! Below him was the 9 heavens god slaying. Shirtian immediately bellowed, The killing array has manifested. Now, we just wait for the ants to fall into the... Just then, he quickly noticed an airship in the distance. The boat quickly entered the blood-red sky of Dragon Ascension. Chun Chang'an calmly observed the system notification screen. Please note, host, a heavenly prodigy has been detected near you. He immediately thought suspiciously, I just feel like this Dragon Ascension city is permeated with an aura of death. If nothing unexpected happens, it's probably that heavenly prodigy's... Behind Shirtian, a bizarre creature with many demonic skulls suddenly appeared. He waved a hand, and Chun Chang'an's flying boat was instantly smashed. Chun Chang'an was surprised and wondered. An attack at the immortal soul? He looked up to observe, his eyes immediately filled with confusion. What the hell is... What met his eyes was Shirtian sitting in the belly of a multi-headed, multi-armed demon. Its entire body seemed covered in the colors of a cosmic galaxy, looking incredibly monstrous and grotesque. Chun Chang'an couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Neither Buddha nor demon. This monstrosity actually possesses the strength of an immortal. These heavenly prodigies have such low cultivation, yet they're already so Monster quickly noticed him, followed by Shirtian's deranged. He excitedly looked at Chun Chang'an and said, Good evening, my new... Not to be outdone. Chun Chang'an friendly greeted back. Good evening, my little... The system then gave a reminder. A reincarnated heavenly prodigy has been detected. The heavenly prodigy's current cultivation is at the peak of chi refinement. However, due to its innate divine demon physique, it can summon ancient divine demon aid at the immortal soldier realm. Please quickly slay it, host, and save the common folk of Dragon Ascension. Chun Chang'an jokingly said, Little brother, you're very brave, while secretly calculating in his mind, able to summon several powerful realm-transcending aids stronger than himself. It seems these reincarnated heavenly prodigies all have some sort of golden finger, but this is good. The stronger they are, the more domain value I can receive. Who knows? I might even unlock a new salted fish treasure. Meanwhile, Shirtian, seeing Chun Chang'an's silence, deluded himself into thinking he was powerful. He arrogantly mused. This Chun Chang'an is dawdling and not taking action. Could it be that he's scared by the blood fiend I summoned? Humph, it seems there's no need to waste energy probing his true strength. I'll just kill him with one blow and seize his... Then he quickly extended his hand to activate his... Shirtian shrieked. 1,000-hand soul-devouring palm. The grotesque monster then transformed, manifesting hundreds of hands, large and small, each with a bizarre red eye carved in its center, and launched them. Those arms struck directly at Chun Chang'an, causing a massive explosion with billowing smoke, and Shirtian then sneered mockingly, killed with a flick of a finger. With such meager ability, you dare try to stop us from plundering the lower... Immediately after, he stared with utter shock. Chun Chang'an was still standing upright in his original spot, completely unharmed. He even friendly gave Shirtian the middle finger and retorted, Ninth Prince Zhou, right? Shirtian, right? Let me show you what a combo attack is. What do you think your few moves can do? Seeing this, Shirtian remained incredibly arrogant. He waved his hand, preparing his next attack. You still recognize me? In that case, I'll grant you a complete defeat. A miserable... Those demonic arms were summoned once more, surging with power as they rushed towards Chun Chang'an. Shirtian confidently added, Open your eyes and see. I don't believe you can withstand this. However, whether he believed it or not, it was still true. Chun Chang'an simply raised his hand, and those arms instantly dissipated into smoke and dust. His eyes blazed with fire as he loudly provoked. Put some effort into it. You can't even kill anyone, yet you claim to be an immortal? You're making me laugh myself to... Other cultivators from the 9 provinces quickly noticed the commotion near Chun Chang'an. They immediately flew over in a panic to provide support. The spiritual energy fluctuations are too strong. Who is the province master fighting? I can feel a trace of immortal chi. The upper realm has sent someone down again. We must find an opportunity to go help the province man. At the same time, another group of people was secretly observing from afar. Nan Rong, a reincarnated heavenly prodigy from the constant immortal domain, said disappointedly, "Ah, we're one step too late. That sure Tian brat got ahead of us." What a purple-haired girl behind her chimed in. "It seems our efforts will be in vain this." Her name was Kong Yu, also a reincarnated heavenly prodigy from the constellation immortal domain. Kong Yu continued with a firm tone, "After all, Shi Tian's true body cultivation in the Xuanwu immortal domain is at the immortal emperor realm. His blood fiend technique is invincible within the immortal emperor realm. Although its summon strength will be reduced in the lower realm, it's more than enough to deal with a lower realm ant. It seems this new province master will perish." Nan Rong, however, suddenly showed interest, expressing regret. "Tisk. This Shi Tian really resembles the great villain in the storybooks I've read, invading and destroying others' homes. This new province master is a hero struggling to protect his home. What a pity. A hero with limited strength. His home about to be destroyed. Pathetic, truly pathetic." Wu Chengyi, standing nearby, also added, "Pathetic. If these lower realm people fell into my hands, they'd still have a chance to live. But in Shi Tian's hands, they can only become nutrients to enhance his cultivation. This person is a reincarnated heavenly prodigy from the Yang immortal domain." Nan Rong added, "This domineering cultivation method will eventually backfire." The grotesque monster instantly closed in on Chun. It reached out a hand to swat at him as if swatting a mosquito. Kong Yu immediately turned to leave, saying, "The outcome is clear. No need to watch further. Let's reincarnate to the next." But immediately after, Nan Rong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wait!" Chun Chang'an was still standing still, completely unharmed. Instead, he moved closer to the monster. Chun Chang'an then friendly gave it the middle finger, pointing directly at its. The monster immediately had its head blasted off by an enormous surge of power from Chun Chang'an. The three heavenly prodigies immediately stared in astonishment, exclaiming in confusion, "Shi Tian's blood fiend was multi-headed, multi-armed grotesque monster was utterly annihilated by Chun Chang'an in a single blow, dissolving into dust on the." Chengyi stroked his chin with interest and said, "This Chun Chang'an has some real strength. It's just a pity he made one huge mistake. He absolutely shouldn't have angered Shi Tian." Kong Yu also spoke up. "Shi Tian is an outstanding individual among the heavenly prodigies. His killing methods are extremely cruel. Moreover, relying on his special identity, he has gathered many loyal immortal Buddha subordinates. Each immortal Buddha he summons is obtained by him expending long periods of effort and." She looked at Chun Chang'an standing defiantly before her, and instantly envisioned his fate. If Chun Chang'an continues to resist, he will ultimately face a tragic. Nan Rong, meanwhile, continued to imagine some brainless, melodramatic plot. To protect all living beings under heaven, he selflessly sacrifices himself, only to ultimately fail and become another's plaything, a slave. "I like this story." Then, she perversely licked her hand and said, "If it were me, I'd train him to be a special male con." On Chun Chang'an's side, the system now displayed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a blood fiend Buddha at the immortal soldier realm. Reward, 500,000 domain value." Chun Chang'an was surprised to see this notification. "Huh, killing a summoned divine demon can also yield domain value? Then isn't this?" Immediately after, he tauntingly provoked Shi Tian. "Little friend, if you don't have the strength, don't pretend. You died after just a moment of playing. I haven't even warmed up." Hearing this, Shi Tian maintained his arrogant tone. He let out a loud cold scoff. "I don't just have one underling." With that, he drew a winding talon. Shi Tian shouted, "Summon the resentful insect general." From below, an arm appeared, firmly grasping a large axe and swinging. A furious face emerged, its eyes filled with an intimidating. Resentful insect general at the peak of the immortal soldier realm. It swung its axe powerfully towards Chun Chang'an in a display of might, then arrogantly roared, "For the master, I'll plunge into boiling oil and blazing fire, sweeping away all evil and destruction." Chun Chang'an lightly hopped backward to. The resentful insect general grew increasingly berserk. It furiously charged at Chun Chang'an, its hand still clutching the axe, waiting for an opportunity to swing it down, continuously shouting, "Too slow, too slow." Chun Chang'an suddenly paused, and the resentful insect general seized the chance to powerfully swing its axe horizontally across it. Immediately after, it burst into arrogant laughter, confidently saying, "I've blasted your soul to smithereens. Ha ha ha. Lower realm people are truly easy to." Just then, Shi Tian suddenly cried out in alarm, "Resentful general, Chun Chang'an unexpectedly appeared from above, raising his leg, poised to deliver a kick to the resentful insect. His eyes glowed crimson with battle lust. Chun Chang'an excitedly declared loudly, "One kick to crush you to—" With that, Chun Chang'an immediately shot down, kicking the resentful insect general directly in its midsection, causing it to instantly plummet without being able to reach. System appeared once again. "Congratulations, host! You have slain a divine demon at the immortal soldier realm. Reward, 500,000 domain value." Shirtian was now beginning to panic, but he stubbornly refused to give up, waving his hand to continue summoning. At this time, a large, two-headed, colorful entity appeared. As soon as it was summoned, it frantically looked around, seeming quite impressed. Shirtian furiously roared. Chun Chang'an maintained his calm demeanor as always. He formed a hand seal with both hands, not forgetting to mockingly scoff. "King of the desert? Ninth prince? Are you out of trouble?" Immediately after, he summoned the great might heavenly dragon. "I'm still waiting for you to summon a few more." Behind Chun Chang'an, a terrifying dragon now appeared, radiating an incredibly powerful. Shirtian, on the other side, was now slightly intimidated. He looked at what Chun Chang'an had summoned and broke out in a cold sweat of. Chun Chang'an's eyes blazed with fire. He slammed his hand down, then softly commanded, "For sky." A pillar of light instantly descended, completely engulfing Shirtian's monster. The energy emanating from it created a powerful aftershock that exploded. The notification immediately appeared. "Congratulations, host! You have slain a divine demon at the immortal soldier realm. Reward, 500,000 domain value." Chun Chang'an unexpectedly teleported away in a flash. He directly grabbed a lock of Shirtian's hair and pulled. Chun Chang'an now looked even more insane than Shirtian had earlier. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he excitedly asked, "You good for nothing. You stand there trying to kill someone but can't. Where's your guardian immortal?" Shirtian, pressed by Chun Chang'an's questions, couldn't resist. He stammered in panic. "You." Chun Chang'an looked at Shirtian before him and laughed like a madman. He disdainfully mocked, "So weak, truly pathetic. And here you are, a reincarnated heavenly prodigy, an earth immortal from the upper realm, the ninth prince of the Xuanwu immortal domain. Now you look like a guard dog. You're making me die of laughter." Then, he waved his hand, slowly warning, "You heavenly prodigies think yourselves high and mighty, disregarding lives, trampling all creation. Now, I'll let you taste what it's like to be tormented like a—" He then unceremoniously threw Shirtian straight down into his own form. Shirtian was slammed hard onto the ground, spitting. Chun Chang'an continued to step on Shirtian's face, not holding back his insults. "How dare a good-for-nothing like you challenge me?" Shirtian was then sent flying up into the— Then he was violently flung back to the ground like an inanimate object. His face now swollen and his body was battered and bruised, a truly miserable— Chun Chang'an continued to provoke him. "How pathetic. You're at death's door, and no one is willing to step up and save you." In his heart, he secretly considered his true objective. This little lamb isn't worth much domain points. The guardian immortal is the big— Shirtian's eyes suddenly became cunning. He unexpectedly laughed and said, "I underestimated you, but my objective has been achieved." Immediately after, he left a message. "Don't get cocky, Chun Chang'an. Next time we meet, I'll definitely take your head." Then, he instantly dissipated, leaving Chun Chang'an no time to— Chun Chang'an looked at his empty hands, which had been grabbing nothing, and softly said, "He chose to self-destruct rather than summon his guardian immortal. These heavenly prodigies truly have some tricks up their sleeves. Descending to the mortal realm with just a soul fragment, they can still run rampant. If I could trick their true bodies into coming, I'd make a System quickly notified. Host has completed a temporary mission. Protected the common folk of Dragon Ascension City. Reward, 20,000 domain points, 1 salted fish treasure chest. Slain a heavenly prodigy at the peak of chi refinement. Gained 10 domain points." Chun Chang'an then began to scheme. Pathetically few points. The valuable ones aren't the heavenly prodigies themselves, but everything related to them. Those are what's worth spending time on. These scattered heavenly prodigies are annoying to track down one by one. I might as well use the heavenly court as bait and catch them all in one fell. Speaking of which, a thought suddenly occurred to him. But my fight with Shirtian caused such a huge commotion. They might have already detected. Then, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh!" Chun Chang'an frantically scratched his head and pulled his ears, blaming himself for being too rash. "I was too overbearing just now. Those minor heavenly prodigies watching the battle might get scared and retreat. Oh, damn it, what a loss. Normally, they hide deeply enough. They're in the dark and I'm in the light. This time, they'll be even harder to Just then, the cultivators from outside quickly rushed over. They anxiously called out, "Province Ma—" Chan Chang'an immediately had a quick thought. I must quickly make up for it. Then he clumsily collapsed onto the ground, preparing to play it. Chan Chang'an began to showcase his top-tier acting skills. He grimaced, breathing raggedly as if utterly exhausted, then tremblingly spoke with feigned sincerity. The reincarnated heavenly prodigies truly live up to their reputation. I had to expend 80% of my power to barely manage to Then he didn't forget to clutch his chest, feigning serious injury, and stated the most important point. If I hadn't risked my life, I might well have been killed on the spot. Truly dangerous, truly dangerous. I only hope I don't encounter him again. This body cannot fight again for several. A cultivator hurriedly ran to Chan Chang'an. Seeing him collapsed and exhausted on the ground, he asked in a panic, "Province Master, are you?" Immediately after, Chan Chang'an put on a very convincing expression and replied, "Just almost died. It's nothing serious, cough cough. Quickly, take me to find a physician." To Chan Chang'an's surprise, the other person actually believed him implicitly. He, touched by Chan Chang'an's predicament, firmly said, "This subordinate will definitely protect the province master fully." Chan Chang'an was confused by his reaction. Immediately after, that cultivator didn't hesitate to carry Chan Chang'an on his back, running and loudly shouting, "Help! The province master is seriously injured. His life is in grave danger. Someone, quickly come and save him. The province master is dying." The three heavenly prodigies above had observed the entire process. All of them were astonished to see Shi Tian defeated. They said in disbelief, Shi Tian's soul fragment was actually forced to self-destruct by a lower realm inhabitant. This is the first time I've seen him in such a pathetic state. This person's talent is truly terrifying. If he were in the upper realm, he'd probably be a new rising star. Although Shi Tian lost, he did seriously injure Chan Chang'an, so it's a good deal for Wu Qingyi. Then made a suggestion. Defeating him alone is quite unlikely. Why don't the three of us join forces first to probe him? In any case, we can't let others seize the initiative. Indeed, not just those three, but deep within the shadows, many other heavenly prodigies were also eyeing Chan Chang'an as a fat target. Whether from the sky, rooftops, or corners, as soon as they saw Chan Chang'an being hurriedly carried away, they whispered amongst themselves, "Did you hear? It's probably true. Don't disturb the grass and alert the snow." Chengyi, seeing this, became even more confident of victory. He is seriously injured now, so he definitely can't exert his full strength. And my current body's cultivation is at the peak of void refinement. It's the same for you too. Coordinating with our methods, winning won't be difficult. This opportunity cannot be missed. If we miss it this time, finding another chance will be very. Kang Yu continued to observe calmly. She cautiously said, "I think we still need to be a bit more careful. This Chan Chang'an is insidious and cunning. He's not some kind person. It's possible he's deliberately luring us out." That Sumeru Buddhist disciple and Jade Azura from before were reckless. They were killed and are now still in reincarnation, once again seeking an opportunity to reincarnate to the 9 provinces. Nan Rong also voiced her thoughts. I, on the other hand, believe that dealing with Chan Chang'an with force is not a good. Wu Chengyi curiously asked, "Do you have a better?" Nan Rong then revealed a mischievous expression. She confidently said, "Men, they all find one hurdle difficult to cross. That hurdle is called the beauty tree." In the upper realm, the land where the Jiang clan was seated was enveloped by boundless immortal. A pair of feet gently touched down. Those nearby excitedly called out to each other, "Young Miss! The young Miss has returned. The young Miss must have obtained the immortal youth-preserving fruit. This time, the old ancestor is safe." Jiang Yuxuan approached a luxurious pavilion. The 2 guards respectfully bowed their heads. Welcoming the young Mississippi, Jiang Yuxuan then spoke, "I want to see the family." She then thought to herself with worry. The cultivators are all focused on advancing to immortal status. The myriad realm energy from the lower realm, supplied for disciples to absorb and cultivate, is no longer planned. She wondered curiously, I wonder if the Jiang clan's heavenly talent can seize the myriad realms of the 9 continents. Then, Jiang Yuxuan turned her head, thinking with determination. But if that true god reincarnates, she might successfully obtain it. After all, these myriad realms of the lower realm are her spoils of war. A door quickly. Jiang Yuxuan knelt down, respectfully offering the youth-preserving fruit obtained from Chan Chang'an with both hands, her expression a little awkward as she reported, "Family head, I've brought back the immortal youth-preserving." Inside the room, which resembled a miniature magnificent palace, every glittering golden item spoke of its exquisite craftsmanship. A woman sitting directly in the center of the main hall quickly took the youth-preserving fruit from Jiang Yuxuan's hand, asking in confusion, only one. She was the family head of the Jiang clan, Jiang Ninger, who immediately showed a displeased attitude, questioning Jiang Yuxuan, isn't there an immortal youth-preserving tree in the lower realm? With your strength, why did you only obtain one? Jiang Ninger continued with disappointment. Yuxuan, you surely know that one immortal fruit is not enough to sustain the old ancestor's life. When you descended to the mortal realm, I placed great hope in you. Jiang Yuxuan then nervously began to explain. Family head, please let me tell you the details of what happened in the A moment later, Jiang Ninger incredulously asked the person in front of her again. Empty-handed creation of immortals? Jiang Yuxuan confirmed with certainty. That's right. Chun Chang'an was the one who exchanged the immortal fruit with me. I saw with my own eyes that he created 2 immortals and 4 half-immortals in one. Then, she recounted irritably, when I met him, I didn't even know his identity, presumptuously trying to intimidate him with my status as an immortal. Not only was he unafraid, but he even ordered his subordinates to insult me, completely disrespecting our immortal status. If I hadn't been resourceful, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to Hearing this, Jiang Ninger said, so that's how it is. You've sacrificed so much for my Jiang clan. You've gone through a lot of trouble. Jiang Yuxuan quickly replied, flustered. It was no trouble. For the Jiang clan, no matter the cost, I am. Immediately after, she stood up and said, however, this person's methods are extremely rare. Even an immortal venerable cannot 100% create immortals from nothing, let alone someone from the lower. Jiang Ninger flew down the stairs, carefully pondering. I have a premonition that these myriad realms of the 9 continents are giving birth to an existence capable of threatening the immortal realm. Furthermore, the burial ground of the Lord of Dark heavenly demons from ancient times remains unknown. Perhaps something can be discovered in these lands of the 9 continents. After that, she looked down at Jiang Yuxuan from above, saying in a serious tone, Yuxuan, the Black Tortoise immortal domain is unstable. How can my Jiang clan maintain an undefeated position? This is a crucial moment. I have a task I want to entrust. Jiang Ninger began to meticulously explain the task. First, you were able to obtain an immortal fruit from him, proving that he has a good impression of you. You can descend to the lower realm again and find a way to exchange a large quantity of immortal fruits from him, ensuring the old ancestor's life is no longer a concern. Second, the Jiang clan's most crucial heavenly talent has been out of contact with us for a long time. I speculate that she is currently very likely in the lower realm of the 9 continents. I need you to go down to the lower realm, quickly establish contact with the heavenly talent. I will give you her immortal guardian seal. When you meet her, the immortal seal will Saying this, Jiang Ninger then transmitted an immortal seal into Jiang Yuxuan's. After that, she turned and left, not forgetting to instruct. Go to the immortal guardian's retreat. There are many immortal guardians there. If you have any questions, you can ask them. Jiang Yuxuan immediately responded seriously, yes, I will definitely complete them. At the same time, in the Black Tortoise immortal domain, at the residence of the 9th Imperial Prince Shirtian, a torrent of curses erupted from within. That vile, shameless person from the lower realm actually dared to humiliate. Closeid quickly stepped forward and asked, Your Highness, what happened? The person sitting in the center of the main hall immediately roared in fury. My reincarnated clone in the lower realm is. That person was none other than Shirtian, who had just been played with by Chun Chang'an. He had now returned to his true body, at the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm, but was also affected and coughed up blood. He cursed incessantly in anger. The aide then exclaimed in surprise, What? This is impossible. Your Highness's clone in the lower realm should not be underestimated, and he even brought 3 demon gods with him. This? Who did? Shirtian spoke in a low voice, pointing a finger and naming names. The Lord of the 9 continents, Chun Chang'an. As he said this, he couldn't help but recall with bitter resentment. My 3 precious demon gods were also destroyed by him. If I hadn't promptly used the 9 reincarnation soul-nourishing pill, my divine soul would have been severely. Next, Shirtian scowled and directly gave an order. Make preparations. I want to reincarnate my true body in the lower realm and kill this person. The aide immediately panicked and tried to stop him. No, that's too dangerous. Reincarnating your true body is not like sending a clone. If a clone is destroyed in the lower realm, the true body still exists. But if the true body is destroyed, then you are truly dead and cannot even enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. He used all his might to persuade Shirtian to reconsider. Your Highness, you are currently the imperial prince with the greatest chance of ascending to the throne in the Black Tortoise immortal domain's imperial family. Moreover, you only need to send a powerful clone to easily destroy this lower realm. You don't need to gamble with your own life, your high. Shirtion heard this and impatiently cut him off. Sending only a clone is already used. He recalled Chun Chongin's image and angrily analyzed. Chun Chongin's strength is at the immortal general realm, considered invincible in the lower. Currently, only if my true body reincarnates, retaining more than half its strength under the suppression of the laws of the 9 continents, will I have a chance to kill Chun. Saying this, he stood up abruptly, haughtily making his decision. You don't need to worry so much. Among heavenly talents, no one is my match. My true body reincarnating can seize the ultimate immortal game. 1 year from now is the selection convention for Immortal Lord candidates. I must obtain the realm of the 9 continents to be eligible to participate. The aide still wanted to continue advising. Your Highness. Shirtion placed a hand on his shoulder, saying smugly, You're too timid. It's a game I can win 100%. Why would I give it up for no reason? You must remember, the advantage lies with me. Once an opponent shows signs of rising, we should immediately surround and kill them without holding back. The aide stood there awkwardly, not knowing what else. Next, Shirtion directly turned and left, nonchalantly leaving a remark. Hesitate, and you look. He silently mused. Only by becoming an Immortal Lord candidate will those old fogies of the decayed forces support my ascension to the imperial throne. Seizing the 9 continents absolutely cannot have any mishaps. I must go myself. Then he thought haughtily, Chun Chongin, your head is mine for Back in the lower realm, in Cloud Continent, the news of Chun Chongin being severely wounded spread throughout all the cities of Cloud Continent overnight, becoming more shocking with each. The tavern keeper slammed his hand on the table and loudly recounted. I heard that the Continent Lord, to protect the people of Dragon Transformation City, fought a great battle with an immortal from the upper realm. After killing the immortal, he himself was severely wounded, his life in critical danger, almost certainly not going to make it. These words immediately drew the attention of those around. Someone found it hard to believe and asked again, Is this true? The man confirmed firmly, absolutely. Not long after, someone else spread a completely different rumor. Let me tell you, someone said the Continent Lord is crippled. He even formed a marital alliance with an immortal to protect the peace of the lower realm. The other person heard this and asked in confusion, What? The Continent Lord is involved with an immortal maiden? It's true that news passed through 7 mouths becomes a fairy. Another group of women was also hotly discussing, gossiping so intensely it was like a fish market. One girl speculated, I think those immortal maidens have broad backs and thick waists. They're not even as good as finding a few fox spirits. The plump woman next to her immediately retorted, That's not right. I heard that it's because the script isn't following the novel's plotline, and the screenwriter can't write daily updates. It's truly agonizing for readers like us, who can't even get one last look at the Continent Lord. The remaining woman, hearing this, cried out in distress and complaint. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? Where is the screenwriter's address? Where are their contact details? I want to send them a Just then, another girl unexpectedly stepped forward, raising her hand to stop them. Stop! The Continent Lord is only severely wounded. He's not dead yet. What nonsense are you all talking? 3 women snorted in annoyance, then coldly turned and walked away. Indeed, they only enjoyed gossiping, not caring about the Dragon Transformation City, City Lord's Chamber. In Dragon Transformation City, at the City Lord's Chun Chongin was currently focusing all his efforts on searching for. A moment later, he sighed in frustration, muttering to himself, Sure enough, even with the power of the heavenly Tao, I can't find any trace of these heavenly talents. I can only wait for them to show them. Chun Chongin softly called out, System. The system quickly displayed his detailed statistics. Name, Chun Chongin. Domain points, 2,555,010. Domain range, 62,607 m. Activated skills, Myriad Life, Immortal Path's Vast Reach, Special Effect, Point Lock, Life and Death Management. Currently possesses abilities, Eternal Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Immortal Path's Eternal Existence. System Inventory, 10 slots, Limit, 1 Mythical Secret Realm Key, 1 Salted Fish Treasure. After Chun Chongin could only helplessly yell in his heart. It's only expanded to just over 60,000 meters now. The 10,000 Great Mountains aren't fully covered yet, and the desolate continent is even more out of reach. Domain points aren't enough. Those heavenly talent fish. Hurry up and take the bait. My great Tao is about to be Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside. A click. Chun Chongin immediately observed caution. Shadowy figure stealthily darted past. Chun Chongin excitedly thought, Have they arrived? That person furtively ran around Chun Chongin's courtyard, frantically searching. Where is he? Which room is he? Chun Chang'an thought to himself. They're outside, looking for an opportunity. Then he quickly jumped onto the bed, lying on his side and playing dead, waiting for the fish to swim. That person quickly found his. Chun Chang'an saw the shadowy figure outside the window and irritably thought, "Humph, still planning to strike from the window? Hurry up and..." He then returned to his pillow, obediently lying there, unable to suppress his eager anticipation, muttering to himself, "Let me see if it's a big fish." The shadowy figure quickly stepped into the. One hand, he held a cylindrical object that looked extremely suspicious. Then the shadowy figure immediately approached Chun Chang'an's bed, eyes glinting in the dark as if harboring some hidden. Chun Chang'an's body unexpectedly trembled. He thought in dismay, "She's touched." Then he decisively woke up and grabbed the person's. Chun Chang'an forcefully pushed the person down beneath him, angrily shouting, "I'm telling you, you heavenly talents are going too far. Killing me is one thing, but you even want to taint my pure." Before he could finish, Chun Chang'an immediately choked, swallowing his words. The person he was currently pinning down was none other than Jiang Quanchu. She shyly whispered, "Oh." Chun Chang'an was startled, asking in surprise, "Quanchu, why are you?" Jiang Quanchu replied, embarrassed, "I heard you were severely wounded, so I was worried and came to find you. The guards outside were heavily posted, and waiting for an announcement would take too long, so I climbed." Saying this, she anxiously looked around Chun Chang'an's body, asking in confusion, "That's right, husband, where are you hurt? Let me see." Chun Chang'an, being groped all over by her, awkwardly coughed a few times, then shyly pushed her hand away. "Cough, cough, your husband is super strong. A mere heavenly talent can't hurt me. I'm not injured, rest assured." In his heart, he was in a tangled mess. Can't let her grope around any further and she'll reach that. Jiang Quanchu didn't give up. She resolutely said, "I don't believe it. Take off your clothes. I'll check. I'll only look once, just once." Then she skillfully unzipped Chun Chang'an's clothes and groped around. He could only lie still, letting her have her way, his mouth continuously shouting, "Quanchu, don't." Just then, she suddenly saw something and caught Jiang Quanchu's eye was a shimmering, sparkling object, making her blush and bite her lip tightly. Her body even involuntarily trembled. Jiang Quanchu softly said, "It's very good." Chun Chang'an helplessly continued, "You believe me now, don't you?" Chun Chang'an shyly rubbed his nose and said, "Quanchu, I'm very happy to see you." Jiang Quanchu blushed fiercely upon hearing this. She stammered, "Ah, me too," then boldly asked, "Chang'an, do you want to consummate our..." Chun Chang'an quickly replied, "Cough, cough, now is not the time." But in his mind, a fierce ideological struggle was raging. Thankfully, his little brother below didn't betray its big brother. Jiang Quanchu also shyly turned away. After that, Jiang Quanchu subtly hinted, If I were a heavenly talent, I might just push you down now." She even winked and implied various, but Chun Chang'an just thought innocently, "She's too adorable." He treated her words as a joke, not yet poking and squeezing her soft cheek. "How could you be a heavenly talent? If you were, I'd know immediately." Jiang Quanchu was frustrated and wanted to continue. She gently rested her head on Chun Chang'an's warm chest, looking at him uneasily and softly chiding. "At least you should have told me. You made me so worried about you. After all, you're a person who doesn't think about the consequences when facing such danger, and that also makes me..." Just then, a knock sounded from outside, followed by a voice calling, "Continent Lord, are you asleep?" Jiang Quanchu vigilantly said, "It might be a heavenly..." Then, without hesitation, she quickly ducked under the bed, leaving a trustworthy remark, "I'll hide first. If you need help, just call me." Chun Chang'an was dumbfounded by her sudden action, hastily saying, Chun Chang'an awkwardly said, "Actually, I already anticipated that those heavenly talents wouldn't fall for this trick. I'm preparing to set up the next plan to eliminate them." Then he helplessly called, "Quanchu, come out." Jiang Quanchu heard this and peeked her head out, but not to come out, rather to remind Chun Chang'an, "Husband, be careful not to overturn the boat in the gutter. My actions are very clever. With me here, I won't let the opponent have their..." The person outside quickly pushed the door open and entered. Minghe rushed in, asking anxiously, "Chang'an, what's wrong with you?" Chun Chang'an looked surprised to see her too. Minghe immediately moved close to him. She used her spiritual power, anxiously persuading him, "Never mind, Chang'an. Let me check your injuries." Jiang Quanchu, under the bed, couldn't see everything. She only saw the two people pressed close together. She heard Chun Chang'an cry out in embarrassment. "Ah, elder sister. You're my only elder sister. This can't be touched." Then she heard Ming He gently coaxing. "It's Chang'an. Just relax. It will be over very quickly, and it won't." After that, Chun Chang'an let out several startled cries that sounded extremely suggestive. Your strength is too great. Stop, stop." Ming He, as before, continued to comfort him. "Chang'an, don't move. I'm here. I won't let anything happen." Jiang Quanchu, under the bed, had no idea what bizarre Canadian magic was happening. She was so furious her body trembled, but she could only clench her teeth and at the same time, outside, Nan Rong, who had set up an ambush earlier, heard the intense commotion inside. She immediately imagined what was happening and cursed inwardly in horror. Damn it! Chun Chang'an is truly playing rough. He actually asked his wife to hide under the bed. Watching him and his mistress being so intimate and audaciously making such wanton sound. But at this moment, Nan Rong suddenly had a strange thought, full of question marks. Odd. I'm finding this somewhat stimulating myself. What must the woman under the bed be thinking? Very angry, very helpless. If I were to join, what would she do? She liked her own. Ming He, for reasons unknown, looked quite tired at that moment, profusely sweating, her mouth continuously emitting strange, incoherent sounds that made the listener feel The listener, none other than Chen Chang'an, heard it to the point where his entire face became bewildered, both expressionless and unsightly, as if he had aged 10 years. Chun Chang'an and Ming He sat on the bed. She was behind him, casting a spell, seemingly treating him. Elder sister, my good elder sister, you're making it very easy for misunderstandings to arise. She calmly replied, misunderstandings? Just baseless rumors. I won't pay them any mind. He immediately yelled, damn it, I mind. In an unnoticed corner, specifically under the bed, Jiang Quanchu crouched, secretly observing, her demeanor as if she wanted to cut down the two people sitting. Ming He's cheerful mood seemed to deflate at his words. She lowered her head, gazing into empty space, and began to speak. Ming He was indeed a bit abrupt and offended the continent lord. It's just that right now, if anything happens to anyone else in the 9 continents, it's fine, but you, no matter what, must be. Every word from Ming He's lips reached Jiang Chuanchu's ears. Tonight, let Ming He attend to you, guarding your safety. Hearing these words from under the bed, she turned scarlet with rage, her eyes becoming as sharp as knives, as if she were about to commit murder. All the emotions on her face could be summarized in one word. Faced with those touching words, Chun Chang'an seemed rather unenthusiastic, merely glancing indifferently to the side. I appreciate your good intentions. If there's nothing else, elder sister, you should go back. Despite this, Ming He didn't seem to mind much. She maintained her cordial expression as she replied. Chun Chang'an's gaze suddenly became unusually sharp. He didn't turn his entire head but merely glanced subtly behind him, thinking, Lord of the Demon Continent, Ming. Immediately after, countless scenes involving Ming He flashed through his mind, followed by a series of thoughts. She's the only one among the 9 continent lords who pledged loyalty to me the earliest and even actively connected with the other continent lords, pushing me into the position of continent lord of the 9 continents. I know very little about her. It's not a close relationship. Yet after I took office, she helped me quite. His mind suddenly replayed a scene from the past. The moment he caught sight of Ming He's worried face, even he couldn't help but be startled. His heart pounded, and everything around him seemed to freeze for a moment. It was originally a play to lure out the heavenly talents, but instead, I scared her. She cares about me this much. I wonder if that's a good thing or a bad. Originally lost in his own thoughts, Chun Chang'an was suddenly interrupted by a system message that appeared out of nowhere, abruptly cutting off his wandering train of thought. Host, please note, there is a void refining heavenly talent near the host. He was startled but only let out a soft exclamation. Precisely at that moment, a foot wearing yellow shoes unexpectedly appeared from unknown origins, inadvertently stepping on a dry twig. The dry snap of the twig echoed in the silent space, carelessly creating completely unwanted attention, breaking the already quiet atmosphere. Nan Rong was startled and immediately stomped her foot hard on the ground, using the force to shoot herself into the air. Sweat poured down her forehead. She quickly turned her head to look behind her, her eyes anxious and uneasy, muttering to herself. My stealth technique is about to expire. I need to escape. In the dark night, amidst the city where shadows were gradually engulfing the entire space, Nan Rong's thoughts ceaselessly surfaced, one idea following another. They repeated in her mind as if to swallow her entire reason. leaving her mind restless. Just as Kang Yu said, Chun Chang'an is feigning severe injury. His goal is to make us walk into his trap. That lower realm fellow is cunning. I'm afraid this honey trap will soon be ineffective. Chun Chang'an wants to, as if her wish was granted. Just as her thoughts reached that point, Chun Chang'an suddenly appeared out of nowhere right before Nan Rong's eyes. She couldn't help but panic, her heart seemingly stopping for a moment. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively took a step back. Her unfinished sentence was finally completed by Nan Rong with an expression that couldn't be more panicked. Her face was pale, her eyes momentarily wide with shock, then even wider. Her entire body seemed to freeze for a moment, unable to utter another word. Kill us all! At that exact moment, Chun Chang'an also continued, I've been waiting for you for a long time, little heavenly as if finding the current scene not lively enough. Kang Yu and Wu Zhengyi somehow appeared fiercely above Chun Chang'an's head. Both of their expressions were far from amiable, their momentum raging as if they were ready to pounce at any moment, making the surrounding atmosphere instantly tense and suffocating. I said it before, that trick of yours can only fool the brainless. Although ambushed, Chun Chang'an didn't even bother to look surprised, his eyes merely indifferently glancing upwards. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile full of arrogance and challenge, as if everything unfolding before him had long been within his grasp. Oh my, there's an ambush! Zhengyi shouted so loudly that his features seemed to fly apart, his roar echoing throughout the space. His eyes, sharp and fierce with murderous intent, darted forward with unstoppable speed and determination, as if wanting to crush everything in his path. At this critical moment, we still must forcefully Tran Truong didn't show any weakness in the face of the situation. He flashed a cunning grin, his bright eyes radiating confidence and mischief. That smile wasn't just provocative. It was a challenge, as if he wanted his opponent to clearly feel his resolve and capabilities. So, you're very Kang Yu wasn't about to stand by. She clasped her hands together, and immediately, a formation resembling a chessboard appeared before her. Her figure seemed to merge into the vast galaxy, as white pieces moved continuously, creating a majestic yet ethereal sight that left everyone awestruck. The beautiful move she had just performed was called Immortal Nebulae Reconnaissance. She shouted, There's only one chance. Use all your trump cards. Receiving Kang Yu's signal, Nan Rong understood immediately. Without hesitation, she instantly unleashed the technique named Immortal Hundred Flowers Finger. Her fingers moved gracefully, and the sky suddenly bloomed with vibrant fresh flowers, their pink hues spreading everywhere. Petals danced in the wind, creating a beautiful yet powerful spectacle that made the surrounding space light up. I actually found the young master quite pleasing to the eye. What a pity. I must. Following right after was Wu Zhengyi. Her eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, filled with determination and aggression, her limbs moving constantly. Her body twisted gracefully as if weaving a vivid tapestry, continuously conjuring countless crimson chains that flew across the sky, swirling with immense power and ferocity, making the surrounding space more tense and turbulent than ever. This strike will pierce through everything. The crimson spirit chains lock onto the target. Even an immortal would struggle to escape, facing a spectacle that quickly shifted from elaborate hand movements to sharp-tongued taunts. Tran Truong remained unperturbed, showing no signs of flinching or anxiety. His eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly, becoming sharper and colder than ever, as if capable of seeing through all the deceit and schemes unfolding before him. Oh, I'm so scared. After that nonchalant remark, an overwhelming power immediately erupted fiercely, brilliantly illuminating a vast expanse of the sky. Immortal power transformed into powerful surges of light, soaring high like a mighty dragon, coiling majestically, sweeping away the inherent tranquility of the night, transforming the darkness into a place filled with intense and awe-inspiring. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation changed completely, so fast that no one could react. Everything unfolded as if the wind suddenly shifted direction at its climax. The ones who suffered losses this time were none other than the group on the other side. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't resist, literally bound and defeated, completely losing control of the situation. All three of them, Nan Rong's group, were beaten black and blue by that single move, their bones aching so much that even their parents wouldn't recognize them. The seemingly playful remark turned out to be truer than true, causing them such humiliation that tears streamed down their faces in two long lines like rain. Filled with shame and pain all over, the victor is king, the vanquished is a bandit. You can kill or spare as you. Tran Truong unexpectedly chuckled, his expression as if nothing serious had just happened. He gently placed his hand on Nan Rong's head. That action seemed both teasing and subtly affectionate. As long as you answer my questions, Why would I hurt you beautiful young ladies? After all, I'm not some— That demeanor made Nanrong's eyes sparkle with emotion, and her gaze immediately softened, glistening like water. She looked at him with profound gratitude, a look reserved only for someone who had saved her life. Young master, you're truly a good— In an unobserved corner, Tran Truongen's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp and cold. The playful expression from before vanished, replaced by a deep, calculating gaze. He subtly narrowed his eyes, his demeanor both serious and slightly dangerous, silently planning his next moves. He weighed the pros and cons himself without letting anyone notice. These heavenly prides possess a concealment technique that the system can't detect. Once I figure out this technique, I'll turn them into realm— Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from somewhere, immediately interrupting Tran Truongen's wandering thoughts. His facial muscles twitched slightly, then quickly relaxed, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He simply looked silently towards the source of the sound, standing still and motionless. His eyes retained that surprise, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the sudden noise. At that moment, Jiang Quanchu stepped out of the house, her face unable to hide her worry. Her steps were quick, but she tried to maintain composure. Her eyes clearly showed anxiety and unease. Minha immediately followed her, her demeanor hurried, her face tense, her eyes constantly darting around as if afraid of missing something. The two of them, one after the other, rushed towards Tran Truongen. Who were these people? He quickly turned his head, his eyes showing a fleeting surprise. Though he was hastily explaining, his hand didn't forget to tightly grasp the rope connected to the necks of the three others. They are heavenly prides, upper realm immortals who have reincarnated into the lower realm. They possess all sorts of heaven-defying immortal arts. They're very powerful. Don't come over here. Jiang Quanchu quickly replied. All right. After witnessing that scene, Nanrong, whether from discomfort or a surge of alertness, quietly bowed her head, her hair falling to cover half her face. Her sharp eyes silently fixed on the group of people, a cold glint flashing within them. The atmosphere around her also grew unusually gloomy, as if a slight frown from her could make the space fall silent for— And then, as if she had figured everything out, in an unnoticed corner, Nanrong subtly curved her lips into a cunning, calculating smile. She thought to herself, honestly, with such caution, there's no chance to act. Forget it. It's just a wisp of a clone anyway. Let me try one last— Noticing the strange expression that had just flashed across Nanrong's face, Jiang Quanchu was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening slightly, her facial muscles involuntarily relaxing, a look of doubt clearly visible in her gaze. Her attention, which had been elsewhere, immediately shifted and focused entirely on Nanrong, a vague sense of unease stirring within her that she perhaps couldn't explain. Nanrong unexpectedly changed her expression completely, a 360-degree shift in the blink of an eye. She quickly clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes suddenly sparkling and unusually gentle. She looked at Tran Truongen with wide, astonished eyes, her mouth agape, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before her. My Tran Lang, I miss you dearly. Without you, my heart is restless, and I cannot sleep at— Tran Truongen was so furious that his face distorted completely. All his facial muscles were taut as if they would explode, and his teeth ground together, a sharp, clear sound echoing in the silent space, revealing the extreme exasperation he was desperately trying to suppress. Did you take the wrong medicine? I don't even know. Rong was so addicted to lying. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. She closed her eyes and spun a tale with great gusto, making the story increasingly elaborate, almost as long as half the Earth's circumference, leaving anyone who heard it amazed by her realistic storytelling ability. Tran Lang, is that your wife? Why have you never told me? If you're going for excitement, then let's go all the way. Tran Truongen, do you know what I lack now? I lack you. The scene successfully caused Tran Truongen's family to almost fall apart. A raging fire erupted within Jiang Quanchu's heart, burning fiercely, scorching all her emotions, making her feel as if she was trapped in a sea of red flames. Her facial expression was almost indiscernible. Only her eyes shone brightly like car headlights, causing Tran Truongen to panic but unable to retreat. He could only frantically rush to her side to try and play. Jiang Quanchu's face at that moment could not have been more unsightly. Her expression darkened, radiating killing intent as if she was about to murder someone. Tran Truongen is mine. No one can take him. Meanwhile, Nanrong, who had just shattered someone's family, brazenly wore a strangely annoyed expression, her eyes glancing in another direction. She didn't even spare Jiang Quanchu a single glance, making the atmosphere between the two as tense as a drawn bowstring. ready to snap at any, as if the house fire wasn't big enough. Nan Rong, oblivious, added a few more remarks, each word pouring oil onto the flames. This caused Jiang Chuanchu's suppressed anger to surge fiercely, her fury blazing so intensely that she nearly stabbed Nan Rong to death on the spot. Tran Truong and had to rush over, barely making it in time to stop her, narrowly averting a major disaster. As if she felt the previous incident wasn't lively enough, Nan Rong, still unaware, threw in a few more taunts. Why are you so calculating? Isn't it normal for a man to have many wives and concubines? Each word was like a knife plunging straight into Jiang Chuanchu's boiling rage, and the flames of indignation immediately shot sky high. Her eyes seemed to want to incinerate the opponent, murderous intent spewing forth so intensely that with just a tilt of her body, she could have swung her sword and killed Nan Rong right there. Nan Rong, shut up. However, Tran Truongen was startled at that moment and quickly rushed to intervene. He almost didn't make it in time, nearly letting things spiral out of control. Calm down, calm down. I still have a use for that chaotic scene. Minha remained calm on the side, completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere surrounding them. She quietly stood still, observing everything with her familiar dreamy gaze. Her indifferent expression made it difficult for others to guess what she was truly thinking, or if she even truly cared about the scene before her. I'd bet that these arrogant heavenly prides from the upper realm, who have been suppressed in this realm for many years, would never get to see a scene like this in their lifetime. He really is beyond anyone's expectation. Another development, in a small town hidden on the border of Yun province, the scene at that moment could be described as utterly tragic. Corpses were piled everywhere, the thick stench of blood assailing the nose, staining an entire gloomy sky red. The ground, originally paved with blue stones, was now indistinguishable from its original color, as everything had been soaked and dyed a thick, dark red by fresh blood. This gruesome sight sent shivers down the spine of anyone who set foot there, filling them with dread. We need to slaughter a few more cities to gather enough essence blood. Hearing the arrogant laughter and voices of the barbaric group echoing across the sky, each sound tearing through the quiet night, the young boy hiding behind a haystack was already trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured down him like rain, each drop trailing across his tender face. His panicked eyes constantly darted around as if fearing even the slightest movement would lead to their discovery. His heart pounded wildly as if it would leap from his chest. This immortal-grade immortal slaying sword is finally for— These two tyrannical individuals were none other than Zhang Guan, a heavenly pride from the Zhang AI immortal domain, and Li Dai, a heavenly pride from the same domain. While one simply stood and watched silently, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion, the other was ecstatic to the point of madness. He raised the blade in his hand, which was currently surging with power, and burst into laughter as if to tear apart the silent space. His hoarse, chilling laughter sent shivers down anyone's spine. Aside from Qing Wu Immortal Venerable's immortal slaying sword, with this sword in the lower realm, we are practically unrivaled. This realm is out. Zhang Guan was indeed sharp-witted. As soon as he heard a small sound coming from the tall haystack in the corner of the house, he immediately realized something was wrong. His sharp eyes instantly darted towards it, his body tensed like a bowstring, all his senses fully focused, ready to respond to any potential danger. Not even the smallest movement escaped his control in that tense moment. There's still a little mouse. Upon hearing that, the child immediately felt a chilling sensation spread across his spine. Every cell seemed to shrivel in invisible terror, making his entire face contort and twist like an old man in pain. His eyes bulged so much that every blood vessel and blue vein swelled visibly under his skin, clearly expressing the horror that overwhelmed his young soul, leaving anyone who saw it with pity and a haunting impulse. A powerful swing of a hand precisely dragged the child out of his hiding place, making him shriek in pain, his body trembling. At the same time, he desperately clutched his own throat as if trying to hold onto a sliver of fragile breath in that horrifying moment. But, of course, he couldn't expect any mercy from Li Dai. Yet, at this sight, Li Dai even showed clear delight on his face. His eyes gleamed as if he had just discovered a precious treasure, reveling in the ultimate glee of someone holding the power of life and death. Perfect. I'll use him to sacrifice to the— However, that great joy couldn't last long. Suddenly, a mysterious surge of power, its origin unknown, burst forth with intense force. It shot straight towards Zhang Guan's arm that was clutching the child. In a blink, his face changed drastically, from glee to an expression of pain. He couldn't hide his dizziness and surprise at this sudden power, which made his entire body tremble, as if he had completely lost control in that instant. Release that child. The ones who appeared were none other than Bai Yu and Ling Baoer, who were boldly entering the room with determined and powerful demeanors. One of Bai Yu's hands had not yet fully retracted the immense power she had just unleashed, while her other hand tightly gripped a sharp, cold sword. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent and resolve, as if ready to slaughter all the evil and vicious people standing before her, without a shred of— While Bai Yu worriedly stood by, gently placing a hand on the poor child's shoulder to comfort him, Ling Baoer, not hesitating despite her supposedly weak female body, stood directly opposite, her eyes sharp and resolute. She directly confronted Zhang Guan and Li Dai, giving them no chance to evade or argue. You beasts who slaughter innocent people, do you even deserve to cultivate immortality? Although Zhang Guan was so intimidated by her that his words came out trembling, due to his strong self-esteem, he still tried to maintain his composure, forcing himself to retort despite his inner fear and unease. A mere ant from the lower realm, meddling in affairs that don't concern— Only Li Dai paid absolutely no attention to the surrounding situation. He gripped his sword tightly and darted straight towards their group with a savage, cruel smile on his lips. His eyes, sharp as blades, and his face, twisted with madness, made him look like someone who had lost all reason, ready to attack anyone who dared to block his path without mercy. I've killed so many, yet this is the first time I've seen such a high-grade flawless glass body. If I use them to sacrifice to the sword, the immortal slaying sword's power will definitely increase by another— Ling Baoer in that moment was completely overwhelmed by a surging hatred, unable to control her emotions. Her brow involuntarily furrowed into tangled creases like a chaotic mess, clearly showing the tension and fury deep within her. Her usually gentle face became stiff, resolute, and helpless in the face of what was happening. Slaughtering cities? So, those several cities I encountered on this path, the people in them were all killed by you. Even so, despite facing pressure and harsh accusations, he showed no reservation or fear. On the contrary, with a blunt and firm attitude, he strongly admitted everything clearly, without any hesitation or equivocation, stating, "That's right." Li Dai on his side maintained his maniacal appearance, his bloodshot eyes like a caged beast, his entire being screaming like a madman. You too shall become a wandering soul beneath my sword. Ling Baoer had quietly tightened her grip on her weapon, the immense power flowing through her causing the hilt of her sword to tremble slightly. Her slender body showed no weakness. Instead, it exuded a powerful, intimidating aura that was hard to disregard. With a murderous aura swirling around her and eyes as sharp as blades, she had long been ready, waiting for just a lift of her hand to charge into battle without the slightest hesitation. Ling Baoer lunged forward like a flash of lightning, her movements swift and decisive. The blade in her hand sliced through the wind, sweeping across Li Dai's body. A cold light flashed for an instant, then vanished. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to realize what was happening before the sword in his hand was severed. His head and neck separated, fresh blood staining the entire space red. That sword swing was like a cold, decisive cut, severing all remaining life from him, not even allowing him a final word. Beast, go to— Seeing the horrifying scene right before him, Zhang Guan immediately panicked, his teeth grinding together loudly, sweat pouring down him, his face pale and speechless. That sword— The moment he horrifyingly realized what was happening, it was already too late. How is the immortal slaying sword in your hands? Wasn't it with Tran Truong? And all he could do was watch Ling Baoer turn his companion into a pile of— The sword in her hand was still covered in the fresh blood of the one she had just severed, making the surrounding air even more suffocating and deadly. The dead don't need to know so. As soon as he heard that, he erupted in furious rage, grinding his teeth and charging madly towards her, his eyes filled with relentless hatred. Beast! That beast Tran Truong and actually gave this immortal treasure to such a lowly woman. How much more do you want to humiliate the immortal? Before he could fully display his might, Ling Baoer, swift as lightning, plunged a sharp sword straight into his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, lying flat like a frog, unable to move. Her expression at that moment was fierce and cold, her eyes unwavering, making the one who had just taken the blow shriek in despair and panic. Trying to run now? Too late. The child standing near, who had just been rescued, still hadn't fully recovered from his fear as he looked at the scene before him. The small body trembled, eyes glistening with a mix of worry and astonishment, heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest. He tried to remain calm but couldn't hide his fright at witnessing Ling Baoer's might and strength in that moment. The words he was about to utter were choked back. Again, looking at the tragic scene before them, Bai Yu's eyes couldn't help but show a flicker of sorrow, reflecting deep sadness at the widespread devastation and loss. She sighed, This is already the 5th city we've seen slaughtered on our journey. These people are truly committing many heinous acts. Ling Bao's face suddenly darkened, her eyes glancing to the side, filled with anger and resentment, making the surrounding atmosphere tenser than a taut string. We alone have seen 5 cities. Looking down from the entire area was shrouded in a heavy, suffocating gloom. A hazy, murderous aura enveloping the entire space, thick plumes of dust swirling. Almost everything was obscured, making the landscape blurry, like an illusion in a human hell. Everywhere was desolate and mournful, as if this place had just endured an incredibly brutal massacre. Ling Bao's voice then echoed. So, where we haven't seen, there are probably even more. I suspect Master often returns from his clone to his true body because the 9 provinces continent is now truly in great danger. On this, system appeared from nowhere with a series of notifications. Detected that the host's disciple, Ling Bao, killed 2 reincarnated heavenly prides from the upper realm with divine venerable cultivation, rewarding host with 20,000 realm points. Tran Truong and tilted his platinum hair swaying gently in the dim light, his sharp blue eyes gleaming with an indifferent, arrogant glint. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint, half-smile, both charming and disdainful, as if nothing was worth his concern. A murderous aura silently spread from the depths of his eyes, making the air stifling. Oh, I'm really looking forward to your arrival. If there are no benefits, I have no energy. Next, the system displayed another notification, resolutely not allowing Tran Truong and a moment's peace. Special mission, max points. The reincarnated heavenly prides in the 9 provinces are wantonly slaughtering, seeking to massacre all living beings. Host, please act immediately to save the 9 provinces. Reward for successful mission. 1 inter-realm teleportation card. Mission failure. Realm annihilation. A dark red pavilion stood majestically beneath the clear blue sky, sunlight streaming through its curved eaves, reflecting a sparkling light on the vermilion wooden pillars. The solemn scene was steeped in ancient grandeur, like a remnant of memories from another. Tran Truong and fixed his gaze tightly on the inter-realm teleportation card, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, revealing a smile mixed with a hint of madness and clear excitement. It was as if the joy about to erupt within him could not be hidden. His gaze was sharp yet full of determination, making the surrounding space seem to come alive in that moment. System. He seemed overly excited, his hands clasped together urgently, his excitement so overwhelming it verged on perversion. This inter-realm card is what I want. I can teleport to other realms, for example, Earth. This made the system display a helpless and exasperated expression, as if it didn't know how to react to his uncontrollable fanaticism. What the hell is Earth, host? The inter-realm card will teleport you through myriad realms. Which realm it is depends on your luck. Tran Truong and chuckled without hesitation. He waved his hand forcefully and then brought it down precisely onto the system's face. Random teleportation is too much of a scam. Humph. I want to designate the teleportation. The decisive action made it wince in pain, a look of discomfort flashing across its metallic form, as if it wasn't just machine. His eyes suddenly dropped, all traces of laughter and excitement vanishing, replaced by a clearly serious expression on every line of his face. At the same time, he fell into deep contemplation, his gaze distant as if lost in a world of his own thoughts. This special mission was initiated by Shi Tian. Simply put, once he's eliminated, it's essentially complete. Image of a crazed Shi Tian suddenly flashed in Tran Truong's mind, with deep-set eye sockets completely devoid of white. Instead, there was a frightening empty void. His pupils shrunk into tiny dots, while his mouth was stretched wide in a horrific and abnormal smile. He thought to himself, these immortals are basically clones sent to the lower realm. They'll revive after being killed. There's no way to truly eliminate them. Done with his thought, he naturally wrapped his arm over the system panel, unconsciously returning to his usual casual demeanor, his attitude becoming much more amiable. May I ask you again, does this special mission have a time limit? Besides Bauer, if other people kill heavenly prides, can I still get realm points? But of course, with the system's petty nature, the previous incident wasn't easily overlooked. It was still etched in its thoughts and eyes. Humph, trying to test me, are we? Under Tran Truong's astonished gaze, the system unexpectedly displayed its grumpy temperament, and in a blink, soared into the sky. Of course, it didn't forget to wear an annoyed, irritable expression that would make anyone chuckle. Don't hit this old master. The special mission's time limit is 1 day. This matter concerns the life and death of the 9 provinces. Host, please take it seriously. Don't be so reckless anymore. Hearing Tran Truong and didn't panic. He simply stroked his chin, a faint, unconscious smile playing on his lips, his demeanor naturally radiating absolute confidence. It was as if everything had been within his control from the start, and nothing could trouble him. Yet, his words still carried a hint of complaint. Damn it! If the mission and rewards don't match, who would work for you? Besides, with such a sudden urgent time limit, it's hard for me to guarantee I won't cause trouble. However, before he could complain Tran Truong's attention was seized by the noisy crowd around him. The reason for the commotion was that, at some unknown point, a dazzling halo of light had suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was so brilliant that everyone below stirred, simultaneously looking up, their faces filled with both astonishment and bewilderment. Continuous chatter filled the air, making the surroundings completely chaotic. Quick, look, the immortal gate has opened. Immortals are descending. Immortals! Immortals have arrived. After the system quickly appeared to do what it always did. Make an announcement. A large glowing panel materialized in mid-air, lines of text appearing one after another before Tran Truong's eyes. Detected that Heavenly Pride Shirtion has reappeared. This Heavenly Pride is currently at the Immortal Emperor level. The host's clone currently has no chance against the Immortal Emperor. Would you like to switch to a higher level? Tran Truong seemed to sense something, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind, causing his eyebrows to involuntarily furrow. His expression gradually became more pensive. His sharp eyes seemed to be intently searching for something among the lines of text appearing on the notification panel suspended in midair. All his attention was immediately drawn, and his mind was slightly shaken. Immortal Emperor level? This time, he's descended with his true body. After thinking it, he subtly raised his head, his eyes carrying a profound meaning as he gazed straight at the system panel hovering in the air. The corner of his mouth also lifted into a faint smile, both confident as if everything was within his expectations. No need to switch for now. I want to play a big game. In a dense forest somewhere in Yun Province, a series of chaotic shouts suddenly erupted, their piercing sounds sweeping away the forest's inherent tranquility. Even the birds nesting in the treetops couldn't endure it and simultaneously flapped their wings, flying into the sky, making the place utterly chaotic in an instant. Branches swayed, leaves rustled against each other as if signaling an impending misfortune. Ninth Prince. His Highness the Prince. Even immortal fairy Yuchan has arrived. In the middle of the forest at this moment, a bustling crowd had gathered, and at the center of this throng were none other than the two people who had just been loudly called out. Yuchan and the Ninth Prince. She stood opposite him, her demeanor strangely calm, her eyes serene as if in this tense atmosphere, they were merely discussing a trivial matter. Everyone around seemed to fall silent, waiting to see what the two in front would do next. Ninth Prince, I still need to go to Flying Immortal Mountain to retrieve the immortal youth-preserving fruit for my elder back home. I won't stay to entertain you, and I won't disturb your conversation. After her speech, he gently called her name. Before his words could even be fully uttered, Yuchan decisively waved her hand and soared high into the sky, leaving the Ninth Prince standing below. His eyes intently followed her, his face showing a fleeting expression of solemnity and determination, even a hint of anger. You and I are both from the Shenwei Immortal Domain. Why don't you stay and help me seize the 9 provinces? Humph. The people of the Jiang family are truly a bunch of brain-dead fools. Yuchan flew so high that the Ninth Prince below became a mere faint dot, but she still slowly turned her head. Her gaze followed him, never leaving his figure even as the distance between them grew, making the scene below appear smaller and blurrier in her vision. Shirtion actually used his true body to descend to the lower realm. With such great resolve, it seems the 9 provinces will surely be taken by him. But look, a lower realm immortal would definitely have their cultivation suppressed by the heavenly Tao of the lower realm, yet he shows no signs of suppression. Is he faking it? Continuing the chaotic, a bald man with only a long tuft of hair on the top of his head suddenly appeared, rushing in from an unknown direction. His face clearly showed panic and worry to the point of almost choking. His eyes wide and uneasy, as if carrying news so serious it would shock anyone who heard it, making the already turbulent atmosphere even more chaotic. Ninth Prince. That cunning and sly Tran Truong and released false news that he was heavily injured. Nan Rong was enchanted and went ahead to scout, and now all of them have been captured. 2 of them, upon hearing, their anger flared almost immediately, causing their facial expressions to distort completely. Veins bulged, and wrinkles appeared fiercely as if to stifle all thought, their eyes filled with an unbearable hatred. That's right, Ninth Prince. We cannot be led by the nose by a mere scoundrel from the lower realm. We must take the initiative. A mere worm not only dared to kill our upper realm heavenly prides but also repeatedly prevented us from conquering the 9 provinces. Truly hateful, the person next to him quickly added. We must make him suffer punishment, otherwise, how will we have any standing in the future? In the midst of a hand suddenly rose, whether preparing to strike someone or simply signaling, perfectly silencing the atmosphere. That hand belonged to none other than Shurt. He slowly raised it in mid-air, his sharp eyes surveying the crowd. With just a word, he knew he could quell the storm raging in everyone's hearts. Those who had been blustering moments before now merely gaped, utterly silent. The surrounding air seemed to halt, so quiet that even breathing could be heard. The stage now seemed reserved solely for him. All eyes fixed on Shurtion in expectant silence and a hint of unspoken apprehension. In 5 hours, I will definitely make him wish for death but be unable to find it. As he looked, Shurtion immediately revealed his villainous, evil nature. His eyes gleaming like a predatory beast, the corners of his mouth curving up to his ears. That smile carried cunning and confidence, making anyone who saw it feel a hint of coldness and malice hidden deep within him. But you all must cooperate with me. He then thought to himself, I remember that Tran Truongen was originally from Flying Immortal Mountain. I suppose he has quite a few friends and relatives there. After a Shurtion continued speaking, his voice low but each word ringing out clearly, as if proclaiming something irreversible. The plan is divided into 2 steps. First step, gather all heavenly prides that can be contacted near Yun Province and Slaughter Cities. The moment his words ended, Wind Province and Fog Province immediately plunged into disaster. The once peaceful land was almost completely massacred, turning into a desolate ruin. An entire sky above was stained crimson. Smoke and flames billowed endlessly, and panicked citizens fled in desperation everywhere. All that remained was blood, corpses, and incessant cries of lament. Another city fell, bringing them extreme crisis and despair. Second step, wait until those ants are completely desperate, then give them a little hope. This time it was Thunder Province and Crimson Province. Both places instantly turned into ruins. Flames blazed sky-high, people fell, and countless lay dead. Finally, only one person remained alive. This person trembled all over, collapsing to the ground, begging for mercy. Their face was pale, devoid of any color. Shurtion then issued a joyful threat, while the other side was already too scared to even open their mouth. Their body trembled uncontrollably as if about to collapse on the spot. Spare you? Perhaps. If you surrender to us, we can spare you. Still seemingly not finding the situation terrifying, Shurtion unexpectedly moved closer, his eyes bulging so much that the whites were completely visible. His expression at this moment was utterly maniacal. He bared his teeth, stuck out his tongue. His face contorted and twisted, an expression that couldn't get any worse, making even someone watching from behind a screen feel their hair stand on end, let alone the person being threatened face to face, whose soul was likely already half gone. That sliver of hope lies in Tran Truongen's hands. All right, as long as your 9 provinces lord hands over the 9 provinces cauldron to us, this massacre will stop, and all of you can live. Just as Shurtion had predicted. At that point, there was no need for them to act personally. Those ants, in order to survive, would begin to riot. Yun Province on that side quickly erupted with a crowd filled with rage and panic, turning into an uncontrollable chaos in an instant. People shouted and cheered. The screams echoed so loudly that their throats were raw, yet they wouldn't stop. Groups of people pushed and shoved, nearly going mad. We beg the city lord to hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. Save us common folk. Where is the province lord? Didn't he say he would deal with the lower realm immortals? Why isn't he coming out? Tran Truongen, you coward. Get out here. Finally, forcing Tran Truongen to hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. Shurtion's subordinates, looking down from above, seeing the chaotic scene below, were so happy they couldn't hide their smiles. Everyone was gleeful, their eyes filled with smugness. Shurtion's method has worked. Now, various parts of the 9 provinces have fallen into chaos. That Tran Truongen is probably about to face the music. The dark-lipped man next to him quickly added. Shurtion didn't forcefully seize it. Instead, he used those foolish commoners to wear down Tran Truongen's vital energy. It's a brilliant plan. Now let's see what he chooses. Hold on to the 9 provinces cauldron until death and become a great hero blamed by the populace, or hand over the 9 provinces cauldron and become a sinner for all eternity. The entire group streamed out onto the street, pushing and shoving in protest, filling the streets. The name Tran Truongen echoed down every road and alley. From one end of the street to the other, his name was continuously shouted. Tran Truongan, come out here. Tran Truongan, having achieved his goal, Tian grew increasingly deranged, his mouth splitting into a wide grin that revealed all his perfectly aligned teeth. Yet that smile held absolutely no good intention. On the contrary, the more one looked, the more infuriating it became. His eyes were savage, gleaming like a hawk swooping for prey. Every line on his face exuded an indescribable maliciousness and madness. Next, we just need to wait for Tran Truongan to obediently hand over the 9 provinces cauldron. In dragon transformation, night had silently fallen some time ago, the space so still that even the buildings seemed to be submerged in quietness. Only the gentle whisper of the wind passed through, creating a strangely silent and tranquil atmosphere. Nan Rong's face was flushed at that moment, for reasons unknown, as if she had just endured a tense battle or an intertwined physical and mental pain, which would easily mislead observers. Her eyes were dull, rolling upwards, as if trying to focus but completely disoriented. Her body trembling continued. Each tremor spread throughout her body, as if she was trying to resist an invisible pressure weighing heavily on her mind. Save me! No! In the room, Tran Truongan was also. He pressed a talisman tightly against his forehead, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, his expression stern and determined. His sharp eyes were like he was observing and analyzing every minute movement, exuding an uncompromising aura and absolute concentration in the face of the complex situation unfolding. So that's how it is, he thought to himself. This concealment cultivation method is originally an immortal grade divine soul cultivation method from the upper realm. Activating this method can avoid the lower realm's heavenly Tao detection, allowing heavenly prides to sense each other. Although this method is powerful, it also has certain dangers. It was unclear what had happened before. Lin and Rong, Kangyu, and Wu Zhengyi were sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, tears streaming down their cheeks. Their lying posture was extremely strange and abnormal, making anyone who saw it feel suspicious. Facing that scene, Tran Truongan merely withdrew the talisman from his forehead and sat down. He was immersed in deep thought, not even sparing them a glance, as if he had completely detached himself from the chaotic reality around him. Maintaining high-intensity concealment for a long time will backfire. Light cases result in foolishness, like a mentally impaired child. Severe cases result in body collapse and memory loss. What a pity, otherwise I could let Bauer and the others cultivate it. Just now, I also asked about the connection between the Tao Protectors and Heavenly Prides. They have a name-seal connection. He tilted his gaze immediately directed towards the trembling figures on the ground. His expression remained indifferent, his sharp eyes seeming to weigh something in his mind. He showed absolutely no pity or hesitation, merely observing silently as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Simply put, Tao Protectors are like summoned beasts for heavenly prides. There are many summoning methods. Those with high cultivation can summon through divine soul incitement, while those with low cultivation need an intermediary, for example, the jade slip that Yahello crushed. Tran Truongan's face quickly every line taut, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold anger, like a keen blade slicing through an instant. His teeth unconsciously clenched, his jaw rigid, causing him to exude a heavy, suffocating pressure that seemed to congeal the surrounding air for a moment. However, I recall Yahello's Tao Protector initially saying that it was because he possessed an immortal seal that his cultivation in the lower realm wasn't suppressed by the heavenly Tao. He could use his strongest power. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he couldn't help but subconsciously utter, "This immortal seal seems to be more complex than it appears." He sat in the dark, the 4 sides shrouded in gloom, with only the wide-open door casting a long strip of light onto the floor. That light, blurred in the dense darkness, made the room feel unusually cold and desolate. The plan must be arranged first. Capturing all the heavenly prides is still not enough. I must capture their Tao Protectors alive to obtain more information about the upper realm. Inside a grand hall in dragon transformation, the atmosphere grew even more chaotic. The Province Lord of Wind Province, the Province Lord of Crimson Province, the Province Lord of Thunder Province, and Nangong Tianwen were all frantic. Chatter filled the room, each person adding a few remarks, like a disturbed beehive. "I've already sent someone to inform the Province Lord. I'm sure he'll be here very soon. How are the situations in your provinces now, everyone?" The Crimson Province Lord, both tired and helpless, put a hand to his forehead. 9 out of the 10 great sects in my province have been annihilated. Now only 1 lingers on. The Thunder Province Lord also began to lament. 8 of the 8 great trading guilds in my province have been tormented by those madmen, with only 2 surviving. And they're still babies in their cradles. Nangong Tianwen continued. Dozens of cities in my province have been destroyed, and the number of commoners killed has reached hundreds of thousands. Those people are too cruel in their methods. 3 distinct knocking sounds echoed, signaling the beehive was about to be disturbed once. The Crimson Province Lord instinctively turned his head to look. Meanwhile, the Wind Province Lord urgently spoke up. We must quickly make Tran Truong and make a decision. Even doing nothing brings disaster. Strong tremor outside suddenly resounded, causing the door to immediately swing open, light pouring in from outside and flooding the entire room. The people inside instinctively shifted to defensive stances. What's happening outside? I sense someone nearby using an incredibly terrifying force to attack something. This tremor isn't just here. Other places are also. Another person added. The earth is shaking. It's the 9 provinces cauldron. Someone is touching it. The Wind Province Lord broke out in a cold, his facial muscles contorted with worry, his scraggly beard trembling uncontrollably. He looked both comical and pathetic. Quick, let's go out and see. Could Tran Truong and have compromised and handed over the 9 provinces cauldron to the heavenly prides? A beam of unknown power suddenly shot straight down from the sky, causing the ground underfoot to tremble violently. The sound of cracking echoed repeatedly, and a fierce shockwave immediately spread throughout the entire area, carrying with it swirling dust and shattered rocks. This made the people gathered inside, before they could even understand what was happening, feel as if the ground beneath them was about to over. The source of that overwhelming power was none other than Tran Truong En. While he stood firm as a mountain, the people around him were quickly affected. Everyone reflexively raised their hands to shield their heads. What is the province lord trying to do? Is he trying to destroy the entire 9 provinces? As the situation gradually calmed, the surge of power also dissipated. Jiang Chuanchu's and Minha's arms, which had been raised to shield their eyes, slowly lowered, revealing 2 faces so stunned they were agape, a look of bewilderment still lingering in their eyes, unable to regain their composure for a moment. Tran Truong En's face was cold as, gradually retracting the enormous power surging around him. The blazing light covering his face also faded, each feature slowly sinking into shadow, only his eyes remaining as sharp as before. He turned towards Jiang Quan, corner of his mouth curving into a gentle smile that passed like a fleeting breeze, a stark contrast to his previous cold demeanor. Quan Chu, it might become very dangerous here later. Please go into the city and wait for me. I'll come find you once I'm done. She, however, firmly replied, No. She clasped her hands, her eyebrows involuntarily furrowing, her eyes holding both a hint of worry and a flash of determination, as if using that gaze to convey her most steadfast answer. I don't want to hide behind my husband. I want to stay and face it with you. Tran Truong En was so happy that the corners of his eyes, his bright smile stretching across his face, his fingers unconsciously lifting. With a carefree demeanor like a child, he reassured her, Good girl. Don't worry. I will protect you well. Jiang Quanchu replied, I trust. Green treasure that had been lying neglected in a corner finally began to attract attention. For unknown reasons, it suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden surge of power, a dazzling light swirling fiercely, as if trying to tear apart the very space. The province lord has gone mad. Is he trying to destroy the entire 9 provinces continent and kill everyone along with it? The group of Wind Province and Crimson Province were finally fully present. As soon as they arrived, their eyes were immediately drawn to the brilliant golden power surging skyward. In the hazy light, Tran Truong En's figure dimly appeared behind it, standing firm amidst the fierce storm like an unmoving statue. Seeing this, the Crimson Province Lord immediately changed expression, vigorously shouting, Quick! Quick! Stop him! Seeing Tran Truong En's error, the system turned ashen, its entire body twisted, eyes rolled back, trembling violently as if about to shatter. Its usual imposing aura immediately vanished. Father! You are my father, my only father. Please don't hit it anymore. Once the 9 provinces cauldron cracks, the world within this realm will collapse. All living things will perish, and the entire continent will crumble. At this moment, he was strangely calm, simply calling it softly, Little Heavenly Tao. However, right after that honeyed Tran Truong En suddenly went wild, a mighty surge of power erupting fiercely. His entire body was immediately engulfed by the energy from the 9 provinces cauldron. Amidst the chaotic sea of light and overwhelming pressure, the only thing still clear were his bright, sharp eyes. Be quiet for me. That scene perfectly scared the system almost out of its wits, making it tremble and contort, leaving it silently watching, not daring to utter a single word. The crowd of onlookers, who had been enjoying the show, couldn't help but jump in. Everyone's eyes widened, their pupils shrinking to mere pinpricks in an instant. Faces filled with an unprecedented terror. He's lost his mind. He's lost his mind. Is Chun Chang'an truly set on a scorched earth policy, where neither side benefits? Their fear was, of course, well-founded, because they had to bear an enormous power beyond imagination. The 9 provinces cauldron had barely held on for long before countless cracks immediately appeared, crisscrossing its surface. These interwoven fracture lines, like a spiderweb, spread across its entire surface, signaling an impending collapse. The 9 provinces cauldron is about to break. Run! The ground shook violently, with waves of tremors rising up like a prelude to a tragic scene of widespread suffering about to befall them. The sky and earth were obscured, the space tinged with an apocalyptic hue, and the sounds of cracking echoed through the air. All creation felt as if it was about to be swallowed by an unsalvageable wrath. At that moment, only one shout could be heard. Someone stop Chun Chang'an! The onlookers, who had been watching the commotion until then, were startled, their eyes all widened, pupils shrinking to mere pinpricks in an instant. Faces filled with an unprecedented terror. He's lost his mind. He's lost his mind. Is Chun Chang'an truly set on a scorched earth policy, where neither side benefits? Their fear was, of course, well-founded, because they had to bear an enormous power beyond imagination. The 9 provinces cauldron had barely held on for long before countless cracks immediately appeared, crisscrossing its surface. These interwoven fracture lines, like a spiderweb, spread across its entire surface, signaling an impending collapse. The 9 provinces cauldron is about to break. Run! The ground shook violently, with waves of tremors rising up like a prelude to a tragic scene of widespread suffering about to befall them. The sky and earth were obscured, the space tinged with an apocalyptic hue, and the sounds of cracking echoed through the air. All creation felt as if it was about to be swallowed by an unsalvageable wrath. At that moment, only one shout could be heard. Someone stop Chun Chang'an! Then, a resounding boom, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shook the entire space, signaling that the very thing everyone dreaded had finally arrived. The 9 provinces cauldron had shattered. Amidst the screen of dust and the lingering remnants of terrifying power, Chun Chang'an still stood firm and unmoving. His expression, at that moment, indeed showed not the slightest hint of his eyes calm, as if all the turmoil before him was merely commonplace. The corners of his lips curled into a slight smile, carrying a hint of deviousness, arrogance, and ease. That complete confidence sent shivers down the spines of those facing him. At that moment, he tilted his head upwards and uttered a single phrase, "They're here." The words had barely left his when a group of people immediately descended from the sky before Chun Chang'an. Their forms radiated a faint, gentle, yet not weak light, scattered throughout the space, to the point where a quick glance made it hard to distinguish who was human and who was starlight. The sky, in that instant, seemed to transform into an ethereal, hazy painting. Amidst the interwoven light and shadow, each figure was like a falling star, yet also like a cluster of life flames converging in one place. Faced with this situation, Chun Chang'an remained unfazed, even provoking them with words. All the cowards have finally poked their heads out. The influential figures present were utterly dumbfounded by the sight before, their eyes wide with astonishment and shock, as if unable to believe what was unfolding before them, their minds overwhelmed. Jiang Quan Chu spoke up. The heavenly prodigies scattered across the 9 provinces have all gathered now. The faces of the group led by Shirtian also darkened, making the surrounding atmosphere heavier and more tense than ever. Their expressions immediately showed their displeasure. Who would have thought? Chun Chang'an, you're quite capable. 2 subordinates, understanding the implication, completed the thought. To use such a despicable tactic to force us out, this person truly makes one resentful. All the plans we made before are completely useless now. Faced with these attacks, his face was cold as ice, utterly devoid of expression. He gently raised a hand. From 2 fingertips, a stream of power shot straight towards his opponents. You are merely toy bears, like a bunch of useless creatures gathered to play. I am the lord of the 9 provinces. In this realm, what I say goes. If I want to destroy the 9 provinces cauldron, no one can stop me. Not even immortals must bow their heads and shut up. 2 small bursts of light flashed from Chun Chang'an's finger and swiftly shot skyward like arrows of light. In a mere flash, Shirtian's 2 subordinates, right before his eyes, were killed swiftly and decisively, leaving them no chance to resist or evade. It was so fast that he only had time to turn his head and glimpse his subordinates one last time. Immediately after, the system appeared with the notification. Congratulations, host. You have killed a heavenly prodigy with Void Refinement Realm Cultivation, gaining 5,000 domain points. Congratulations, host, you have killed a heavenly prodigy with Void Refinement Realm Cultivation, gaining 5,000 domain points. His pride wound. Tion's eyes instantly filled with a murderous aura. In a blink, the eyes previously hidden behind his disheveled hair suddenly blazed with fierce determination and hostility, like a raging inferno. From high above, he plunged straight down towards the target, his face deeply creased by the ravages of fury, contorted as if transformed into an entirely different person, fierce and terrifyingly cold. His gaze, sharp as a blade, radiated unyielding determination in every movement as he flew through the air, heading straight for his target, then shouted, each word clipped, Chun. The henchmen following him also saw their fighting spirit surge instantly due to Tion's thunderous roar. Each of them simultaneously raised their fists high, their eyes burning with killing intent, their faces filled with determination, as if only waiting for a command to rush forward recklessly. Their momentum surged like tidal waves, making the entire space vibrate with heavy, suffocating pulses. So eager to die, are we? Then we shall grant your wish. Heavenly prodigies. Summon the immortal protectors. As the command, a fiery red vortex immediately appeared in the sky, swirling violently like a great flood suspended in midair. Streams of scorching hot chi swept through, bringing with them such heavy pressure that the surrounding air seemed to twist. The light within was bathed in a blood-red hue, like blood staining the clouds. The sight was both terrifying and overwhelming, making even the faint-hearted tremble in fear. And there wasn't just one, but countless such vortices stretching across the entire night sky. Fiery red vortices, one after another, coiled and hung upside down in the heavens, layers upon layers of crimson light overflowing. They dyed the entire space a deep blood red, making anyone who glimpsed it shudder, unable to distinguish between sky and earth, reality and illusion. From within those strange a figure, frenzied like a wild beast, began to emerge, its entire body radiating a thick, murderous aura. Its eyes were bloodshot, its movements contorted and savage, like a wild animal long imprisoned now freed from its shackles. Step by step, it crawled out of the fiery red vortex, chilling the surrounding air by several degrees. The night itself seemed to tremble slightly at this vague omen. The system panel, with a series of white notifications, also poured down like appearing one after another without cease. They covered the entire sky in an instant. Detected immortal protectors descending. Host, please eliminate them quickly. A deep, fiery red vortex. Countless aggressive figures rushed forth, their murderous aura soaring to the heavens, their momentum surging fiercely. A decisive battle was inevitable. The entire space almost immediately became thick with the scent of blood and hatred. The onlookers below were so terrified they stammered, "Immortals! So many immortals!" The scene then shifted to another filled with neatly arranged ancestral tablets. The atmosphere temporarily detached from the chaos outside. One of them bore the inscription, "Tomb of my dear friend Nyo Air." In the house at that moment, two elderly people, an old woman rushed in, frantic to deliver news, her voice urgent and filled with worry, her hand continuously pointing towards the door. "Old man, immortals have descended again." Seeing this, the old man paused his unfinished tidying, his gaze intently following her. "What?" The old woman became even more agitated. "Forget what? Let's pack our things and run." Surprisingly, the frail old man's first reaction was to immediately run to snatching it with a furious expression, both hurried and gritting his teeth. He seemed determined to deal with whatever had made the old woman rush in to report just now. "It's been decades. Finally, I won't spare you. I must." However, that momentum was immediately stifled as he stepped out, tripped over the threshold and fell flat on his face. The shovel in his hand flew out and clattered away. The old woman standing behind him was frantic, nearly rushing forward to help but couldn't make it in time. "Old man." Despite this, the old man still tried to push himself up with his stubborn demeanor, refusing to stay down. "I'll kill them. I'll drive them away." Seeing this, the old woman quickly approached, bending down to help him up. Her movements were hurried yet familiar, as if this wasn't the first time. "You're too old now, and besides..." The old man had his face down, so he hadn't seen his own but when he looked up, tears were already streaming down his face without him realizing it. Not from sadness, but from rage, a surging hatred that made his entire body tremble. He felt like he would shatter in a fierce burst of anger. "We, the people of the lower realm, can do nothing against the upper realm. Are we going to lose our families and homes again? Indeed, on this, portals had filled the entire sky, each radiating a sinister energy, as if lost in the deepest hell. Faced with this overwhelming force, Chun Chang'an maintained a steady posture, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Though his face couldn't be seen, his demeanor exuded an unshakable resolve and confidence. Confronted with this scene, Chun Chang'an was not only unafraid, he even boasted, laughing so hard his eyes were completely shut. His smug grin was full of pride and defiance, as if challenging the entire world, disregarding all danger without hesitation or fear. Now this is interesting. After witnessing that, Lord of Feng Province and the Lord of Qi Province were immediately horrified to the point of being speechless. One was covered in cold sweat, his breathing becoming ragged. When was the last time so many immortals descended to the lower realm? The other's eyes were wide with panic. His gaze so distraught it almost seemed to roll back. We've never seen a formation like this before. Ming He was also present, joining the commotion, but her expression was far more restrained than the two people before her. Could the 9 provinces truly change hands today? Nangong Tianwan stood in the distance, gazing through layers of dense smoke, seeing only a faint silhouette amidst the thick mist. It was Chun Chang'an. Before him was an overwhelming army, countless specks of light suspended in midair, each a person, shining brilliantly like stars. The entire continent was trembling. This province lord's action is a mistake. The heavenly prodigies should have been dispersed and killed individually. Chun Chang'an is too arrogant. He will surely harm everyone. His momentum already overwhelmed. Shi Tian immediately adopted the arrogant stance of the superior, laughing wildly with his head tilted back to the sky. Behind him, without even needing to turn, it was clear that countless henchmen were awaiting orders, ready to surge forward like a tide at a single signal. Deliberately using the destruction of the 9 provinces cauldron to force us out was your most failed move, and also your last move, Chun Chang'an. You can accept your death. The first to charge was a grotesque, hideous creature with 3 eyes and sharp fangs. Just a mere mongrel of the lower realm. Why create such a big fuss? Watch me instantly kill him. The girl beside him, though beautiful, had cold eyes and an unusually aggressive demeanor, clearly a heavenly prodigy herself. Humph! Watch closely and see how I crush you rotten worms. Chun Chang'an showed no fear whatsoever, the corner of his lips curling into a smile filled with 8 parts contempt. He then lightly flicked his hand upwards. In an instant, enough power gathered at his fingertips. Merely immortal protectors of the immortal general rank. He paused for Chun Chang'an pushed his entire body backward, one foot firmly planted on the ground, the other kicking strongly into the air. His hands and body simultaneously recoiled, forming a precise launching stance. He gathered all his power in an instant, then released a dazzling beam of light from his fingertip. Not enough for me to kill, he muttered to himself. Activate full power of the immortal commander realm. Chun Chang'an swung his leg high to his body leaning far back, forming a straight line perpendicular to the ground. His decisive movement stirred up fierce layers of dust and smoke. In an instant, the power from him transformed into a brilliant arrow, soaring into the air, leaving behind a long streak of light slashing across the sky. Its momentum was so violent it seemed capable of piercing through everything. The moment the power was unleashed, a series of terrified screams echoed, tearing through the silent night. Countless figures were engulfed by that dazzling, blinding light. Even though their facial expressions were completely swallowed by the light, just by looking at their struggling forms and their arms flailing in despair, it was clear how panicked. Each life swept away. A pristine white system notification appeared, each one popping up densely in succession, then quickly forming a straight band that stretched across the sky, connecting all the way to the distant Milky Way, luminous and suspended in midair. Congratulations, host, you have killed a first-level immortal general, rewarded 1 million domain points, plus 1 salted fish treasure. The earthquake spread throughout the entire combat as Chun Chang'an's fierce attacks relentlessly poured down, forcing the group to huddle and defend themselves within their protective cage. Their overwhelming offensive stance was completely reversed in an instant, turning passive. They could only struggle to defend with no chance to counterattack. He was so excited he couldn't hide revealing his perfectly white teeth to the people who no longer had the strength to be arrogant. So weak. Is this all the strength immortals possess? After that dismissive remark, Chun Chang'an suddenly, furiously, shot through the air like a mad arrow. Every place he passed through left blazing trails of terrifying power, light erupting brilliantly enough to tear through the darkest night. You wantonly slaughter, treating all people of the lower realm as mere ants. You are high and mighty, but have you ever lowered your heads to examine your own sins? Chun Chang'an extended one hand straight, simultaneously pulling his entire body upwards, his silhouette sharp as an arrow shooting straight through the air, powerful and decisive without hesitation. Reaching a certain altitude, he launched himself, pausing in mid-air in a stance with one leg higher than the other. System, use all the domain points. I have to expand the invincible domain. Immediately after his words, the system silently carried out its task, continuously deducting invincible domain points. Domain points, 30,300,000. Domain points, 30,299,000. Domain points, 30,190,000. The battle situation became increasingly tense as a second wave appeared from a swirling black hole in the sky. Countless immortals continued to fly out, creating an overwhelming and powerful formation that made the space feel suffocated by that tsunami of power. The people standing below temporarily held their only able to watch Chun Chang'an as he twisted and turned in the air. Everyone was so silent that no one knew what to say to anyone else. Besides watching intently, there was nothing else to do. Shi Tian, on the other side, seemed to have his own scheme, a smug smile playing on one corner of his mouth as he thought, Chun Chang'an, I've seen many ambitious people like you. Although the immortal commander realm can pacify a slice of heaven and earth, facing this human sea tactic, how many waves can you withstand? The more he thought, the more pleased he became, self-satisfaction spreading through his every gesture. The smile on his lips grew wider, his cold eyes suddenly flashing fiercely. The first wave, the second wave, it doesn't matter. It will never end, he roared. My people from the immortal realm are endless. You won't be able to kill them all. You will eventually exhaust yourself and die by my hand. I will chop off your head. Indeed, the sky at this moment was indescribably buff, with countless vibrant colors from this world converging in one place. Each person was like a brilliant halo, unleashing immense immortal energy, like an apocalyptic rain pouring down upon humanity. Chun Chang'an brought his two palms together, skillfully forming hand seals, concentrating all his energy in preparation for the next attack. His face cold and utterly devoid of expression. Colossal energy, shaped like a fiery dragon, fiercely blazed forth. Its intensity was so immense that it soared out into space, transcending all earthly limits of containment, blazing like a mythical beast about to devour all creation. And once a series of system panels appeared, even more numerous this time than before. Congratulations, host! You have killed a first-level immortal general. Rewarded 1 million domain points, plus 1 salted fish treasure. The Lord of Feng Province was so shocked his mouth hung, unable to utter a single word. The Lord of Qi Province chuckled smugly, conveniently pinching the Lord of Feng Province's cheek, jolting him out of his daze. The common people below simultaneously erupted in joyful cheers, heralding the resounding victory of the recently concluded uneven battle. The dense mist seemed to vanish in an instant, and Chun Chang'an's efforts were thus fully rewarded. The common people below simultaneously erupted in joyful cheers, heralding the resounding victory of the recently concluded uneven battle. The dense mist seemed to vanish in an instant, and Chun Chang'an's efforts were thus fully rewarded. With Chun Chang'an here, immortals are nothing to fear. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the only Jiang Quanchu could not join in the cheers. She silently watched Chun Chang'an, the one they were hailing as a hero, and thought to herself, husband, what plan are you secretly concocting now? A faint glowing mark suddenly appeared on her. Jiang Quanchu was stunned for a moment, her eyes fixed on the mark for a long time, so much so that she forgot the bustling voices around her. Heavenly Tao Thunderseal, having passed the trial of heaven and earth, it is meant to become the symbol of the heavenly Tao's master, she thought. Why did it hand things over to me? Unexpectedly, the sky was still bustling with activity, thick plumes of smoke coiling and billowing everywhere. The scene was so chaotic that turmoil filled every gaze, as if the battle had not truly concluded. Below, Nangong Tianwan, witnessing the scene, could not hide his worry. His brows were knitted, his lips parted, his hands hovering in the air, unsure what to do. This battle we fundamentally cannot get involved in. Nangong Tianwen's gaze flickered towards the Lord of Feng Province, who didn't even bother to glance at the scene before his eyes. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, unsure if it was from being moved to speechlessness or from surging fear. No one dared to believe that the young man whom they had been interrogating just a while ago was now fighting alone for them. Our fate, the fate of the 9 provinces. Chun Chang'an, on this side, was completely drawn deep into that chaotic mess, his entire being plunging straight into a perilous zone from which anyone else would only seek escape. His demeanor, however, was exceptionally calm. At that moment, the Lord of Feng Province's voice continued to ring out. It all rests on him, Chun Chang'an. You must win. The scene shifted to a large, burly, with spitting blood from Chan Chongan's attack, his fierce expression still frozen on his face. His countenance had long since darkened from pain, and his cries of agony became his dying words. Shirtian stood in the distance, his eyes cold and unwavering, his face showing extreme satisfaction with his powerful army. These pests are quite tenacious. So, next, how much longer can you hold on? As soon as his arrogant words finished, he clapped his two hands together, the tiny sound amidst the fierce battle serving as a signal to his comrades. It's time to end. The fiery red vortex in the sky grew increasingly fierce, swirling so powerfully it seemed to want to swallow the entire sky, engulfing everything into its deep, bottomless maw. From deep within the red vortex, a pair of tattooed hands suddenly emerged, a decaying finger slowly rising like a mocking declaration of war. You brats of the upper realm have inadequate cultivation. You even need old fogies like us to step in to fight a mongrel from the lower. The owner of that loudly calling finger was another brute, whose face had no actual eyes, but instead two crimson, glowing sockets that emitted a faint, unsettling light. Beside him was a fully equipped woman, except for her bare, unshod feet. She continued, "Why don't I capture him and turn him into fertilizer for my livestock?" A figure lurking behind quickly intervened. Countless system panels appeared once more, innumerable as stars. Yet this time they heralded nothing good. Detected Immortal Protector with Immortal Commander Cultivation descending. Host, please eliminate them. Each person, like a brilliant speck of light, aggressively rushed towards Chan Chongan, who had just recovered from the previous attack. Foolish lower realm inhabitant, your crimes reach the heavens. Today, we are compelled to kill you and banish you to the 18 layers of. Despite their aggression, the first one to charge immediately faced consequences. A palm strike from Chun Chongan landed squarely on his face, causing him to freeze, immobile for tens of seconds, his eyes vacant as if unable to believe what was happening before him. He thought, I haven't even made my move, and Chun Chongan, fierce as a madman, with a single swing of his arm, clamped down on the other person's head. He flung him backward, leaving him no choice but to scream, helpless against that terrifying power. You mere trash. What can bringing those old men here do? In the same realm, I am invincible. At this point, even strange beasts began to enter the fray. Facing Chan Chongan was a creature in the form of an eagle, though certainly not an ordinary one. After all, what normal bird could open its mouth wide and spew forth a fierce beam of light hurtling straight towards a human? Arrogant brat! Die! He casually raised his hand, the action far from serious, yet it perfectly blocked that terrifying stream of power with his bare hand, without the slightest shift or concession. Bare-handed in catching the fierce stream of power in his hand, Chun Chongan didn't bother to hold it for long. Quick as a flash, he swung his arm, flinging it back towards the ferocious eagle, perfectly executing a move of hoisting the enemy by their own petard, neat and The bird was hit directly by the fierce light it had spewed itself, its massive body immediately exploding into countless fragments. Patches of black feathers and shattered light scattered across the sky, seemingly vanishing into the chaotic night. Congratulations, host! You have killed a first-level immortal commander. Rewarded 5 million domain points, plus 1 salted fish. Having swiftly dealt with the troublesome beast, Chun Chongan immediately dropped his sneer, his face reverting to a chilling, infuriated expression. His eye sockets blazed fiercely, the light seeming to want to pierce through the night, imbued with a majesty that made his opponents, not to mention the group of people directly confronting him on the other side. Even the Lord of Feng Province and the Lord of Qi Province, observing from below, turned pale at the sight. Even an immortal at the Immortal Commander realm couldn't do anything. A surge of inappropriate relief rose in the Lord of Feng Province's heart. Fortunately, he's on our. Chun Chongan once again retreated forcefully, his body taut like a drawn bowstring, his eyes shining so brightly it seemed they would shoot out fire with just one more pulse. That series of elegant movements was precisely to gather strength for the next devastating attack. He shot forth like an, leaving a long, lightning-like streak across the sky, while simultaneously shouting, "Thunder Cauldron of 10,000 armies." The previous scene had given the system no rest for even a second. Congratulations, host! You have killed a first-level immortal commander. Rewarded 5 million domain points, plus 1 salted fish. Shirtian, seeing that scene, his previous arrogant smile slowly faded from his lips, replaced by a look of profound fear and terror. It reflected a gravity he had never imagined. In that instant, his former self-satisfied mood shattered, replaced by a deep, unhidden sense of unease. So, he chose to secretly scheme. He is now exhausted. The next wave keep pressing down. Don't give him a chance to counter. He stood with his arms crossed, watching Chun Chongan's tired and panting appearance. Although he was the one pulling the strings, he wasn't harmed in the slightest. On the contrary, he calmly observed, as if he were a complete bystander. After dealing with the small fry, Chun Chongan also began to notice Shirtion, who was in a corner no one else had paid attention to. He slowly turned to look at him, an unending surge of energy swirling around his body, his appearance terrifying, his imposing aura overwhelming. He was certainly no less than any immortal. If an immortal protector at the immortal commander cultivation level is worth 5 million domain points, then an immortal emperor, who is several ranks higher than him, how much? However, his ostentatious display didn't last long before a large hand, seemingly from nowhere, shot forth, leaving Chun Chongan just enough time for a fleeting glance. A look of shock even flickered in the depths of his eyes. To actually be distracted on the battlefield, brat. Are you looking down? The hand swept down at dizzying speed, burying Chun Chongan mercilessly with a single touch, dragging him into a chaotic whirlwind of dust and smoke. His small figure was gradually swallowed, disappearing completely into the dense mist, his fate unknown. The hand slowly lit, carrying streaks of mist and lingering debris, revealing an empty space amidst the dissipating smoke. The chaotic scene instantly fell silent. Everything plunged into a tense stillness that felt as if a light touch could shatter the space, sharper and heavier than a string stretched to its limit. Detected Immortal Protector of Peak Immortal Commander rank descending. The host's clone's power is slightly weak. Please quickly switch to a higher ranked. Just when it seemed everything had ended there, the hand, which had been hovering in mid-air, unexpectedly descended once more, carrying an invisible, crushing power. The horrifying scene from before immediately replayed. Everything remaining was pulverized. All creation swept into the whirlwind of dust. Amidst the vast, Shirtion stood there calmly with his arms crossed after achieving his goal, surrounded by countless immortals, numerous as stars, their sheer number too dense to count. How much longer can you persevere? The system notifications also continuously appeared because of this, each line of bright text flashing across the hazy void. Detected Immortal Protector of Peak Immortal Commander rank descending. The host's clone's power is slightly weak. Please quickly switch to a higher ranked. Just when it seemed the situation had once again turned, no one could have expected that at that exact moment. A hand bathed in soft golden light, appearing from who knew where, suddenly shot out and landed squarely on one of Shirtion's cheeks. The slap was like a thunderbolt striking a clear sky, not only sending his tears and snot flying, but also twisting his facial features beyond recognition and causing his entire body to stiffen, instantly falling silent. His arrogant, haughty demeanor from moments ago vanished in an instant. That elongated golden hand had unexpectedly appeared from amidst the dense smoke and dust, carrying a mysterious power whose origin no one knew. The moment that jade-like hand withdrew was also the moment Shirtion was severely wounded and vomited blood. The smoke and dust gradually leaving Chun Chongan completely unharmed amidst the ruins, without a single injury. He casually, mockingly, raised his middle finger towards the ground, his tongue sticking out in defiance as if taunting the people opposite him. You fools! Today, I will definitely kill you. Everyone comes in myriad forms, but you are just despicable. One side of the cheek that had just taken the physical impact swelled up as if burned by fire, making Shirtion wince and cover his face. His eyes showed a mixture of 7 parts shame and 3 parts disbelief. His face badly twisted and miserably disfigured. His anger now reaching its peak, Shirtion hoarsely pointed straight ahead, ordering his close henchmen to act immediately. His furious momentum thus spread throughout the space. You imbeciles, what are you standing there for? Go. Kill him for me. I want him torn into 10,000 pieces. The words had barely left his and countless explosive beams of power rained down like an incessant massacre. But Chun Chongan skillfully dodged each vicious attack without taking a single scratch, even swiftly rushing towards the origin of those attacks without the slightest fear. In other words, fear was not in his vocabulary. Seeing their prey clearly before them, 2 immortals, one wielding a halberd and the other a bow, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time, simultaneously rushed forward, fast as lightning, determined not to let Chun Chongan. Faced with that disadvantageous situation, he merely shifted his body slightly, while a hint of vigilance appeared on his face. He dared not be careless for even a moment. These immortal weapons must be avoided. The sensation of the clone being injured is real. His greatest fear came true. The spear was swung down precisely, landing exactly on Chun Chongan's neck, causing him an agonizing pain that pierced to the heavens. Ha! Damn it! This actually. Before the first wave had subsided, the next one immediately surged forward. The other assailant, taking advantage of his disadvantaged state, immediately launched a direct kick. It powerfully sent Chun Chang'an flying far from his original position, making him stagger. His upper hand was temporarily Chun Chang'an was kicked far away, colliding heavily with a solid object, creating a violent shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. It was no exaggeration to say that the explosion had such a significant impact that it caused the surrounding mortals to panic, even to the point of terrified frenzy. Province, in the midst of the chaotic wreckage, a hand fortunately emerged first, clutching tightly to a piece of broken wooden plank beneath, marking the first moment of defeat for the once invincible. Chun Chang'an coughed several times, his body covered in blood, struggling to escape the chaotic debris. Yet, on his face was a smile mixed with 7 parts disdain and 3 parts bitterness, entirely unlike the usual pained expression of a wounded person, making those who saw it feel bewildered and astonished by his extraordinary resilience. You're quite good at sneak attacks, but I'm in no position to say anything. After all, this is a life or death. After a perilous expedition through the gates of hell, Chun Chang'an once again stood up to face countless immortals hovering in the sky. A sense of disadvantage was, of course, unavoidable, but more importantly, he remained resilient and unyielding, ready to continue fighting even in such a critical situation. Just a few more domain points, and the invincible domain will expand to Yunzhou. I must endure the pain and hold out until the next. No more words were needed to see Shirtyan's immense satisfaction. He grinned so wide his mouth couldn't close. His hands waved leisurely as if boasting of victory, his sharp eyes full of mockery and extreme smugness. So, you're no longer an immortal commander, are you? Didn't you boast quite a bit? There are still immortal kings who haven't descended yet. With that he ordered, "You and you, all of you, go." The command resounded, and all the minions immediately sprang into action. They were like hungry beasts, waiting to devour the small figure standing defiantly amidst the shattered rooftop. It's time to end. Chun Chang'an showed no hesitation or reluctance. He shot forward like a swift arrow, each stride decisive and fierce. Despite the focused gaze of all the people below the rooftop, their eyes were filled not only with astonishment and admiration, but also with hope. The future of all humanity rested entirely on the shoulders of the hero. The golden dragon was once again unleashed with terrifying power, claiming countless immortal lives, causing them to fall like shooting stars across the night sky, while the system continuously displayed familiar death notifications. As a cold reminder of the rampant destructive power, congratulations, host, for killing a first-grade immortal commander. Reward: 5 million domain points and 1 salted fish tray. Chun Chang'an's strength was significantly depleted after that confrontation. The current scene didn't directly reveal his condition, but it was clearly reflected on the faces of the spectating crowd below. Expressions full of astonishment, worry, and even panic, to the point where their words came out stuttering and trembling. Chun Chang'an was gravely wounded, covered in blood, and so exhausted that he had to gasp for air, desperately trying to regain the severely depleted oxygen. His entire body exuded a faint warmth, and at that moment, it seemed as though he could collapse at any second without. He, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't suppress her worry and fear, which made her body tremble uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face, unstoppable. Only her last shred of reason allowed her to quickly cover her mouth, preventing any sorrowful cries from escape. There was even less need to mention Jiang Wanchu. Her eyes were wide with shock, unable even to cry. It felt as though all the air in her chest had been squeezed out, making her heart stop for a moment. Her mind seemed to completely collapse, and pain surged through every. At that moment, Chun Chang'an was on the verge of a tragic death. A sharp spear had pierced his chest, pinning his body and the spear tightly to the ground. His legs limp like a scarecrow in a vast field. Blood flowed profusely, soaking his clothes. Everyone's pain and disappointment became Shirtyan's extreme delight. He was so overjoyed he seemed to sing and chant in that moment. Chun Chang'an, how does it feel to be a dog of a family that rises? Unexpectedly, Chun Chang'an could still open his eyes, even as blood continuously gushed from his body. He absolutely couldn't stop the defiant smile on his lips, though it was already distorted by extreme pain. Humph, Ninth Prince, don't you know that feeling best? A dog of a family that rises? No, it should be a dog of a family that loses. That's. Shirtyan was now on the verge of achieving his long-desired goal. He spread his hand, and a brilliant red sword immediately appeared. He no longer had the mind to bother with Chun Chang'an's usual arrogant words. You are still truly arrogant. Tell me, what if I stand before your people and let them witness their hope being shattered with their own? After a pause, he finally couldn't suppress his rising excitement, his face flushed with bulging veins. His eyes gleamed with extreme satisfaction, as if reveling in victory. That feeling must be very interesting. He went mad, a distorted, insane smile on his face, as he violently swung his sword towards Chan Chang'an. His excitement was so overwhelming he seemed on the verge of insanity, his eyes flashing with madness and eagerness in every movement. Oh, that's right, there's also Flying Immortal Mountain. There must be many of your relatives and friends on Flying Immortal Mountain, right? After you die, I will do my best to take care of them in your... Zhang Wanchu finally regained her senses after a violent mental shock. She exerted all her strength, pushing off with one foot, and her entire body lunged desperately towards Chan Chang'an. Before she could reach Chan Chang'an, a bolt of lightning, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly struck right in front of Zhang Wanchu, making her dizzy and forcing her to stop abruptly, her eyes wide with... Her tearful and despairing eyes suddenly widened in horror. Immediately, another violent shock struck her head, making her almost dizzy and unable to utter a single... For her now was Chan Chang'an, his hair disheveled, his body covered in so much blood it almost drenched his face. But his eyes still held the innocent fervor of a passionate youth. Though the smile on his lips was stiff, he still tried to offer it to reassure the one he loved. The faint glow emanating from the blazing red sword further highlighted his pathetic state. This tragic scene made one's heart skip a beat, filled with deep... Despite that sorrow, the sword was still swung down without mercy, making Zhang Wanchu only capable of screaming in despair, "Husband!" As for Chan Chang'an, until his very last moment, he maintained his arrogant smile, softly uttering his final words, which ultimately became an unfinished sentence, a promise that could never be complete. "Wanchu, I will find..." What was meant to happen, happened. Chan Chang'an's head finally fell after that ruthless sword strike. The blood of that passionate young man dyed the sky red, and his form merged with the shapes of heaven, and fragmented notifications continuously dropped, filling the gloomy, silent sky. Host's clone has died, returning to main body. Everything now momentarily moved away from that heart-wrenching battlefield, back to a desolate house in the middle of a grassland, so cold that not a single soul was... Everything now momentarily moved away from that heart-wrenching battlefield, back to a desolate house in the middle of a grassland, so cold that not a single soul was... That familiar solitary figure was none other than Chan Chang'an. He seemed to have truly come back to life without a single injury. But where he was currently, no one could... At that moment, besides him, only the system was present. It checked. The previous domain points are sufficient to cover Yunzhou. Host, do you wish to expand the He replied to it with a cold but extremely decisive tone. His words fell as if weightless. Chapter 55. The system now displayed a topographical map of the area, including the 100,000 Great Mountains Yuzhou, Luzhou, Guangzhou, Fengzhou, Yuzhou, Guizhou, Qizhou, Yunzhou, and Laizhou. Alongside that list of names, the system panel also showed Chan Chang'an a notification. Invincible domain is expanding. Please wait patiently, host. He naturally couldn't wait long, nor could he rush it, so he could only fret impatiently. How long will it... The system displayed exactly 2 words, nothing more, nothing less. At the ruined battlefield, the crowd's gaze collectively focused on the hazy dark shadow in the distance. It was unclear what expressions were on their faces. All that could be seen was their collective silence. No one spoke, but everyone implicitly understood that, at this moment, the only thing they could do was remain silent. Or perhaps, for a long time now, they had simply run out of words. After a long wait, someone finally dared to speak. He trembled, anxiety clearly etched on his face, eyebrows tightly furrowed, his expression twisted, and his words consequently became a stutter. "Even the province lord is dead? Or should we surrender?" The woman standing behind him at that moment completely broke down, covering her face and sobbing. "It's too tragic, too tragic." When the province lord's head was cut off, he was still smiling. A question arose, but absolutely no one knew the answer. Where will Jojo go without Chan? More than grief, Qizhou province lord's face was now only filled with rage. Are we truly incapable of doing anything? As for Fengzhou province lord, though his thick beard obscured his expression, everyone knew he looked no better. There is only one thing we can do. His words were left unfinished. The listeners knew exactly what would come next, for his eyes were fixed on the Jojo cauldron, which lay forlornly on the ground, cracked in many places, its exterior gray. Long cracks stretched across it, and thin smoke still lingered around its mouth, bearing the lingering traces of a recent great... Shirtian, on his side, showed no hesitation, directly picking up Chan Chang'an's head and examining it gleefully. He was so happy that even if he didn't want to, the corners of his mouth automatically curled up. Look at Chan Chang'an's useless head. Seems you were very good at boasting, weren't you? Why don't you keep boasting? The immortals behind him wore identical expressions, their faces full of schadenfreude, to the point where it could only be said that like master, like subordinates. Then, they laughed boisterously, their mirth echoing across the subordinate standing right behind Shirtion saw this and quickly reminded him, Lord Shirtion, the people from the lower realm have brought the Jojo cauldron. This snapped Shirtion out of his intoxication of victory. His mesmerized eyes stirred slightly, and the corners of his lips curved even deeper, but he still turned to look at the subordinate and let out a before the people from the other faction could even make a move to seize it. Fengzhou Province Lord, fearing for his life, hurriedly embraced the object and swiftly presented it before them with utmost sincerity. The Jojo continent willingly offers the Jojo cauldron. We beg the immortals of the upper realm to spare us. Chen Chang'an's actions were not the will of the people of Jojo. Everything was his own doing. It should be Chen Chang'an who bears the responsibility. We are fortunate that the High Immortal eliminated him. Restoring peace to Shirtion showed absolutely no pity, aggressively snatching the cauldron with such a decisive movement that he almost threw Fengzhou Province Lord off balance. With this, the land of Jojo is holding the cauldron in his hand. He immediately adopted a smug demeanor, throwing his head back and laughing maniacally, his wild laughter echoing through the air. His sinister thoughts were not even bothering to be concealed, blatantly displayed before everyone, making Fengzhou Province Lord unable to believe his own actions. Shirtion, seeing this, delivered another blow to him. Aren't you honored, you ants of Jojo? You will become energy sticks for me to advance to the immortal venerable Chizhou Province Lord's face grew increasingly unsightly, his words carrying killing intent as they burst forth, almost spitting fire. What? He wants to absorb the energy of the Jojo continent? Is that his purpose? Ming He, standing right beside him, was no better off. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. Her face was pale, her eyes fixed on the cauldron in Shirtion's hand. Her mood so bleak she almost choked, unable to breathe. In the end, are we just cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered? She bowed her head bitterly, her teeth clenched, forcing down her hatred. Her eyes lost focus, her gaze empty and lifeless. Her entire body was consumed by dizziness, her vision darkening, leaving only a pervasive sense of pain in every cell. Without Chen Chang'an, we can do. However, his arrogance didn't last long. The Jojo cauldron in Shirtion's hand suddenly vanished, startling him so much he almost lost his composure. An annoyed expression immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes grew cold. This is a rage surged in the corners of his eyes, his features distorted once more. His eyes were filled with extreme anger and resentment, his pupils contracting to tiny dots. His gaze was sharp enough to flay the flesh from anyone who dared to snatch something from his. How could he swallow such anger? He unleashed it all upon the hunched old man before him, striking him 8 meters away. Damn it! You dared to use a fake to trick me! Fengzhou Province Lord was caught off guard by the attack and frantically blurted out everything he knew to save himself. No, this old man wouldn't dare. The Jojo cauldron has always been in Chen Chang'an's hands. We don't know. If there's any issue, then Jiang Wanchu below had yet to escape her agonizing pain, her trembling hands clutching her husband's cold corpse, the cramping pain still throbbing with each ragged breath. Yet, at that very moment, the cowardly Fengzhou Province Lord, driven by his fear of death, shamelessly pushed all the danger onto her. Chen Chang'an's wife, she definitely knew. Hearing this, Shirtion immediately turned his knife-sharp gaze towards that solitary figure, where Chen Chang'an's blood-stained, incomplete body still lay silently amidst the desolate. Sensing that malevolent gaze, Jiang Wanchu seemed to go mad, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Light erupted fiercely from her eyes, tears still clinging to her lashes. Yet deep within her eyes, there was no longer any room for sorrow, only burning. Her face hardened, only hatred and sorrow remaining on it. Her teeth clenched so tightly they ground together with a clacking sound, the corners of her lips trembling. Suddenly, a pale yellow mark appeared in the center of her forehead, surrounded by a swirling yellow light, emanating a subtle energy. It wasn't fierce, but it was absolutely not ordinary. Indeed, she was going. After that turn of her head, Jiang Wanchu unleashed everything she had, striking a beautiful pose in midair. I'll kill you. Immediately, a surge of power in the form of a blue dragon, its eyes and mouth glowing brightly, shot straight toward Shirtion, giving him no time to. His 3 souls and 7 spirits momentarily scattered because his eyes, unable to hide his panic, immediately ordered his subordinates. Men, go strip her bare for me. I'd like to see where she can hide the Jojo. A group of grim-faced individuals, Introduced as the heavenly prodigies of the Xuanwu immortal realm, at the nascent soul stage, all rushed forward simultaneously after that command, surrounding Jiang Wanchu. The lust and wildness in their eyes were completely unconcealed, as they excitedly laughed, filling a corner of the sky. "We're here. I advise you to scream with all your might. The louder you scream, the more excited." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying force descended upon him, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words in his most pathetic state. Humph! After that, aside from screams, there was only more However, that power absolutely did not originate from Jiang Wanchu, but from a massive swirling vortex. It spun violently on an enormous scale in the sky, not only frightening the charging heavenly prodigies to pale faces but even Jiang Wanchu, who had just been saved. Her first feeling was not relief or gratitude, but rather being stunned by that strange phenomenon, her entire body stiffening. That thing was none other than the system. It finally couldn't stand idly by and had to intervene in a fit of indignation. "I'm here. I'll help you break through and kill them. You cannot hand me over." Before it could be cool for 2 seconds, the fierce energy that filled the sky suddenly extinguished unexpectedly, making the system panic so much its face turned from green to ashen white. Meanwhile, the gigantic swirling vortex gradually weakened, leaving only a few isolated, faint electric sparks, as if about to die out completely. "Ah! Why has my power vanished?" It turned out that in a hidden corner they hadn't noticed, a blue-haired individual with a gloomy expression, known as a Peak Immortal Commander and Tao Protector Immortal, had secretly unleashed a stream of energy to suppress the system. His eyes gleamed like lightning, and his mouth incessantly uttered threats. "Obstruction! Stay put!" The two tormentors of Jiang Wanchu suddenly realized the tables had turned. They immediately smirked smugly and shot into the sky like madmen, their laughter echoing far and wide, so excited their mouths stretched ear to ear. "Continue. I enjoy tormenting little ladies like this. These heavenly prodigies are merely clones in the lower realm. I'd like to see how many you can." A fierce attack was immediately launched without mercy following his decisive wave of the hand. Jiang Wanchu weakly defended herself, instinctively raising her hands to shield her face, her body swaying with just one move, that single move, Jiang Wanchu was completely unable to resist and immediately collapsed to the ground, next to Chen Chang'an's cold corpse. The immortal saw this scene, and the smugness on his face became even more pronounced, his attitude utterly satisfied as he witnessed his own handiwork. He conveniently raised his foot and kicked her mercilessly. "Your precious darling. Call him and see if he reacts. Get up, trash. You don't know your own." And so, Jiang Wanchu was utterly defeated. She could only bury her face in Chen Chang'an's cold chest, gritting her teeth and enduring one torture after another from the inhumane mob. Each blow was so brutal that her pale body gradually became covered in bruises, the pain suffocating, with no strength left to resist. She could only faintly call out for her beloved in her mind. "Husband." The spectating crowd, seemingly afraid of having no dialogue, stood by and narrated the tragic scene, their tone fearful and laced with some resentment. However, there was absolutely no pity or sympathy for the unfortunate widow. Chen Chang'an is already dead. Why doesn't she hand over the Zhuzhou cauldron to the immortals? What if the immortals get angry again? Another person continued. "What's wrong with that woman? She wants to resist the immortals and drag us all down." Nangong Tianyun's face at this moment couldn't have been more unsightly. He could be considered to still have a shred of humanity left, showing some concern for her. But ultimately it was still more for himself. Jiang Wanchu to go this far for Chen Chang'an? But what about Qizhou Province Lord, after the recent display, was immediately enraged. His eyes burning with such hatred he seemed ready to devour the cowardly Feng, Zhou Province Lord with another glance. Old Feng Qing, if he hadn't spoken, who would know the Zhuzhou cauldron was on her? It wouldn't. Ming He, standing beside him, was no better off, both angry and sorrowful. She spoke, finishing his unspoken words. "So foolish. She wants to protect the Zhuzhou cauldron in Chen Chang'an's stead. Even Chen Chang'an is dead. How long can she possibly hold?" On this side, the situation grew increasingly brutal. They showed no hesitation in attacking a woman, each heavy blow as if to bury her alive on the spot. The ground beneath her feet was pulverized into smoky dust, and Jiang Wanchu's small figure was completely swallowed by that chaos. "Is she unconscious?" Two of them fought with increasing fervor, their flaming lips burning brightly, just waiting for the moment to turn into a merciless attack. Aiming directly at her, they clearly had no intention of leaving her an escape route. One flaming strike will burn them both to ashes. Then the Zhuzhou cauldron will naturally... Jiang Wanchu painfully squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her teeth so hard they ground painfully. Fresh blood seeped from her mouth due to her severe injuries. All power to resist vanished, leaving only despair surging with each weak. And then, at the critical moment, a sudden attack from someone appeared, once again saving Jiang Wanchu from danger, directly sending those two deranged heavenly prodigies flying far away. Go die! You reincarnated heavenly prodigy! Qizhou Province Lord, Ming He, and Nangong Tianyun were now all gathered. The atmosphere was so intense that people couldn't sit. This only strengthened their resolve to join the fight. The entire group surrounded Jiang Wanchu, forming a solid defensive formation, protecting her last breath. I can't watch this anymore. Even a little girl has more guts than us. What face do we have left? We're going to die anyway, so our dignity is ours to decide. You people are going too far. Jiang Wanchu could finally let go, no longer struggling. The last fragile tear silently slid down, flowing from the depths of her accumulated. Shirtian saw his plan ruined right before his eyes. How could he possibly tolerate it? His fury erupted so fiercely his crown seemed askew. His face twisted. You fools who don't know life from death. If you want to be a second Chunchongan, then I shall grant your wish. The heavenly prodigy accompanying him was also very astute, vocalizing the exact sentiments of their leader. These ants still want to. The battle line on this side became even more chaotic. Each person unleashed a move, a punch, a kick, a palm strike, attacking relentlessly until the heavenly prodigies were shattered like scraps of paper in a fierce. Two of them were just about to counterattack when Liezhou Province Lord delivered a direct chop, instantly severing their aspiration. People below, spurred by that strike, erupted with a flame of resistance. No longer cowering like turtles, they used everything they had. They pulled those people into a melee, single-handedly eradicating heavenly prodigies. If they had tables, they threw tables. If they had chairs, they threw chairs. The momentum instantly surged. No matter what, we're going to die. Why not risk it all? I've had enough. Immortals, get out of Juzhou. Go to hell, wretched immortals. Follow the province lords and after that declaration, the people unanimously charged like a storm towards Shirtian and the heavenly prodigies soaring across the sky. Death was no longer a fear for them at this moment. At this juncture, only their dignity and the land where they were born and raised mattered most. Charge! The people of Juzhou will never be slain. Indeed, the people at that moment had completely gone mad, their eyes bloodshot, their faces fierce to the point of being even more unsightly than those arrogant heavenly prodigies. Each person, as if transformed into a cornered beast, rushed into the slaughter without the slightest hesitation. Shirtian, however, found joy in this. His hand gradually accumulated energy. His eyes, full of savage wildness, watched the people below. The corners of his mouth stretched into an abnormally wide, distorted and terrifying smile, the kind of smile only madmen could display in such a bloody scene. Look, a bunch of beasts charging towards me. Imperial Prince, incinerate! That wild attack was aimed directly at Nangong Tianyun's group who were fighting. Its tyrannical power was such that, in an instant, it completely cut all of them in half. Blood sprayed in long streaks. Ming He hadn't even had time to release her grip. Her upper body still clenched the hilt of her sword, her eyes wide with unyielding indignation. The one who could be said to be the most intact at that moment was only Fengzhou Province Lord. He sat amidst the swirling smoke and fire, his whole body trembling, fearfully clutching his head. He wished to preserve his old life. Charge what? What are you charging at, you fools? This kind of spirit is not worth a penny to immortals. I want to live. It's right to live until all the immortals leave. This time, it's all over. Wretched immortals? Wretched. The common people were also quickly and neatly massacred by the heavenly prodigies. They showed no mercy, using flaming mouths to incinerate each person. Absolutely no one was spared. Corpses fell piled upon each other. Red flames devoured the sky, and wails of sorrow echoed throughout heaven and earth, mingling with the stench of blood and smoke. Juzhou is finished. Help! Damn it, aren't you immortals? Why do you look like devils? Someone say. Scattered and fled in disarray like a disturbed beehive. Some were even being consumed by greedy flames, their flesh charred, yet still struggling to run. Their survival instincts, pushed to the limit by the heavenly prodigies, thoroughly awakened their will to live. Senseless slaughter, nowhere to run, despair, powerlessness, and hatred that could not be unleashed. Before long, they had leveled the entire area, transforming lush nature into desolate ruins. Wisps of smoke and dust silently rose, lingering in the air like unreleased vengeful spirits. Before Shirtian's eyes now was Jiang Wanchu, completely powerless. She sat weakly slumped on the devastated ground. They're all dead. Almost all the people of Yunzhou are dead. This reward isn't bad. As he spoke, he coldly plunged the sword in his hand into the ground, its sharp blade digging deep into the soil and rocks, dragging behind him with each heavy step. It left a long, winding trail like a nightmare's mark. Do you hate? Do you hurt? There are too many rules in the immortal realm, truly too many. The suppression has lasted too. The more he spoke, the more frantic he became, his eyes filled with distorted killing intent and excitement. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, then suddenly he raised the blade high, its cold glint reflecting his rage. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Jiang Wanchu. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile of extreme pleasure. Kill. Strike. Use the simplest. As the sword swung down mercilessly, Jiang Wanchu had no desire to resist, nor the strength to struggle. She bowed her head, closed her eyes, her face blank. Indeed, she had completely given up, ready to accept a sentence that should not have been hers, letting Shirtyan's incessant bluster flood her ears. If you choose to resist us, then you must see it through to the very... At the moment the sword should have struck her head, she felt absolutely nothing. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Indeed, she had successfully escaped death yet. Just as Shirtyan's sword was about to touch Jiang Wanchu, a fierce force, so fast that the naked eye could barely follow, suddenly struck. It directly crushed the sword in his hand into a pile of shattered scrap metal in midair, right before Jiang Wanchu's stunned. That decisive, powerful, and unannounced attack originated from a familiar character, Ling Baoer. Her small figure charged straight towards them, each step seemingly shattering the heavy air around her. Indeed, the saying, "It's better to arrive at the right time than early," was made for this very. Faced with that desolate scene, all her anger and hatred were compressed into a fierce clenching of her teeth. For a moment, she couldn't utter a word, her mind feeling choked by a surging tide of emotions that she couldn't. On Ling Baoer's face at that moment were countless complex expressions. She was in pain, mixed with anger and hatred, tears streaming down her small face. Her indignant eyes were filled with sorrow, as if an endless tempest raged within her heart. "Master, why haven't you appeared yet? It's too..." Shirtyan once again erupted into a frenzy, his eyes glowing fiercely like a predatory beast, full of murderous intent. His tone was perfectly calm. "Who are you, and what are you calling out?" His anger was quickly cut short when a strange phenomenon appeared above Shirtyan's head. The gloomy sky seemed to tear open, revealing something that resembled both a deep black hole and a pair of sharp eyes that could see through one's soul, causing an expression of bewilderment to clearly appear on his. No one knew how long the subsequent events would last. Only that much later, a familiar figure appeared, walking with impeccable grace. The elegant young man had finally arrived, carrying an aura that made the surrounding space seem to halt, full of majesty and... The bright immortal of the righteous faction was the very shadow of the villain. That terrifying sight almost made Shirtyan stop breathing. Every word seemed to choke in his throat, and a heavy, suffocating atmosphere enveloped the entire. Heavenly prodigies in the sky also wore a range of chaotic expressions. Their faces seemed to hold countless unspoken words, yet they absolutely could not utter them. All those emotions seemed to have been carved deep into every twisted expression on their faces. No words were needed to see the fear and helplessness overwhelming their. The young man slightly bowed his head, his flowing hair falling to cover his forehead, cleverly concealing all expressions on his face. But that figure, familiar and powerful, was unmistakable. It was our protagonist. The more Shirtyan looked, the more certain he became that the person before him was Chan Chang'an in flesh and blood. This presence made him tremble with extreme fright. It felt as if his entire world had suddenly collapsed before his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. "I killed..." The moment he lifted his head was also the moment a shadow of profound hatred descended upon Shirtyan. The murderous eyes he had once used to gaze upon everyone were now returned to him in the most complete, most painful way. Just one look was enough to see that the price he had to pay could certainly not be taken. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, a flash of horror shot through him. His eyes, once full of confidence and arrogance, now held complete terror. His former haughtiness had entirely vanished, replaced by utter pain. Before he could even unleash his technique, he was sent flying, losing all momentum. Unable to defend or retaliate, he could only endure the blow as his body helplessly hurtled through the air, his arrogant demeanor completely vanished. His landing spot then formed a deep crater on the hard, rough ground, creating a resounding tremor that nearly shook the heavens and earth, a clear testament to the terrifying power of that. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, his pathetic form was revealed amidst the ruins, red blood staining his body, clearly showing each serious wound. A truly miserable. Even Defier couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. his gaze filled with both indignation and astonishment. He couldn't accept the reality pressing down on his mind. What's going on? Was I attacked? An attack I didn't even... The moment that person appeared, Fire immediately grew cautious, his eyes quickly scanning to monitor their movements. His nerves were stretched taut. At that moment, every thought, every cell was focused on dealing with that dangerous individual. He saw when he looked up was none other than Chun Chongin's cold, menacing appearance, as if he wanted to devour him alive. The man seemed to have risen from the depths of hell, clearly here with only one purpose. Revenge, signaling a hefty price Fire would inevitably have to pay. On Ling Bao's face at that moment was a myriad of complex expressions. She was in pain mixed with anger and resentment, tears soaking her small face. Her resentful eyes were also filled with sorrow, as if a stormy sea raged endlessly within her. Master, why haven't you appeared yet? It's too... Fire erupted in a fit of rage once more, his eyes flashing with the fierce glow of a predatory beast, brimming with murderous intent. His tone sounded calm as he spoke, yet it was clear that this calmness was born from immense suppression. Who are you? Why are you shouting? His anger was abruptly cut short when a strange anomaly suddenly appeared above Fire's head, as if the gloomy sky had been torn open. It revealed something resembling both a bottomless black hole and a pair of cold eyes piercing through one's very soul, causing his face to immediately show confusion, and the rift in the sky widened with each moment, swirling deep like a black hole in the cosmos, sucking in all surrounding smoke, dust, and light, making the space even darker and heavier. From within, a blurry human-shaped shadow slowly, with steady steps, emerged. The Heaven's Chosen standing nearby was even more panicked than Fire. He turned pale, pointed at the anomaly, and frantically cried out, "What's happening? This immense oppressive feeling. Who is tearing apart the void? Is it our allied army? No, there's no need for that anymore. We've already massacred quite a few of the insignificant commoners in the lower..." The figure from within now also stepped onto the ground, each majestic feature clearly visible in the dim light, his long robes fluttering in the wind. Standing tall between heaven and earth, he spoke in a low, cold voice, each word cutting through the air like a blade. Mass scene before him struck Fire's mind like a powerful blow. His eyes widened, shining brightly, filled with extreme panic and astonishment. His entire body stiffened, a flicker of shock clearly visible in his disbelieving gaze. A moment flashed through Fire's mind. The time he had personally beheaded Chun Chongin with a single sword stroke, fresh blood gushing high, his body collapsing amidst the chaotic world. That scene twisted violently in his mind now. How can this be? We clearly already... He thought of that scene not because of a sudden surge of compassion, but because right now, a flesh and blood Chun Chongin, without a single scratch, truly stood before him. His head was bowed, his disheveled hair covering eyes brimming with resentment. His demeanor was so cold that merely looking at him sent chills down one's spine, and murderous aura emanated from him, as if it wanted to tear apart the very air around him. He's going to kill someone. Chun Chongin's appearance successfully scared the system into a frantic mess. Immediately, a series of flashing red warning messages appeared on the interface. Host, wait. The domain isn't fully expanded yet. Don't wait. If the host doesn't care about himself, at least care about me. The host is putting me in a very difficult position. Fire's face immediately turned ashen, completely devoid of color. His eyes were filled with terror, and every feature on his face stiffened, just like someone dragged from a nightmare before they could fully awaken. Could it be a clone from before? No, that's impossible. What trick are you playing? At this moment, Chun Chongin no longer had the patience to argue with Fire. His eyes flashed brightly, and his body immediately transformed into a chaotic black mass. That heavy and cold power spread out, its mere sight enough to make the weak collapse, frightening people to their very souls. The system, meanwhile, displayed a notification. Host, the Invincible domain has fully expanded throughout Yun province. Please use... After that moment, Fire felt as if a shockwave had struck him directly on the head. His eyes, which had been bewildered and confused, instantly turned to extreme terror in the blink of... That fierce attack struck without mercy. Fire's body was sent flying 8 zhang away like a kite with its string cut, all resistance swept away in an instant. He reeled in midair like someone falling into a bottomless abyss, a sense of utter helplessness and despair engulfing him from all sides. Fire was utterly at a disadvantage. His body fell heavily onto the dry, hard ground, the impact so violent that the earth itself trembled, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Thick clouds of smoke and dust billowed up from his landing spot, stretching towards the blue sky, completely obscuring his pathetic state at that. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, his ruined and exhausted appearance slowly became clear. His body was so battered that he couldn't even lift an arm. He trembled uncontrollably, as fragile as a butterfly caught in water, struggling in vain. Heaven Fire was completely covered in blood. Fresh red liquid constantly gushed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. He couldn't even utter a single one of his usual arrogant remarks. Heaven Fire's eyes were now filled with disbelief, his pupils fiercely constricted, his gaze fixed as if wanting to pierce through the space before him. He tremblingly raised a hand, wiping away the dark red blood gushing from his nose. His face grew paler. How could this happen? I was attacked. An attack I didn't even see clearly. Before he could recover, movement on the other side made his nerves tense up once more. His gaze immediately darted sideways, and his vigilance was heightened accordingly. Chun Chang'an looked down from above, his burning gaze sweeping over Heaven Fire's flattened body on the ground. His look was filled with profound indignation, yet subtly mixed with a hint of deep terror. His face darkened, and his eyes gleamed like those of a hawk, cold and sharp enough to make anyone facing him shiver. "You bastard! What heinous things have you done?" Heaven Fire instantly went mad, completely losing his composure. He gnashed his teeth and sprang up, his entire being transforming into a wild whirlwind. He charged straight at Chun Chang'an, who still stood tall amidst the gradually dispersing, hazy smoke and dust, a cold, steadfast figure like an immovable wall. "If this wild prince wants to kill, then kill. Are you dog, not convinced?" Chun Chang'an coldly swung his hand. Heaven Fire's body was immediately flung out, slamming heavily onto the ground. His head smashed straight into the steel-hard earth, creating a dull, sickening thud. The ground beneath the impact instantly cracked open, and rocks burst apart. He successfully buried Heaven Fire's battered form into the ground once. How could Chun Chang'an let him off so easily? Before Heaven Fire could recover, Chun Chang'an coldly raised a leg, preparing to deliver a lethal blow, determined to stomp him into the black mud with no chance of rising again. Murderous intent erupted fiercely with that move. As his foot savagely stomped, ground beneath Heaven Fire's body immediately cracked open, large fissures spreading outwards from the impact point, radiating in all directions. Dust and rocks scattered everywhere, and the entire space seemed to tremble with that stomp, demonstrating an absolute, irresistible. While Heaven Fire's entire body trembled violently with pain, he struggled to get up, causing the dirt and rocks on him to fall away, revealing a blood-smeared face. His eyes were filled with pain, resentment, and a hint of ultimate humiliation. "I refuse to believe I can't beat you to death." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Chun Chang'an's leg had quietly risen high, clearly indicating his determination. Today, he would ensure Heaven Fire would never have the chance to rise. Just as he managed to lift his head slightly, Heaven Fire was immediately stomped down by Chun Chang'an, who showed no mercy, aiming directly for his head. The foot was as heavy as a crushing mountain, a decisive blow that left him no dignity or chance to resist, causing him to scream in agony, his cries echoing throughout the mountains and forests. Heaven Fire's eyes bulged, blood vessels in the whites of his eyes swelling as if about to burst. His gaze, filled with pain, also flared with an extreme madness, like a cornered beast, left with only its final, desperate instinct. With that, Heaven Fire let out a ferocious roar. From his body, countless layers of overlapping seals suddenly erupted, dark power surging like fierce waves. Right where he lay flattened on the ground, with Chun Chang'an's foot still firmly planted on his face, a series of pale purple light streams shot straight up from Heaven Fire's body, tearing through the air. They enveloped both figures fiercely locked in struggle amidst a sea of blood and dust, causing the space around them to momentarily be submerged in a fierce and cold light. Die for me, Chun Chang'an, you stubborn, vile ghost. Summon the outer world demon. Kill. The words had just left his mouth when Chun Chang'an paused his head movement. In the sky, a grotesque humanoid figure with wings immediately appeared. It held a bludgeon, had eagle-like feet, and its head was covered by a hood that concealed more than half of its face. "Your command, my king. Mortal of the lower realm, take a blow from my staff." Heaven Fire, seeing this scene, couldn't hide his arrogance and satisfaction, lying on the ground, grinning even as blood continuously gushed from his. In that instant, Chun Chang'an uttered not a single word, merely raising his hand silently, his palm facing directly towards the sky. No one could guess the meaning of his action, but the atmosphere around them suddenly solidified, as if a fierce wave was about to crash. Yet, before long, he provided the answer to those watching. From Chun Chang'an's palm, A concentrated ball of energy immediately shot out. Its power erupted fiercely, and simultaneously, lightning bolts radiated from his hand, illuminating the entire sky. He then coldly uttered a single word. With just one strike, yes, just one strike, it instantly incinerated the grand entity flaunting its power against him in the sky. The entire sky was momentarily engulfed in astonishing power, dazzling flashes of light appearing as if to burn everything to ashes. Even the weapon in the creature's hand was knocked loose by that single strike. It was blasted apart by the electrical current, its entire body enduring burning pain, with no chance to resist. All its remaining strength could only be used to cry out to its summoner, each choked sob swallowing the unfinished words. "I haven't even acted yet, Prince, say." Immediately, a system notification appeared in the sky, serving as a death notice for that bizarre creature. "Congratulations, host, for killing a divine demon immortal king of the first stage. Reward, 9 million domain points, 1 realm for." That scene immediately stunned the surviving populace below, and smiles finally broke out on their faces. Indeed, their hope for survival had been rekindled once more. Of course, in stark contrast to the excitement on this side, the Heavens Chosen were terrified by that single move, their faces turning from green to white. A divine demon of the immortal king level, killed in just one move? How can this be? His cultivation, even I can't discern any clues. This person's strength must far surpass an immortal. Even someone as famously deranged as Heaven Defier was scared into a panic by Chun Chongan. From the ground, while Chun Chongan had just killed the immortal king and hadn't yet paid attention to him, Heaven Defier immediately tucked tail and ran. His bruised face was filled with nothing but terror. "Why are you still standing there, dazed? Attack him, all of you. If he can be killed once, he can be killed a second." The Heavens Chosen heard Heaven Defier's threat. "If I die, none of you will have a good end returning either." The group in the sky immediately exchanged glances. No one spoke a word to anyone, yet they understood each other's meaning through their panicked and wary eyes. This hesitation, of course, was not because of the meaningless threats from the terrified man below, but because they were intimidated by Chun Chongan's overwhelming presence. Heaven Defier temporarily escaped death, returning to his comrades with a body full of injuries. He clasped his hands together to form a seal, his eyes burning with determination. "Everyone, launch a full-scale attack. No slacking off. We must crush Chun Chongan. 10,000 divine demons. Merge into the form of the divine demon I summoned." After his command, the Heavens Chosen in the sky also flew forward in unison, and the battle fiercely erupted with those words. He secretly thought, he might even shatter the void to chase after me. "Chun Chongan, I don't care if you're an immortal king or an immortal emperor, but today, I cannot let you." His fierce spirit blazed, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. His teeth gnashed together in anger, so tightly that his words hissed through them. 10,000 demon generals. He thought to himself, if not today, you will surely be the greatest enemy of my upper. At the moment, Chun Chongan stood alone, unarmed yet deadly, towering like a mountain between heaven and earth, ready to face the tens of thousands of Heavens Chosen swarming in from afar like a hive of wasps. Wave after wave of dark energy surged down, seemingly intent on taking lives. The air around them was thick with murderous intent, no different from an apocalypse. Chun Chongan showed no fear. He merely raised his hand slightly and gently flicked his finger. His calm demeanor suggested that everything was within his expectations, a complete contrast to the fierce and murderous struggle of the previous. On the opposite side, the myriad Heavens Chosen still charged madly towards Chun Chongan, ready to devour him alive at any moment. Everyone's eyes were brimming with murderous intent, glowing red as if about to spurt. At that moment, Chun Chongan slowly raised his hand, gave a gentle flick, and a clear sound echoed through the space thick with murderous aura. Simultaneously, he nonchalantly uttered a single word. After that moment, the sky seemed to explode with fireworks. The Heavens Chosen, for reasons unknown, burst one by one. Each flash of light in the air marked the demise of a Heavens Chosen. And each time a Heavens Chosen fell, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal commander. Reward, 7 million domain points. Acquired salted fish report number 1. Bright, shimmering lines of text appeared, stretching across the sky, so numerous they obscured the entire space. The upper hand immediately belonged to Chun Chongan. The situation changed so rapidly that others could only stare dumbfounded, too stunned to utter. A terrifying explosion unexpectedly erupted, directly returning everything to the Stone Age. Flames blazed furiously, and towering columns of black smoke curled up, completely shrouding the sky. A vast area was engulfed in a sea of fire, and at that very moment, Jiang Yuxuan swiftly activated her movement technique, frantically flying away from the blast zone, desperately trying to. Faced with such sudden and violent destructive power that made people dizzy, Jiang Yuxuan couldn't help but be shaken in that moment. She leveraged her momentum to turn and observe the chaotic situation behind her. The blinding light hurt her eyes terribly, almost preventing her from opening them, yet she managed to temporarily hold her ground after her recent escape, trying to endure and clearly see the situation. Then, in the blink of an eye, she swiftly turned her head, unhesitatingly dashing straight towards the chaotic battlefield, leaving a prolonged trail of light behind her, like a shooting star tearing through the smoke and fire-filled sky. My immortal fruit hasn't been exchanged yet. I need to tell them not to affect flying immortal. Jiang Yuxuan wasn't the only one affected by that shockwave. Even Ling Baoer and the fortunate surviving citizens were terrified to the point. Some lay prostrate on the ground. Others covered their heads with their hands, trying to prevent residual debris from falling on them. Just one crack, and those immortals all exploded. Heavens! So this is the true strength of the province lord. Ling Baoer was momentarily frozen, only able to faintly call out two words, seeing Chen Chang'an calmly admiring his artwork after the slaughter, his relaxed demeanor as if enjoying a scenic view in the human world. The people on this side couldn't help but sigh in relief. The heavy stone weighing on their hearts finally lifted. Indeed, it's fortunate that he is on our. Jiang Yuxuan soon arrived. Before her were two figures, Chen Chang'an and Heaven Defire, standing tall like two mountains amidst the smoke and fire-stained sky, their imposing presence so overwhelming that others dared not breathe. That scene couldn't help but make her frantic. Her face turned pale, her eyes filled with undisguised terror, and her entire body stiffened for a moment. She stood in a corner, secretly thinking, why did the ninth prince provoke this rising star? This is bad. Things are getting. Heaven Defire, unable to fight back, began to talk excessively, his mouth continuously spewing words, his expression as ugly as ever, so gloomy that merely looking at it was irritating. I basically understand now. You used clones to probe our strength, thereby making us complacent and lowering our guard, giving you the chance to kill us all. You didn't dare to appear from the very beginning, definitely because you weren't confident of victory back then. You were worried we would summon stronger Tao Protector Immortal. This Heaven Defire usually spoke without much thought, yet now he was analyzing things with profound insight. What was even more startling was that his words truly struck a chord with Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's cold face gradually relaxed, his expression subtly changing. He fully absorbed every word Heaven Defire uttered. For you to seize this opportunity, it was indeed my oversight. I never expected such a person as you in the lower realm. Although Tao Protector Immortals can continuously be nurtured using realm energy, they also have their limits. I generally know what cultivation realm you are at. He slowly revealed his bruised and battered face, a faint, smug smile playing on his lips. His expression was no different from someone who had just stumbled upon a great bargain amidst chaos. You are an immortal emperor, a master of spatial laws. To deal with you, I must definitely use. The words had just left his mouth, and he didn't even bother to conceal the malicious thoughts in his heart. He spread his arms and summoned a bizarre formation, instantly transforming the entire sky into a sea of eyes. Countless eyes of various colors and sizes appeared one after another, their imposing presence and scale in no way inferior to the previous summoning of the Heavens Chosen, even more eerie. Chen Chang'an, you are the first person from the lower realm to force me to use the precious Divine Descent Talisman. This talisman is extremely rare. In a short time, it can override unseen laws, restoring the upper realm's true power. Green Ghost come. A sword emitting a faint pale green light appeared from nowhere, plunging straight into the ground without mercy. Its blade trembled slightly, letting out a low hum that echoed softly amidst the smoke and fire-filled behind Heaven Defire. A creature condensed from green smoke, known as the Peak Immortal Emperor Green Ghost, immediately materialized. It had an abnormally massive body, entirely pale green to an infuriating because its body was excessively bulky. The sword it held in its hand was also astonishingly large. The entire creature was as gloomy as a demon, radiating a dense, bizarre aura. Kill everything for my master. Protected by it, Heaven Defire immediately regained his imposing presence, casting an arrogant gaze upon the world. In the Immortal Emperor realm, I am invincible. I can trade one for one in the immortal venerable. Before Chen Chang'an could even react in alarm, Jiang Yuxuan, standing to the side, already had a distorted expression. Her mouth hung open, all the words she wanted to say choked in her throat. In the end, she could only ponder to herself, not daring to utter a sound. Even the renowned green ghost has arrived. What should I do? If Chun Chang'an dies like this, my immortal fruit will be. Following Heaven Defire's sky-shattering roar, the green ghost charged forward with its sword, obedient to its master's command. Its fierce momentum seemed intent on destroying all remaining life in this world, its eyes and mouth simultaneously glowing. Its entire face was overwhelmed with murderous intent, a poisonous aura reaching the heavens. Destroy! 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 Even as the sword was about to descend, with calls of destroy! 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 Chun Chang'an still didn't deign to make a. That moment, a self-satisfied smile actually played on Chun Chang'an's lips. Everything seemed to have been within his calculations. The preceding scene was merely a play set up for him to, without needing to flaunt his power or resort to grand gestures. Chun Chang'an now performed a seemingly insignificant action. He bluntly pointed his middle finger at the bizarre creature. Unexpectedly, this was enough to utterly shatter the creature. Its body was torn into countless pieces, scattering wildly in midair. The sword, losing its master, also heavily plunged straight into the system notification panel appeared simultaneously. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak divine demon immortal emperor. Reward, 30 million domain points, 1 realm frag. Heaven Defire's face turned ashen, all color draining from it. His breath seemed about to stop at that very moment. He couldn't utter a single word. The words "I'm finished" seemed clearly etched on his panicked face. Jiang Yuxuan, standing to the side, finally couldn't help but speak up. Wait, I didn't see wrong, did I? That was a peak immortal emperor, and it was killed in just one move? What level has Chun Chang'an's cultivation? Heaven Defire's horrified expression at that moment? Victory or defeat was no longer what preoccupied his mind. In that instant, the only thing he wanted was to. From his terrified face, which cycled from green to white, sweat poured down like a spring. It was clear that victory or defeat was no longer what Heaven Defire dwelled on. In that moment he had only one thought, to live to. Chun Chang'an aimed a kick squarely between Heaven Defire's legs. The kick was so powerful that blood spurted out on the spot, causing excruciating, soul-piercing pain. It made him gape, unable to utter a sound, his eyes wide and vacant, as if in that moment he had lost half his. Not waiting for him to recover, Chun Chang'an's hands soon rose, seemingly preparing for another fatal. That heaven-shaking attack soon descended. A fierce shockwave immediately erupted, directly burying Heaven Defire tightly into the ground. Smoke and dust swirled up, quickly covering the entire. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the forms of the two individuals within slowly revealed themselves. Before their eyes was the sight of Chun Chang'an standing with his arms crossed, towering like a mountain. His foot pressed directly onto Heaven Defire's face, distorting it and leaving him no power to resist. His appearance was utterly wretched. Last time you were also trampled under my foot like this, like an insect. How despicable you are. Look at yourself, a dignified prince, humiliated into a state that is neither human nor. The spatial gate for summoning immortals still hung in the sky, blood red, but now there was no one left within. Only Heaven Defire and Chun Chang'an remained, one standing, one lying. The tense atmosphere from before gradually subsided, for victory and defeat had long been decided. At that very moment, Chun Chang'an gently flicked his finger, and his entire face immediately brightened, as if life had returned to it. Not a trace of coldness remained after the bloody battle. I've always wondered how to maximize benefits. Ideally, I get a continuous supply of the items I want, domain points. Keeping your dog life will finally allow this plan of mine to be executed. That instant, a cross taller than a human suddenly appeared behind Chun Chang'an, standing tall against the gloomy sky. Meanwhile, his foot remained firmly pressed on Heaven Defire's face, an arrogant stance as if standing atop the world. I'm sure someone will enjoy doing it. Soon, he firmly bound Heaven Defire to the cross, directly driving nails into each of his wrists. He was even thoughtful enough to explain the origin of the cross, as if fearing others wouldn't know and regret it. First, the Yukaman crucifixion nail. Heaven Defire had 2 nails piercing through his wrists. In such agony he was almost passing out. Yet, before his eyes, countless other nails still hovered in midair, poised to plunge into him at any moment, as if to nail him firmly to the cross with no escape. Then, I'll hang your body up. I'll aim tens of thousands of drill bits at you, inserting one every 10 seconds. This can go on for a very long time. Whether it hurts or not, I don't. Soon, pain as immense as the heavens descended. Heaven Defire's agony pierced his very bones. His eyes rolled back, and he screamed as if to tear apart heaven and earth. Beside him, Chun Chang'an's voice came. Until some powerful individual comes to save you, no matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait. Indeed, as long as they can come to save you, then I will Chun Chongan listened to Heaven Defire's desperate screams with complete satisfaction, as if he were enjoying a bloody symphony he had personally orchestrated. His entire face glowed with a terrifying expression, his eyes shining brightly, his mad grin no different from Heaven Defire's when he had held the upper hand in countless nails, appearing from who knew where, flew towards him. Each cold numerical count echoed, and each time it rang out, a part of Heaven Defire's soul was shattered. 7, 9. Each nail plunged straight into Heaven Defire's hand, again and again, not giving him a single second to catch his breath. Fresh blood gushed out in waves, to the point where his arm was like a tattered, riddled sieve. Beside him, Chun Chongan's steady counting continued. 10. And then, his entire body, from head to toe, was covered in nails. His wounds were crisscrossed and bloody, and he screamed in agony, his cries echoing across the sky. But those nails showed absolutely no intention of stopping. They continued to arrive in droves, each cold shaft piercing through his flesh, giving him one wave of pain after another, never allowing him a moment's rest, as if intending to torment him to a state worse. Gradually, the initially grotesque scene transformed into a horrifying torture session that no one dared to watch for long. Each cold nail pierced Heaven Defire's body in countless places, from his forehead to his neck, all vital spots. Just a little more force would have taken his life, but strangely, none of the nails delivered a fatal blow immediately. They kept him suspended between life and death, in such pain that his expression stiffened, his eyes wide and vacant. His face was ghastly pale, and his mournful screams echoed throughout the space, chilling people to their bones. How many times have I been pierced by these drill bits now? It hurts so much. When will this? Chun Chongan, having run out of places to drive nails, indifferently waved his hand. All the nails simultaneously retracted in a flash, and blood spurted out accordingly. Another wave of pain assaulted Heaven Defire. Chun Chongan, on his side, merely offered a faint, cold smile, his eyes calmly watching him, as if everything was just a trivial pastime. It's already been an hour, and the upper realm still hasn't sent anyone to save you. It seems a prince like you has been quite a He let out a faint chuckle, turning his gaze towards the spatial holes still hovering above, his calm voice echoing through the chaotic space. Or perhaps the torment isn't strong enough. How about a few tens of thousands more drill? In that instant, someone suddenly rushed from behind, wrapping their arms tightly around him. The embrace was both hurried and trembling, causing Chun Chongan's cold face to twitch slightly, a flicker of surprise appearing in his. That person was none other than Jiang Quanchu. Her body was covered in injuries, smeared with blood and dust. She buried her face into his back, her shoulders trembling intermittently, tears flowing continuously. Husband, it's real, not an illusion. She couldn't control her emotions, and stifled sobs escaped her. She gently bit into Chun Chongan's shoulder, tears streaming like his facial muscles relaxed as well, and Chun Chongan revealed a gentle smile never seen before, comforting his woman. He gently turned his head to look back, raising a hand to wipe away the tears from Jiang Chuanchu's face. I'm sorry, I scared you. It won't happen again. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Host, Heaven's chosen transfer detected within the. In response to his gentle words, she only uttered a soft ahem. Then, a faint light swept across Jiang Chuanchu's shoulder. Her wounds gradually vanished, her skin recovering to its original state, leaving only a few faint bloods. At that very moment, a sky-shattering scream suddenly erupted. Master! Your Excellency! Ling Baoer and Baiyu, appearing from nowhere, rushed towards the couple like a strong whirlwind. They inadvertently ruined the intimate moment, even forcefully knocking Jiang Quanchu aside, sending her spinning away before she could even compose herself. Chun Chongan suffered the same fate. He had just uttered a soft "oh" when the two figures, appearing from nowhere, rushed over. That person just now was truly too cool. A genuine angel descended from heaven. Senior, you are truly too powerful. Jiang Chuanchu's face immediately changed color. Her eyes, which had been sparkling with tears, now held only half of their original warmth, filled instead with rage. Jealousy was clearly evident, as if just one more spark could ignite and completely incinerate everyone standing before. She immediately pulled Chun Chongan's hand, softly but clearly calling out, "Husband!" as if declaring her sovereignty amidst the crowd. This left Baiyu and Ling Baoer stunned in place, their expressions constantly changing, utterly terrified. Husband! Meanwhile, Chun Chongan stood there, stuck between several people, unsure whether to be afraid or embarrassed first. Look at me. I forgot to introduce her to you. She is my disciple, Ling. Zhang Quanchu immediately hugged Qin Chang'an's arm tightly after that moment, refusing to let go, holding on as if a slight loosening of her grip would allow someone to snatch him away. Her eyes narrowed, her face showing undisguised wariness, especially when she looked at the two people opposite her. Ling Bao, unable to withstand the shock for a moment, immediately burst out, "I won't accept this. A wicked woman seducing master." Meanwhile, Bai Yu was still gaping, unable to utter a single. Both sides immediately flared up in a huff. On one side, Zhang Quanchu crossed her arms, eyes narrowed, staring intently without moving. On the other, Ling Bao incessantly grumbled, causing a ruckus and refusing to calm down. "Husband, master, you must give me an explanation." This forced Qin Chang'an to sigh and step in to mediate, looking utterly helpless. "All right, calm." Qin Chang'an then put on an expression that couldn't be sillier, the corner of his mouth curving upwards. As he spoke, he leisurely raised a finger, as if about to say something profound. "We're all family, living under the same roof. Let's resolve." The people below watched them play act with utterly bewildered expressions, their eyes wide with undisguised astonishment. The province lord has this side to him too? Completely different from when he was slaughtering immortals just now. No offense, but when I saw the province lord's murderous expression earlier, I couldn't even imagine what his smile would look like. Jiang Yuxuan, standing nearby, was even more startled. She secretly thought, to do something like that and still act so nonchalant. Suddenly, at that very moment, the night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. It revealed behind it a layer of space filled with sparkling stars, the entire sky bathed in the color of the Milky Way, beautiful enough to enrage, yet cold enough to send shivers down one's. Qin Chang'an merely flinched slightly when he noticed the unusual movement in the sky, a wicked smile spreading at the corner of his lips. He tilted his head slightly, his knife-sharp gaze sweeping across the torn spatial layer. "Oh, so you finally arrived." Watching the hole in the sky widen with each passing moment, the dark, murky space within seemed intent on swallowing the entire realm. Jiang Yuxuan felt as if an invisible shockwave had struck her mind. Her mouth fell open, her eyes wide with extreme terror. This is the Domain Lord's 8-star Buddha finger. A single finger can easily destroy dozens of lower realm domains, equivalent to a serious strike from an immortal venom. Indeed, facing that colossal hand, Qin Chang'an was like a tiny, helplessly struggling ant. The finger slowly advanced, its speed so immense that it swept all the dust aside, revealing a cold, suffocating void. "Lower realm inhabitant, you seek." At that moment, Heavenbane, surprisingly, still had the strength to go mad, his body almost completely slumped on the cross. Yet, he desperately mustered his last bit of power just to satisfy his twisted glee. Hoping to provoke Qin Chang'an, he shrieked, "The Domain Lord! The Domain Lord has come to save me! The Domain Lord wants to kill you. One finger is enough." Qin Chang'an, Qin Chang'an, of course, was not to be outdone. He casually raised his middle finger, pointing it directly at the colossal entity. His gesture was both arrogant and challenging. "Well then, I'd like to see whose finger is stronger, yours or..." The moment the two fingers met, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted, as if tearing the sky itself. At that very instant, an invisible shield appeared between them, and the light enveloped the colossal finger, making it stiffen and bend backward upon contact. Twisting into a grotesque entity vanished in a flash, leaving behind only a faint streak of light. The speed of the maneuver was so astounding that everyone was taken aback. What the hell? It couldn't even withstand a middle. Even Heavenbane, covered in blood, and Jiang Yuxuan, who was outside the battle, had their eyes wide with disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the common folk were no exception. Their mouths hung open, their faces turning as green as banana leaves. Everything had surpassed their data and wildest imagination. Only Ling Bao, standing to the side, felt her spirits soar at the sight. She clenched her hands into fists, a proud and unmatched look of triumph on her face. "Wow, Master is the most amazing. Go on, kill them." On this side, Qin Chang'an had instantly turned everything to dust with a single move. In the desolate scene, only he stood tall between heaven and earth, his middle finger still defiantly pointed into the void. Everything happened so quickly, like a blink of an eye, becoming a past event before anyone could recover. "Do all you upper realm folk like to cower like turtles? Only daring to attack me from across the realms, not daring to show yourselves directly? Or are you, perhaps..." Bane didn't count, but Jiang Yuxuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly went frantic. She couldn't help but lose her temper at Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an, that's enough. I know you currently harbor great hostility towards the immortals of the Upper Realm, but the Upper Realm doesn't just have immortals of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor ranks like us. There are many far more powerful existences. The more she scolded, the more serious Jiang Yuxuan's expression became, her eyes darkening, so cold that those standing nearby shivered. If the 9 provinces realm didn't have protective laws, and stronger immortals couldn't descend casually, then how could you act so arrogantly here if you truly Chun Chang'an, naturally, was not one to be easily provoked by a few scolding words. He slowly turned his head, casually rubbing his chin with one hand, a nonchalant smile playing on his lips. His eyes held a hint of amusement and playfulness. Ah, thank you for the reminder. I knew it. I've been tormenting Heavenbane for so long, and no upper realm immortals dared to descend. So it's because of the law. Chun Chang'an flicked his finger lightly, a small sound echoing in the silent air. Heavenly Tao, come. Immediately, the system appeared as if hearing his command. Flickering with light, its familiar interface opened in midair, looking exactly like a loyal servant awaiting orders. Master, please. Chun Chang'an stood amidst countless petitions floating across the sky, each golden paper glittering in the air. In the center of the largest petition, an ancient line of text stretched across, each stroke seemingly imbued with spiritual energy. 9 provinces realm, immortals per moment his next words were uttered. I want to modify the laws of the continent, especially this rule concerning immortals descending. The entire system rippled like water. It almost evaporated on the spot from shock. Master, this absolutely cannot be done. This humble servant's small body cannot. Chun Chang'an's eyes suddenly flashed. He quickly raised his hand towards the opposite side, his figure shooting forward like lightning. His mouth incessantly chanted the words from the petition, his voice echoing in the air. 1. Immortals can bypass the suppression of the laws and descend freely. 2. The 9 provinces realm does not restrict the immortal power of immortals. Immortals can unleash their peak strength. Thus, immortals descending to the lower realm will no longer face any restriction. After a series of words fell, ancient rules instantly appeared. Each character flew up from the petition, emitting a faint light, hovering in the sky. 9 provinces realm, immortals can enter the realm. The moment this scene appeared, it instantly drained the system dry, its face twisted like a burnt bun, tears streaming down. It looked utterly miserable, as if someone had ransacked its entire fortune. Fine, master, as long as you're happy. Don't mind my life. Both Heavenbane and Jiang Yuxuan were once again shaken, their eyes filled with both fury and panic. But ultimately, no matter how panicked they were powerless. How dare— The smiling people below immediately fell silent. The atmosphere abruptly shifted from joy to gloom, happiness turning bitter in an instant. The words they were about to speak were swallowed back. Domain Lord, sir. Forget it. Forget it. Destroy it. My heart is tired. It was only now that Heavenbane truly saw through Chun Chang'an. He was so terrified that cold sweat drenched him, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain tearing through his body. His eyes wide, he stared blankly. I understand now. Chun Chang'an had long intended to kill all immortals to bring eternal peace to the lower realm. By leading the Tao Protector immortals to attack Cloud Province, killing his clone. All of this was a trap he set beforehand, aimed at all immortals. Jiang Yuxuan's entire face went blank, her eyes vacant and dull, only her mouth still moving, muttering continuous curses. Lunatic! You absolute madman, she thought to herself. I came to seek immortal fruits, but why is it harder than ascending to— Her anger didn't last long before her gaze suddenly froze, as if drawn by something. A faint, glowing mark shone directly into her eyes, immediately putting her on alert. In that brief moment, her mind instinctively tensed. The Tao Protector mark of the Jiang clan's heavenly source of that mark was none other than Jiang Chuansua. Jiang Yuxuan immediately fixed her gaze on Jiang Chuansua's cold, indifferent back, her eyes revealing a mix of worry and confusion. After that moment, she seemed to sink into her own chaotic thoughts. She is the Jiang clan's foremost heavenly chosen. I didn't expect her to have been hiding by Chun Chang'an's side so early. Moreover, I can sense the 9 provinces cauldron on her. It seems Chun Chang'an trusts her deeply and has never suspected her true existence. The more Jiang Yuxuan pondered, the more profound her bewilderment became, as if her nerves were stretched to their absolute limit, threatening to snap with any slight additional pressure. Currently, her clone has reincarnated into the lower realm. As long as she finds an opportunity to disperse her clone herself, She can use her cultivation technique to transmit the 9 provinces cauldron back to her true body. Although her soul will suffer damage at that time, the 9 provinces will belong to our Jiang clan. It's unclear which side weighs more heavily. Now, we just have to see if she will disperse her soul at this not too far distance. Jiang Yuxuan silently watched Chen Chang'an and Jiang Chuansua intertwined, her gaze growing dimmer by the moment. Carried emotions difficult to put into words. Even I couldn't immediately recognize her. No matter how intelligent Chen Chang'an is, he could never have The peaceful scene didn't last long, for in just a moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A terrifyingly massive, swirling red vortex rapidly and the dust below swirled up in thick plumes. It was so dense that it almost completely obscured Chen Chang'an, who was standing beneath. Jiang Yuxuan seemed to realize something and screamed. All the teleportation gates of the people below were utterly panicked, their emotions so chaotic they couldn't control them. Some were drenched in cold sweat. Such a large teleportation gate. The immortals of the upper realm will definitely all descend. Others stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. Look, everyone. Some were even so terrified that their legs turned to jelly, falling to the ground, trembling and not daring to raise their heads. All hope of survival was swept away. Forget it, we're doomed. I'm just going to lie down. From above, the swirling red vortex gradually dissipated, revealing a small figure hovering in midair, surrounded by a dazzling, brilliant halo. The light flared intensely, intertwining with all sorts of colors, layer upon layer of brilliance, radiating waves of radiant light that illuminated the entire dark sky, making the surrounding space appear to be dyed into a vast, mystical, and overwhelming sea of colors. A notification popped up simultaneously. Detected a 5th layer venerable immortal, descending to the mortal realm. Host, please eliminate quickly. Someone below shouted. Only one person stepped. That woman was none other than Jiang Ningran. From above, she silently looked down at the small figures below. Her eyes were filled with disdain and the arrogant self-importance of one standing in a superior position. A cold, indifferent smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Her demeanor at that moment was no different from a deity preparing to judge the lowly mortals below. I am the matriarch of the Jiang clan, Jiang Ningran. Chen Chang'an, you truly surprised. Chen Chang'an looked up, his face also illuminated by the brilliant halo, highlighting his cold, almost emotionless expression. The only difference was that this time, his eyes had completely lost their usual casual disdain. Thank you for the compliment. To create such a grand formation, yet only one person descended? It seems the others in the upper realm have also seen. Jiang Ningran was not in a hurry to act. She stood there composedly, conversing with him casually. There was absolutely no tension or wariness in her eyes. Yes, so you don't need to be so vigilant. I won't attack yet. I want to talk to you calmly first. To be able to force my upper realm's heavenly chosen to reluctantly seek our help. This makes me unable to help but sigh that the lower realm truly has talents. Besides Feng Qiun, you are the second lower realm individual to make us revolve around you. When I stepped out of the teleportation array, I originally intended to directly eliminate you and destroy this 9 provinces realm. However, after seeing you, I changed my. At that moment, Chen Chang'an's face was filled with all sorts of complex, inexpressible emotions, yet his expression remained cold, revealing no unnecessary feelings. Only his eyes seemed covered by a layer of heavy emotion, making his entire being appear somber and quiet, to the point that others would unconsciously hold. Jiang Ningran continued to speak calmly, completely unconcerned by the chaotic emotions of the crowd. When her final words trailed off, Jiang Ningran's eyes suddenly narrowed, a chilling glint flashing deep within them, as if scrutinizing every slight reaction on Chen Chang'an's face. Her demeanor seemed to await only a subtle shake of his head before she would mercilessly slaughter everyone below without hesitation. And all you need to do is agree to my request. At that moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly displayed a vulgar expression, his lips curling into a provocative smirk, and he casually raised his middle finger towards her. His eyes were filled with extreme disdain. You smelly old hag, trying to fool this old man with grand promises? How could I believe the words of a superior who cultivates brutal infiltrators like this? Do you think I'm a fool? That I can't see your malicious intent toward— He casually lowered his thumb, pointing it directly at her. His gaze lifted to meet Jiang Ningran's high above. Then, he spoke with a challenging, arrogant voice. If you want to start a war, stop putting on a show. This old man isn't falling for it. From the very beginning, there was no such thing as fairness or reconciliation. His brazen aura was so overwhelming that Jiang Ningran, standing motionless amidst the halo, paused for— Jiang Ningran's eyes narrowed a little further, her gaze dropping to look at him with a half-lidded, disdainful stare. A flicker of annoyance, impossible to hide, crossed her eyes, proving that Chun Chang'an had truly infuriated. Jiang Ningran tightly closed her eyes, her eyebrows unconsciously knitting together, almost touching. That expression clearly showed her extreme dissatisfaction, even a degree of annoyance she didn't bother to conceal. She thought, what a pity. Chun Chang'an, excessive arrogance comes at a price. Do you know the difference between the upper realm and the lower? Jiang Ningran slowly crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes suddenly flashing with a sharp, cold light. A strange mark unexpectedly appeared in the center of her forehead, emitting a soft yet not weak pale golden light. Simultaneously, countless fireballs rained down furiously from the sky, signaling the official beginning of a great catastrophe. Stars and stardust, no matter how strong lower realm inhabitants are, they rely on their realm. Once the realm perishes, the lower realm inhabitants will also. A barrage of fireballs simultaneously crashed to the ground, directly destroying the original landscape. Explosions continuously roared, and thick plumes of dust billowed up, obscuring the entire sky. The scope of the battle rapidly expanded. Shaken by the sudden upheaval, Chun Chang'an immediately became wary, his body twitching slightly. His complexion darkened, his previous composure seemingly replaced by an underlying air of hostility, his eyes dimming with full vigilance. Countless streams of power suddenly surged from within the earth. Looking down from outer space, one could see the blue planet violently shaking, waves of energy spreading across its surface. Then, under the impact of that terrifying tremor, the Earth's outer crust tore into large fragments. Some colossal pieces were even knocked out, drifting from their celestial orbit, vanishing into the endless cosmic night. If we can't have it, then destroy it. Chapter 58. At that very moment on the 9 provinces continent. In the Thunder Province, outside the domain, the Immortal's wrath descended, a heavenly extermination punishment. The 9 provinces collapsed, and the myriad common people prayed for death. Waves of fireballs also rained down from the sky, directly shattering homes into ruins, plunging the populace into a sea of fire, and bringing widespread suffering. Desperate cries echoed everywhere, blending with earth-shattering explosions, making the ground feel as if it, too, would collapse. Why has it turned out like this? My home, why is it? On the 9 provinces continent, the Grand Province area outside the domain did not escape, suffering the same tragic fate. Plumes of dust billowed up, obscuring the entire sky. Dark clouds swirled, and the local people were completely enveloped in the thick smoke and dust, unable to see their direction. Only cries and flickering figures remained in the haze. Run! The Immortals want to kill us. Running to the ends of the earth is useless. I just got married. I don't want to die. We're definitely going to die. No one can stop the Immortal. The 9 provinces continent, the border of Cloud Province, was no better. Everywhere was a scene of desolation. People's bodies covered in injuries, bloody and messy, crying out to each other in despair. They desperately fled from the terrifying disaster raining down from the sky, smoke and flames surrounding them on all sides. That place isn't collapsing. Hurry there. Save yourself. On this side, the people in utter panic were all drenched in sweat, their eyes tense and uneasy, uniformly looking in one direction. They slowly spoke in trembling voices. Why is only this place safe? Perhaps it's because we're next to the domain. Spoke in trembling voices. Why is only this place safe? Perhaps it's because we're next to the domain. Their collective gaze, at that moment, was fixed on nothing but Chun Chang'an's towering back. He stood silently amidst the thick, billowing smoke and dust that enveloped him on all sides, his tall figure motionless as a statue. The domain lord, alone, is protecting all. He looked up at the sky, where not only smoke and dust but also warnings appeared. Warning, warning, warning. Host, please immediately resolve the attacks from outside the domain to prevent the continuous collapse of the 9 provinces. Otherwise, the foundation of the Invincible domain will also suffer damage. Host, please resolve immediately. He pondered silently, thinking, clever. These attacks are all teleported from the upper realm. If I can't find the source, I can't counter them. Even if there's nothing to fear within the domain, this prolonged siege is still a major annoyance. Listening to Chun Chang'an's analysis, it seemed some treasures had been used, allowing upper realm immortals to comfortably launch spells from a distance to attack the lower realm. Ling Baoer and Zhang Chuansua, standing beside him, also began to panic. Master, what should we do? Zhang Chuansua took a step forward. Husband, if it comes to it, lead everyone into your personal world. Life is the most important thing. We can plan the rest. Jiang Ningran then looked down at him with a faint, utterly satisfied smile. Chun Chang'an, we once gave you a choice, but you chose to walk into a dead end. She thought, is that Chuansua? So that's how it is. In that case, it'll be easy to deal. Meanwhile, high above, Jiang Ningran continued to ramble on endlessly, her voice echoing through the air with no sign of stopping. Now, not only will you die, but the 9 provinces will also cease to exist. I know you are almost invincible in the lower realm, but to fight against heaven. On this side, Chun Chang'an had silently lowered his head, not saying a word, the energy in his palm having already accumulated. In an instant, Chun Chang'an's figure suddenly blurred, each line of his body gradually twisting and distorting as if the surface of water had been stirred. The towering silhouette from moments ago flickered as if disturbed by an invisible wave. Yet, Jiang Ningran, unaware, continued, you are still too. The moment her words ceased, the consequence immediately descended. No one realized how, nor when, Chun Chang'an's figure had shot forward like lightning. His speed almost tore through the air, and in an instant, he had tightly gripped Jiang Ningran's neck, under her shocked, speechless gaze. From behind, Chun Chang'an unexpectedly unleashed a palm strike, aimed directly at Jiang Ningran's back. The blow carried a fatal surge of power, striking her directly and causing her body to violently tremble. Fresh blood immediately spurted from the corner of her mouth, and a scream tore through the air. In that moment, she had only one unwilling thought. My eyes couldn't even keep up with his. Fresh blood filled her mouth, making it difficult for Jiang Ningran to even breathe. Yet, she still managed to glare, gritting her teeth and cursing incessantly. Chun Chang'an, no matter how powerful you are, you can't save everyone. All the immortals' treasures are precisely aimed at the 9 provinces. The fall of the 9 provinces is already inevitable. Chun Chang'an didn't bother arguing with Jiang Ningran. His steel-cold hand reached out, grabbing her head in one swift motion, forcefully seizing her chin and twisting her head backward. I ask you answer. Answer incorrectly. The two struggled in the sky, even as waves of fire continued to fall. Below, Heavenbane's torture continued. Every 10 seconds, a cold nail shot out, piercing straight through him, making him unable to die or live. Who are those people? Where are they? What treasures are they using to attack the 9 provinces? Don't waste words, or I'll send you down to hang alongside. Jiang Ningran's entire body was already drenched in sweat, fear clearly visible in the depths of her eyes. Yet, the corner of her lips stubbornly curled up, forcing out a mocking smile. This only annoyed Chun Chang'an further. Do you think I would make a foolish mistake like Heavenbane? Only an idiot like him would send his true body to the lower. Even with the sword piercing through her chest, fresh blood gushing out and soaking her clothes, Jiang Ningran maintained her disdainful attitude until the very last moment. A mocking smile still flickered at the corner of her lips. Her trembling hand gently reached up, lightly touching Chun Chang'an's stunned face from behind him. If you want to kill me, I have a grand gift prepared. In the very instant, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. A blinding light erupted like a colossal eye opening wide in the night, illuminating an entire dark land that was already plunged deep into chaos, and gradually, that stream of light coalesced, transforming into a colossal vortex in the dark sky. A surging power radiated fiercely, as if wanting to suck all creation into its depths, forcing even Chun Chang'an to raise a hand to shield his face. His eyes also glowed when faced with that terrifying pressure. Chun Chang'an, my Jiang clan's heavenly chosen, has led the way. I still have to thank you for your 9 provinces. A scream suddenly tore through space, causing Chun Chang'an's face to instantly darken. His eyes seemingly struck by an invisible shockwave, revealing an indescribably heavy look. Ah, master! On this, Zhang Chuansua's figure seemed to be gradually evaporating from mid-air, her image blurring, fragments of her body as if devoured by an invisible mist. A strange memory suddenly entered her mind. Is someone calling me? I seem to. This not only panicked her but also Ling Baoer, who cried out, Master, your little wife is disappearing. As soon as the words left her, Zhang Chuansua's figure became even more transparent, segments of her body as if eroded by an invisible mist. Her eyes flashed with extreme bewilderment as she stared at her own gradually vanishing body. I am not from this world, but I don't want to return there. Before she completely vanished, tears, without her knowing when they had fallen, silently drenched Zhang Chuansua's face, each drop sliding down her translucent cheeks. Her eyes, filled with lingering affection and reluctance to leave, were fixed solely on Chun Chang'an, as if wanting to engrave his image deep into her mind. Husband. Jiang Chuansua's figure finally vanished completely into nothingness, leaving behind a cold, empty space where she had stood. A necklace quietly fell to the ground, emitting a faint sound that was enough to shake one's heart. In the sky, Chun Chang'an watched the scene in disbelief, temporarily unsure what to do next. Chun Chang'an slowly descended to the ground amidst the lingering, undissipated smoke and dust. He walked to the spot where Jiang Chuansua had vanished, then gently bent down and picked up the remaining. It was unclear what expression was on his face. Chun Chang'an stood motionless as if rooted to the spot, his hand tightly clutching Jiang Chuansua's necklace. Even as Ling Baoer beside him continued to babble endlessly. Master, what do we do now? The 9 provinces are about to collapse. Jiang Chuansua has also disappeared. Is your 9 provinces cauldron still on her? Wouldn't it have disappeared with her then? Bai Yu, seeing him motionless for a long time, also began to grow angry. Senior. Chun Chang'an's dull eyes seemed to glow at that moment. He stood motionless for a long while before his lips finally moved, uttering 4 words. It's not over yet. Immortals. In another development in the immortal realm, the Black Tortoise immortal domain appeared like a vibrant ink wash painting. Continuous mountain ranges stretched endlessly amidst thin, leisurely drifting clouds. A few roofs faintly emerged from halfway up the mountains to their peaks. Truly an immortal paradise that would move anyone with just a glance. It was unclear. Jiang Ningran had quickly recovered, her body free of any injuries. Her overwhelming aura and familiar arrogant expression were once again present as if nothing had happened. This Chun Chang'an is indeed formidable. No wonder so many heavenly chosen were lost. If not for my clone descending. She was originally in a room. As the light from outside immediately poured in, piercing through the gloomy air within. I can't believe such a troublesome character appeared in the 9 provinces. At the heavenly chosen ascent, mortals simultaneously channeled their magical power, each powerful stream of energy pouring into a colossal light orb suspended in mid-air. Everyone was incredibly enthusiastic, each vying to speak, making the immortal realm noisier than a marketplace. I brought down that mountain. You all didn't see me? Look, I flattened that city. Someone noticed Jiang Ningran's arrival and called out to her. She, startled, turned her gaze towards the source of the noise. Matriarch Jiang has Did you encounter someone tough to deal with? Standing before her was an individual with long white hair, gently swaying in the wind, his arms crossed over his chest. White-haired, with a sly smile and cunning eyes that, with just a glance, revealed he was no good. This was Martial Saint Immortal Venerable. He had said, the creatures of the lower realm are not worth our recruitment. Killing them early saves a lot of trouble. Before that statement, Jiang Ningran didn't rush to reply, merely thinking, not worth it? Then what are you all doing now? She glanced to the looking quite unwilling to engage in an argument with him. A group of high-ranking figures from the Black Tortoise immortal domain. Many immortal venerables here, using their ultimate treasures to suppress a mere lower realm. Isn't it because you're wary of Chun Chang'an? The idol heavenly chosen burst into laughter upon hearing this. Are we scared? Don't make people die of laughter. The person next to him added. How long has the connection between the upper realm and lower realm been severed? If Chun Chang'an can ascend, this old man will walk on his head. The last person spoke, sticking out his tongue, revealing a crazed look. He also relies on the advantages of his territory to meet us. We will definitely make him kneel down like a dog. In their minds, Chun Chang'an's dark, blurry figure immediately appeared as he was accumulating power in one, his aura surging as if controlling all creation. He mixed the saint immortal sword of an immortal venerable. His crime deserves 10,000 deaths. If he doesn't perish for the 9 provinces, I will descend to the lower realm and flay him alive. We clearly saw Chun Chang'an exploit the great Tao to change the laws of the 9 provinces, giving us immense convenience. We can descend at any time to kill him. Martial Saint Immortal Venerable curled one side of his mouth, revealing a disdainful expression, as if nothing concerned him. Having said that, Jiang Chuan, how do you intend to handle your Jiang clan's heavenly chosen and the 9 provinces cauldron? He cast his gaze towards the blazing orb in front of him, which contained countless lower realm beings, all seemingly engulfed in a smoke and fire-filled apocalypse. Continuous screams for help rang out. Save me! It was as if the entire small world of mortals was in their hands. Colluding with a lower realm in heaven and even marrying him? If this gets out, our Black Tortoise immortal domain's immortals will completely lose face. He then looked to a corner where immortals sat conversing amidst a beautiful natural landscape, seemingly untouched by a speck of dust. The scene was in stark contrast to the suffering of the populace at that moment. Martial Saint Immortal Venerable continued, "Give Matriarch Jiang, do you intend to just ignore it? This matter needs to be reported to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion." Jiang Chuansua's reincarnation to the lower realm had a mishap. Her attempt to seize the realm failed with profound consequences. By rights, she should be punished. When she awakens, she will be subjected to the heavenly lightning punishment, striking her true body and soul 1,000 times. Whether she lives or dies will depend on her fortune. Jiang Chuansua had returned to the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain, her body gradually recovering its original appearance. At this moment, she sat cross-legged amidst a formation, her spiritual consciousness temporarily falling into an empty, uncontrollable state, only quietly receiving streams of energy transferred to her by other immortals. Jiang Chuansua remained silently motionless, her quiet demeanor suggesting she had fallen deep into an unconscious state, showing no signs of waking. The person standing opposite her was continuously channeling magical power, their purpose not out of kindness, but to forcibly extract the 9 provinces cauldron from her body. Before that, we must use the Jiang clan's secret technique to retrieve this 9 provinces cauldron. Matriarch, have followed your instructions and used the secret technique beforehand. When Jiang Chuansua's clone soul returned, the 9 provinces cauldron was also transmitted back with it. She quickly took the 9 provinces cauldron from the other person's hand. Has she awakened yet? The other woman replied. Her clone soul was forcibly summoned. Her soul suffered heavy damage. I'm afraid she won't wake up for a while. Lung Ming, who had appeared at some point, raised a cup of water, adding to the commotion for Jiang Ningran. Matriarch Jiang, we've had enough fun. Let's just destroy the 9 provinces cauldron. Hearing this, she immediately cursed. Destroy your head. I've already obtained the 9 provinces cauldron. I can completely absorb the energy of the 9 provinces realm to nurture my Jiang clan's descendants until the realm's energy is exhausted. Holding the 9 provinces cauldron in her hand, she examined, unable to hide the obvious joy on her face. Isn't this also a form of torment for the lower realm and Chen Chang'an? She then thought, there seems to be something inside the cauldron. Right before Jiang Ningran's astonished eyes, the silently sitting cauldron suddenly vibrated in waves, as if something was moving within. A golden scroll unexpectedly shot out, successfully startling her. Suddenly, a plume of golden smoke billowed up as if something had exploded. That terrifying surge of power directly swept everyone nearby far away. Only Jiang Ningran remained standing firm amidst the trembling heaven and earth. She immediately raised her hand to shield herself, preventing the hazy dust from affecting her. Amidst the still dissipating smoke, 2 lines of ancient text gradually appeared. The immortal Tao is vast, encompassing all living things. The violent tremor just now had left one of them dazed and disoriented. Only when the dust gradually settled did he finally regain his senses, his eyes still half closed. The first thing he instinctively did was curse. Damn it! What are you doing? Within the hazy smoke, a familiar movement suddenly appeared. A slender, menacing hand shot out without warning. Its speed was so fast that the surrounding smoke vibrated and parted into thin, swirling trails. In an instant, it had firmly clutched the still panicked, unresponsive face of the man. As fast as a blink of an eye, that hand pierced through his head and instantly vanished, leaving no trace. Fresh blood sprayed from his neck in long streaks, swirling through the air. The scene was so brutal that life was extinguished in an instant, and he himself didn't even realize it. His body merely standing there erratically like a soulless corpse that hadn't yet collapsed. The entire tortoise immortal domain was shaken, panic impossible to conceal. Their eyes filled with vigilance, all traces of arrogance completely gone. Who is? Only one of them managed to regain his senses. His hands rapidly twirled, forming a colossal energy seal. A massive power immediately gathered in his palm, transforming into a fiercely spinning orb of power. An explosive aura emanated, sucking in nearby floating objects and drawing them into its rotation, creating continuous chaotic vibrations. Capture yin-yang, dual polarity. He concentrated so intensely that sweat drenched his forehead, his eyes tightly focused. All his mental energy poured into the furiously spinning orb of power in his palm. But he didn't forget to shout to those around him, "You all fall back first, no matter what." His display of power didn't last long before a foot, appearing from nowhere, perfectly landed on his face. The thunderous stomp carried astonishing force, making his entire facial features seem to sink inwards. Fresh blood sprayed, shattered teeth scattered like fallen mulberries, and his words had yet to drop. All of you must die. Let me deal with. Before the current trouble could finish, without letting that person even fall, As soon as blood gushed from his mouth, the lightning-fast figure had already shot forward, tearing through the air directly towards the giant energy sphere on the other side, which was also where the heavenly talents were most densely. Immense power descended from the sky, quickly reducing the wondrous treasure to a pile of useless ruins. Shards of broken crystals flew in all directions, and those standing nearby were knocked down by the shockwave. The item they cherished as a treasure now officially passed into history. The profound light mirror, a scene, was enough to make Jiang Ninger and Lung Ming's faces turn pale. Anger immediately surged in their eyes, as if on the verge of erupting, their expressions grim to the extreme. Where did this guy come from to turn my heavenly pride grand hall into such? Amidst the lingering smoke and dust, a familiar figure with an imposing aura gradually emerged, terrifying the people who had narrowly escaped death from the previous attack into stiffness, making them forget how to flee. In the hazy smoke, a trembling voice slowly resonated. You cowardly immortals, you want to play anything, but you always want to play. The scene just now was nothing short of a shock that struck Jiang Ninger directly in the head, penetrating deep into her brain, causing her eyes to widen and her face to stiffen. She simply could not believe the sight unfolding before her. Standing directly before her was Chen Chang'an, his imposing aura so overwhelming that the surrounding space seemed to be compressed. Waves of killing intent surged around his body, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Each of his steps was heavy, as if causing the ground to tremble slightly. Clearly, he intended to massacre all the heavenly talents here, leaving no one behind. This feeling, immortal Chen Chang'an, how can you be in the upper realm? That question was finally answered by the system. This avatar exchange has no discount, deducting 100 million domain points for an immortal emperor-level avatar. Please enjoy. Following the system's red notification, this avatar exchange has no discount, deducting 100 million domain points for an immortal emperor-level avatar. Please proceed. The true massacre began as an immense power erupted from Chen Chang'an, surging violently like a tsunami, wave upon wave of overwhelming aura erupting and sweeping across the entire Xuanwu domain in an instant. The beautiful paradise-like scene from moments before instantly turned into a desolate ruin. This oppressive feeling is from an immortal emperor. An immortal emperor in this entire Xuanwu immortal domain is as rare and noble as a phoenix's feather or a kirin's horn, they say. How could an immortal emperor suddenly appear? Impossible. We, in our lifetime, cannot even cross its threshold. How could this lower realm possibly such a person? Everyone collectively turned their gaze towards the raging flames, which seemed to be about to swallow everything, their mouths agape in horror, sweat pouring ceaselessly. They even felt as if they were about to vanish with the flames. Chen Chang'an, is this his true? Amidst the scene, Chen Chang'an slowly stepped out from the surging sea of fire with a formidable aura. His eyes were lowered, filled with utter disdain, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled into a smile that mixed contempt with a hint of bitter resentment, difficult to discern. What? Immortal emperors are rare? They're just immortal emperors. If I want to, I can even become the immortal domain lord. I do as I please. One of them, standing below, shrieked, his face already pale with fright. Yet he stubbornly argued with Chen Chang'an. You are merely an ignorant commoner from the lower realm, unworthy of speaking that taboo name. All the immortals are in a panic. We have so many powerful experts. Why should we fear? Then, a familiar movement suddenly appeared. The hand shot out like lightning, seizing the panicked face of the talkative person. At the point of contact, a fiery red flame gradually emerged. It erupted fiercely, causing his eyes to bulge and his entire body to... Chen Chang'an, having appeared in the hazy smoke at some unknown point, suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's head. The swift, cold movement made the surrounding people recoil in panic, none daring to make another move. You'd all better not be afraid. Let me ask you again, what is the lower realm to you? Think carefully before you answer. If you answer incorrectly, I will destroy this immortal... Despite imminent death and his own body trembling like a leaf, the loud-mouthed man's words were still incredibly stubborn, each sentence uttered only to provoke Chen Chang'an. Jojo and all lower realms are the same. They are merely sources of immortal tier energy, like livestock waiting for death. If they resist, they are completely suppressed and then... Chen Chang'an, however, was not bothered by anger. Instead, he flashed a gentle, soft smile that shouldn't have been there. Yet, the more he smiled, the more terrifying he appeared. You don't consider us human? What exactly am I waiting for? Your answer was X. And, with just a wave of his hand, the man's head was officially separated from his neck. Blood gushed out, splattering everywhere in the air, flowing ceaselessly like a waterfall. Another life was thus extinguished by Chun Chang'en's hand. Next time, don't answer anymore. As a life departed, a system notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5th-stage immortal sovereign. Rewarding 10 million domain points. Looking at their comrade's blood-stained hand, the heavenly talents were scared out of their wits. Their mouths knew better how to control themselves. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Casual speech is not allowed. The only one authorized to speak is me, Chun Chang'en. I truly find it strange. Where exactly do you get this sense of superiority? On this side, the palace maintained its dazzling and mystical appearance. It seemed Chun Chang'en's destructive power had not yet reached this place. A voice then arose. The palace isn't as grand as my flying immortal mountain. The immortal fruits it bears are also used. Chun Chang'en's thoughts then shifted to a scene in a forest filled with immortal chi, glimmering with ethereal light, where every branch and blade of grass seemed alive. He continued, otherwise your people wouldn't need to come to me begging for fruits. Is this the heavenly realm that countless male leads fight tooth and nail to a... Chun Chang'en casually sat amidst the ruins, his posture unusually calm. Facing countless enemies before him, his demeanor suggested they were nothing but insignificant weeds. A bunch of immortals who appear lofty, yet deem themselves the paramount existence in this small place. In reality, you're all nothing. Just like now, you hate me so much you grit your teeth, but not a single one dares to charge forward. Simply because I am an immortal emperor, one major realm higher than you. You are terrified, scared to death. Chang'en narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. His gaze indifferent yet full of contempt, as if the group of people before him was not worth half his attention. A bunch of trash. Let's perish with the immortal... Lung Ming finally couldn't bear the hatred boiling to his core. He suddenly roared crazily, veins bulging on his face, his eyes bloodshot as if about to weep blood, his gaze murderous. Damn it! I can't take it any... As soon as the words fell, Lung Ming, with bloodshot eyes and surging, explosive power, roared like a cornered beast. His entire body transformed into a raging whirlwind, charging directly towards Chun Chang'en, his chaotic aura seemingly wanting to crush everything in its path. Chun Chang'en, unforgivable. No matter how fast he was, no matter how fierce his aura, he could not escape Chun Chang'en's grasp. Chun Chang'en calmly raised his hand and neatly seized Lung Ming's wrist, which was holding a weapon. The force was so immense that the veins on Lung Ming's arm... Chun Chang'en slowly stood up, his hand tightly clutching Lung Ming's wrist. Then he abruptly yanked him, dragging him noisily across the ground as if pulling a lifeless scarecrow on a battlefield. The sight terrified Lung Ming, his eyes widening, his body swaying. The hand that tightly gripped his weapon became powerless, dropping the spear into the... Struck by the heaven-shattering blow that carried destructive power, Lung Ming couldn't even let out a cry. His eyes were still wide, unable to close, as his soul shattered into pieces, scattering in all directions. His body, like a rotten log, slumped onto the smoke-covered... The scene was the last straw, directly awakening the brutal and arrogant nature in the blood of all the heavenly talents. Like angered beasts, they collectively roared in... Facing the heavenly talents, who were like enraged wild beasts roaring and rushing madly towards Chun Chang'en, in stark contrast to their chaos, stood calmly and majestically between heaven and earth like a mountain, exuding an aura that made others unable to approach. The one who should be destroyed is that person, Chang'en. He raised his hand, a seemingly casual yet absolutely precise motion. Without even a glance, his hand smoothly caught the spear spinning in... Chun Chang'en's eyes glinted slightly. His hand gripped the spear tightly, casually twirling it a few times in the air, his expression as cold as ice, his aura incredibly... With just a flick of Chun Chang'en's hand, the spear landed accurately in the face of the first person who dared to approach, causing him to lose before he even fought. His entire body froze, his eyes only having time to flash with... Another unlucky fellow had just rushed over when he was struck by a swing of Chun Chang'en's hand, directly knocked face first into the ground, unable to resist even a single blow. Only a tragic scream and blood splattering across the sky were... Another, before he could do anything, was also given a heaven-shattering blow by Chun Chang'en. The shaft of the spear landed mercilessly on his face, making him hastily cover his face with both hands, in such pain that his entire expression became twisted and... With just one weapon he was still unfamiliar with, he unleashed one move after another, causing the surrounding heavenly talents to fall to the ground en masse, showing no signs of getting up. If they were lucky, he knocked them flying. If they were unlucky, their heads were severed. This move is called the dog-beating staff art. After this display, the system also worked tirelessly, Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd stage immortal venerable. Rewarding 5 million domain points. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd stage immortal venerable. Rewarding 3 million domain points. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 3rd stage immortal venerable. Rewarding 1 million domain points. And countless other notifications continued without pause. From Chun Chang'an, a surging, ominous energy erupted. Waves of chilling aura, like from an abyss of hell, enveloped the entire space, causing the previously spirited heavenly talents to immediately freeze in place. No one dared to act rashly, only staring warily at him. Quick! Go and invite the old ancestor. One of them could not hide his panic, sweating profusely, his eyes darting about as if plotting something. If this continues, the Xuanwu immortal domain will truly be annihilated. He is absolutely no match. Him! As soon as the words left his mouth, he frantically rushed towards Jiang Chuansua, who was sitting cross-legged, his entire body enveloped in a faint mist, seemingly untainted by a speck of dust. This Jiang Chuansua is Chun Chang'an's weakness. Seize him. Don't let me be seized first. However, before they could even touch a single hair on Jiang Chuansua, they were met with Chun Chang'an's attack. A volley of light arrows appeared, piercing straight through their bodies, directly severing their intention to harm Jiang Chuan. At that moment, Chun Chang'an's eyes showed not a hint of fear. Instead, they were filled with disdain and contempt, completely disregarding them. I thought you might have some courage to charge forward and kill me. I guess trash is still trash, only thinking of lowly task. Ultimately, the arrogant man received no good end. He was incinerated by Chun Chang'an's power until his skin was charred, burned so painfully that he couldn't even scream. His flesh disintegrated, blending into the... Jiang Ninger was so frightened her face darkened. She stood motionless, mouth agape, her eyes fixed on Chun Chang'an, almost afraid to breathe. In Jiang Ninger's mind at this moment, images of Jiang Chuansua and herself suddenly appeared, and finally Chun Chang'an, standing amidst surging immense power, as if he had just emerged from hell. She thought, these fools dared to act against Chuansua. Of course, Chun Chang'an will kill them. Luckily, my Jiang clan has a secret art. The Jiang clan's sole secret art can be used to threaten him at a critical moment. While she was lost in thought, a past scene replayed. Chun Chang'an, at some unknown point, appeared behind Jiang Ninger, his hand neatly placed on her neck, completely restraining her. Jiang family head, is this your true body? This Jiang Ninger's feeling at this moment was that Chun Chang'an was like a huge shadow, ready to take her life at any moment. The power of life and death now lay completely in his hands. I know Chuansua is a heavenly talent of your Jiang clan. You definitely have a way to control her. So from this moment on, if Jiang Chuan is injured in the slightest, I will repay it 100-fold on your body, Jiang family head. You must protect Chuansua well. Jiang Ninger understood. For some unknown reason, countless rays of light appeared in the sky, as if wanting to tear the heavens apart. Chun Chang'an's attention was momentarily drawn by this, and he quickly turned his gaze towards the as if filled with towering rage. His muscular figure was enveloped by countless lightning bolts he himself summoned. Chun Chang'an, you bully people too much. I will make you... Someone's coming to help. However, the first reaction of the heavenly talents below was to unconsciously take a step back. Before they could rejoice, they seemed utterly terrified by this influential figure. It's Qinggu Martial Immortal Venerable, who wants to forcefully break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Chun Chang'an is done for. Another person chimed in. There's a good show now. Qinggu Martial Immortal Venerable has a killing move that, even in his prime, would make an immortal emperor give way. Man, brimming with an aura that seemed to incinerate the heavens, clasped his hands before his chest, his eyes spitting fire, each trace of anger seemingly wanting to pierce through the void. His teeth were clenched, and his entire body was surrounded by surging power, making him look as if he was about to explode at any... Qinggu Immortal Venerable spread his arms wide, and all the power within him erupted fiercely. Waves of vital qi surged throughout his body. Immediately after, a colossal spatial gate ripped open in the sky. From within, a sharp sword slowly emerged, its body emitting such blinding light that it illuminated the entire night sky. Qinggu Heavenly Sword. Chun Chang'an, seize this sword. Today's humiliation and hatred, I must settle with you, fell into a frenzy, his eyes spitting fire, his entire body trembling with excitement. His breathing was so rapid that his figure became blurred as he struggled to control the explosive excitement within him. I will definitely make you regret coming to this... Final sound echoed, die! The sword then shot down like a flash of lightning, aiming directly at Chun Chang'an's position, carrying with it a terrifying destructive. Chun Chang'an looked directly at it without a trace of fear. His eyes narrowed slightly, containing a cold, disdainful look, and his entire posture exuded an arrogant indifference. In that instant, his hand moved slightly, simultaneously striking the weapon he held onto the right at Chun Chang'an's position. A horrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted, a brilliant that enveloped the Qinggu immortal venerable who had just been showing off. His entire body disintegrated into the air, leaving only a desperate scream in the night. Seen from afar, the Grand Hall was indeed pierced by Chun Chang'an's power, creating a terrifying destructive impact. The only thing visible apart from smoke was more smoke. Such immense power could only be wielded by an immortal lord. Could it be our immortal domain's heavenly talents fighting up there? That heaven-shaking explosion immediately swept through, causing the heavens chosen to scatter in panic. Figures fled, kicking up dust, leaving long streaks of light behind them. Each person only hoped to escape, no longer possessing their initial arrogant demeanor. It's about to collapse. Quickly get out of here. Quickly call someone to stop. In another development at the new Assembly Palace, the atmosphere was a complete contrast to the shimmering immortal chi-filled Black Tortoise domain. Snow and ice covered everything, year-round, making the air gloomy and frigid. Inside, a sound report from outside, a heaven's chosen suddenly appeared, urgently pushing open the door. His face was pale, sweat profusely beaded on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. He looked extremely flustered, his breathing chaotic as if he had just survived a great disaster. This is bad. The old ancestor, lower realm of the 9 provinces, has charged up. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that within each cluster of light sat a figure, cross-legged, with hair and beard as dense as an ancient forest. Flames emanated from their bodies, illuminating their entire forms. Is this the 9 provinces? Didn't we receive news from them earlier? First it was Feng Qiun, now another one. We must eradicate these weeds as soon as possible. A person next to him added, shouldn't we be concerned about how someone from the lower realm could ascend to the upper? Indeed, a slender, graceful woman in the distance, leisurely crossing her arms and legs as if unconcerned by the surrounding chaos, spoke up. It's not the first time. From what I see, this person harbors extremely deep resentment, so everyone must be dispatched to quickly kill him. The person next to her quickly refused. Why overreact? The representatives of the heavens chosen have the Saint Martial Immortal Venerable Lang Ming there. Retaliation is only a matter of time. A voice suddenly rang out. You are. The owner of that voice was introduced as Second Elder Shi Lao, a Chiman Bagua Immortal Emperor of the 4th level. As he spoke, he revealed a stern face, showing absolutely no emotion. I perceive that the immortal venerables have fallen. After that statement, a voice immediately spoke up, unable to hide its shock. What? Shi Lao continued. The person who arrived is named Chun Chang'an, from the lower realm of the 9 provinces. He likely exploited a loophole to reach the upper realm to seek revenge. Woman sitting not far away, 5th Elder Shi Wu, a fist and kick cultivation immortal emperor of the 4th level, said while shooting him a disgusted look. Hoist by your own petard, aren't you? Now that the heavens chosen palace has been destroyed, our immortal domain can no longer seize the lower realm's territory. If we continue to ignore this, if it's not handled well, it will truly turn into a situation. Even I can't bear to say it. Another person spoke up. No, we all knew from the moment the person who spoke then was grandly equipped. Clearly someone influential. It was Grand Elder Zhong Lao, a reincarnation law immortal emperor of the 6th level. His eyes seemed to glow at that moment, killing intent filling his words. War has begun. Returning to Chun Chang'an, before him now was the fruit of his own labor. The shocking attack earlier had created a not-so-small chasm. He stood before the bottomless pit, retracting his weapon, and couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Zhong Lao's voice still echoed in the space. Even if the opponent is only one per— At that moment, Chun Chang'an subtly bit his lip, a sly smile clearly visible on his face. His narrowed eyes held 7 parts disdain and 3 parts contempt. With such an aura, everything was already within his grasp. He exuded the extremely self-satisfied demeanor of someone who had long been certain of victory. This time, I will not. Chun Chang'an's image suddenly appeared in the sky like a giant screen, covering the entire Black Tortoise domain. His indifferent yet arrogant face caused all the heavens chosen, young and old, to erupt in an uproar. I, using my authority as Second Elder, command high-level immortals of the Black Tortoise immortal domain to immediately gather at the heavens chosen Great Hall to hunt down the intruder, Chun Chang'an. Despicable. How hateful that a lowly person from the lower realm would sneak up here. Anyone could stand by and watch with disdainful eyes. This person is insidious, cunning, and extremely ruthless. He has killed over 1,000 of our domain's heavens chosen and destroyed our immortal in the sky. Seeing Chun Chongan's cold face, the heavens chosen now regarded him as nothing short of a grave threat. Everyone contributed a voice, their chatter no different from a bustling market. To protect our immortal domain, I command all high-level immortals of this immortal domain to immediately surround and capture Chun Chongan. Whoever severs his head shall be accepted as my head disciple, and I will fully cultivate them into an emperor with immortal herbs and immortal grade. After that announcement, old and young, big and small, flocked in droves to the same side. The crowd grew bustling. Look, that's a child. Don't run around. Stay back and guard. Wait for our triumph. Everyone's attention was now focused on a man with an imposing and awe-inspiring demeanor. He wore shining battle armor, his equipment grandly appointed. A single glance revealed him to be someone preparing for war, his aura surging heavenward. Even his accompanying warhorse was exceptionally divine and radiated a brilliant glow. Look quickly. Isn't the leader the battle maniac Inghua Immortal Venerable? He's the Grand Commander of the high-level Imperial Guards of the Imperial family. It's said he's never lost since he began cultivating. With him taking action, the intruder will surely be killed. Man on the horse couldn't hide his annoyed expression. His eyes narrowed as if nothing mattered to him. That person is an immortal emperor. How much merit can one gain by killing such a cunning and evil person? I'm starting to look forward. Before one surprise could subside, another crashed down. A gigantic object, shaped like a warship, suddenly appeared in the sky, silently hovering amidst thick layers of clouds, half hidden in the misty haze. It carried a heavy aura, making two young heavens chosen below gape in astonishment. Sister, look! Look! There aren't just one, but countless warships flying in the sky. Almost everything has been gathered here, ready for the upcoming fierce battle. Even the Mo clan's immortal ships have been dispatched. This Chun Chongan is definitely dead. The Mo clan is skilled at using immortal mechanical artifacts. Anyone who fights them either dies or gets one of them, as if seeing something pointed in a direction in panic, causing everyone's attention to shift towards where he was pointing. Quick, look! The demon race is here too. At this moment, countless spirit beasts of various species and colors fluttered across the sky, terrifying the crowd. Enough! Thank you watching for Nine-tailed fiend star, which hasn't appeared in ages, has also moved. All the hidden powerhouses like us have gathered completely. The entire land, when viewed from afar, is now densely packed with people, overflowing to the point where more than half the sky above is also bustling with activity. All kinds of Dharma artifacts, spirit treasures, warships, and countless bizarre creatures soaring densely. All powerhouses of the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain. All gather at the Heaven's Chosen Great Hall. Come out! Come! An edict scroll was unfurled, the paper thin and light as silk, curling in the air as it fell. Each fold gently rippled with the light breeze, gracefully fluttering before slowly unfurling in the misty void, attracting the attention of all the Heavens Chosen. The Eternal Life Immortal Venerable has also arrived. It turned out there was indeed a person on that edict scroll. An old man with sparse hair, introduced as the Eternal Life Immortal Venerable. He was an immortal expert specializing in recording the history of the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain. His eyes narrowed, making his wrinkled face unreadable. In his hand, of course, was a calligraphy brush, which he brandished forward. Behind him were two girls grinding ink, looking extremely excited. How could we miss this? This campaign. He will surely record it and present it to the Immortal Lord. Most of the people below, seeing this scene, were extremely excited, surprised, and expectant. Of course, as long as there's any change in our Black Tortoise Domain situation, he will record it truthfully. Only one woman showed an irritated expression. Humph! For a person from the lower realm to make it into the history books of our Black Tortoise Domain is considered his. The old man, carrying the two girls on his back, bounced and leaped several times in midair. Each step he took caused waves of spiritual energy to burst forth. Black ink sprayed from the tip of his brush like rain. After a moment of chaotic flourish, the calligraphy brush in the Eternal Life Immortal Venerable's hand finally descended. As the tip touched the paper, a streak of black ink immediately spread. He then began to jump back and forth on the paper, each movement swiftly slashing strokes downwards, dazzling onlookers. In no time, row after line of characters appeared. The Eternal Life Immortal Venerable incessantly wielded his brush, his face so serious that his brows were slightly furrowed. January 250th, Black Tortoise Calendar. A rogue from the 9 provinces invaded the upper realm, causing chaos in the Black Tortoise immortal domain. Zhong Lao, enraged, mustered all military forces to suppress this individual. Almost all immortal clans have been mobilized. The more fervent he became, unconsciously revealing his wild demeanor for the first time since his appearance. He bared his teeth his stained, yellowed teeth reflecting a cold light. His eyes were bloodshot, streaks of blood pulsing madly within them. Ink splattered everywhere with each swing of his brush. The Rang clan retreated? How foolish. To give up an opportunity like being recorded in history books? After this, the Rang clan might decline from here on out. He thought to himself, I, eternal life, have spent my entire life recording the Chaucer deeds of the immortal domain, constantly adding to its glory. This great battle will be no exception. The Rang clan, at that time, was seemingly holding fast in the matriarch seated on a throne, flanked by servants bringing food and drink. Conversely, the Rang clan's inexplicable retreat would surely cause them to be ostracized by others later. To choose to retreat from a battle that's surely... The Rang clan is foolish. The matriarch looked as if she had encountered a ghost, her eyes blank and lifeless. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and even her breathing became ragged. Her face was deathly pale, clearly terrified to the point where her mind was on the verge of collapsing. She couldn't even hear the calls of those beside. Family head. On this side, the eternal life immortal venerable squatted on the edge of the paper, swinging his brush downwards, leaving a long streak of ink in the air. Warriors, this is a great opportunity to be recorded in history. You must seize it. Where the tip of his brush landed, the scene below was one of extreme chaos. The crowd, after the recent battle, seemed to be ignited anew, their fighting spirit flaring fiercely. Battle flags fluttered wildly, countless miscellaneous items soared through the air, leaving dense black specks that covered the sky, looking no different from a flock of crows preparing to swoop down and tear at the... Countless soldiers were summoned, line after line marching in neat formation, their steps resounding with oppressive force. Each person exuded a towering killing aura, their shining armor reflecting cold light, their ranks strict as if ready to charge and kill at a single command. Attack! Attack! Yongming Immortal Venerable was so agitated by the sight that his entire body trembled. He excitedly raised his colossal brush high, his muscular arms bulging, veins popping out like crawling snakes, his yellowed teeth bared. His crazed smile was now even more ferocious, his eyes bloodshot, his expression like one lost in a murderous trance. Next, we only need to stand here and witness this glorious moment in the history of Shuan. Earth-shattering explosion immediately swept through, causing the heavenly talents to panic and scatter. Figures rushed away, leaving long streaks of light behind them. Everyone only wished to escape, no longer showing any of their initial arrogance. It's about to collapse. Hurry and get out of here. Quick! Call someone to stop. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an continued his slaughter, each strike unleashing a surging beam of energy that stretched out like a sharp blade, threatening to tear the very land apart. Everywhere it swept, it left behind a scene of devastation. The people below had no time to react before they were sent flying in disarray, regardless of the... Chun Chang'an is here to kill. Just as Chun Chang'an unleashed a heaven-shattering move, he took half a step back, steadying himself. Before his killing aura could dissipate, countless heavenly chosen from all directions seized the opportunity, frantically rushing forward, their hands clutching gleaming weapons, ready to strike. The crowd seemed to go mad, their bloodlust pushed to its peak by the flames of battle intent. How can the immortal domain allow such insolence? Immortal say, use your true capabilities. Not even an immortal emperor can defeat Chun Chang'an. Chun Chang'an showed no fatigue, not a trace of worry. He fought day and night, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes growing colder and colder, a wild, arrogant smile playing on his lips. So, all the venerable immortals have gathered. Just then, an invisible power, thin yet intricate like spider silk, suddenly spread across the sky. Chun Chang'an leaned slightly, one leg simultaneously crouching, lowering his body, yet his aura remained undiminished. The weapon in his hand spun sharply in the air before immediately being hidden behind his back, causing everyone on both sides to recoil. The feast begins. No rest. Chun Chang'an swept his weapon, drawing a line as if to tear the sky apart, and countless people died. A series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor-level cultivator. You have gained 10 million domain points and 2 immortal domain fragments. The heavenly chosen didn't even get to say their last words. barely managing to utter a curse before the consequences followed. Damn, this villain is unreasonable. As Chun Chang'an swept past, his face remained icy cold, devoid of emotion. Yet at that very moment, he unexpectedly raised his middle finger. That arrogant and rogue gesture was nothing short of a direct slap in the face to the aggressively charging Heavenly Chosen. An elder, witnessing the scene, immediately flew into a rage. He cursed vehemently, his face contorted in a menacing "You damned brat! How dare he provoke us?" Inghua and his trusted warhorse also charged out from the midst of the chaos. He used the momentum to soar into the sky, his cold gaze sweeping directly towards Chun Chang'an. A challenge, sharp as a knife, immediately echoed between heaven and earth, carrying an imposing aura that demanded a decisive battle for supremacy. "You worthless brat! Prepare to die!" Yet, before Inghua could even land firmly, Chun Chang'an abruptly tucked his legs, turned, and fled. His decisive movement froze Inghua in place. His face, which had just prepared to be arrogant, immediately turned dumbfounded and Witnessing this, the Heavenly Chosen reacted as if they'd found a treasure, unable to hide their excitement. Wild laughter echoed across a corner of the sky as they all charged after him like a pack of hungry wolves, their surging aura sweeping across heaven and earth, kicking up clouds of dust and smoke. "Chase him! Don't let flee!" Seeing Chun Chang'an streaking across the rooftops, Yongming Immortal Venerable slammed his brush down, splattering ink from it. He too wore an equally gleeful expression. A smile of pure delight unconsciously curled at the corner of his mouth. His joy so evident it was as if he himself was relishing the bloody hunt. That villain from JoJo couldn't fight back. He's running like a truly laughable. What a good start. An elder, maintaining his usual disdainful appearance, spoke up. "The passage between the upper and lower realms has been sealed by me. No matter how arrogant he is, he can't escape." Elder Sure, standing beside him with crossed arms, had a dismissive look as if to say, "He's just a struggling ant before death. Such low-level provocations aren't worth our attention." However, their joy was short-lived. A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, and a violent shockwave, carrying immense destructive power, spread out, shaking heaven and earth. In an instant, the chaotic scene swallowed the entire immortal treasury. The immortal treasury, which stored immortal energy and cultivation techniques, was suddenly and utterly destroyed. The bald old man among the immortal venerables also couldn't stand it anymore. His face, which couldn't be described as merely ugly, could only get uglier. Chun Chang'an's actions have targeted the precious cultivation resources of the immortal domain. Senior Elder Zhong wearily closed his brows involuntarily furrowed. A feint. That villain gathered all the venerable immortals here, then ran off to destroy the immortal treasury, where there were no venerable immortals. His tightly closed eyes now slightly opened, revealing a crimson light filled with killing intent. It seemed Chun Chang'an had truly pushed him to his limit. "I'm afraid it's not just this insidious brat wants to seize the opportunity to destroy the main ley lines of the immortal domain." From their vantage point, figures like bolts of lightning scattered in all directions, their forms so blurry that they left only faint trails of smoke in the air, signaling a true battle. Everyone split up. Head to the major immortal treasuries and intercept Chun Chang'an. He must be slain immediately. Split up. Split up. Damn it. This brat actually dared to destroy the immortal treasury. I will definitely kill that brat. Chun Chang'an's destruction did not abate. Above a certain floating island, the situation was completely obscured. Only wave after wave of sky-shattering explosions could be seen. Each explosion made the ground tremble. The area below was also ravaged by him. Houses turned into a chaotic mess, and people died like fallen reeds. The immortal treasury suddenly exploded. Earth-shattering roar echoed in all directions, startling the two guards who had no time to react. Before they could even understand what was happening, the entire building behind them instantly turned into a pile of desolate ruins. Yongming Immortal Venerable had not a single moment of rest. His muscular hand swiftly wielded the brush, frantically recording every development, every stroke of ink deeply etched on the paper, as if pouring all his rage and desire into the brush. That insidious and cunning villain from JoJo actually took this opportunity to destroy the immortal treasury and sever the main lifeline of the Black Tortoise immortal domain. The moment his eyes caught sight of Chun Chang'an standing tall on a rooftop, Inghua immediately gripped his spear tightly. Without a word, he shot up like an arrow released from a bow. Killing intent surged to the heavens, his eyes spitting fire. Immediately change tactics. Mobilize all forces to kill that villain. Yongming Immortal Venerable's expression instantly changed. His eyes brightened as if he had just found his favorite toy. He bounced and skipped across the paper, the giant brush in his hand waving continuously, looking as delighted as a child. The Imperial Guards led by immortal venerable Inghua have surrounded the Chun Chong and stood, weapon in hand, facing countless heavenly chosen. The forces were clearly unmatched, their aura completely overwhelming. The Imperial Guard's cultivation was higher than immortal monarchs, and their combat power could defeat immortal Yongming Immortal Venerable was practically skipping with joy now. Every stroke of his brush swirled as if dancing in the air, splattering black ink, each drop falling onto the paper like a streak of blood. His smile stretched wide, almost to his ears. The villain from JoJo has run out of options. Before Yongming Immortal Venerable could finish his words, Chan Chang'an had already gathered enough surging energy around his body. His hand glowed brilliantly, flashes of light surged like demonic fire, and his sharp eyes swept across, utterly devoid of any hesitation or with an incredibly decisive swing of his arm, as easily as flicking dust, Chun Chang'an effortlessly sliced all the charging heavenly chosen in front of him in half. Notifications kept appearing in quick succession. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor-level cultivator. You have gained 10 million domain points and 2 immortal domain fragments. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor-level cultivator. You have gained 20 million domain points and 2 immortal domain fragments. After that, countless heavenly chosen fell like leaves in a storm, their souls separating from their bodies and vanishing into the air filled with killing intent. 2 children, who had only followed the adults to watch the excitement, immediately panicked, their faces turning pale. Ah! The little girl screamed. How intense! Let's go check over there. Notifications kept popping up, showing no sign of stopping. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor-level cultivator. You have gained 20 million domain points and 2 immortal domain fragments. Before the boy could even take a step, a bloody corpse crashed down from the sky, heavily crushing the tiny girl in an instant. The accompanying boy, who had been holding her hand tightly, lost his grip with the impact. He was completely stunned, his eyes empty as if someone had just stripped his soul away, standing dazedly in the chaotic battlefield. Congratulations, host, for killing a triple-layered immortal venerable cultivator. You have gained 50 million domain points and 5 immortal domain fragments. Yongming Immortal Venerable was so terrified that he completely forgot to record it. His whole body stiffened like a statue, his eyes wide, mouth agape. How can this be? The Imperial Guards were wiped out in an instant. The girl holding the ink tray behind him was also terrified, her face turning pale. Master, do we need to record this? The overwhelming aura from before immediately vanished into thin air. Yongming Immortal Venerable silently lowered the giant brush, its tip trembling with each tremor of his record. He spoke as if using all his strength, resolving to put pen to paper and write. He moved frantically, as if forgetting he had 2 girls behind him. No matter what happens, it must be recorded true. This is my responsibility. No matter how bitter or unwilling, he had to grit his teeth, his eyes tightly closed as if unwilling to. The Imperial Guards and the villain engaged in a direct confrontation. All were annihilated. Yongming Immortal Venerable stood at the edge of the paper, looking down, so furious that his hands clenched into fists. Below, Chun Chang'an stood atop the shattered immortal treasury, his destructive axe. He completely annihilated the heavenly chosen. His hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Every blue vein bulged and trembled slightly from suppressed rage. His eyes beneath his thick brows darkened, flashing with a fierce, sharp light, no different from a cornered beast ready to pounce and tear its prey apart. Even if the Imperial Guards are gone, there are still other great families and demon clans. With so many people, I don't believe we can't kill one villain. Cannons had already opened fire from within, and countless crimson fiery projectiles shot straight out like a swarm of screaming fire snakes in the air, aimed directly at Chun Chang'an. An overwhelming killing intent simultaneously erupted, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The Mo family deployed the strongest immortal ships of Black Tortoise Immortal City. Chun Chang'an faced a critical situation. Countless fiery projectiles rained down from above, while demon beasts lurked menacingly at his sides. Yet, he stood motionless, showing no sign of counterattack. Collaborating with the aggressive and powerful demon clans, the villain from JoJo was destined to happen finally happened. The 2 heaven-shaking powers violently collided and converged in one spot, creating a terrifying tremor that enveloped Chun Chang'an's small figure in a sea of crimson flames. Light and storm swept across the sky, tearing space itself. Just as expected, Yongming Immortal Venerable's brush swept up, leaving a long streak of ink in the air, along with a clear declaration. In the year 250 of the Black Tortoise calendar, the villain from JoJo was utterly defeated under the combined assault of the Mo family and the demon. He was so delighted that he bounced on the paper, already densely filled with characters. His excited smile was no different from a disguised demon's, twisted and warped. Every line on his face seemed contorted by madness, his crimson eyes glowing brightly, just like a savage beast looking at its desperate prey. This battle, the Black Tortoise Immortal Domain, has achieved a grand victory. However, before he could finish his words, the crystal-colored weapon in Chun Chongan's hand tore through the wind and shot straight into the sky. A cold streak of light swept past his ear. That action was nothing short of a heaven-sent slap directly across Yongming Immortal Venerable's face. He looked up to follow it, his entire body stiffened. His mouth hung open as if to say something, but his throat was choked, unable to utter a single. That weapon seemed to stretch endlessly in the sky, a cold light slashing across, like a destructive galaxy. In an instant, countless floating battleships above were swept away. Each one was sliced apart like cheap toys. In just one move, the entire mighty fleet turned into piles of scattered scrap metal falling through. Chun Chongan used that power as if to split the entire floating island in half, turning not only the ground but also the sky into scrap. Pillars of fire and dust billowed up in waves. Battleships, soldiers, and floating objects were all sliced into pieces, creating an incredibly magnificent sight. Blood and steel stained the entire space crimson, debris flew everywhere, and tremors shook the ground, making even those standing far away clearly feel the terrifying killing. That scene was not only too much for the Heavenly Chosen, but even the system couldn't process it. A notification appeared. The domain points owned by the host are too many. Recalculating. Please. Yongming Immortal Venerable was utterly horrified. The brush in his hand clattered to the ground. His jaw dropped, and his mouth hung open, unable to close. The two people behind him wore identical expressions, their faces pale, limbs stiff, eyes as if they had witnessed something forbidden. Unbelievable! Chun Chongan raged across the sky, alone with his weapon, killing until there was no one left to strike down, neither in the sky nor on the ground. Corpses lay fallen. Fresh blood stained every inch of land crimson, and battered armor mixed with sand and soil. Only when not a single person remained standing did he slowly descend, majestic and awe-inspiring. His back standing tall amidst the desolate ruins, like a war god walking alone on a blood-stained battle. Chun Chongan stood tall amidst the ruins, while amidst a scene filled with extreme resentment, someone stared fixedly at him. Intruder, mad murderer. The venomous hatred in those eyes made Chun Chongan slightly startled. Why are there children? As if realizing something, Chun Chongan's eyes trembled slightly, and his icy coldness shattered in an instant. In its place was a trace of surprise mixed with bewilderment, along with a surge of indescribable emotions rising within him at that very moment. Several powerful streams of immortal energy quickly shot towards the immortal. Chun Chongan vigilantly looked up at the sky, which was changing color due to those immortal energy streams. It wasn't difficult for him to realize. The old mastermind behind it all has emerged. Colossal fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky and rained down without hesitation. Chun Chongan quickly teleported elsewhere, leaving the boy from before to helplessly watch the fire descending upon him. When those fireballs rained down, destroying an entire area and submerging a vast expanse in a sea of fire, he had already moved to a safe. Following that, a powerful presence filled heaven and earth. From high in the sky, 5 figures appeared, their deep, resonant voices echoing across the land. Chun Chongan, you who entered the immortal domain, slaughtered immortal sages, your crimes reached the heavens. Dying 10,000 times wouldn't be enough to quell the rage in our hearts. Chun Chongan quickly landed, facing all 5 of them alone. Though he felt a little helpless, 5 immortal emperors are a bit much to. The 2 girls behind Yongming excitedly cheered. Master, it's the 5 elders. The tide of battle is about to turn. Even the old man himself couldn't contain his joy and joined in. Their mighty prowess can shake heaven and earth. Follow me and record this historic. As for those watching the battle, the appearance of the 5 figures granted them newfound confidence. All of them shouted in unison. The 5 elders are here. Kill Chun Chongan. Kill Chun. The figures of the newcomers gradually became clear. One of them spoke coldly. You from JoJo, you are the first person in tens of thousands of years to force us to act. We advise you to think carefully at this moment. Think about how you want to die. As these words were uttered, the figures of the 5 elders fully materialized, clad in dazzling golden armor, their cold eyes from above staring fixedly at Chen. Faced with these threatening words, he wasn't very worried. He merely gripped his weapon tightly again, a sneer of disdain on his lips. So verbose. If you want to fight, hurry up. This young master still has things. A female elder heard this and roared fiercely. Then go die. I will grant your wish. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a bolt of lightning in the shape of a python ferociously shot. But those watching the battle, affected by the power of that lightning bolt, couldn't help but quickly retreat. They incessantly exclaimed, "It's Elder Wu's lightning art, so powerful. Even from here, I can feel the electrical." Chun Chang'an quickly created a shield right in front of him, blocking the electrical current generated by her. But just as the python rushed to strike the shield, he darted to the side, leaving the explosion caused by the collision of the two powers behind. Ling Qing, seeing that action, couldn't help but think in surprise. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an didn't give her a chance to react. The long staff in his hand swung up, striking straight toward. At that very moment, one of the 5 elders suddenly appeared right beside Ling Qing, shouting, "Immortal art! Profound shadow teleportation!" A magic formation immediately appeared, moving Ling Qing behind the elder, avoiding Chun Chang'an's surprise attack. Chun Chang'an was slightly startled. These methods are different from ordinary immortals. Are the others also like? The second elder, who had just acted, proudly raised his hand as if challenging him. "Brat, no matter how you attack me, I can instantly neutralize it. Your goal is to destroy the immortal domain, but I will not let you have your way. You will just be like a dog tormented to death by." At the same time, the 2 remaining elders, taking advantage of his distraction, simultaneously launched their attacks, aggressively shouting, "Take this!" It was an overt act to corner Chun Chang'an to his. Although his reaction was very fast, he retreated while swinging his staff in defense. But the combined attack of both elders was not to be underestimated. Although he barely managed to avoid it, he was still forced back. Seizing the moment, Ling Qing charged forward once more, immortal energy condensing into a thunderball in her hand. She shouted coldly, "Die for me, you." This time, Chun Chang'an was prepared. He easily dodged it and even mocked, "Is that all you've got, little?" At the same time, he swung the weapon in his hand, a blow that sent Ling Qing. She took the full force of his attack. Chun Chang'an also simultaneously returned her attack, causing that thunderbolt to backfire, striking Ling Qing directly from the sky amidst the panicked shouts of the other elders. Fifth, as soon as Chun Chang'an finished that strike, he immediately sensed danger and turned. He quickly raised his staff to block another. Qing Yang roared angrily, "Brat, behind us are tens of thousands of immortal sages. In terms of our protective convictions, you cannot compare to us. In terms of strength, our 5 emperors once joined forces to kill peak-level powerhouses. You only rely on the useless hatred in your heart to strike deadly blows against the immortal domain. We can avenge grievances and repay hatred." As he spoke, he combined with the other elders, simultaneously launching several attacks along with shouts of, "Die!" Those attacks were like tornadoes. Dust and smoke continuously rose. Faced with this situation, Qing Yang proudly declared, "The battle's outcome is decided. We have." He even arrogantly ordered, "Third elder, later. Follow me to the lower realm to annihilate Jojo. Completely smash this rat's nest." The third elder, sharing the same thought, confidently chimed in, "Without Chun Chang'an, Jojo will be at the mercy of others. A single strike could destroy it." But before the third elder could finish his words, he paused. "Wait," the elders shouted in disbelief. "That brat isn't dead yet." Chun Chang'an slowly stood up, his firm voice correcting them. "Instead of saying not dead, it's better to say not harmed at all." He arrogantly sneered at those old men. "My insights are not for you to." Qing Yang glanced at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He hesitated for a moment before ordering, Jiang Yuran stood afar, watching the streams of immortal energy continuously exploding and clashing on the distant floating island. The Rui scepter in her hand was flickering with light. She couldn't help but praise, "That Chun Chang'an is truly formidable. He can actually persevere for so long under the siege of the 5 elders." Thinking thus, she turned to ask the Jade Cicada scrying mirror in her hand, "Jade Cicada, you've been in the lower realm for a long time. Do you know who Chun Chang'an is? What exactly does he want?" It replied without hesitation, "Matriarch, Chun Chang'an's strength is unfathomably deep. He repays all grievances. This time, the immortal domain has truly crossed his." Jiang Yuran repeated, slightly confused, "Limit." But right after, she grew even more perplexed, incessantly questioning the Jade Cicada. He could easily save his loved ones and live a happy life with them. Who would dare stop him? But if it's truly as you say, and he wants to take revenge on the immortal domain 100,000 times over, the immortal domain's foundation is far greater than the lower realms. If he fundamentally cannot affect its roots, what's the... Moreover, Chun Chang'an is about to be subdued by the 5 elders. As she said this, Chun Chang'an was still fighting alone against all 5 elders. But the Jade Cicada gravely interrupted her. Matriarch, that is Chun Chang'an's avatar. His main body is still in Jojo. Jiang Yuran exclaimed in surprise. What? The Jade Cicada almost certainly confirmed to her. It seems Chun Chang'an's avatars are as numerous as Grand Unity Golden Immortals. This is not the first. Hearing this, a sudden wave of panic rose in Jiang Yuran's heart. He has other avatars. She incessantly recalled her past encounters with him, and her own arrogant words. Chun Chang'an, we gave you a choice, but you chose to walk into a dead end. When I stepped out of the teleportation array, I originally intended to directly deal with you and then destroy this Jojo realm. But after seeing you, I changed my mind. Now, not only will you die, but Jojo will also cease to exist. I know you are almost invincible in the lower realm, but to contend with heaven, even if people of the lower realm are strong, they still rely on their realm. Once the realm dissipates, the people of the lower realm will also die with it. In her mind at this moment, there was only one almost terrifying thought. Just an avatar, yet possessing immortal emperor cultivation, and he repays all grievances. His goal from the very beginning was not his loved ones, but the immortal domain itself. As Jiang Yuran belatedly understood this, in the midst of the battle, the second elder was impaled by Chun Chang'an's staff. A system notification immediately appeared. Bonus points. Congratulations, host, for killing an immortal emperor stage immortal. Awarded 150 million domain points. Fourth elder screamed in agony. Second brother. At the same time, he risked his life to hug Chun Chang'an tightly from behind, roaring with hatred. This emperor wants you to be buried with him. Chan Chang'an, suddenly hugged tightly from behind, couldn't help but curse inwardly. The fourth elder frantically shouted, concentrating all his power into a final strike. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an also secretly planned a countermeasure, focused to a single point. Reaching the ape very quickly, the fourth elder self-destructed, creating a colossal energy sphere that seemed to swallow the entire. That sphere quickly exploded, almost completely destroying everything around it. The shockwave generated by that power even blew away more than half of the floating. Even the other elders dared not approach that terrifying destructive power, only able to sigh from afar. If we were touched by fourth elder's electrical current, it would be difficult for even us to protect ourselves. But at that very moment, a figure was thrown out from within the dust and Ling Guang quickly caught him, frantically shouting, Fourth. He looked up at the sky with hatred. Destroyed. Fourth brother actually activated his immortal core for a one-for-one exchange with Chun Chang'an. This battle is truly catastrophic. However, outside, the people of the immortal domain incessantly panicked, clasping their hands in prayer. He must die. Please, please, you man from the lower realm, hurry up and we still managed to deal with him. Ling Guang also felt a hint of joy. Seeing that the previous attack had severely affected Chun Chang'an, his body was almost blown apart, with only half. Those who had been praying moments ago now pointed and cheered joyfully. He's been dealt with, truly worthy of the elder. Hong Ming quickly swung his brush excitedly. Excellent, excellent. The 5 elders personally slew the intruder from the 9 provinces of the lower realm. A tremendous achievement. All must be recorded. Complete victory. Qing Yang now landed before Ling Guang and the 4th elder, his tone both appreciative and speaking of Chun Chang'an. Though Chun Chang'an possessed the strength of an immortal emperor, he lacked practical combat experience. 4th elder, you did very well. My reincarnation technique still has 1 charge. You will be revived later. Upon hearing this, Ling Guang mumbled joyfully to herself. Big people of the celestial realm, intoxicated by their victory, rushed towards Chun Chang'an's charred remains, shouting, Cut him up and hang this lower realm inhabitant in the most conspicuous place in the lower realm. Let's see who dares to rebel. Just then, Qing Yang was startled to sense a familiar surge of. This fluctuation originated from a talisman, emanating brilliant golden light, that had appeared on Chun Chang'an's corpse at some unknown point. Soon, a beam of golden light, as if piercing through the clouds from high above, enveloped his entire. The power emanating from that column of light was so immense that it nearly sent everyone nearby. Qing Yang frantically shouted to the remaining elders, Quick, follow me and destroy that talisman. But before he could act, a familiar laugh echoed once more. Fortunately, I held on to one last. Chun Chang'an, who had been presumed dead, was now resurrected, standing within the brilliant golden light. His entire body seemed to radiate invisible streams of power. He chuckled at the 5 elders. Tremble you. The 5 elders stared in complete disbelief, astonished and terrified. No, impossible. Didn't we kill him? A clone. We killed a clone. And one clone made us sacrifice so many. Yongming's brush slipped from his grasp and fell as he stammered in horror. He could barely stand, faced with the unfolding situation. He shrieked, Chun Chang'an is alive again. Chaos. Everything is chaos. My historical records are all. People of the celestial realm watching the battle were repelled by the golden power surrounding Chun Chang'an. Some quickly realized, he's even stronger than before. Utter despair. How can we defeat this kind of monster? Has he reached the realm lord? He calmly turned to point at the elders. Now that I've dealt with that matter, you are. Without waiting for their reply, he soared. Qing Yang frantically shouted to everyone present. That direction. He's heading for the celestial court. This is bad. We must stop. Meanwhile, while Qing Yang was still screaming, Chun Chang'an had landed on a higher celestial. Before him stood a colossal tree, its vines coiling and reaching towards the sky, surrounded by hovering pillars that seemed to support the entire celestial realm. The sight before him brought him immense satisfaction. I've been destroying things everywhere, yet from beginning to end, I couldn't pinpoint the core. It turns out these pillars were emitting immortal energy to conceal it. The movements of those old geezers, their numerous evasions during battle, made me realize that this tree before me is the very lifeblood of the Xuanwu celestial realm. What you go to such lengths to protect. I can only imagine it's the pillar that supports both the lower and upper realm. Elders had caught up, now outside the barrier, ceaselessly shouting warnings to him. Stop! Whatever you intend to do, stop. If the pillar collapses, the celestial realm will fall, and both the lower and upper realms will be. No sooner had the words left their mouths than both the third elder and Ling Guang were pierced straight through by two arrow-like surges of sharp. Chun Chang'an, his hand still extended from striking, coldly warned them, Stop hindering. Qing Yang, the sole remaining elder, grew even more panicked by the power Chun Chang'an had just unleashed before him. Realm Lord, that's the power of the Realm Lord realm. Chun Chang'an completely ignored him. He raised his hand straight to the sky, summoning a power capable of moving mountains and filling oceans. His voice, when it came, was chillingly cold. The celestial realm views the lower realm as mere ants, tormenting them at will, treating human lives like weeds. If the people of the lower realm cannot bring justice, I will. If the lower realm cannot avenge itself, If the lower realm ceases to exist, what good is this upper realm to me? As he uttered those resolute words, the upper realm shattered like a mirror in infinite. The auditory celestial realm, a domain adjacent to the Xuanwu celestial realm, a clear blue sky filled with floating flower petals created a picturesque and tranquil scene. A majestic statue of a celestial elder stood guard, its hand pointing into the distance, further enhancing the lofty, divine atmosphere of the. From within the heavenly emperor palace, an enraged voice suddenly rang out. Who dares to barge into the realm lord's abode? Do you? Another person frantically reported. It's not just the Xuanwu celestial realm. Someone from the lower realm has infiltrated our domain too. The imperial guards have been utterly routed. Outside the palace, people and horses lay fallen, the defenses almost completely breached. A figure shrouded in a cloak stood steadfast there. Beside him, a defeated soldier still defiantly threatened. Are you an accomplice of that scoundrel Chun Chang'an? Daring to invade the realm lord's residence? You won't escape. At the same time, a meteor shower suddenly rained down upon the celestial realm sky. The cloaked figure looked up, secretly wondering, the Xuanwu celestial realm is actually falling? Could that brat really be the cause? He's activated his immortal. He immediately made a decision based on the situation. If the people of other celestial realms discover this, they'll attack the lower realm through the auditory celestial realm's array. I must hurry and seal the teleportation. His gloomy eyes immediately glowed with a golden hue. His original plan was now ready to be put into action. If that's the case, this 1,000-year-old sealed power, it's time to use it. Chun Chang'an's master, Feng Qiun, tore off the cloak wrapped around him, simultaneously unleashing his. With a shout, Transform! He launched a palm strike directly at the sturdy wall of the heavenly emperor. Palace guards, helpless and indignant, watched as he calmly stepped inside through the newly made hole. Who exactly are you? Why? How can a mortal possess the power of a realm lord? Feng Qiun didn't bother to reply. At this moment, in the Xuanwu celestial realm, the celestial islands that had floated in the sky for ages were constantly tilting, and the inhabitants of the celestial islands screamed in terror, desperately clinging. They cried out unwillingly, I don't want to return to the dilapidated lower realm. I am a supreme celestial immortal, commanding the mortal ants of the lower realm. Along with those desperate shouts came the collapse of the celestial islands that had stood proudly in the sky for millennia. Yong Ming trembled, helplessly watching the celestial realm collapse before his eyes. The celestial realm. The celestial realm has actually wildly shrieked. No, impossible, Then, as if losing his will, he mumbled repeatedly, such a grand event, must record it. Absolutely must record it. Yong Ming swung the colossal brush in his hand, splattering ink onto the celestial scroll, completely oblivious to a massive boulder hurtling toward. Very quickly, the ancient boulder slammed down onto the scroll where he was writing, completely crushing his entire. Thus, the boulder, carrying the scroll that recorded the entire history of the Xuanwu celestial realm, plummeted into the mortal world. Qin Yang, still trembling, condemned Chen Chang'an. For tens of thousands of years, no enemy has been able to harm the celestial realm. But today, do you even know what a monstrous crime you've committed? He seemed to be blinded by rage, angrily denouncing Chen Chang'an in a loud, monstrous crime? Chen Chang'an found the words ridiculous and he unleashed the power within him, spreading it everywhere, escalating it to a degree Qin Yang could not have possibly anticipated. He almost indignantly shouted at Qin Yang, you slaughter living beings, treat the inhabitants of the lower realm like weeds, and now you have the gall to speak to me like. Faced with that colossal power, the elders were all utterly terrified. Impossible. He still concealed such profound. When Qin Yang faced Chen Chang'an's current strength, he suddenly realized in shock. Could your true objective always have been the world tree? And just now, you deliberately lured us into revealing its location. Chen Chang'an, carrying the power he had compressed into a colossal orb, flew towards the elders without hesitation. His cold voice, seemingly laced with smugness, said, so, even the high and mighty immortals know. Try to savor this fear, because, as he spoke, he violently hurled the energy. Your lives end here. With that declaration, his attack streaked like lightning past the elders, striking the third elder in the rear and instantly obliterating him. Even Qin Yang, completely caught off guard, exclaimed. Ling Guang was even more horrified by the scene. Just one strike, spare. She was about to plead for mercy, but Chen Chang'an showed no quarter, cleanly taking her down with a swift. Half of Ling Guang's body was sent flying to Qin Yang's feet. She desperately cried out to him, big brother. Seeing his brethren being killed one by one, Qin Yang roared at Chen Chang'an with hatred. Chen Chang'an, do you think you can commit such acts and still escape? Chen Chang'an then cast a cold gaze at Qin Yang. His words were full of disdain. Still lecturing? Who are you putting on a show for? Do you think I still have a way? Qin Yang shouted. Just wait until I awaken the Realm Lord. Then you'll realize just how childish your desperation truly is. At the same time, he ignored Ling Guang's pleas for help and bolted away. Concurrently, the system notified Chen Chang'an of his reward. Host, you have killed 2 immortal emperor experts, rewarding 300 million realm points. He extended his hand once more, and a colossal energy orb instantly. This time, it was far larger than the previous one. Chen Chang'an discerned Qin Yang's intention, letting out a cold snort. Trying to. Too late, he said, throwing the orb in his hand to pursue Qin. In an instant, his attack caught up directly behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrieked in horror. What? This speed? Impossible. Just as he saw death looming before, a hand suddenly reached out, blocking the energy orb that was about to strike Qin. The attack was blocked by that person and then hurled straight into the throwing force was so immense that the orb flew extremely against the deep blue sky. Its light then appeared as small as a mirror. At that very moment, it exploded, and colossal streams of energy pierced straight down from the sky, disintegrating everything in there. The celestial energy emanating from that colossal pillar of light was powerful enough to shatter everything near. Chen Chang'an was also astonished by the scene. Qin Yang, having just narrowly escaped death, looked at the newcomer, his face unable to conceal his joy as he cheered. Realm Lord, you've emerged from seclusion. But contrary to his expectations, the Realm Lord's voice was cold and menacing. I was in seclusion for 3,000 years, and all major and minor affairs of the celestial realm were entrusted. Yet you allowed the celestial realm to fall. You truly disappoint, he said, then reached out and clasped Qin Yang's head. A purple flame erupted from within Qin Yang, accompanied by agonizing screams. In an instant, Qin Yang's entire body was incinerated by the purple flame. Chen Chang'an faced the Realm Lord, who hovered before him. In his mind, a somewhat uncommon system notification appeared. Host, a Realm Lord expert has been detected. The current version of the system is temporarily unable to retrieve information on the faced with an opponent whose power's depth was unknown. Chun Chang'an constantly weighed his options and calculated. This guy is a realm lord, huh? Unlike those other small fries, the next fight will likely be a tough one. But as long as my true body remains, I can use a— Just then, an icy voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Brat, you're thinking that as long as your true body isn't discovered, you can use a clone to defeat me, aren't you? Simultaneously, a familiar face with lifeless eyes appeared before. The realm lord raised a human head, glancing down dismissively from above. His arrogant words carried immense pressure. Who do you think you are? I am a— He casually tossed the head in his hand before Chun Chang'an. Here, take your— Kneel. His low, heavy voice commanded. Concurrently, in the central region of the auditory celestial realm's teleportation array, the spatial pathways hovering within the array continuously emitted surges of golden. Feng Qiun had arrived outside the array's entrance, carefully sensing Chun Chang'an's situation on the other side. That aura just now. The brat must be clashing with a realm lord. I need to hurry, but this place is too— Wondered suspiciously. No one pursued me, and there are no signs of other celestial realms teleporting here. Yet, whether it's me or that brat, the commotion should have been immense by now. Furthermore, the realm lord of this place is nowhere to be found. What on earth is? Before he could finish, a dark shadow abruptly appeared behind. The moment Feng Qiun turned around, he was met with a ghoulish face howling and lunging. He swiftly pointed and unleashed a wave of energy, shouting cautiously, "Who's—" The ghoulish figure was also caught off guard, unable to dodge, and took the full force of Feng Qiun's attack. Stumbling, Feng Qiun suddenly paused. What? Wait, you— The realm lord of the auditory celestial realm, but no longer breathing. Feng Qiun quickly noticed the deathly pallor on the figure's. Feng Qiun carefully examined the realm lord's corpse, silently contemplating. Assassinated by someone? Who could quietly kill the master of a celestial? As he turned the realm lord's body, he was astonished to find a gaping, empty hole carved into the back of the figure. Someone had completely scooped out the internal organ. Feng Qiun quickly recognized the method of killing. This death. It's unmistakable. How could it be so fast? But if this realm lord is dead, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is bad." He immediately dove into a nearby spatial path. When he reappeared, he was in the Azure Dragon celestial realm. Facing him was the corpse of another realm lord. Another one. And this place. Next, in the Vermilion Bird celestial realm, the realm lord's hands were strung up, and an empty hole was in their back. All had died with their internal organs completely scooped. He arrived at the White Tiger celestial realm. The realm lord's corpse still held a sword-fighting posture, with an empty hole in their back. Feng Qiun thought in shock. All the realm lords are dead. But then he suddenly realized, wait, if all the realm lords are dead, not a single one remained. Then that aura just now. He realized something was wrong, his face paling as— Who could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, the one who had just proclaimed himself the realm lord of Xuanwu celestial realm curled his lips into an arrogance. But facing him was a figure even more sinister than him. Chun Chang'an returned a cold smile, raising a challenging finger. Do you want to dance? Amidst the ruined landscape of the 1,000-year-old immortal domain, Chun Chang'an boldly faced the domain lord. This was a confrontation between the strongest in the immortal realm and the strongest in the mortal realm. A scoff escaped his lips. With an arrogant smile on his face, he directed it towards the condescending figure high above in the— Chun Chang'an calmly declared, "Throughout my life, I only kneel before the dead." At the same time, he waved his hand, and countless streams of power surged from his fingertips. Like powerful whips, they lashed forward without restraint. It was an enhanced version of the one-finger strike. The domain lord merely snorted, raising a hand to dissipate all of Chun Chang'an's attacks. No need for probing. If you have any abilities, show them. Chun Chang'an, displeased with the domain lord's excessive arrogance, flipped him off. Yet his mind was racing. Strange, despite being in the same domain lord realm, his strength far surpasses this clone. To win, I might still need to rely on my domain. At the same time, he cautiously probed the system. If the Xuanwu immortal domain collapses, how long until my invincible domain act? The system immediately displayed the result. Based on the collapse rate of the immortal domain, it will take 10 minutes. Chun Chang'an wasn't surprised by this, thinking to himself with complete confidence in his abilities. Then I'll play with him for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, within my invincible domain, I'll teach him how to behave. This fat sheep's value is different from those other lads. As he refocused, a colossal dark blossom, carrying dark energy, with bizarre tentacles emerging from its pistil, appeared before him imperceptibly. Chun Chang'an was startled, realizing the situation was dire. He inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad," since, before he could finish his thought, the flower bloomed like a malevolent spirit, unleashing countless streams of dark blood. Immediately afterwards, it exploded, plunging the entire space into a blinding white. Everything seemed to be buried within that radiant. Meanwhile, the Domain Lord was no different from Chun Chang'an. Facing a powerful opponent, he continuously strategized even as he attacked. Yet, his calculations were based on unshakable confidence. The rule of smoke and no injury is well known to me. As long as his aura persists, he will continue to act. The Dark Lotus makes him misjudge the direction. He can only push forward. Once he reveals himself, I will immediately kill him. My strength is far greater than his. Everything is within my grasp. Below, just as he recognized Chun Chang'an's attack, Chun Chang'an himself surged from below, appearing behind. Although the Domain Lord had anticipated his intention, Chun Chang'an's speed still exceeded his expectations. Thus, his punch successfully landed on the Domain Lord's ever-arrogant. Force of the punch was so strong that it sent him flying backward, skidding past continuously falling boulders, then colliding with another floating island, which bounced him. While he had yet to stabilize his suspended body, Chun Chang'an appeared beside him once more, snarling, "You like sneak attacks? I could be your ancestor. How dare you play such tricks with me?" He roared, and immediately unleashed a strike. The great might heavenly dragon. The power of the punch materialized into the form of a giant dragon's head, brandishing its claws and fangs as it surged. But this time, his punch was blocked by the Domain Lord's. With one hand, he blocked Chun Chang'an's attack, while maintaining his contemptuous tone. His words stated an obvious truth. "It's useless. There's a colossal disparity between us. Your resistance is nothing but a mistake. On the other hand, your immortal physique power, I am very pleased with," he added, a satisfied smile accompanying his. Faced with such an utterly provocative attitude, Chun Chang'an didn't stand on ceremony. With one hand blocked, he swung the other, refusing to yield as he retorted, "So you've got a little power and you're showing off, huh? Then let." Other punch, carrying thunderous power, was unleashed by him. The destructive force of that attack was like a heavy cudgel, slamming down hard on the ancient boulders continuously falling around them, almost pulverizing them into fragments. At the same time, in a village in the mortal, Ling Bauer and her group were carefully bandaging the injured village. Suddenly, the man she was bandaging clutched her hand in panic, his eyes wide with terror as he looked up at the sky, continuously shouting, "Look! Look! The sky is falling!" Following his words, Ling Bauer immediately looked up through the layers, revealing a dark, abyssal space. From there, countless fireballs were plummeting towards the mortal. Amidst the terrified shouts of the people below, "What's falling?" A colossal boulder, engulfed in brilliant fire, was hurtling down towards the mortal world at an extreme. Several sharp-eyed villagers looked up, then called out in surprise to confirm with each other, "Good heavens, am I seeing things? I think I saw the province lord up there. I saw him too. He's fighting an immortal. I'm not seeing things," Ling Bauer quickly told Baiyu beside her. "Sister Baiyu, all the provinces from Flying Immortal Mountain to outside Cloud Province have been destroyed. Master's clone went to the Celestial Realm, and we don't know the situation. We must prepare for the worst. Quickly, take Master's true body into the Sumeru space to hide. If that thing falls, all 9 provinces will face their doom." Concurrently with her ominous prediction, the meteor shower from the sky drew closer and closer to the mortal realm. Along with it, the system's notification reappeared, Xuanwu Immortal Domain collapsing. Invincible Domain activation time remaining. 1. Those boulders, Chun Chang'an was gasping for breath. Fighting for so long, and this guy is completely unharmed. This is the first time I've encountered such an incredibly powerful opponent. Despite this, he wiped the sweat from his face, excitedly thinking to himself, "This is what makes it interesting. My combat experience is being." Before him, the Domain Lord remained suspended at a fixed altitude, his judgmental voice continuously echoing. "I didn't realize this clone of yours was quite resilient. Without immortal power, you cannot truly fight." Contemptuously added, "Lowly one, how can you possibly win?" At the same time, he began to form hand seals, faint streams of energy continuously surging from his fingertips. His voice grew colder with the concentration of immortal power. "Your fate is..." As soon as the words fell, his hands, forming seals, slammed. Countless sharp streams of power simultaneously appeared across the heavens and earth, forming a colossal net that pressed down from the sky. It was a move the desolate god blade slash, unleashed with nearly his entire Chun Chang'an had no other choice but to brace himself, enduring the streams of power that cut through him like tens of thousands of blades and at very moment, the system display showed a countdown notification. Xuanwu Immortal Domain collapsing. Invincible Domain countdown. 19. Chun Chang'an was using almost all of his abilities to resist. 8, 7. As the numbers continued to count down, he desperately dodged the blade-like streams of power hurtling toward 6. The Domain Lord extended an arm, along with a firm declaration of his victory. The game is over. One hand, he pierced through Chun Chang'an's just as he thought victory was assured. The one who should have fallen by his hand grimly curled his lips into a smile. Is that so? His attitude greatly astonished the Domain, but before he could comprehend what was happening, the heavens and earth around him transformed once more. Chun Chang'an spread his arms wide, power radiating continuously from his body. His words were like a welcome to his abode. Perhaps in the heavens, you are a high and mighty god, but you have entered my territory. The system notification also displayed, Host, the clone has entered the domain's. Chun Chang'an seized the Domain Lord's head with one hand, under his stunned gaze. The lines displayed by the system were like his unspoken words. Host, I am very angry. I don't care if he's a god or a... The Domain Lord stared wide-eyed at the hand clutching his head. A sense of horror rose in his heart. I can't resist? How is this possible? This time, it was Chun Chang'an's turn to respond with a contemptuous tone, as if looking at an ant. What are you even? The system's anger was also conveyed through the words it displayed. All must. Chun Chang'an coldly declared the Domain Lord's fate. You are the one who should die. Along with those words, a direct and immensely powerful attack struck straight into the Domain Lord's body. In an instant, the entire upper body of the Domain Lord was shattered by that attack, leaving only a mutilated lower body sent flying backward. The system immediately calculated the situation, calculating massive domain. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, Fortunately, the clone can benefit once from the domain's power. But immediately after, Chun Chang'an was from the Domain Lord's ruined body, several new arms with sharp claws. Immediately afterwards, a vortex of power erupted, enveloping the entire corpse of the Domain Lord. Chun Chang'an watched the sudden development in shock, finding it hard to believe as he exclaimed, Can this guy actually As the smoke and power dispersed, a charming face and an ample bosom were He widened his eyes in astonishment. He stared intently at the giant woman who had just appeared before him, a horn protruding from her forehead, a captivating figure, and a strange tail behind her. She calmly lowered her gaze to him, her voice echoing as if from a gloomy abyss. Your struggles are meaningless. Chun Chang'an felt utterly puzzled. Is it a giant this? Her expression was grim, a cold gaze fixed on him. At the same time, she conjured several streams of dark energy from her finger. The streams of dark energy rapidly shot forth, enveloping him. Chun Chang'an keenly sensed. Isn't this aura from this realm? What kind of attack is this? It's not painful, not itchy. This is bad. I must avoid. But the speed of those dark energy streams was incredibly fast. In an instant, they drilled straight into his body through his mouth, ears, and eyes like a poison, rapidly seeping into Chun Chang'an's body, almost completely invading his entire being in mere moments. In his final instant, he could only utter this. Immediately afterwards, his entire body seemed to be swallowed by a black girl who had just appeared seemed to pay little attention to the body that had just been consumed by the black flame. Her gaze, as if with purpose, turned towards a distant place. Along with it came a notification, in another location. Chun Chang'an's eyes snapped open in terror. Wake. He clutched his chest, which still throbbed with a dull ache, but his mind quickly replayed the recent death. What was that? Was that the true body of immortal Lord Sid Dog? No, it didn't seem like someone from the immortal realm. What woman who had just emerged from the Domain Lord's corpse still hovered in the sky. Before her lay the vast mortal world. She could have reached it in a single step, but she realized there was a sturdy barrier enveloping the entire mortal realm, preventing her from getting closer. The moment the immortal domain collapsed, his clone suddenly erupted with a strange power, resembling some kind of domain law. If I hadn't left that shell in time, dragged inside, victory or defeat would truly have been hard to say. Her words implied the full danger of the recent situation, yet her expression was extremely but facing the unstoppable collapse of the immortal domain, her words sounded like a judgment. Moreover, the end is near. The immortal domain is destroyed. The rise of my heavenly demon clan has been determined. Inside the Sumeru spaces, Ling Baoer was still frantically calling out to Chun Chang'an. Master, please wake up. What's happening outside? He quickly landed before her, calming her. Don't panic. The other villagers, who had also been brought into these isolated spaces to avoid the catastrophe, were at this moment continuously exclaiming their good fortune. The sky fell. Fortunately, we managed to hide in these spaces. Meanwhile, outside, the woman from high above summoned a colossal spatial vortex, like a gateway to the demon realm. Streams of black energy bolts emanated from within. Thunder resounded everywhere, blending with her triumphant declaration. Today's battle ends here. Try to enjoy your last moments more. When my clan descends, you ants will only have one choice. As she spoke these words, a colossal tower slowly descended from within that spatial rift, accompanied by giant beasts soaring in the. She arrogantly continued, either submit or. After delivering her declaration of war, she swiftly entered the spatial vortex. Before leaving, she didn't forget to bid farewell to Chunchongan. Brat, we shall meet. Inside the Sumeru spaces, he watched her. He also watched as the immortal domain completely collapsed, falling into the mortal. 15 minutes later, Baiyu released the people from within the Sumeru space. They once again stood firmly on the ground, cheering in unison. We're saved. Fortunately, we had these Sumeru spaces. Otherwise, we would truly have perished. They then looked at Chunchongan's steadfast figure standing before them, and with even greater reverence, they shouted, "It's the province lord! The province lord protected us." He suddenly glanced behind. Bauer quickly leaped onto him, happily calling out, "Esteemed master." Baiyu also followed suit, tightly gripping his hand and asking anxiously, "Senior, are you all right? Are we just letting those immortals who caused all this trouble?" Chunchongan, still maintaining his calm smile, replied to them, "Yes, let them go for now. There's no need to pursue." But in his heart, he was already thinking of a way to counter the woman from earlier. That woman from just now, one strike killed my clone. Although my invincible effect wasn't active then, I still can't underestimate her. To deal with her, I just need to use the domain points I just earned to expand my domain. But he couldn't help but recall the colossal tower he had seen within the spatial rift earlier. With just a fleeting sense, Chunchongan could confirm that he had vaguely felt an existence stronger than that woman within the tower. Instead of trying to kill her and raising their vigilance, it's better to wait and clarify the entire situation, and accumulate enough domain points to cover the entire towering. Then I'll deal with them all at once. He excitedly thought of that glorious victory, and a sly yet satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on his. That moment, a powerful pillar of light descended from the sky, carrying a familiar figure. Chunchongan immediately raised his guard, glancing. He didn't quite make out the person's. It was none other than Feng Qiun. He questioned his disciple with a helpless tone. "You've caused quite a commotion this." Chunchongan recognized him and also grew cheerful. "Old master." Ling Bauer quickly followed suit. "Grandmaster." He excitedly ran over, extending his hand as if to greet his master warmly. "Where have you been? I've had such a hard time finding you. You've even restored your appearance." Feng Qiun also extended his hand to his disciple, but just as their hands, both exclaimed in unison, and their hands immediately. Feng Qiun watched contentedly as his rock hand completely crushed Chunchongan's scissors hand, then chuckled in satisfaction. "You lose." Immediately after, he regained his serious demeanor and spoke in a deep voice to Chunchongan. "Disciple, I know you have many questions, but put them aside for now. The enemies you're facing this time are not ordinary. They are existences even more terrifying than the celestial realm's immortal domain. If I'm not mistaken, they come from the primordial desolation." Chunchongan and the others seemed to have just heard that name, repeating in astonishment, "The primordial desolation." That is a story from a very long time ago. During the primordial chaos, there was the primordial desolation continent. On that ancient land, countless races were born. The Heavenly Demon Clan was one of them. During that era, the Heavenly Demon Clan always opposed each other. In order to compete for resources, the various clans fought each other for hundreds of billions of years without a clear victor. Amidst this prolonged aggression, a small faction hated war. Therefore, they joined forces to break through our dimensional realm, and they became the first generation of masters of the celestial realm's immortal. But as time passed, the immortals forgot their reason for existence and began plundering the resources of the mortal realm. I was one of them in the past. Feng Qiun recounted, recalling his past back. At that time, my face was almost drenched in fresh blood, consumed by savagery, slaughter, and bloodshed. The insatiable desire for conquest. That was my complete past. One time, during an attack on the mortal realm, my blood accidentally dripped onto a magical artifact belonging to some master of the mortal realm, he explained. In that battle, the drops of blood that fell accidentally landed on a staff held in the severed hand of a. Immediately after, A brilliant light erupted before him. The magical artifact showed me a reenactment. In it, I saw the invasion of the primordial desolation continent. Under the devastation of countless gods and demons, all things withered, both in the immortal domain and the mortal. Later, I learned that magical artifact was one of the original magical artifacts from the primordial desolation continent, brought to this realm at its genesis. As he spoke, he envisioned the shape of that magical artifact. It resembled the head of a spear, with a large jade inlaid into its shaft. The more the people of the celestial realm fight, the more the primordial desolation bloodline within us will awaken bit by bit. This will allow the people of the primordial desolation continent to sense our existence. If it truly comes to this, we will surely. Feng Qiun continued his story. I was afraid, so I found another ancient artifact. I originally intended to use it to warn the upper realm. In my account, an immortal domain was also rapidly falling from the 9 heavens. But they not only ignored my advice, they also grew greedy for my immortal domain-destroying artifact. Forced into a corner and left with no choice, I descended to the lower realm myself to save the world, trying to buy. But I toiled my whole life, struggling to prolong the existence of all living beings, even if only for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In the end, it was all for naught, a complete waste. Now that I think about it, this heavenly demon clan must have infiltrated the bodies of the domain lords 10,000 years ago, and I was completely unaware. He concluded his recollection with a sigh, heavy with regret and tinged with helplessness. Ling Bauer listened from beginning to end. At this moment, she asked about the doubt in her heart. Grand Master, but they are so strong. Why didn't they directly attack instead of fleeing? Feng Qiun merely replied helplessly, I don't. Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an on the side felt fortunate for his recent ceasefire. He thought, indeed it was right not to act just now. A determination to hide for 10,000 years. Stirring the hornet's nest would certainly have unforeseen consequences. But very quickly he made a decision for his next course of action. Never mind, thinking so much now is useless. First, save the people in the invincible domain and then awaken Jiang Tonso and everything else. I'll discuss the remaining matters with my master later. He also quickly gave an order. System, calculate how many domain points are needed to save everyone in the domain and awaken Jiang Tonso. Immediately, the results were fully displayed before him. Domain points calculated. Host destroyed the Black Tortoise immortal domain, killed the immortals, total earned 950 million domain. Following that were detailed statistics about his current status. Name, Chun Chang'an. Domain points, 950,233,300. 450 million plus 200 million plus 200 million plus 200 million. Domain range, 249,527,000 li. Distance from soaring immortal mountain to cloud continent. Activated skills. Myriad creatures, true immortal Tao insight. Maxed out special effects. Life and death management. Existing abilities. Eternal illusions of mirror flowers and water moon. Immortal Tao's eternal existence. System inventory. 10 slots. 99 bags of salted fish fruits. 99 bags of salted fish fruits. 1 mythical secret realm key. 99 realm fragments. Not stopping there, the system, based on his previous actions, meticulously calculated his current points. Host exchanged for an immortal lord-level clone, deducting 400 million domain points. At that time, due to insufficient domain points, you borrowed 200 million domain points from the system. Now, 400 million domain points are deducted to repay the system. Current domain points, 550,233,300. Thank you for your patron. Chun Chang'an looked at the deducted points and couldn't help but rage and curse, acting as if he wanted to fight the system to the death. Damn it! For 100 million domain points that this old man painstakingly earned, you deducted them from me in an instant. System, you're a scammer. What's this? You're happy now, so you don't need to spend. Ultimately, it was useless to complain further. He took a deep breath to regain his calm. Never mind, earned domain points must be. Chun Chang'an, like a sinister devil, gripped the system tightly and ordered it with intense menace. System, I want to revive everyone who died in the invincible domain. The system nearly broke out in a cold sweat but dutifully announced the price. To revive all those who died in the invincible domain requires a deduction of 100 million domain points. Do you wish to use the life and death management feature to proceed with the revival? He answered without hesitation. Yet, a notification immediately appeared on the screen. Domain points deducted. Activating life and death management feature. Along with it, a pure stream of power emanated from Chun Chang'an, sweeping through the surrounding space like a gentle breeze. The streams of power were like threads of life and death, directly entering the bodies of the deceased. Someone's hand quickly. They all simultaneously revived, looking around blankly, constantly wondering, I'm not dead? I remember being killed, but now, am I in the underworld? Didn't I die? What is going? The remaining people, seeing the situation, almost couldn't believe it and joyfully exclaimed, Everyone, look, the dead are alive again. Oh heavens, I must not be hallucinating. They quickly rushed to embrace their loved ones whom they thought they would never see again. There was joy, and tears of happiness streamed down endlessly. My child, my love. I thought I would never see you again in this. Even Feng Chiun, who had experienced many things in the past, was incredulous at the sight of the dead coming back to life. How can this? One young man among them was also staring blankly at his unharmed body, confused and muttering, My body, I'm alive. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out behind him, catching his attention. Turning around, he saw a small girl joyfully rushing towards him. He almost couldn't believe it and shouted, Little sister, you're not dead. You're not dead. The girl, both happy and worried, kept asking him, Where did you go? 2 streams of tears immediately filled his eyes, and his outstretched hand trembled continuously, as if afraid that what he saw was merely in his memory. He still vividly held the image of himself cradling the little girl, covered in blood and no longer. But at this moment, he could open his arms and embrace the smiling, happy. After confirming that everyone here had been revived, Chan Chang'an turned and his figure swiftly vanished. Elsewhere, in the sky above Cloud Continent, the floating void island was shattered but still floated thanks to some energy, not yet having. Zhang Yuran suddenly started. She quickly turned towards the figure that had just appeared, saying in a sharp voice, I've done as you instructed. After this is done, please fulfill your Chan Chang'an looked at the girl who was still sitting in meditation with her eyes closed next to Zhang Yuran, wondering in his heart and asking the system, why hasn't Jiang Tongso awakened? Jiang Tongso's divine soul has suffered damage and cannot be awakened. That was the system's conclusion regarding her condition. Jiang Tongso's eyes remained tightly closed, her face peaceful as if merely sleeping, showing no signs of her damaged divine. Following that, a series of system mission notifications continuously appeared before him. Maxed out special effect detected a new mission. Unique mission, awaken Jiang Tongso. Because Jiang Tongso's soul has suffered severe damage, simple healing skills are ineffective. To awaken her, you must use the primal source of heaven and earth to fully supplement her damaged soul. Reward 1. Double current domain point. Chan Chang'an muttered, repeating, Use the primal source of heaven and earth to awaken her. Wait, he quickly thought. Just now, the old man mentioned an artifact from the ancient continent, and I remember it also possessed the primal source of heaven and before he could finish his thought, the notification board scrolled down, revealing more details below. The above are instructions regarding the upgrade conditions for you. Detected that the host currently meets the basic upgrade requirements. Activating upgrade conditions for Invincible Domain version 6.0. Upgrade Condition 1, Lower Realm Ascension. The domain must encompass all 9 provinces, transforming it into an immortal domain to merge with myriad immortal domains. Upgrade Condition 2. Host needs to prepare 20 million domain points. Upon successful system upgrade, the new feature, Myriad Manifestations Immortal Vault, will be activated for Invincible Domain version 6.0. Chan Chang'an looked at those seemingly impossible conditions, full of doubt, and asked, What the hell? You want me to encompass all 9 provinces? How many domain points will that cost? The system replied indifferently, Host, to encompass all 9 provinces would require approximately 1.92 billion domain points. Chan Chang'an was infuriated by that statement. 1.9 billion? Even if you sold me, it wouldn't be. But he quickly thought of a plan to outwit his cunning system. However, the previous mission doubled my domain points. If I can find a way to acquire the artifact and complete the mission, and earn some more domain points in the process perhaps. He triumphantly gripped the display screen and slyly chuckled at the system. Right, it all strings together now. The mission looks difficult, but perhaps it's not as hard as I thought. This time, it was the system's turn to get furious. At the same time, in a tall tower in the lower realm's minor flower domain, one of the myriad worlds, someone exclaimed in shock, What? The Black Tortoise immortal domain has fallen, and it even crashed next to the weakest realm, the 9 provinces realm? Unbelievable. Inside, 3 old men were exchanging grave looks. They were collectively known as the 3 Grand Elders of Minor Flower Domain. One of them, seemingly well-informed, kept explaining to the other 2. According to our scout's report, not only has the immortal domain fallen, but a group of mysterious forces from outside also infiltrated to take advantage of it. Another old man added in a deep voice, experts from other realms have all gathered to discuss this. Just then, a cold voice, as if from thin air, pierced into everyone's ears. Listen closely, you ants of the various realms. This is a warning from the heavenly demon clan. The three men, who had been discussing animatedly, immediately fell silent, realizing with alarm that the voice had been transmitted to them via thousand-mile sound transmission. They were even more astonished to discover an unusually powerful aura suddenly descending upon their voice, transmitted by thousand-mile sound transmission, continued to echo throughout the continent. Listen carefully, you have 10 days. The voice was audible even to ordinary people, causing them to wonder, what? Heavenly, the speaker quickly laid out their conditions. I want all realms to send a representative to my clan's territory to surrender within 10 days. There is only one chance. Those who do not surrender. Han Shi, seated on a floating throne outside the lower realm's protective space, coldly ended her. Immediately, shouts of curses echoed in her ears. I despise you. What kind of heavenly demon clan? Just a bunch of rats taking advantage of the chaos in the 9 provinces to sneak. If you have the guts, come to the spirit martial domain. This true immortal Tai Wu will seek your guidance. True immortal Tai Wu declared war arrogant. Zhang Yu was also provoked by those words and boisterously chimed in. Well said. This Zhang Yu of the profound vision domain also refuses to submit. Another old man spoke up. Count this old man from the eternal stone domain in. Han Shi heard these words and, instead of anger, a hint of admiration sparked a smile. I never thought mere ants could possess such pride. Indeed, I underestimated you. As ants, she raised her hand, and the sky above her seemed to tear open a large void, from which streams of dark purple lightning continuously poured. Her eyes were filled with deadly intent, like a deity judging life and death in the mortal realm. Her words sounded like a pronouncement. You also lack the awakening that ants should have. As soon as the words fell, a lightning bolt, like a gigantic black python, descended from the high sky, striking directly at the locations of those who had just. The 3 old men of the minor flower domain, who had been silently observing the situation, immediately realized with horror. In just a moment, the aura of 5 immortals has vanished. Half of the minor flower realm is gone. Countless casualties. The last person, even more terrified by Han Shi's power, trembled and exclaimed, her strength is terrifying. She can destroy a lower realm with a flick of her finger. All 3 looked up at the sky, which had now turned a crimson red like a pool of blood, filled with death. Lightning bolts crisscrossed the heavens and earth, ready to claim the lives of those who dared to defy her, further intensifying the heavy threat in Han Shi's words. You better understand. I am not negotiating with you, nor do I care if you submit. I am giving you a choice simply to save our time. Do you understand, you ants? As soon as the words fell, the strange tower once again seemed to open up layers of heavy dark clouds, slowly descending with a chilling, echoing laughter from Han Shi that filled. A moment later, the people in the lower realm, who had been watching the tower hovering above the 9 heavens, let out a sigh of temporary relief. That tower seems to have stopped. Indeed, but to be able to shatter space and attack other realms, such power truly befits the heavenly demon. Feng Qiyun took his eyes off the tower and, along with Ling Baoer, cast puzzled glances at Chen Chang'an, who was calmly sitting behind them. But earlier, you said that simply finding the lost ancient divine artifact would be enough to deal with them. What did you mean? He explained calmly, gently snapping his fingers. These days, I have also explored the marvels of the immortal physique, master. This formation array is the result of my research. Feng Qiyun followed his. He was slightly surprised to see a net, like a tower, woven from countless faint golden threads of light, blending into the sky and soaring upwards. Beside him, Chen Chang'an continued to speak calmly. It will expand as my spiritual power grows stronger. The only way to deal with the heavenly demon clan is to expand the range of this formation array to encompass that. Feng Qiyun quickly grasped his intention. So that's it. That's why you want to collect the ancient divine artifacts of the ancient continent and absorb their spiritual power to complete the expansion. Chen Chang'an simply nodded at his insight, secretly concealing his thoughts. For now, that explanation will do. It's too early to tell them about the system I possess. Feng Qiyun, on the other hand, pondered carefully. But the ancient divine artifacts, as far as I know, 4 of them were lost across various realms. Only one of them, its divine essence, was lost after I calmed it back then. 2 are of unknown whereabouts, and 1 is still in my former ruined immortal. Although I can go back and retrieve it, the power of that divine artifact. While he was still hesitating, Chen Chang'an confidently chimed in, It definitely won't be enough. This was precisely what Feng Qiun was worried about. He carefully reminded Chen Chang'an about Han Shi's recent threat, but the heavenly demon also said that they would launch an attack after 10 days. If we go now, it'll be too. Ling Baoer also anxiously asked him, Grand Master, what are the characteristics of the divine artifacts? If we knew a little more clearly, perhaps we could find them faster. Feng Qiun, following her suggestion, replied without hesitation, the location of an ancient divine artifact must be an immortal mountain abundant in spiritual energy, and it must possess stronger blessings than usual. Because the spiritual power of an ancient divine artifact is extremely potent, it can even cause strange ecological changes in that area, giving birth to creatures that cannot be explained by common sense. Bai Yu, who had been listening attentively, carefully repeated the key points in his words. Strange changes and inexplicable creatures. Immediately after, she said to Feng Qiun, Senior, if that's the case, I know. Bai Yu began to explain to everyone present about what she had heard within her clan. Our heavenly fox demon clan is, in fact, a branch of the fox demons from the Qingqiu domain. My elder said that there is a secret hall within the territory of the Qingqiu fox demons. Not only is the spiritual energy there incredibly abundant, but the physical size of the creatures there is also 10 times larger than ordinary creatures. As she spoke, she recalled descriptions of giant dragonflies flying in the forest and the glowing red eyes of nocturnal prey. Her voice grew more serious. Even the lake water there has miraculous detoxifying and healing effects. Feng Qiun, hearing these words, was able to confirm, if that's the case, then there must be a divine artifact. Chen Chang'an asked him, as if seeking confirmation, 100%. Feng Qiun nodded almost certainly, and quickly assigned tasks. No mistake. We'll immediately split into 2 groups. I'll go search for the divine artifact in the ruined immortal domain. You all go find the other 2. Chen Chang'an immediately agreed, telling Bai Yu, all right, Bai Yu, you lead the way. We'll set off immediately. Ling Baoer watched as Feng Qiun transformed into a streak of light and flew out the door, anxiously calling out, Grand Master, be careful to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Chang'an quickly exchanged items with the system. System, synthesize a lower realm spatial realm traversing card from the realm fragments, and also exchange for an immortal lord-level clone for me. Very quickly, the conditions for the exchange were presented. Deduct 20 realm fragments. Synthesizing immortal lord clone requires 400 million points. Insufficient points. Do you wish to borrow? He immediately confirmed. When the spatial pathway opened before the 3 of them, Chen Chang'an had already created a clone next to his main. Bai Yu looked at the clone's power, filled with admiration. It's just a clone, yet it possesses such terrifying aura. What level of existence must his main body be? Ling Baoer behind her, though still greatly admiring, also felt a little disheartened, thinking of what she had once said. Did I overstate things before? Wanting to chase after this man? Chen Chang'an, without hesitation, used his clone to give her an order. Baoer, I'm entrusting the 9 provinces to you temporarily. If there's any danger, immediately call me to awaken. Ling Baoer's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically accepted the order. Master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of your main body. After saying that, she suddenly realized and sheepishly added, and I'll take care of the 9 provinces. Chen Chang'an paid little attention to her words, turning back to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, let's go. She enthusiastically replied. Yes, the 2 stepped through the spatial gate leading to the realm belonging to Bai Yu. The system then displayed a message. Host has arrived in the lower realm's Qingqiu domain. Looking forward to this new adventure. Beneath the deep blue sky, Chen Chang'an asked Bai Yu doubtfully, Are you sure this is the territory of the Heavenly Fox Demon Clan? She replied with absolute certainty, but her gaze towards the front was filled with disbelief. It shouldn't be wrong, it's just, why was the Heavenly Fox Demon Clan annihilated? Could it be the Heavenly Demon Clan? Before their eyes was a desolate land, with charred tree stumps being the only realm. But Bai Yu couldn't help but feel perplexed. To enter the secret realm, one must pass through the Fox Clan's back mountain, and it absolutely requires the Fox Clan's Great Seal. But in this situation, just as they found themselves at a dead end, a rude voice suddenly echoed from afar. Hurry up! Do you want to? Below the cliff where they stood, a group of raggedly dressed people were trudging along, supporting each other, amidst impatient urging and curses. You pigs! If you want to enter the secret realm, you must obey. A scrawny-looking man timidly asked the burly, warrior-like man beside him. Great Master, is what you said true? The latter arrogantly replied. Can it be false? Their leader single-handedly annihilated the entire Fox clan. Not only did he seize their great seal, but he also knows of the existence of a paradise outside the world within the secret realm. The leader in his mouth was a muscular man whose entire body exuded immense. Because of this, his subordinates became even more arrogant, leaning on him and asserting to the crowd, "That place is the only safe and protected haven right now. In short, following us is definitely not wrong." These words immediately enraged Baiyu, and she furiously roared, "You scoundrels! You're courting." Just as she was about to charge forward, Chun Chang'an tightly gripped her hand, stopping her. "Wait! Don't act rashly." Baiyu struggled, unwilling to comply. "They killed my clan members. I absolutely cannot spare their lives." But he still firmly ordered her. "I said not." He patiently and slowly explained and persuaded her. "Firstly, the Heavenly Demon Clan is certainly observing every move of the various realms right now. Our actions must be discreet to avoid any incident. Secondly, there's something wrong with this group of people. They're very weak, yet they dare to go to that extremely dangerous place you mentioned, and they even call it a paradise outside the world. There must be a secret." Baiyu's eyes were filled with tears, though her face still clearly showed hatred and unwillingness. But under his words, she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to calm. Chun Chang'an did not stop, sternly stating the final reason. "Thirdly, their destination is the same as ours. If we act recklessly without knowing the full details, wouldn't that slow down our efficiency in finding the divine artifact?" Baiyu, still not entirely convinced, intended to Before she could speak, Chun Chang'an reached out and gently wiped away a tear from her face, his magnetic voice firmly uttering a promise to Baiyu. "Don't worry. After this matter concludes, I will let you personally kill these people to avenge your clansmen." She was surprised by his action and softly called out, "See." But thanks to this, Baiyu regained her composure and asked him, "So now we have to follow them?" Chun Chang'an at this moment had a different thought than Baiyu. "No, simply following them might allow us to avoid danger, but it would be difficult to uncover the secret of these. Furthermore, I suspect their secret is 80% related to the divine artifact," he said, drawing with 2 fingers on the. When he looked up again, a calculating smile spread across his lips, along with power circulating in his palm. "So we can do." And at this moment, an argument once again erupted. One of the aggressive warriors grabbed a raggedly dressed man by the collar and angrily shouted, "Damn it! What did you say? We found a peaceful place for you, and you still dare to talk nonsense." Faced with his intimidating attitude, the man continuously trembled and stammered, "Great Master, I just feel that the ordinary Fox Demon Clan members were quite good. Is annihilating them without reason right?" The warrior didn't let him finish, continuing to roar, "A bunch of beasts are only good for their appearance. What's there to regret? If they're dead, Just then, a faint voice suddenly cut through their argument. "Big brothers, do you truly know of some paradise outside the..." Chun Chang'an, leading Baiyu, both disguised as starving, ragged refugees with dirty faces, desperately pleaded with them as if grasping at hope. "We 2 miserable souls have reached a dead end. We just heard you say there's a place that can avoid the smoke of war." Baiyu quickly added, "Big brothers, can we come?" Man immediately shouted his agreement and led them along, but a suspicious gaze was intently fixed. Meanwhile, the hooligans outwardly put on a righteous display, welcoming the 2. "Welcome. Now that you've arrived, we are companions in adversity." But sinister thoughts continuously arose in their minds. "The woman behind this young man is quite something. It's been a long time since I've had such a rare beauty. As for that man, who knows how he'll die once we enter the secret." As they were immersed in their vile calculations, completely oblivious to Chun Chang'an's cold smile as he uttered the words, "The place they had stopped was a small village, which looked very peaceful with red-tiled houses surrounded by lush mountains and greenery. Those individuals didn't hesitate long, quickly assembling their formation. The more people, the better. Once they had enough, they would Chun Chang'an and Baiyu blended into the crowd, calmly following them. As he walked, he reached out to touch the surrounding structures, assessing them with a hint of regret. They had been damaged for many years, leading him to muse that this must also be a realm that had long been invaded by the heavenly talents of the upper realm. No matter where he went, he could see suffering common folk and rampant bandits in this chaotic era. He couldn't help but blurt out an unfinished thought, even before he had properly A ruffian walking near him heard his words and rudely retorted, "Listen, you rascal, if you want to run around recklessly, we won't care about your life or death. Don't expect us to protect you." The one walking in front even turned around and, without bothering to hide his malicious intent, said to him, "We wouldn't mind helping you take care of your little sister, though." Chun Chang'an still maintained a cold, in different expression and asked blandly, "Oh." A short while later, when the group arrived at a forest clearing, where a statue of a nine-tailed demonic fox stood, the Pathfinders shouted, "We've arrived." They carefully observed the large fox statue with the empty groove on its chest, confirming with a shout, "We're here. This is the leader raised a wooden seal, carefully recited an incantation, and then used the seal to perform a sealing. "Open!" he shouted, simultaneously embedding the seal into the emblem on the fox demon statues. Immediately, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The villagers, unaware of what was happening, cried out in panic, "The ground is shaking. What's going on? What's happening?" Yet Chun Chang'an remained calm. Amidst the continuous shaking of the earthquake, he carefully observed his surroundings. A moment after everything had settled, a gigantic bagua formation appeared directly above them, almost entirely covering the forest. It was then that Chun Chang'an spoke indifferently. "So that's it. The secret realm must be hidden within this dense forest." The leader turned to him in confusion and asked, "What did you say?" Chun Chang'an didn't hesitate to explain to him. This formation is the teleportation point connecting to the secret realm, and that great seal must be the key to opening it. But as soon as he heard that, the man angrily cut him off. "Kid, don't look at what you shouldn't look." Chun Chang'an didn't say anything more, keeping silent as instructed. He watched the leader hastily pull the seal from the fox demon statue, thinking to himself, "No wonder that old man struggled so much to find the divine artifacts back then, only finding one. They're hidden so carefully. If we want to gather enough, I'm afraid it will take some." But at that very moment, a strange sound echoed from within the forest, making everyone there tremble with fear, completely unprepared. Simultaneously, they looked towards the source of the sound, stammering and shouting, "Look! What is—" A gigantic beast, taller than the surrounding treetops, slowly advanced into the clearing. Everyone present was terrified. "It's too big. Is that a—" Immediately after, they all shouted to each other to flee. "What are we doing here? Run. Yes, run quickly." The scene instantly became chaotic. Chun Chang'an carefully retreated, shielding Bai Yu behind. It was then that he lowered his voice and said to her, "These people are truly problem." He turned towards the gigantic rat and calmly assessed, "Although this rat is enormous, I estimate its strength is only at the peak of the God transformation realm." Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but interrupt and protest. "God transformation realm? Isn't that a realm I can't even defeat?" But Chun Chang'an, in a way, agreed with her. "That's right. To eliminate this demon race, there must be an immortal king." He concluded proudly. "I'm afraid there's something else back." You cautiously asked him, outwardly pretending to be on guard against the beast. "So now the enemy is hidden and we are exposed. If this continues, what if?" Chun Chang'an quickly reassured her. "Don't panic. If the enemy is hidden and we are exposed, then we'll force the hidden enemy out into the—" At the same time, he quickly pulled out a talisman, invoking all living things. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. The talisman had some system functions. Although its effect was only 1/10 million trillionth, it was more than enough for a beast in the God transformation realm. Thinking this, he quickly threw the talisman towards it. Drew a golden streak of light, piercing directly into the moment the talisman entered its body. The rat's eyes immediately turned blood. It angrily threw its head back and shrieked, its gigantic paws continuing to advance. Several ruffians hiding behind a nearby tree cried out in panic, "Boss! Boss! The monster is coming this way. What's happening?" Chun Chang'an quickly got into character, pretending to hug his head and cry out in fear, "Help! The monster is coming. Big brothers, quickly use the Great Seal to send us back. I don't want to go to that isolated paradise." And following his words, the villagers who had followed the ruffians for some small benefit all knelt down in panic, begging incessantly, "Big brothers, we accept your kindness. Please let us go." "That's right. Even if we're killed by the heavenly demon clan, it would be in 10 days. But if we don't leave now, we'll die immediately." The leader angrily kicked those people away and roared at them furiously, "Damn it! Don't demoralize the troops. It's just a rat. What's there to be afraid?" He led his subordinates, charging forward to battle the wildly rushing rat. "Everyone attack! Kill this beast!" Seeing his scheme had succeeded, Chun Chang'an stood observing the battle, a hint of contempt and cunning calculations towards them still lingering in his mind. They're truly amateurs. A bunch of people at the God transformation realm, even their leader is only at God transformation. These little chicks are about to expose their weaknesses. I'll fan the flames a bit more to make you cough up your secret. Thinking it, he acted. He immediately enthusiastically cheered, "Go, big brothers. You can single-handedly wipe out the Fox Demon clan. We're all counting on you." Even Bayu behind him quickly copied him, her eyes shining with adoration as she encouraged the ruffians. Big brother is so Meanwhile, the leader, straining to hold back the demon rat, no longer pretended and shouted to those around him. If it really doesn't work, it's fine to run away. He fully understood that if he couldn't bring these people along, then he would be the one to— Damn it! He reached out and grabbed a nearby subordinate. His other hand quickly seized another. Immediately after, he shouted loudly and began to absorb the essence of the two people he had just— Chun Chang'an wasn't too surprised by the leader's methods. He was only slightly surprised by the sudden advancement in his cultivation realm. Oh, he absorbed two amateurs. His strength actually advanced from god transformation to void refinement in the blink of an eye. But seemingly still not satisfied with the result, he cunningly smiled. It seems this isn't enough to force you to reveal your trump cards. In that case, big brothers, don't blame. He waved his hand, releasing a few more talismans, carrying an unspoken determination to stir up trouble to the end, adding fuel to those talismans, following his command, shot into the dense forest. One flew towards a shadow that was still leisurely grazing behind. The rhinoceros, stimulated by that talisman, immediately went mad, and another talisman fell onto the head of a beast with a coat of fur as red as— In this clearing, the group had just barely managed to defeat the demon rat and were still panting relentlessly. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from within the forest, startling and terrifying. Immediately after, a horde of gigantic, crazed forest beasts knocked over all trees in their path as they charged towards them. The ruffians, horrified by the situation, cried out loudly, What's happening? The monsters are all coming. The subordinates all frantically begged their leader. Leader, quickly think of something. Aren't you invincible? Leader, if this continues, not only will we fail the mission, but we will die here too. But even he was scared pale by the colossal horde of beasts attacking simultaneously, stiffly staring straight ahead, not knowing how to resolve the situation. Finally, he suddenly turned around and fled, yelling in— He resolutely pulled out the seal while muttering incessantly, An immortal cultivation physique isn't easily obtained. I don't want— He quickly placed the seal into the sealing groove on the fox demons. As a brilliant golden light flashed once more, the leader unwillingly shouted loudly, I don't want to become its— At that very moment, the ground beneath his feet seemed to stir. Something from below was preparing to— Before he could react, a gigantic carnivorous flower emerged from beneath the ground, simultaneously tossing him high into the air and opening its mouth full of sharp— With single snap, it swallowed the leader whole. Simultaneously, a system notification quickly appeared. Host, a high-level creature from an outer domain has been detected. Chun Chang'an looked on and smiled with satisfaction. Oh, the one behind the scenes has emerged. Meanwhile, the subordinates, terrified by the leader's sudden death, stammered and cried out, Be boss! But before they could regain their senses, the gigantic flower turned to attack. Bayu watched in astonishment as the flower used its vines to tightly coil around a gigantic beast, preparing to drag it into its mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim, What is— At that very moment, a vine from the flower lashed out toward— Chun Chang'an quickly shouted, Get back! While simultaneously embracing Bayu and leaping aside, just barely dodging the monsters. As soon as she regained her composure, she stared disbelievingly at the flower and asked him, Senior W, what is this? Could this be the one behind From the gigantic plant body emerging from the ground, with a bud still closed at its head, a cold voice suddenly resonated. Responding to Bayu's question, it said, Little girl, you people are very clever, to actually see through my— However, that kid, you're not simple either. As it spoke, its petal-like stamens slowly extended, its tone tinged with displeasure. To dare play tricks on my subordinate, Chun Chang'an coldly stated, You were the one who killed the fox. Flower bud had now fully bloomed, revealing a gigantic, demonic eye within. It roared, Do you know your crime? Simultaneously, a purple beam of light flashed from within that eye. Maz's eye, immortal emperor. As Chun Chang'an felt its power, he chuckled contentedly. More. That's right, this aura is exactly like that of the heavenly flower. That's an ancient divine artifact, he could now confirm, his gaze having already landed on the ancient magical artifact on the demon trees. The demonic flower, Maz's eye, immortal emperor realm, roared furiously, Do you know your crime? How dare you disturb— It thrashed its gigantic flowers, its mouth full of teeth gaping wide, and crazily roared, I painstakingly plotted to kill the Fox clan, manipulated my subordinates, and was about to absorb the delicious human essence, but you all ruined my entire plan. I want you all— Villagers who had been captured by that group, Seeing the monster constantly roaring like that, all fell into a state of terror. They despairingly blamed, "It's Maza! The neighboring Longyang realm was completely devoured by it. Why did that kid provoke it? He's gotten us all. No one can save you ants." While Maza was still frantically immersed in its rage, Chun Chang'an calmly formed a hand seal with his a gigantic beam of light, like a sharp spear, pierced directly through the monster, killing it in an instant, giving it no chance to react whatsoever. Along with it came a system notification for points awarded. "Congratulations, host, for killing a demonic creature at the 5th layer of Immortal Emperor Realm, awarding 10 million spirit points." Outside, she was immediately startled and surprised upon sensing what had just. She quickly opened her scrying mirror, seeing an energy vortex displayed over an area on the map. Feeling extremely doubtful, she murmured, "Qing Feng Domain. Such strong spiritual power fluctuations. Could it be that kid from before?" Very quickly, she shook that thought from her. She turned back to a gigantic statue of a demon king, standing majestically behind her. She couldn't contain her excitement and muttered to herself, "Once my lord descends, that kid will surely be wiped out. I truly look forward." Not only that, she excitedly imagined the blissful scenario of tormenting others in the future. How should I trample that kid? Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Bai was still wide-eyed with astonishment, staring intently at Chun. "This is too exaggerated. Not only did he kill the monster, he even broke through the barrier between the secret realm and reality." She stiffly looked up at the monster's corpse, which Chun Chang'an had easily subdued, and at the winding crack that stretched all the way to the sky. In her heart, she felt immense admiration. What's more, she found it even harder to believe that the young man before her, crucially, was only a. Her gaze on him grew increasingly shy. She suddenly remembered the intimate moments they had shared in the past, and couldn't help but blush. How profound is Senior's strength? I haven't even thoroughly studied it. She also recalled the time Senior had disciplined her before. I wonder if I can endure Senior's. Chun Chang'an was completely oblivious to Bai's maidenly thoughts. He was currently troubled by the issue of his recent swift one-shot kill. This is bad. I've tried my best to hold back, but this one strike will probably still be detected by the heavenly demon. Immediately after, his thoughts once again shifted. After all, the bigger picture still needed to be prioritized, he thought to himself. This matter of changing identities. Changing to a weaker one would cause a lot of trouble, and changing to the strongest would make the heavenly demon clan discover me. But I'll just have to bear it. As long as everything goes smoothly, I can take the divine artifact from its forehead. Suddenly, the divine artifact on the demonic flower's forehead flashed with light again, and threads of power, thin as silk, spread out. The demonic flower, which should have been defeated, shrieked once more and surged back. Gasped for breath as if suffocating, realizing its recent death in fright, its mind filled with chaotic thoughts. What? Was I just killed? This human has no martial virtue, attacking me sneakily. They are definitely not. Moreover, it now realized Chun Chang'an's intentions. They even want to snatch my life-preserving divine artifact. That's what my father gave me. Suddenly, it saw the spatial crack stretching all the way to the sky and paused slightly. The demonic flower shrieked with joy upon seeing this and plunged headfirst towards the crack. Heaven hasn't cut off my path. Stupid human. Wait until I mature and return to my peak state. I will definitely come back and kill you. But Chun Chang'an was quicker, grabbing its long, thorny tail, and darkly asked, "Did I say you could?" With just one hand, he easily slammed the demonic flower onto the ground amidst its pathetic Chun Chang'an, like a fiend, stomped on its still trembling body, muttering his own questions. What's going on? Logically, you should be dead, but you're still alive. Could this be the effect of the divine artifact? As he thought this, the divine artifact on the demonic flower's forehead once again emitted from its forehead, waves of light constantly emitted, scattering around, centered on the divine artifact. Maza excitedly thought to itself, the first stage ability of my life-preserving divine artifact has activated. This is great. I'm invincible. Thinking this, it ferociously surged up again and arrogantly burst into laughter. You're being too presumptuous. I merely saw you had some strength and originally intended to take you as my dog. Don't think I can't defeat you. Ha ha ha. I am the highest race in this realm. I cannot be. Both Chun Chang'an and Bai were startled, repeating, cannot be. The two's dazed, astonished expressions made Maza laugh even more smugly. After all, they're just humans, scared with. Emboldened, it further declared, you came to snatch the divine artifact, didn't you? But it's no use. The divine artifact has long since fused with me. In its heart, it was overjoyed, repeatedly praising itself. This fellow probably has never seen someone come back to life after dying. I can use this opportunity to scare him and wait for my clan elders to arrive and kill him. Baiyu also realized the meaning behind Maz's words. She anxiously looked up at Chun Chang'an and asked for his opinion. If we can't kill it, we won't be able to get the divine artifact. Senior, what should we do? We've reached a dead end. But contrary to her tension, a sly, extremely satisfied smile spread across his face. What's the problem with— Those words fell into the ears of the demonic flower. It snorted disdainfully. What? Foolish human, I am invincible now. Why bother struggling so? Chun Chang'an didn't say much more. With a finger imbued with his power, he immediately, along with a system notification. Congratulations, host, for killing a demonic creature at the 5th layer of Immortal Emperor Realm, awarding 10 million spirit points. Maza was once again shattered by his single. The divine artifact on its forehead flashed with light. Very quickly after, the demonic flower, completely healed, surged back to life once more, crazily laughing loudly. I told you, you can't kill me, foolish human. Simultaneously, the system displayed, target has revived. After confirming the demonic flower's ability, Chun Chang'an became even more excited and said to it, just stand there. My experience. Then, he used his attack once again to shatter Mada's entire hammer suddenly appeared in his. He and Baiyu were like players in a game, achieving a peerless pentakill, facing off against the giant demon flower that was fleeing in panic, along with its health bar and lives. In that game, both of them carried hammers, repeatedly smashing the demon flower, as system notifications for experience points continuously popped up before their eyes. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th layer Immortal Emperor demon creature. Reward, 10 million domain points. Target has revived. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th layer Immortal Emperor demon creature. Reward, 10 million domain points. Target has revived. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th layer Immortal Emperor demon. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th layer Immortal Emperor demon creature. Reward, 10 million domain points. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5th layer Immortal Emperor demon creature. Reward, 10 million domain points. The villagers outside, witnessing the two repeatedly kill and revive the demon flower in an unending cycle, were utterly terrified. Their faces turned ashen, and their entire bodies shook uncontrollably as they screamed, Demon! This person is a demon! Oh my! Why do I feel like he's even scarier than the heavenly demon? Meanwhile, Chun Chang'an was exhilarated to the point of madness by the deluge of experience points, as if they were falling from the sky right into his lap, his thoughts exploding with excitement. Is this the feeling of being cleansed by domain points? It's too thrilling. He couldn't help but shout, I'm so incredibly 2 hours later, the shattered body of the demon flower slowly reassembled itself, and several sparkling orbs dropped from it. At this point, the system provided a preliminary summary of the experience points he had received. Host has received a total of 500 million domain points. Chun Chang'an looked at the scattered fragments struggling to piece themselves back together and remarked, the revival speed has slowed down. It seems the power granted by the divine artifact has a certain limit. Yet, he calmly stated, I thought this divine artifact would be difficult to obtain. I never expected it to be so. He reached out and tugged hard at the divine artifact still stuck on Mada's body, quickly realizing that it couldn't be forcibly removed. Conventional methods won't work. I'll have to think of something. Only then did his attention shift to the sparkling orbs scattered on the ground. For a moment, he couldn't identify what they were. There are also other things that fell from Mada. System, please check. As he thought this, the system quickly displayed their origins before his eyes. Checked. 50 Cloud Ring Immortal Pills. Their effects are similar to Fury Immortal Pills. 1 immortal pill can be exchanged for 10,000 domain points. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Seeing the tiny orb in his hand was worth 10,000 points, even he was a bit surprised. I didn't expect this item to be so valuable. It's just that 50 pills are too few. If its regeneration wasn't slowing down now, I could have farmed another 100. He immediately tossed one to Baiyu, saying to her, Baiyu, try consuming this and see its effect. She obediently replied, yes. Without hesitation, she swallowed that immortal. While Baiyu sat aside in meditation to refine the power of the immortal pill, Chun Chang'an turned to the villagers and said, everyone. From behind the large trees, the frightened villagers hesitantly emerged, their faces ashen as they gazed at the demon flower's tattered body on the ground. At this point, Chun Chang'an sternly made his demand. I can protect you, and I can also grant you the strength to contend with the 7 heavenly demon clans. In return, you must pledge allegiance. Several young men in the group excitedly agreed without hesitation. Really? Is that true? Then I'm willing. If you can make me stronger, you can even have my... Chun Chang'an seemed very pleased with their shrewdness. He then offered them divine pills. Very good. Eat these elixirs, and you will complete your first step towards becoming strong. Sounds mixed with eagerness and excitement constantly vied for attention. Yes, I want one too. Let's try it. Soon, those villagers earnestly sat down to refine the power of the divine pills, and their strength rapidly increased. Thanks to this, a flood of system upgrade notifications appeared before Chun Chang'an. Servant Jiaoxi has broken through to the 3rd layer Qi refinement. Reward to host. 5 domain points. Servant Zhang-san has broken through to the 1st layer foundation establishment realm. Reward to host. 50 domain points. Servant Lu Nanjiap has broken through to the 1st layer golden core realm. Reward to host. 100 domain points. Servant Lu Nanoti has broken through to the 5th layer golden core realm. Reward to host. 200 domain points. 3 hours later, Bai Yu, who had been cultivating with the divine pill, achieved a breakthrough, and a soft glow emanated from her body. Along with it, information appeared on the status bar. Contracted follower. Bai Yu. Race insectoid. Type. Ancient heavenly fox demon. Intimacy level 4 stars. Cultivation level. Quasi-immortal. Not only that, but it also sent a special alert to Chun Chang'an. Detected a change in contracted follower Bai Yu's cultivation level. She is about to break through from the quasi-immortal realm to the immortal soldier stage. Domain points are being calculated. He looked at the display screen happily. Oh, System 5.0 even has this kind of function. Above was a list of disciples, with Zhuoling Bauer currently selected, and beside it, her personal information and detailed status. This discovery made him even happier. Not bad. If I want to view someone's data, I can just bring it up directly. No need to check it. While Chun Chang'an was engrossed in studying his system, Bai Yu behind him underwent a change. Her face flushed crimson. Sweat poured down her, and she panted ceaselessly. Her reason struggled. The heavenly Tao's restrictions in the clear wind domain prevent me from breaking through. Yet my spiritual energy is still surging. At this rate, my body will explode. Unless Senior is willing to assist me with dual cultivation to help stabilize my spiritual energy. But how could I possibly say? But just then, she suddenly realized, it's draining. A significant amount of my spiritual energy is suddenly draining away. There are no longer any signs of a breakthrough, and my cultivation is starting to revert to its previous state. What's happening? Before she could comprehend what was happening, a surge of power that was originally meant to help her advance erupted and escaped from Bai Yu's. On this side, the domain points displayed on Chun Chang'an's system panel simultaneously decreased. Domain points, 50,603,400 decreased to 50,502,100 decreased to 50,300,1,100. He asked, puzzled, System, are you bugged? Why are my domain points constantly being deducted? Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind him. By the name of the seal, secret, open. As the last word was heard, he warily glanced behind. Behind him, a spatial rift had just torn open, and the first person to step through was the leader who was supposed to be dead. Behind that leader was another version of himself. The leader also seemed surprised to suddenly see another Chun Chang'an standing stunned inside the secret realm. He stammered, probing, You, kid, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are you in the secret realm? Weren't you just— Damn it! What the hell is going on? He pointed frantically at the person in front of him. Then his eyes darted to the person standing behind him, astonished as if he'd just seen a ghost in broad. Chun Chang'an himself stared, bewildered, at the group in front of him. I also want to know what's happening. Just then, that divine artifact once again generated and Chun Chang'an immediately noticed, and warily turned around. But when he looked, the forehead of the demon flower was completely empty. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! The divine artifact ran off on it. Only then did he see Bai Yu struggling to hold onto her draining power. He vaguely realized, no, my domain points have been constantly deducted, and Bai Yu's surging cultivation is also draining away. This must be related to the divine artifact's sudden disappearance. This secret realm, perhaps its strongest item is that divine artifact. Thinking this, he paused as if grasping something. Wait a minute, it seems I was wrong. This ability might not be revival. That divine artifact has a more formidable ability. What could it? On another side, Feng Qiun had returned to the upper realm and was traversing its immortal domains in search of the divine artifact. As he flew past a certain place, He quickly sensed the aura of the heavenly demon. Over there, at the location he spoke of, was a canyon, and at its center stood a strange tower. The entire structure seemed to be buried deep underground, with only its upper few stories exposed. Feng Qiun used his concealment art and gently landed in a secluded. As he cautiously hid behind a rock, what he saw made him slightly. Before his eyes, countless demon clan encampments had been erected on the empty ground around the tower's peak, exuding a somber power. Black lightning continuously tore across the sky. This sight made it easy for him to realize, is this the frontline battlefield between the heavenly demons and the upper? He then looked at the strange-looking demon creatures patrolling everywhere, thinking to himself, this place has an extremely large number of heavenly demons with immortal venerable strength, and quite a few immortal emperors are guarding the battlefield. Even if my disciple came here, it would likely be a fierce. Just then, a pitch-black demon creature, holding a girl in its hand, excitedly boasted to its comrades nearby, look what I caught! This is D-Gang, deputy commander of the 3rd Legion under a 3rd-layer heavenly demon realm. It squeezed the woman's face in its hand, remarking disdainfully, a little mouse that couldn't escape. The 8th-level immortal venerable woman trembled incessantly, pleading repeatedly, please, spare me, just spare me, and I'm willing to give you everything. I can offer my body to assist you in dual cultivation. Someone walked up from behind and said coldly, noisy, kill her. D-Gang hurriedly replied, under Kong Ming, commander of the 3rd Legion under a peak-level heavenly demon realm lord, then sternly ordered his subordinates, kill all these self-proclaimed immortals for me. Leave no one alive. Immediately after, the agonizing scream of the 8th-level immortal venerable echoed beside. Witnessing this scene, Feng Qiun felt a surge of rage, silently cursing, beasts! But he quickly reminded himself to remain calm. Currently, there are still 8 days left. Finding the divine artifact is the priority. First, mark this location, then rendezvous with my disciple and return to annihilate. As for these people, they can only save themselves. Thinking this, he resolutely turned. 15 minutes later, Kong Ming sat calmly on his central chair, discussing the situation with D-Gang, who was still waiting nearby for orders. The formation here is complete. Now, we only need the 5th Legion's flying dragon to set up its formation, and then we can welcome our Lord's descent. Speaking these words to Kong Ming, D-Gang also expressed his own dissatisfaction. Humph, Han, she is too sly. After setting up the first formation, she clung to our Lord. How shame! Suddenly, a demon soldier rushed in from outside, reporting frantically, report! Kong Ming looked at him with a slight. The demon soldier didn't even stop to catch his breath. He prostrated himself and loudly reported the information they had just received. Commander, we just received news. Your youngest son, Mada, his demon fate plate is gradually cracking. He is currently in mortal danger. The demon fate plate is the heavenly demon clan's fate plate, used to observe the lives of heavenly demons and transmit distress. D-Gang heard this and also felt puzzled, questioning, doesn't young Mada have the inherited divine artifact that the commander gave him? That divine artifact was seized by the commander from a powerhouse of the heavenly god clan from the ancient era of the Hanggu continent. How could he be in mortal danger? Immediately after, before the demon soldier could reply, D-Gang continued his speculation. Could it be that the divine consciousness of that divine artifact still had remnants, and connected with someone from the heavenly god clan? Kong Ming, on the other hand, was calmer. He ordered the demon soldier. Receiving the order, the soldier immediately reported without delay. There was only one person. That person's strength is close to the immortal emperor cultivation. Kong Ming's face immediately darkened upon hearing that. One person? Truly audacious. D-Gang, quick to read the situation, hurriedly stepped forward and took responsibility. Commander, allow me to lead a team to reinforce young Lord. Then, he excitedly added, it just so happens that my soul transformation demon god art is missing one last immortal emperor soul. Let's use him as a sacrifice. Kong Ming didn't refuse his suggestion, snarling viciously, go! It would be best if you could capture that brat alive. I, on the other hand, want to see who dares to lay a hand on my... Meanwhile, on another side, the villagers, upon encountering identical versions of themselves, became distrustful and erupted into a chaotic brawl. Shouts continuously rang out in disarray. You imposter! Take off your disguise. Old man, see if I don't tear your mouth off. Damn it, who's faking? Your whole family's faking. Shameless demon. Watch your man. The leader who had just brought people in was also wide-eyed and open-mouthed, staring in horror at the bizarre situation unfolding before him, unable to comprehend it. What on earth happened? Why are there two identical people? Could it be? He quickly drew a conclusion for himself. I understand now. This is also part of Lord Mada's plan. In this place, Lord Mada is an invincible, godlike existence. He's toying with these people. Then he'll devour them. Thinking this, he seemed to gain courage, belligerently pointing and ordering the chaotic, brawling crowd. You stupid pigs, shut your mouths. Everyone listen clearly. Regardless of whether you're real or fake, if you're here today, you all will. He also made no attempt to hide his sinister intentions towards Baiyu. The men will be fertilizer, and the women will bear children for us. Especially that white-haired woman. I want you to bear a dozen Just then, Mada resurrected again, but this time it was no longer as aggressive as before. Instead, it desperately kowtowed and begged. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, spare me, or just let me die quickly. I beg you. The people around were startled by its sudden appearance, and even the leader was immediately terrified. Is this Lord? As if to show sincerity, Mada, without hesitation, swung a thorny whip, resolutely sending the leader's group. Immediately after, as if to curry favor, it scurried up to Chen Chang'an, vying for credit. My lord, look! I've helped you take care of all the obstacles. But unlike previous times, this time he didn't smash it with a single blow. Instead, he calmly sat down, his eyes cold, and began to converse. Coincidentally, I have something I want to ask you. This startled Mada, making it instinctively after a period of friendly exchange. He initially understood from Mada that the divine artifact's first ability was resurrection. When Mada, its wielder, was killed, they would be instantly reformed and restored to their peak healthy state. However, there were certain restoration limits. The revival time would gradually accumulate, starting at 5 seconds. The second ability was time reversal, which could shift spacetime back to a moment in the past. The regression of cultivation after the moon rose was precisely a manifestation of time reversals. In understanding these abilities, Chen Chang'an carefully pondered again. The problem just happens to stem from this. Based on the time reversal ability, I should have returned to when I first arrived at the Clear Wind domain. But currently, aside from the 500 million domain points, everything else has reverted to its original state. This spatial displacement has not changed, and there's another person just like me. He stared at the two identical versions of himself and Baiyu, who had been silently observing from a distance. He then spoke without ceremony. Hey, you imposter. You've got some nerve imitating me right in front. That other Chen Chang'an immediately flipped him off, angrily retorting, Who's the imposter? Don't you know who you are? It seems. Chen Chang'an calmly adopted a combat stance, slowly walking towards his exact double. There's one thing I must verify. His doppelganger was not to be outdone. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared for battle without hesitation. To play the true and false Monkey King with me? You're far too... In an instant, both individuals lunged at each other, and two massive bursts of power immediately erupted, spreading out. After the initial clash, Chen Chang'an leaped backward, swung his arm, and unleashed a massive pillar of energy light, attacking. The other Chen Chang'an easily bent down to evade the pillar of light, then gathered power in his hand and charged. The clash of the two power surges exploded a vast section of the forest, and the light generated by their energy shot straight up into the... Mada trembled, hiding behind a tree, fearfully muttering, Damn it! If these two lunatics go wild, they'll even fight them. Watched the two identical figures fighting intensely, its heart continuously trembling as it assessed Chen Chang'an's abilities. While thinking of an escape route for itself, it thought, no wonder this guy could easily subdue me. He was hiding his true strength all along. This level of cultivation is comparable to D-Gang's. Without the divine artifact to help me, if I don't handle this well, I'll die from the aftershocks. I must quickly find the divine artifact near. Meanwhile, the two, immersed in their intense battle, realized their attack patterns were identical, and their strength was basically equal, but still lacked a final confirmation. Thinking this, Chen Chang'an suggested to the other, Hey, how about we try a different verification method? The other Chen Chang'an immediately agreed. That suits me. Both of them immediately stopped fighting. One quickly spoke, The verification method is simple. I ask you. He then added a condition. But to avoid unfairness, the questions should be asked by both Baiyus. Wouldn't that be fair? The other readily agreed. Both Baiyus immediately became excited upon hearing this and rushed over without hesitation. Then we'll take the liberty. First question. Senior, do you like Baiyu? Both girls spoke in unison, but at this very first question, both Chen Chang'an were instantly speechless. The two Baiyus seemed to be in perfect agreement as they threatened. No, not answering means admitting it. If you answer incorrectly, Both seniors might be. Both Chun Chang'ans reluctantly exclaimed, "Change the question." The two Bayus were very obedient, responding in perfect sync, and immediately changed the question. Then, what's the most embarrassing and extravagant thing senior has ever... This time, both Chun Chang'ans no longer refused, though their old faces were as red as a monkey's backside. They gritted their teeth and answered, "I once imitated Lu Mingfei in the interstellar crossing, sweeping through powerhouses from all directions. That year, with my hands in my pockets, I knew no rival." But the words the two uttered in embarrassment were interpreted differently by the two Bayus. Knew no rivals? Senior is truly domineering. Meanwhile, on their side, both Chun Chang'ans acted in perfect synchronicity, turning to lean with their hands against the large tree behind them, as if they wanted to smash their heads against it to obliterate their embarrassed faces. They couldn't help but wail internally, "Damn it, this is too humiliating." The two girls, however, were in complete agreement, seizing this heaven-sent opportunity to ask several incredibly intimidating questions in unison. "Next, senior, please quickly answer our questions. Have you ever spoken of your heroic deeds during the interstellar crossing that year? How many women adored senior back then?" Finally, they concluded with an earth-shattering question. "Have both seniors ever dual cultivated with anyone else? Is the sensation of dual cultivation truly blissful beyond words, as the books describe?" Chun Chang'an, who didn't even flinch when facing demon races, was terrified by these questions from the two girls. No longer caring who was real or fake, he shouted in unison, "Stop, stop, stop. These questions are a bit too..." Both exchanged panicked, understanding glances. Their words were firm. "No more questions. We've already confirmed it." But inwardly, they both shed silent tears, burying their unmentionable past. "How ridiculous! How could I tell them I've lived a pure life for 20 years? Both immediately turned to the same side, wrapping their arms around each other's shoulders, finding an excuse to make a quick escape. "Good brother, let's go share information." Elsewhere, a cold voice suddenly echoed, "They've finally arrived." Outside the secret realm, D-Gang had led his legion of demon soldiers, pursuing them through a firm. He grimly ordered the soldiers following him, a hint of excitement uncontrollable in his voice. "Break through this barrier. I can't wait to see that brat begging on his knees." Inside the fox demon's secret realm at this moment, Mada's resentful roar echoed throughout the forest. "Damn it! You." Wan Chang'an was holding the divine artifact he had just found in his hand with satisfaction, calmly sneering at Mada. "Thank you for helping me find the divine artifact. Otherwise, I would have had to expend effort searching for it myself." The other Chun Chang'an sat before Mada, explaining sympathetically, "This divine artifact has a consciousness and was hiding from us, but as its master, it was much easier for you to find it. As a tool, you did quite well and deserve a reward." Mada, heartbroken, asked him, "Were your previous battles just an act?" Suddenly, Chun Chang'an looked back vigilantly. Outside, a powerful aura emanated. As he announced this, a spatial tear suddenly appeared accompanied by a sound like tearing cloth. A pair of inky black arms stretched out from outside, forcefully widening the newly appeared spatial. D-Gang ripped open a path leading to the secret realm. Excited, he laughed loudly. "They're here!" There flicked its tongue, excitedly roaring at those inside the secret realm. "It's the bastard who crushed me when I saw a glimmer of hope in the face of..." In its heart, it believed that Elder D-Gang, a domain lord cultivator, had personally led the army to save it, and that it could live. D-Gang looked at the two Chun Chang'ans before him, slightly puzzled, but quickly dismissed the thought. Why is there an extra rotten worm? Never mind, it doesn't matter." Mada, seeing reinforcements, seized the opportunity to immediately call for help. "Elder D-Gang." One Chun Chang'an quickly assessed the abilities of the newcomers, his hands swiftly putting away the divine artifact he had just found. "Excellent, the reinforcements that arrived are all immortal venerable level and above." A grand gesture indeed. The other Chun Chang'an's expression clearly showed gloom, yet his words conveyed excitement. It seemed this person held a very high status within the Sky Demon. Meanwhile, the demon soldiers accompanying D-Gang aggressively stepped forward to claim credit. "Vice Commander, these two mere immortal emperor worms are not worth your intervention. That's right, such lowly humans would only soil your hands. Let us personally offer their souls to you, and their flesh to the dog." D-Gang seemed pleased with his subordinate's performance. With a nonchalant wave of its hand, it casually ordered, "Then tear them to shreds." The other side, the two Chun Chang'ans understood each other perfectly, simultaneously cupping their... Two great divine dragon techniques were unleashed simultaneously. The transformed power formed two colossal dragons, surging directly towards the army of demon soldiers before they could advance another. As the two dragons swept past, the entire aggressive force of demon soldiers that had just charged forward was annihilated. Immediately, points notifications appeared. Congratulations, host, for slaying an immortal venerable expert. Reward 50 million domain points, 2 realm fragments, 5 yang salted fish artifacts. Congratulations, host, for slaying an immortal venerable expert. Reward 50 million domain points, 2 realm fragments, 5 yang salted fish artifacts. Congratulations, host, for slaying an immortal emperor expert. Reward 150 million domain points, 2 realm fragments, 5 yang salted fish artifacts. Mada was so terrified by that move that he stammered incoherently. A single instant kill move wiped out several immortal venerable and immortal emperor sky demons. Monsters. These two are monsters. Mada couldn't help but resent the divine artifact's past reversing ability, which had brought another monster to him. He cursed nonstop. Damn divine artifact. Its second ability is useless. He then frantically seized the opportunity of the chaotic battle to find an escape route. While their attention is focused on D-Gang, I must escape. Otherwise, once they deal with D-Gang, I'll die. While Mada was looking for a way to escape, D-Gang was also terrified by the abilities of both Chan Chang'en's, kept trying to calm itself. Don't panic too much. This old man has lived for so many years and has never seen figures of this caliber. The key is, they're still cultivators from the lower. D-Gang watched in horror as the two Chan Chang'en's effortlessly swept away its army. His heart ached immensely. Damn it! What kind of divine beings are these? My elite army, cultivated for thousands of years, completely annihilated. It hurts to lose them. They were existences that could easily conquer any realm in the lower realm. By this point, it had realized that it wasn't the two domain lord level cultivators match alone. Without the slightest hesitation, it made the decision to retreat. I'll retreat first, then report this matter to the Legion. But its actions were discovered by one of the Chun Chang'en's. This guy wants to run, huh? It's not easy to encounter another type of sky demon. I still have questions to ask. So he immediately said to the other, I'll stop him. You can deal with these fat sheep first. That Chun Chang'en agreed without the slightest hesitation. D-Gang was still diligently executing its escape plan when a hand lightly patted its shoulder, holding it. Chun Chang'en had caught up, blocking its retreat. He smiled calmly. Running? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why stop? D-Gang was once again taken by surprise by his speed. Seeing that there was no way out, it quickly decided to find a way to survive in death's embrace. It seems a battle is unavoidable today. Although my soul transformation demonic art is not yet fully perfected, it's enough for me to fight this guy to the death. As it thought this, it raised both hands to the sky. Countless gigantic palm seals appeared, surrounding the two people. A single move, the 10,000 soul palm was ready to descend. D-Gang aggressively roared, but in response to the myriad palm seals, Chun Chang'en merely extended one. Just as D-Gang's attack struck, a dazzling golden energy barrier spread out before him, perfectly blocking the gigantic palm seal, which was formed from countless smaller palm seals. D-Gang was also very good at seizing opportunities. While he was dealing with its attack, it immediately turned around, planning to flee again. Now's my chance. His thoughts were cut short by a devastating kick to the Chun Chang'en kicked D-Gang to the ground with one foot, then landed, coldly questioning, Where do you think you're running off? He didn't give it time for its next move. A powerful one-yang finger shot directly towards D. The surge of power, like a gigantic arrow, quickly pierced through its. In an instant, a desperate shriek erupted as D-Gang's entire body seemed to be consumed by energy flames. The other Chun Chang'en, who was holding the head of a demon soldier, looked over with a slight E1. Domain Lord level sky demons are this weak? He quickly noticed the anomaly and asked the other Chun Chang'en, Hey, the power of your one-yang finger just now was different from before. What's going? Chun Chang'en was also slightly surprised by the power of his recent attack. He unconsciously replied, The power hasn't changed. It's just that my technique suddenly became more effective against sky demons. One might say it dealt triple critical damage. In his heart, he still felt puzzled, wondering. When I fought the white-haired woman, my clone's attacks kept bouncing off, but this time is different. It seems I somehow gained additional. Just then, a panicked cry rang out. Damn it! It's too hot. The divine artifact then emerged from his clothes. Only then did Chun Chang'en realize it was the divine artifact. As soon as the divine artifact flew out, it created several wisps of white smoke, attempting to materialize. After a while, a blurry silhouette gradually took shape. It was the figure of a girl, who seemed to call out to him with some difficulty, Young hero. Chun Chang'en quickly recognized her. You are an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit, a guardian spirit hidden in an artifact, possessing its own consciousness. Legend has it that only ancient deities could refine them, and the success rate was extremely low. Thus, divine artifacts with artifact spirits are something one can only encounter by chance. Not. The artifact spirit quickly snuggled into his arms, its ethereal voice softly pleading, "Please, save me. Please save my man." Bayu, appearing from unknown whereabouts, frantically shouted at him, "Senior, you can't let her get close. She'll take you." Hurriedly jumped forward as if to embrace him, but in that instant, she lunged into empty. Bayu looked around in confusion, continuously calling out. At the same time, Chun Chongin's body underwent a change, which left him somewhat puzzled. Another clone has disappeared, and even Bayu watched as all the identical figures disappeared simultaneously, muttering in slight terror. "They're all gone. The ancient wish of the god-tier artifact spirit. My lord, wake up, my lord." In another space, a soft voice echoed ceaselessly. Chun Chongin struggled to open his eyes, following the. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sudden blinding light, then looked up at the opulent, draped canopy before him. In his heart, he wondered, where is this? The immortal, soft finger gently touched his face from beside him, accompanied by a tender, slightly coquettish voice whispering in his ear, "My little rascal, my." He looked back at the sound, immediately startled out of his wits by the girl who had suddenly appeared beside him, leaning limply against him. "You clearly said you wanted to spend a night of passion with me, so why did you fall asleep as soon as we got into bed?" she said, the spring goddess of the celestial god clan, Changxi. Chun Chongin couldn't help but inwardly cry out in confusion at the girl who had unexpectedly appeared in his arms. "Oh damn! Who is this? This isn't a dream. What kind of trick is that artifact spirit?" Changxi, however, seemed oblivious to his strangeness. Her face was both shy and expectant, and her voice was utterly captivating as she said, "I've been waiting for you, to be intimately embraced." Changxi gently moved closer, her seductive, soft voice murmuring, "My little rascal, are you still playing hard to get with me? You won't escape." Chun Chongin's mouth stretched into a wide grin at the situation before him. His virgin heart pounded ceaselessly. This situation, I'm really. But he still held onto a shred of his last rationality to call out, "System, where are you?" The system quickly displayed a confirmation. "I'm here, host. Rest assured you have not transmigrated. Congratulations, host, on soon bidding farewell to your mortal state." This he felt a little more at ease. He resolutely ignored the system's wish for him to get out of being single, and went straight to the point, asking it, "All right then, what's going on now? Why am I in a strange place, and with a strange woman?" But before he could finish his question, a fair hand reached out from behind. Changxi embraced him tightly, using her momentum to push Chun Chongin straight down onto the bed, her voice sounding a little petulant. "My lord, why won't you answer me?" He, still unsure how to react, was taken by surprise and cried out, "Ah!" Changxi, however, seemed to completely misunderstand his meaning. She maintained her seductive posture, obligingly asking, "Could it be that my lord wants to try a new position? It's fine. I'll play along with my." "Let's continue what we were doing," she said, as her hands skillfully unfastened his outer robe. Her slender fingers, without an ounce of shyness, touched the firm muscles on Chun Chongin's bare. Startled, he quickly grabbed Changxi's hands, pulling them away from his body. Stammering, he negotiated with her. "I feel like this is all too rushed. How about we arrange another?" In response to his refusal, Changxi broke into a brilliant smile. "It seems you don't understand." Immediately after, the hand that had just been gently caressing him now viciously grabbed Chun Chongin's neck, squeezing it tightly in an. The voice that had just been soft and coquettish instantly turned chilling and full of menace. "You've said that 3 times already. Are you making fun of me?" Chun Chongin was momentarily stunned by the girl's sudden change in demeanor. Habitually, he cursed silently, thought indignantly, "What do you mean 3 times? I have no memory of it at all." Besides, her expression changed so quickly, but he also understood what needed to be done first. "Forget it. I need to subdue her first, before she goes Suddenly, another voice echoed in the air. "Please stop." In that instant, time in the room abruptly. Chun Chongin looked at the frozen girl before him, immediately realizing, Time has. The artifact spirit from before reappeared, softly calling him, "Young hero." Chun Chongin casually pushed Changxi off him, then looked at the artifact spirit and said, "It." The artifact spirit then spoke with a hint of helplessness. As expected of you, my ability has no effect on you. Before Chun Chang'an could scold anyone, the system suddenly popped out, speaking his inner thoughts for him. Humph! A mere artifact spirit dares to show off in front of us? Such petty tricks are not even worth looking. Your grandpa and ancestors. It was still excitedly showing off when its master, from behind, mercilessly kicked it, making it yelp. He then coldly warned it. Damn system, are you still putting on an act? The artifact spirit, seeing that he seemed to be ignoring her, spoke up to plead again. Why, young hero, I apologize. Time is limited. Please let me explain a little. She didn't wait for his agreement, but continued seamlessly. We have returned to the ancient immortal realm tens of millions of years ago, in an era when the covenant between sky demons and celestial gods had not yet broken. And this place is the Zhuoming Nation, a country in the southeastern part of the primordial continent. It is my and my master's homeland, and also the first country to be destroyed 3 days after the ancient immortal war. She carefully explained his current situation in this place. All your actions here will directly affect the future. This is also my last ability, space-time transmigration. Young hero, you originally do not belong here. I helped you possess a male consort connected to my master, which is how you achieved this level of existence. As soon as the artifact spirit's words ended, several currents of hot air, like gusts of wind, invaded his mind. Chun Chang'an immediately understood. These were the memories of the original owner's name was also Chun Chang'an. He was a mortal with no talent for cultivation, famous in the mortal world for his handsome appearance, but by nature, he was a philanthropist. When he met the artifact master, he was captivated by her beauty, and the artifact master was in turn enchanted by him. They looked into each other's eyes, eager to entwine, but regrettably, every time they wanted to be intimate, an admirer would arrive to interrupt. Each time, the original owner would find an excuse to flee. This was the 3rd time he had made an appointment with the artifact master. Upon gaining these memories, Chun Chang'an finally understood Chang's aggressive attitude earlier. No wonder that woman was so angry. It turned out she had been stood up twice, but he quickly brushed those trivial matters aside. What he cared about now was, no, this isn't the main point. System, come here. Along with his call, the system, though still rather annoying, provided information that matched Chun Chang'an's concerns. Humph. You remembered me? A check confirms that what the other party said is true. It's worth noting that the negative impacts that appear when the system performs possession will not affect the host. Finally, it affirmed, Host, you can still wield your domain lord. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief, unconsciously uttering praise. Not bad. The system was flattered and surprised by his compliment, shyly displaying, Host. This is the first time I've ever heard you praise. The artifact spirit, unable to see the system, completely misinterpreted his sigh, and gently consoled him. Young hero, did you sigh because I disturbed your wedding night? Don't worry, you can continue after this. Chun Chang'an almost choked with anger. He immediately yelled at the artifact spirit. Don't mistake me for that scoundrel. I don't want to be a kept. Artifact spirit seemed a little regretful as she warned him. If you don't, other handsome men will be waiting for master's favor. Chun Chang'an shuddered at that. The phrase player reverberated in his mind. For the sake of his purity, Chun Chang'an continuously protested. I am an honest man. One wife is an artifact spirit, however, didn't seem to quite understand him, and straightforwardly updated him on her master's current romantic situation. I recall that master's palace already has 232 male consorts. You are the 233rd. Master originally intended to make love, but then fell in love with you at first sight. Chun Chang'an's face turned green. He asked, slightly resentful. You brought me here just to tell me all. The artifact spirit then returned to a serious demeanor and replied, No. In 3 days, my master will die. The artifact spirit's voice grew lower and lower as she recalled the death of the one she called her master. I am a divine artifact born to protect my master. My ability is almost entirely used to preserve her life. But I couldn't be by her side. No matter what I did, in the end, I could only watch helplessly as my master was killed again, and she looked at him with eyes full of sorrow, sincerely pleading, Please save her. After this is done, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and be your devoted servant. Chun Chang'an was incredibly clear-headed, not at all swayed by the artifact spirit's words into easily accepting her offer. He calmly retorted, Firstly, you are an artifact spirit. My saving your master will not make you mine. Secondly, you only belong to your master. In other words, you could completely use me to achieve your goal and then easily send me. Artifact spirit immediately affirmed in a panic. I would never gamble with this sole opportunity. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Chang'an interrupted again. But I will still agree to your Artifact spirit widened her eyes, looking at him with a hint of but she had no idea that Chun Chang'an's sincere agreement was the result of seeing a newly appeared mission with incredibly attractive reward points on the system. System's special task detection feature has detected a special mission. Mission details. Help Goddess Chang'e overcome her fated death tribulation and acquire the divine artifact. Mission reward. 500 million domain points and a permanent time stop card. Seeing that notification, Chun Chang'an felt his heart swell with satisfaction. After all, richly rewarded random missions weren't something one encountered ever. After receiving his agreement, the artifact spirit finally felt at ease and left her final instructions. Young hero, thank you. This is our deal. The time limit is only 3 days, which is the same as the time flow in your original. The trial begins. From now on, you're on your own. As soon as her words ended, her figure immediately vanished, and time resumed its. The moment time began to flow again, Chun Chang'an reacted by grabbing both of Chang'e's. He deftly pushed her down, then responsibly began coaxing her. How could I bear to toy with you? I cherish you too much. Chang'e was surprised by his words and Chun Chang'an didn't stop there, continuing to unleash his glib tongue to appease Chang'e. I simply felt that wanting you so casually would be disrespectful to you. I want to give you the very best. She was indeed won over by his honeyed words, gently replying, So that's it. I thought my lord was toying with me. I also want to give my lord the. Chang'e quickly suggested. My lord, how about we go home? I will treat my lord well. He accepted her proposal without the slightest hesitation. All right. In his heart, he silently apologized. Oh, ancestors, I am still pure. After obtaining the divine artifact, I'll immediately return to save her. He didn't forget to calculate further. While I'm at it, I'll earn some more domain points, and then I'll need to upgrade the system and expand the domain to the immortal. Then I'll take you. Just as she started to say this, the roof above them was suddenly torn open by a girl, wielding a sword, plunged down from outside, aggressively shouting, Chang'e, you're courting. Chang'e, facing the sword slashing down towards her head, quickly gave an awkward laugh. Junior sister, why are you so That girl was instantly infuriated even more by her attitude, angrily roaring. You stole my male consort and still have the nerve to. This moment, Chun Chang'an also recognized the identity of the newly appeared girl. He couldn't help but think in surprise. It's her. Someone from the Sky Demon clan. I didn't expect her from tens of millions of years ago to be a fellow disciple of Chang. But while his thoughts were still wandering, she had already grabbed him, her words dragging him into their conflict. You clearly just boldly confessed your feelings to me, and now you want to go to Chang'e's bed. Before her accusation, he had no time to react, only able to stammer, Whoa, wait, what's going on? She didn't say much. With one hand, she directly lifted him, and without warning, shoved him into a spatial rift she had just torn open, fiercely snarling, I'll settle this debt with you. Chang'e, meanwhile, sat calmly observing the entire situation, merely smiling gently and happily. Junior sister, you're always coveting my things. That's not a good. As for Chun Chang'an, he had been directly pushed by Hanxi's hand, piercing through space, all the way to the demon. As soon as he escaped her grasp, he landed. Seeing Hanxi's gloomy expression before him, Chun Chang'an himself couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But he still had to muster all his courage to speak up, for the trouble he had inadvertently gotten himself into. Give me a chance, I can explain. In his heart, he felt a headache again. Is this a love triangle too? They're really playing hard. But at that very moment, Hanxi immediately changed her expression, coldly questioning him about an utterly unexpected matter. No need to act anymore. This is the territory of the Sky Demon clan. Chang'e can't reach us here. Explain to me, why hasn't the mission I entrusted to you been complete? Chun Chang'an frowned slightly, looking at the person in front of him. Then his expression turned excited as he realized the original host had a special identity, and he chuckled to himself. He had originally thought the host was just an ordinary male favorite, but it turned out he was someone with status, and a while later he became feverish. That Chang'an seriously rummaged through his memories of the events before he transmigrated into the original host's body. A long time ago, Hanxi had taken the original host as her male attendant. She had been scheming for a long time, and this time she ordered the original host to gain trust and steal the divine artifact. The original host had originally planned to act when Chang'e was lost in passion. But because of Chang'an's body possession, the original host's performance was cut short, leading to the failure of the plan. He silently cursed himself, Hanxi, Chang'e. I almost couldn't tell the difference. While Chang'an was lost in thought, she gradually lost her patience. She angrily questioned him. Today, not only did you fail to get the divine artifact, if I hadn't come here, were you really planning to follow Chang'an back to her residence? He forced a smile, waving his hands to deny it, but his words made it worse. Of course not. All of this is part of my plan. In his heart, he secretly weighed the pros and cons. Right now, I don't know anything. Following Chang'an for now might get me some good intelligence. His surprise, she not only didn't believe him but also grew suspicious. She narrowed her eyes and glanced at him, her words sounding like a probe. Today you're different from the you who used to follow Chang'an. You didn't get the item, but you learned some indecent behavior. Realizing the suspicion in Shi's tone, Chang'an frowned, his sharp eyes revealing vigilance, and he decisively made up his mind. She's suspicious. Before I can gather enough intelligence, I must maintain the current situation as much as possible. This woman, I must. As soon as he thought this, he immediately reached out to the person in front of him, his large hands lightly squeezing with a bit of. At this moment, they stood facing each other, close together. Chang'an thought to himself as if resigned, I must act like the original host. Though he thought this, his face flushed bright red. Blood ceaselessly dripped from his nose, but he maintained the position of his hands. This action shocked Shi, making her body tremble slightly, and her face shaking with anger. Shi snarled. Both annoyed and embarrassed, she gritted her teeth, glared at Chang'an, and cursed. You scoundrel, you're dead for sure. Yet, he remained optimistic, thinking this was normal behavior and a very normal way for him and Shi to enter. Chang'an wrapped his arms around Shi's waist, promising with a sincere tone. Goddess She is very wary. Perhaps a familiar environment will make her lower her guard more easily. I am willing to continue venturing into the tiger's den for you. His actions and sweet words made her so flustered that she changed the subject. I know. Now let go quickly. I have important matters. Chang'an not only didn't let go but his expression became even more perverse. In his heart, he justified his actions. Let go? I can't let go, that's right. I'm not lustful. The system couldn't help but remind him. Host, I told you to woo her, not to overpower her. With a sneer, he secretly consoled the original host somewhere. I'm just imitating the way the original host and Shi interacted. Original host, rest in peace. I will do my best to inherit your place. At the border of Zhuaming Nation, where the Juechang tribe dwelled, people looked at Shi and Chang'an walking on the road with surprised expressions. Behind them, they endlessly chattered and cursed. Does that woman still have the face to come back? Always messing around in the divine realm and even actively messing around with lowly humans. How disgusting. Immediately after, someone suddenly yelled loudly and threw a stone at Shi, catching her attention. Ugly, the child's mother irritably pulled her son away. Why are you provoking her? It's very unlucky. The stubborn child continued to curse, drawing Chang'an's attention. White-haired demon. 3 mouths. Break the dog's legs. Impoverished. Chang'an's eyes showed pity as he stared at Shi. So, her time in the demon realm wasn't too good. Feeling his gaze, she snapped impatiently. You don't need your eyes anymore, do you? Chang'an immediately flinched and averted his. The two arrived at a large encampment, guarded by several soldiers. Shi reminded him. We're here. He slowly followed behind, nodding gently in response. Oh, before entering, she turned to look at the person behind her and seriously instructed. You wait here. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. Chang'an, with a fawning expression, puckered his lips for a blown kiss and obediently replied. I understand. Hurry back. I'll miss. After giving her instructions, regardless of his sly and scheming expression, Shi simply replied with a sound and turned to enter the tent. The moment she entered, less than 2 minutes passed before Chang'an laughed mockingly and ran off. Finally here. How can I just obediently? Using lightning-fast speed to evade the surrounding guards, he roamed the encampment calculating. Information about the divine artifact is too scarce. Right now, I only know that this place is the ancient desolation continent 30,000 years ago, and in 3 days the great ancient immortal war will break out. I must save Chang'an during this war to obtain the divine artifact and become her man. Seriously observing all aspects of life here, he carefully watched how they crafted weapons. He secretly peeked at them training for battle, unable to help but sigh in admiration. The demon race has already recruited soldiers and prepared fully for. Hidden behind a corner, Chang'an's expression was thoughtful, curious about the strength of the enemy and himself. It's not to say that in 3 days, as long as I keep that sea queen alive, this mission can be easily completed. It doesn't seem difficult at all. It's just that I still don't understand how this continent operates. what the heavenly demon commander's strength is, and what level I can reach. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, startling him and making him turn around. Look what I found. Isn't this Han Shi's little... The demon with horns gritted his teeth and snarled, his crimson eyes gleaming with thick killing intent. He charged straight at Chang'an. I really don't understand. Han Shi actually rejected Lord Huasha's love. Clearly no one else wants her. Yet she doesn't understand Lord Huasha's painstaking efforts, and she drags this effeminate wimp around all. Just as Chang'an dodged a direct blow, Huasha appeared. He spoke with disdain. Silence. A mere human dares to compare himself to me. The two demons immediately turned back, flustered, and called out, Lord Huasha. Huasha spoke with an arrogant tone, looking down on everyone. Kill this brat directly. That girl Han, she wouldn't dare say anything. Chang'an stood on the cliff in front of them, his expression cold as he looked at Huasha. At the same time, Han Shi was not having it easy either. She had just received a slap that left her cheek swollen, and the patriarch of the Juechang tribe, a Luaka, propped himself with one hand on his staff, while the other struck her, shouting furiously. You couldn't get the divine artifact, so why did you come back? Do you know how crucial the goddess's divine artifact is to our... Turned, his eyes continuously glancing at Han Shi, who was kneeling on the floor, and spoke harshly. You're someone who succeeds little and fails much. She didn't resist, only seriously requested, Great Uncle Patriarch, someone had to return to report the news. If I had died outside, I had hoped the tribe would erect a memorial tablet. The people around immediately joined in, showing disappointment. Han Shi, you are the child of a hero from a noble lineage. Although people in the tribe have prejudices against you, they all held great hope for you. We waited for your good news. But you, another person spoke up, questioning. Currently, the immortal race is suppressing us heavenly demons everywhere. Many tribes have been defeated, and they don't intend to spare us. If we hadn't lost to the celestial god race thousands of years ago, how would we have fallen into such a plight? Luaka, with only a few chipped teeth left, cackled maliciously. I said it long ago, those humans you raise are useless to us. They have no cultivation and are foolish. We should have thrown him into a pot to stew a long time. His words were full of contempt and scorn. At the same time, on Chang'an's side, he was fighting alone against Huasha, who was charging. Han Shi's face darkened, and she didn't argue but took the blame herself. My plan was not thorough, it has nothing to do with him. He successfully approached Chang Shi. Give me a little more time, and I can use him to obtain the divine art. As soon as she finished speaking, a Luaka immediately threw his staff straight at Han Shi, angrily cursing. Luaka was furious at Han Shi's way of thinking. He growled, wanting to punish her. Heavenly demons who do good work will be greatly rewarded. Those who fail will never recover. It seems a lesson is in order. Just then, someone next to him intervened. Patriarch. No need to get... He glanced at the person beside him, who was smiling triumphantly, and suggested. Speaking of which, isn't our tribe's strongest Huasha just broken through to the Demon King level these past few days? He just happens to need a strong-bodied tribesman to help him consolidate his primeval energy. Let him handle this. Luaka accepted without hesitation, leaving Han Shi with no choice but to listen with a dark face and pursed lips. All right, Huasha's matter must be kept in mind. Call him. Suddenly, a guard rushed in, shouting loudly as he ran into the tent. This is... Guard knelt before a Luaka, stammering his report. Report, Lord Huasha is dead. As soon as these words were spoken, both the Luaka and Han Shi were stunned. The terrified guard described what he knew from the scene. Lord Huasha's body was found in a corner outside the training ground. Big Hua and Little Hua, who followed him, also died horribly. No one saw what happened. Luaka was thrown into disarray by this news. His eyes widened, faint streaks of blood appearing in their rims, and his mouth gaped open, spattering saliva as he roared. Investigate immediately. Investigate. Worried, he urgently ordered his subordinates to raise their vigilance and strengthen defenses. Not even a fly can get through. The two people beside him frantically called out, Patriarch! Could it be an immortal infiltrating? Because the perpetrator was unknown, a Luaka became even more agitated and commanded, Everyone, highest. His shouting commands still echoed throughout the tent. The culprit! We must find the culprit! His subordinates hastily obeyed. Yes. Meanwhile, Han Shi quietly slipped. She quickened her pace, impatient and anxious, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings in search. That foolish male attendant of mine wouldn't be so stupid as to get involved in this. Just as she left the tent, Han Shi saw Chang'an obediently squatting in a corner, waving and calling her. Seeing that he wasn't involved in trouble or causing mischief, She let out a sigh of relief. Without a word, she grabbed Chang'an and ran. Let's go. He was a little bewildered and asked again. Huh? Go. The two ran straight ahead at a speed no one could see. Han, she replied. Zhuaming Nation, our mission isn't finished. The system suddenly appeared. Its excited, mechanical voice ringing out. Congratulations, host, for killing a Demon King level heavenly demon and earning 9 million domain. At the same time, in Zhuaming, everyone rejoiced, expressing profound gratitude. They all spoke with immensely thankful expressions. Zhuaming Nation borders the immortal demon realm. If not for the great goddess purifying the demonic energy day and night. Others chimed in. We can't imagine what kind of days we would live. A faint purple light flickered at the main gate of Zhuaming Nation. Everyone excitedly stirred. It's time. She stood before everyone, demonstrating her power. She closed her eyes, concentrating and prayed. With my life force, purify the land in all 4 directions, eliminate all evil and Zhuaming Nation lay in the clouds, surrounded by colossal mountains. Speaking of Zhuaming Nation, its original name was Zhuaming Valley, a place bordering the immortals and demons. The boundary was established during the last great immortal demon war, when the demon race was about to invade the immortal realm, and the celestial gods forcefully suppressed them with ancient wild. The altar, immense energy ceaselessly radiated, sealing the ancient demon Lord Tushar and tens of thousands of demon statues. Although the seal was powerful, the survivors of the war and the immortal race established their nation here, having lost their ancestral land. However, the demonic energy seeping from the demon abyss continuously eroded the seal, and Demon Lord Tushar never gave up on destruction. To prevent the seal from breaking, She always used her power to suppress it. The spring goddess's purification ritual, which used to be once every few months, gradually increased to once a day. As it is, everyone similarly expressed gratitude and disgust. Zhuaming Nation is at the border of the immortal demon realm. If not for the great goddess purifying the demonic energy day and night. Others agreed, continuing. We can't imagine what kind of days we would live. She kept her eyes tightly shut, concentrating her energy flow and murmuring a prayer. With my life force, purify the national land in all 4 directions, eradicate all evil and wicked. The people below respectfully clasped their hands, wholeheartedly singing praises. The spring goddess loves all beings, eradicates evil, and spreads spring's light everywhere. All things awaken, flowers bloom brightly. We all look up to the goddess. Who would have thought that the praises from the crowd below would make She grimace and secretly curse? These people are so annoying, she impatiently shouted, demanding her subordinates. Disperse the common folk. I've said every time I purify demonic energy. Leave the square clear and forbid the common folk from gathering. The people obediently complied. She seriously sensed the surrounding demonic energy, secretly praying in her heart. Today's demonic energy isn't quite right. It would be best if nothing new happened. An old man among She's subordinates stroked his beard, thinking, the goddess is too sensitive. It's not as if the demon lord is around. Every day is so annoying. A major purification every 10 days, a minor purification every 3 days, it's not that much trouble. If the common folk like to watch, let them. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, accompanied by shattered rocks and debris flying everywhere, startling the old man. Damn it. It really is a lot of trouble. Utterly bewildered, he turned to look back. Did something happen? He must have seen something, for he immediately gasped in disbelief. How could this? After that, his panicked announcement rang out as a powerful energy source from the seal was unleashed. This is bad. The demon lord is out. The seal is broken. Tremors were too immense. The ground immediately split in. People were scattered in panic. A child, unable to keep up, fell into a crack, calling out in fear, Mom! The horrified woman desperately reached out, wanting to grab her daughter, screaming her name uncontrollably, shout. The situation quickly became chaotic. People scattered and ran. Cries for help and screams piled upon one another. Help! Earthquake! Someone save my child! She tried to remain calm. She shouted loudly, reassuring the running populace. Don't panic, immortal lords of Zhuaming Nation. Lend me a hand. Hold on for another 15 minutes, and I can lock it. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately unleashed her power, trying to reseal the formation. We still have time. Seeing this, the people prayed, Goddess, please forgive our incompetence. One of them spoke up, asking for help. To suppress the demonic energy, we have just exhausted all our strength. Goddess, please enter the formation to restore the seal. Her face darkened, her eyes wide with surprise as she glanced at the people who had just made the request. In her heart, she cursed, Your immortal power is clearly above. Even unwillingly, she had to do her best to suppress the seal. She entered the formation and instructed everyone. Everyone, step back. Protect the common folk. Do not allow casualties to spread. You will be saved soon. The excited common people cheered. Brave god subordinates who had pretended to be drained of immortal power just moments ago immediately sighed and complained after she entered the formation. The goddess is really something. Why can't she just rush in by herself like before? Why bother us? Another person chuckled. Anyway, it will be resolved soon. Should we go to the courtesan house to listen to songs later? The others, eager to join the fun, urged. Let's go. Let's go. Anyway, as long as we leave it to the goddess, these are nothing. Only she can seal that old demon overlord. At this very moment, she had entered the ceiling from inside the ceiling formation. Towering gray pillars stood, surrounded by dense, hard-to-see purple bone layers. A sinister voice rang out. We meet again, little girl of the celestial god. Ancient demon Lord Tushar, bound by countless massive chains, laughed as he spoke. The time between your visits here has shortened considerably. Last time was the day of my She raised her eyes. She narrowed them seriously, cutting off Tushi's words. As long as I am here, I will absolutely not let you out to continue wreaking havoc on the mortal. It cackled gleefully, its pointed tongue flicking ceaselessly. You are merely a puppet sent down by the celestial god race. In 3 days I will return to the 9 heavens, trampling the 9 firmaments. No one in this world will be able to stop me. And Tushar, both triumphant and arrogant, threw the corpse of a little girl to the ground. By then, you will understand that all you can save is merely the scraps I casually tossed. She quickly lunged to catch the child's corpse. Tushar took this opportunity to stab its sharp point into her body. It said with disdain, You cannot save. As Tushi's words ended, the sharp point pierced through She's shoulder, making her not stopping there. Countless sharp points rained down like a heavy down. Tushar watched Shi, immobile with countless spears piercing her body. It chuckled triumphantly. For these tiny ants, I've killed them countless times. But you must also be at your blood profusely gushed from her mouth. Shi, with her remaining strength, declared. As long as I live for 1 more day, you will not harm anyone, nor will you take 1 step out of this place. Then she secretly prayed in her heart. With my eternal life, I offer myself to the high god. Immediately, streaks of blood shot out, merging with the green energy flowing from Shi's. Less than a few seconds later, energy erupted from her body. A dazzling green light accompanied by a vow. Demonic evil shall dissipate. The forbidden palace shall be seen. Tushar faced the powerful energy head-on, unfazed. It laughed loudly. No one can stop me. War will begin again very soon. I look forward. Outside the formation, everyone saw the purifying power spread and couldn't help but rejoice. The demonic energy has been pure. Suddenly, a child loudly called out to the sorrowfully weeping woman, Mom! Others roared with renewed vigor. Such strong vitality. Someone ran, shouting gratefully, It's the goddess. The goddess has saved. The woman ran in astonishment to embrace her daughter, whom she thought she would never see again. She asked suspiciously, Xiao Yun, you weren't just now? The child, listless, slowly spoke as if announcing, The great goddess is dead. The mother immediately refuted her daughter's words. Don't talk nonsense. She's purifying power spread powerfully everywhere. The woman firmly asserted to the child, The goddess cannot die. At the same time, she secretly released her power. Phase 1 ability active. The Lord of Zhuaming Nation, Zetua, laughed proudly. My Zhuaming Nation is blessed for 3 generations to have the goddess. The common folk are blessed. The crowd around him immediately chimed in with endless praise. Yes, there's no need to fear those ancient heavenly demons. The goddess will lead us to defeat this old demon overlord once. In the main hall, Shi earnestly advised. National Lord, the celestial demon's power is immense. We cannot be careless. This time, it was only by the full effort of the immortals that we barely succeeded. She, completely unharmed, sat solemnly beside Tua, her voice filled with worried warning. If, 3 years from now, it continues to assault the seal, the penal nation will face a grave catastrophe. Tua scoffed, paying little heed to her words. Instead, he confidently declared, The divine maiden jokes. With us and the abundant immortal power of our penal nation, why should we fear merely containing that half-crippled demon? She immediately stepped forward, earnestly pleading, Please, your majesty, do not underestimate them. Please make arrangements. Her serious tone made him stop laughing. His expression darkened, matching his dangerous voice. Our penal nation is merely a small land, caught between the immortal and demonic realms. Using the nation's military to guard the divine temple seal is one thing. With celestial demons causing trouble in front and the immortal realm giving orders from behind, we toil day and night for the immortal realm's benefit, yet gain nothing in return. Before Ji-Tua could finish his thought, he suddenly raised his voice, announcing to the crowd below, which surprised Chang-Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, the penal nation is willing to replace the immortal realm in thoroughly eliminating the celestial demon spies around our nation. That way, even if that demon breaks through the barrier, it will be isolated without reinforcements. Then, we can assist the Divine Maiden and Immortals in jointly defeating the celestial. Before he could finish, Chang-Shi loudly interrupted. National Lord, please reconsider. She stood up abruptly, respectfully clasped her hands before Ji-Tua, and gently advised. A war between immortals and demons cannot be allowed to happen, nor is it a conflict the National Lord can participate in. If the National Lord has no further matters, please excuse Chang-Shi, I will take my... Granting her permission to leave, Ji-Tua darkly watched Chang-Shi's retreating figure disappear, his expression far from... He raised the ceremonial cup in his hand, his eyes betraying a look of disdain and assessment. A woman who only sees the tiny bit in front of her, lacking for... At the Spring Divine Maiden's Palace, Ji-Tua acknowledged Chang-Shi's meritorious service in suppressing the seal and bestowed generous rewards. For the Spring Divine Maiden's meritorious purification of demonic energy, the National Lord bestows 10 celestial zither and 1 divine spirit. Along with that, a man with a beautiful face appeared. He, too, was part of the reward, a peerlessly handsome. Chang-Shi glanced over them all briefly, then softly instructed her subordinate. As usual, take him to the room. Hearing this, the man shyly mused. To the room? The Divine Maiden is still truly impatient. He followed the servant, his eyes scanning his surroundings with interest, secretly calculating in his mind. Everyone says the Divine Maiden likes handsome men. My peerless appearance, 1 in 40,000 years, has indeed caught her eye. As long as I can conquer the Divine Maiden, I will truly be the highest-ranking man beneath the national... He curiously asked, Elder sister, should I bathe first, or proceed directly to attending your bedchamber? Chang-Shi's maid turned to look at him, muttering softly. Then she decisively pushed him into a room, not forgetting to instruct. You are number 234. From now on, live here and try to get along with everyone. As soon as the man entered the room, he saw a group of other men engaged in strange activities and couldn't help but curse. Secluded chambers. A man inside indifferently greeted. Another unlucky one has arrived. Well, he wasn't resigned, yelling furiously, wanting to question the servant. No, I'm here to attend the Divine Maiden's bedchamber. What do you mean by... The maid standing by the door heard his shout and only replied with disdain. A bunch of pathetic men. Do you even deserve it? Who knew he still stubbornly believed he could attract Chang-Shi's favor? At least let the Divine Maiden see my face. I don't believe there's any woman in this world who doesn't desire handsome... The maid pulled the door open just enough to reveal one eye, then sneered dismissively and compared. You lot aren't even worth half a finger of Changchongan. You'd best give up your fantasies and face reality. The man grew even more inexplicably furious. He roared as if wanting to devour someone alive. Who is Changchongan? Who is that nobody? The maid chuckled in response. He's not someone you can compare yourselves to. He's the man in the Divine Maiden's... At the same time, in Chang-Shi's room, she looked displeased at the scene before her. Chang'an clung to Han-Shi, babbling incessantly. This teleportation array can take me right into little Shear's heart. Han-Shi, both embarrassed and annoyed, scolded. You rogue! We're following the teleportation array. Chang'an, still clinging to Han-Shi, arrived in Chang-Shi's room. The moment they saw her, both... Chang-Shi lowered her gaze to look at them, questioning in a displeased tone. You've grown so audacious as to open a celestial demon teleportation array directly into the Divine Maiden's palace, Junior's... Han-Shi was both embarrassed and furious, glancing at the person still clinging to her. I clearly set the exit at the outer corner of the Great Hall. It's all because this guy talks too much. Chang'an, at this moment, was dumbfounded, unable to form a coherent sentence. This? Han-Shi irritably cursed to herself. His restless hands and feet are making me lose my composure. We haven't even gotten the divine artifact yet. I can't let him ruin the important... Furious, she flung her hand, sending the person beside her flying. Chang'an shot straight into Chang-Shi's arms. Humph, a good-for-nothing like you, both inside and out, yet you managed to win the affection of that foolish woman. Chang-Shi? I don't want you any. Hanshi looked at the two and coldly stated, my male attendant has someone else in his heart. I don't want him. I'm returning him to you. The debt between us is settled. Chang'an tightly hugged Chang'an, inwardly marveling at the person's acting skills. Quite a good actor, almost as good as me. Hanshi continued, well done, Chang'an. I didn't expect you to find such a loyal male attendant. She glanced at both of them, then stepped into the teleportation array. I'm leaving now. Before completely departing, she didn't forget to signal, don't forget the. Chang'an, still in Chang'an's arms, puckered his lips and blew a kiss to Hanshi, then nodded. Chang'an's face darkened. She forced herself to suppress her anger and scoffed. You two flirting right under my nose? Did you think I couldn't? She furrowed her brow, a nostalgic smile playing on her lips. It's for the divine artifact, isn't it? Hanshi, you really haven't changed. She recalled when they were children. Chang'an had hit Hanshi, and despite the pain, Hanshi had pretended to be fine, saying, it doesn't hurt at all. Remembering this, Chang'an mused, her pathetic acting skills haven't improved from childhood to adulthood. She can't fool any. Finishing her thought, she turned and left. Chang'an anxiously reached out and called after her. My love, actually, it's like this. Chang'an coldly replied, if you want to explain, do it while we. Hearing this, Chang'an put on a scoundrel's face, thinking to himself, bathe? Is it what I'm thinking? The system immediately reminded him, regardless, host, I now want to invite you to a 9-turn intestine. The maids standing outside blushed as they gossiped. Did the divine maiden just bring someone to the Ascension Palace? It seems someone will be attending her bedchamber. Clothes were neatly arranged on the wooden shelf in the bathroom. The servant's chatter echoed, I saw him. He's very At the same time, Chang'an, wrapped only in a towel around his waist, was preparing to scrub Chang'an's back, feeling both doubtful and excited. The divine maiden's thoughts are still hard to grasp. Now there's a deeply troubling question. Should I scrub both the front and the. Chang'an waited for a long time without any movement. Then, her face flushing, she questioned, Chang'an, are you even capable? He shyly feigned fierceness and warned, woman, you are playing with blood already covering his face and his eyes eagerly anticipating. Chang'an lunged forward. Doubt me? Then let me show you the power of my miraculous hand. Used a wet towel to rub Chang'an's fair arm. She suspiciously asked, what is this, white? Chang'an, enthusiastically scrubbing in 18 different ways, replied, using cow's milk as a catalyst, as I scrub, the milk permeates the skin, making Her Highness the Divine Maiden's skin even more. Inside, Chang'an and Chang'an's voices echoed, this? Where did you learn this technique? The eavesdropping crowd outside blushed crimson. So it begins? What hot sand? Inside, Chang'an, both embarrassed and jealous, probed, such practice technique. You must have served many young ladies before, haven't you? Chang'an endured her prodding and replied, only you. How could an honest person like me have so much experience? She was skeptical. Chang'an didn't answer directly. Instead, he blushed, remembering someone else, and said, furthermore, I've only ever bathed with one person, the most beautiful young lady I've ever met. It's just a pity that I was quite busy wearing clothes back. Chang'an misunderstood, thinking he was referring to her, and felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Is he talking about bathing with me a long time ago? And still beating around the bush? Outwardly, she feigned disapproval. Such a glib. Chang'an avoided her gaze, boastfully declaring, this is true. Once I resolve the matter of the divine artifact, I will marry her and we will enjoy boundless happiness together. Chang'an was dumbfounded by his attitude. Marry? I haven't even agreed yet. His attitude seems so sincere, not like acting. So he really cares about me that much. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sadness and regret. It's just a pity he's immortal. Can I really have ordinary happiness? At this moment, Chang'an exclaimed, the final. He took Chang'an's foot and skillfully massaged her acupoints, massaging the sole of her foot, specifically the Tongxian act. Wherever Chang'an's fingers applied pressure, she clenched her teeth, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, Chang'an stood up, the steam from the bath obscuring. Chang'an stood behind her, shyly looking at her. I used too much force and skill. He apologetically asked, I didn't know you couldn't handle it. This time, I'll be gentler. I'll be moderate. Chang'an's face was flushed with embarrassment, not daring to show it. Inwardly, she softly cursed. Why does this man know how to make one so comfortable? Shyly turned to face Chang'an, softly stating, I generally understand your intentions. Marriage is still too soon. Right now, we have more important matters. The Demon Lord's sealing array has begun to be damaged. The Demon Lord will reappear in the mortal world in 3 days. You must quickly leave this place. But for now, I can still protect you. Before the calamity strikes, I will send you to the immortal He, without hesitation, declared, "It's fine. I will act." Changshi glared and scolded. "You don't even know what you'll be facing." Chang'en's face grew serious, and he spoke in a firm, low voice. "No matter what happens, I will not leave your side for half a step. With me here, no one will harm." The two stood facing each other, gazing intently, surrounded by the rising steam from the bath. Changshi exhausted all her advice, finally giving a helpless, embarrassed, yet not impolite smile. She thought to herself, "He doesn't even know how terrifying the Demon Lord is, yet dares to boast like that." But then again, if it were anyone else, they would have probably been scared out of their wits by now. After a long while, both finished bathing and returned to the room. "Let's go back to the lamplight cast its glow, illuminating the entire. Chang'en quietly looked at Changshi, who was fast asleep right beside. He chuckled inwardly, gently put on his clothes and softly muttered, "So much accumulated pressure and fatigue. Just a little relaxation," and she quickly fell into a deep. After changing his clothes, he softly said, Chang'en returned to a serious and proper demeanor. He tilted his head, relaxing his neck muscles, and said with interest, "The ancient celestial demon, is it? I'm quite curious to see what kind of fellow it is." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped straight to the location of the ceiling. As he descended before the gate, a voice suddenly echoed, "Such pure healing divine energy. Only the divine maiden possessed." Chang'en hid in a corner, secretly eavesdropping. Someone inside the array's location. A few figures were using their powers to do something, discussing as they worked. "Don't just poke one spot. What if we break the seal and water gushes out? Water is just water. Isn't the divine maiden here? She can fix." One of them laughed loudly, saying, "If she doesn't use the seal, where would the new divine power come from? How else would our national lord expand the nation's power? How would he cultivate an immortal army?" The person next to him scoffed in agreement. "They call that woman a divine maiden, but she's no different from a discarded piece of trash. A fool who only knows how to seal things for us to enjoy." Their disrespectful words reached Chang'en's ears. He cast a cold glance. He recalled Changshi once saying that her divine power was increasingly unable to keep up with the seal. "No matter how many times I reinforce the seal, I don't know why its duration becomes shorter and shorter. The speed at which my divine power recovers can no longer keep up with the rate at which the seal is being damaged. I truly fear that one day, I won't be able to stop the demon." Chang'en understood the reason. His face, devoid of any cheer, was now filled only with contempt and disgust. He muttered, "For personal gain, disregarding the lives and deaths of every." His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the others to hear. They startled and turned around. "Who's there? A mortal? How dare you enter the divine sealing?" Chang'en conjured a flame, coldly stating, "Insignificant ants aren't worthy of knowing." As soon as he finished speaking, all three were engulfed in flames and burned to ashes. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal marshal. Reward, 7 million domain points and a salted fish treasure. Congratulations, host, for killing a peak immortal marshal. Reward, 7 million domain points and a salted fish treasure." He bent down and picked up the magic artifacts of the three men to examine. Gently holding them in his hand, he used a little force to snap them all. Chang'en wondered, "These magic artifacts seem to be directly channeling divine power elsewhere. I wonder how much has been drained in such a short." Just then, the seal suddenly cracked and Changshi, in a deep sleep, felt the seeping demonic energy and abruptly opened her eyes. Chang'en faced the immense power surging from the seal, as demonic energy churned and continuously intense. Immediately after, demonic energy enveloped the entire penal nation. Screams erupted, demonic apparitions attacked from the sky. The celestial demon had revived. She was jolted awake by the shock. In her haste, she didn't even have time to properly dress before rushing out to observe. The seal has been in place for so many years. Why is it breaking earlier? There were clearly 2 more days. This is a disaster. She looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, wondering to herself, has the ancient celestial demon truly revived? With Changshi and the divine artifact there, why did the seal break? Did that brat actually fuse with the divine artifact? Ji-Tua stared in horror at the sky enveloped in demonic energy. He muttered incessantly, "The demon lord has appeared. This is impossible. Guard the monarch. Guard the monarch." This king will go to the immortal realm for. At the same time, in the demonic domain, the 3rd Deputy Corps Commander of the Celestial Demons, Kong Ming, urgently issued orders. Quickly report to the Corps Commander. Form ranks. Use the largest formation to welcome our king. His subordinates immediately accepted the order and departed. The Demon Lord grinned smugly, flicking its long tongue. I told you, no one in this world can imprison me. I shall descend upon the mortal world and shroud the immortal domain in. Slowly moved out of the array, then suddenly stopped. But first, the most important, the Demon Lord shot off in a certain direction with lightning speed. It excitedly shrieked. I'll chop that little girl who opposed me into 10,000 pieces, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. I'll display her on the roof of this great hall as a warning to the. Heading straight for the array's exit, the Demon Lord arrogantly declared, Ancient continent, your king has returned. It was immensely excited. A hand suddenly blocked it. Chang'an appeared from nowhere, grabbing the Demon Lord's head with his bare hand. His eyes filled with sharp intent as he looked. Chang'an looked up, his sharp eyes glancing at the Demon Lord as if it were a toy. He flatly stated, Get. With that, he gently pushed the Demon Lord away. It immediately flew back to its original position, landing hard on the ground, sending dust flying. As the dust gradually cleared, the Demon Lord's legs appeared, and it cautiously took a few steps, and it ferociously looked up at Chang'an in the air. Who are you? Inwardly, it trembled in fear. That girl should be the strongest person in this city. She wasn't even my match. So why can this person push me back to the sealed land with a single move? Chang'an's entire body exuded an enormous, surging spiritual power. He casually replied, Just a pass. He lowered his gaze to observe the Demon Lord in the array below. Chang'an calculated inwardly, My spiritual power isn't meant to trigger a full-blown war. I don't know if war has already been declared because of him, but what's certain is that if this guy gets out, he will definitely cause a huge commotion, leading to serious casualties. If not handled well, it will threaten the Divine Maiden's life and delay my acquisition of the Divine Art. Just then, several scattered footsteps gradually appeared. Chang'an glanced around, then conjured a flame in his hand. I don't care who you are, or how powerful you may be. Right now, I only want to do one. The monsters below raised their weapons high, while Chang'an, hovering in midair, prepared to incinerate them all. He declared, Kill all of you, leaving no one behind. The reason is, you might hinder. Colossal rift appeared in the sky. A surge of demonic energy breached the mortal realm's thousand-zhang barrier and shot straight up to the immortal realm. The last time demonic energy appeared and shook the 3 realms was when the ancient celestial demon army broke through the penal. In the immortal domain, the stream of demonic energy shot straight up, making the surroundings dark and the common people were terrified. This aura, that Demon Lord has appeared. The world is about to fall into great chaos. Immortal realm, forces immediately assembled. All immortals heed the command. All military forces from every domain are to immediately gather at the penal nation. Suppress the Demon Lord. Those in the immortal domain quickly received the order and set off. Clear Wind Immortal Domain acknowledges the order. Immortal Domain acknowledges the 4 Prime Marshals and Divine Brilliance Heavenly Lord, at the Immortal Emperor level, sternly instructed everyone. This battle concerns all living beings in the world. All generals, please do not be careful. The 4-directional Vermilion Bird Immortal, Lingguan Heavenly Monarch, sneered at the Immortal Emperor, saying, Those outcasts from the previous era are truly disobedient. Do they really think we fear them? The 4-directional Black Tortoise Immortal, Jiming Heavenly Monarch, also cautiously reminded everyone, Immortals, if anyone underestimates that demon overlord, they might die without even knowing. He frowned, observing the encroaching demonic energy, and declared, That demon overlord must be jointly suppressed by all immortals. Only we immortals can stop him and rescue the common. In Swaiming Kingdom, demonic energy had completely enveloped everything. Everywhere was filled with a terrifying, cold, and gloomy. The demonic energy gradually spread into the town, and people scattered everywhere, fleeing in. A man fearfully spoke, There's demonic energy everywhere. Where else is safe? A person beside him immediately scoffed, Nonsense. Of course, it's safest by the god. Self-proclaimed beauty of 4,000 years. Gnashing his teeth in anger and envy, muttered, That Chang'an is probably clinging to the goddess right now, begging for protection. That scoundrel. Why does he get favored while we have to suffer this calamity? In terms of looks, I absolutely lose to him. I must find him and see what he looks. The other men tried to pull him along. We shouldn't run around recklessly. It's too dangerous. Yes, let's hide here. The self-proclaimed beauty, determined to compete with Chang'an, loudly lectured them. A bunch of fools! As long as we can gain the favor of the great goddess later, what's a little demonic energy to be afraid? As Changshi appeared, someone joyfully reassured the others. With the goddess here, everything will be resolved. Great goddess, we still hope you can quickly enter the demon abyss and restore the seal, to suppress the demonic. At this moment, she noticed the broken magic tool lying on the ground. Changshi anxiously exclaimed, "This is bad." She tried to use her remaining strength to resist the seal, but her power was insufficient. Changshi loudly announced, "The demon-suppressing seal is completely shattered. I alone can no longer seal it." Everyone around couldn't help but gasp in shock and shout. Someone impertinently questioned, "What do you mean you can't seal it anymore? Are you just going to let the demon lord emerge?" Changshi paid no mind to his attitude. She simply replied, "If there are enough people to help, perhaps we can buy a little more." As soon as she finished speaking, a soldier rushed forward with an angry expression. He yelled at Changshi, "A little more time? What good is a little more time?" The people behind him also impatiently urged, "Aren't you the goddess? Maintaining the seal is your duty. Now you're dragging us down with." The incessant scolding, questioning, and accusations hitting her ears infuriated Changshi. She gritted her teeth, listening to their words. Let the people of Swaiming Kingdom be corrupted by demonic energy? What kind of goddess is? Those people panicked and urged each other to flee. "We should run first. The king has already fled." Changshi roared, and she furiously unleashed her power, her eyes blazing red with killing intent. "All of you!" Changshi's face clearly showed disgust and disdain. She almost yelled, losing her composure. "You lie!" Changshi felt numb as if she had been electrocuted. She silently calmed herself. "I almost lost control," she then softly said to the people in front of her. "I will stay here to purify the escaping demonic energy. Before the demon lord fully revives, I will ensure everyone can retreat to the immortal realm without being attacked by demonic." Just then, Zitua, from above, announced triumphantly, "Lords, there's no need." Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement. "The king!" he confidently declared to the people. "I have already informed the immortal realm." Everyone rejoiced. "The king has arrived." Zitua looked down at everyone below, then clearly reassured their panicked spirits. "Everyone, hold on a little longer. The immortal realm has dispatched reinforcements to help us suppress the demon." She stepped closer, her voice filled with doubt as she questioned, "Suppress? Suppress with what? What kind of chaos are you causing?" She realized everything, angrily looking up at Zitua and sneering. "Using a bit of divine power extracted from me to suppress it? If it weren't for today, I would still be with solemn face and sharp eyes filled with fury. Changshi almost gritted her teeth as she spoke. "Do you know how many immortals sacrificed their lives for this seal back then? With my protection, it could have brought 10,000 years of peace. It hasn't even been 6,512 years. Do you know that once the demon lord breaks his final shackles, you, I, and everyone here will..." Zitua didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he disdainfully scratched his nose. "Goddess, why slander an innocent person? According to our kingdom's plan, the lord of the immortal realm has already mobilized to Swaiming Kingdom. The great goddess is already powerless, unable to guard the divine temple. Yet she blames this." Changshi frowned, her eyes wide, gritting her teeth. "You..." Suddenly, someone frantically pointed in a direction. Everyone focused on the array's entrance. They then realized that demonic energy was no longer emanating. No more demonic energy is gushing out. It's true. The surrounding demonic energy isn't suffocating, and strange situation made Changshi incredulous. The seal isn't closed, so why is the demonic energy? Zitua, seeing an advantage, immediately claimed credit. He chuckled triumphantly. This monarch guessed correctly. After being sealed for thousands of years, how could his power not be depleted? Only you, goddess, would overreact to believing everything was settled. He ordered his subordinates, quickly retrieve the 1,000-mile astral mirror to observe the situation inside the demon abyss. The group acknowledged the order and complied. There, the 1,000-mile astral mirror was taken out and projected high into the air. It emitted a powerful spiritual force that surged into the heart of the array. The 1,000-mile astral mirror, though consuming immense immortal power, could peer into any corner of the mortal world. Changshi looked up in surprise. People watched intently as the scenes were replayed through the mirror. What's happening inside the demon of the 1,000-mile astral mirror illuminated the scene, which was covered in a misty haze. The people nervously waited to see what would unfold. From the mirror, images of the lion demon fighting Chang and appeared. Someone exclaimed in shock, "There's someone inside the demon abyss. It's the demon lord." He really broke this. The images on the mirror continued to show hordes of monsters ceaselessly charging. Everyone watching secretly lamented. The Demon King's army, said to be the natural enemy of immortals, has also awakened. We're seeing Chong and fighting the lion demon within the array. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. There's still someone who doesn't know death, charging into the demon abyss. He's surely dead. No one has ever survived under the encirclement of the demon. The people behind them found it amusing and scoffed. Don't say that. We don't know his true strength, but his dodging skills are top-notch. We can only hope he holds out until the immortals arrive. Only Chong, she hesitated, bewildered. She realized the person inside was Chong, and seeing his eyes, she asked herself in confusion, why is he in the demon? At the same time, Chong and continuously used streaks of fire to fight the monsters that had just been unseen. Each streak of fire swept through, causing a horde of monsters to disintegrate into dust and flesh. This made everyone look at him with new eyes. He can even gain the upper hand against a multitude of demons. Chong and grabbed a large. The lion demon opened its mouth in a grin, its gaze sweeping over. Immediately after, Chong used the chain to bind its body into a spherical mass, then swung his leg. Zitua laughed delightedly, recognizing the person. Simply marvelous. He must be an immortal sent by the immortal realm. Who would have thought there was still someone in this world who could stop the demon over? Men hiding in a corner of Chong, she's cold palace, couldn't help but exclaim as they watched. Just who is that young man? To be able to fight evenly with a heavenly demon. He's too strong. The self-proclaimed beauty joyfully watched the battle through the mirror, secretly admiring him in his heart. Since when did Swaiming Kingdom have such a brilliant and exceptionally powerful immortal? If I could gain his protection and follow him to the immortal realm, that Chong would just be the goddess's. Unlike everyone else's excitement, Chong-Shi, on the contrary, seemed unable to believe her eyes. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It can't. Through the mirror, the image of Chong fighting alone against all the monsters that had just broken the seal continued to play. Seeing the powerful and aloof Chong within the array left Chong-Shi flustered. This man. She recalled the words she had once thought he was boasting about. I'm not bragging. No one in this world can match me in a. Chong-Shi was so shocked her face flushed red, staring without blinking. Chong. Inside the array, Chong fought with fervor, unleashing fire while asking, "Want to?" The system joyfully announced. Killed a heavenly demon of the demon venerable rank, rewarding 50 million domain points. He coldly scanned the area below and spoke. Oh, it seems. Chong in mid-air, faced the lion demon on the ground. He said, there's only one. The lion demon was not only fearless but felt excited and challenged. Brat, you dare speak such arrogant words just because you have a bit of strength? Do you truly think you're invincible under heaven? Very well, before I go out, I'll take you as a sacrifice. And it laughed loudly and triumphantly. Even your immortal realm lord wouldn't dare block my path like this when I'm at my full power. Demonic energy surged around its entire body, and the lion demon's muscles gradually. Demonic energy permeated its body as if to replenish its strength. The lion demon roared. Those who block me shall. Transformed into an unusual shape, bathed in a terrifying dull red, accompanied by a deafening roar. You must. The system quickly issued a warning. Detected the aura of a powerful entity exceeding the domain lord rank. Please pay attention, host. Please pay attention, host. Who knew Chong wouldn't care in the slightest? What's there to be afraid of? Let's just fight. In the dense night, Chong's figure faced the newly transformed lion. He smirked, looking down. Still quite something after transforming, huh? The system prompted. Warning. New realm strength. The lion demon landed on a large. The system announced again. Detected opponent's realm. Domain god. Along with this, the lion demon appeared with a completely different form and even more abundant demonic. It coldly looked at Chong and spoke. You are very strong, but to stand up for that little girl is still a bit. As soon as it finished speaking, the lion demon instantly vanished from Chong's sight, leaving only a few streaks of light on the. Suddenly appeared in front of Chong then threw a. Though he narrowly dodged the punch, the force of the blow was too strong. Chong was immediately thrown a. A crack appeared on his face, surprising Chong. The system warned. Warning. The opponent's rank far exceeds the current clone's rank. Do you wish to switch to a higher-ranked clone? At this moment, he was dazed, deep in thought. Just a punch wind is enough to shatter space? Damn it. This is too ridiculous. Stop fooling or. Catching the lion demon's downward strike with one hand, Chong smirked and asked, System, I ask you, if this clone shatters, will I be sent back to the original time, right? The system honestly replied, if you can timely create a clone down here, You can continue to remain in this continuously threw punches at him, not giving Chang'an time to think. Brat, what are you mumbling about? I haven't even used my full strength yet, so don't be so pathetic. I will slowly torture you to... As soon as it finished speaking, both vanished in a dazzling light, and punches were continuously thrown without... Tremors from within the array were so great that the outside also vibrated. Everyone was stunned. What's happened? Zetua frantically looked into the mirror. Isn't that demon overlord's power supposed to have been weakened by the seal? What's with that appearance? Only then did Chang'an explain, startling him. That is his strongest power. From his peak, she analyzed and theorized. The demon lord, the lion demon, was born from the desires of all beings. As long as the world's desires exist, he will be immortal and indestructible, with an invincible physical body. Not even gods can directly kill him. They can only seal him. It has been 10,000 years now. Logically, the seal should have worn away all his demonic energy, but she paused, then observed the lion demon more closely through the mirror, a hint of doubt in her voice. But then, she suddenly froze, startled, as if she had realized. Chang'an loudly explained to Zetua and the others. He has always used his demonic energy to devour these demon hordes. From that, he created the false impression of being weakened. Zetua was horrified and utterly bewildered. What? You never noticed such a... Zetua, sweating coldly, looked towards the mirror. The demon lord has recovered to this extent? Then that immortal can fundamentally not be a match for the lion. At the same time, Chang'an was already fighting to the point of exhaustion. The system continued to warn. The opponent's rank far exceeds the current clones. The lion demon emerged from the thick mist, giving an interested compliment. What a resilient little shrimp, but what a... Having said half of its words, it charged in again. This time, it seemed like a decisive blow. The lion demon declared, "The appetizer is..." Chang'an lowered his eyes to the system, his expression like a madman spouting wild words. I always thought the mirror flower water moon seemed to replicate my image, but the highest-ranked clone generated each time seems to be when I encounter the strongest system. Do you want to create something a little more interesting together? Along with his arrogant words, powerful golden serpents surged forth. The system secretly swallowed a cold breath, thinking, I have a bad feeling about... Chang'an's power surged forward, directly clashing with the lion demon. But it clicked its tongue and spoke, "It's useless. My physical body is forged from countless demonic energies. No immortal technique can..." The lion demon's face gradually appeared from behind his power. It provoked, "Be afraid. All emotions will transform into my strength. I can already feel countless fears in the outside world eagerly await." While roaring, the lion demon gathered its strength, intending to continue striking Chang'an, who was below on the... Zetua, from outside, affirmed, "The immortal cannot suppress the lion demon anymore. While there's no hindrance from the demonic energy, is there any way to see..." Chang'an hesitated slightly. My mission tells me I must quickly seal the array's entrance to protect everyone." She wavered, unable to decide. But when she looked towards the mirror and saw him still fighting tirelessly, she sighed. Chang'an is still persevering. How can I abandon? Seeing the fierce confrontation between the two, and the array entrance almost closing, made her anxious. Once the array entrance is sealed, he will surely... Everyone was slowly losing hope. Chang'an, enveloped by demonic energy, softly requested, "Switch clone." The system carried out the request. Beginning clones, immediately, demonic energy completely engulfed Chang'an's body. But then, a few elusive movements. The people outside, realizing the situation was dire, urged Chang'an, "Quickly make a move." She hesitated. Seeing her hesitation, everyone questioned, "Goddess, do you want to see the lion demon?" At the same time, Han Shi, who had been observing from the side, secretly calculated. The demon lord's condition seems even better than I imagined. I must quickly relay this information to the out. She glanced at Chang'an ahead and then thought, but if Chang'an is busy, she definitely won't bother with that Chang'an anymore. I wonder if that fool can find a safe place to hide. But perhaps I can take him away during the chaotic demonic... Then, a familiar voice rang out, startling Han Shi. "All immortals. There is no need to panic." She spun around sharply. There, in the sky at this moment were the black tortoise Jiming Heavenly Monarch, the vermilion bird Lingguan Heavenly Monarch, and the four-duty Marshal Lingyao Heavenly Monarch. They spoke to reassure everyone. This place will temporarily be under our... Zetua was overjoyed to see the reinforcements. "Heavenly Monarchs, you've finally arrived." The others were also thrilled. "The Immortal Realm's reinforcements are here. Heavenly Monarchs, Please kill the demon lord. The for duty divine radiant heavenly lord commanded loudly. Soldiers, follow me to suppress the demon lord. Form up. Suddenly, someone shouted to stop them. Changshi pointed and explained. There's still someone inside fighting the demon lord. His fate is unknown, but he's the one holding back the demonic barrier. Can we save him first? The for duty divine radiant heavenly lord scoffed lightly. Who in the immortal realm could possibly fight the demon lord single-handedly? In such a situation, he's probably already turned to dust. Besides, compared to the tens of millions of people in the immortal realm, what is the sacrifice of one? These words completely froze Changshi, leaving her speechless with indignation. The for duty divine radiant heavenly lord sternly demanded. Step back. Every second counts right now. Changshi, you bear the guilt of failing to guard the seal. Do you dare to obstruct us now, wishing to deepen your culpability even? He continued to scold. It's a disgrace for you, a spring goddess, to act so recklessly in the face of such a critical situation. Follow me and form the... Within the array, the demon lord now held one of Chang'en's legs, dangling him mid-air. You stinking brat, wasting time, helping these immortal realm nobodies stall for more time to create another seal. Huh? It's all trash. His face was covered in blood. His hair stood on end. An indescribable demon lord flung Chang'en towards the array while heading for the array's entrance. It laughed with glee. It's been a long time since I've heard the delightful, tragic cries of a Chang'en fell freely, almost power. Fortunately, the system announced, clone. The demon lord was rushing towards the array's entrance at maximum. It went straight forward with absolute confidence. At that very moment, Chang'en, having changed his form, appeared right before it. Did I say you could leave? The demon lord recoiled in shock. How are you? Trapped by Chang'en's power, unable to move, it struggled futilely before resorting to coaxing. Are you crazy? Once the grand array is formed, you won't be able to get out either. If I'm completely sealed, that little girl will be useless. His expression was indifferent, the demon lord's words seemingly falling on deaf ears. He even retorted, Don't judge me by your own knowledge, you ignorant. Meanwhile, outside, the immortals had finished deploying their forces and cooperatively completing the array formation. The array is complete. From now on, the demon lord will be completely sealed. No one will be able to break out of this. For duty divine radiant heavenly lord smiled with satisfaction, looking at Ji-Tua. This sealing was very smooth, thanks to the united efforts of all you esteemed immortals. Ji-Tua feigned humility with a flattering smile. Not at all, it was all due to the heavenly lord's support. Changshi retreated to a corner, her face filled with regret as she thought of that person. Changshi hid in a spot, watching everything conclude, unable to help but worry. This isn't good. If the demon lord is truly sealed, then the second demon army marching here will directly confront the immortal realm's grand. As she was about to leave, she was suddenly blocked. Once the matter is resolved, it's time to assign. The black tortoise heavenly lord Jiming blocked Han Shi and spoke. A rat from another land has burrowed into our territory. How should this crime be punished? Han Shi silently cursed in her heart. This is big. Chang Shi, realizing the situation there was dire, grew anxious. Why is she here at this time? The immortals won't let her off. The for duty divine radiant heavenly lord looked at Chang Shi and probed. Chang Shi, the god realm entrusted you with divine artifacts to guard the seal of the crimson underworld nation. That was a mark of trust. But now, the seal is broken, and there's even a heavenly demon by your side. You and she know each other. Before she could answer, he struck her with spiritual energy, sending her flying far away. Colluding with a heavenly demon. What crime do you deserve? Chang Shi retorted, denying it. I did not. Suddenly, a tremor appeared. Everyone stared blankly back at the array that had just been. From within the seal, a surge of power burst outwards. Everyone was stunned. A strange entity escaped from within the array seal. It hovered in the sky. Everyone began to panic. The new seal is broken. Is this fake? The sealing array shouldn't have a crack. What's happened? Its face was obscured, its expression unclear. Only a disdainful, mocking grin could be seen, and a smug voice rang out. A bunch of ignorant Chang'en, in his transformed state, appeared right before the for duty divine radiant heavenly lord. He asked mockingly, Who are you punishing? She also sensed this immense power and looked back in doubt. Who is this person, with such formidable aura never seen before? The surrounding crowd gasped in terrified alarm. And no way, the demon lord actually. She struggled to her feet, looking up at the person hovering in the air with a skeptical expression. Seeing Chang'en carrying the demon lord's bones and hovering in the air, everyone shrieked in terror. The demon lord is dead. Dead. At this, he finally spoke. I've been sick of you immortals for a long. Itua watched him with a chill, then flatly declared, Heavenly demon. He is a heavenly demon. Stronger than the demon. Chang'an, with his strange appearance, ignored the people below and slowly said to the system, System, I want to eat. Space grew heavy. Jiming's eyes widened, cold sweat running down his cheeks, his voice trembling. This terrifying oppressive, everyone present was crushed by the immense pressure, unable to resist falling to their knees. All felt breathless. One person cried out, It's even worse than Demon Lord Tushar. I can't breathe. Chang'an appeared, in the form of a heavenly demon, his silver-white hair fluttering. Demonic energy emanated from him, creating immense pressure. His eyes gleamed with malevolence as he stepped forward. The crowd panicked in unison. Are we really supposed to stop this? Jitua glanced up, trying to bear the crushing weight of the pressure. He gritted his teeth and asked, In this surging demonic energy, we can't even stand. Where did he come? Jiming suddenly surged up, spiritual energy around him forming sharp spikes, ready to attack. There's no time for hesitation. Heavenly Lord Lingjiao also charged forward desperately, shouting encouragement. Everyone, we must stop him, even if it costs us our lives. If he escapes, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Lang Guang on the side also gritted his teeth and rushed. Jiming was immediately punched in the cheek, breaking his. Chang'an merely waved his hand, sending 3 people flying into the distance. Powerful demonic energy erupted, purple light flashing and spreading throughout the. Itua gaped, unable to utter a sound. A heavenly immortal, struck down with just one blow. The others, undeterred, charged forward in unison. A person surrounded by lightning said first, The erase seal must have weakened his power considerably. We still have a chance to win. Justice will always triumph over evil. The light-haired person next to him called out to everyone, All immortal venerables and immortal emperors, follow me to form an. The 3 suddenly stopped. They looked up at Chang'an in the sky. He raised one hand high, demonic energy forming a colossal sphere, ready to descend, stunning. Blonde-haired person in the distance froze, not moving the technique they had just prepared. The light-haired person, who had been speaking so boldly just moments ago, now dared to do nothing, only stammering out one phrase, Kill. A powerful vortex of demonic energy swirled, engulfing everything around. Everyone screamed in terror. Simultaneously, the system displayed continuous notifications. Congratulations to the host for killing an immortal Emperor Realm Immortal, rewarding 150 million realm points. Congratulations to the host for killing a triple-layered Immortal Venerable, rewarding 150 million realm points. Congratulations to the host for killing an Immortal Emperor Realm Immortal, rewarding 150 million realm points. Vortex gradually dissipated, the demonic energy scattering. Changshi's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. She couldn't help but mirror Changshi's expression. Both were too shocked. Chang'an, his expression unchanged, hovered in mid-air, looking down. Dust billowed like the white dust dispersed. Feng Qiun charged forward with his sword, his eyes gleaming, aiming directly at Chang'an. Seized the opening. Before Feng Qiun could finish his sentence, Chang'an quickly grabbed his cheeks and pulled hard. As he was pinched until red, Feng Qiun tried to hold onto the hand pinching his cheeks and exclaimed immediately, It's over. I'm restrained. A bald man exclaimed in horror, It's Feng Changyang. The bald guy nearby paled. That kid has fallen into the Demon Lord's hands. There's no saving him. Feng Qiun, his eyes welling up with tears, cried out as his cheeks were incessantly pinched. I was wrong. I was wrong. Good sir, spare my life. Good sir, do you understand the common? Chang'an put on a devilish expression, a cunning smile spreading across his face. He tweaked the other's cheek. Feng Qiun's face twisted, his eyes sparkling with tears. Seeing this, Chang'an thought to himself, This guy is actually my master? And a cute, clingy puppy version? So, his name used to be Feng Changyang. Less than 3 seconds later, he tossed Feng Qiun aside, while simultaneously casting a cold gaze at the distant crowd. Get out. If I see any of you again, it'll be your dying day. He then thought to himself, My good master, don't actively seek death. Feng Qiun was caught by his people, nearly collapsed. Finished with that, he turned to Changshi, his expression unreadable. The appetizer is done. Now for the main course. Changshi, standing before him, took half a step back and softly called, Chang'an. He tilted his chin, glancing down, then lowly growled, Spirit entity. The tranquil space around them suddenly shimmered with a purplish aura, like lightning, and the spirit entity appeared, her entire body made of a stream of green light, a little reserved. Her eyes darted to the side as she softly called, "Young." Chun Chongin's face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he smiled without smiling, questioning. "The information you gave me was too little. In one day, I've roughly figured out the cause and biggest threat of the great immortal demon war. I've dealt with Demon Lord Tushar, so the goddess can be considered saved." The spirit entity immediately replied, "Young hero, the future hasn't changed yet." Hearing this, he opened his eyes wide then he saw the spirit entity sigh and listened carefully to her explanation. "Unfortunately, I can still sense that something even more terrifying has yet to occur." The spirit entity fearfully covered her face with one hand, her voice clearly faltering. "In my visions, she was ensnared by a monster, about to be devoured." The spirit entity screamed in panic. "Master still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. There's a horde of monsters, trampling us at will, leaving us unable to live or..." Chun Chongin was agitated. "What else can you remember? Can you remember who killed her?" The spirit entity, already half-faded, said resentfully. "I only remember that in countless previous attempts, I never managed to save Master from that person. But in the end, Master still died in the same way. It's something I couldn't prevent." He crossed his arms and frowned, his tone deeply displeased. "People seek my help, clearly stating their grievances. But you're great, leaving me with nothing. Do you think I'm playing a guessing game? Are you a child?" Spirit entity looked sad, one hand clutching her chest. She apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, I really can't remember. Master truly bears too many burdens. Master shouldn't have to face such a cruel..." Chun Chongin's face was obscured. The spirit entity then vanished into nothingness, only managing to leave behind one sentence. "The trial has 2 days left. Please prevent the fated out." Chun Chongin thought helplessly. "Prevent what? For heaven's sake? I only have 2 days. Where am I supposed to go to prevent it?" He raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. "I'm like a reader lost in the murky future of this entire event, unable to find that." He turned to look at the crowd, surrounded by a faint green spiritual breeze. He began to assess the situation. "At first, I thought that by just dealing with the key person and stopping the Immortal Demon campaign, I could solve this. But now it seems I was too naive." He watched Feng Chiun kneeling on one knee, clenching his teeth. The 2 people behind him bowed their heads, intending to help him up, their eyes fixed on Chun Chongin. Their survival until the end only proves that the Demon Lord, when he first emerged, couldn't defeat them. He might even have died at their hands. Glancing around, Chun Chongin said nothing, only thinking. "Although I could easily kill these despicable people, who knows what kind of butterfly effect it would cause thousands of years later. If I mess it up, everything will be chaos. If the spirit entity's words aren't wrong, then the Demon Lord was just a pawn. There's a bigger conspiracy behind." Lost in thought, he suddenly wrapped an arm around Changshi's waist. For a single woman to be involved in such a major affair, it's truly unbelievable. He abruptly grabbed her and jumped into the air, witnessed by Han Shi and the others. He calmly said, "Shi, let's get to..." Han Shi held out both hands, and a tear-like rift appeared in. The 3 people standing behind watched Chun Chongin and his group leave, all thinking, "Are we just going to let them go like that? Or else what? Who's going to go stop?" Chun Chongin stepped into the distorted space, glancing back and muttering to himself, "First, take the people with me. As for how to know what truly happens in the future, I probably have a way to test it." Then he warned them, "Anyone who dares to follow..." Bald man cursed angrily. "Damn it! They finally left. My legs are like jelly." The green-robed man standing next to him asked in confusion, "What should we do?" The bald guy clenched his fist and said, "Seek help from the god." Jiming raised a hand to wipe his chin, asking through gritted teeth, though it was unclear to whom, "Why didn't that Changshi resist? Did she just submit to the heavenly demon like that?" Heavenly Lord Lingjiao's face darkened. "That woman belongs to no faction. Only she knows what she wants and what she chooses." Lang Guang, one hand covering his face, asked again, "So what?" Heavenly Lord Lingjiao turned to Jiming and commanded, "Quickly report this to the God realm. The goddess has betrayed us, just as the prophecy foretold. In the end, she's a failed pet." Jiming quickly. Immediately after, he landed heavily below and said to everyone, "One more thing. Form a small team led by Feng Changyang to track down that heavenly demon and see what he's really up to." Feng Chiyun objected, "Our strength isn't enough. I'm afraid before we even get close." Without letting the other finish his sentence, Heavenly Lord Lingjiao produced a talisman with an eye pattern similar to the one on his own forehead, and spoke voluminously. I am one of the heavenly lords who manage the immortal realm. For the good of the immortal realm, I will command and arrange this matter. Once you discover their whereabouts, send back a report. This talisman can monitor images within a certain range for a brief period. Choose your moment to use it. The immortal realm will remember your contribution. Feng Qiun raised an eyebrow, hesitating. This matter. Perhaps we should consider a long-term plan instead. Everyone is very tired. Moreover, that demon lord is... Listen to me. Heavenly Lord Lingjiao narrowed his eyes and frowned deeply. I am not asking for your opinions. I now suspect that Heavenly Demon is a new form of the demon lord who seized a body. You are compelled to investigate thoroughly, for the sake of the immortal realm. If you don't find any clues, don't even think of Feng Qiun's face darkened upon hearing this. His legs bent slightly, and he gasped for... The three watched as the others flew away. They shouted, "Yes!" At this moment, Chang Yang, next to Feng Qiun, spoke up. That heavenly demon, I've heard, was a hostage given to the Crimson Underworld nation during the peace talks between immortals and demons. She's Chang's junior sister. That array formation is her innate skill. She can directly enter the demon realm. Feng Qiun understood. Entering the demon realm is inherently very dangerous, let alone having to follow a new demon lord. Everyone on this trip will likely face certain... The sky had darkened. Below, among the dry stones, someone's voice rang out. We're temporarily safe. It was Chun Chang'an. He left Chang Shi and Han Shi sitting stiffly in one spot, while he stood some distance away, looking back. However, the two of them couldn't recover their wits for a while. Indeed, they were in an abnormal state. Their mouths were wide open, their eyes blank, their souls seemingly having flown away. Seeing this, he thought, they must have witnessed something that shattered their perception, leading to severe... Chun Chang'an sat down, leaning against a rock, his hands clasped behind his head. He called out leisurely, "System, let's go home." The system excitedly scolded. "Go home? Host, wake up. This is the ancient desolate continent from tens of millions of years ago. You don't have a home here." He calmly explained, "I mean, back to the timeline of my own world." The system asked again, "Do you want to abandon the divine artifact?" He replied, "No, what came here was my clone, not my main body. This means I can return to seek answers anytime I..." Then he commanded, "System, return to main body." The space seemed to shift to another place. Before he could understand what was happening, someone called, "Matt!" Ling Bauer and Hong Yi rushed out simultaneously and hugged him. Their eyes were brimming with tears. She excitedly exclaimed, "You're back! Big sister Bai Yu told us you suddenly disappeared. You scared us to death." Hong Yi, beside her, couldn't help but call out, "Matt!" Chun Chang'an happily patted both their heads. He smiled brightly. "You've all had a tough time. Has my master returned yet?" "I have many things I want to ask master." Ling Bauer replied. "Grandmaster is already on the way." He pursed his lips. "Good." Then he chuckled inwardly. "I didn't expect to be able to investigate historical details like..." Somewhere, dust filled the air. It was all ruins, a corner of the devastated Zhuzhou continent. One of the people standing at the city gate spoke up. "Changyang, you're still alive? The reincarnation technique is truly powerful. With you here, our immortal domain and mysterious domain have a backbone." Inside a building, people were debating heatedly. A brown-haired man in a black robe loudly exclaimed, "We are dignified immortals, yet we're like street rats in this Zhuzhou region. We cannot continue to be suppressed by Chun Chang'an. We must counterattack and reclaim our dignity." The purple-haired person nearby agreed. "Let's return to the immortal realm." Changyang, in the middle, had a grim expression. And he suddenly glanced around, his voice chilling to the bone. "A heavenly demon has appeared. There will definitely be a war. Returning to the ancient desolate continent, on the other hand, is a stable option. However, to return, we must control the Zhuzhou cauldron." I have out of nowhere, a purple vortex appeared in the sky, revealing the figure of a woman. Qingyang turned to look at her intently, his voice dropping low. "Jiang Quanchu, if we can possess her without anyone knowing, we can seize Chun Chang'an's weakness. She is the closest person to Chun Chang'an. I will use her to reclaim the 9 prefecture pavilions." The figure was that of a beautiful girl with rosy, pursed lips and closed eyes, as if she were... Qingyang's face darkened, his mouth twisted into a malevolent smirk, and his voice became vicious. "Release the monsters buried for millions of years beneath this 9 prefecture domain. The immortal realm was destroyed. We are sworn enemies. Before we leave, unleash a wave of fire." The others shouted in unison. The image became clearer. Jiang Quanchu sat cross-legged amidst a formation, while Jiang Ningran watched closely from outside. Qingyang spread his hands and said to his people, according to our investigation, Chen Chang'an left the 9 prefecture pavilion to the Jiang family head to protect Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul. The entire Jiang family guards her day and night to keep her soul intact, watching her very strictly. I tried to speak to them directly, but it was futile. They don't allow anyone to approach. Amidst the layers of clouds, numerous floating rock formations served as residences and cultivation grounds for the Jiang family. Someone asked Qingyang, how can we get close to Jiang Quanchu then? Qingyang explained, first, the Jiang family's residence is located in the sky above Cloud Province, and Chen Chang'an is not by their side. This is one of the suitable opportunities for us to— The image of Jiang Quanchu cultivating with her eyes closed became clearer, surrounded by a thin layer of spiritual energy. Qingyang's voice continued, second, I cultivate the Tao of reincarnation. This reincarnation realm has been cultivated by me for millions of years, granting mastery over the 6 paths related to reincarnation, and the power of soul shifting and soul snatching, a method of soul usurpation. It is extremely covert. In reality, no flaw can be found, and it has never failed. Third, I implore all immortal lords, target the Jiang family. Repay grudges with grudges, and avenge all wrong. His hands began to cast some dark magic. His body gradually evaporated into smoke. Qingyang declared loudly, execute disruptive acts on the surface, under the banner of defying the immortal. More precisely, he transformed into spiritual energy and flew up, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he instructed, remember everyone, the only person we need to guard against is Chen Chang'an. The operation must be completed within 5 minutes. Once the time limit is exceeded, flee immediately. Everyone below looked up, some tense, others grinding their teeth with determination. Qingyang added, otherwise, all of us will immediately be discovered by Chen Chang'an, and we will surely be killed on the— Qingyang's clone shot directly towards Jiang Quanchu, shouting, begin the operation. Countdown. 5 minutes. Jiang Quanchu was directly attacked. The surging immortal energy around her caused her to wince, seemingly in— Countless immortals appeared in the sky above the Jiang family, all with ill intentions, aiming directly at the formation where Jiang Quanchu was located. In the Jiang Ningran and the other members of the Jiang family gasped, their eyes wide as they watched the attacking crowd. A Jiang family member recognized the opponents and yelled, they are the fortunate survivors of the Black Tortoise immortal realm. What are they doing here so suddenly? The red-haired man charging forward to attack roared in response, have you forgotten that you betrayed? Jiang Ningran took a defensive stance, her red robe fluttering with her movements. The Jiang family head, Jiang Ningran, commanded her faction. The Black Tortoise immortal realm is purging its ranks. Uninvolved parties, quickly retreat. Protect Quanchu. Quanchu is the lifeblood of our Jiang family. She must not be harmed. The other group continued to shout. Less than a minute later, chaos erupted. Both sides fought fiercely, the ground and air exploding, smoke billowing everywhere. Nearby, Jiang Quanchu struggled to resist the sudden onset of discomfort from the previous. In another dimension, Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul was damaged. Qingyang's clone lunged forward at extreme speed, extending a hand to seize that piece of divine soul. Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul glowed. The clone of Qingyang's arm lengthened, wrapping around Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul. Qingyang cried out with a hint of joy. Before he could celebrate for 2 seconds, another slender arm grabbed his. Qingyang was startled, freezing with his mouth. Jiang Ningran appeared to protect Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul. Seeing this, Qingyang excitedly asked, Jiang Ningran, why are you— Jiang Ningran wasted no words, kicking Qingyang's clone far away. Get lost. Qingyang was furious, his pupils constricted. He deliberately provoked Jiang Ningran. This intensity of soul attack. I understand now. I didn't expect you to fall to this extent, willingly enduring Chen Chang'an's coercion to protect Jiang Quanchu. You've long bound your divine soul to this. Jiang Ningran shielded Jiang Chuanchu's divine soul. The opponent on the other side simultaneously gathered spiritual energy and attacked. I originally thought you still held some defiance, some immortal pride and dignity, waiting for a day to bite back. But Qingyang launched an attack, a swirling vortex striking Jiang Ningran's divine soul, nearly dissolving it, and then shouted, Qingyang's clone gradually materialized, raising a hand to his face, his eyes gleaming. He continued, you know your true body strength is far below mine, and in actual combat you have no chance of winning. Yet you want to abandon millions of years of cultivation, sacrificing your powerful divine soul, just to protect a wisp of Jiang Chuanchu's residual soul in my hands? Before vanishing, Jiang Ningran's divine soul still managed to retort. I know how to calculate better than you. As long as Quan Chu lives, our Jiang family has a path to survive. Just as Jiang Ningran's divine soul seemed to vanish, a flame unexpectedly burst forth, and the Jiang family head's divine soul once again restored its original form. She continued, so don't even think about touching her. Qingyang flew backward, asking in surprise, burning the divines. A dazzling light erupted, engulfing the entire illusory space. Qingyang's clone couldn't resist and roared. Outside, Jiang Quanchu trembled, unable to maintain her original posture. Two different colored spiritual energies simultaneously poured out from her left and right. Qingyang's clone was blown away, reverting to his true form. His body was flung several meters back, and he cursed. Jiang Ningran was also sent flying, internal injuries overwhelming her body as a mouthful of red blood spurted from her throat. Her legs buckled. Jiang Yuxuan quickly caught the family head, asking worriedly, Family head? Are you alright? Footsteps of the others grew increasingly urgent. Both sides temporarily ceased fighting. A member of the Jiang family hugged their shoulder in dismay. Do you truly intend to wipe out our entire Jiang? Qingyang stood up, boldly declaring, Jiang family, Jiang Ningran. Today, this emperor intends to annihilate all of you. Though he spoke fiercely, his internal momentum had begun to wane. I still have time. I'll deal with these people and forcefully seize Jiang Quan. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice called out, Mistress! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Qingyang gritted his teeth, grinding them audibly, and turned. Ning Su, Tuoba Yi, and Ling Shirshan appeared simultaneously, surrounding Jiang Quanchu. Tuoba Yi panted, warning, Don't even think about getting close to the mist. In less than 3 seconds, Tuoba Yi and Ning Su trembled under Qingyang's oppressive aura. Qingyang sneered. Where did these insignificant ants come? Tuoba Yi froze, stammering for a long time before managing. This is an immortal emperor? We can't possibly contend against him. Ning Su's face paled. Does Master always fight enemies like? Tuoba Yi shuddered, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, bowing his head. He vowed to himself, I'm surely going to die. Master, in the next life, I will still serve you with filial. He waited and waited, but nothing happened. Tuoba Yi secretly opened his eyes, reassuring himself. He still hasn't made a move. Dying like this is too uncomfortable. Qingyang also suddenly stopped, no longer arrogant, his face. Then he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. An immortal knight. An immortal soldier. Clearly just a bunch of ants that I could crush with a flick of my finger. In the past, how dare you block this emperor's path? By what right do you openly resist this emperor? All of this has changed now. Are you ridiculous? Or am I? All three of them were terrified, not daring to speak, only silently listening to the. Qingyang was almost mad, his face contorted indescribably, his eyes wide, pupils constricted, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He continued, Am I ridiculous? I am a dignified immortal emperor, one of the overseers of the immortal realm, with millions of years of cultivation. Yet I am rendered helpless before a bunch of insignificant ants. All of this is because of not intending to let him say another word. Everyone rushed backward, to where someone was slowly Chun Chang'an appeared, the dark atmosphere dispelling and brightening with his arrival. His expression was calm, his long blue hair and white robe fluttering in the breeze. Someone unexpectedly exclaimed, Qingyang's faction, who had been arrogant moments before, now turned pale and took a step back. Some trembled and said, Chun Chang'an is here. Wasn't there still 10 seconds? Chun Chang'an raised a finger, blowing away a small flame on it, his expression unchanged. Cloud Province is a little noisy. Qingyang's initial momentum completely vanished, replaced by an unnamed fear. The system announced, Congratulations to the host for killing a triple-layer immortal venerable, rewarding 50 million domain points. Crumpled, completely losing his balance. Qingyang was overwhelmed by Chun Chang'an's aura, helplessly kneeling on the ground. Chun Chang'an still walked calmly, his eyes bloodshot, and asked nonchalantly, How do you wish to? Qingyang gritted his teeth and looked up, unable to speak a word, only thinking in his mind, this terrifying oppressive feeling. It's even stronger than when I encountered the heavenly demon millions of years. Qingyang hunched over, bracing his hands on the ground, not even daring to raise his head. He began to beg, I'll do anything. Please, spare my life. Ning Su, both surprised and unconvinced, couldn't help but exclaim, The domain lord is actually this powerful. Even the heaven-destroying immortal emperor is Ning Su's eyes lit up, looking at Chun Chang'an as if he were an idol. So strong. Tooba Yi chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. His cheeks flushed as he added, "If only I could reach this realm in this." Chun Chang'an tilted his chin, glancing down at Qingyang. Killing intent erupted. He sneered, "You dare to be so presumptuous. I don't think it's mere recklessness. Give me a reason to delay killing you." Qingyang quickly raised his hands, signaling him to stop, and hastily said, "Yes, yes, I have." On the blue sky tinged with orange by the sunset, the space became quiet, with only Qingyang's voice. "I am willing to reveal all secrets." Chun Chang'an didn't respond. Qingyang then suggested, "Or something else. I'll tell you stories about the ancient era." After 5 minutes, Chun Chang'an lost all patience. He looked vexed, his face darkening, completely unwilling to listen. Chun Chang'an then crossed his arms over his chest, killing intent flaring. Qingyang noticed this and quickly changed the subject. "Also, what I am about to say is my biggest secret. I know where the immortals of the immortal world come from, and where the immortal demons come." Without waiting for his agreement, Qingyang, remembering Han Shi, began to babble. "I also know who the heavenly demon maiden who appeared a few days ago is. Her name is Han Shi, the heavenly demon's maiden. It is said that she has been leading the demon army for millions of years, always searching for someone. They don't know who specifically. On the surface, she occupies various realms everywhere, but those are all just the facade of the heavenly demon." Chun Chang'an narrowed his eyes and commanded. Qingyang recalled his past, millions of years ago, when he saw 2 women sitting blankly, hugging their knees on a large cliff, and recounted, "When I first met her, it was millions of years ago. An immortal venerable from my faction and a few others went to investigate a demon. I saw her with my own eyes. In less than half a day, they found their whereabouts." Then he turned and told Feng Qiun, "You keep watch here. I'll go find a secluded spot to send a message." Coincidentally, Chun Chang'an, in his heavenly demon form, was also nearby, remaining silent. Qingyang continued his unfinished story. "But that demon, even when sleeping, was terrifying. My cultivation at the time was weak, and I was truly afraid, so I dared not act rashly. I pushed Feng Qiun, who was with me, to pay attention, while I and the others went to transmit the news. But when they arrived, the cliff was empty. Both women and Feng Qiun were gone." Qingyang sighed before adding, "You were no longer there." Large, rugged cliffs of varying heights were scattered everywhere. In the center, a group of people gathered. "I will use the realm of reincarnation to tell you what happened then. Millions of years ago, on the ancient era continent." Noticing that the figure standing by the rock behind them had disappeared, Qingyang pointed into the distance, asking the person in front of him in a flustered voice, "Feng Qiun, the heavenly demon." Feng Qiun, looking bewildered, reached up and rubbed his head. "I'm sorry, I lost track. I didn't dare to get too close. I wasn't paying attention. And that heavenly demon took the opportunity to teleport away using spatial magic." Qingyang roared upon hearing this. "You said what?" Before Qingyang could continue, Feng Qiun reached out, pointing towards the vast forest in the distance, and said, "From the trajectory of the spatial magic, we can roughly guess they're probably in the gloomy dark forest." Hearing this, Qingyang frowned, angrily grabbing Feng Qiun by the collar and yelling, "Why didn't you stop them? You can't even handle such a small matter. Do you know how much importance the superiors place on this?" Lord Divine Envoy didn't hesitate to venture deep into the heavenly demon. Suddenly, a robed figure appeared. "Forget it," the person said with a dark expression. Qingyang stopped his actions. The man looked bewildered. "Lord Divine On..." Qingyang slowly released his grip, then saw the robed figure standing near the edge of the cliff, his robe gently fluttering in the wind. The man didn't turn around, speaking slowly. "If that heavenly demon is truly as strong as you say, cutting him off so casually would only leave us with corpses. Your judgment isn't wrong. Knowing his location is sufficient for..." The armored legs immediately knelt on the ground. The kneeling man earnestly pleaded, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Divine Envoy. I truly dare not conceal that I have never seen such a powerful heavenly demon. Just getting close to him makes my body tremble uncontrollably. I was suppressed by fear to the point of immobility. I truly dare not imagine how many people would die if such a person truly initiated." Feng Qiun's expression instantly darkened, his eyes wide, pupils continuously contracting. He gripped his trembling hand tightly. "We must find him, seal him, no matter the cost." Now the robed figure slowly pulled down his hood, surprising both Qingyang and Feng Qiun. The person said, "And this time, Divine Envoy, we have come out of seclusion because we received orders to subdue that new heavenly demon. Even the divine maiden's master has been mobile. Feng Qiun frowned, his face a little astonished. He thought to himself, even that revered figure has been imagining a colossal beast with clawed limbs and muscular arms, 2 long horns growing from its head, trampling the corpse of another beast. The elderess's aged face changed slightly. She continued, however, while finding people is easy, this forest ahead has countless extremely ferocious high-tier demonic beasts. This will greatly affect our search progress. Charging in might not yield good results. The key is that the demonic power of these creatures is high. They operate on the principle of the strong preying on the weak. They slaughter and devour each other all day long until a single king emerges. Cultivators below the immortal venerable realm will be torn to shreds by demonic beasts if they step in. 2 long, towering mountain ranges stood on either side. The mountain where the group stood was far in the distance, with white clouds circling below. The elderess's voice echoed. With the strength of those 2 girls, rushing in recklessly is no different from seeking. With that, the elderess flew into the sky. The faceless, black-robed figures behind her also followed. The elderess gazed into the distance. And that demon lord at this moment remains completely still. I wonder what he is planning. That demon lord is the strongest existence, surpassing all heavenly demons. But even so, even if it's a tiger's den, we must enter and crush this dense forest with overgrown green trees. Under a sky gradually turning orange with dusk, large clouds slowly drifted. 2 people walked slowly through the forest. Chang Shi and Han Shi carefully helped Chun Chang'an along a small path. Han Shi looked up at a giant carnivorous plant beside them, murmuring, recalling how a carnivorous plant had once grabbed her tail, leaving her hanging upside down. Han Shi's face paled. She wondered, these guys used to be so fierce. Why are they so docile? Chang Shi also seriously scanned the surroundings and replied, demonic creatures are born from the desires and evil thoughts of the Creator God. Though fierce and warlike, their rules are simple. They instinctively respect the strong and admire their king. That king was originally a formidable. As she spoke, she cast her gaze towards a green-skinned beast and a tongue-lashing plant by the roadside. Both seemed to be waiting for something but dared not approach. Chang Shi turned to look at Chun Chang'an, who was sleeping beside her. She murmured softly, and now he must be the one we are. Han Shi's eyes widened, her expression surprised as if she had just discovered something. Suddenly, Han Shi pushed Chun Chang'an aside, making him press close to Chang Shi's face. Chang Shi asked in alarm, what are you? Han Shi didn't answer but ran directly towards a giant carnivorous plant, stomping on the ground repeatedly, her hands also busy hitting the giant ox next to it. Don't you guys like to chase? Come on, bite me. Think I'm easy to bully, huh? I hold grudges for a long time. Chang Shi, meanwhile, had Chun Chang'an leaning against her. She reached out for help. I can't support him. Just as the ox was about to get angry, Han Shi quickly ran back and hid behind Chun Chang'an's face was shadowed by the creature, still fast asleep. Han Shi, from behind him, put on a sly expression. I'll kill you all. The 2 creatures were about to approach but, seeing this, immediately turned and fled into the distance. Only then did Han Shi peek out and sigh in relief. Chang Shi finally sat up and quickly punched Han Shi. Stop messing around. Han Shi, hit, could only complain. Ahead was a clear stream. Chang Shi laid Chun Chang'an down, leaning against a rock, then tiredly sat down. In Han Shi's hand was a strange-looking mushroom, still asleep. Low-level demonic creature, fart mushroom. Reproduces quickly. If stepped on, it releases a foul smell and a loud. Countless fart mushrooms grew at their feet. Han Shi carefully looked around, remaining cautious. Play is play, mischief is mischief, but in critical moments like this, vigilance must be maintained. After surveying, she returned with her arms crossed, asking Chang Shi seriously, what should we do now? The heavenly demon clan hates you to the bone. Now the immortal race is also hunting you. Your title as a divine maiden is not even as good as a small heavenly demon. As she spoke, she pouted, patting Chun Chang'an's body, and asked with dissatisfaction. Besides, we could just run away ourselves. Why do we have to bring him along? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Chang Shi glanced at her, explaining gently, fool, with him here, those immortals will be wary and won't easily approach. That's when we get a chance to. She shifted slightly further away, her expression assessing Chun Chang'an. Furthermore, don't you want to know who he really is? He looks exactly like Chun Chang'an. Han Shi patted the sleeping man's face, narrowing her eyes into a sly smile. I don't want to know. Anyway, it's enough that that idiot is following. Now, Chang Shi's expression finally showed a hint of worry, sweat trickling down her cheek. Her eyes never left Chun Chang'an. But I feel it is him. 2 days ago, he suddenly seemed a little different. I found an opportunity to examine his origin. It's very remembering Chun Chang'an sitting cross-legged, eyes closed. His entire body seemed to be connected by dozens of small glowing dots. The surrounding space also seemed to be affected by the light. She continued. Now his essence is just like it was then. I can't tell if he's an immortal or a demon. But what's certain is that the energy contained within his current body, if unleashed, would be enough to destroy heaven. And her eyes suddenly glowed with golden light, and a serious expression appeared on her face as she added, I can assure you that no one in the immortal realm is his match right now. He possesses many things we don't understand. Upon hearing this, Shi's face turned pale, her eyes wide, her body stiffened. Then, what if he wakes up and we don't handle it well? He'll kill us. Seeing her reaction, Shi rubbed her chin playfully. It's murdering people. Chang'an in front was still sound asleep. Shi was startled by the remark. Why only me? Shi casually crossed her arms, smirked, and replied, You ask why? How did you treat him back then? Those methods weren't exactly gentle. She raised one hand to wipe the corner of her eye, pointing the other at Shi. And another thing, you sought him out, pretending to approach me just to snatch my divine artifact. You two are truly wicked, breaking your mother's heart. Shi, hit where it hurt, flinched and couldn't help but exclaim, Mother, my foot! You knew all along and still played along, deliberately messing with us, didn't you? And for so long, she smiled playfully, a gentle glint in her eyes. Why not? You haven't had a proper chat with your senior sister in ages, just running around everywhere, clearly having nothing important to do, yet acting so. Shi blushed and crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks as she turned away. I am very busy. All the old elders in the clan fawn over. Shi flicked Shi's forehead. Stop being stubborn. I know you're used to being lazy. You can't stick with anything for long. You absolutely despise fighting, and a corner of her lips suddenly curled upwards. Therefore, she paused for a moment. Shi looked directly into Shi's eyes, her playful expression replaced by one of utmost seriousness. She emphasized each word. Do not get involved in what comes next. Shi's face was solemn, a small glint in her eyes, her face obscured by shadow, her voice clear. Do not get involved in what comes next. Regarding the sealing of the demon lord, I will explain it myself to the immortal lords. As for Chun Chang'an, he is a special case. He doesn't possess the temperament of a demon, nor the spiritual energy of an immortal. His appearance has shattered everyone's understanding. Moreover, at that time, he clearly had the power to slaughter everyone. Yet he only saved. Finishing her words, she pointed towards Chun Chang'an, who lay motionless. Shi looked on in surprise, then heard Shi add, Furthermore, I discovered that he can communicate with my divine art. Hearing this, one of her slender eyebrows subtly arched. Shi's eyes widened, revealing an expression of Shi also narrowed her eyes, stating her conjecture with a doubtful expression. He might have come from the remembering Chun Chang'an with glowing red eyes, fiercely standing amidst a vortex of killing intent, stepping on the head of a skeleton. She continued. Though I don't know his purpose, what's certain is that he might not be an enemy to either of us. Shi was slightly taken aback. He had that strength all along? So he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. I even teased him before. She slowly continued. Currently, the conflict between the immortal and demonic realms has intensified to an irreconcilable point. Both sides are drawing swords. Once either faction gains Chun Chang'an, war is likely to. The figure of an elder reached out to stroke the heads of young Shi and Shi, with many shadowy figures with small eyes peering from behind. Shi recounted. Back then, Master took me as a disciple, becoming a shining example of peace between immortals and demons. This peace hasn't lasted long. I cannot allow these peaceful days to be engulfed by the flames of. Reaching this point, Shi stepped closer. She grabbed Shi's hand, her face resolute. Therefore, we cannot hand over Chun Chang'an for now. Shi's face turned pale. Are you crazy? What can we do on our. Shi's face darkened, shadow falling over her eyes. She furrowed her brow. I will stop the divine envoys from pursuing us first. You take the sleeping Chun Chang'an and find a hidden place to hide. Once the danger passes, I'll contact you to come out. I will return to Master to explain the situation here. Master will definitely help. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple. Shi thought to herself, protecting all living beings in the world. Is it really that important? She then bit her lip and softly replied. I understand. Movement came from within the forest. A flash of green light emanating from deep. Giant beast lay motionless with its mouth agape. The robed figures simultaneously noticed the movement. One person exclaimed, "It's a teleportation array. There's activity over on the other side." Han Shi carefully guided Chun Chang'an through the open spatial gate before them. She turned back with a worried expression to instruct, "Remember to let me know you're safe." Chang Shi, watching them, softly replied. So, Han Shi and Chun Chang'an slowly stepped through the gate and vanished from. Just then, the group of robed figures simultaneously caught up, exclaiming, "We found." Qin Yang led the charge, his face filled with fury. He pointed forward, roaring, "Divine Maiden Chang Shi, how could you let the demon lord?" Just as he finished speaking, Han Shi's tail passed through. Only then did Chang Shi's eyes light up, her entire body trembling. An ethereal green light emanated around her. She gritted her teeth. "Divine artifact, help me one more." Just as the Elderess and Qin Yang were charging forward from behind, they were suddenly halted by the surge of green. Behind Chang Shi, an ethereal magic circle appeared, emitting a powerful light. All those who wished to charge forward became motionless simultaneously. Time itself seemed to. Chang Shi crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes. Light radiated around her, her long hair gently fluttering. Chang Shi murmured, "Divine envoys, please forgive me. Spring Goddess Chang Shi obstructs you here, hoping only that you will allow me to meet with Master Zhang." As she finished speaking, several purple lightning bolts struck down from the sky behind her, making Chang Shi turn around in surprise. From mid-air, the lightning bolts parted to reveal a path. From the center, Zhang De appeared, saying angrily, "Chang Shi, you have deeply disappointed your master." Chang Shi hurriedly rushed closer, her face panicked, stammering. Following Zhang De were two female attendants. As Zhang De waved her hand, hundreds of shattered fragments rained down from mid-air. She didn't wait for Chang Shi to continue, cutting her off. "Your master trusted you and granted you a divine artifact to guard the heavenly demon lord, but what have you?" The fragments continued to fall to the ground. Chang Shi's face darkened, her wide eyes having long lost their light. She looked at the person before her with extreme pain. Zhang De frowned in displeasure. She squinted, surrounded by a purple glow, her voice echoing. "The seal was broken long ago. You allowed the heavenly demon to harm all living beings. Even at this point, you show no remorse and continue to side with the heavenly demon. Take her back to be suppressed in the sealed land. I will deal with her personally." Only then did Chang Shi realize. She hastily knelt, her face earnestly pleading. "This disciple is willing to accept punishment, but the demon lord breaking out of the seal has other implications. Please, master, give me a chance to Zhang De seemed unconcerned. She swept her gaze around, her voice decisive. "Whatever it is, you can say it when we return. Your master has her own judgment." Finishing her words, she waved her hand, and Chang Shi was lifted into the air. Zhang De commanded, "I will take Chang Shi away first. The rest of you continue to pursue the newly emerged demon lord. You must find and seal them before they reach the heavenly demon clan." The people below unanimously obeyed. Only now did the Elderess turn back and say, "The heavenly demon is still in the deep forest. First, spread out and confirm the heavenly demon's location. Then wait for everyone to gather to seal him again." As soon as the command was heard, the group immediately sprang into action, rushing like arrows into the depths of the deep within the dense forest, where sunlight was obscured by thick canopies. A voice spoke. "Do you truly believe we can successfully seal that fellow?" Another voice reassured, "Don't." Feng Qiun and Qin Yang followed the deep forest path towards the periphery. Qin Yang paused for a moment before adding, "After all, so many divine envoys have arrived. They are the closest to gods in the immortal realm, all at the realm guardian level. If even they can't handle it, then unless a god from the divine realm descends personally, no one will be able to bind that heavenly." On another side, a colossal green vortex suddenly appeared in mid-air, scattering the thick clouds that blanketed the sun. Shi and Qin Chang'an were momentarily caught off guard and fell to the ground. The spatial rift appeared quite high in the air, flinging the two into the very center of the forest. Han Shi frantically screamed, "What in the world is this?" As she spoke, she and Chun Chang'an plunged straight down towards the ground, landing right in front of a gigantic demonic monitor lizard, startling it and making it elsewhere. The Elderess, who was searching, suddenly detected a great She signaled to her subordinates behind her. Over. Chun Chang'an fell face down, pinning Han Shi beneath him. She glared at him irritably. "My waist is almost broken. When is this guy finally going to wait?" As she spoke, she tried to pull Chun Chang'an up, muttering endlessly. "Taking this guy means I can't run fast at all. The distances we can travel are getting shorter and shorter. If we want to escape pursuit, The displacement of our coordinates is also getting larger and larger. If this continues, none of us will make it. Han Shi painstakingly set Chun Chang'an down, leaning him against a tree trunk. The demonic monitor lizard was still hiding fearfully behind another. Han Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. She smiled. Or perhaps that. She casually pushed Chun Chang'an towards the demonic beast, startling it into a panic. He's all yours. With deed done, Han Shi casually brushed her hands and left, her expression immensely relieved. This is much easier. Sorry, but you're their target. I'm just a passerby who doesn't want to suffer this kind of hardship. So I guess you'll have to bear A gigantic circle opened before her again. Han Shi slowly stepped in, waving her hand. Bye-bye, she thought contentedly. Why exert myself for no gain? Not from a distance, a rush of thundering footsteps rapidly approached. Before their eyes was a figure sitting on a boulder, and beside him, the gigantic demonic monitor lizard was sitting cross-legged, observing. The Eldress carefully hid behind a tree trunk, signaling to the people behind her not to act. She observed intently. Before her was Chun Chang'an, sitting cross-legged on the boulder, chin in hand, his expression dark. The Eldress thought, found him. He's over. She then glanced to the side. A demonic creature with sharp eyes and pointed teeth was obediently sitting next to Chun Chang'an. The Eldress found it even harder to believe. There's a demonic beast there too? He not only suppressed the demonic beast but made it his. A hint of vigilance appeared on the Eldress's face, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. She couldn't hide her unease. Why are his eyes closed? Is he not afraid like this because he's already set an ambush, waiting for us to take the bait? Should we attack now, or wait for everyone to... Aged face suddenly crumpled. The Eldress's eyes wide, pupils contracted. In front, Chun Chang'an remained motionless, but behind him, an oppressive purple aura emanated, as if a demonic face was slowly... The Eldress's face darkened, her wrinkles tightening, her eyes wide and bulging with terror. Hiss! This aura is too terrifying. He knows we're here. Is he pretending not to notice us? No, this won't. Her gaze slowly shifted into the distance. The group was standing behind a bush quite far from Chun Chang'an. The Eldress calculated we cannot get any closer. With the current manpower, if we forcefully attack, we might all get dragged in. We've confirmed the heavenly demon's location. Proceed to gather. Thinking this, the Eldress immediately shouted, "Retreat!" As she spoke, she saw the agile figures of her group fly towards the depths of the... On this side, silence still reigned. The demonic creature sat beside Chun Chang'an, continuously wagging its large tail with apparent enjoyment. Suddenly sensing movement, the demonic creature startled, turning its head back with a wary... Stepping out of the swirling circle in mid-air, Han Shi's face showed signs of exhaustion. She made up her mind. Forget it. I'll be merciful and find a safer spot for you. Seeing this, the creature let out a few dark cries, as if to say, why are you... Han Shi didn't beat around the bush. Ignoring the demonic creature's lingering attachment, she directly guided Chun Chang'an into the rift before them. She spoke softly to Chun Chang'an, not bothering to conceal her thoughts. I really didn't mean to abandon you, you understand? I've tried very hard to get you this. Series of loud thuds echoed beneath the large... The group found an open patch of ground and simultaneously landed, exclaiming, We've found the demon. The Eldress carefully scanned her surroundings, her voice dropping a few octaves. Although he's not moving, I can be certain he's just lying in ambush. He must have already detected us. I've seen through his charade. It's just that our current situation is very Group looked bewildered upon hearing this. Feng Qiun frowned in confusion, then heard the Eldress continue. They are hidden, and we are exposed. Let's wait for all the divine envoys to gather. Then we'll go back and... On the other side, Han Shi glanced around, then slowly guided Chun Chang'an through. She placed him sitting cross-legged on a distant boulder. Before leaving, she muttered to herself, This spot is hidden enough. No one will Han Shi's eyes sharpened. She gradually stepped into the gate, muttering to herself, Senior sister said you're very important, but I don't have the power to take you out now, nor can I just let those damn divine envoys capture me like this. If they do, what awaits me is cruel to... I swear. Feng Qiun, after hearing the Eldress speak, was startled and disbelieving. Esteemed divine envoys, waiting here isn't the solution. What if that demon lord escapes during this time? Moreover, this might even be an illusion technique. The Eldress calmly raised her index finger and gently shook it. My young one, you are too naive. You're not as familiar with the heavenly demon's temperament as we... The Eldress's face suddenly darkened. Her slightly trembling hand slowly clenched into a fist. Her voice was resolute. They commit many evil deeds. They are insidious, cunning, and skilled at ambush. Once they find a suitable opportunity, they will be like venomous snakes, striking at your very... Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Qin Yang spoke up. So that's how it is. Does that mean we fell into a trap set by that demon lord the moment we entered? Another robed figure added. They certainly won't miss such a good opportunity. Recalling Chun Chang'an's nonchalant posture, sitting with his chin resting in his hand, the elderess's face grew even more frantic. She continued, That's right. The fact that he hasn't directly attacked us probably means he has some reservations, wanting to probe how many of us there are. That despicable, vile fellow. Let's wait for the 3 divine envoys from the second group to arrive. Then, we'll all go back and utterly kill. She finished speaking, the group simultaneously looked into the distance. On the high cliff face before them, a figure sat crossed. The elderess's face wrinkled up, her eyes wide with shock, pupils contracting continuously. Her mouth opened wide, but she couldn't utter a word. Looking at Chun Chang'an sitting in the distance, feet planted on the cliff face, his expression dark, a red killing aura emanating around him, the elderess exclaimed in alarm. When did he arrive? Or rather, he's been there watching us all along. This is bad. Our plan has been exposed. Finishing her words, the elderess's mouth opened wide. Unable to conceal her panic any longer, she signaled. In the distance, Feng Qiun and his group also turned pale. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he roared in disbelief. How is he everywhere? Are we surrounded? The elderess led the group in retreat with Qin Yang close behind. She glared, unwilling to accept. That beast, toying with us like monkeys. The group ran through the bushes. Only then did Feng Qiun notice something large with glowing red eyes running parallel to them. He loudly warned, Something is chasing us over. A robed figure immediately turned, a ball of blue lightning gathering in his hands. This person exclaimed, As expected, it's an ambush. Luckily, the elderess discovered it early. That demon lord intends to use these beasts to wear us down. Just as the colossal beast was about to strike with its claws, the figure unleashed a powerful electric current at its chest, making the beast roar. The figure shouted, You won't succeed. She had just stepped out of the spatial gate and happened to see the group relentlessly attacking the beast. She gaped, thinking, Damn it. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't dare. She brought her hands to her face, her eyes wide, mouth agape, an expression of utter astonishment on her face. I can't believe these high and mighty divine envoys are so cowardly in front of Chun Chang'an. They actually mistook sleeping Chun Chang'an for someone setting a trap. Above the cliff, several thin streaks of lightning suddenly appeared, slowly Hanshi reached out and touched Chun Chang'an. Behind him, a magic circle with incomprehensible glowing symbols appeared. Hanshi murmured with a serious expression, I don't know if this will work, but let's try. As she spoke, the hand she placed before the circle was slowly drawn in by a surge of air. Before she could understand what was happening, her entire body was inexplicably sucked into Chun Chang'an's body by a stream of green. After some time passed, the pupils in Chun Chang'an's eyes suddenly turned green. He opened his eyes with a slightly bewildered expression. Now inside Chun Chang'an's body, joyfully spread her hands, examining them. It's a success. Saying this, her entire body slowly stood up. Han Shi, through Chun Chang'an's body, stood on the cliff, gazing out at the distant forest. Next, the robed divine envoys rapidly fled through the forest. Someone exclaimed in fright, Oh no! Those 2 rascals have scattered from us. Another interjected, Forget them. Our priority is to ensure our own lives as divine envoys. Only now did the elderess add, Precisely. Our lives as divine envoys are precious. This time we were completely led around by the nose by the opponent. Once we have enough people, we will definitely reclaim our dignity. In the distance, a figure appeared, and the old woman's footsteps suddenly. Han Shi, inside Chun Chang'an's body, crossed her arms and smirked, her demeanor somewhat casual and mocking. The divine envoys who had just arrived cried out in panic. He's appeared. One divine envoy gritted his teeth, an angry expression on his face. He fundamentally has no intention of fighting us. He's just treating us like caged birds to toy with. The person next to him echoed, Elder, let's act. The old woman, with an angry expression, raised her hand to stop the divine envoy next to her, snapping impatiently, Foolish! If we act now, there's only one path. Death. We must flee with all our. Beads of sweat streamed down her wrinkled face. The old woman gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the person in front of her. She regretted. We shouldn't have split up in the first place. Now, no matter where we are, he can find us. There's no denying, we are truly surrounded by him. For now, we must escape first, then, thinking this, she immediately ignored the other party and led the divine envoys straight on. Continuing their the divine envoys obediently followed the order. The old woman gazed into the distance, searching for an in front was a dense thicket, and in the middle there was a large opening. There it is, the group charged straight through. Birds in the forest, startled by the noise, flew up in a panic. A voice shouted loudly, "Finally we're..." At this moment, Han Shi, inside Chun Chang'an's body, remained motionless. Her expression dark. Han Shi suddenly put her hands on her hips, her demeanor no different from before. A somewhat delighted expression, eyes wide, laughing loudly. "Idiots, a bunch of fools." She placed one hand on her chest, clenching the other. Her face was flushed slightly from exertion, yet she couldn't hide her delight as she exclaimed, "Oh, Chun Chang'an, Chun Chang'an. I never expected it to be so smooth. Even in your comatose state, you can scare opponents so badly they pee their pants. You're truly formidable." Han Shi, on the other hand, had stumbled upon a great boon. "Possessing your body, controlling you to scare them, successfully saving myself. I can truly feel an unending surge of power within this body. The only other thing is, my whole body suddenly feels a bit awkward." Han Shi's legs spread slightly. She thought shyly to herself, "There's an extra dangling bit. It's going..." Suddenly, leaves from the thicket behind them were thrown into the air. 3 divine envoys, wielding streams of power, charged from behind. "Demon fiend, we've found you. Prepare to..." Han Shi was startled. She thought in a panic, "Oh no, it's the divine envoys from Squad 2. I completely forgot about them." At the same time, she didn't notice the power gathering in her hands. She simply raised her hands in front of her, waving them frantically. Wait, don't come over." Divine envoy with the symbol on his forehead, with a fierce expression, paid no attention to the streaks of purple light seeping into the air. He waved his hand and roared, "Wait for what? This merit must be snatched in front of the old..." The moment he finished speaking, a gigantic stream of bright purple power erupted from Han Shi's hands, blowing away the newcomers. They only managed to hear her hurriedly scream, "The 3 divine envoys, they want to kill..." The terrifying blast of power simply blew away entire rows of trees, sweeping a straight path deep into the... Only now did Han Shi dare to open her eyes. Her astonished expression froze for a few seconds. In front was a long, deep gouge in the ground. The tree canopies were also torn apart in a straight line. The dense dust slowly dissipated. The envoy who managed to dodge also watched with wide, horrified eyes. Han Shi froze. "Oh, His robe hood had fallen off. The envoy's face turned pale, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth in disbelief. Just one strike and he killed Old Li and Old Chun, who were at the domain lord." Thinking this, he turned back to look at Han Shi, who was in Chun Chang'an's body, standing bewildered in the distance. In his mind, the envoy secretly marveled. Never before, never has such a powerful monster appeared. I fear only someone of the level of Zheng de Divine Envoy could contend. Immediately after, the envoy waved his hand and tore off his robe, his entire body transforming into a green color. He roared, "Everyone, forgive me. I can no longer travel the heavens and earth with you all." He had made up his mind. "I must use my body here to probe the opponent's true strength. A final sacrifice for our..." Han Shi in the distance also noticed the approaching commotion. Her eyes widened as she looked behind. A multi-armed monster with green skin, with bulging eyes, was roaring, "No matter what, I'll make you pay." Horse-like monster swung its arms and lunged quickly towards Han Shi, still trying to distract her. "Your shoelace is untied. Quickly look down. No weakness." Han Shi didn't say much. She turned and threw a punch straight. Just one punch shattered the monster's body. It roared unwillingly, "Damn demon fiend, can't even let me land one punch?" After finishing, Han Shi turned around with a dark expression and left, leaving behind the envoy's body, shattered into pieces after transforming into a monster. His eyes were still wide open, staring at her. The sky gradually turned orange. Sunlight poured down on the rugged cliffs, forming a large... Nam Mong was still drowsy, its brows slightly furrowed, bothered by the sunlight. Its body was covered with small dry leaves for Amidst the cliffs was a simple wooden house. Inside, a coughing sound emerged. A streak of black blood was accidentally splattered onto the... A simple stone bed lay Chun Chang'an's body, sitting cross-legged. Han Shi knelt on the ground, clutching her chest, coughing up large mouthfuls of... She slowly stood up, her trembling hand wiping away the bloodstain from the corner of her mouth. With a tired expression, she muttered, I didn't expect the side effects to be so severe. As soon as she finished speaking, her entire body lost balance and swayed. She fell, accidentally bumping into Chun Chang'an, causing him to fall. Chun Chang'an lay sprawled on the bed, his sleeping face completely still. Shi, weak, lay in his light had fallen, and the bright moon hung high, piercing through the layers of clouds to shine down on the bed. Shi's clothes were scattered everywhere. A few sounds indicated that she was slowly waking. Shi's face was slightly flushed. She was unclothed. She rubbed her eyes, clutched her head, and slowly. Only then did she realize she was sitting on Chun Chang'an. Shi was momentarily stunned, unsure what. Shi's face was beet red. She shyly covered her face with her hands, thinking, I'm so embarrassed I could. She propped her hands on Chun Chang'an, who was still sound asleep. She couldn't hide the panic in her heart. Did I sleep with him? It must be because I suppressed it for too long. During my coma, I accidentally released it. Thinking this, her already red face became even redder. Her thin lips pressed tightly together. What should I do now? Senior sister told me to protect him. She took a deep breath, hot air mingling in the space. She leaned closer to Chun Chang'an and softly called, Hey! In her mind, she was secretly calculating. But because of combining with him, my injuries will recover. My cultivation also shows signs of breaking through. Consider it for my own healing. Continuing once more wouldn't be too much, right? After all, if my condition isn't good, I won't be able to protect Chun Chang'an. The moon had risen higher, and the night grew deeper. The house beneath the cliff emitted sensitive sounds, causing two distant birds to turn their heads away in resignation. Shi, however, seemed delighted. In another place, dark clouds gradually dispersed. Below were long, tall steps leading to a grand city gate. On the walls were signs of cracks and breakage. Sinister Alliance Nation. A loud shout rang out. Divine Maiden Chong, she has been escorted back by the divine Envo. A red-haired man, with an annoyed expression, crossed his arms and looked up. The nation lord of the Sinister Alliance Nation, Tuchua. Seeing the person being escorted back, Tuchua raised an eyebrow and evaluated. This divine maiden must have been indulging in improper behavior with her male consorts for too long during normal times. This depleted the divine power of the formation, allowing that demon fiend to emerge. High immortals, you absolutely must punish. Ling Yao, sitting in the distance, did not turn his head. He suddenly spoke, startling Tuchua. How she is dealt with will be decided by Zheng de Divine Envoy. She is renowned for her impartiality and strictness. She has never failed in handling matters like this. We just need to await the orders and execute. Saying this, he glanced at Tuchua behind him and added with a displeased expression. The escaped demon fiend is the crucial issue now. Once he returns to the demon realm, war could very well erupt again. Tuchua's eyes widened upon hearing this, beads of sweat streaming down his. Without letting Tuchua say more, Ling Yao decisively departed, creating a long streak of light in the sky. He only left a message. You mortals in the human realm should also prepare. We will return to gather the celestials. Ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, from behind, a golden-haired man came forward to report. Nation Lord, the sky demons have secretly been preparing for war for many years, just waiting for the demon lord to lead them back to. Tuchua turned back sharply, his brows tightly furrowed. He gritted his teeth and roared. You idiots! I told you to blend divine power. You made the formation crack. Didn't I tell you again and again? Now there's such a huge hole. Do you want to? Seeing the three subordinates still looking defiant behind him, Tuchua's lips drooped at the corners. His voice softened a few shades. Please think of a solution for me. If that immortal investigates thoroughly, we'll all be. A plump man among the subordinates, hearing this, excitedly spoke up with a suggestion. Nation Lord, have you forgotten? We gave that divine maiden so many male attendants to keep her happy. Wasn't it for this very day? We just need to insist that the divine maiden was deeply engrossed in male beauty, was influenced by worldly desires, missing the best opportunity to seal the demon lord, thus allowing him to emerge. Furthermore, once the celestial demon war erupts, she will be a war criminal and immediately become everyone's target. At that time, the common people and celestials will naturally execute her, and we can escape. Light ahead shone into the grand hall. The group stood there eagerly discussing. Tuchua, hearing those words, also revealed a satisfied expression. It is still you, my esteemed minister, who reminds this king. This was indeed our plan from the very beginning. Let the celestials and demons fight. Only then can mortals like us gain countless benefits. In the center of the room was a large circle. The stone pillars and surrounding walls showed signs of ruin. Smoke and dust obscured the view. Zhengde crossed her arms and walked past. I understand the situation. She suddenly turned her head. Her eyes darkened, and she said with a displeased expression, Child, by all rights, you deserve death. Imprisoning you in the thunder prison and enduring the burning of celestial flames for 1,000 years is already a light punishment. Seeing Changshi's aggrieved expression, Zhengde became even angrier and spoke loudly. I have repeatedly warned you, sealing the demon fiend is no small matter. It affects the 3 realms and all living beings. Given the current situation, even I find it very difficult to say. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, and her eyes clearly showed displeasure. Zhengde was momentarily at a loss for how to continue. After a pause, she suddenly approached and pinched Changshi's cheek. Her other hand tapped the girl's forehead. With a reluctant expression, she scolded. You should have sought out your master sooner. Changshi, surprised by the pinch, cried out loudly. Changshi rubbed her head. Only now did she loudly retort. You travel through all the realms? Where was I supposed to find you? Zhengde irritably withdrew her hand, put her hands on her hips, and asked with wide eyes. Don't you have my sound transmission tube? Changshi retorted loudly again. I only see you once every few hundred years, every time you tell me, but every time you turn around and saying this, she rubbed her cheek again, her eyes still glancing at Zhengde. I even suspect you have a man outside. You're too lazy to even manage us. Zhengde's expression changed, and she said with a slightly shy laugh. With this master's beauty, what stinky man could possibly be worthy? Besides, romance only disturbs one's Tao heart. Changshi sighed. She echoed. Yes, yes, no stinky man in this world can catch the eye of my beautiful master. Zhengde, feigning annoyance, retorted. Child, why do you speak in such a peculiar way? Suddenly, Changshi stopped talking. She pressed her lips tightly together. A moment later, she spoke hesitantly, her face slightly flushed. Master, it's been so long. I really... Zhengde was moved upon hearing this and embraced Changshi. Missing me is useless. Your master cannot easily resolve your situation. Changshi was caught off guard by the embrace. She muttered stiffly, You blockhead. Zhengde, hearing this, scolded her helplessly. You wretched... Moonlight grew brighter as night deepened. Outside the gate of the sinister Alliance Nation was a blanket of tranquility. Hazy clouds slowly drifted. The surrounding space was dark. In front was a gigantic skeleton, still wearing a hat with 2 long horns on its head. Zhengde looked up, asking hesitantly, This is... the headmaster? He was actually killed? Who did it after? Zhengde's expression darkened. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. A few drops of cold sweat slowly trickled down. Fear slowly crept into Zhengde's heart. The headmaster's life source came from the fear and malice of the world. Immortals cannot completely kill him, not even the celestial. Only now did Zhengde turn to the side, with a puzzled expression. Bam ho! Changshi, seeing this, quickly explained. It's Hanshi's male attendant. Chen Chang'an killed him. He has now surpassed the headmaster and become the strongest sky demon currently. Currently, he is being looked after by Han. Recalling Chen Chang'an's fierce demeanor as he stepped on the headmaster's head, Changshi's expression darkened, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. She lowered her voice. And the news will spread very quickly. As long as Chen Chang'an isn't found by the sky demons, with the current combat strength of the sky demon army, they won't casually start a war. Master, I once interacted with Chen Chang'an. He isn't an evil person. He even protected us. He doesn't belong to this timeline, yet he's doing things beyond his... Zhengde was startled, raised an eyebrow slightly, and turned, her expression becoming incredulous. And then heard Changshi add, If it's him, he might just be able to stop the great war between celestials and seemingly deep in thought. Zhengde gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. You can barely protect yourself, yet you're thinking about such grand matters, you fool. No matter what, this is also an opportunity to atone for your crimes through merit. While the Sky Demon Army hasn't found Chen Chang'an yet, you and Hanshi bring him back. I will take charge, and your crimes will be Saying this, Zhengde rubbed her chin, muttering thoughtfully. He either becomes one of us, or we seal him free. On the other side, Chen Chang'an lay straight on. Hanshi took hold of the edge of the bed and stepped down. Her face still held a lingering flush. She lightly licked her lips. Thanks for the hospitality. Don't run around. I'll be back as soon as I'm... In the sky, a large gate easily parted the clouds. Hanshi rapidly descended from within her entire body hovered in mid-air. Hanshi's face was filled with delight, and she couldn't help but chuckle and say, My body feels much lighter. Doing that with him, I actually managed to break through to the Demon King. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet precisely touched the ground. She mused suspiciously. Could he have a cultivation cauldron? She landed on a large cliff. Far, far away was a river, leading into a tribe where many huts were built close together. Sky demons. The tribe of the Ju Zhan. She cautiously approached, then heard noisy sounds emanating from within the arena. Tonight's decisive battle is extremely loud. Inside the arena was a scene of fierce slaughter. Streams of light-infused power continuously exploded. The people seated seemed incredibly excited, continuously cheering. Tonight, all sky demons of the clan from the Demon Emperor realm upwards must participate in this battle. It's said that even the 4 great heavenly kings have arrived. Such a grand feast is to be offered to the demon lord who is about to This moment, Aluokwa, the clan leader of the Ju Zhan clan, slowly emerged, holding a scepter. His aged face loudly declared, 2 pieces of good news. First piece of news. Up until now we have always been suppressed by the Celestials. Now, our demon lord has emerged. We no longer need to bow our heads. Our era is about to be. As he finished speaking, below the arena, Feng Qiun, chained at his hands and feet, was just kicked far away by a sky demon. Aluokwa's voice rang out again. This immortal was captured by us during a patrol. He was abandoned by his comrades. He will be at our mercy to be slain. Feng Qiun struggled to open his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and continued to hear Aluokwa declare, kill him, flay him, stew his bones and organs into soup. Looking at the sky demons cheering excitedly below, he loudly added, second piece of good news. The winner of this competition will earn the right to mate with my granddaughter, Han Shi. At this, the arena immediately became boisterous, the sky demons continuously cheering. She's the most beautiful woman among the sky demons. I dream of something happening with her. Aluokwa, there's only one winner. What do you want us to? Han Shi also just happened to step in, not yet having time to react to what was happening. She already heard Aluokwa casually reply, I am her granduncle. Of course I can arrange this. Everyone in the top 5 will have a chance. Han Shi, standing in the distance, heard everything. Her eyes widened. For a moment, she couldn't believe what she had just. All around, cheers continuously erupted. Han Shi finally couldn't restrain herself and rushed out, shouting loudly, I don't agree. This is an utterly ridiculous competition. What does your revelry have to do with me? Granduncle, how could you treat me like this? Aluokwa, however, maintained an extremely calm demeanor, without the slightest fluctuation, and softly said, You've arrived. As he finished speaking, he glared down and even put on the expression of an elder admonishing Han Shi. Your deceased father's last wish was to entrust you to me. I naturally have the right to supervise you. Furthermore, we once entrusted you with the mission to obtain the divine artifact, but you failed to complete it. You messed up our grand plan. Failing to acquire the divine artifact is a failure. A sky demon's failure is a failure, and a failed sky demon is worth. Aluokwa's mouth opened, revealing a few broken teeth. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, fortunately, your looks aren't bad. In fact, it's not to the point of execution. Your granduncle wants to help you. Isn't giving you an opportunity to satisfy everyone also a way for you to save your... In the middle of the arena, a sky demon stepped on Feng Qiun, who was lying on the ground. Around them, a few more displayed covetous expressions as they looked towards Han Shi. Aluokwa spoke again. Right now, everyone is brimming with morale and thirst for battle. This is the state we sky demons need to maintain most at this moment. We need to cultivate stronger warriors, and you are indispensable. Giving birth to some children with special abilities for our clan can also be considered contributing to the clan. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Han Shi finally lost her patience and interrupted. Contributing my ass. Why don't you offer your partner to... Aluokwa's wrinkled face darkened. He was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Now, on the high platform, Lijian slowly spoke, crossing his arms. All right, her opinion isn't important. Do what needs to be done. Bloodkill Heavenly King next to him also added, Fight! It's boring to death anyway. Below, another round of excited shouts erupted. Bloodkill Heavenly King has spoken. Lijian Heavenly King has... A Heavenly King with brown skin and a muscular physique also couldn't help but add. Rejoicing before war is mandatory. Yifeng next to him also agreed. Let's start quickly. Receiving the order, Aluokwa immediately turned around and faced down. Han She gritted her teeth in anger, her entire body emitting a purple aura. She interrupted Aluokwa with a dark expression. Don't even think about controlling my fate. I will definitely stop you all. You'll see. The sky demons who came to watch sat on both sides of the arena. In the center was a long staircase leading to a high platform, with Hanshi standing alone in the middle. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with a chorus of laughter. She says she wants to stop all. Loud laughter echoed from both sides of the arena, mixed with unreserved jeering. She's just a demon king. What can she do? She's good at seducing men, though. I guess she's too panicked and started rambling to comfort her. At the same time, in the center of the arena, one individual grabbed Feng Qiyun's head and pulled him up. The other continued to grin. Yi Feng, sitting on the high seat, tilted his head in wonder. Her strength is nothing special, but she's quite good at grandstanding. If she could actually do it, would she be making such a spectacle of herself? Poor child, she's even losing her own sense of self. Has she begun to think like an ant? She didn't answer, instead turning and her face darkened. Around her, a chorus of mocking laughter rang out. Is she leaving? She's just a little girl after all. There's no magic in her. We're actually more excited for the lively things that will happen after them. Aluk stood on the platform, raising his scepter forward. He shouted forcefully, "Let the games begin." The pink-skinned, muscular demon heard this and immediately punched Feng Qiyun to the ground, making him cry out. The other demon raised an arm as sharp as a blade, silently moving to finish off the person in front. Seeing the giant, sharp blade swinging towards him, Feng Qiyun's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, a silent dread in his heart. Its entire audience watching the scene cheered excitedly, shouting, "Kill him! All immortals deserve to die." Suddenly, a large streak of light appeared in the sky, making everyone look up. From midair, a colossal surge of purple-tinged energy struck directly down, instantly obliterating the demon from below. The light gradually dissipated, leaving only a large cloud of smoke, with small lightning bolts still flickering around it. The demons grew curious. A bolt of lightning? What happened? Feng Qiyun struggled to raise a hand to block the surge of power. The fading smoke revealed a Hanshi, inside Chun Chang'an's body, landed forcefully on the ground. Black lightning bolts with purple streaks emanated from her. Hanshi's expression was furious, yet she still muttered to herself, "Even if the side effects later are severe, and I have to roll around in bed with Chun Chang and many times to recover, I still can't swallow this." Thinking this, she let out a cold. Then, she yelled with all her might, "Hanshi is my woman. Whoever isn't afraid of death, come." Hearing this, Aluk could only stare wide-eyed and clench his teeth, speechless for Li Zhan and the Blood Fiend Heavenly King also turned around in surprise. Demons preparing to enter the arena fell silent. A demon? I've never seen one before. Seeing the figure standing casually with crossed arms in the distance, two demons finally couldn't hold back. They swung their fists and charged forward. Where did this punk come? Half of her face was obscured by shadow. Hanshi's eyes, within Chun Chang'an's body, flashed brightly. She glanced around, then let out a soft. Her movements were too fast for the naked eye to follow. Hanshi swept through in a blur, and the demons charging to attack were instantly knocked down, sending dust flying. The previously boisterous stands suddenly fell silent. The demons stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Whispers gradually grew louder. What? Those were 3 demon emperors. In just an instant towards the seats on the high platform. Jia Feng, who had been teasing Hanshi just a moment ago, was now slightly surprised. In the shadows, Hanshi's eyes flickered with a red glow. Undisguised killing intent surged around her. She growled, "Get down here. I want to kill." Previously silent stands erupted in murmurs of awe. Several stout demons, without any reservation, burst into loud laughter. "You fool. Han is dead for sure. Do you think knocking down 3 demon emperors means you can challenge a heavenly king? You're making us laugh our teeth." Jia Feng didn't waste any more words. A stream of green energy carried him down into the arena, accompanied by an arrogant voice. "Those who seek death will not be given a chance to beg for." The remaining brown-skinned heavenly king above turned to Aluk and asked curiously, "That young punk has some tricks. Do you know that death-seeking demon?" Aluk maintained his excited expression. He glanced sideways, thought for a moment, then said, "It's possible he's a wanderer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unaware of our status." Jia Feng radiated green energy all over. His sharp hands rose, a powerful light flickering within. He tilted his head. "Someone I've never encountered." After a pause, Jia Feng continued, "I'm here to show you what true power is." Before he could finish, a powerful hand clamped tightly onto his. Aluk on the high platform was stunned. His eyes wide, pupils gradually Hanshi gripped the demon's face, then spun around and slammed him straight into the ground, sending rocks flying. The center of the arena cratered. A burst of purple energy erupted, sending thick rings of energy swirling around. Someone couldn't help but yell. The demons in the stands immediately stared wide-eyed and gaped. All of them cried out in unison in horror. Huh? A heavenly king defeated in one move. Purple-tinged power suddenly surged violently. In the sky, rolling green lightning bolts spread across the entire black and purple lightning spread everywhere, rising up to the platform, blowing away everything in the stands and startling a look into a Li Jian couldn't sit still either. His brows furrowed tightly, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his. The blood fiend heavenly king also stared in disbelief, momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. That punk. This isn't. Below the arena, through the hazy dust, Han Shi, within Chen Chang'an's body, had eyes glowing red. Dense killing intent emanated from her. She used one hand to firmly hold Jia Feng's arm. Her other hand squeezed his face, continuously pressing it down. The blood fiend heavenly king grew even more incredulous. He actually managed to put a heavenly king at a disadvantage? This has never happened in 1,000 years. The mask on Jia Feng's face had been crushed, and his robe turned silver. He furiously roared, "You're dead for sure. I'll definitely skin you alive." She seemed not to care. Her hand on his face exerted even more force. She wildly grabbed her opponent's head and slammed it into the ground, unable to resist taunting. How does it feel for a high and mighty heavenly king to have his head grabbed and slammed around? Tell me, esteemed heavenly. Only when Han Shi got bored did she release her grip. A large mouthful of blood spewed from Jia Feng's eyes and mouth. His entire body fell limply. Han Shi grinned cheerfully. Now, do you feel that I'm clearly aware? Finally, unable to hold back, the three remaining heavenly kings, brimming with murderous intent, simultaneously dove down from the high platform. Only now did Han Shi notice the movement. She turned her head in alarm. There, unbeknownst to her, she had been surrounded. Each heavenly king emitted a powerful fiery glow. Han Shi's eyes swept over them. This won't be easy to. Jia Feng was supported by the nearby brown-skinned demon. Upon realizing this, he forcefully pushed his hand away. Take your hand. Black blood flowed from his eyes. He paid no mind, glaring and roaring. Sneaking an attack while this king hadn't finished speaking? Otherwise, a mere fly like you truly believes it can succeed. Han Shi bowed her head slightly without responding. Then she heard Li Jian behind her interject. If you have something to say, save it until this is over. The authority and status of the four kings cannot be challenged. This situation is no longer just about. Han Shi's eyes, within Chen Chang'an's body, turned cold. Her pupils flashed with a purple. The masked, brown-skinned demon clenched his fist excitedly. You little fly, you've lost your last chance to escape. The blood fiend heavenly king next to him also laughed aloud, spreading his arms. His voice was full of pride. With us four kings joining forces, even that divine emissary would have to be wary of us by 3 parts, let alone a minor demon like. Demons below the stands roared and cheered loudly, becoming as boisterous as before. The 4 heavenly kings have joined forces. This guy is finished. No matter where he came from, he's definitely dead. This Jia Feng could no longer wait. He raised both hands to the sky. A circle with strange symbols and a star in the center gradually emitted a green light. What's there to say? Let's join forces and crush. The circle emitted layers of faint smoke, moving above Han Shi's head under Jia Feng's control. Then it began to spin, each rotation releasing countless sharp needles down to the ground. 7 orifice poison condensate. Han Shi's brows furrowed. Caught unprepared, she could only duck and dodge, calculating inwardly. Damn it, I acted rashly. Although that outburst felt great, it's clear now that my current possession ability can't fully unleash the true strength of this body. Moreover, the side effects of possession have already begun, and this possession will further drain the spiritual power I've comprehended from the law of space. The more power I use, the greater the circle divided into 4 parts with 2 figures on either side. Below, a part of Han Shi's body gradually dissolved and merged into Chen Chang'an's body. Among the 7 great heavenly laws, the law of space is one that very few can comprehend. From birth, I've had a strong resonance with the law of space, and I can even master the void spirit soulbinding art. To put it bluntly, I am a genius in this aspect. Combining these 2, I can use spatial techniques to directly infiltrate other people's bodies. It's just that this method isn't easy to display in front of others. After all, it's self-created. Using it a little is fine, but using it too much harms the body. Forcibly using it would turn me to the circle Jia Feng created relentlessly pursued Han Shi, releasing sharp needles onto the ground. As she struggled to dodge, Suddenly giant tentacles erupted from beneath the ground, intending to cut off her. Brown-skinned demon, with tentacles on his head, continuously controlled them to grow longer and pierce the ground. He roared with delight. The more you run, the more excited. She sprang back to dodge, sweeping aside some tentacles with one hand. With her other hand, she severed another tentacle that was trying to stab her. Her eyes glowed red. She panted continuously. The side effects are getting more and more intense. Maybe I should use Changchongan's moves less. My combat experience is limited. No match for the Four Kings. Since I've already caused a ruckus in this challenge, I just need to find an opportunity to. Now, the horn on the Blood Fiend Heavenly King's head gathered into a sphere with large lightning. She leaned forward, and a powerful lightning bolt shot from her horn, hurtling towards Han Shi. The Blood Fiend Heavenly King bared her teeth and laughed loudly. You seem to use lightning just now. Now try. Han Shi's eyes widened in horror. She gritted her teeth, her pupils constricting in. Blood Fiend Heavenly King squinted, baring her teeth in a delighted. Smoky haze gradually cleared. Countless burn marks appeared on Changchongan's body, with small lightning bolts still lingering around. Han Shi struggled to stand, panic slowly rising in her heart. Damn it! The combined efforts of the four heavenly kings can completely put a divine realm expert in a difficult situation. What's more, I still can't unleash Changchongan's peaks. Her face darkened, eyebrows furrowed tightly, a determined expression as she thought to herself. This is playing too big. Now the body is starting to fail. If this continues, I'll be exposed. And if I don't handle this well, they'll ruin Changchongan's. Seeing no movement, the demons in the stands cheered in unison, mockingly jeering without reservation. Daring to spout nonsense to a heavenly king. This is your end. It's already a great honor for this brat to be killed by the four heavenly kings. Han Shi was still unprepared when Li Zhan, carrying killing intent, soared towards her from behind. He coldly declared, an ignorant demon who knows no respect. What's the point of keeping you alive? Li Zhan's brows furrowed tightly, his blood-red pupils flashing a glint of light. Unable to maintain his calm expression, he growled each word. I was waiting for you to weaken, then I'd take your life. One final strike for Han Shi couldn't retreat in time. She frantically darted her eyes backward, and cold sweat trickled down her cheek. It's just as Li Zhan's hand swung forward. Han Shi's hand suddenly reached out. A single clap of hands sent everything around them flying. Li Zhan also paused, bewildered by what had just. Han Shi's face paled. She panted continuously, sweat streaming down her face even more. She thought in disbelief. No, I didn't do that. The body moved on its own. Could it be? Changchongan's eyes glowed red. Without a word, he ripped off Li Zhan's arm. Han Shi seemed unable to control what was happening. She was startled. Has Changchongan Li Zhan, having unexpectedly lost an arm, finally reacted, howling in a look, who had been standing on the platform, now had a darkened expression. The three remaining heavenly kings also stopped their movements, all simultaneously surprised by this. Li Zhan clutched his arm and roared. In front of him stood Changchongan, whose body was radiating a dense aura. Someone couldn't help but ask loudly, what's going on? Half of Changchongan's body was shrouded in darkness, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity. Surges of purple-tinged power swirled around him. The surroundings immediately fell into a panic. Wasn't he finished just now? He broke a heavenly king's arm. This, am I dreaming? Purple energy was still surging powerfully. Feng Qiun, at the edge, slowly propped himself, recalling Changchongan's appearance as he leaned against the rock that Feng Qiun had seen. His face darkened, and his wide eyes showed bloodshot veins. He thought to himself, it's him indeed. This aura, it's absolutely unmistakable. This time, it's troublesome. I must escape from here. Blood Fiend Heavenly King gritted her teeth in disbelief. What's going on? Did he intentionally hide his strength? The one-eyed Heavenly King next to her added. His aura suddenly changed. Changchongan's body remained motionless. Inside, Han Shi began to panic. She urged loudly, now's our chance. Let's run quickly. I've already consumed too much primeval energy, and the erosion has begun. I can't let the side effects increase any. Seemingly unconcerned by what Han Shi said, Changchongan's feet didn't move. He remained standing. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red. Han Shi, inside Changchongan's body, stared in astonishment. She cried out in disbelief. Wait, could it be? The four surrounding heavenly kings began to converge, preparing to attack Han Shi. Streaks of power emanated from each of their hands, gradually coalescing into a large beam of light. All of them roared. Charge to get. The demons below seemed reinvigorated, once again wildly cheering and shouting, "Oh! The four kings have unleashed their ultimate moves. He can't escape this time." D. From the darkness, streaks of lightning created a large flash, dense with purple. Chun Chang'en's body shot forward, his eyes red. In his hands he carried purple lightning that swept through, causing explosions all around. From the sky, a massive bolt of lightning also struck down, making the ground flash. Lightning bolt slashed across, blowing away the one-eyed Heavenly King and the blood-fiend Heavenly King, sending red blood scattering everywhere. On another side, Li Zhan's body was also gradually incinerated by the lightning, and Jia Feng was sent. A look, standing in the distance, trembled. Black energy emanated from his body, and his eyes twitched. How can this be? This! The demons in the stands froze instantly, as if a lightning bolt had struck them. All clutched their heads and gaped. Han Shi, inside Chun Chang'en's body, suffered the consequences. Her face turned crimson, and her entire body seemed to be coursing with electricity, making her gasp and cry out. Inwardly, she constantly complained, "My soul is weakening. The power being consumed is my primeval energy. I can't take this any." Chun Chang'en still showed no sign of stopping. He turned slightly, and the purple energy gradually swirled and surged in his. Flash of light streaked across Han Shi's pupils. Tears welled up and streamed down. Her eyes widened. This posture. Wait, the source of power erupted with immense energy. Flashing lights tore through space, and the surroundings were filled with swirling dust and smoke. Rings of energy were blown far away to the rock formations. Han Shi, inside Chun Chang'en's body, cried out helplessly, "Do you want to wipe out the entire demon?" A dense cloud of energy once again the space once again witnessed a colossal explosion, with smoke and fire billowing in. Now Han Shi's body was completely exhausted. Her face was flushed, and her delicate brows furrowed tightly with difficulty. Tears slowly streamed down, and she jolted, letting out It was late evening. Inside the forest, hurried footsteps could be heard. A subordinate, running forward, reported, "The intelligence gathered this time is significant. We never expected the demon lord to be killed by an unknown demon." Kong Ming, running alongside him, added, "Currently, the dragons are without a head. We must quickly report this to the heavenly kings. Should we appoint that unknown demon as the new demon?" As he finished speaking, the group darted forward from the book. Seeing the scene before him, Kong Ming's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and he froze, utterly speechless. In front, at the location of the war tribe's settlement, the once peaceful scene was now desolate and ruined. The tents were scorched black, and large plumes of black smoke continued to rise from the central area. Kong Ming and his subordinates were momentarily baffled. He stammered, What happened? Wasn't there supposed to be a celebratory feast? How did it turn into the black smoke billowed in the sky? In front, a severed hand gripped a scepter that was firmly embedded in the ground. Nearby, a figure knelt, coughing with difficulty. One eyelid was swollen shut, and blood streamed down his head in a long line. Aluk's face was filled with agony. His mouth opened, trembling as he said, "To think there's such a powerful demon in this world." With a mere flick of his fingers, this place was everywhere lay desolate dust and smoke, dead sky demons strewn about, and shattered homes. Aluoka's voice rang out again. "Over 80% of our demon race's powerhouses have been turned to dust. The sky demon race barely clings to elsewhere." Heavy footsteps pressed down on the ground in the Feng Qiun was covered in wounds. The blood on his face had dried. He clutched his arm and fled with difficulty. As he searched for an exit, he thought to himself, "Fortunately, I escaped one step ahead. I must quickly report what happened here to the immortal." Late at night, dark clouds gradually covered the sky, obscuring the moon. Anshi's face was flushed pink, her mouth slightly open, breathing rapidly. She climbed onto the bed. A slight movement of her ankle caused the thin stocking to slowly slide. She carefully sat up, her body weak, her voice stammering, "Empty. My body is hollowed out. I must." Sounds gradually cut off. Her entire body trembled, her thin brows furrowed slightly, eyes half closed. An appearance of pain, yet unable to conceal the growing satisfaction seeping. Her hand trembled slightly. She reached. She gasped for breath, slowly lifting herself. Chun Chang'en still lay motionless on. Once again, she gritted her teeth and sat down. Pain moistened the corners of her. Sweat streamed down her face. She flinched, squeezed her eyes shut, and a glistening tear slowly, as if sensing pleasure, the tail behind her swayed incessantly with each. Both their bodies were drenched in sweat, Han Shi blushed and lowered her head to kiss Chen Chang'an's bare. Their lips slowly parted, and their kiss deepened. Han Shi's hands reached upwards, slowly taking Chen Chang'an's hand, which lay limp on. After the kiss, Han Shi gazed entranced at the person still lying motionless before her. She exhaled, a delighted smile playing on her lips. Just a little more. For you, it's just a small matter. Who told you to be so unrestrained with me? So, intimate sounds emanated from inside the small wooden house beneath the cliff, startling the birds outside into. Next day, the last day before Chen Chang'an traveled to the primordial continent, at the immortal palace in the immortal realm, a crowd gathered before the grand hall. A firm voice rang out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a thing? The assembled immortals gathered in full, everyone abuzz with the news that had just arrived. Some loudly refuted. These absurd words must be a ploy by the demon race to mislead us. This matter is truly too preposterous. We should still await the results of the second investigation. A purple-haired woman standing nearby also raised her brows, thinking to herself, the sky demon. A rapid movement darted past the large pillars outside the door and straight inside. A loud voice shouted, report! The investigation team has returned. A person in armor knelt on one knee before the grand hall. This person respectfully reporting to the High Immortal, regarding the anomaly discovered by the guards this morning. The matter of the sky demon race being almost completely annihilated is. As soon as that person finished speaking, Ling Miao's expression changed completely. His face turned pale, his eyes wide open, sweat streamed down, and his mouth gaped open, but he couldn't utter. Before Ling Miao could speak, Ji Ming, standing nearby, shot up with an incredulous and dissatisfied expression. Are you saying it's true that the sky demon race was annihilated by a single person? Ling Guang on the other side also slammed the table in protest. This is impossible. Saying this, she looked at Ling Miao with a horrified gaze, her face filled with extreme disbelief as she tried to find an explanation. A single person destroyed the very foundation of the sky demon race? Just who possesses such heaven-defying power? Ling Miao didn't react too overtly. Instead, he remained seated calmly. His voice held a hint of tranquility. Such an unprecedented event will surely shake the entire primordial continent. We must investigate further immediately. Calling Chen Chang'an's crazed appearance and blood-stained hands, Ling Miao raised his brows, and his eyes grew sharp and cold. I wonder if that new demon lord is also among these unfortunate individuals. However, with the sky demon race having gone through this incident, the Great War can no longer happen. This person, on the contrary, has done us a great favor. Such a heaven-defying individual must definitely stand on our side for us to rest easy. Ling Guang, hearing this, could finally feel somewhat at ease. In the center of the Phoenix deity platform, several gigantic blue-purple light rays shone down from the void, passing through a large circle directly towards the ground. A deep voice rang out, divine path rules, living beings kneel, divine domain opens, heavenly god Zhang and a few others immediately knelt on one knee, bowed their heads slightly and respectfully shouted, we humbly welcome the heavenly. The clouds and mist dispersed, revealing a large magic circle from which a brilliant light emanated. In the center sat a person on a chair, flanked by subordinates. Behind him, flags fluttered in the wind. The crowd below all looked up simultaneously, their hearts filled with admiration. He is the second young master of the Long family, one of the three great families of the heavenly gods. If I can curry favor with him, then I might have hope of advancing to the divine. The person seated on the chair had a plump figure, red hair braided into two pigtails, wearing a noble robe, and exuding an oppressive might, hailing from the dragon gate of the divine race. The dragon, a white-robed figure standing next to Long Lu, suddenly raised his hand, from which a massive surge of power erupted, heading straight for two people in the distance. That person roared fiercely. How dare these lowly servants have the audacity to eye my man? The two people targeted by the surge of power instantly exploded, their internal organs bursting, black blood gushing from their eyes and mouths, dying without even a chance to. The white-robed figure's eyes lit up. He turned and pointed at Zhang De, asking, you, as a divine emissary serving the heavenly god, you will demonstrate to them what rules. Zhang De immediately fell to both knees, hands clasped before her chest, respectfully bowing her head. The high immortals knelt and kowtowed. Zhang De in front, knelt with her head bowed to the ground. All the people behind her immediately followed suit. She maintained her posture and said, true God above, may I ask for your Long Lu's mouth drooped. He looked at the crowd before him with tired eyes and only now spoke to give his order. I have come here to prepare the warrior needed for the Star Domain tournament. This person must be known as the strongest warrior on the continent, and furthermore, must have extensive achievements from participating in large-scale wars and performing great deeds. As soon as Long Lu spoke, several people below couldn't help but glare and grit their teeth, thinking in a panic, the oppressive power is too strong. A single divine decree holds such might. My cultivation is rapidly declining. After a pause, Long Lu looked at Zhengde. I give you 1 day to find this person. Her entire body stiffened immediately, her face turned pale, and she trembled as she replied. It was a while before Zhengde could break free from the powerful pressure and force herself to look up. She stammered. Your subordinate humbly asks, why must they participate in war? If it's the strongest warrior, I could indeed find one, but this luminous aura billowed around him. Long Lu's eyes turned red. He asked again, seemingly displeased, don't you think a warrior with the title of war hero participating in the Star Domain Prodigy Tournament would be very glorious? Other people's warriors all have titles like World Destroyer or Rakshasa. How can a warrior under my command be in? The space seemed compressed by an invisible pressure. Zhengde bowed her head once more. Sweat streamed down her cheeks, her eyes wide, struggling to resist. She replied with fear in her voice. Heavenly God, forgive this humble servant. According to the news that just arrived, the Sky Demon race has been almost annihilated. Over 80% of its powerhouses are dead. I fear the war can no longer be. Long Lu's voice slowly rang out again. How can there be no war? Zhengde's face darkened. Her pupils lost their light and contracted. Her entire body Long Lu's eyes gleamed with cruelty. He grinned widely, adding with amusement. Even this little bit of resourcefulness can't satisfy me. Do you really need to keep your primordial continent? Can't we just use space-time divine artifacts to revive them? Have you forgotten? Precisely because we worried about unforeseen events, we left behind gold. Elsewhere, Changxi rushed through the green forest. She hurried to her destination. Her face was flushed crimson, yet Changxi's expression was still extremely enthusiastic. As she ran through the leaves in the forest, she muttered, that Hanshi girl is usually so stubborn and mischievous. I wonder if she's taking good care of Chen Chang'an. Things have come to this point. I just need to bring Chen Chang'an. Having said that, she immediately dove straight down from the high cliff where birds soared with outstretched wings, her voice still echoing with the wind. I'll explain to Master that all of this will develop in a good direction. Beneath the cliff, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a small, quiet wooden Hanshi sat up from the bed. She comfortably stretched her shoulders. I can't believe I rolled around until Hanshi's face was full of vitality. Her whole body relaxed as she raised both hands. Unable to hide a smile, she muttered to herself, this feeling of complete openness throughout my body. I originally thought it would be good enough to just replenish the lost vital energy, but I didn't expect my cultivation to increase quite a bit. Finishing her words, she immediately blushed, leaned down, and touched Chen Chang'an's nose. The tail behind her couldn't help but wag a few times. She licked her lips and whispered, I can't believe the scoundrel is so powerful. He tormented me all. Saying this, she sighed softly again. Her body slowly retreated. But what should I do now? She sat on the bed, looking at Chen Chang'an, who was still fast asleep. She calculated for a moment, then murmured to herself, you've annihilated 70 to 80% of the Sky Demon race. Where will I go now? Even if they never valued me, using me as a pawn in their plans, just like when I was young, I was sent to the immortal realm as a hostage regardless of my life. Her face partially obscured by shadow, she narrowed her glistening eyes slightly, looking at the person in front of her. So that's how it. She suddenly remembered something and became angry. Her hands before her chest clenched into fists, her whole body trembling with rage. When I was 9, they told me to steal the divine race's secret cannon and then frame master. I was almost executed. When I was 10, they even told me to sow discord between the Mang clan and the Ji clan. That time, if I had run a little slower, I would have been killed. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. There was never anything. Only then did she breathe out calmly, her face relaxed as she added, now that they're all dead, I feel it. She propped her chin and lay down beside Chen Chang'an. Blushing, she placed her hand on him, her face infatuated. She murmured, now I have nothing left to worry about. How about we just elope? Anywhere. Just you. Before she could finish her sentence, a hurried knocking came from outside the door, making her startle and she pressed her hand against the door, tapping lightly with one hand. Her face anxious, she called loudly, Junior sister, I need to talk to you. Open the door. Hearing the sound from outside, Hanshi's whole body froze for a few seconds. She unconsciously turned to look at the door, which continued to. As if realizing something, her flushed face gradually darkened. She trembled and frowned, her face showing a hint of worry as she startled and the Phoenix deity platform. Layers of ethereal clouds enveloped the space. On both sides were sharp, jagged rocks. In the center were Long Lu and his retinue of guards. In front of them, a floating rock hovered in mid-air. A deep voice resounded. If the divine artifact had chosen Chang'e at that time, then she was destined to be a plaything for the heavenly gods, a puppet to keep the wars on. Long Lu sat on the highest seat. His large fingers counted back and forth for a moment. It was a while before he finally spoke. I recall that divine artifact has 3 stages. One revival is limited to 5 seconds. 2 times and it will gradually accumulate. Calculations are truly annoying. In short, his expression suddenly shifted to excitement. Long Lu spread both hands, his wide mouth opening in a delighted laugh. Find her. Kill her. Kill her 10,000 times, and it will surely activate the 3rd stage of spacetime. Zhang De abruptly raised her head, her face blank with disbelief at what she had just. As if she had thought of something, her face darkened, her eyes wide with. Zhang De bowed her head and knelt once more. If we wish to revive all of the demon race, I fear the divine power will not be able to sustain. Mustering all her courage, she looked up. Cold sweat trickled down her cheeks. She raised her head and added, if it is used at such high intensity, I fear the puppet's body will be destroyed. Killing intent radiated from Long Lu. The oppressive aura in the space made everyone immediately fall to their knees, not daring to look up. His voice, imbued with coldness, cut across Zhang De's words. Do you think I would care about the life or death of a mere vagrant from this star domain? If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then get lost. I am not lacking in servant planets like you. Stammering, she spoke. Heavenly God, please quell your anger. Zhang De is not opposed. Long Lu opened his mouth, his tongue running over his teeth. His eyes wide, the wrinkles on his face contracted with a twisted smile. If you wish to live, then fulfill my demands. Otherwise, my precious celestial pet will. Hearing these words, Zhang De and the kneeling crowd raised their heads in horror. Her heart filled with ceaseless anxiety. Even that terrifying creature has arrived. View expanded, surrounded by 2 large rock formations connected to form a long arc. On either side were 2 small planets. In the center was where Long Lu appeared with Zhang De. Further out, through thick layers of clouds, the Phoenix deity platform was only a small part of the surrounding inhabited areas. Zhang De thought to herself, this is bad. That creature is fundamentally not something we can contend with. If we let it attack our primordial a thick purple aura gradually spread, covering the surface of the. From a gigantic purple vortex, Long Lu's massive pet opened its maw full of teeth, its sharp claws grasping a planet. In front of it was the primordial continent, enveloped by small lightning bolts. Everyone will. Thinking this, Zhang De's face darkened. She seemed to stifle a gasp, her eyes wide with. Long Lu, standing nearby, suddenly snapped his fingers. Further, a wisp of purple smoke next to Long Lu brought forth a coffin, on top of which was pasted a yellow talisman with spiral characters. He looked at the coffin and ordered, after you find the fighter, place that person inside this coffin. Everything that exists will change itself within the coffin, devouring his soul. Ultimately, from this coffin, a loyal dog will be born, one that only obeys my command. Saying this, he squinted downwards, his voice laced with menace. After all, not every dog is loyal. Think carefully about how to do it, what to do, how to serve me. I will stay here for one. Zhang De, under pressure, had to bow her head, her unwilling expression hidden. She replied tremblingly, Zhang De understand. Long Lu above also glanced over, thinking with a hint of contemplation. Before, I played too much, forgetting about the future. Now, throwing this matter to them, I also have a reason to shirk responsibility. Thinking this, he emphasized with a remark, a bunch of stupid He then swiveled on his chair, not forgetting to command, go take a stroll, then bring in a few more immortal maidens as concubines. Try to cool off. The white-robed figure behind him and the soldiers immediately followed. Merciful Lord! Meanwhile, Zhang De, kneeling below, also gravely reminded them. Chang'e will bring Chang'e back. You all know what to do. To the other side, Chang'e frantically pounded on Han Shi's door. She repeatedly called out loudly, Junior. A flush spread across Chang'e's cheeks. Her face worried. She incessantly knocked on the door and called loudly, Junior sister, open the door. What are you doing inside? I heard strange noise from the door. The calls of Junior sister continued. Han Shi inside glared, tightly covering her mouth with her hand. Her heart began to worry. Senior sister must have come to take Chang'e away. If I don't make a sound, she'll naturally leave. She clenched her fists. Trembling with rage, she turned to look at Chun Chang'an, who was fast asleep on the bed. She couldn't help but let out a cold snort. No, damn it. This man is truly a flirt. I remember. She also likes Chun. A moment later, seeing no movement inside, She turned to leave. She inside secretly chuckled with delight. She is. Suddenly, She spun. She put her hands together forcefully and shouted loudly at the door. I found the girl who was secretly involved with Chun Chang'an before. How should we deal? As soon as she finished speaking, the door was kicked open by Shi. Her eyes glowed red, her face filled with furious rage. She yelled, I'll bite his leg off. How could he? Just as she was about to say more, Shi stumbled, her whole body stiffening as she looked at Shi, who stood with her arms crossed, helpless, her tone calm. Tell me, junior sister, you're a magnificent sky demon. Why are you so interested in other people's romantic histories? You can't hide it. Shi flinched, quickly raising both hands in surrender. Her face crimson, she retreated. I fell. Shi's eyes suddenly noticed something. She glanced inside and asked with a hint of curiosity. He's in your room, isn't he? What are you doing in there that you didn't answer me for so long? Master Side has finished preparations, so Just as she was about to raise her hand to say more, Shi darted past her, ran into the house, and slammed the door. Shi's smile froze. Her expression darkened. The finger she wanted to raise fell back down. She yelled, enunciating each word. That wretched. Inside the house, Shi was frantically gathering clothes, and incessantly tried to calm herself. Take Chun Chang'an away? Don't joke around. It's not easy for me to have someone by my side. Why should I give him back to you, senior sister? Chun Chang'an didn't choose you. You just try to go back and accept your punishment. You have a divine artifact, so you don't need to be afraid. Saying this, she ran to pull pants onto Chun Chang'an's legs. She blushed, turned away and murmured to herself. As long as you're not killed, I'll visit you every year. But with this leg like this, how am I supposed to? Her eyes suddenly paused on. Chun Chang'an propped himself up with his hands. She had just pulled his pants up to his waist. The two looked at each other in silence. Above his head, the system displayed a notification. Main body successfully changed. Chun Chang'an's face immediately flushed crimson. He frantically recoiled, covering his face with his hands. Hai, in a panic, immediately lunged forward to cover his mouth. Shoo! Don't make us. The two crouched close together, their faces flushed. Chun Chang'an shifted slightly, then finally whispered, You're quite practiced at sitting on. He propped himself up, a roguish grin on his face as he teased Hai. Wanna do it? Again? Hai immediately jumped away. She frantically waved her hands, refuting. Do your head? Get up and let's get out. Hai's face was so red it was almost unwatchable, and her expression grew awkward. Her words started to tumble out. Wait until we get to a new place. After everything is settled, if you still want to, listen to me. I'll decide how many times we do it. Understand? Inside, she was extremely puzzled. Could this guy have been faking sleep the whole time? Is he not in? Chun Chang'an had already sat upright. He bent his knees, resting his hands on them, still smiling as he asked, Aren't you curious who I really am? You're just taking me to escape like this. Hai, busy tidying up, glanced at him, her face nonchalant as she quickly replied, Not curious. You're my slave. Always have. Just then, a voice called from outside the door, Hai, open the door for me. Chun Chang'an rolled his eyes and chuckled softly. The system above displayed a notification. Host, automatically tracking the clone's actions and reporting them to you for the first time. Where did you remember this from? Chun Chang'an rolled his eyes and muttered. Inside his head, Hai, who was busy opening a spatial vortex, also paused and asked, What's wrong with you? Outside the door, Shi's voice still echoed, Hai, if you don't open the door, I'm going to smash your house. Chun Chang'an slowly stepped off the bed. With a faint smile, he said softly, My dear, there's nothing we can't do. As long as I want something, I can definitely achieve it. The system beside him could only blush and with that he reached out and opened the door. Immediately, both Shi, who was about to knock, and Hai, who was tidying up clothes. A moment later, only a voice echoing back could be heard. Chun Chang'an. Wait for me a moment. Chun Chang'an wasn't in a hurry to be curious. He simply glanced over, his expression thoughtful. Clones are products of the system, two symbionts whose information is connected. Using this point, I can borrow the system to observe the world for me. 1. It avoids excessively affecting the course of history, and 2. I can act when the time is right. It's better than blindly rushing in like a headless fly. The system, realizing this, immediately voiced its thoughts. But host, returning in this manner isn't domineering enough, not handsome. Chun Chang'an didn't reply. He turned to look at the distant scene. Chang Shi angrily reached out to grab Han Hai. You still want to run away? Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Han Hai was no less angry. Why are you bothering me, senior sister? The two then dove into a fierce, imagining the heroic figure of a superhero in a robe and mask departing under the gaze of onlookers. Chun Chang'an frowned, his lips curling in confusion. Must I wait until everyone is on the verge of death to make an appearance? Is saving the day in such a dramatic fashion the coolest way? That's what a superhero in a fantasy drama would do. But I am not. With that, he looked up, recalling the past. It seemed as if cries echoed in his ears. Why has it become like this? My home. He didn't mind, muttering to himself. If I am already invincible, why should I let such a tragedy happen? Finishing his words, Chun Chang'an stretched out his hand and pulled the system's face. His expression changed as he fiercely asked, Don't just busy yourself with eavesdropping. I've accessed your back end. Surely there's a random mission now, right? The system, in pain, quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. Immediately after, a ding sound announced. Chun Chang'an, annoyed, reminded it, No ding ding. Can't you change the sound? A series of rustling sounds echoed, and 3 large system frames immediately appeared before him. Mission details. Help divine maiden Chang Shi overcome her fatal tribulation of destiny and obtain a divine artifact. Mission rewards, 1 star, 500 million domain points. 2 star, eternal time law card. Another frame announced, Special mission 2 new, obtained through special ability. Mission details. Become the overseer of the Huanggu continent planet. Mission rewards, 1 star, 1 billion domain points. 2 star, develop a new system function, star domain chalice. Choose one of the 2 rewards. Golden light appeared around him. Chun Chang'an tapped his fingers, summarizing, in summary, 1. Save the divine artifact's original power. 2. To gain the divine artifact's recognition, I must resolve Chang Shi's destined. Calling Long Lu and the old woman's arrogant expressions before Jingda, Chun Chang'an's eyes lit up. He grinned. 3. Become the master of the Huanggu continent. Now that the battle had temporarily ceased, Chang Shi and Han Hai simultaneously turned to look at the person in front of them. His entire body radiated a purple aura. He continuously mumbled, The events of the past 2 days, combined with the future situation, I have deduced the full story. The final 1-day deadline is Hearing this, the 2 behind him immediately froze. Questions endlessly repeated in their minds. Resolve Chang Shi's destined death. Superhero. Divine artifact. Master. Chang Shi and Han Hai both stammered. He both had the same thought in their minds. Chun Chang'an is indeed not simple. Just then, he also turned his head, smiling amiably. With an ingratiating look, he raised his index finger to his cheek, pleading, I say, are we going back to the immortal realm? Take me along too, while you're... The sky was blue, and the sunlight from above shone through the gap between 2. Chang Shi and Han Hai walked hesitantly ahead, continuously looking at Chun Chang'an with worried expressions. He, on the other hand, followed relaxed. He was still paying attention to the system's notification above, beginning to calculate the reserve domain. Countless notification panels with various contents appeared around Chun Chang'an. Congratulations, host, for killing a heavenly rank city lord. Reward, 500 million domain points. Congratulations, host, for killing a heavenly demon rank alchemist. Reward, 5,000 domain points. After reading through them, his eyes widened. He gaped in surprise. Huh? Did Han Hai kill all of them during the time she was in my body? Even this counts as domain. Thinking this, Chun Chang'an rubbed his chin, a delighted smirk on his face. It's great to be AI. The 3 temporarily stopped. Chang Shi sprang forward. Chun Chang'an looked up slightly, following her, but his mind was still immersed in thought. At that time, when Han Hai used his body to fight, the system reported all information to him, including the near eradication of the heavenly demon. Chang Shi sprang onto a distant cliff, the sunlight casting her silhouette. Chun Chang'an intently observed her every move. Objectively speaking, the heavenly demon clan will no longer appear in the future. But in this lifetime, seeing that the heavenly demons haven't decreased but instead increased, I immediately understood. Someone resurrected them during this time, and the only one who could do this is the space-time divine artifact on Chang Shi's body, activated to its 3rd. She took out a gold-lacquered token from her person, her expression serious as she softly said, Send a message to Master. Chun Chang'en's expression darkened slightly, his pupils radiating a blue light, and a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. He glanced sideways, deep in thought. Eliminating the heavenly demons won't resolve Changxi's predicament, which means there's a higher power controlling all of this. This person intends to kill Changxi and tries to resurrect the heavenly demons. With the current information, this is all I can analyze for now. However, if I don't quickly find the mastermind subtly orchestrating this, I fear many more misfortunes will occur. By then, I might be completely helped. From behind, a sharp spear with a blue light suddenly sliced through. The spear swirled, bypassing Chun Chang'en and heading directly towards Changxi didn't react in time, but Han Hai loudly shouted, "Danger! Senior sister! Get out of the way!" Changxi froze before the sharp spear. Chun Chang'en said nothing more. He clenched his fist, looking into the distance, golden, flame-like light radiating from his. Just as the spear struck, a streak of golden light swiftly rushed out, knocking away both Changxi and the spear. At the same time, it created a shield in front of Changxi's body, preventing her from falling off. The golden light swirled until Changxi safely landed. Han Hai, who was vigilant of her surroundings, startled and turned. "Who is it? Secretly making a vicious move. Get out here. Are you all right, senior sister?" Changxi braced herself with her hands to maintain balance, answering with some difficulty, "Chang'en." Fortunately, there was from the shadows, two large, corpulent men with brown skin and bright blue eyes jumped down from the cliff. One of them bared his teeth and chuckled. "Found." Chun Chang'en narrowed his eyes and turned, slightly surprised. Around him, a group of people dressed in black robes, radiating purple aura, had surrounded him unknown. Chun Chang'en raised his head, scanning his surroundings. Everywhere, from the ground to the sky, hundreds, even thousands of people surrounded the three of them. One person loudly declared, "The celestial god has commanded. All forces of the Huanggu continent unite to punish the thief. This matter concerns the survival of the Huanggu continent. Divine Maiden Chang, she must die." Uninvolved ants. Quickly, as soon as one of them finished speaking, he clenched his staff, his eyes flashing as he dashed. He flung himself forward, plunging his staff into the ground. A massive blue flame shot directly towards Chun Chang'en's group, sending debris flying. The large, green-skinned man, wearing a fur cloak and a mask with long horns on his head, held a staff that still radiated blue energy. He gleefully cheered, "Success! I've killed the first divine." Beneath the ground, the blue flame erupted fiercely. Chun Chang'en hugged Changxi and sprang far away. Seeing this, the green-skinned demon roared, "What? They escaped over there? But I clearly struck." On the other side, through the hazy blue dust, Han Hai ran with all her might, shouting loudly as she ran, "Damn it! What am I even?" Upon reaching a safe spot, Chun Chang'en still held Changxi by the shoulder. Her entire body was unsteady, her face darkened. Han Hai, having just caught up, angrily reproached, "You ungrateful wretch! You actually didn't say." Chun Chang'en calmly glanced sideways. He frowned and muttered, "You clearly could have escaped just." Han Hai was so enraged that flames of anger seemed to erupt around her. She gritted her teeth, raising her hand as if to strangle him. In her mind, she cursed Chun Chang'en. "You dog! Of course this old woman let him hit me on purpose. I can't believe, Chun Chang'en, you're flattering Changxi like that in front of me. Behind my back. Are you planning to put hundreds of green hats?" People above noticed the commotion on this side and loudly shouted, "Why are there still heavenly demons? Wasn't it said that all of them were killed off?" Another person, looking panicked, added, "Presumably, it's just a few that slipped through the net. This small number of heavenly demons can't start a heavenly demon." Still surrounded, the murmuring and whispers continued to reach Chun Chang'en's ears. The celestial god has spoken. Only by activating the third stage of the divine artifact on that woman's body will it work. Indeed. He scanned his surroundings, wondering, celestial. Changxi's face gradually regained its composure. She gently touched Chun Chang'en's hand, whispering, "Chang'en, don't move for now. I need to understand what exactly is happening here." Movement shifted to their side. The old woman, followed by the group in black robes, gradually approached. She loudly declared, "Obediently surrender. If you still have an ounce of conscience, don't resist any longer." Changxi refused to yield. She angrily asked, "I hear your intention is to revive the heavenly demon clan? Are you mad? Do you know what that means?" The old woman raised her hand, a spark of fire flashing within. Her entire body was quickly enveloped in a fiery red aura. With a grim expression, she said, "War is terrifying, but a destroyed planet is even more despairing. Only when others die can we continue to. A pair of feet stomped heavily on the ground, and a slow voice echoed. Although I have received the divine maiden's grace, if you are truly a divine maiden, then help us one more time. Changshi flinched and stepped back. You are the Beastman tribe from the spirit. The green-skinned Beastman, holding a wooden scepter firmly in hand, approached. Don't blame us. It's the celestial god who wants you dead. We have no other choice. The brown-skinned Beastman behind him added. That day, the celestial god said he wanted to watch the immortal demon war for entertainment. If we don't satisfy him, the monster of Star City will eat us. This news has spread throughout the entire Huanggu continent. If we don't kill you, other tribes and powerful individuals will come to attack. Surroundings seemed to fall silent. Chang Shi and Han Hai's expressions darkened. Chang Shi widened her eyes in disbelief. The old woman stepped closer, something gradually forming in her hand. She asserted confidently, Divine Maiden, you are not a match for the entire world. Your master served as the celestial god's executioner, so this time, she won't be able to save you. Chang Shi's entire body froze under an invisible pressure. Her body involuntarily shuddered. She widened her eyes, gritting her teeth, her face filled with extreme. An hour ago, Jingda knelt before a gigantic circle with patterned symbols in the center. Voices filled with helplessness echoed around her. Jingda, we in Star City cannot help with this matter. We can't do it either. Don't delude yourself about saving Nuwa anymore. From many epochs ago until now, no one has ever successfully saved someone from the celestial god's hands. You can only pray for yourself. I remember that girl's parents were sacrificed in the same way. Even now, she is still worried about the peace of humanity. Jingda held a golden card in her hand, her head slightly bowed. Her expression darkened as she slowly pleaded, Everyone, Jingda has been in the Star Sea for many years. Fortunately, I have made friends with all of you and have even helped you before. I am not asking you to act at this moment. I only hope you can give Jingda some more op. The hand holding the token trembled. Jingda's voice faltered. Let me save my The surrounding space darkened. As soon as she finished speaking, the voices from before echoed again. Jingda, I can agree to anything else for you. Only this matter concerning the celestial god. We truly have no other choice. That celestial god is truly something else. You've helped him do so many dirty deeds, yet he can't even grant one reprieve? Not long ago, the spirit continent next door offended other celestial gods and was utterly annihilated. I still advise you to give up on that divine maiden. The celestial god's trap has been set. She is bound to die. Hearing these words, Jingda frowned slightly, and a sense of fear gradually rose in her. A streak of golden light flashed in the space. She glanced downwards, her stubborn expression. Lush green leaves grew on both sides of the road. Jingda walked with her hands clasped, her eyes looking down, unable to hide her affection, saying, Do you know, Chang Shi, the greater a person's ability, the greater their responsibility? Little Chang Shi, still young and innocent, walked beside her. She tilted her head and naively asked, Really? King Ismail? She softly replied, Of course. It's just a pity that your master has done many bad things and no longer has the chance to become someone whose heart humanity turns. Chang Shi seemed very excited, her small hands tightly clenched, her innocent face blossoming into a smile, her eyes seemingly sparkling. She asserted confidently, Isn't your disciple here? I will protect everyone well and inherit master's aspiration. Thinking this, her slender brows furrowed tightly. Jingda's eyes flashed with a cold light. She slowly articulated, Thank you. From now on, let's not keep in that. The golden token was decisively thrown to the ground, emitting a piercing. From within the token, a voice still called out, Don't do anything foolish. But Jingda paid it no mind. With a determined expression, she turned and left, muttering to herself, Chang Shi, your master will definitely. Outside the Milky Way galaxy, stars and planets shone with dazzling. A robed figure stood in the distance, watching Long Lu's pet staring up at the Huanggu continent. A soft voice echoed in the silent galaxy. Yes, Jingda has cut off communication. Robed man held a token in his hand, gently raising his brow and sighing. He muttered softly, Can't stop it. I guess she's about to do something foolish. Before long, the Huanggu continent will be no more. Everyone, witness this final era of primordial flame. 3 figures clasped their hands before their chests, each representing a planet, radiating streams of power. To friend in a vast hall, a crowd watched as Jingda emerged from a colossal vortex in the sky, and they collectively wondered, Celestial Angel Jingda, you called us here? Jingda raised her hand, pointing into the distance where a planet glowed with blue light, isolated in space. Please, immortals, come and see. In the vast sea of stars, there is a small planet that has never been discovered by the celestial. The vortex in the sky continued to display images. Jingda paused for a moment before introducing. Its name is Jujo Kan. That, she turned back, her face serious as she looked at the people standing behind her and said, I have spent many days exploring this place. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the surroundings of Star Sea City have crystallized rocks that help isolate divine power from prying gazes. For many years, this place has remained ownerless, able to escape the celestial god's search, avoiding becoming a slave planet. It is a good place. Hearing this, the crowd below was collectively stunned. Ling Yao and Lan Guang also couldn't believe what they had just heard. Ling Yao quickly frowned and asked in surprise, Celestial Angel Jingda, are you planning to? Jingda slightly bowed her head and softly replied, That's right. To this day, our lives and deaths are all subject to the celestial god's unstable temperament. If we continue like this, sooner or later, we will be killed off once we lose all our value. Therefore, before we migrate, we must take advantage of this situation and strike first to gain an advantage. Thinking of the vicious appearance of the dragon clan, with one hand he held a chain tied to a woman's neck, while his other hand pressed another woman's head down, his mouth continuously grinning cunningly. Lick! Jinda's face darkened, one eye flashing with a cruel red light. She emphasized in a low voice, Kill! Hearing this, both Ling Yao and Jiming widened their eyes in disbelief. Both gaped, momentarily speaking. A moment later, the surroundings began to buzz with commotion. Voices rose in panic. Celestial Angel, don't joke. That's right, if we fail, we might not simply die. Killing a god is a grave sin. Even if we succeed, what will we do then? Jingda let everyone finish speaking before softly calling. She placed a hand on her chest, her face filled with determination, and loudly persuaded everyone. There must be someone who refuses to be a slave. Only then can our descendants avoid living under such terrifying rule. If we don't act in this lifetime, then in the future, for your children and grandchildren, only a more tragic fate awaits our family. As soon as her words fell, like a bolt of lightning, Ling Yao, Lan Guang, and Ji Ming's expressions instantly stiffened, as if they had never considered this issue. Jingda paused, then added, We bowed our heads in submission, offered tributes, licked their boots. Was that still not enough? Yet now we find ourselves in this situation. Only now did everyone regain their senses. Ji Ming and Lan Guang exchanged glances. Ling Yao lowered her head, baring her teeth in a calculating smile. All shared the same thought. If there is a place to go, perhaps we can try to kill. The surroundings gradually grew noisy, and voices of agreement began to sound. Celestial Angel Jingda, we are willing to participate in this hope. Let's go together. Jingda remained silent, a slight smile on her lips. Chang Shi, your master will protect. The sky was blue, and sunlight cast colorful rays upon everything on the ground. A few island flowers bloomed, their delicate petals fluttering gently in the wind. By then, the world we bring about will be free of war and calamity. Back in reality, Chang Shi's face turned pale, her trembling brows tightly furrowed. Her eyes widened, and two streams of tears uncontrollably flowed. In the old woman's hand was Jingda's head, her half-open eyes devoid of light. Black blood continuously flowed from her mouth. The old woman's gaze turned sharp and cold. Is a celestial god someone you ants can chat? Chang Shi froze, her face filled with anguish as she looked forward. Han Hai also had tears in her eyes, trembling as she called out, Master! The old woman glanced at Jingda's head in her hand, nonchalantly saying, Fortunately, that assassination plan was exposed early, causing no harm to our revered celestial god. However, this act greatly displeased the celestial god, who commanded us to use extreme dismemberment as punishment for her, to serve as a people following immediately chimed in, echoing. She actually wanted to kill a god, and even stopped us from killing the divine maiden, only to start a war. She deserves to die. This foolish person's death is a good. The cosmic vortex spun continuously. A pair of wide-open eyes looked at a planet, which immediately exploded and shattered into pieces. The voices of those individuals continued to echo. The celestial god has had a lapse. If that monster in the sky finds out, it won't spare the Huanggu continent. Offend a celestial god, and even domain lords, let alone domain gods, must die. No one is an exception. Chun Chang'an slightly lowered his head, his face obscured by shadow. The sounds of ridicule and mockery incessantly echoed in his ears. Also, I tell you, before she died, she even blamed herself and apologized. I guess she was begging the celestial god for forgiveness. Foolish woman, How could the celestial god forgive her? I really want to know what she was thinking at that. Purple aura radiated around the old woman. She flung Jingda's head straight into the air, then widened her eyes and roared, "This is the fate of us." Streaks of bright red energy swirled in her palm. The old woman smirked sinisterly and stretched her hand forward. She must completely disappear. Seeing this, Changxi and Han Hai immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Don't!" A large vortex, thick with purple energy, suddenly appeared in the old woman's eyes widened, and her hand movements halted. The ground was immediately struck by the large vortex, creating an explosion filled with thick smoke and dust. The old woman hastily shouted, "Stop! Get!" Through the smoke and dust, a person slowly descended to the ground. "I've caught it!" Changxi and Han Hai simultaneously turned their under the thick white dust on the ground. Chen Chang'an carefully held Zhengda's severed head in his arms, his expression somewhat mournful as he looked. Changxi immediately ran over, trembling as she embraced Zhengda's severed head. She sobbed uncontrollably, repeatedly calling out, "Master!" Chen Chang'an didn't show much emotion. He let out a breath and spoke in a neutral tone. "Long ago, a country to the east was invaded and oppressed by sea invaders for many years. That country never accepted its fate, and many people, just like your master, emerged, sacrificing themselves to save all beings in the world." The old woman's group grimaced and covered their faces. As the fine dust gradually dispersed, Chen Chang'an's voice continued to resound. "They are all heroes. Even in death, their heroes forever deserve reverence. No despicable scoundrel is allowed to desecrate their." The beast men and the people in the distance immediately became enraged upon hearing these words. Chen Chang'an ignored them and walked over to Changxi and Han Shi, who were kneeling on the ground. Killing intent emanated from him as he looked down with cold eyes. Chen Chang'an said, "Changxi, the ancient continent is now in a chaotic and ever-changing state. The heavenly Tao and its ethics have long ceased to function. But with your compassionate nature, it's unavoidable that they will consider sacrificing you to achieve this so-called peace. Make your choice now, fight or..." Changxi lowered her head and gently touched Zhengda's head. Her face darkened, and the corners of her lips. A moment later, she looked up, her eyes now fierce. Tears still streamed down her face, yet her expression was utterly determined as she roared, "Everyone is wrong. Even if the planet is destroyed, I will not let the celestial god succeed." Immediately after, the system panel displayed a notification. Changxi's death scenario has changed by 50. Chen Chang'an watched with delight. He grinned and said, "Then let's..." With that, he waved his hand toward Han Shi and called out. Han Shi immediately began to open a teleportation array. "The more precise the location, the better," she stammered, wiping away tears, her face still sad and startled. Chen Chang'an said nothing more and turned away. Han Shi now realized and quickly shouted, "Preparing a formation takes a very long time. They won't give us a chance." A beast man in the distance saw this and wondered, "They want to run." A purple-haired individual saw this and rushed forward, their eyes turning purple. In their hands, they held 2 circles of power, and 2 other wings above them also carried similar power. They roared, "Don't let them..." Chen Chang'an said no more. His eyes glowed red, and intense killing intent erupted from his body. With a single punch, he slammed the person straight into the ground, sending red blood splattering. Suddenly, he cast a glance to the side, his punching arm still swinging, scattering lingering blood onto his body. Chen Chang'an's face was grim, half obscured by shadow, and his voice, laden with death, rang out, "Escape? I intend to go and kill that celestial..." Changxi and Han Shi in the distance stared with wide eyes and open mouths. The old woman's group also halted, all sharing the same thought. He said, "He wants to go and kill the celestial..." A moment later, the old woman's followers immediately burst into loud laughter. With a hint of fear, they threatened, "Just the 3 of you? You're the first to dare utter such words. Even the strongest archdemon of old, leading the demon host, couldn't." Meanwhile, Han Shi, while paying attention to the side, swiftly opened the teleportation array. She secretly thought, although it's not rational, it conveniently buys me a little more. In the distance, the old woman also immediately took action. She raised both hands in front of her, forming a magic circle. Inside the void, a sphere of power was gradually gathering. The 2 individuals behind her also began to gather power, ready to charge. The old woman knitted her brows and roared, "I am the celestial god's emissary in the mortal realm. I will never allow the celestial god's safety to be threatened in any way, even by insignificant insects like you buzzing around the celestial god's ears." The beast men and the followers received the command and simultaneously unleashed their countless streams of powerful energy, shining with light, shot directly towards Chun Chang'an. He stood motionless and upright. Han Shi, behind him, was extremely panicked. Chang'an, you must. Chun Chang'an didn't reply. He raised a hand carrying purple lightning. Powerful purple energy coiled around Chun Chang'an's hand, sweeping away every incoming stream of power. It created a great tempest that shook the heavens and earth. The people who had been shouting earlier screamed in dismay. His celestial magic? It was all nullified. How is this possible? Chun Chang'an's hand clenched, purple energy surged, and flashing lightning gradually converged. A powerful killing intent radiated from him. He articulated each word clearly. Today, no one will leave here. That, his clenched hand opened, and from within, a blinding light surged forth, carrying immense power that gradually. A gigantic circle gathered in the air, while the ground below suddenly exploded. Streaks of power overflowed everywhere, and the space was enveloped by a powerful force that suppressed all intentions to it. The old woman's eyes widened. Her surroundings suddenly fell silent. She cried out in fear. This power. No, it can't be. What kind of divine being are you? Exactly. In her heart, she couldn't hide her confusion, thinking before, when I probed him, he shouldn't have possessed this kind of. Chang Shi's face also darkened. Her eyes widened, her pupils constricted, and for a moment, she couldn't utter a single. In Chun Chang'an's hand, a spreading purple flame was still gathering. His expression changed, his eyes glowed red, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile as he asked, "Don't you all want a celestial fiend war? Heh, I'll kill." By now, the old woman in the distance could no longer hold back and roared, "Don't let that power orb fall. Otherwise, we'll all die. Use all your ultimate moves to kill." Subordinates immediately charged forward upon receiving the purple light orb gradually descended. Chun Chang'an still held the flame in his hand. He stood still, unfazed, while hundreds of thousands of people around him furiously unleashed their power. Sensing the pressure around them, Han Shi's face immediately darkened, and her pupils glowed with celestial. Chun Chang'an became utterly frenzied. With an emotionless face, he swung his hand. An individual who had just charged forward was immediately blown away by a powerful surge of purple. Another person slashed down with a green glowing sword, shouting, "Die!" Heavenly purple energy emanated from Chun Chang'an's body. He didn't evade, merely tilted his head slightly to glow. With a flick of his hand, that person was immediately engulfed by dense purple lightning bolts and blown away. Chun Chang'an showed disdain. Just an annoying fly. That person was knocked back towards the cliff. Their entire body was blown apart by the power, sending debris flying everywhere. The old woman's eyes bulged, her pupils constantly contracting. A cold drop of sweat involuntarily trickled down her wrinkled. Watching the smoke and dust dissipate and the streams of power vanish, countless corpses lying scattered now became visible. The old woman's voice trembled. "No, no, we shouldn't attack like this. We must fight a war of attrition. A frontal assault won't work. We need to attack in shifts. We need strategy. We must." Looking at the power orb, carrying dark purple lightning bolts, gradually descending, with Chun Chang'an radiating killing intent below it, the old woman finally realized, "Damn him, that power orb gives us no chance at all. He's already cut off all our chance." Chun Chang'an's eyes flashed, and streaks of lightning vaguely coiled around his body. With an indifferent expression, he lightly waved his hand and asked, "Who's next?" Suddenly, a winged insect appeared in front of them. Its entire body was green, and it had a long proboscis-like. One person in the crowd extended their hand, and countless similar insects flew in from a distance. Insects gradually coalesced into a swirling mass of black in. Chun Chang'an turned around abruptly, his eyes widening in surprise. The insects formed a vortex, creating a gigantic green insect with sharp teeth that lunged straight towards Chun. She tightly embraced Zhang Da's head, her eyes wide as she shouted, "Be careful! It's the Green Bug Clan's mimicry insect technique." Han Shi also turned, startled and disbelieving. They can actually create something like this. The gigantic insect suddenly charged, shaking the ground. It brazenly clamped Chun Chang'an in its mouth and began to chew. Chang Shi and Han Shi in the distance cried out in worry. People who had been trembling in fear now became excited. With smug expressions, they laughed mockingly. "Heavenly fiend, is it? Try this myriad insect bone piercer. Experience what it's like to lose your cultivation. This move can even suppress an archdemon, let alone." Before they could finish speaking, the gigantic insect, which had been chewing, suddenly its head abruptly exploded, sending red blood splattering. A blood-stained foot slowly descended to the ground. The people who had just been laughing immediately stared in wide-eyed horror, unable to breathe for 2 seconds. Chun Chang'an leaped out of the smoke and dust, This myriad insect bone piercer. Is it supposed to tickle? He brushed off his hands, his face showing disgust. If it's just an itch, then forget it. How disgust. His expression changed again, and a light gleamed in his pupils. Chun Chang'an bared his teeth in a malicious grin. A small green flame ignited on his fingertip. Conversely, this unique technique, the green flame gradually formed a gigantic insect in his hand. Chun Chang'an slowly advanced, a smirk on his face. I'll be taking this. With that, he unceremoniously hurled the gigantic insect towards the remaining. All around, countless system notifications appeared, and a series of announcements rang out. Congratulations, host, for slaying an immortal emperor. Reward, 150 million domain points. Chun Chang'an stood amidst the pile of notifications, his face obscured, his sharp eyes radiating killing intent. He grinned. How satisfying. I'm almost close to having enough domain points to expand my domain. The power orb still hovered in midair. Chun Chang'an advanced with overwhelming power. The old woman and the remaining people immediately collapsed to their knees. Under his oppressive power, the old woman bowed her head and declared loudly, "We surrender. We only wish to live. The celestial god is too powerful. No one has ever been able to kill the celestial god. Everything we did was merely out of coercion. Please forgive." Chun Chang'an's face was emotionless. He looked down at the group indifferently. "Oh, innocent." As if grasping a lifeline, the old woman immediately looked up and waved her hand. A bright green circle appeared. She eagerly said, This is the 9 heavens continent that divine emissary Zheng De found. When I, the divine emissary, killed Zheng De, I hid it. We can co-op." Noticing something, the old woman turned to Chang Shi and asked, "Divine maiden Chang Shi, you also want to fulfill your master's wish, don't you?" Chun Chang'an turned his head to look at Chang Shi, who was embracing Zheng De's head in the distance. She trembled as she called out, "Ma." The old woman's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sinister smile. She looked at the orb in her hand and shouted loudly, "Open!" The orb immediately emitted blinding emerald. A bright circle appeared, encompassing the 3 people at the center. Around them, gigantic tentacles gradually emerged from the ground, and the space was enveloped by the green. The people behind them had glowing symbols drawn on their bodies. Countless individuals around them prepared their powers to charge forward. The old woman pointed forward and commanded, "Seal him in the 9 provinces, and offer that world to the god. The god will see our loyalty. Pour out all our lifelong cultivation into this god slaying for." That, the mouthed tentacles bared their sharp teeth and lunged straight towards Chun. Tentacles enveloped his body. He, however, gave a strange smile, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes, and asked, "Do you even know what it means to be a..." Purple light emanated from Chun Chang'an's entire body. With a wave of his hand, the tentacles were immediately cut apart by streaks of purple lightning. He asked, somewhat excitedly, "What can this flimsy seal possibly..." Spreading his arms once more, a circle of purple energy radiated from Chun Chang'an, gradually expanding. It blew away the tentacles and the people attempting to approach. The old woman and her subordinates were flung far away by the powerful force, coughing up large mouthfuls of. As the smoke and dust cleared, the corpses of her subordinates lay scattered in the distance. The old woman sat up, trembling, and muttered in a panicked voice, "No, it can't be. A formation that even a realm god couldn't contend with. Why did it shatter with a single..." Chun Chang'an suddenly advanced, causing the old woman to recoil in surprise. He picked up a piece of stone from the ground. In a calm voice, he said, "This isn't the 9 provinces. Rather, it's a guiding device to that." Overwhelming killing intent emanated from around him. Chun Chang'an approached the old woman with the stone. He emphasized his question, "The celestial god you speak of, he already knows about the 9 provinces, doesn't he?" The old woman clutched her arm, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She stammered, pleading, Please forgive me. Zheng De was killed by the celestial god. Everything was his face completely obscured. He opened his mouth and coldly asked, "Then how are you any different?" Thinking of the dragon clan's cunning faces, he smirked and licked his lips. Chun Chang'an grew even more furious as he roared, "The future of this world doesn't need you. You can go to hell and report for him first. Afterward, I will personally break his limbs, pull out his bones, and send him on his..." With that, the power orb's descent accelerated even further, almost touching the ground. Chun Chang'an remained standing upright, looking at the old woman. Her subordinates around them panicked and fled, shouting as they ran, "The power orb is about to fall. Run quickly." There's no time. Immense power pressed down on the surrounding space. The beast men who couldn't escape screamed repeatedly. Please, we are willing to prostrate ourselves and worship you as a god. Please spare us. This energy, just to touch it. Before they could finish their words, their bodies were completely eroded by the surge of power. All that remained were screams of Changshi also froze for a few seconds, calling out in a trembling voice. He suddenly appeared from somewhere, carefully moving backward as he said, "Are you ready? We need to go." She was startled now, her mind in a panic. "I accidentally got too distracted," she thought, then stammered. "Right now, the formation can only accommodate 2 people," she added, blushing and hastily. "Give me 5 minutes. No, 1 minute is enough. That's right, just now. The way you beat that old hag was truly too cool, so you should give her a few more Chun Chang'en's face stiffened. His mouth gaped open, and for a moment, he didn't know what to. Seeing the unending purple energy radiating behind him, Chun Chang'en quickly wrapped an arm around Changshi's waist. No time. Shi beside him also looked over in confusion. Before she could react, Chun Chang'en had already brought Changshi straight into the teleportation array. Shi recoiled in shock. She yelled furiously, "You two are just leaving like that. What about me?" The teleportation array gradually closed. Shi frantically reached out to stop it but was too late. She repeatedly tried to find a way. No, no, no. I can't get in. I'm done." Shi's face flushed crimson. She clenched her fists and angrily shouted, "You bastard! In a moment of crisis, you only remember Changshi." The power orb drew closer and closer. Shi couldn't react and could only stare up blankly. Before she could finish her words, You didn't even turn your head to look." She turned her head, tears streaming down her face, and told herself, "Forget it. We've slept together anyway." It was suddenly, a figure flashed past behind her. Chun Chang'en appeared and wrapped an arm around her. Startled, she asked, "Why are you?" Before she could finish, the actions of the person beside her shocked her into widening her eyes. Chun Chang'en directly pushed Shi into the teleportation array. Before she could react, she instinctively reached out to pull him back. Chun Chang'en's face was blank. He frowned slightly and instructed, "Don't act recklessly. Wait for me." Shi wondered, "What are you?" Chun Chang'en turned without answering. He walked towards the power orb that was continuously on the other side. Changshi and Shi emerged from the teleportation. Sensing the commotion, Changshi turned her head. A bright light flashed, forcing her to squint to see. Massive explosion erupted from the teleportation array. Changshi and Shi simultaneously raised their hands to shield their face. A pair of glowing red eyes opened wide and looked down. The ground exploded loudly, and a circle of power encompassed the central. Smoke and dust billowed all around. Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his true power. A look of astonishment appeared on Changshi's face. She murmured, "Perhaps he truly can become the one to change this." In the distance, a massive surge of energy shot straight into the sky, radiating smoke and fire. As Changshi stood there stunned, Shi cautiously clutched her arm and asked, "What do we do?" Thinking of the image of a group of people standing on the city wall, followed by beastmen raising their swords, ready for battle, Changshi replied seriously, "As long as the war hasn't begun, the Celestial will absolutely not back down. Everyone in the world will consider us enemies. We have no path of retreat. If we continue to fight, we might end up killing Chang'en. Only if we find an opportunity to reach the Juzhou continent can this situation perhaps be." The sky gradually turned to dusk, with small rocky mountains undulating as the sun cast its dazzling rays upon the. Chun Chang'en stood on the cliff, looking down at a large chasm before him. Waves of smoke and dust drifted by. He muttered to himself, "I should go after them." With that, he brushed off some lingering dust from his clothes, his face emotionless as he mumbled, "Their aura? Oh, it's this." His feet arched as he pressed against the ground for momentum. Chun Chang'en thought to himself, teleportation arrays are really easy to use. This distance will probably take a thought. He launched himself forward, the ground shattering into fragments, leaving only a stream of purplish light power radiating out. Powerful energy surged everywhere, but Chun Chang'en paid it no mind and flew straight. Ground still had faint traces of purple energy, and a figure streaked across the. Suddenly, he glanced downwards, a curious expression on his face. What's behind him were the lingering embers of lost souls, endlessly wailing, "So unfair! I shouldn't have died. Shouldn't have." Chun Chang'en's eyes glinted, power gathering in his hand. He turned around. "Want to die? I'm in a." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his entire body. For him was the figure of a man no longer intact. This soul stretched out a hand for help, Oh, great celestial demon. Please say. A powerful aura emanated from around Chen Chang'an. The wronged souls knelt before him in unison, explaining, "We are people who lived on the Hanggu continent. It was because of your battle that we escaped from that abyssal purgatory." Wronged soul added, "When we were alive, we consistently fought under the god's command. Even when our bodies turned to dust, our souls remained bound beneath the earth, yet the god never reached out to save us. He continuously drained the essence from our souls to maintain his method of controlling the world. 70 to 80% of our compatriots have already vanished. Please, sir, say." Chen Chang'an didn't respond immediately. He cast his eyes downward, silently pondering. Chang Shi's master wasn't wrong. The outcome of endless submission is to be exploited bit by bit until there's nothing left. If she doesn't step forward, there will be no resistance. Thinking this, he turned back to the lost souls behind him. "I understand. I will go kill the god. I also have 2 friends over there." The souls instantly froze, looking at him with frightened expressions. He can talk about killing a god so Just as Chen Chang'an was about to turn away, a voice from behind called out, catching his attention. Soul offered a cautious smile, pointing behind it and saying, "The divine altar where the god resides is in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way." Chen Chang'an froze, his face darkening as he thought, "This Han, she did that on purpose." A vast light appeared in the sky, a beam shining directly down from its center onto where Long Lu was. In the very center lay a large coffin, flanked by kneeling soldiers. Ji Ming, at the front, bowed his head and reported, "We have found the strongest celestial." Long Lu's face immediately darkened. A purplish aura erupted from his entire body, throwing the kneeling figures in the distance away. Long Lu roared, "What I want is a great war between immortals and demons. Where is the goddess? Everyone here is just deceived." Ji Ming immediately knelt down, bowing his head with a frightened expression, stammering. "The one sent to capture the goddess was completely annihilated. A powerful celestial demon is protecting her. The last piece of information we received was, he intends to kill." Long Lu's eyebrows instantly furrowed, the corners of his mouth turned down, and his eyes widened as he stared at the people. Suddenly, Long Lu let out a booming laugh, his face ferocious as he declared, "Kill me? A lowly creature wants to kill me? You are nothing more than the worms I cultivate on this planet. Not even fit to be my pets. Don't worry about him. Zheng De is his ultimate." Hearing this, Ji Ming immediately raised his head and asserted confidently, "Great celestial lord, we have already created the god-slaying array in the realm that Zheng De discovered. We will seal the target there and bring him back as an offering." Long Lu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, "Just a small realm. The Manji region, with its lacking spiritual energy, isn't even enough to sate my pets. What good would he be?" However, he suddenly waved his hand, and a circle with special symbols appeared in his palm. His face showed annoyance as he mumbled, "You've reminded me, on the contrary, there will still be worms like Zheng De, ignorant of life and death, causing trouble. Today, I will cut off the ambitions of these Outside the galaxy, planets glowed with light. A distant planet was suddenly engulfed by green lightning. Monstrous beast suddenly startled, its tooth-filled maw gaping. The planet before its eyes was enveloped by a glowing cube. The monster's eyes glowed red, and it angrily roared, sticking out its Long Lu's eyes widened, and he bared his teeth in a grin, raising his hand in delight. "Seal off the entire world. Everyone on the Hanggu continent is my plaything. You can't run, you can't escape. If you want to leave, go ahead and try. I'll wipe you all out in one sweep, leaving no one behind." Fantastical cosmic space, with large and small planets shining brightly, adorned the galaxy. Flying over a planet, a man in a black robe fluttered. He stood watching one of Long Lu's pets in the center of a black hole, poised to attack a planetary mass. Observing, he said, This is the great domain sealing array. The Hanggu continent has been completely sealed. Zheng De, she is finally." Black-haired man, his hair neatly combed, said with a serious expression, "This was an anticipated outcome, though I once hoped for a miracle." The brown-haired woman beside him, her body emitting a scent of fire, continued, "Zheng De was the most powerful and outstanding divine envoy in history. Who would have thought that destruction would still be the fate of this?" Another robed figure closed his eyes, his hands clasped before his chest, head bowed slightly. His tone was both solemn and mournful. "As friends, let us see her off on her final." Chen Chang'an raised his head, his eyes wide as if he had just witnessed something truly horrifying. For a moment he was speaking. A band of demonic power appeared in the dark night sky. Chen Chang'an stood still, watching, A man with a ponytail, still energetic, knelt in midair and exclaimed in astonishment. This is the sovereignty the god is declaring over the planet. No one can interfere with what happens here. The middle-aged man behind him added. Once this array is activated, neither human nor immortal will be able to leave this continent. They will be forever trapped in this piece of... Chun Chang'an turned his face away, narrowing his eyes and frowning slightly. He wondered to himself, can't get out? Then how did old man Feng get to Juzhou? Wait, I once heard someone say that this great sealing array never existed back. Suddenly, his expression changed. His blue pupils glowed faintly as he silently assessed. This must be what happened after Changshi's fate changed. The future has changed accordingly. He unexpectedly grabbed the collar of the silver-haired middle-aged man, startling the other party who didn't understand what was happening. He asked, "Where's the divine altar you spoke of?" The man, disoriented, his voice faltering visibly, replied, In the highest place in the western heaven." Chun Chang'an darted off at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His velocity caused the air to vibrate, forming numerous circles from large to small. Just then, the wind pressure pushed the two men from earlier downwards, and they cried out loud. As he sped away, he recalled the events that had transpired, slowly piecing them together before drawing a conclusion. Dealing with the god who created the seal can resolve the seal in the sky. After all, if no one goes to Juzhou, the future will completely change. That Han she chose the opposite direction. She must have prepared to flee beforehand. Following me to fight would, conversely, be dangerous. The three men flying in the air loudly self-mocked. He's gone. Who would have thought we'd have a day where we rely on a wicked celestial demon lord to save us? The man whose collar Chun Chang'an had grabbed earlier, believing the other's words to be self-evident, retorted, "What else can be done? Do you want our descendants to also experience the same despair as us? We have been waiting for this." The man, somewhat angered, widened his eyes, his pupils contracting. Recalling an expression on Chun Chang'an's face, a hint of satisfaction entered his gaze. His lips curled into a smile, and he pointed to the sky, continuing, "After all, he said it, and he repeated his words, I will destroy the sky. If you want to do something, be bold and do it. As long as we can save everyone, even if it's a celestial demon, we are willing to bow our heads to him and break the bones of." Elsewhere in the forest, Han Shi and Chang, she simultaneously looked up at the pinkish-purple band of demonic power. Han Shi asked, "With the Azure Yang star-sealing domain, can we still reach?" Han Shi turned pale, so agitated she no longer cared about her image. Her voice was slightly loud, but filled only with confusion and fear. "None of that matters. Let's find somewhere else to hide first." That Chun Chang'an said he wants to kill the god. Chang she could only raise an eyebrow, her mouth. Han she averted her gaze, gritting her teeth. Out loud, she said, "Those informant devils from the immortal realm will definitely report to the god." Inside, her heart was churning. I originally wanted to take him with me to avoid the storm, then run and continue to sleep. With that, she quickly pulled Changshi and ran as fast as they could. Let's not talk about these things anymore. If he isn't making it easy for us to get out, then let's not go courting death. A surge of power struck directly at a floating rock. In its center was a blazing green light, and the air was violently Long Lu raised an eyebrow, a slight O escaping his. Ji Ming and the other soldiers simultaneously looked in one direction, their faces etched with an indescribable dread. Sweat poured like springs, and someone stammered. From within that powerful force, a coffin emerged. Someone burst open its lid and crawled out. Its entire body primarily formed from green demonic power, clad in armor. Long and curved frost emanated from it. It was the appearance of something both colossal and murderous, its mere breath enough to make others tremble. "The calculated time is almost upon us," a soldier shouted. "Has the fiend general in the coffin been revived?" It narrowed its eyes, opened its wide mouth to exhale a powerful breath, then let out a cold snort, watching the frantic calls of the opponents. "Quick! Protect the celestial." Ming was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide, his mouth muttering a few words. This terrifying power. It's the fiend general at its strongest, amidst the continuous flow of power still striking down to hold Long Lu's throne steady. He sat high above, looking down. The fiend general respectfully knelt on one knee, head bowed low. "Greetings, servant fiend general. I bow before my man." Long Lu cracked a wide, satisfied smile upon hearing the greeting, then praised. "Not bad, not bad. From now on, you are my servant, my war." The fiend general maintained its posture but this time raised its head to look directly at Long Lu, its master. The fiendish aura around it grew denser. It replied directly, as loyal as a faithful hound. I understand what my master desires and have a way to accomplish it. Long Lu became even more smug now, baring his teeth and bursting into laughter, clearly not concealing his inherent cruelty. So you have a plan? Go ahead and do it. I will back. Half of the fiend general's face was obscured. All its eyes flashed with bloody red light, and its face darkened as it asked in a low voice. And what about the one who spoke nonsense, who dared to offend your dignity? Chan. The fiend general raised its head, its full power erupting. Fiendish aura like lightning struck out in 4 directions. The soldiers were unable to resist, only able to tremble and watch. Ji Ming had to cover his face, barely maintaining his position. It roared. I will make him bear the hatred and vicious curses of everyone in the world. He will become the target of everyone's attacks. I will hack him into 1,000 pieces, eat his flesh, drink his blood. Only then will Long Lu be satisfied. The fiend general stood up, creating a surge of pressure around itself, then commanded itself, mobile. In the netherworld nation of Sin, the sky, which was never clear, suddenly thundered with lightning. Many vortexes specifically appeared in the citizens of the netherworld nation of Sin looked up at the sky in fright. Some pointed at the vortexes, others cried out, something has appeared up there. A trembling woman hugged her child and asked, what is that? Someone's distant voice echoed, making everyone tremble to their. The red-haired man stood on the balcony, looking down. Upon hearing the people's extreme panic, he too couldn't help but tremble. With red-haired man's eyes widened, his teeth clenched tightly together. Cold sweat ran down his cheeks. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. From those aerial vortexes, countless grotesque demons and monsters poured down like rain. Each had a bizarre form, some even wielding weapons. Their eyes glowed red, reawakening the fear of everyone whose lands had been trampled by celestial demons thousands of years ago. Across the entire world, an immense, endless slaughter had. In the netherworld 100 Flowers sect, similar vortexes began to appear. The houses were dark for the night. Only the female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect remained outside, preparing for. The purple-haired woman, the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect, stood in the center. She suddenly spun around and hastily ordered the others, cultivators, form the array. 2 celestial demon monsters, one wolf-headed and one long-horned, simultaneously charged forward at extreme speed. The others jointly formed a protective array. The sect master roared, follow me and fight to the death. Do not allow any celestial demon to pass our mountain. Her face darkened, showing unyielding determination even though her heart was no less afraid than anyone else's. Today, we must avenge our fallen comrade. The giant wolf-headed monster had already approached the sect master of the 100 Flowers sect, startling her. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to take up. 2 female disciples standing behind them watched, trembling and turning pale. Their mouths twisted. Their sect master's head fell, blood splattering everywhere. Some still couldn't believe their eyes, deliberately calling out, sect ma. In many other places, humans also couldn't escape the slaughter. Grotesque celestial demon monsters ravenously tore at them. The ground shook as they killed indiscriminately. Across the world, this was a completely one-sided match. The head of a snake-tongued celestial demon fell, blood splattering onto its face, dying before it could even. Amidst the chaos, She turned pale. She knelt down and embraced a baby sobbing with fear, wondering, aren't the celestial demons dead? She beside her was no better, both scared and ready for battle. Though I don't want to admit it, my actions clearly couldn't have triggered a war like. She hugged the little girl close and then suddenly realized something. Her eyes, wide and small, made her pupils tremble. Her voice was both bitter and urgent. She repeatedly asked, though she didn't know whom she was asking, where are the immortals? Where are the immortals guarding the mortal realm? Why can the celestial demon clan appear so easily in the mortal realm? Why isn't a single immortal shown? Some were mercilessly slaughtered by the monsters, their bodies lying scattered. Some were impaled by long spears, dying instantly. Some were held by celestial demons, their arms severed, their eyes gouged out. The only survivors knelt, wailing and calling out to their deities, oh, gods, save us. Someone's voice echoed on, but there was no reply. People everywhere desperately pleaded for protection from their deities, but the deities gave no response. A long-tongued celestial demon pinned a screaming woman to the ground, licking her fear-stricken face. A red-eyed man strained to run over and save her, but all his efforts were futile, filled with hatred. Soon, blood stained every corner, and the planet's surface burned with the fire of hatred. Long Lu commanded, rampage wildly across this. Long Lu was overjoyed to witness the despairing slaughter of the lower realm's inhabitants by celestial demons, with no one coming to their rescue. He opened his mouth in a mad grin, his pupils contracting, and pointed praising. Not bad, not bad. This is the effect I want. If I wish to create a hero, first, the suffering masses must not be few. They must be even more exaggerated, so that their yearning for our salvation increase. Someone commanded all the immortals. Listen to the order. Stand by. Await the opportune moment. Not a single person dared to defy the command. All stood still, even as veins bulged on their foreheads. No one dared to speak. The mysterious voice continued to mock. And the immortals of the upper realm, high in the heavens, all stand idly by as if they see nothing, even if their own kin are in the lower. Beneath the immortals' feet, images of people in the lower realm being killed by celestial demons continuously appeared. From beginning to end, they saw everything but didn't. An old man with a flowing white beard and sparse teeth, his eyes filled with despair, wept uncontrollably. He was impaled through the chest by something like a celestial demon's horn. Long Lu laughed even. Finally, the old man died, his body impaled against a large rock. Around him, the dead lay scattered like fallen leaves. Celestial demons defiled women, ignoring their desperate pleas for help. Save me. No, no. The celestial demon, far from relenting, even provoked further. Scream. Shout. Praise the great demon lords. In the lower realm, almost no one survived. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. Everyone had been brutally murdered. The scene was more gruesome than any war. Celestial demons devoured humans. Celestial demons roared, "Great true demon lord. We will obey your command. We will savor every moment. Great true demon lord. Do you see? We can do even better. You are our king. We swear to follow you forever. True demon lord." Feng Qiun narrowed his eyes and frowned, grinding his teeth, trembling with rage. Jia Feng and the other soldiers all had grim expressions. She still couldn't believe what was happening. She also couldn't accept the reckless actions of the celestial demons. Her red eyes flashed with bitterness mixed with anger. She thought to herself, using one's own demons to slaughter the lower realm, then shifting the blame to other celestial demons, conveniently taking the throne and usurping. The fiend general laughed cruelly, its 4 eyes narrowing. Its demeanor was so cool it couldn't hide its ruthlessness. It burst into laughter and said, "Continue to await the divine altar." Thick layers of clouds enveloped the surroundings. A colossal beam of light shone down from the sky, and a crowd of people gathered before Long. Ji Ming and the fiend general stood on the high platform. Ji Ming said with some awkwardness, "Can we go down now?" The green fire demon, waving its hand, loudly interjected. "After all, they are immortals. They have no foresight whatsoever." That, it turned its glowing red eyes forward and slowly continued. "What is there to fear about the ants of the lower realm? When they are at their most desperate, our appearance as saviors will further highlight our divinity. Moreover, Chun Chang'an hasn't even appeared in the lower realm yet. The actions in this battle are being initiated in his name, so it cannot be." Giant dragons hovered in the sky, while the human race stood aggressively armed below. On the ground, people panicked and fled. One person shouted, "Most of the sects that went to stop them have been wiped out. Everyone, run." Han Shi and Chang Shi remained still. Hearing this, Han Shi asserted confidently, "They just said they were acting on Chang'an's orders. That's utter nonsense." Half of her face shrouded in shadow, Han Shi frowned, muttering angrily, "How cunning! The world doesn't know it, but these celestial demons are clearly the fiend general's demon lord." Looking at the ferocious beast men with glowing red eyes waiting in the distance, Han Shi added, "They couldn't acquire divine secrets, so they used these despicable tactics to ignite the war. These guys are all pawns. I think their goal is to force Chang'an out, then corner him in a multi-pronged ambush." With that, she aggressively rolled up her sleeves, her face looking as if she wanted to bite someone, roaring, "Damn it! How can they defile my man? This situation is so frustratingly unclear." She thought to herself, "Might as well tell Chang Shi too and declare my claim." Thinking this, Han Shi loudly called out, "Chang Shi, sister, say." In Chang Shi's hand was a glowing blue orb. She observed it intently, her expression serious as she said, "Master was right. We must take everyone out of this place." Han Shi, hearing this, was no less startled. "This is the marker for Jiu." Remembering when Chun Chang'an wrapped his arms around her waist and then gave her the blue sphere, she took it. Chang Shi slowly replied, "Yes, when traversing space, Han Shi specifically gave this to me. This can save mortals. If Chang'an came from the future, Han Shi must have already accounted for these events. Han Shi was momentarily stunned. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself. She just emphasized the word, specific. A large burst of light suddenly erupted in the sky, causing everyone gathered there to look up in surprise. As if realizing something, the two beast men turned around with a... The light in the sky carried Ling Miao, Ling Guang, and countless others as they descended. Whispers began to spread around. They've come to save us. They're immortals, they're all here. They've come riding on 7-colored clouds to rescue us. I believe in immortals. The wounded people approached, tears welling up in their eyes as they joyfully cried out. Please, you must kill the heavenly demon lord, the mastermind behind all this. We beg you, savior. Before the crowd could finish speaking, Ling Miao's eyes glowed red. He opened his mouth wide and roared. With that command, all the newly arrived immortals surged forward with immense, countless powerful, blinding lightning bolts struck down before the beast men, throwing them all into a clashed, some unleashing power, others desperately resisting. A voice echoed, how ironic. Soon, I will descend to the mortal realm in another form to quell this chaos. The Grand Master stood at a distance, arms crossed, intently observing the situation. He thought, I never expected to see this day. If I initiated this slaughter, I would also be the hero who quells the chaos and saves the people. Though it sounds contradictory, this feeling of controlling everything fills me with immense satisfaction, and all of it is thanks to... Just then, Long Lu appeared with an indifferent expression. The Grand Master loudly called out, My ma... Long Lu slowly descended from his seat, his voice echoing through the air. Don't forget, even if the goddess is no longer needed, the divine artifact cannot remain outside. The Grand Master immediately complied. Yes, I will arrange for someone to confirm her whereabouts. His eyes turned red, and his voice carried a malevolent tone. I will personally pass judgment on her in your stead. The Grand Master's heart also swelled with unconcealed hatred. Chang Shi, Chan Chang'an, I have been reborn. I will personally make you both experience... The surroundings were enveloped by a thick purple mist, and the Phoenix God altar suddenly... Long Lu's face darkened, his brows furrowed as he looked around. The Phoenix God altar is... His eyes widened in astonishment, pupils contracting. A sense of fear gradually rose within him. No, that's not right. It's the entire upper area ahead suddenly exploded, a powerful surge of purple energy gushing out, sending rubble flying. Long Lu's face registered shock. He cast his eyes far into the distance. Someone has broken the seal of the upper... Both the Grand Master and Ji Ming were stunned, their faces showing surprise as they looked into the distance. That is... The monster, Mouth Agape, poised to swallow the planet before it, also halted its... Chun Chang'an appeared in the sky, an aura of power swirling around. He subtly frowned, then chuckled with a look of amusement. There are still quite a few to kill, and some familiar faces. Seeing the newcomer, the Grand Master could not hold back. With a flash of power in his hand, he roared and charged forward. You, this idiotic face. I wish I could tear it to shreds. The Grand Master leaped into the air, clenching his hand into a fist, and roared, Chun Ch... After speaking, the Grand Master threw a straight punch, sending Chun Chang'an flying into the rock face behind him. Looking at the blue light power erupting before him, his eyes flashed. He couldn't help but speculate. This is a combined force of a heavenly demon and a god. It's a bit... Surroundings shook. Blue spheres of power rose throughout the sky, and blue lightning bolts crackled within them, gradually shattering the... Chun Chang'an crossed his arms, a golden circle enveloping his body. The Grand Master's eyes gleamed. He incessantly unleashed streams of power, continuously striking the shield around Chun Chang'an. He frantically roared, Are you scared now? This power shows you just how vast the gap between us is, doesn't it? The pain I suffered. I will surely return to you 100, 1,000... A hand suddenly shot out from the... Chun Chang'an lunged forward, grabbing the two long horns with both hands. He drew his leg back and kneed the Grand Master directly in the face, leaving him no time to... Grand Master's forehead between his eyes cracked from the... Chun Chang'an's eyes glowed red, his fist clenched tightly, surrounded by golden light. He prepared to... A punch was unleashed, blowing away everything around it, tearing through the smoke and dust to strike the Grand Master directly in the face, causing his body to... Very quickly, Chun Chang'an's hand gripped his... Grand Master's face was shattered, his entire being reduced to a single blue flame. Unresigned, he cried out, I merged with the power of a god. Yet Chun Chang'an looked at him with half-closed eyes, his pupils flashing. With a fierce expression, he emphasized his question. You just said the gap between us was vast. With that, He directly punched the Grand Master down to the ground, sending smoke, dust, and rubble flying. The Grand Master lay flattened beneath the rocks, the flame on his body gradually dimming. Chun Chang'an stood silently, radiating a purple. The gray-haired man's face darkened, his eyes wide, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. He stammered, "He's the heavenly demon from that day. Such power. My body isn't obeying me. It's trembling uncontrolled." Only now did Long Lu's seat descend to the ground. He raised a hand and gently clapped, praising, "Not bad, not bad." Long Lu's face showed a hint of interest, and he curled his lips into a smile, saying, "Setting aside your offense against me, you have the qualifications to become my servant. Submit to me, and I will spare your." Chun Chang'an paid him no mind. He looked up, a faint smile on his lips, and asked, "Are you a celestial god? Does that include free food, lodging, internet, and a girl?" Hearing this, Long Lu furrowed his brows, his expression gradually becoming confused. "What are you saying? I don't understand." Chun Chang'an bared his teeth in a grin. He raised his hand and extended his middle finger at Long Lu, speaking scornfully, "You and I are alike, but the difference is, taking you as a dog, I'd be disgusted." Upon hearing this, Long Lu's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot veins appearing. He clenched his teeth, causing his fleshy wrinkles to contract, his expression becoming utterly grotesque. On another side, the official clash between immortals and demons began. Feng Qiun and Zhang Yuran led other warriors, facing off against the heavenly demon army. A red-skinned heavenly demon with two long, sharp horns laughed and said, "You're killing me with laughter. You want me to release?" The red-eyed demons behind him continuously cheered, some even holding a human in their hands. They loudly proclaimed, "Heavenly Demon Lord, we haven't had enough fun yet." The girl, bound hand and foot, pleaded in fear, "Please, have mercy on me." The red-skinned demon, whose wide mouth stretched to his ears and whose teeth were sharp, nonchalantly glanced behind him and continued, "The flesh and spiritual roots of human female cultivators are top-grade supplements for us. They help increase our cultivation. Release them. Only you foolish immortals could think of such a..." Zhang Yuran stood motionless, eyes wide, wondering, are all of the Grand Master's subordinates heavenly demons of the Demon Emperor level? Beside the Zhang clan head, Feng Qiun roared, "I'll say it again. Release." The red-skinned demon raised a hand, his tongue darting around his mouth as he provocatively widened his eyes. "Impatient, are we? I know that look on you. In human terms, it's hypocrisy." He narrowed his eyes and laughed loudly, then quickly appeared before Feng Qiun, deliberately bending down. With a smug and mocking tone, he sneered, "You immortals could have appeared sooner to stop us before things got serious. But you didn't. You're watching. With a celestial god backing us, you're waiting for us to wreak havoc on this world. Then you'll pretend to be righteous and intervene. In that case, you'll still have to beg." The red-skinned heavenly demon brazenly walked into the midst of the immortal army, speaking as he went, "Don't forget, this game is orchestrated by heaven's will. We are all chess pieces. Do your part well." Even Feng Qiun and Zhang Yuran's faces darkened, remaining silent. Yifeng took a step. Half of Feng Qiun's face was obscured, his expression dark with suppressed rage. The red-skinned demon laughed loudly. "Want to stop us? Go ask the celestial god if he agrees. If you have the guts, go kill." In Feng Qiun's thoughts, Long Lu sat regally on a towering throne, exuding an imposing aura. A voice echoed in his mind, "Kill a celestial god? How could anyone in this world possibly affect such an existence?" The mutated beasts, their mouths full of blood, were merely a thought, a whim. Using all creation as their hounds, what difference was there between living beings and ants? Heavenly demons, with their bizarre forms, bodies forged from blue demonic energy, and for burning red eyes, indulged the scoundrel who specialized in evil deeds, granting him supreme power to bring disaster upon all living beings. Is this truly the god we have always Images of the immortal warriors darkened, tainted with gloom. Feng Qiun wondered, what does he see us as? Dogs? Ants? We have no dig. In other corner, a mother, her ragged clothes stained with blood, clutched her child tightly. "Oh heaven, if you have eyes, please send someone to kill that god. Anyone will." Feng Qiun could no longer remain calm. His eyes flashed crimson, and he swung his sword with all his might, his heart churning. "I can't bear to watch this hell any longer." He chopped off the arm of the heavenly demon that was gripping the girl's hands, hearing only a painful shriek from his. The others all simultaneously rushed forward to attack Feng Qiun. He maintained his stance, blood-stained sword in hand. A heavenly demon yelled, "Just relying on an immortal king A light emanating from behind drew attention. Feng Qiun unexpectedly glanced back. Zhang Yuran glared angrily, spiritual energy condensing in her hands. She cursed and commanded, "Feng Qingyang, you fool! If you get him killed, I will never forgive you. Protect him." One person rushed out to Feng Qiun raised his hands and placed his palms together, unleashing various techniques while loudly warning, "Fools! There's a demon emperor here, isn't there? Never mind." With that, he flew forward with everyone else. Anyone he passed was either burned alive by flames or trapped within golden circles formed by special talismans and symbols. The red-skinned demon, he glared intensely, clearly furious. Feng Qiun's eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his teeth. "Your crimes must be repaid with..." Standing before the red-skinned demon, he spread his legs, took a stance, his sword ready to strike. Compared to him, the red-skinned demon was much larger. The demon prepared to unleash a powerful, merciless blow, roaring, "You hypocritical brat! Can you do it? You'll regret." A loud boom echoed through space. The sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, thunder erupted, and a series of lightning bolts struck. The two rescued women huddled together, trembling. Their clothes were torn, their bodies covered in wounds. They could barely stand, crying and thanking Feng Qiun, who sat slumped on the ground, spitting blood from his heavily injured throat. "Thank you." Zhang Shi and Han Shi watched everything from afar. The immortals were terrified, and Feng Qiun leaned exhaustedly against a large rock. Neither of them Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, "Goddess! Goddess! I never thought I'd see you again." Chang Shi's eyes widened in alarm, cold sweat trickling down her. Despite his injuries, Feng Qiun managed a strained smile and asked, "Can the Zhengde divine emissaries' plan still..." The situation was chaotic. Feng Qiun was battered, and Zhang Yuran knelt, panting from exhaustion. The others were also injured. The red-haired demon lay defeated on the cold ground, his eyes vacant, green blood flowing across his face and body. Immediately, someone responded, "Yes, and could you take us along for the..." Chang Shi and Han Shi stood in the middle of the battlefield, strewn with the corpses of heavenly demons. The ground cracked open. She couldn't help but wonder, did they kill all these? Chang Shi spread her hands, conjuring a small object enveloped in a sphere of light. She said very seriously, "The symbol for the path to the 9 provinces is in my hands, but currently, the ancient realm is under the celestial god's seal. I haven't yet found a way to break." Feng Qiun finally managed to stand up, blood soaking his face and dripping down his armor. He said with a hint of despair, "Is this last chance also gone?" The person beside him couldn't help but cover their face with one hand, speaking regretfully. "If only we had been able to enter before the god noticed." Following the Zhengde divine emissary's advice, before everyone could finish grieving, a dazzling white beam of light appeared amidst the dark clouds. The light it emitted could rival the beauty of the Milky Way, but Chang Shi and Han Shi's faces turned pale as they looked up in confusion. Chang Shi turned, her face green. She couldn't help but think, the Phoenix God altar, could it be even higher than the clouds? A massive amount of power descended like a straight pillar, dispersing the surrounding air. Lightning bolts appeared more frequently than usual. Ji Ming was oppressed by a wave of pressure. He clenched his teeth, sweat dripping down his cheeks, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. His heart churned incessantly. The god is truly enraged. In the center of that light, a circle surrounded by ancient symbols appeared. In the middle of the circle, a throne emerged, upon which Long Lu sat regally. He declared loudly, "Disrespecting the divine is a death sentence." Although Chun Chang'an was also suppressed by the pressure, he stood firm as a mountain, completely unaffected. His eyes were wide and bulging, his mouth stretched open to his ears. One hand was raised as if to manipulate everything below. He frantically declared, "This planet belongs to me. Everything on it belongs to me. With but a thought, everyone's cultivation realms will be suppressed. In my territory, if I wish it, no one can stand before me. This is the innate talent of every..." Ji Ming's cultivation was rapidly drained, his realm continuously plummeting without any sign of stopping. He could do nothing but scream inwardly. A single divine edict could render others powerless to resist, their realms falling like a tide. Chun Chang'an slightly bent his back. He had yet to speak or act. Long Lu's voice boomed, "We are born supreme, no cultivation needed. From birth, we are destined to stand above lowly beings like you. I want you to grovel at my feet, to be my dog, to lick my feet, and repent for everything you just..." Chun Chang'an smirked wickedly, clenching his fists, his eyes sharp as blades. The system received a notification. Detected Dominion skill. Divine Edict, Spirit Realm Suppression. can suppress the realm attributes of all soldiers and civilians within this region. As the host's true body is not from the ancient realm, the effect has been blocked for the host. Analyzing Divine Edict, 60%, 85%, 90%, while everyone else knelt, unable to stand. Chun Chongan suddenly let out a loud laugh, his laughter attracting Long Lu's. His face suddenly paled, his pupils contracted. He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered in bewilderment. Why? Why isn't he affected by the divine edict? The system reported. Analysis complete. Chun Chongan's grin stretched wide. His bright blue eyes narrowed slightly. He curled his hand and pointed his index finger down, saying, "Kneel before." The throne was still there, but Long Lu had already. He let out a cry of unimaginable pain. His massive body pressed tightly to the ground. His knees slammed down, shattering the earth and sending rubble. Long Lu gnashed his teeth, his eyes vacant, sweat pouring down like springs. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Impossible. How could he use a divine edict against me? The power is vanishing from my body, and it's this pain. The surface of the sphere was covered by a stream of purple demonic energy, and fragments of demonic power shattered and dispersed into the. Chun Chongan descended, slowly approaching Long Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, unable to lift his head. He sneered, "A celestial god like you, kneeling on the ground like a dog?" Long Lu could only tremble before Chun Chongan's intimidation. Wait a minute, he thought, panicking and cursing inwardly. Damn it, I don't understand why the divine edict had no effect. He grinned from ear to ear, his eyes flashing crimson. He lunged forward so quickly that his opponent couldn't even perceive his movements. Killing intent radiated from his entire body as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, not forgetting to ask, "Staying in the heavens for so long, have you truly come to see yourself as something Jiming shuddered at the sight, his eyes wide, mouth agape, but unable to utter a single. Chun Chongan's punch landed on Long Lu's face, disfiguring him. Teeth flew out, scattering across the entire celestial platform in the sky was destroyed, every stone fragment shattering and breaking free from its confines. The strange beast with burning red eyes and 4 rows of teeth in its wide mouth was alerted by the explosion and light from above. It only saw the space in the sky shattering like glass, slowly cracking. A figure in a black robe stood atop a pillar of light, observing from beginning to end. The multi-armed colossal strange beast watched as the planet in the center. Person looked up, eyes wide, sweat streaming down as a testament to their tension. How can this be? In my lifetime, I'm witnessing the star-sealing barrier shattered. Has the power of the god become unable to maintain the barrier? Is someone challenging a celestial god? Besides Zhangda, who else could? Above the smoky ruins, dark clouds dispersed as if something had been struck down. Demonic energy swirled around, and the air became noticeably. As a member of the dragon clan, he simply fell, completely motionless. Jiang Ningran and Feng Qiun, their clothes torn and bloodied, stared up at the sky, and Jiang Ningran stammered, Look! Chang Shi and Han Shi gaped, along with everyone else, looking in the direction Jiang Ningran. Long Lu's face was battered beyond recognition, smoke still lingering from the punch to the face. With mixed expressions, someone exclaimed in shock, "It's a celestial." He fell straight to the ground, hitting it with such force that it caused an explosion, shattering a large area, and demonic energy and smoke flew in all directions. Ground was deeply cratered, and in the center lay Long Lu, beaten beyond recognition as a celestial being, his mouth agape even in. If realizing something, Chang She spun her head to look in the direction Long Lu fell, calling out, "Chang!" The tense atmosphere was suddenly stirred by a voice. "Look, everyone, the barrier. It's actually Lu." Only then did Feng Qiun and the others notice, each of them surprised, witnessing one shock after. Suddenly, among the immortals, the avatars of 2 men and 1 woman appeared. The man in the middle shouted, startling everyone, "Hurry! You must do something quickly." Chang She asked in a fluster, "You? Stranger?" Before she could finish, the man from earlier interrupted, his face urgent and hurried. "That powerful heavenly demon lord." Long Lu's pet's eyes were bloodshot. It opened its mouth wide, flicked its tongue out, and let out a long piercing. Around the Hungu continent, a bright golden circle of light radiated. The creature, poised to destroy the barrier, had power behind it like a swirling vortex of descending silver. Suddenly, its crimson eyes narrowed. A purple lightning bolt flew in from somewhere, striking the barrier. Chun Chongan flew in front of Long Lu's pet, which was letting out a sky-shattering roar. Though Chun Chongan looked small, his power was no less. The other person's voice continued to resound. "Do what you must do. The matter of the celestial being," He will hand. The system displayed a notification. 10 million domain points deducted. The physical form of the divine domain realm clone has been enhanced 10,000. In Chun Chang's place, a voice spoke. This bug is too big. This aura is no weaker than mine, even with my divine domain realm cultivation. System, check its origin. Immediately, it displayed, received, and screen quickly displayed the information. Species, outer realm star devouring beast. Background, divine pet under the command of the Nebula Dragon Emperor Lord God. Personality, brutal and vicious, enjoys devouring small planets to enhance its law power and strengthen its indestructible dragon phoenix physique. Innately possesses the power to suppress immortals and demons. Its innate passive attribute includes the strongest divine favor defensive skill, capable of allowing it to survive even when a star realm explodes. Skill, Star Devour. Cultivation, above divine domain realm. New realm currently being analyzed and replicated. Just as he leaped, the system notified him. One more thing, host. Your remaining time on the Hengu continent is only 1 hour. You must rely on your clone to resolve all matters. You're in a tough spot now. He then saw Chun Chang and bravely punched towards the monster. The force he unleashed was from another direction. The monster's hand reached out towards Chun Chang. He quickly realized and turned in that direction. An attack headed straight for Chun Chang's face immediately. The attack accelerated, striking Chun Chang and force. Then his body heavily collided with the rock cavity behind. Only then did Chun Chang's entire body come to a halt. As he wiped the blood from his mouth, the system notified him. 5 million domain points deducted to restore the clone's injuries. The divine domain realm clone has recovered 100% of its. The monster there growled. Insignificant being, interesting. How much can you truly do? You can't protect this. Hearing that, Chun Chang, provoked, charged forward. This stinky bug can. At this moment, the ferocious-looking monster roared. Ants like you, I've eaten many. Your fate will be no exception. Then, an earth-shattering explosion. A voice from within the command token rang out. Who is that? To dare challenge an outer realm divine pet. Does he not fear death? Ling Miao irritably replied. Just a mere junior heavenly demon. It seems he's deluding himself into thinking he can defeat a divine pet, just because he has a bit of strength. He's clearly overestimating him. Looking at the battle before him, he spoke. He intends to protect the Hengu continent from that monster. This is fundamentally impossible. Hengu's destruction is as good as sealed. The suppression of its innate conditions is already fatal. Their chaotic battle will also affect my star system. We might as well lend a hand. The divine will surely remember our good. Ling Miao began to cast a spell, saying, I may understand what he is fighting for. As for the reasoning in your words, I don't exactly agree, but I can't refute it. Just like that, he cast a spell to control Chun Chang's limbs. Immortal skill, desolate holy rage. He angrily turned to look at Ling Miao in the distance. His action made even the monster look over in confusion. Ling Miao continued to exert his power to create a teleportation. With his efforts, a dazzling light, a blazing flame emerged. At this moment, the teleportation path to Jojo was finally opened by Chang. Seeing this, she joyfully exclaimed, based on the method master left behind, it's a success. Looking at the long, winding path, she mused. However, this is just the beginning. Master once said that the Jojo continent is a distant planet. The two planets are so far apart that a direct teleportation array cannot be. She continued speaking eloquently. But the ancient formation, the 9-heaven star net formation, can connect multiple star systems to achieve our goal. Someone flew up and shouted loudly, Everyone, come over here. Everyone seeing this, yelled. At this moment, she explained, there are several other coordinate orbs like this one, distributed on planets somewhat hidden within the starfield. For thousands of years, Master never revealed her plan to anyone. I can't imagine the hardships Master endured, searching alone in the vast galaxy for the future of the Hengu continent, building formations, and infusing divine power into it. Finally, joy was evident in her voice. Master left behind the last hope for the people of this. She quickly urged, Is everyone here? We'll depart immediately. Everyone nervously asked, Is it really safe? We've never traveled through another star. Then, she pointed and challenged, You cowards! The path has been laid out for you. Do you not even have the courage to set out? Yifeng angrily retorted, Not stopping there, she continued to taunt. I despise you pathetic immortals. You're not even as bold as a little girl like me. At this point, she patted her shoulder and said, If that's the case, why don't junior sister lead? Immediately, She's face darkened, and she pointed to her. A second later, She was sucked into the teleportation path with a loud Han Shi's words further reassured everyone. They felt much. Jiang Ningran decisively declared, "Let's go. Let the populace leave." Seeing her enter the teleportation path, Chang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Things are progressing smoothly. I hope no accidents. Suddenly, her face turned. Ling Miao looked ahead and commented, "The death of the divine being on the Hanggu continent will surely provoke the wrath of the gods. The coordinates left by divine emissary Zheng De are actually our only path to survival." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hurry!" He was startled and turned around, only to see Chang Shi, who had appeared without him real. "Do you deserve to walk this path? You ungrateful beasts. My master trusted you so." Now, Ling Miao gritted his teeth and said, divine maiden. I once advised Zheng De, but that matter involved a celestial being." Breaking off, he cursed inwardly. She, however, spoke with extreme coldness. "So, you and that god are all cut from the same cloth? Dare to rush into the teleportation array? I'll sever your path to survival." Hearing this, Ling Miao fell. At this moment, Lang Guang and he were utterly terrified. "What's that?" In the sky, she saw this and was very surprised. In the sky, countless flashes of electric fire radiated from the teleportation. Then it shattered, creating an earth-shattering. Witnessing this scene, everyone stared blankly and exclaimed, What's happening? Did the teleportation gate Chang Shi looked ahead in fear. How could this? From behind the black smoke, the monster's manifestation slowly radiating killing intent. It roared, "I will absolutely tear you all to shreds." Seeing the dire situation, Chang Shi quickly raised her hand, wanting to draw her sword. "This isn't good. It even has a resurrection art. I must activate the second stage of my body's spiritual energy." Before she could retrieve it, the monster kicked it. It stood there imposingly and said, "Who are you hoping will save you? That lowly worm from before?" Chang Shi cried out softly, and Jiang Ningran and Yi Feng gritted their teeth. Meanwhile, Ling Miao and Lang Guang respectfully saluted. "Greetings, celestial being. This woman is cruel and disrespectful to you. We infiltrated with the intention of subduing her and handing her over." In this situation, she felt uneasy. Its monster was now furious. "That lowly fellow. I don't know how he escaped my divine edict, wasting one of my precious lives. Next, I will slowly torture him to death. He's your miracle, isn't he? Just wait and see. I'll chop off all his." It looked up at the sky when it heard a voice. It began the moment he lost to my precious. A group of sword-wielding figures descended from the sky, shouting, "And all you bugs should die." Lightning bolts struck straight towards Chang. Seeing this, her face turned pale with. At this moment, Chang Shi tightly closed her eyes and pleaded inwardly, "Master, junior sister, Chang'an, The lightning bolts, with their immense power, continued to strike, but the lightning bolts didn't reach her, so she opened her eyes. Yet Chang Shi fearfully gazed at the blurry figure in the smoke. Just now, was that divine energy suddenly activated? No. At this moment, apart from Chang'an, anyone else who come. As the smoke cleared, a voice rang out. "Grandma did say, didn't she? 3 days. You accidentally released." Chang'an appeared, smiling. "To avoid any mistakes, you still want to torment me? You and I are the same person. TSK, forget it. Calculating the time, I can still kill this fat monster." Provoked, roared, "You!" Seeing this, he mused, "What's happening? Wasn't he already?" Suddenly, Chang'an smiled. He spoke with satisfaction. "Go ahead and smash it with all your might. It's time to tuck its tail and retreat." At the same time, the system notified him. 300 million domain points consumed. Heavenly demon clone restored to peak. Meanwhile, the monster, fully manifested, roared. "Who are you? Really? How can a small place like this have a being like?" Chang'an poured power into his fist and charged. "Me!" He punched the monster's head clean off, saying, "Just in an instant it was." Ling Miao's face was covered in cold sweat. How can this be? The divine pet was actually began to recall the past. Not long ago, under his own desolate holy radiance, he had repeatedly suffered severe damage from the divine pet, almost dying, his actions restricted, struck by the violet star, enduring countless fatal blows. Any other person would have long since been utterly destroyed. Thinking of this, Ling Miao couldn't help but feel terrified. Yet, he could recover his ravaged body again and again. His cultivation didn't decrease but even increased. Such bizarre methods were unheard of. Chang'an's overbearing expression overwhelmed, and now he could even suppress and kill a divine. Imagining Chang'an and facing the monster, Ling Miao pondered. The racial disadvantage of the divine pet against the heavenly demon race seems to fundamentally not exist. Thoughts continued to echo in his mind. Such power, let alone in this tiny star system, even throughout the entire star domain, few could. Seeing Chun Chang'en's imposing posture, Ling Miao found it strange. Yet this, looking closely at the monster, Ling Miao spoke. If it were me, I might not even last a few minutes. He told himself, I should hurry and escape. Then, Ling Miao, satisfied, said loudly, Zhang De, perhaps he really can succeed. Perhaps he can save that girl's life. You would die without regret. Suddenly, Chun Chang'en walked over and touched Ling Miao's head, asking, playing tricks is quite addictive, isn't it? You're quite fierce, kid. Who the hell are you? Seeing Chun Chang'en, Ling Miao couldn't help but feel fear. Immediately, Ling Miao retorted, I'm just doing my duty. If the divine pet is killed, the heavenly god will definitely be enraged. All the star domains will be implicated. At that time, not only your ancient continent, but even our place. Chun Chang'en said coldly. So, the lives of your star domains people are lives, but the tens of millions of lives on the ancient continent, about to be devoured by the divine pet, are not lives. Ling Miao angrily shouted, I am Zhang De's friend. I know the significance of the ancient continent to you, but that is a heavenly. This Chun Chang'en frowned. Oh, you're Zhang De's. Ling Miao pulled out a token and spoke profusely. That's right. Back when Zhang De traveled the Star Sea, we were fortunate enough to form a bond. Finishing his words, he mused. Zhang De's name has an effect. Seems he knows Zhang De. In that case, then, Ling Miao earnestly tried to persuade him. Zhang De also helped us once, but no one here dares to defy the heavenly god. Before he could finish, a beam of light pierced through. After finishing off Ling Miao, Chun Chang'en said coldly, if a friend comes from afar, no matter how far, they must be killed. He wondered if the saying truly fit the moment. What was? He swiftly grabbed examining it in his hand, Chun Chang'en said, if you dare to do it again, I will spare no. Moments later, he crushed it, saying, now that no one is bothering us anymore, it's your. Seeing the monster still intact and radiating fierce aura, Chun Chang'en calmly spoke. Weren't you quite defiant just now? How about Chang? She cried out in fear. What's happening? The sight before her overwhelmed Changshi. And there was another monster roared furiously. This aura is unmistakable. I remember you. You rotten worm who took one of my lives. After speaking, it pondered. Strange. Isn't he a heavenly demon? Why is this immortal chi so pure? His realm. Wait, is this guy a Meanwhile, Chun Chang'en was contentedly musing. Right? The aura of the worm fighting my treasure should at least be at the domain god realm cultivation. As for this guy in front of me, he's just a mere domain lord realm cultivation. Chun Chang'en sneered. A clone. The monster suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Trying to show off before an expert, you're still nothing. It surged forward with all its might towards Chun Chang'en. Trying to deceive me with a trashy clone, you fool. Watch me crush you to Chang, she cried out in fear. Chang calmly extended his hand, blocking the powerful. Following that, a massive tremor emanated, releasing terrifying. Everyone struggled desperately just to keep their bodies from being blown. Chun Chang'en spoke with extreme confidence. You don't even have the strength to hit someone, yet you call yourself a heavenly god? The monster's face turned pale. Isn't your cultivation merely at the domain lord? Then, without holding back, he unleashed a martial technique, shattering its arm. What's wrong? Are you scared? The monster cried out in pain as it fearfully pulled its arm. Suppressing its pain, it snorted coldly. You are the true. Chun Chang'en stood there calmly and said, isn't that obvious? I'll deal with you next. If you don't play your trump card now, you won't get another. Immediately, the monster erupted with raging killing intent. As long as I kill you now, you will truly. Suddenly, countless streams of attacks appeared around its. Only then did they realize he had moved behind the monster at some unknown. Chun Chang'en raised his hand and unleashed a martial technique. So this is a god? Just like that, a powerful force of attack pierced through its body. You can go die. Then the monster vomited. Its massive body heavily crashed to the ground. Seeing him walk towards Jia Feng, everyone was terrified. The heavenly god, in our eyes, is an apex terrifying existence. Yet before him, it was like being toyed with like a Chun Chang'en raised his hand and suggested, Master, may I borrow your sword for a moment? Jia Feng hesitantly handed over the sword. Sword? Wait, Master. On the other side, the monster's wounds were gradually. The scene terrified Chang. Then it recovered and stood. Jia Feng shouted in fear. Heaven! The heavenly god! Hero, look quickly. Chun Chang'en calmly replied. I know. Suddenly, the veins on its body, the monster's two eyes also, it roared with extreme fury. Do you think you can retreat unscathed after doing this? Our dragon god clan will not spare you. If you know what's good for you, immediately kneel. And Chan Chang'an stood tall and said, I've heard that the resurrection technique comes at no small price, and one of those prices is the consumption of origin energy when devouring a virgin's spirit essence. Each time you revive, the consumption grows large. Suddenly, countless attacks appeared from the attacks pierced its body countless. Enduring the pain, the monster thought in disbelief. My divine pet, why isn't it coming to save me? Why is there someone with an immortal demon physique? Chan Chang'an turned away, saying, Chop off its head. Innocent victims. Let this head be the first offering for your commemoration. Jia Feng stared blankly and exclaimed, I've never seen anyone kill a heavenly god before. Chang Shi was equally stunned. Chang'an, he really... Meanwhile, he happily looked at the monster's head and scorned. A heavenly god? Couldn't even withstand a single... From within its body, countless tentacles emerged. The cluster of tentacles moved towards the severed head, surprising Chan Chang'an. Oh, you can revive it? He mocked without a trace of fear. Look at you, like a cockroach that just won't die no matter how much you... The tentacles moved very quickly, exerted force and roared. I want to crush an insect like you did. Immediately, an attack was... Chan Chang'an's face darkened as he said, Is this all a high and mighty god is capable? While the monster was groaning in pain, he said, After all your divine powers proved useless, it's still just resurrection after resurrection. Don't you have any other tricks? So, it turns out you only have this much power, yet you dare to act so grand in front. Then Chan Chang'an walked towards it as it was screaming. Only then did the monster, terrified, try to argue. Wait, please spare me. There's no need for this. We don't have to fight to the death. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I am the son of the dragon. I promise you. It continued to babble while Chan Chang'an was performing some spell. Right. You want to save these ignorant people, don't you? Fine. I won't harm them anymore. I will love and protect them. The monster's body swelled, but it still roared with all its might. I can't die, I can't. Something big will happen. The dragon god clan will not spare you. Now, its body was so swollen it couldn't speak. Only think, Long Lu. Clearly, this was merely to instigate conflict, to cultivate a war hero to participate in the star domain competition. Its glorious past slowly emerged in its mind. When did things start going wrong? Why? Why did I encounter such a bizarre existence as A moment later, its body shattered into tiny pieces. Just then, the system announced, Congratulations, Host 2, for slaying a god-level existence. Due to the god's somewhat special status, it will take some time to synchronize the reward mechanism. The upgraded new version will provide clearer details. He was extremely pleased. It seems to be a bit too pulverized. It probably won't revive for a while. It continued to display, However, Host 2, I must tell you, I am very loyal. I only belong to number 1. Chan Chang'an quickly realized that because of the second stage of that divine artifact, he unexpectedly gained an additional consciousness to manipulate it. After realizing this, he unhappily said, Will you stop? It's all me. Once this matter is over, this clone will still have to The consciousness retorted, Seeing you so heartless, is it that I'm not as handsome as my heavenly demon version? I was placed in the artifact spirit spacetime rift. You've never even seen me. Everyone cheered joyfully. We won. Those gods have all fled. Seeing this, Chan Chang'an no longer bothered. Forget it. Anyway, everything is over, and everyone is... Chang Shi was moved to tears. Amidst the praise, Chan Chang'an rubbed his forehead. This is making me a bit shy. After thinking, he spoke aloud. Next, it should be the artifact spirit or the heavenly Tao appearing, right? Jia Feng's words startled Chan Chang'an. This time, there's no need to leave the ancient continent anymore. This is great. Was still talking profusely. As expected, we'll stay here. It's better not to go any better. In an instant, Chan Chang'an's body stiffened as if turned to stone. Old man Jia, you're not going to the Juzhou continent? What am I going to do? Do you want to reconsider what you're saying? Chan embraced Jiang Ningran, expressing, It's finally over. We can stay here after all. Chan Chang'an cried out in fear. No. Impossible. Chang Shi walked over, puzzled. Why not? The Juzhou continent is very far. Now the ancient continent has escaped danger. It's completely possible, he quickly explained. Solving the immediate crisis is only temporary. You all must look to the long term. Finishing his words, Chan Chang'an mused. At the very least, I must ensure the direction of the future doesn't change. Later, he pointed at Jia Feng. Especially you, Feng Qingyang. If you don't go, then all the living beings in the world will be doomed. Jia Feng pointed at himself in confusion. Me? Chang'an coughed lightly, confirming, precise that. Before everyone, he loudly declared, actually, I am an immortal from the future. I returned here to save the ancient continent from the calamity that was supposed to happen. Now, everything has been successfully prevented. Your next responsibility is to go to the Jojo continent and protect its living beings. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. The future? To see Chang'an earnestly remind them, if you don't go to Jojo, you will disrupt everything. She still hesitated, but immediately cut her off. At that time, even the ancient continent will be affected, perhaps even destroyed. Shi, covering her mouth in fear, asked, such heavy consequences? Then she pondered, the heavy consequences are real, but whether the ancient continent will be destroyed or not, we absolutely must go to Jojo. So, this matter is that serious. Then we should just go. I never thought that I, Feng Qingyang, would not only have to protect the ancient continent but also bear the responsibility of protecting the Jojo continent. I'm truly important. A mysterious voice rang out. The ancient continent is without a master. It seems it's time for me to choose a new master. Chang saw this and immediately shouted, the heavenly Tao has now. Jia Feng smiled and said, the new master of the ancient continent will definitely be Chang'an. Others happily chimed in. That's right. From now on, the ancient continent will have its own new god to protect it. Heavenly Tao sensed, thinking, this person's power is truly... Then it loudly declared, the new master of the ancient continent that I recognize is you. Hearing this, Chang'an contentedly mused, the mission to acquire the ancient continent? Successful. A strange light shone directly towards Chang. Everyone, including Chang'an, was in disbelief. How can this be? It's not Chang'an, but Changshi, the divine maiden. What's going on? Is this heavenly Tao mistaken? This moment, she was screaming, I feel very uncomfortable. Chang'an walked over and comforted Changshi. What exactly is happening? He then saw her mumbling, my body is about to lose control. Heavenly Tao then said coldly, my decision has been made. There is no room for doubt. As the new master of the ancient continent, I invite you to come to the divine temple within 1 day to register and formally take over the ancient continent. He angrily snorted. Suddenly, she tightly gripped Chang'an. Changshi's eyes changed, and she called out, hero. Then Changshi said, there's no need. Heaven's will has already decided. I am the new master of the primordial continent. As for you, she was smiling sinisterly. 10 million years, and this dragon vein entity has finally died. Changshi caressed his face. This was originally a world-transcending trial. First, I didn't hold much hope for you. Who knew you'd surprise me so much? Not bad. You've done very well. Don't worry. Once I finish taking over this primordial continent, I will reward you. Hearing this, Chang'an was puzzled. Artifact spirit. So he flung her. Chang'an looked down from above. So, in reality, there was no trial divine artifact at all? All of this was just you trying to get me to help you kill the dragon vein entity, so you could borrow Changshi's body, gain the heaven's will's recognition, and take over this primordial continent. Changshi's expression turned serious again. Young hero, your mind is very sharp. I thought you'd be shocked. When did you figure? He frankly scoffed. The story you made up earlier was too terrible. It had no coherence at all. How could anyone feel immersed? She chuckled. You definitely believed it at first. I'm very interested in your current angry expression. You know, Changshi didn't try to evade, admitting, that's right. From the very beginning, I created countless divine artifacts. Each one contained a clone of mine, which is the artifact spirit you spoke. Things became clearer through her explanation. These divine artifacts were placed into the myriad realms. Once they encountered someone with potential, they would use the identity of an artifact spirit to lure them to various continents. This would make them, for various reasons, contend against the celestial gods of those continents. 1. They successfully killed a celestial god. I would suddenly appear and then seize ownership of the entire continent. Changshi then scoffed. And afterward, all the living beings on these continents would become my source of power, sacrificing their most precious lives for my cultivation. Jia Fengyi exclaimed in surprise. What? So that means after the celestial god dies, the primordial continent will be unprotected and, conversely, be plundered by other celestial. On the other side, she looked at Chang'an and smiled. All right, I still need to make a trip to the Divine Temple for all of this to conclude. You all try to make the most of the remaining time. Bid farewell to this continent one last. This moment he vigorously shook her body. Chang-Shi. Later. Chang-Shi closed her eyes and called out. Suddenly her attitude changed. You absolutely cannot let her register successfully. Otherwise, our entire primordial continent will be doomed. Hearing this, Chun Chang'an confirmed. His eyes abruptly changed. I definitely want this continent now. At the same time, the system announced, warning, the primordial continent will be officially taken over by the spacetime god Tian Wangshan in 10 minutes. After the takeover, the entire continent will be sacrificed by her. If the primordial continent is destroyed, the host's third mission will also fail. Sky, there were strange, multicolored streams of light. Lights shone down upon the dragon vein entity of this place has actually died. I knew the dragon god's direct descendant was trash. I didn't expect it to die so quickly. Another continent about to be engulfed by death. I like it. Everyone stared blankly at the strange light in the sky. What sound is this? I don't know, it seems to be coming from the 9 heavens. Could it be? On the other side, the system announced, warning, detected that the sun god Dijun has used the soul-probing technique on the primordial continent. Chun Chang'an asked in confusion. Following that were countless notifications. Warning, detected that Queen Hera of Olympus has used the soul-probing technique on the primordial continent. Warning, detected that the god of death Anubis has used the soul-probing technique on the primordial continent. Warning, detected that the god of life. Warning, detected that the god of thunder. At this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, so there are so many gods. Green light flew through outer space, spreading in directions. At the divine temple of the primordial continent. A vast, boundless place, with the temple flanked by 2 large dragons. At this very moment, the spacetime god Tian Wangshan was cheerfully strolling about. This is it. It actually took me several minutes to get here, she muttered to herself with a hint of dissatisfaction. Traveling back through time and space, I realized that my past self, 10 million years ago, was still quite nice. Tian Wangshan asked, where is the temple spirit of the dragon god? The temple spirit guarding the place surprisingly asked back, You are the spacetime god Tian Wangshan. Why have you appeared here? She seemed to be recalling something. Temple spirit. Every divine temple of a continent will have a guardian spirit. For a continent to accept a master, it needs to gain his recognition. Brazenly walked up to the temple spirit and provocatively said, Of course, it's because young Master Long Lu is dead. This startled the temple's Tian Wangshan, gesturing with her hand, revealed. He died a miserable death, torn apart by an immortal. If this news gets out, the Dragon God clan will lose all face. Won't? Temple spirit angrily retorted, still unable to believe it. He yelled at her. Impossible. An immortal fundamentally cannot harm young Master Long Lu. On the contrary, young Master Long Lu would be the one to abuse and slaughter them. Extended her hand, and a purple light. Immediately, she pointed at him, causing the purple light to fly directly into his face. True or false? Judge for yourself. This startled the temple spirit, making him exclaim, This. After hearing Tian Wangshan speak, the temple spirit's mind instantly recalled young Master Long Lu's face, fearfully muttering to himself, There's no deception at all. This is all true. Young Master Long Lu was. Tian Wangshan's eyes lit up as she marveled to the temple spirit. This immortal came from who knows where, learning strange immortal arts that suppressed young Master Long Lu in every aspect. All his moves were killer blows, and his methods were utterly ruthless. At that moment, her mind amusingly commented, How could I tell you all about Chun? She revealed this. The temple spirit angrily roared, This immortal must die. The descendants of my dragon god clan will surely hunt him to the ends of the starfield and take the lives of his clan members. Tian Wangshan feigned the benevolent demeanor of a celestial god. What a pity. I couldn't arrive in time to save his life. Oh well, I'll use my power to recreate the scene from back then. All of this, in short, must have an explanation. The temple spirit expressed gratitude to Tian Wangshan. Fortunately, I received your notification. I will quickly report this to the high gods of the clan. She replied, turning away. This is within Ming Zhao's duty. It's just a pity this continent will soon be seized by other gods. He took out a square block, the continent, and presented it before her. High God, please, see. He presented the continent, bowing his head as he explained the situation. Because the blessing of a continental territory offers immense support to a god, there are many enemies eyeing our territory. Fertile soil doesn't flow to outsiders. If you don't mind, we'd like to entrust this primordial continent to your management. Tian Wangshan, feeling content, immediately accepted. She told the temple spirit, "All right, I'll help you with this matter. I'll reluctantly accept this continent." She joyfully thought to herself, "Success!" Accepted the continent, which was emitting a pink light, and mused to herself, "Territories under the Dragon God's banner all have special destiny blessings. Once sacrificed, it will significantly boost my cultivation. This borrowing a knife to kill tactic gets smoother with each use. Although it's difficult for Chen Chang'an, it's still better than the Dragon God directly trouble." Tian Wangshan looked up at the continent, her mind still lost in those thoughts. On the other hand, this process of accepting a master is a bit troublesome, taking a few minutes. But as long as the outcome is good, it's fine. She concluded her thoughts. Waiting 10 million years. As long as I successfully accept a master, that's all that matters. But unexpectedly, the lights around the continent suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces, astonishing her. What's happened? Completely surprised the temple spirit. A phenomenon never seen before. Why can't it accept a master? Tian Wangshan narrowed her eyes in thought. I seized the heaven's will's recognition first to prevent other celestial gods from claiming the qualification. I used this time to traverse time and space back to this era to take the continent. But she again but still failed. A second time, and still no success. The temple spirit looked at the continent and stated, "Then there are only two possibilities. 1. Someone is controlling the will of the continent, disregarding the heaven's will and stopping us. This isn't a concern. With a little time, we can break through it." Wangshan's face darkened. "What worries me most is possibility." 2. The temple spirit continued to explain, "When it doesn't receive the recognition of the divine temple, it means it has already escaped our control. That is to say, the primordial continent has already changed owners." This made Tian Wangshan cry out helplessly. She worried internally. Does that mean someone, in these brief few minutes, disregarded the gods and seized the laws, taking over the primordial continent one step ahead of me? No. Impossible. No one could have arrived here earlier than me. Golden light emanated from the continent, shining. The temple spirit told Tian Wangshan, "Look quickly. The golden light signifies successful master recognition. What just happened was merely a false." Tian Wangshan looked up eagerly. "As the master of the continent, your name will..." But in the end, the name that appeared was Chen Chang'an, which infuriated Tian Wangshan. She glared, furious, her face contorted as if she was about to go mad. "Why is it him? Why? I waited 10 million years, seizing all the perfect timing, geographical advantages, and human harmony. Why is it him and not..." Even the temple spirit was surprised. Who is this person?" Tian Wangshan, her face still dark, replied. Chen Chang'an, at this moment, stood gazing up at the sky, asking himself, "In these brief few minutes, what did I actually..." He looked up again and 5 minutes earlier, Chen Chang'an stood before the sky. He seemed to hear someone's voice. No, that dragon vein entity clearly just died. Why has the heaven's will of this place already accepted a new master? The heaven's will of the primordial continent. What is Chang'an still looked up, deep in thought. I don't see anyone, yet I heard that sound before. From this distance, they can put pressure on heaven's will, so their strength cannot be underestimated. That fat guy, the dragon vein entity, couldn't even compare. Instead, these are beings from a higher dimension. Jia Feng, covered in blood at this moment, discontentedly exclaimed, "So many celestial gods have arrived. How can we possibly reclaim this land from their hands?" This moment, 3 gods stood in the sky. But a voice from a strange, black, monstrous entity rang out. "Greetings, gods. This place has already been taken over by the space-time god Tian Wangshan." "What? She cut ahead of us again?" A god spoke up, introducing himself. "I am Yen Tianzuan, that space-time god. What will she do to the continent? Even you, the continent spirit, don't know. If you are willing to accept a new master, you yourself can protect this continent." Black entity from earlier replied, "But I just accepted a master. Once the shift occurs, if the space-time god discovers it..." Another god spoke up. "Humph, Tian Wangshan. She's very good at fighting. But what good is being good at fighting? She's merely a wandering god with no backing. If you rely on me, I will help you become a stronger continent, even a prosperous land." This startled the black entity. The remaining male god commented on Empress Mu Ye's words. "Transform a barren land into a prosperous land? Empress Mu Ye, you're really investing heavily." But Empress Mu Ye replied nonchalantly, "It's just a small favor. not heavy investment. On the contrary, in a situation where gods lack territories like this, having one more always helps oneself. Black Entity pondered and considered. Currently, the primordial continent is indeed a barren land, the lowest level existence in the entire starfield. If it could truly become a prosperous land, then the benefits would be bound. The Black Entity continued to explain. But to accept a new master, one must discard a large portion of the destiny that the primordial continent has accumulated. By then, this place would become utterly desolate, not even comparable to the lowest level barren land. If you all fail or if the space-time god comes knocking, before the Black Entity could finish speaking, Chun Chang'an, standing below, shouted loudly. After hearing their entire conversation, even you high and mighty celestial gods like to make empty promises? To everyone's surprise, Chang'an continued. According to me, why don't you all consider cooperating with me? Once I become the master of the primordial continent, heaven's will naturally have to listen. Yan Tianzuan burst out laughing at Chang'an. Cooperate with you? Empress Mu Yi, however, slowly said, an immortal actually fantasizes about discussing cooperation with celestial gods? This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard. Black Entity softly replied, don't delude yourself. I am heaven's will. Since ancient times, I have only accepted celestial gods as masters. Everyone still stood there. Chang'an narrowed his eyes. I've given you all a chance. Don't regret it. But in his mind, he was still calculating. This heaven's will soon hand the continent over to someone else again. I must quickly find a way to resolve this situation. He reminded himself, I don't have much time. Suddenly, a voice said, leave it to me. A person identical to Chang'an, but with two devil-like horns, spoke up. I already know everything from your memories. Guess what I saw? This left Chang'an speechless. Did you finish off that big worm? He then thought, it can even telepathically communicate. Devilish figure began to explain. I just found the 9 heavens star Luo array that divine envoy Zhangde arranged before. Although it was destroyed by that damned deity, a remnant array core survived beneath the rubble. The moment I saw this array, I immediately had an idea. Chang'an narrowed his eyes. So that's the way. The memories have already been transmitted. That's not a bad idea. Number 1 you. The devilish figure chuckled softly. Number 1? Alright then next number 2 you assist me. He continued. It's been a long time since I used the system's features. All living beings. He thought further. First, leave this paths marker for Changxi. To avoid the appearance of irresistible factors, it's just right to use it now. Lights poured down. He continued to think, restore the connection of the teleportation array and expand the invincible domain to the primordial continent. The primordial continent appeared. He still thought, it looks easy, but I still need someone on the Juzhou continent to connect with me. This person must be skilled in spatial teleportation. Chang'an went to Changxi, his voice gentle. Changxi, things will be resolved very soon. Don't forget to inform your junior sister. This surprised Changxi. Things will be resolved. Changxi had already picked up the device, ready to call, but she was half believing, half doubting. Can I really contact her? Chang'an, do you have something you want to say? Chang'an immediately replied, pass on a message for me. Tell her that. But Changxi's junior sister, Han Shi, immediately screamed from the device, her voice sharp. Senior sister, I'm on the Juzhou continent. Why is that teleportation array broken? I can't come back anymore. What's going on? This made Changxi's face turn pale. Changxi's junior sister, Han Shi, asked. I hear Chang'an's voice. Is he next to you? Is he all right? But Chang'an stepped closer and called out. Shi. Chang'an blurted out. Let's break up. I have someone else in my heart now. You did very well. It's just that we're not compatible. You stay on the Juzhou continent. Don't come back. This made Han Shi shriek. Changxi was shy. A person in his heart? The only woman next to him is me. Could it be? He's stammering like that. Could it be he likes me too? But what about junior sister? Once she finds out, she'll definitely go. After hanging up, Han Shi bit her lip. Finally, she burst into tears, screaming. She turned around, surprised by the light in the Han Shi shouted loudly. It's Master's 9 heavens star Luo array. This is great. Someone is fixing it. I must use all my strength to connect with this teleportation array. She began to focus her power, her eyes burning with indignation. Chang'an, don't even think about dumping me. If anyone's doing the dumping, it'll be me dumping you. Devilish figure seemed to see something and chuckled. He began to pour power into it. All living beings. The purple light is spreading. What? Chang'an, Everyone is panicking. Everyone shouted. The teleportation array was destroyed by a god. The slowly recovering. What exactly is happening? But Chun Chang'an only sneered. It's not over. A god wondered. On this planet, a very unusual power has emerged. What's going on with this teleportation array? Another god suggested. Perhaps another god has secretly intervened. Pink and blue forces fell directly onto the ancient continent, making everyone wonder, do they want to forcibly occupy the ancient continent? Blue and yellow lights pierced straight into the ancient continent one after. Jiamu laughed loudly. Forcibly occupying it? You're overthinking it. This is merely a means of survival for a bunch of weaklings. The flame heavenly venerate immediately responded. Exact, the fiend confidently asserted. The most stable way to occupy a continent is to gain its recognition as its master. Otherwise, if one tries to forcibly invade, they will surely be devoured by the Starfield laws. A barren land like this is not worth any heavenly god paying a hefty price. Such fiend heard. Turned out the gods had come for him. Muyi said loudly, want to probe the truth? Wouldn't going up and seeing for ourselves tell us? The flame heavenly venerate echoed. Why is it just a mere heavenly demon? Where did he get this kind of power? Another god continued. It seems this little beast has quite a few secrets. Perfect. I haven't avenged my divine envoy whom he killed. Continued, waving a hand towards the fiend. Although this soul clone of mine is less than 1/10,000th of my true body, destroying him is more than enough. The god's power still didn't affect the fiend at all. Turned around disdainfully. Is that? God was enraged. You scoundrel! How dare you look at me with such a gaze, as if I'm an insect? But the god seemed to realize something. His appearance is exactly like that immortal in the lower realm. Is it a divine? The god roared. The Long Lu you killed was the lowest ranked among all heavenly gods. He merely relied on his father's prestige to cause trouble. But we are heavenly gods who have lived through countless eras, ascended to the peak, escaped the samsara of the mortal world, and finally grasped the heavenly Tao. You are merely a minor heavenly demon. In our eyes, you are as tiny as an ant. Crushing you, I don't even need to use my full strength. Mu continued the god's words from earlier. Great Emperor Zuyang has already used 1% of his power. Isn't that a bit beneath his dignity? The flame heavenly venerate continued. Interesting. It's not bad to use high-intensity divine techniques to crush an insect. Only do this. Information appeared on the system. Host has saved all attacking deities into the database. Records will never be deleted. Your avatar is in danger. Please keep far away from the god's attacks. But the fiend resisted. If I flee, the teleportation array behind me will be lost. A blue light. Thank you watching for vid. Chun Chang'an turned away, making tension. The system displayed again. Host, your heavenly demon identity has been destroyed by the gods. Consciousness merging. Memory synchronization. Two become one. Chun Chang'an replied. I know. The pain has already arrived. The ancient continent continued to complete Chun Chang'an's plan. The system reminded again. That has also been Chun Chang'an laughed loudly, pleased. Very good. First, cover the entire 9 provinces continent for me. The system replied. Understood. Corresponding domain points have been deducted. Coverage success. Chang'an became even more pleased. Then, combine all my remaining realm fragments into realm cards. Designate the Invincible domain as the target unit. Expand the domain to the ancient continent. This surprised the system. How is this kind of operation possible? Host, you narrowed his eyes. What? So, there's something your system can't do. But the system immediately replied. Host, there's nothing I can't do. Expanding the domain. Expansion successful. Continued. Finally, spend all my remaining domain points. Cover the ancient continent. Seize this land for me, your old man. The system immediately said. Understood. The ancient continent continuously. The system continued to report. The ancient continent has been completely covered. Host, please enjoy. Chang'an laughed gleefully. Next, just wait for me to wipe out these trash gods. The god laughed loudly after hearing Chang'an's words. He said he wants to wipe us out? What should we do? A mere ant. Before they could finish speaking, the gods cried out pain. They had never looked so worried and helpless. Can't stop it. Why has my divine cannon lost its effect? Wait. Why is there a symbol of a continent accepting its master on his body? Chang'an's eyes turned. Thank you watching for gods, unable to resist, shouted loudly. How can this be? Who exactly are you? People around him panicked. You! The system continued to report. Host killed the soul clone of Flame, Heavenly Venerate. Abundant rewards available for selection. Host killed the soul clone of the Death Lord God. Abundant rewards available for selection. Host killed the soul clone of Muyi Goddess. Abundant rewards available for selection. Making Chang'an sigh. The system continued to report. Congratulations, Host, for occupying the ancient continent and completing Mission 3. Dark figures widened their eyes in fear. The gods were terrified. He regretted in his heart. Can I take back what I just said? Of light in the sky, piercing through the air, struck down, making everyone present dumb. Chun Chang'an crossed his arms, gloomily looking at the heavenly Tao. Knowing it was at a disadvantage, it humbly begged, Lord Chun Chang'an, please forgive this lowly one. I was blind, but from now on, you are the sole master of the ancient continent. Raised an eyebrow with slight interest. It quickly added, fawning, didn't you say you would absolutely not acknowledge me as your master? Those were just words this lowly one spoke in the heat of the moment, speaking carelessly. Please forgive me, great lord. The Tao's eyes darted away. Sweating profusely, it was terrified internally. He can instantly annihilate the divine clones of the gods. He must be hiding his true strength. He's at least god level. Moreover, he bypassed the laws of forcible continental occupation. He even showed no fear of me, clearly unafraid of backlash. It secretly concluded with conviction. Such an existence must be flattered no matter what. Chun Chang'an leaned forward, scrutinizing it and saying, making it stammer in fear. What a pity. I still prefer your defiant look from before. Great. Thank you watching for Lord. It spoke desperately, looking at the crowd beside it and loudly pleading, fervently. Please, I beg you all, say some good words for me. My previous words were actually to protect the ancient continent. Our goals are entirely the same as yours. But those people didn't want trouble and gave vague replies. This she, mixed in the crowd, trembled and blushed. Her eyes shone as she stared intently at him. What kind of existence is this man? He can create such miracles time and again, leaving everyone astonished. The righteous black-haired man timidly stepped forward to say a few words on its behalf. But he was still waved away by Chun Chang'an. Well, Chang'an, actually what the heavenly Tao said isn't wrong. I, on the other hand, think stubborn ones like this should be dealt with immediately, leaving no future. The system interrupted, speaking in a flat tone. Settlement complete. Host's remaining domain points are currently 1514. After killing Long Lu, host can choose to receive one of the following rewards. 1. 10% progress in analyzing a divine clone. 2. Title. Dragon Slayer of Heaven. Effective against the entire Dragon God clan. Damage dealt by avatars to them will come with spell-breaking effects. The Sith kindly reminded him. He merely gave a perfunctory "oh" and continued to ponder. Right, a quick reminder. The Dragon God clan's hatred towards you has reached 20%. Once the hatred index reaches 100%, host will be hunted by the Dragon God clan throughout the entire divine realm, with nowhere to hide. Reward 1 or 2. Huh. He looked at the system panel displaying the information, thinking deeply, carefully weighing the best options. Although the title's accompanying effect is very useful, after entering the divine realm, he might not only encounter the Dragon God clan. If he encounters other clans, the title will lose its effect, making it inferior to the divine clone. Chun Chang'an declared confident, still considering other possibilities. I choose reward 1. Furthermore, completing mission 3 will definitely grant more domain points than currently. The 9 provinces and ancient continent have already been entirely covered by me, so there's no need to rush to convert them into domain points for now. The system announced as he asked a little hastily. Received. 10% progress in divine clone analysis has been granted to you. The rewards for killing the remaining heavenly gods have also been refreshed. Host, please continue to make your selections. No need to choose anymore. Convert everything into divine clone analysis progress for me. I want to quickly complete the divine clone analysis. The system's voice, neither fast nor slow, displayed the leaving him beside himself in shock. All conversions successful. Your current divine clone analysis progress is 10.5%. Because this time the reward is different from before, the system grants the avatar the ability to use the invincible domain for 1 minute when inside the domain. What? 10.5%? System, are you mistaken? Wasn't Longlio's reward already 10%? Why do the rewards for the remaining heavenly gods only add up to 5%? The system calmly explained, while he grumbled in dissatisfaction. Because these people were only avatars. If the host could kill the true bodies of the gods, the rewards would naturally be generous. It seems I need to quickly extract the divine clone, or perhaps I'll have to infiltrate the heavenly god's lair and destroy their true bodies. Thinking of the beautiful Shai Chang felt much happier inside. But it's fine after all, things are basically resolved now and Changshi won't die. It's just that the remaining power of the divine artifact still needs to be obtained. Chun Chang'an, full of arrogance, looked up at the time god, right? If it was a trap from the very beginning, then I can only directly snatch the divine artifact's power from your hands. The ancient continent is now completely mine. That little female bandit will definitely return once she realizes it. He released spiritual energy and ordered excited. The system also promptly responded. System, keep a close watch for me. The moment the time god's aura appears within the invincible domain, notify me immediately. Understood. Elsewhere, Tian Wangshan furiously punched through the space in front of her, gritting her teeth and saying, "Damn you, Chan Chang'an!" She added venom with burning hatred, threatening, "I originally wanted to spare your life, but if you dare to plot against me, then you no longer need to exist." She glanced slyly at the spirit envoy behind, gave a few instructions, and it respectfully replied, "Chun Chang'an is the murderer who killed Long Lu. I'm gonna kill him now. Spirit envoy, wait for me here. Don't move. Farewell, time god." It scanned with a cunning look, secretly calculating in its heart, a triumphant expression on its face. With Tian Wangshan's power, a casual flick of her hand could cause the space-time of an entire world to tremble. No matter how that person bypassed the divine palace and took over the ancient continent, once Tian Wangshan makes her full move, he will surely die and die miserably. The spirit envoy joyfully turned to, secretly thinking, however, there are many complexities regarding Long Liu's death. Perhaps she was behind the tricks. I should still quickly inform the clan to prevent her from escaping. Tian Wangshan passed through a spatial and stepped into the cosmic space above the ancient continent. She carefully observed. Thank you watching for look of surprise on her face. She wondered suspiciously, why is this ancient continent so different from before? Without further ado, she gathered her spiritual energy and flew rapidly towards the continent below, not forgetting to assess. The spiritual energy in this continent has surged tremendously, a stark difference from the barren land it used to be. This place can actually withstand 10% of my current power? What exactly happened to this continent? She flew through the cloud, looking around. At the same time, the system detected that the time god had infiltrated the invincible domain. Chun Chang'an, I will make you tell me why this ancient continent has become, make you kneel at my feet. Suddenly, a hand shot out and grabbed Tian Wangshan's neck, so powerfully that her face turned dark with her hair also flew wildly from the great impact. He lifted her unsightly face to examine it, and asked, thank you watching for Spirit Envoy? Chun Chang'an flicked his hand, throwing her to the ground. She let out a small, pained moan. Caught off guard, and Tian Wangshan trembled as she crawled up, wondering, what is this? I couldn't even detect his move. Another sense of unease washed over, making her face turn pale with horror. He calmly sat on top and greeted her little female bandit. Infuriated, she roared furiously, Chun Chang'an, you mere insignificant fish, how dare you? She unleashed her, causing the ground beneath to shatter, and furiously, get off me. Her eyes glared, making him uncomfortable as he narrowed his eyes. His voice, however, remained unusually, sending a chill down her. Is that all? Her power was dispelled, and lightning in the sky. Chun Chang'an effortlessly resolved everything without expending any energy. Tian Wangshan was exasperated, heart filled with, how can this be? She lay sprawled on the ground, indignantly punching it in frustration. I am a god. How can a mere immortal possess the ability to suppress me? He chuckled, feeling invigorated, and replied excited, thank you watching for and that's not all. He nonchalantly pressed her head down, announcing, I'm also taking your divine technique, targeting the time god's exclusive divine technique, beginning analysis and replication. She struggled in threatening, don't be deluded. What I wield is the power of time and space. Unless you are of the god race, randomly seizing it without the talent will only backfire on yourself. Space-time shift and blue light enveloped everything. The system's voice announced, completed, 100% replication of time-space power successful. Suitable range of use is limited to the invincible domain. He sneered, mocking, what did you? Tian Wangshan trembled with rage. You! He walked amidst thousands of rapidly rewinding memories, spreading his arms to enjoy. What a terrifying divine technique! Now, the future of this ancient continent has been completely altered. Even its future time-space will undergo unbelievable changes. Chun Chang'an turned his head to a joyful expression on his face. I guess your heart must be a mess right now. All of this originated from you summoning me to this time-space. You are useless to me. To kill or to keep you depends on your performance. She stood up helpless, looking at him with indignation. Things shouldn't be like this. She never expected the person she personally led here to scheme against and be an existence beyond gods. Her expression made him laugh loudly and warn her. She also fiercely retorted, "What do you mean by that expression? It's as if something has happened between you." Suddenly, Changshi rushed over in a panic. "Chang'an, Changshi," she cried out in frightened "The ancient continent," she exclaimed in panic. In the dark sky, gods have gathered, their killing intent encompassing everything. The ancient continent is under siege. Now countless divine clones are descending upon the continent, saying this place has immense destiny. What should we do? Tian Wangchen smiled, mocking him, which made him feel a bit helpless. Chun Chang'an, what good is it if you're only good at fighting? She still refused to give up, needing to act like a god in front of others. Excitedly chuckled meaningfully, saying delightedly, neither you nor I have any factions to rely on. No matter how strong individual power is, can it withstand multiple heavenly gods teaming up at once? Your ancient continent will eventually be divided by the gods, Chun Chang'an. You won't be able to protect it. Chun Chang'an also replied excitedly, listen carefully. The ones who truly need to be afraid are them, not me. Even now, you still refuse to submit. If not for the lack of time, I would definitely tear that mouth of yours apart. That flew off to confront them. She also refused to be outdone. She cursed silently at length. Foolish idiot. Do you think winning means you can contend with all divine beings? Wangshen looked at him hovering in midair, still mocking relentlessly. Overestimating yourself, Chun Chang'an confidently declared. A mere gleam of cold light, a 10,000-foot radiance. Killing all heavenly gods? So, approximately 30 seconds ago, a sharp female voice echoed in space. The master of the continent? Chun Chang'an? Humph. Never heard of the imposing god of slaughter, embracing the tree goddess's waist, said. The two were discussing. Don't underestimate him. This person could seize the continent right under the noses of several divine clones. He's at least a demigod. In such a remote starfield, they're all just nobodies. I don't think he's even worth a single strand of my... The tree goddess ignored the warning and replied haughtily. The god of slaughter dotingly agreed. I suspect he might have secretly used his true body to descend to the lower realm. Otherwise, he absolutely couldn't have bypassed the divine palace and forcibly seized this place. The 8 great divine clans of the divine realm have already issued an order forbidding heavenly gods' true bodies from descending to the lower realm. It seems this person is 80% a rogue god without any background or backing. Excitedly looked towards the natural, predetermined land. He also added, a mere wandering deity dares to monopolize the grand destiny of this place? He's got guts. This way, we'll have no more worries for the god of slaughter's face grew excited, his voice enthusiastic. He's not even a lesser god with a title, nor just a wandering deity. This means we can kill him as we please. He raised the axe in his hand and shouted loudly. All the gods following him responded in unison. Everyone, let's join forces to kill the deity of this place and seize its destiny. A vast void appeared in the gloomy series of gods filled the gloomy sky, all exuding killing intent as they looked. A streak of golden light rapidly approached from afar, piercing through the clouds. The attention of all the gods was drawn by the dazzling light above them. All focused on that direction. Chun Chang'an sped past, enthusiastically flashing a wicked smile and greeting them. Welcome, esteemed Changshi. Observing the situation below, was filled with worry. She felt helpless, unable to do anything. Chang'an, if he keeps fighting like this, his body definitely won't be able to hold. Tian Wangshen's voice drifted through the hazy dust, startling Changshi, who turned to look. He's so arrogant, disrespectful, and conceited. He's bound to pay a heavy price for Tian Wangshen remarked gleefully, as if certain he would perish. Chun Chang'an, even if you possess a cultivation beyond the gods, with this many deities, you will eventually be exhausted. Changshi saw that Tian Wangshen might be able to help. Without hesitation, she humbled herself and begged for help, startling Tian Wangshen a bit. Hi God, please lend a helping hand. Please save Chun Chang'an. Save the ancient Tian Wangshen lowered her voice ominously, reminding Changshi, her eyes filled with displeasure. All right, I even granted you the power of a divine artifact once. Don't you think what you're saying is absurd? Why should I offend so many celestial gods to save someone who is surely going to— Shang-Chi, weak and pleading, was on the verge of tears from frustration. We don't need to fight to the death. Gaining more friends and having fewer enemies is also very important. Even if it's just one time that you can help him as a friend, it would be a good thing. Please, Tian Wangchen was silent for a moment. She muttered, contemplating. There's a bit of logic to that. Suddenly, she burst into maniacal laughter. But I refuse. Tian Wangchen looked down dismissively, sneering. What good are friends? Will they help you in a crisis? You are too kind-hearted, which is why you face such a tragic end. Besides, Tian Wangchen stepped closer and caressed Chang-Chi's face. She analyzed, her face beaming with malicious pleasure. This continent of yours was long ago discovered by the gods. Now, to absorb its grand destiny, they will naturally destroy this place completely. The ancient continent is destined for destruction. Tone returned to indifference as she refused, making Chang-Chi tremble in fear. You don't need to beg me anymore. Originally, if you had meekly allowed me to take over the ancient continent, you wouldn't have had to suffer this. You could have passed on peacefully, but all of this— Her face turned furious, almost savage. It's all because of that damn Chang-Chi's heart panicked. She hurriedly explained a few things about Chun Chang'an, hoping to appeal to Tian Wangchen's mercy. High God! Chun Chang'an has endured many battles, big and small, since coming here. Though he doesn't say it, he must be very tired deep down. He saved us from hell without asking why, braving fire and brimstone. He shouldn't have to die like this. He is the hero of all. She didn't give up and continued to plead with her. Tian Wangchen merely sneered arrogantly. I beg you, on behalf of everyone on the ancient continent. Tian Wangchen's voice was ridiculous. She then secretly leaned in, suggesting, how about you go find Chun Chang'an and tell him to yield all rights to this continent to me. Then I will conveniently help him overcome this calamity. Chun Chang'an walked over and coldly asked back, causing both of them to freeze. Who did you say you wanted to help overcome a tribulation? The system, not fast but timely, announced. Chun Chang'an calmly turned his hand, activating a command. Warning. Host successfully killed the avatar of the celestial god of slaughter. Attained 1% celestial god avatar analysis progress. Host successfully killed the avatar of the woodland goddess. Obtained 0.1% celestial god avatar analysis progress. Host successfully killed the avatar of the ice goddess. Obtained 0.1% celestial god avatar analysis progress. Host successfully killed the avatar of the blazing war god. Attained 1% celestial god avatar analysis progress. Tian Wangchen laughed loudly in mockery, her voice eager to see a spectacle. Chun Chang'an, you can't hold on anymore and want to come beg me, All right, just obediently kneel and kowtow 3 times to your old lady here, and I'll graciously lend you a hand. How about— Chun Chang'an froze, his face a question mark, and replied, kneel before. Chun Chang'an calmly pointed, explaining. Tian Wangchen also looked on suspiciously. Tian Wangchen, is your brain short-circuiting? Don't you understand? Or perhaps take a good look first, then speak. Her face turned ashen, her eyes wide with— The sky returned to a clear blue, making Tian Wangchen exclaim in astonishment. All the gods are— Chang-Chi was also deeply shocked. The groups of people behind them streamed out, frantically discussing. The gods descended to the lower realm, but Chun Chang'an alone. It's truly miraculous. We're safe. Tian Wangchen curiously activated a divine technique, wondering what exactly had— A series of scenes appeared, a scene of reverse— Chun Chang'an stood defiantly amidst the gods, provoking them. If you're so skilled, come at me yourselves. It's fun to watch you getting swept away. The strength of these gods isn't— Tian Wangchen was shocked, asking herself, why did they all disappear in a series of golden energies shot out, and the gods dissipated one after another? Tian Wangchen was dumbfounded. What? Chun Chang'an declared domineeringly, making Tian Wangchen watching also become wary. There aren't enough people for me to kill. How can Chun Chang'an's strength be so terrible? The god of slaughter watched helplessly. The woodland goddess also turned pale at the display of— God of slaughter did not give up, mobilizing everyone, shouting. Send some of the true power of the main body here to give him a taste. Tian Wangchen was horrified. They're all gone. In just an instant, the celestial gods from all these starfields were wiped out. Tian Wangchen looked over with a dark expression, while Chun Chang'an remained calm. Moreover, they were all instantly annihilated by him. I heard everything you said. Just— Tian Wangchen bit her lip, suppressing her frustration. utterly helpless. What kind of monster have I actually summoned? Tian Wangshan hurried forward, fawning. Is there anything you need, sir? Please just say it. I can definitely help. Chun Chang'an ordered unceremoniously, making Tian Wangshan utterly bewildered. On the contrary, I really do have something to ask you. Do you have any way to attract more celestial gods here? Preferably the extremely formidable kind. Chang, she gasped as if breathing in cold air, her face a mix of shock and terror. He still wants to make more celestial gods come. Tian Wangshan reluctantly agreed. Yes, elsewhere in the universe, a stream of green energy was gathered. The spirit attendant knelt before Long Hua, reporting, Something has happened, second young man. The spirit attendant then dared to report, its face tense. Lord Long Lu unexpectedly died. The god of spacetime originally intended to take over his ancient continent, but it was seized by someone named Long Hua, the second young master of the Dragon God clan, sat majestically on his throne and let out a cold. He seemed interested in this matter, calmly stating, I always thought Tian Wangshan and someone else conspired to kill my 12th brother, daring to harm a member of our Dragon God clan. They will be forced to pay the spirit attendant hurriedly shouted, asking, Second young master, what are your plans? He stood up, giving a grand order, his imposing aura making the spirit attendant a little fearful. I want to use the Dragon God art, 10 Directions God Annihilation Array. Spirit attendant respectfully knelt and reported, its voice gentle yet advisory. That's Starfield. Once this Dragon God art is unleashed, all the planets within the ancient continent will be destroyed. Those places also contain many territories managed by other lesser gods. If we do this, we will definitely incur their enmity. By then, all those deities will come for revenge. Second young master, please Long Hua's killing intent flared up again, his bloodshot eyes full of cannibalistic rage as he roared. My elder brother isn't here. I am in charge. What's so scary about a bunch of ants? When you have enough strength, ants are only fit to be trampled under. Seeing Chun Chang'an's wicked smile, Tian Wangshan immediately thought worriedly, This man is threatening me. If I don't lure more lesser gods here, he'll deal. Her face had long since paled with fear, and she secretly calculated. If I were just an avatar right now, I wouldn't fear him. But this body involves over half of my divine power, so I can only temporarily obey his command. In the sky, Emperor Yushanha, radiating an aura of aggression, looked down and arrogantly asked, Tian Wangshan, you sent me a voice transmission saying you wanted to give this ancient continent to me. Is that? Tian Wangshan's face darkened, but she secretly gloated as she calculated. Celestial God Emperor, he, the gatekeeper. Mid-level celestial gods without a background who want to advance must consult him and his divine customs. But verbally, she calmly replied, True. Her calculations continued inwardly. In the space-time of this era, it won't be long until I reward him with a few planets to pull him to help me, so I can advance to mid-level celestial. Hearing Tian Wangshan's words, Emperor, he was extremely excited. He laughed heartily and said, Consider yourself sensible. Our feud ends. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful golden lightning bolt struck down, causing Emperor he to vaporize quickly, caught completely off. Below, Chun Chang'an had an even more crazed and excited expression. In front of him, Tian Wangshan's face was dark, unable to say anything, only thinking, however, the space-time of this era is completely in the sky. The clouds were pushed aside. Emperor he had vanished, leaving only a lingering trace of power, which amazed everyone. On the other side, Emperor he, knowing he had been tricked, was furious, slamming his hand down and shattering the armrest of his stone. He lost control, his eyes sharp and cold, gnashing his teeth and cursing, Tian Wangshan, you ambushed this old man. You and I are irreconcilable enemies. The system panel quickly appeared, announcing, Congratulations, host. You have killed the avatar of the celestial god Emperor Yushanha. Domain points have been automatically converted. Obtained 1.3 celestial god avatars. Chun Chang'an felt completely refreshed as he looked at the system panel, saying contentedly, Fighting against 10 people like this is much more enjoyable than those previous. System panel continued to update. All rewards have been tallied. The current total accumulated celestial god avatar analysis progress is 12.1%. But this time, Chun Chang'an suddenly lost a bit of his self-control. Those previous celestial gods were truly too cheap. Idiot, don't convert everything into avatars. Convert some domain points back for me to do other. Then he quickly turned to Tian Wangshan, impatiently urging her. Hurry up. Bring the next one. Tian Wangshan, hearing this, said with a face full of dismay, If this continues, I think I'm after repeating this for a while. Two adorable twin spirit successors, Shualan and Shuasha, appeared. Shualan spoke up, greeting, "Long time no see, Sister Tian Wangchen." Shuasha beside her also chimed in excitedly. "We heard you said you have a big treasure to show us. What is—" But Tian Wangchen forced a smile and didn't answer, only softly pleading with the sinister-faced Chen Chang'an behind her. "I have very few friends. They count as one. Please, give them a break." Chen Chang'an didn't answer directly. He snapped his finger. A terrifying surge of power descended once more. In their confusion, both twin spirit successors quickly vanished. Realizing they were tricked, the two girls, full of grievance, hugged each other and burst into tears. "She tricked us. She's mean. Our ship of friendship has capsized." Tian Wangchen was utterly shocked, frozen in place. But Chen Chang'an didn't stop. He continued to urge, "Hurry up. Call the next one." Hearing him, she could no longer hold back. She slumped down, covering her face and wailing, "I won't be able to mix in the god realm." Amidst the helplessness and speechlessness of everyone around, Chen Chang'an spoke up with a disgusted expression, criticizing, "Your connections are terrible. Even the few gods you know aren't enough for me to kill. So useless." Hearing this, she cried even louder, shouting at him, "Do you think they're cabbages? Have some humanity. We are celestial gods." The black-haired person standing there suddenly smiled smugly, thinking, "I never ever expected that a dignified celestial god would one day be slaughtered like a pig. Truly, if you live long enough, anything can happen. Chen Chang'an is stronger than we imagined. His strength can be said to be immeasurable." Blushed, smiling foolishly, thinking to himself, "Just thinking that I will be his master in the At the Dragon God Clan's divine temple, the Dragon God Clan spellcasters were trying to cast a circle of spellcasters collectively unleashed immense and spirit attendant, standing beside him, turned back slightly hastily to report. "Second young master, there's news of strange divine power transmitted to the ancient continent. There are only two wandering deities there, and Chen Chang'an is surely a true body descent." But Long Hua's face had already darkened. He said furiously, "What if it's his true body? My foolish brother's debt must be paid." He tilted his face and ordered, "Begin." In the vast universe with countless planets, an immense surge of power was powerfully unleashed. A massive array appeared right next to the ancient continent. Tian Wangchen seemed to sense it. She looked up at the sky, a smug expression on her face as she thought, "This aura is a massive array covering the entire sky, making everyone fearful." Someone exclaimed, "It's the Dragon God Art. 10 Directions God Annihilation." Chen Chang'an still calmly asked, "Oh, is it very powerful?" She covered her mouth, her face incredulous, and explained, "Even if one has never encountered a high-level celestial god, they would still know a little about this grand array." Tian Wangchen, beside her, also looked more serious and "One must know that this is one of the 3 great array arts of the Dragon God Clan. Relying solely on this divine art, they conquered countless starfields and made many celestial gods flee in disarray. All lesser gods under the grand array have almost no way to break it." Hearing this, Chen Chang'an still didn't quite understand and asked further. The array above everyone's heads continuously emitted immense oppressive energy, making everyone tremble in fear. Tian Wangchen continued to explain, "Because under the shroud of this grand array, all things in the world lose their functions, and all the divine power of the celestial gods in this heaven and earth cannot be unleashed. Let alone fighting. Even escaping is a luxury." The black-haired man lamented in despair. It wasn't easy to drive away all the other celestial gods, but now even stronger opponents have arrived. The black-haired woman beside him also added in confusion, "What on earth can we do to prevent them from invading us?" The black-haired man grew even more pessimistic and desperate, his voice trembling. "It's over. It's all." Seeing this scene, Tian Wangchen secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an, smiling slyly as she thought, "Although I really want to see Chen Chang'an's frustrated and fearful expression, right now I must find the perfect moment to slip away. You foolish person. I'm not playing along." And suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, and Tian Wangchen trembled, thinking I no longer have divine power. The grand array hasn't even fully formed yet. Is some mysterious power behind her? Chen Chang'an suddenly spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. "Tian Wangchen, you truly are a dog that can't change its habit of stealing. Don't think I don't know that you secretly sent the coordinates to the Dragon God Clan." He roughly grabbed her hair, pulling her head back. "You pretended to cooperate with me, but in reality, you were stalling for time, secretly and intentionally leaking information about this," immediately making Tian Wangchen scream in pain, while Chen Chang'an still smiled, saying with a contemptuous tone, Weren't you planning to let the Dragon God clan's ultimate move destroy me, then seize the opportunity to escape? Why? Being exposed hit her where it hurt, and she grew angrier, glaring at Chun Chongan and shouting, Chun Chongan, let go! Isn't this the high-tier dimensional existence you wanted? I lured them here, and you're scared now? I guess it makes sense. After all, no divine star wanderer would dare to directly confront them. The woman secretly gloated, thinking, I can't beat you, but this Dragon God clan surely can handle you. But Chun Chongan's voice held a trace of bewilderment as he asked, scared. He looked straight at her, chuckling maniacally. I'm itching to wipe. Seeing this scene, Heavenly Demise Chun was so frightened she was dazed. But Chun Chongan merely shrugged nonchalantly. Honestly, I was worried you wouldn't be able to lure out anyone more formidable. Who knew you're actually quite capable? His entire body erupted with a golden energy, which he unleashed directly towards the sky. Then I'll show you. I'll beat them until they don't dare to cast a single glance at this. Huge explosion occurred instantly. A wave of energy was released directly into the scene left Heavenly Demise Chin deeply shocked. She thought to herself, unbelievable. I can't even probe the power of this barrier at all. But even so, the might of that grand formation can disregard every. The formation began to show tiny through a spatial lens. Manhwa was also silently observing. He then spoke, ordering, a stream of energy from the core of the formation immediately shot straight down onto the ancient desolation. The shockwave emanating from their left everyone rooted to the. But Chun Chongan seemed even more excited. He also ordered the system. A stream of energy from the core of the formation quickly began to mutate, because it was surrounded by his golden. In a flash, that powerful stream of energy vanished instantly, leaving no in the sky. Only Chun Chongan's lingering golden energy remained, leaving everyone. System immediately announced, external divine power has been absorbed and automatically converted into corresponding domain points. He looked at his hand, brimming with power, and smiled even more dangerously. But his tone was slightly disappointed as he said, I see this grand formation. The opponent didn't invest enough. The price is too. Heavenly Demise Chen was already in utter panic. She looked at Chun Chongan, her face filled with terror. How is this possible? The barrier he unleashed can actually absorb the divine power of the God-slaying formation. A grand formation that restrains all things, yet it can't affect him. Manhwa saw this scene and was also a little surprised. He said with a hint of admiration, this ant has some power, but only. He turned around and waved his hand towards the mages. He commanded, increase the power for me. Let these ants see what true annihilation is. The mages immediately replied, yes, sir. The formation was activated once. An even more terrifying stream of energy shot straight towards the Chun Chongan still calmly chuckled and said, it seems the opponent is a bit too hasty. Meanwhile, those beside him were terrified. It's something. His face filled with excitement and arrogance. He pointed provocatively. Then try. The golden energy was once again unleashed by Chun Chongan. Quickly formed a protective layer over the ancient desolation continent. This caused the formation's attack to directly reverse course and bounce. This made Manhwa unable to maintain his composure. His face filled with bewilderment, he cursed inwardly. What kind of situation is this? Is this something an entry-level deity can achieve? Seeing this counterattack completely shatter the Dragon God clan's magic formation, Manhwa, dumbfounded, unleashed his Dragon God technique formation. But it couldn't harm even a single strand of hair on the ancient desolation continent. It could even use the grand formation's power to suppress. His finger still pointed upwards, his face arrogant and confident. He declared to the astonished, wide-mouthed system beside him, System, look closely. How can I use the domain to strike back at the opponent without even... In Chun Chongan's hand, energy surged ceaselessly. He ordered, convert all absorbed power and expand the main barrier immediately expanded uncontrollably. It expanded continuously, blocking all attacks from the Dragon God clan, expanding 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. The domain grew so large it crashed directly into the formation set up by the Dragon God clan. An explosion echoed throughout the universe, returning the favor man. The massive formation was shattered just like it was disintegrated by the power unleashed by Chun. Great shockwave occurred at the Dragon clan divine power. Exclamations of shock rang out. The 10 directions God-slaying formation. It's broken? It didn't even harm a single hair on. All the mages of the Dragon God clan collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Manhwa's face was ashen, drained of all color. His face was blank with disbelief. I can't believe such a broken-down place actually harbors a deity of this kind. The black-haired man looked up at the bright sky, still unable to believe his eyes, stammering, Chun Chang'an stood majestically, shielding his eyes from the dazzling sun amid shouts of "Invincible!" And then Palace Spirit hastily turned back and said, "Second young master, this matter." But Long Hua didn't listen. He immediately turned and left, simultaneously ordering, "We're leaving now. Tell the clan members to destroy all affairs related to the Dragon God clan in this dimension." Long Hua also hastily added, "Destroy all territories below the Great Land grade that are in our hands, to prevent the opponent from finding any clues. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Hearing this, Palace Spirit became even more bewildered and asked, "But, second young master, didn't you just say you wanted to let them know what true annihilation is?" But Long Hua didn't turn his head, directly denying, "I didn't say that." Long Hua secretly trembled in fear. "What I said was about an entry-level deity, damn it. Who knew that place was actually hiding at least a high-stage?" Long Hua returned to the palace, his face filled with suspicion as he pondered. "I'm only a mid-stage deity. If I really provoked an existence like that, things would get very troublesome. To have provoked such an existence is truly He looked at the entire land, now nothing but rocks and dust, with regret. "In this battle, my dragon god people suffered greatly. Their divine bones were shattered by that wave of power. It will take tens of thousands of years to recover their vitality. After we leave, this star sector will soon have a new..." He was not resigned. He slowly reiterated, "Chun Chang'an, you're quite impressive. It seems we might meet again in the War of the Divine Overlords." Elsewhere, Chun Chang'an approached the jubilantly cheering crowd, his face beaming with satisfaction. "It's resolved. Time to go." In the scorching afternoon sun, from somewhere, voices simultaneously cried out, "Get ready! 1, 2. Chun Chang'an saw everyone approaching him. He trembled and shouted, "Hold, what are you trying to do?" As soon as the count ended, he was lifted and tossed into the air amidst joyous shouts of 3. "Thank you for saving us." Everyone's faces were filled with unconcealed joy. "Without you, we truly wouldn't know what to do. Let's cheer for our hero." This action made Chang'an feel a little off. Chang'an gave a contented smile. "The 9 continents 10 million years from now were always protected by an old man like you. And now, I'm simply taking on your responsibility. You tried to protect my world, and I'll protect your..." The time-space deity watched everyone cheering for Chun Chang'an. She felt a bit bitter. "I can't believe he actually won. Chun Chang'an possesses such heaven-defying methods. Why didn't I team up with him earlier to seek mutual development? With him backing me, I wouldn't be as timid as before when I enter the mid-stage deity." Thinking this, she immediately walked over and shouted loudly, "Quick! Put Chang'an down. You all are too disrespectful." They lost focus and let Chang'an fall with a thump to the ground. "Are you playing a trick on me?" "We didn't mean to." The time-space deity pushed others aside. She quickly helped him up. "Chang'an, you're not hurt, are you? These fools are truly nothing but trouble. Just you wait. I'll teach them a lesson. What trick are you trying to pull now?" Hearing this, she placed her hand on her chest and clarified, "What, am I really that bad in your eyes? Besides, how would I dare to be impudent in front of you? I've personally witnessed your strength and character. I just want to..." Chang'an frowned, cutting her off. "If you want to flatter me, you'll have to wait in line. That felt really good just now. But what's the rush? Are archdeities really that The time-space deity impatiently dragged him to another spot. "If I ever beat you, I'll definitely kill you. Come with me for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you." Seeing him glance towards the frail Changxi, who called Chang'an's name from behind, the time-space deity snapped again, "Don't mind her. She can't be involved in this matter between the two." However, he suddenly grabbed Changxi's wrist. This startled her, and she let out a small cry. Changxi was immediately pulled to stand right beside time-space deity glared at the shy person hiding behind him with eyes full of hostility. She gnashed her teeth. "Why did you bring her?" The flames of her anger seemed to reach the top of her head. Yet Chang'an remained utterly calm. "This isn't a romantic rendezvous. Why can't you let others see? I don't want to bow my head before you in front of these lower realm He pressed his lips together, his face cold and indifferent to her. Changxi looked from the other person to Chang'an. Her eyes darted around as if drawing a bow and sword, calculating debts. "I wouldn't dare to presume." Her whole body trembled like a leaf. In her mind, she was secretly terrified by her own speculation. "I boldly speculate that the time-space deity's actions mean she wants to surrender to Chang'an. Before, she deceived an archdeity, losing all her karmic connections. She also provoked quite a few enemies for no reason. Even if she has 1,000 tricks, if a conflict truly breaks out, she personally wouldn't even have time to retaliate. she could be completely annihilated. Besides this, the Dragon God clan will absolutely not spare her either. Now she has nowhere left to go. To protect herself, she's forced to take another step and rely on Chang'an, seeking further growth. But these things don't seem to concern. The time-space deity shouted again. This made the small Chang'an flinch. I want to discuss something with you, understand? Her presence is superfluous. Maybe I should just go back. Chang'an leaned close to her face, threatening. Then listen closely. From now on, Chang'an is my representative. Whether you cooperate or not, you must listen. What? The time-space deity was furious, her face turning purple. Her teeth seemed to want to grind the two people in front of her to dust. Just a moment ago that woman was begging me, and now it's the other way around? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Nevertheless, she had to approach Chang'an. Her voice dropped. Her hand squeezed the other's shoulder tightly. Chang'an, dear, do you understand? I don't intend to speak with you directly. Do you know how much courage it took me to express myself to him? Do you understand? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Chang'an added fuel to the fire. I plan to risk my life against Chang'an. If you're smart, get out of my way. Understand? Is this what you mean? You want to declare war on me? The time-space deity secretly screamed. What the hell kind of translation is that? I don't want to be your enemy. He eyed the time-space deity with a scrutinizing gaze. She mustered all her courage and rushed forward, clutching Chang'an's hands, pleading, Can we? Her eyes widened, as if she still couldn't believe what was happening. She recalled the opponent forcing her to prostrate and kowtow on the ground, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Compared to myself back then, who only knew how to bow my head to solve problems. This is much. Seeing she said nothing, the time-space deity tightened her grip. She glanced at him in confusion. She remained dazed, her eyes wide as she stared at the time-space deity, unable to utter. Her foolish expression made the time-space deity increasingly anxious. Damn it! Are you treating me as a tool to lecture this woman? You're really something. I'll remember. After a long argument, the stressful conversation between the two finally came to a halt. She softly asked Chang'an's opinion before he left. Junior sister hasn't returned yet. Do we need to wait for her? I've been here too long, my friends are very anxious. Let's say goodbye. He thought for a moment, then suddenly snapped his fingers. Oh, there's one more thing I almost forgot. Chang'an swung his arm using time-space divine power. Streams of light suddenly appeared around everyone present was utterly astonished by this miraculous sight. This is time-space. The time-space deity stood behind, gnashing her teeth bitterly. Chang'an, you're truly formidable. The ability I cultivated my entire life, you just take it like that? What's the meaning of a time-space deity like me existing? Chang'an held up a piece of cloth that looked incredibly simple and said, Actually, there's no suitable artifact. First, use this to fuse with. I've inscribed time-space power into it. In terms of strength, it will be more powerful than the divine artifact you used. He handed it to Chang'an and meticulously instructed, I've already removed the side effects. Of course, this side effect is only nullified within the ancient Desolation continent. If you go to other star realms, it will still exist. You must use it carefully. Chang'an's hand, holding the piece of cloth, trembled. She tried to swallow the bitter feeling in her. Chang'an was about to say something else, but he suddenly paused in bewilderment. Also, she couldn't contain her emotions and rushed to hug the man in front of her. Chang'an thanked his firm embrace. She looked up at him with tear-filled eyes, full of gratitude. Her voice trembled as she vowed, 10 million years from now, we'll meet. Chang'an said nothing, only giving a silent smile. And slowly, a few minutes later, a blue stream of light, carrying starlight from the sky, suddenly flew to Chang'an bid farewell to everyone one last time. Then, he and the time-space deity stepped into a spatial. She spoke from behind him, her voice tinged with envy. After witnessing that sweet farewell, why can't I meet someone who loves me? This world is truly As remembering something, she called out loudly to Chang'an. Chang'an, you just agreed. You can't go back on your word about this cooperation. Yet Chang'an calmly replied, The past is the past. My current self didn't agree to anything. What are you happy about? The time-space deity threw another tantrum. Chang'an, you're burning your bridges. You did it and now you're saying you won't pay? Because of you, I can't stay in the lower divine realms anymore. You must take responsibility. He continued flying forward, ignoring the other person flailing behind him. The pressure of helping you is immense. Protecting you means making enemies with many archdeities. They're so strong. How could I possibly beat them? You scoundrel. Shame. Chang'an suddenly stopped. He turned around and flashed a mischievous smile. Zhu Fei. He reached out and forcefully pulled at the time-space deity's swollen, bun-like face. He teased, "If you call me father, I might just agree to your The space-time god, feeling that she couldn't find common ground with Chang'an, turned away indignantly. "If we can't cooperate, then I'll leave, can't I? Anyway, it's just a little harder than before. If I can endure hardship, I can be unrivaled." He called out to her, "If you give up on your pursuit, perhaps I'll change my mind, miss." She paused, glanced back at him, her voice softening. "Then will you?" Before she could finish, Chang'an immediately flippantly refused, making the space-time god furious. "No way." Fu Ying cleared her throat, regaining her serious. "Then don't you want to know if I'm lying to you? Is that?" Seeing her sparkling eyes, Chang'an couldn't help but stick out his tongue and mock the space-time god. "No, Chang'an, you despicable man. I'll remember this for." She didn't bother to talk to him anymore, simply turned and walked away. She left just like that? I wanted to play more. The system, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. "Host, it's truly a miracle that you've lived until." Asked curiously, "Why didn't the host cooperate with the space-time god? According to my memory, she will be a very formidable deity in the future. It wouldn't be bad to take her on as a little sister." Chang'an shook his head. "Now is not the time to take her under my wing. This woman is stubborn and full of tricks. Don't think she's genuinely submitting." His eyes were extremely serious as he looked towards the space-time god, who was walking away muttering curses at him, silently remarking, "But that tapping hand behind her back, in the future, she's bound to cause me a lot of big trouble." "Chang'an, you're looking for trouble. Solving it once is fine, but repeatedly could annoy you to." Chang'an seemed to know this well. "I remember favors, not grudges. We will meet." The system, seeing his seriousness for the first time, couldn't help but quip, "Host, honestly, is it appropriate for you to use your brain like this? Shouldn't you be shamelessly accepting all challenges and experiencing the pinnacle of life?" Chang'an crossed his arms and angrily retorted, "Instead of gossiping like this, why don't you quickly help me create some high-quality missions? My spirit points are running low. You parasitic system, you want me to do everything." Not bothering to argue with it further, he clicked his tongue and ordered, "Before we go back, system, help me do something at the antiques." She suddenly rushed out of a swirling vortex, like Dogeman's magical door, with an extremely fierce catching sight of she standing right beside her. She turned and interrogated her with a hostile attitude about the situation. She pursed her lips, her face unable to hide her worry and confusion. She slowly walked over and placed a hand on Shi's shoulder, speaking in the gentlest tone to explain what was. Shi, upon hearing this, couldn't remain calm. She furiously gnashed her teeth and rushed off. Despite Shi's desperate attempts to their people seemed to have just experienced an extremely brutal battle. Everyone was severely wounded, lying scattered across the ruined battle. From within the thick black smoke hovering in the center, a large eye slowly opened. Immediately a surge of energy suddenly spread out, encircling the unfortunate common folk whose breaths were gradually weakening. As if injecting new life force into the people's vital energy gradually recovered, and their dazed eyes became more. They slowly stood up after their vitality was restored. Everyone looked at their comrades, who had faced life and death alongside them, with astonished eyes. Everyone couldn't help but rush forward to embrace each other, tears of joy streaming down their dust-smudged faces. Behind Shi, the sound of light footsteps suddenly rang. Although immersed in an atmosphere of ultimate happiness, this slight sound quickly made her aware. Shi's eyes, brimming with tears, looked back, seemingly anticipating a miracle. Zhang Du appeared, her face full of exhaustion, her dull eyes looking at the other person. "My dear," she raised her hand to rub her throbbing head, then frowned, full of suspicion. "In my mind, it seems a person named Chang'an saved us." Before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but rush forward and embrace Zhang Du. Her voice, "Master!" Her joy burst forth, and she sobbed like a child, causing her master to also shed tears. In the the sun also began to rise, signaling a new life full of hope for the people of this place. She wiped away the tears still clinging to her cheeks, silently remembering her vow. "I, and all of you, make an appointment. 10 million years from now, we will cross countless miles to meet, to repay this great kindness." A happy smile was etched on every citizen's face. Only Shi, for some unknown reason, maintained an air of bitter resentment towards the entire world from beginning to end. A million years later, on the 9 provinces in Radiant Spirit Valley, an immortal's hidden sanctuary, there were many deadly traps that needed to be overcome to reach it. A fresh young sprout continuously emitted a captivating light as it was plucked by a man's hand. He held it firmly, raised it high, shouted, "I found the dragon heart 9 Lord Chun, the prefect of Yun Prefecture, will definitely reward me handsomely." The others, who were bent over gathering herbs, immediately grew agitated upon hearing this. Damn it! That herb is very effective for cultivating the primeval spirit. Yet that brat snatched it first. Don't worry, we still have a chance. To save Lady, think one type of herb isn't enough. A woman's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Everyone, even if you get the herbs now, you might not make it in. Hearing her, everyone was startled. The new information only came out 2 days ago. How could it be? The woman announced loudly. The communication artifact just sent news. Pharmacists from all over the world have already headed to Cloud Prefecture, where Prefect Chun lives. At this moment, at Chun Chang'an's the queue was as dense as an army, packed outside. They acted freely and fought against immortals. Prefect Chun didn't even care about his severely wounded wife to save us. This prosperous era can be peaceful, all thanks to Prefect Chun. Now that he's in he absolutely cannot stand idly by. Everyone carried some kind of medicine and lined up. Don't push. Wait a minute. I remember you treat male impotence. You're in the wrong line. Lady Chu's illness isn't. I'll try my luck. What if it works? Ling Bauer peeked through a crack in the door, secretly observing the chaotic situation outside. It's the common folk and cultivators from all walks of life blocking all sides of the Lord's estate. And they're calling Jiang Quan Chu the 9 provinces lady. She angrily clenched her fists and who the hell is spouting nonsense and spreading these ridiculous rumors? Hong Yi calmly relayed the information she had gathered. I've investigated these past few days. It's the Heavenly Fragrance sect where young Lady Quan Chu once lived. They want to use this to gain fame and expand the influence of their great sect. As they had, the Heavenly Fragrance sect was immensely joyful and bustling, taking pictures in front of a giant image of Chun Chang'an and Jiang Quan Chu. Hong Yi continued. Not only that, but they've also been promoting items related to Master for the past 2 days. They've already become very famous. In the sect's ascension rankings, they're no longer thousands of places down, but have instantly risen to 2nd place. They're showcasing an anonymous pillow and announcing to thousands of admiring and longing citizens that this pillow is the one Prefect Chun once slept, and only our Heavenly Fragrance sect has it. Bai Yu's eyes were glistening with tears. But Senior Chun and young Lady Quan Chu haven't even had their horoscopes matched. They're spreading this indiscriminately. Bauer immediately thought that no one else but Su Ningxiang was behind this. That woman! She sadly thought of Chang'an and Quan Chu being intimate and couldn't hold back her tears. What makes me helpless is that once her status as the main wife is confirmed, then our chances of using Master will be very slim. The other two turned red and covered their ears upon hearing these words. Using? They wouldn't dare. Bauer turned to look at them with pleading eyes. 2 elder sisters. You don't want to be thrown into the cold palace by Master, do you? Hong Yi and Bai Yu immediately shook their heads frantically. Receiving their answer, a sly smile quickly appeared at the corner of her mouth. The 3 of them simultaneously pulled each other and ran towards Chun. Then we must seize the initiative. Let's go. Let's go see Master. Okay. The main character of the story, Quan Chu, remained completely unaware at this. Sitting cross-legged under a quiet cherry blossom tree, Chun Chang'an stood by, intently observing Jiang Ningran circulate her cultivation art to help Jiang Quan Chu recover her spiritual power. He glanced at Ningran, silently hoping in his eye turned Quan Chu's personal artifact into a divine weapon. Combined with her unique immortal art, it will mend Quan Chu's soul origin. I hope nothing goes. Senior. She respectfully presented the golden bracelet to him with both hands. With the augmentation of divine power, the soul restoration art has finally reached perfect completion. He looked towards Quan Chu, who remained silently seated cross-legged. Then why is there no sign of her waking up? The other party immediately reassured him. Senior Chun, please rest assured. Once this art is successful, she will wake up within 2. Fortunately, we haven't lost too much time. Chang'an examined the bracelet briefly, then placed it back on her hand. I've seen quite a few cases where souls, after being mended, experience memory loss. If that happens, what do you think? She trembled slightly. No, that won't happen, sir. With the divine artifact's enhancement, Quan Chu's recovery is very good. Senior, please rest assured. I absolutely will not allow any mishaps to it. Good. Receiving his sudden, probing question, Ningran awkwardly lowered her head. You're staring at me. Is there something else? No. It's just that I suddenly feel you resemble someone I knew a very long time ago. Chang'an didn't answer, silently turning. Originally, I wasn't in their memories. My journey through this timeline has created a new future, and in turn, my existence has been etched into their experiences. Many things have changed. Not lingering any longer, he quickly gave another instruction and took good care of Quan Chu. Yu Xian, behind her, confusedly spoke up, Patriarch, did you mistake him for someone else? He's from the 9 provinces, not your era. There's no mis— Nien Gran insisted. It's him. That year, he fought alone in all directions, killing until even the heavenly gods feared his name and dared not fight him. For thousands and millions of years, I was blinded by and I forgot that this great deity still existed in the 9 provinces. She looked up at the sky for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Counting the days, it seems it's almost time. The agreed-upon day. 10 million years, it's exactly tomorrow. Ningran's eyes were filled with nostalgia and anticipation. I wonder how each of them is. This moment, the savage star continent was continuously emitting a distinct blue light amidst the vast gap. The people here were all gathered in a room with a blazing blue fire, seemingly discussing a very serious, devouring spirit beast descendant. Bei Qi stood in the center of the room and declared loudly, the Star Domain tournament is approaching. Countless star domains are constantly vying for power. It is truly fortunate that we can ally with the vast, profound, ancient continent to resist our tribe is blessed. A woman's voice, neither fast nor slow, me too. Profound, ancient, immortal Jing to shed her robe and said, however, our cooperation has one condition. Bei Qi respectfully bowed. Please, divine emissary Jingda, speak your mind. The alliance concerns sharing continent resources. As long as we can help, please speak freely. Jingda narrowed her. Behind her insincere smile was a hint of discomfort. I heard that recently you've been plundering everywhere in the Savage Lands, expanding your cultivation resource reserves. And in your recent list, the 9 provinces continent has appeared. Is this? He was immediately startled, his eyes wide. Bei Qi and his subordinates collectively knelt at her feet, explaining, this old man was wondering why a vast land like the profound ancient continent would suddenly cooperate with us. Turns out it's for this purpose. You want the 9 provinces that are in our hands. She spoke slowly, the smile on her lips vanishing. Then, what is your answer? He suddenly flared up, the burning fire intensifying. We've coveted this land for many years. If we can devour this place, we can upgrade to a rich land. That conniving woman, you go away. Jingda's face darkened. The people behind her quickly removed their robes. Then there's no need to talk anymore. Immediately after, she led her army into the mass of blue figures before them, and in just a few seconds, several of them were eliminated. The incident happened too quickly, leaving them all utterly confused. The leading flame quickly surged, and the blue figures, their eyes red, furiously shouted, how dare you lay hands? My father will definitely devour you. A woman extended her hand forward, creating immortal flames that immediately incinerated the savage barbarians. Bei Qi at this point trembled violently, his eyes unable to hide his shock. Our tribe is descended from spirit beasts. Every one of us is formidable. We should have won every battle, yet we unexpectedly fell so easily to these brats. They are the 9-star beasts cultivated by the profound ancient continent, at the human sovereign immortal venerable realm. He stood alone in the room where almost all his comrades had been eliminated. So the rumors were true. The profound ancient continent has not engaged in major affairs for so many years, yet they treat this tiny 9 provinces land as a precious treasure. Jingda threatened loudly, I warn all of you, do not covet the 9 provinces continent. He spoke softly, clutching his staff, his head, we will not offend again. From an unseen angle, Bei Qi with hateful eyes secretly thought, just give in for now. Later, I'll find a way to seize the 9 provinces. Once I ascend to a powerful, I will definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. However, his trick did not escape Jingda's all-seeing eyes. She didn't hesitate to stab him through the chest with a sharp blade, causing him to cry out in pain. Spurted everywhere. What drama are you putting on for me? Do you really think you still have a chance? The others quickly dealt Bei Qi several more blows. He collapsed to the ground, barely managing to stammer. Bei Qi crawled on the ground beneath Jingda, looking up at her, his voice hoarse. The 9 provinces continent. Everyone there is utterly useless in martial arts. Anyone can bully them, let alone ally with them. They're not even fit to be slave planets. You've protected them for so many years, not hesitating to pay the price of turning against many other tribes. Why, in the end, she answered without hesitation. There is someone very important to us there. For him, never mind the descendants of spirit beasts. Even if we had to become enemies with the heavenly gods, we would not flinch even a little. Jingda turned, preparing to step into the space portal behind her. It's not just me, my grand disciples, and all of the profound ancients are willing to fight for him until the very last moment. Bei Qi was still on the ground, writhing in pain like a worm, when the other party's voice spoke again. One more thing. Jing glared at him, her voice stern. My disciple will arrive at the 9 provinces continent tomorrow to meet that important person. As for your petty factions, whatever you think should be swallowed back down. But if you have even a hint of disloyal, consider the consequences yourself. She then vanished with her people, leaving Bei Qi behind with the eradicated. He remembered the image of an incredibly majestic woman and screamed in terror. Her disciple? Isn't that Chang Shi, the woman who has conquered large and small star systems throughout the star domain for millions of years? How could she be so highly regarded by her? Who is that exactly? At this moment, an incredibly peaceful atmosphere enveloped the picturesque scenery of the 9 provinces. In Cloud Prefecture, Chun Chang'an's estate. After listening to everyone's eager chatter, Chang'an was somewhat surprised. The Lantern Festival? While strenuously massaging Feng Qiyun, he listened to the pleas of his 3 female disciples. Ah, that feels good. My waiting for you all these years wasn't in vain. Master, please just go. Tomorrow's Lantern Festival is a once-in-a-century grand event. It's been so long since you've spent time with. Please come with us. Chang'an thought for a while, then nodded. I've never actually been to a Lantern Festival before. The system is still integrating my rewards, and Quan Chu is safe now and will wake up within 2 days. I should have nothing important to do. Bauer joyfully rushed forward and embraced. So you agree, Master? You're the best. So you belong to us for the whole day today, okay? No breaking your promise. No doing anything. At this moment, an incredibly peaceful atmosphere enveloped the picturesque scenery of Cloud Province in the 9 provinces. At Chun Chang'an's residence, after hearing everyone's persistent chatter, he was somewhat surprised. Lantern Festival. As he diligently massaged Feng Qiyun, he listened to the pleas of his 3 female disciples. Comfortable. Waiting for you all these years hasn't been in vain. Master, please go. Tomorrow's Lantern Festival is a grand event that only happens once every 100 years. Master, it's been so long since you've spent time with us. Please come with. Chang'an pondered for a moment, then nodded. I've actually never been to a Lantern Festival before. Currently, the system is still integrating rewards. Moreover, everything is peaceful now, and Chuansua will also wake up in the next day or 2. I should have no important matters. Bauer joyfully rushed over and hugged. So you agree, Master? You're the best. So you belong to us all day today, okay? No backing out. No doing anything. All right. She hurriedly pulled Truong Xie away. Master rarely goes out. Let's take Master to change clothes. We'll go ahead. Feng Qiyun sighed. Everything's being put off till tomorrow. You're really accumulating bad karma. Chun Chang'an sat atop the Violet Tower, enjoying the boisterous atmosphere below. Today was the premiere of Flesh Cushion, Part 2. Welcome, young masters, to the Spring Blossom Pavilion, where there's nothing but beautiful maidens. He smiled, unable to hide the joy in his heart. While operating within the 9 provinces' immortal realm and severing the disturbances of heavenly demons, such peaceful and stable days were truly rare. An hour ago, Bauer and Baiyu had instructed, please wait here for a moment at Master's residence. We're just going to take care of a few things and we'll be back soon. Didn't you say you wanted to buy new clothes? Tomorrow is the Flower Lantern Festival. The people celebrate together, and hanging lanterns and decorations is indispensable. Bauer and Baiyu are only starting to prepare now. Will they be ready in time? This kind of hopeless waiting was truly vexing. What exactly were they busy with? Just then, other guests recognized him and excitedly shouted, Provincial Lord, it really is him. Brothers, come quick. I never thought I'd see my idol so up close. Provincial Lord Chun. Everyone then swarmed forward, all looking at Chun Chang'an with gazes full of admiration. I heard that Provincial Lord Chen's wife is suffering from a serious illness. I have an ancestral immortal elixir. Please take it, Provincial Lord, and sign something for me. I like you very, very much. My wife is perfectly. Thank you for everyone's kind intentions. A hand quickly grabbed him from a. Baiyu had returned, just in time to rescue him from the increasingly chaotic crowd. Forgive me, Senior. Baiyu is late. Please punish Baiyu. Chun Chang'an let out a breath, then noticed a newly appeared box. What are you holding in your hand? She shyly hugged it tightly to herself, her face involuntarily flushing bright red as she shook her head repeatedly. No, it's nothing important. Just a few magical artifacts for cultivation. He chuckled upon hearing this. Baiyu, you usually cultivate so diligently. Chen Chang'an inadvertently glanced at the wooden box. he suddenly discovered something extremely interesting. He used his invincible domain, peering through it to see strange-looking items, things he seemed to have never encountered during his cultivation. His mind raced with calculations, searching his memories to figure out what Chun Chang'an stared at Bayu's face, red like a ripe tomato, and asked, "You're just buying clothes? What exactly are you trying to do?" "Senior, the place she brought him to was the Two Realms land. The Cold Orchid Pavilion was located independently in an area far from the capital." Bayu, and Chun Chang'an quickly landed, preparing to decide. He gazed at the majestic scenery around them and couldn't help but exclaim, "This commercial city actually has quite a few flavors from other regions. Its momentum is not ordinary." Bauer turned around and eagerly said, "Master, I've already thoroughly inspected this pavilion. Today you can rest assured and leave everything to." Following her inside, Chun Chang'an still kept an eye on the people there. The guards were all immortals. In the original timeline, this pavilion didn't exist. Perhaps it was also born after the great future cataclysm. Who could the pavilion master? Bauer, along with everyone else, bounced with great joy as they immersed themselves in the bustling atmosphere. "Master, this is our first time going out for a stroll like this. I'm so happy. You don't know how magical this place is." As she walked, she chirped endlessly, telling stories like a little bird. "I heard this pavilion was built in the 9 provinces over 1,000,000 years ago. It lacks nothing. This is precisely what attracts attention from all realms. Just one building can make the entire continent." Bauer said that besides trading, this place also divides its cultivation areas into floors 1 to 5. According to her, Floor 1 caters to the mortal cultivation stage. Floor 2, Human Immortal Realm. Floor 3, Earth Immortal Realm. Floor 4, Heavenly Immortal Realm. And Floor 5, Emperor Realm. The high fees weren't even worth mentioning for now. Many people wished to advance here and become regional power. And there was the most curious question. Who exactly was the female owner of the Cold Orchid Pavilion? Some said she was a powerhouse from the ancient emperor era. Others claimed she came from the Dark Mist Sea. All sorts of rumors had persisted in the world for over 1,000,000 years. Bauer felt that she was definitely a supreme great emperor, full of experience. Bauer glanced at the people eagerly lining up nearby. Cultivators from other planets also dreamed of meeting her once. But it was a pity there was no such opportunity. "Listening to you talk like that person must be incredibly formed." Chang'an reached out and took a small white card. His face turned pale, and his eyes widened as he stared at the item in his hand. Converted to modern currency, it's 9,000 yuan per set. How can this trash be sold for so much? This pavilion master is really The cultivators standing nearby immediately showed expressions of disdain upon hearing him speak. "Look at that pauper. People like him can't afford it, yet they still criticize the quality. He's already shown his true colors. Can anyone from the 9 provinces now come to the Cold Orchid Pavilion?" Bauer angrily waved her hand, calling over a manager. "Manager, Floor 1, please come here for a..." Bauer pulled out a black card. Then she pointed directly at the cultivators and shouted loudly, "These wretches dare to speak of my master like that? I cannot tolerate such ins..." Bauer immediately set her sights on the treasures in their hands. "I'll buy all the clothes, items, and cultivation materials in this area. Young Miss cannot bear to see such fine goods tainted by these vulgar individuals." As soon as the words left her mouth, the items in the hands of those people quickly disappeared in an instant. They were livid, glaring at her with gritted teeth. "The treasures that Martial Uncle needs have all been snatched away by..." The crowd went mad. They began to use their spiritual power, simultaneously lunging towards Bauer. "You foul-mouthed 9 provinces person. You've severed my destined opportunity." But Bauer and Bayu were no pushovers either. Their entire bodies glowed, emitting an incredibly terrifying pressure. Upon sensing this surge of power, those cultivators were all scared out of their wits. Their human immortal two watched them flee in terror, then let out a cold, displeased snort. With dazzling eyes, she looked at the first-floor manager. Young Miss Bauer has already... Witnessing the scene of her happily carrying the pile of precious items to Chun Chang'an, the first-floor manager felt a bit helpless. "Let's go try on clothes, master. In this era, these young ladies are willing to spend money like water for a man with no cultivation whatsoever." She'd only stand still and sigh, watching the two pull each other into the VIP. Her eyes suddenly widened. A bold thought flashed through her mind. Wait a minute, this familiar face that everyone here had seen daily suddenly became clear in her mind. Isn't the man in the pavilion master's portrait? The one who has been sought for many years? She quickly reported to the entire Cold Orchid Pavilion. However, his appearance was somewhat different. "Report it to the higher-ups first. All managers. Floor 1 has made an important discovery. As soon as the words, a group of people aggressively strode in from outside. The cultivators who had just run back to report had quickly returned with fierce-looking individuals. Marshal, they're on the first floor, boasting about their human immortal realm cultivation. Wait for them to leave this pavilion, kill them, and take back the treasures. At this moment, the management team of the Cold Orchid Pavilion gathered in the main control area. They all knelt and reported the situation. Pavilion Master, the man in the portrait the figure in the mirror heard this and lowered their gaze. Calculations show the day is indeed near. Please give your orders, Pavilion Master. She slowly appeared. Her steely voice commanded, listen carefully. From this moment on, no more guests are to be received. Activate the immortal gaze domain of the inner pavilion to its highest capacity. I need to see everything within the inner pavilion. Yes, all 5 floors immediately appeared. A golden eye capable of monitoring every single move of everyone present in the area. She gazed into the large mirror reflecting Chun Chang'en's face and growled. For so many years, I searched and found nothing. But when that woman wants to find you, suddenly a familiar figure slowly approached. It's time to return for a female pavilion master of the Cold Orchid Pavilion was none other than Han Shi. When you meet him again, what will your relationship? Chun Chang'en looked extremely flustered as Bauer pressed close to him. I can undress myself. Master, don't move. Bauer is just helping you take measurement. She conveniently pressed herself against his chest, her hands taking the opportunity to grope a little. And it felt quite convenient too. Bauer, his mind suddenly cleared. Chun Chang'en quickly realized that things were not simple. It was then that he realized Hong Yi's suspicious behavior. When committing a crime, there was always one person waiting outside to observe, guarding every movement around, worried about being discovered. Then it was Bai Yu's turn, doing her best to avoid any mishaps, ensuring that the accomplice outside completed the crime. Such a smooth operational process couldn't be achieved without countless days and nights of practice. Chun Chang'en trembled, pointing at them and accusing, "You audacious women! I haven't even settled the score with you for trying to take this master's body before. And now you want to? Senior, please calm your anger. It's all because Bai Yu's impure Dao heart led her to this sin. If you want to punish someone, punish Bai Yu first. It has nothing to do with She offered up the wooden box she had painstakingly. Bai Yu turned her back to him, her voice coy. Bai Yu is willing to bear all punishment. Senior, please don't spare. Bai Yu coyly presented the wooden box she had always carried. Normally, she could only use it herself, which she didn't like at all. This time, she turned her back to Chun Chang'en, her voice full of shyness. Bai Yu is willing to bear all punishment. Senior, please don't spare. He raised an eyebrow, his voice growing sharper. Presumption. Chun Chang'en gripped a whip, his nose beginning to bleed profusely. I originally didn't intend to do this, but it's a pity you don't show any respect for your senior. You arbitrarily touched my... Hearing Chun Chang'en's words about punishment, Bai Yu felt even more excited. Ever since that time on Flying Immortal Mountain, I've restrained myself for so long. Senior, the sharp crack of a whip immediately rang out, accompanied by a Bauer and Hong Yi fearfully embraced each other, witnessing their sister being punished. Do you know where you went wrong? Bai Yu knows. I know I was... The two, seeing her being hit so much, hurriedly spoke up. Bai Yu, we're sorry. We've implicated you. You must be in so much pain, right? Master, there's no need to take our... But Bai Yu immediately stopped them. No, I don't need it. The other two were even more moved upon hearing this. Good sister. For Chun Chang'en turned around and reached into the wooden box she had brought. Bai Yu, you're practically asking for more punishment like this. You actually don't know where you went wrong. He took out another whip, making Bauer even more frightened. If you don't tell the truth properly, I'll hit even harder. Master, Bai Yu is already covered in wounds. Can't you spare? Han Shi, seeing Chun Chang'en's shocking actions towards Bai Yu through the mirror, was enraged. You foul-mouthed man, are you enjoying yourself too much? The more Bai Yu screamed, the more furious Han Shi became. Senior, not that tool. It hurts too much. It should hurt. Today, I'll leave some marks on your body. You damn scoundrel. Later, I'll also leave some indelible marks on your... Han Shi turned and left, leaving behind the ambiguous moans of the two. Be serious for a bit. This is punish. 4-5 Manager In 2 sternly ordered her subordinates. The pavilion master has been looking forward to meeting that person for a long time. We absolutely cannot allow any interruptions at this. She quickly assigned tasks. Each of you go to your assigned floor to evacuate the guests. Remember, if you can persuade them to leave, persuade them. Try your best to avoid... Understood. Floor 1 and Floor 2 managers. Xu Qing and Xu Jiao couldn't help but discuss as they walked. The pavilion master has been searching for the person in that portrait for so many years. What exactly is this person to the pavilion master, huh? Anyone who can catch the pavilion master's attention definitely isn't an ordinary person, right? Could it be the pavilion master's ex-boyfriend? Intu immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. Silence! How dare you gossip about the pavilion master's affairs? Are you too tired of living? The guests in the pavilion are all difficult to handle. If you mishandle this and it affects the reputation of the Cold Orchid Pavilion, how many lives do you have to compensate for it? We wouldn't dare again. Xu Qing and Xu Jiao scurried away in fear. Quickly, get to work. Get to work. With such emphasis, I always feel something is about to happen. Intu suddenly called out from behind. Floor 4. Zifeng and Finchi, she watched the two, her voice somewhat heavy. Although those two have unruly mouths, there's one thing I'm also very worried about. The Cold Orchid Pavilion status is special. Up until now, we've only ever cared for ourselves. Intu frowned. The Cold Orchid Pavilion has existed in the 9 provinces for many years. We've never participated in any affairs of the 9 provinces. Even if the 9 provinces were to be destroyed, our Cold Orchid Pavilion could still exist in the void. Even during the Great Immortal War, when the 9 provinces were in such an uproar, we consistently ignored it. It is precisely because of the Cold Orchid Pavilion style of operation that we remain unshaken throughout the entire star. 3 of them began to express their concerns. This is the first evacuation and closure since the Cold Orchid Pavilion was established. Moreover, it's all because of someone with an unknown background. This is also what we're worried about. The guests on floors 1 and 2 are easy to deal with. But floors 3 and 4 consist of Earth Immortals and above. If one person handles it poorly, it could directly shatter our reputation. Intu turned and ordered. Therefore, once you've evacuated your respective floors, come find me here. Work cautiously. I must personally verify the opponent's identity. Yes, at this moment, Hong Yi was still standing outside the room, listening to the sounds inside. Senior, Bai Yu is about to be in a bad state. Master, please spare elder sister Bai Yu. Sounds very intense. A voice suddenly sounded behind her, catching her attention. Damn it! Why did they suddenly close off the pavilion? I was cultivating at a crucial moment. The cultivators here were all extremely dissatisfied. I was just about to comprehend a new cultivation technique when they cut me off halfway. This is the first time the Cold Orchid Pavilion has ever closed since its establishment. Why did I have to encounter it now? What terrible— Hong Yi's eyes darted around in confusion. Why do they suddenly want to close the pavilion? Do we have to leave too? But the master's business isn't finished. Intu approached her side and spoke. Young Miss Hong Yi, you are unfamiliar. She brought Zifeng and Finchi with her, using their pressure to suppress the other party. We've long heard of Provincial Lord Chen's great name. Now that we have this opportunity, we want to meet him ourselves. Immortal Emperor Realm. Their aura is too terrifying. I can barely— All 3 immediately used their spiritual power to suppress. Hong Yi, get out of the— Hong Yi, who was feeling suffocated, suddenly felt her entire body relax unexpectedly. The suffocating sensation suddenly vanished. A warm wave enveloped her body, dispelling the pressure. This feeling— this is Master's doing. It's Intu frowned, staring intently at the door behind Hong Yi. It's not that I don't trust the pavilion master, but some things must be seen with one's own eyes. Only then can we distinguish truth from falsehood. Is that man truly— Door opened. All 3 simultaneously pushed their way inside. Intu unhesitatingly advanced before Chen Chang'an. Meeting you in such a hurry, my apologies for the disturbance. The Cold Orchid Pavilion is currently closed. All powerful immortals on other floors have also been evacuated. She gritted her teeth, observing Chen Chang'an from head to toe in confusion. He has no cultivation whatsoever. He's just like a mortal. How can such a person be the one the pavilion master is looking for? Did floor 1 mistakenly identify him? This brat doesn't look like an ancient war hero at all. Extremely However, as he spoke, everyone in the room felt an overwhelming pressure, making them gasp for breath. So, that means only we are left, Chen Chang'an said coldly. Currently, I'm very busy and don't want to leave, but I can offer you a condition that you cannot refuse. All 3 were forced to their knees at his feet, unable to stand upright. This oppressive feeling actually made Immortal Emperor Realm experts like us gasp for breath. This person's cultivation is unfathomably profound. How could we dare to drive you away? Our pavilion master has been waiting for you for many years. She wishes to invite Senior Chun to meet, nodded and quickly waved his hand. All right, I'll just wait for her. In2 fearfully retreated from the room. Then I won't disturb Senior any further. Please enjoy your song. E also couldn't hide her bewilderment. Even an immortal Emperor realm expert has to bow before Chang'an rolled his eyes. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Wait for me. I hope it's not that woman from the Cold Orchid Pavilion. She's the one I can't handle. The atmosphere outside the Cold Orchid Pavilion was incredibly noisy and boisterous. Xu Qing and Xu Jiao bowed their heads to all the cultivators. We are truly sorry. Please, everyone, return home. You stay close and it's closed? What about our interrupted cultivation? How do you plan to compensate us? That's right. We came from a different star domain. How will you calculate our travel expenses for this round trip? Jiao quickly reassured them. Everyone, you can report your round-trip travel expenses truthfully to us. Our Cold Orchid Pavilion will definitely compensate you. The uncle of that cultivator's face darkened, his mouth twitching. What's going on? The Cold Orchid Pavilion is sealed. The cultivator asked in a daze. What do we do now, Master Uncle? Everyone's been driven out. Where are we supposed to find those people now? Damn it! He couldn't resist going out to watch the commotion. Besides us, everyone else has truly been driven out. Cultivator suddenly noticed her presence. She pointed straight inside and yelled, Isn't there still someone in there? Why can she stay while we can't? Please, don't make things difficult for us. Why is this making things difficult? Am I wrong? Cultivator said to his master uncle. Master Uncle, I know her. She's with those others. They definitely haven't left yet. All right. Men loudly stirred up the crowd. You want us to leave? Fine. Then treat us equally. That's right. Treat us same. The more Xu Qing listened, the darker her face became. Our Sun Wine Continent has been an esteemed partner of your pavilion for hundreds of years. You wouldn't want to sever this relationship for a few people of unknown origin, would you? Esteemed guests, I advise you to honestly leave. I will only say this once. Master Uncle approached Xu Jiao and whispered, Those brats stole my treasure. I must take them back to the Sun Wine Continent to deal with them cleanly. Just hand them over to me. You don't need to worry about the rest. We'll still be good friends after. Good. She couldn't help but swing her hand and slap him across the face. You're asking to die, Master Uncle. Jiao stomped her foot, glaring at the man flattened on the ground, and cursed. Just an immortal king realm cultivator, and you dare to harbor such delusion? The others, witnessing this scene, immediately flared up. Your Excellency wields great power. Today, without a word, you kick us out, even closing the doors for those few special people. What do you mean by this? We are also immortal venerable realm cultivators, all regular customers. If you truly want to cause trouble, I fear you won't gain any advantage. Seeing the crowd growing more agitated, Xu Qing secretly thought, This is bad. Those people are all from the 9 provinces. It seems the locals have some backdoor connections too, huh? Backdoor connections? Everyone here whose backdoor isn't strong. Which developed planet behind us isn't better than the 9 provinces? If the Cold Orchid Pavilion wasn't built here, we wouldn't even bother with this small piece of land. Elder sister, you were too rash just now. The resentment is growing stronger and stronger. Then Indo appeared and quickly used her power to drive away those cultivators. Those who dare to act in front of the Cold Orchid Pavilion will face the consequences themselves. She led Zifeng and Fanqi towards the group. All of you cultivators have been dispatched. Listen closely. The young master inside is someone our pavilion master has been searching for tens of thousands of years. Don't even mention a small Sun Wine Continent. All your star domains combined aren't as important as he is. Hearing this, the crowd's faces went pale. That poor kid? No, that young master is actually the person the pavilion master cares about. Offending the 5 managers is one thing, but if we provoke the pavilion master, we're fit. Then, a small scroll appeared in Xu Jiao. She didn't hesitate to burn it in an instant. From today onwards, the cooperation agreement between the Cold Orchid Pavilion and the Sun Wine Continent is hereby annulled. Anyone from the Sun Wine Continent will not be welcomed. Get back to your continent. If you dare to harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards the young master, our 5 managers of the Cold Orchid Pavilion will gather and flatten you. Others, hearing this, quickly blamed the instigators. 5 esteemed managers. We had no idea that young master was such an important person. It's all their fault. They were the ones who provoked first. Cultivator and his master uncle stared in shock. You're lying. Just now, you clearly wanted to drive them out. You were just insulting the Cold Orchid Pavilion. Don't even think about shifting the blame. The whole crowd immediately rushed to tear them apart. You criminals dare to defile us? You're seeking death, offending the pavilion master? Watch us beat you to death. After they were hastily knelt and kowtowed. We've already severely dealt with the instigators. Please leave the rest to the 5 managers. We still hope that today's matter won't be investigated. Man lay on the ground, gasping, reaching up to beg. I was wrong. I won't dare to again. Standing behind the door, was trembling from watching the spectacle. What a brilliant play. I should quickly tell Master. Then, a very strange ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. Same time, a similar ripple appeared near Jiang Quanchu, just like at the Cold Orchid Pavilion. The spirit aura of an outer realm powerhouse had descended upon the Jade Pond sacred realm. Sensing the divine power hidden within Jiang Quanchu, Jiang Ningran immediately rushed. She looked up at the ripple in the sky and exclaimed in astonishment, "A teleportation array? Whose is this?" Just then, the servant beside her pointed towards Quanchu and loudly said, "Matriarch, she." Jiang Ningran's eyes widened as she stared at Chuanchu's gently moving hand. Chuan's whole body began to tremble. Her eyebrows also slightly furrowed. She's about to wake up. Other side, a similar teleportation array also appeared. And after dealing with Baiyu, stepped out with an imposing aura. Baiyu, today was just a minor warning. If you reoffend in the future, I will punish your clan even more severely. Knelt on the ground. Senior's urging has loosened my cultivation, showing faint signs of advancement. Next time, I must find an opportunity for Senior to continue urging me so strictly. He pushed open the door. Yin Do and her group were already waiting. Chang'en was wearing a different white outfit, completely shedding his usual shyness. I wonder if Quanchu will like it? This outfit suits me very well. I'll choose this one then. His 3 female disciples, witnessing this transformation, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After changing clothes, it's like he's become a different person. Master is too handsome. Oh no, I want him again. The 5 managers also unconsciously blushed at Chang'en's imposing presence. No wonder the pavilion master can't forget him. He has both looks and strength. Which maiden wouldn't be smitten? And Hong-yi seemed to read her thoughts. They immediately turned to glare. Humph! They rushed forward to embrace Chang and, "Don't even think of Master Senior. Why is everyone acting like an idiot?" His eyes suddenly flickered, glancing towards the appearing teleportation. Chang'en used his spiritual power to sense it. The elemental energy of this spatial fragment is quite agitated. And it's not just one. It's also fallen right into Chuanchu's location. Is it an? Indo excitedly stepped forward and praised, as expected of Senior Chan, to be able to clearly detect the aura outside even in such a closed pavilion. Calculating the time, the pavilion master must be back. However, he immediately disappeared before them, leaving only one sentence that made their faces turn pale. "I'll be out for a moment. Back soon." Wait. Others stared in confusion at Indo, who was clutching her aching head. "He's gone. How are we going to explain this to the pavilion master?" Just as they were wondering what to do, the pavilion master of the Cold Orchid Pavilion finally appeared. Chang'en's 3 disciples saw everyone kneeling simultaneously and immediately recognized Han Shi's identity. She's the pavilion master? She's really beautiful. Someone like her. What's her relationship with Master? Han Shi looked around and immediately asked, "Where?" Indo trembled as she sensed a few traces of sharpness emanating from the other party. "Didn't you say he was waiting for me?" Bauer couldn't help but ask, "Pavilion Master? Are you looking for my master?" "Master." The words immediately made Han Shi drop her guard. "So it's a disciple? I thought he had someone in his heart already." Bent down and whispered something into the other party's ear. A single sentence that made Bauer freeze on the spot. His future descendant. Hong-yi and Baiyu's faces turned pale, their mouths twitching repeatedly. The 5 managers, hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Surge of spiritual energy rushed over, filling Han Shi with an ominous feeling. To the 9 provinces? It's not just me. That woman has arrived. She turned and stepped into the spatial pathway behind her. This time, don't even think about escaping my grasp. If you don't believe me, then come up. I'll verify it for you. Ningran, on this side, saw the person who had just appeared and stuttered in surprise. Why are you? A figure stepped out of the gate with an incredibly familiar voice. My dear little sister Jiang Ningran, you still look the same, unchanged. Do you remember me, Ningran? I temporarily put aside the invitation to the Star Domain competition organized by the gods and rushed here, precisely because I couldn't let my little sister get ahead of me. Then, Chun Chong and also arrived in time, witnessing the chaotic scene below. For so many years, I haven't dared to meet him because I felt I wasn't good enough, unable to take responsibility alone, unable to make him see me differently. Chang's whole body trembled. Those words were nothing short of a thunderbolt. Why is it her again? Why must we meet at such a crucial moment? I hope nothing goes wrong. The woman lightly smiled with full confidence. But now it's not like before. Chang, she placed her hand on her chest, filled with excitement. The me of now can perhaps proactively pursue. Ingran glanced in confusion at Jiang Quanchu sitting beside her. The divine maiden still harbors feelings for Chan Chang'en? If she finds out about Chuanchu's situation, who knows what she'll do? She followed the direction of her gaze, turning her head to ask, "Why do you keep staring at her? Who is?" Ningran hastily came up with a reason. "Divine maiden, she's a relative in my clan. She's been in a coma for a long time and hasn't woken up." She looked at Chuanchu's still, closed eyes and sighed. "What peerless beauty! She's truly beautiful. She is indeed the most beautiful person in our Jiang clan. The number of her pursuers is count." Chang, she suddenly raised her hand, summoning her spiritual power. "But I have a question. Ningran, your soul restoration spell hasn't yet reached consummate skill. What? My fate is ruined? Although there's divine power reinforcement, your spell's intensity isn't enough, so it can't resonate with it. After she wakes up, she's sure to lose her past memories." Waved her hand, creating a small barrier around Quanchu. "Fortunately, I've traveled through many star domains over the years and possess a secret technique that can awaken her. Ningran, remember this. To restore a soul, you must delve deep into the other party's soul sea and mend the fragmented memory." Shattered. Chuanchu's entire body suddenly trembled, her face contorting with discomfort. "Even if I glimpse dark secrets, it doesn't matter. Saving a life is most important. I reminded you before, little sister. You must perfect your Jiang clan's soul manipulation art. If Quanchu awakens but loses her most important memories, for those connected to her, it will be incredibly painful." Ren sighed, wiping away the faint sweat. "The art is complete. She must be about to wake up. Thank you. Fortunately, with your help, Quanchu is truly stable. Otherwise, Chan Chang'en would kill me." Quanchu stirred slightly, letting out a small, cat-like moan. Ran exclaimed in surprise, "Quanchu! You're a—" Quanchu opened her eyes, looking around in a daze. "What? Where's Chang?" She hastily stood up, ignoring the lingering pain in her body. "Chang'en, he's still fighting. I must quickly go to his side. The battle is over. He's very much alive. You should worry about yourself first." Ran turned towards Chang Shi, profusely thanking her. "Divine maiden, thank you for saving Quanchu. Not only I and the Jiang clan thank you. Chan Chang'en must also thank you." "Chang'en? What does this have to do with Chang'en?" Other party's question immediately made her freeze stiff. Oh no, I slipped." Jiang Yuxuan quickly spoke up from behind. "Quanchu is Chang'en's wife. You saved his wife, so of course he must thank you." The words immediately made Chang Shi's face darken considerably. Ningran flew over and covered her talkative mouth. Jiang Yuxuan, did her mouth say something wrong? And slowly floated down from the cliff at this. He directed his extremely worried gaze towards Quanchu, who had just woken up. "Him." She pushed Ningran's hand away and rushed towards. And Ningran watched her running with all her might from behind, calling out worriedly, "Be careful! You haven't fully recovered yet." Chuanchu's eyes at this moment. She could see nothing but that man. Spread his arms wide, embracing her tightly. "Here." Chang Shi watched the scene and froze stiff, unable to utter a single. Just then, a sudden flash of light shot towards everyone, accompanied by an arrogant voice. "I need to confirm something with Han." She led the way out of the spatial circle. "Those girls still don't believe me? I have the earliest relationship with him, do you understand? Calling me senior sister-in-law first is a sure thing." What met her eyes was the sight of Chang and intimately embracing Jiang Quan. The system, as if striking gold, rang out 2 ding-ding sounds. "Random mission detected. Host detected in an exciting situation. Please attend the Lantern Festival with the 3 women and develop a more harmonious, profound, and intimate emotional relationship. Mission completion reward. A 1-minute Invincible clone card." Chang'en's mouth just twitched at this. "System, are you doing this on purpose? You damned protagonist baiting." The Lantern Festival of the 9 provinces continent symbolizes the beginning of a new year. On this day, all schemes, grudges, and jealousies are temporarily set aside. Everyone lights their own lanterns, wishing blessings for the new. Lanterns hang high, bad omens fly away. May all of you have a smooth new year, and your achievements a sharp knock of a grinding stone against a wooden table. A deep voice resounded. The story goes that this man, surnamed, fanned himself, his demeanor growing stern. He clearly had a girlfriend, yet he couldn't control his nature of flirting with women everywhere. And he even ended up getting involved with his girlfriend's best friend. When the girlfriend found out, what else could happen? She directly stabbed him to death with a single blade, and this best friend was also a cruel woman. She casually killed her longtime sworn sisters, then took the head of the man surnamed Liu and fled far away. Listeners couldn't help but feel sorrow. Indeed, very tragic. If you wish to enjoy a lifetime of blessings, you should first possess an immortal body, or at least have a sweet tongue that knows how to coax people, able to make every lady happy and pleased. A man curiously asked the old man, "So, what if someone has encountered all the situations mentioned above, and even worse? How should one break out of such a predicament?" "You mean, if a man's sworn wife, confidants, and companions who shared hardships with him all gathered together to ask him who he truly loves, how should he resolve it?" This question immediately piqued the interest of all the men. If all the women were to gather in one place at the same time, then even a super sweet-tongued man would be useless. They would definitely gang up on him. The best outcome would be the sisters fighting among themselves. The worst would be that man probably losing his life. But what if that man was truly a genius? What if he had a way? The old storyteller shook his head, firmly stating, "It has nothing to do with genius. This male problem has no solution. If such a situation truly occurred, the main character, I am currently ensnared in the clutches of 3 women, all thanks to the system's absurd quest." Chang and found himself in the exact same predicament as the man in the old storyteller's tale. He could only pray for more time. He still tried to appear calm, lifting his teacup. Drinking tea in Asura field? How hard could it be? All 3 women simultaneously reached out to each of them shot glares full of gunpowder at their rivals, muttering, "This is for..." The 3 of them refused to yield to each other, their throats rumbling with growls, ready to pounce and tear each other. Chang'en's eyes darted around. He retrieved the teacup and chugged it down. "Our reunion should be a happy day. I'll drink this. You all just feel to yourselves." Outside the door, Bao Er and Bai Yu peeked in, whispering, "This is probably Master's biggest challenge in this life. I hope they don't discover Master's and our secret. The relationship between those 3 women is too volatile. If it's discovered, we'll be heavily punished." Managers also couldn't resist eavesdropping. The atmosphere is so tense. I've been battling for many years and have long since disregarded life and death. Yet the scene before me now ignites a sense of long-lost tension I've never experienced before. She crushed the teacup in her hand, nearly snarling at Chang'en. "You've been sitting here for so long, yet you still haven't introduced everyone. Why have you never mentioned anything about other women before?" The system frantically warned, trembling. "That's a trap, host. Just one answer from you would be equivalent to confirming the demonic woman's status as the primary wife. You don't need to tell me. I already know." Chang Shi, itching for a fight, interjected mockingly. "Do we really need Chang'en to introduce us? I still remember all your embarrassing childhood stories. Even now. Do you need me to help you recall you?" She took Chang'en's hand, softly speaking words of affection. "For so many years, I haven't been by your side, darling. It's perfectly normal for you to be dazzled by the worldly splendor outside. I can understand. But now I've returned, and I will absolutely never leave you again." She couldn't hold back, slamming her hand on the table. "Changshi, we haven't met in millennia, and your skills have certainly improved, haven't they? What do you mean you've returned? You speak as if Chang'en has acknowledged you. The matter between Chang'en and me doesn't concern you, junior sister. Husband. My love. This whole time, Jiang Quanchu had remained silent. Li Er spoke up, full of grievance. "Is our relationship..." Chang'en, one hand on his chest, slammed the other on the table. "It's not what you think. I slipped up. This Shura field is tough to... Damn it!" All 3 turned their hopeful gazes towards him. "So what is it? Tell us. Between the 3 of us, you can only choose one. I trust Chang'en can make the right decision." In his mind, Chang'en cursed the system 1,000 times. They practically want to stab each other to death. "Tell me, how can I make them coexist peacefully? Tell me." "Host, calm down. They might just want to tease you." So thrilling, thought flashed through his mind. He glanced at Han Shi, who was secretly channeling her energy under the table, always ready to attack the others. After careful consideration, what they cared about wasn't each other's existence, but his attitude. Any explanation would only make the situation more chaotic. This move was originally meant for when you were seduced by Changxi. Using it now works just the same. And secretly used a mind-calming mystic art to soothe Han Shi. Host, you have blocked the magic from Han Shi. The opponent will not be on guard. Reached his hand down and gently touched her trembling hand. Chang'an. It worked so quickly. His eyes flashed. It seemed she had noticed. He cleared his throat and roared, startling even the system. All this squabbling is annoying the hell out of me. Don't you want to know the truth? Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. Who is the woman I care about? Host is too bold. You're almost dead. 3 looked at him, their eyes filled with anticipation and worry. Tell us. Who is it? Husband. Chang'an's 3 disciples outside were also on tenterhooks. The senior is about to reveal it. Is Master crazy? Now that 2 more people have appeared, aren't they going to fight until one of them dies? We're doomed. Chang'an stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. First, she and I have done many kinds of things that adults do together. We did them tirelessly. Do I need to reveal them now? Did those things with whom? When? You're really something. Chang'an, do you still have a choice? Their urging, he continued to speak ambiguously. Who is that woman? Who else could it be? In an extraordinary place, I coincidentally met her. Our hearts aligned, our souls intertwined. Words struck directly at Changxi's fluttering heart. She knew her cultivation couldn't compare to mine, so she secretly worked hard without my knowledge, hoping that one day she could change the world's prejudice and roam myriad realms with me. My love, are you talking about me? I toiled for millennia precisely to be worthy of you. It turns out you saw it all. Her face flushed red, and she already had an answer in her heart. And I truly only did those kinds of things with you, which means I'm the one you care about most. After that, and rested his chin on his hand and continued, because the Great War forced us to separate. I only regret that my strength was not sufficient. Then, Han, she trembled all over, her eyes welling up with emotion. Unable to break through the karmic ties immediately to appear before you. All these years, there hasn't been a single moment I stopped missing you. You must have waited for me for so long. Just thinking about it. My chest aches as if my heart is being cut by a knife. Lowered her head, covering her flushed cheeks. He's truly talking about me. Hanshi's eyes welled up, trying to suppress her sobs. All these years, I truly almost gave up on him. Suddenly stood up. Furthermore, who knows how many times we've tumbled around together. Indeed, he cares about me. Turned and walked towards the balcony, leaving the 3 women with his back. If I, Chang'an, had been a little stronger back then, I would certainly not have allowed the 2 of you to be separated. With a woman of feeling, there's a man of intention. Suddenly snapped his fingers. May the heavenly Tao bear witness. I, Chang'an, absolutely will not be entangled with any other. In the sky, a display of sparkling fireworks immediately appeared. Host, the system received it. This bet is sure to be moving. In this life, I won't disappoint. Chu was utterly astonished by the scene before. Chang'an is so outstanding, it's inevitable that he attracts some women. I shouldn't keep worrying and being afraid of losing him. I must show them my magnanimity. I mustn't make husband Chang'an uncomfortable. As he was about to make a public declaration, all 3 spoke in unison. That woman is. No need. We already know. The system truly hadn't anticipated this move. Host, the love story you told fits all 3 women. That's exactly what I wanted. To make them consciously understand the meaning, yet implicitly leave it unsaid. As long as each of them considers herself the primary wife, there won't be any more fighting. For now, I can consider myself to have passed this first fierce ordeal. Next, I want each of them to experience a bit of my prowess. Then, Chang'an's 3 disciples outside also began fidgeting and fantasizing together. Master, so you like Bao Air. Master, so it turns out the person you care about most is Senior Red Robe. So Bayu wasn't just hopelessly fantasizing alone. Are all 3 of these people crazy? The outer realm divine palace of the 9 provinces continent. An unusual light suddenly appeared. Figures appeared in the sky. They then slowly descended right before. Celestial emissary Sai Chi and Tu Li looked around. I recall the 9 provinces continent being an ownerless land. These auras clearly belong to a domain lord. Furthermore, based on the aura, this domain lord seems to be from the lower realm. Li loudly asserted his authority. Spirits of the 9 provinces continent, heed my command. Come quickly to me. He watched as a distant bolt of lightning towards them. It suddenly erupted in a furious rage, streaks of lightning shooting out everywhere. Audacious madman! How dare you yell so loudly in this venerable one's divine palace? Perish! Li swiftly counterattacked in an instant. The opponent was stunned. Blocked so easily? This is preposterous. Then unleashed another furious gale. Is it because I, the heavenly Tao, am useless, or are those two too powerful? Its might. Li blocked it once more. Watch me display my power and scare you to thrust his hand forward, launching a counterattack. Just the heavenly Tao of 9 provinces. Do you think you're worthy of flaunting your might before an emissary like me? As the left his lips, the blue light immediately vanished, shrank into a trembling ball and stammered, "See celestial emissary, my lord, heavenly." Lightning spirit looked at the other's oppressive aura, unable to help but be terrified. Never before has a celestial emissary visited the 9 provinces' divine palace. Who would have thought that today, 2 would arrive at once? As the heavenly Tao of 9 provinces and a temple spirit, you daringly chose a master on your own. And after choosing a master, you didn't even report it to the celestial emissaries? Do you intend to rebel? Hastily explained. Reporting to celestial emissary, my lord. I did not rebel. It's all because that person's strength is too immense. If I didn't obey, he would have beat. Sai Chi frowned in rebuttal. What's so scary about someone from the lower realm? I order you to quickly eliminate that lower realm fellow and replace him with another celestial. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Heavenly lightning spirit shook its head repeatedly. No, no, no. Actively canceling the recognition of the domain lord will harm the entire continent's fortune. 9 provinces is already an untamed land. If its fortune is further damaged, it will definitely fall into utter repeatedly kowtowed before the 2 celestial emissaries. I beg celestial emissary, my lords, to be merciful. Don't provoke him. Chun Chang'an's strength is unimaginable. If I betray him, he will surely cut me into pieces. Moreover, he treats me very well. If I were to switch to someone else now, I might not be treated the same way. Li snorted coldly in contempt. Such a barren place. Even its temple spirit is useless. Beaten by a lower realm fellow and still praising him so highly. Threw something towards the heavenly lightning spirit. Take this. This is your choice. Don't regret it. The golden card before it, its entire body trembled even more. This is a token to participate in the Star Domain Tournament. Star Domain Tournament. This is a brutally fierce competition to contend for star domains. Participants usually either die or go mad. Even if one is lucky enough to win, they will become a toy for the Celestials to contend. After handing the token to the heavenly lightning spirit, Tu Li and Sai Chi turned and left. Previously, you were an ownerless land, so you naturally didn't have to participate. But now you have a master, so prepare to join the battle. The token has been issued. You should understand the punishment for skipping the competition. No! After just a few minutes of interaction, it was utterly withered and stammered. I understand. Why do I feel like I've just walked into a trap? It seems he has a scheme to retaliate against this land's lower realm master. Even the strongest heavenly Tao of this planet is like this. How strong could the master of 9 provinces continent possibly be? Husband, this wild land is inherently like this. How can it compare to those great deities who possess vast lands? Since the heavenly Tao of 9 provinces has accepted the battle ticket, its master is compelled to obey the summons. At this moment, at the Cloud Province City Lord's Chang'an was still engrossed in dealing with the 3 women. I didn't expect the Lower Realms Festival to be so interesting. I still want to continue sightseeing. We've explored almost everywhere now. Continuing further would disturb the residents. The night, grown late. Chang Shi, blushing, shyly glanced at him. Then, for the rest of the time, what's meant to happen will happen eventually. The 3 of them, each in their own room, simultaneously winked at Chang'an. Chang'an, we should head to our rooms to rest now. The system couldn't help but fidget excitedly. So exciting, host. Don't lose this time like before. Who will he choose? He confidently nodded in defiance. I'll probe everywhere, dig traps everywhere. His previous words had merely been to calm their emotions. True peace would depend on his performance. Pavilion Master of Cold Orchid Pavilion, the foremost demonic woman of the celestial devils, Han Shi, leaned against the door, her eyes full of hidden meaning. My shoulder is a bit uncomfortable. It would be nice if someone could give me a massage. Good. The holy maiden of the spring goddess, Chang Shi, also spoke shyly. Chang'an, I have many things I want to tell. Darling, or the charming immortal domain prodigy, Jiang Quan Chu, directed her teary, coquettish gaze towards him. Like a kitten, she meowed twice. Husband, Chang'an flashed a bright smile and nodded. All right. I'll prepare for a moment and then come in. Do I still have to choose now? Choose those 3 old women? This old man wants them all. Stood in the deserted corridor, swaying back and forth for a moment. He was mentally preparing himself for the battle. The system kindly reminded him again. Host, they don't mention it aloud, but in reality, they're all probing to see whose room you'll enter eventually. This is the final challenge. I've figured it out. Of his mouth curved into a cunning smile. It seemed Chang'an had anticipated this scenario as well. I also have my own way of countering this. His eyes gleamed. His hand also emitted small sparks of lightning. Immediately, 2 copies of himself appeared in a completely different interface. System. Persona shift. Ever since 2 personas simultaneously appeared in the primordial era, I've gained quite a few skills. Now I can control multiple personas. Led the way towards the row of rooms. His eyes shone like car headlights. He strode forward with surging confidence and momentum. Tonight, let's give it our... Chang'an's demon lord persona naturally stepped into Han Shi's room. His finger gently caressed her plump lips, colored with a deep pinkish-purple lipstick, placed an intensely passionate kiss upon them. The 2 then embraced each other like moths drawn to a flame. Shi's face flushed crimson. In the burning atmosphere, she gently pushed him away, reminding him, "To the bed!" and lifted her into his arms and headed towards the already prepared bed. And she bent over and lay face down, her taut backside slightly arched upwards, waiting for the manhood of the one she had longed for all this time. Then, Han Shi was seen clutching the bedsheets tightly, her eyes squeezed shut, her head tilted back, and she began to emit moans filled with affection. A persona snuck into Chang Shi's room. From behind, he buried his head in her neck, inhaling her scent. "You smell truly wonderful." Chang Shi blushed, shyly shaking her head. "No, not at all." Gently bit her delicate and sensitive earlobe, making it flush red as if about to explode. "Even the robe I gave you has been imbued with your scent, blending each other." Chang Shi's entire body trembled. She stammered in explanation. It might be because I wore it for too long. After all, it's a treasure you gave me, darling." Suddenly grabbed both her hands, his voice questioning. "Your actions today attracted so many gazes. You have quite a few admirers, don't you? Don't say such disheartening things. I only care about you, darling," raised an eyebrow challengingly. "Then prove it to me." Immediately after, Chang Shi gathered all her courage and pushed him onto the bed. She passionately kissed his lips, which were always prone to uttering playful nonsense. The real Chang'an, meanwhile, was sitting by Jiang Chuenshu's bed, checking on her health. It seems she hasn't recovered well yet. As soon as she lay down, fatigues, seeing her mumbling in a daze, he gently stroked her soft hair. "Chang'an, I am here by your side. You can rest assured and rest." Jiang Quanchu frowned, reached out her hand, and said one word, "Hand," grabbed the hand before her, playfully exclaiming, "I caught you, darling. What do you want to do?" Resting her cheek on his warm hand, Quanchu smiled contentedly, slowly closing her eyes, turned and embraced his arm with both hands. She rubbed her soft face against it. "Nothing at all. I just want to touch you, darling." System's ding-dong sound rang out at this moment. "Congratulations, host, for completing the Shura Field mission. Obtained a 1-minute escape card." Outside, a powerful lightning bolt struck the inn where Heavenly Spirit and 3 others were. Heavenly Spirit flew into Tone So's room, frantically shouting as if the house was on fire. "Oh, Master something big has gone wrong," it cried hysterically, quickly reporting the situation. "What do we do, Master? The divine envoys found out that I acknowledged you as my master. They're forcing you to participate in the Star Domain War. We're waiting for you at the Divine Temple now." Yet Chang'an showed no fear, calmly raising a finger to his lips. "Come with me now, Heavenly Spirit." He frowned irritably, reminding it. She just fell. "Don't make any noise." Yes, Heavenly Spirit was internally panicking, but had to keep its mouth shut. "Oh heavens, this is not the time for this. If we're late, they'll slaughter us, and then an even greater danger might arise." Thinking of the arrogant divine envoys, Heavenly Spirit shivered involuntarily. "I know Master Chang'an is very strong, but the Star Domain War can't be won by relying on just one person. It's mostly about collective combat. Under a disadvantageous situation with limited power, the consequences would be extremely dire. Moreover, those divine envoys are also considered among the referees of the Star Domain War. In terms of status, aside from the vast, unjudgeable lands, all other barbaric lands are under their control." Chang'an calmly lulling Tone So to sleep, It could only purse its lips helplessly and sweat profusely. To think that these rigid entities have to wait for now. Only Master can pull that off. I'm dying of anxiety. As it predicted, Tu Li and Sai Chi on the other side, who were only waiting for Master Chang'an, were already causing trouble at the Divine Temple. Was furious at Chang'an's disrespect. At most, he's just a junior. How dare he not come to receive the order? His eyes shot out sparks, carrying a murderous aura as if he wanted to tear the other person apart. To refuse an order is to defy a celestial god. This crime is punishable by death. I will go to Jojo to condemn you. Will you still dare to stand against me then, Spirit? Heavenly Spirit urgently rolled around. If the celestial god blows up Jojo, I'll vanish. Chang'an frowned helplessly. You've been with me for a while now, for better or worse. Why are you so scared? Acting like such a coward. Cried out in fear, losing control of its words. Master, they're not the same. They're divine envoys, backed by celestial gods. They're super peak level beings. I'm scared. Annoyed, he grabbed its head and dragged it outside. Just keep your voice down. Don't scream and wake Tonso. The suddenly chimed in. Warning. The core law of Jojo's heavenly Tao is unstable. In the long run, this will affect Jojo's spiritual fortune. Host. Please quickly restore the heavenly Tao's time limit, 10 minutes. Only then did Chang'an realize the danger. A decrease in spiritual fortune would cause chaos in Jojo's reincarnation path, and its people would face disaster. Gradually, death chi would shroud all of Jojo. Host. Please quickly restore the heavenly Tao's time limit, 10 minutes. His clone technique, clone at will, indicated that the heavenly Tao state clearly affected a continent's spiritual fortune. He glanced at heavenly spirit in his hand. Ever since I subtly brought all of Jojo into the invincible domain, I've noticed Jojo's spiritual fortune decreasing. Compared to the arrogant, confident, and domineering heavenly Tao that first appeared, it has now become fearful and cowardly. Although I cannot cultivate, I understand the importance of a Tao heart to a cultivator. If the Tao heart is unstable, at best one suffers chi deviation. At worst, one's body and Tao. Chang'an sighed, then turned. The core law of the heavenly Tao is equivalent to a cultivator's Tao heart. It cannot be underestimated. He spoke, reminding heavenly spirit behind him. Let's go meet those two divine envoys. Matt, you want to go to the divine temple? Upon hearing this, it immediately flared up. I'll send you to the no need. However, Chang'an quickly refused the offer. Divine temples outside a domain all have spatial connections to their respective continents. Jojo will be no exception, he said, extending his hand forward. Which means, a beam of light immediately appeared, creating a gateway linking spaces. The invincible domain could open a path through it. This was even beyond the system's predictions. This works too. At this moment, Tu Li was still extremely irritated. Ignoring a celestial god's command is a grave sin. I must go to Jojo to punish you. Let's see if you dare to face this divine envoy directly. Husband, let's go teach them a lesson. Just as the words left her mouth, a giant hand suddenly lunged from behind, seizing both of them. Was stunned, sparks flying from his eyes as he yelled. What? Just a few seconds later, he and his wife were dragged by that hand into the beam of light. In another dimension, Chang'an and Heavenly Spirit had already been waiting. Sudden appearance caused no small shock. Tu Li and Sai Chi lay painfully on the shattered rocks, coughing in fits. Had just sat up when he furiously cursed. How impudent! How dare you set ambush? To Heavenly Spirit's fear, Chang'an calmly asked, These two are the ones who made you so agitated, aren't they? Lord Divine Envoy, how did you do? Sai Chi anxiously helped the person next to her up. Husband, you are the master of Jojo. You actually possess some power. His wife's hand away, he went mad, beginning to unleash his spiritual power. But I want him dead. To forcefully move us directly from the divine temple here, this person is absolutely not simple. He must be killed in one blow. However, the light and pressure he had just created suddenly vanished in the blink of it. This left Tu Li himself in a state of bewilderment. How can this be? My power seems to have vanished in an instant. I can't unleash it. Seizing the moment the opponent wasn't paying attention, Chang'an moved behind him and grabbed his head with one hand. You're the junior who relied on your prestige to intimidate my heavenly Tao. Shouldn't you apologize? The more he listened, the more enraged he became. Beast! Who exactly are... Before he could finish speaking, Chang'an stomped his head firmly into the crumbling rocks below. He pulled the disfigured head up with his hand and repeated, I said, apologize. You, who exactly are you? that he still wouldn't open his mouth. Chang'an slammed his head down once more. You answered wrong. She, seeing her husband being tortured like this from behind, couldn't help but be terrified. I'll give you another chance to speak. Apologize. Tu Li and I know each other down to every small detail. We've supported each other all the way to this day. I've never seen him so meek like this. Tu Li weakly stammered towards Heavenly Spirit. I apologize. Shouldn't have scared you. Please forgive me. Are you still scared? If you are, I'll keep hitting him. Its entire body trembled uncontrollably. It couldn't believe its eyes. A dignified divine envoy was being beaten without any power to fight back. No different from a helpless child. Just as Tu Li was desperately pleading, the system suddenly announced, real-time report. Heavenly Dao's morale has increased by 50%. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I didn't mean to harm. It was all the celestial god's orders. However, to Heavenly Spirit's fear, the Heavenly Dao's morale dropped by 50%. You hit a divine envoy, they can report it to the celestial god. If the celestial god punishes Chang'an, Chang'an whispered into Tu Li's ear, do you want to report this to the celestial god? I wouldn't dare. Spare me. Sai Chi now became increasingly aware of the danger emanating from Chang'an. Tu Li, it's not that I don't want to save you. It's just that this disparity in strength truly exceeds our expectations. That young man is definitely not an ordinary person. His realm is already near the peak of godhood. My will to fight has long since vanished. Chang'an suddenly turned towards her, startling her. So, you want to report me? I swear on the immortal, I absolutely will not do. Threw Tu Li back towards her. Wouldn't it have been better if you had been so sensible from the start? Spirit excitedly clung to him, trying to curry favor. Master, you're too strong. I've lived for billions of years and have never seen anyone beat a celestial envoy senseless. You're my biological father. No, you're my god. This is just a normal operation. It seems you'll have to follow me for a long time to broaden your horizons, Chang'an said. His mood became enthusiastic, which was also when Jojo's Heavenly Dao recovered its morale, and he received his reward. Chang'an could only smile helplessly. Master Chang'an is here. Let's see who dares to bully you. It's so simple to restore morale. It seems I still need to find more opportunities to it. As if remembering something, Heavenly Spirit turned to ask, oh right, what about this Star Domain War entry ticket? Not interested. Looked like it had found gold, biting onto the token. I knew it. Although the rewards for the top 3 places in this competition are extremely tempting, my master basically doesn't need them. Heard this and leaned his mouth to its ear, asking, what else are you? Heavenly Spirit honestly replied, there are 3 types of rewards for the competition. The first prize is still confidential. No one has ever achieved it, so currently no one knows what the first prize is. The second prize is promotion to godhood. The third prize allows the continent where the participant resides to upgrade by 1 level. To explain, the realm of a continent is limited by the realm of its cultivators. Came more surprised the more he listened. The highest realm a barbaric land can produce can reach immortal emperor. A vast land can reach the domain god realm. The higher up, the higher it goes. This is information I haven't encountered yet. Continue said. Heavenly Spirit became more enthusiastic as it spoke. Furthermore, when the continent's level increases, the more spiritual fortune the entire continent returns to its inhabitants. The Heavenly Dao, which is me, will become stronger. Once I become stronger, the laws of the entire continent will become more stable. The more stable the continent, the denser its spiritual fortune. This means the higher the continent's level, the stronger its Heavenly Dao. And the stronger the Heavenly Dao, the more prosperous the continent will become. Chang'an exclaimed in admiration, listening to its explanation and Heavenly Spirit's knowledge. All things in the world, the cycle of life, all have their own laws. After billions of long years, through countless purifications and the permeation of the great Tao, principles become laws. Among myriad laws, only 1 or 2, through fortunate coincidence, can gain spiritual light between heaven and earth, opening their spiritual consciousness and refining a core law. This is the Heavenly Tao. In truth, the Heavenly Tao that can bind heaven and earth fundamentally does not exist. The Heavenly Tao rotates laws. Lightly, it changes the times. Heavily, it changes heaven and earth. So don't look at me like this. I've actually lived for billions of years. I've even swallowed the banner of glory. Couldn't help but tease it. You've lived for billions of years and are still so weak? 2 domain gods scared you stiff. The Heavenly Tao also has levels. My core law is not yet perfected. There's still room for improvement. Chang'an began to get curious. What level are you? The heavenly Tao is divided into wisdom Tao, spirit, law Tao, and command Tao. These correspond to a heavenly Tao that has just comprehended laws, a heavenly Tao that has grasped rudimentary laws, a heavenly Tao that can independently change laws, and a heavenly Tao that is the law, respectively. I'm still young. I've only comprehended for a few 100 million years. He chuckled. You're at the wisdom Tao level. I thank you watching for vid. Chang'en's eyes darted around as he mused. I've already guessed that the third reward of the competition is very important to the heavenly Tao, and the second reward is godhood. My clone hasn't been upgraded for a long time. Obtaining godhood might allow my clone to advance to the next level, the God clone. He looked directly at Heavenly Spirit, the young one who still didn't know it was about to be trained, and formed a plan. Furthermore, I can take this kid along and cultivate it well. How can my heavenly Tao, Chang'en's heavenly Tao, only stop at the wisdom Tao? A rare invitation from the celestial gods. I must fully enjoy this competition. Grasping the information, Chang'en quickly told Tu Li to lead the way to the area outside the celestial gods. As he and his wife arrived, he spoke up. Senior, this is it. This is a space-time gate created by the celestial gods. Entering from here will escort you to the main hall to participate in the Star Domain competition. The official competition will begin in 2 hours. Was surprised by these words. The celestial gods provide escort? Are they usually so generous? It seems this is a one-time thing. About 1,000 years ago, after that incident, the Star Domain competition was halted for a long time. This time, it can be restarted. So the celestial gods all attach great importance to it. Looked at the token in his hand while listening to the other party. The rewards invested are even rarer, attracting the strongest fighting forces from all 4 directions to participate. At that time, there might be continuous casualties and conflicts. Senior, please be more careful. It seems that recreating the purest original body was the correct decision. Suddenly felt something strange emanating from the gate. The consciousness of this gate resonates with my reverse time-space divine art. B. Seeing that Chang'en said nothing, Tu Li hastily waved his hand, looking for an excuse to escape quickly. Tian Wangchen is also here, senior. If there's nothing else, my wife and I will take our leave. Didn't forget to glance at them and remind them, don't forget what you agreed to with me in Jojo. You too. Faces instantly turned pale. Sweat poured down like rain, and they stammered. We will definitely do it, was because half an hour earlier he had interrogated them. You two are also referees of the competition. Chang'en mischievously leaned closer and whispered into Sai Chi's ear. Madam, help me with something. You'll do this. The other party immediately objected upon hearing it. This? Absolutely not, senior. If I do something like that, what will my husband think of me? Said nothing. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Tu Li. He pulled him towards himself, one finger beginning to gather spiritual power, ready to plunge it directly into his head. Impossible. Madam, it seems you still don't understand your situation. Chang'en wore an extremely wicked smile. Are only celestial gods allowed to set rules to suppress us? To order us around? As if we were born to be controlled by you? Madam, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your husband, would you? She could only purse her lips helplessly, silently cursing him as a demon in her mind. We agree to your She pressed her lips together, a wave of anxiety quickly rising in her heart. Tu Li, I've truly harmed you terribly. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. I hope this isn't discovered by the celestial gods. At that time, she hadn't realized what kind of monster she had truly let in. She stood still, watching Chang'en's back as he gradually entered the celestial god's domain. His act of becoming an insider in this competition might provoke the wrath of all the moment he stepped inside, a beam of light suddenly Chang'en's eyes widened as he began to take in the magnificent scene before him was the spiritual domain land, the immortal assembly star domain competition of the East. The other participants, upon noticing Chang'en, immediately looked at him with great disdain. He's the 188th. Looks like everyone's here. What are you looking at? Just keep an eye on that fool. Of them felt little goodwill towards him. What a strange face. I've traveled for many years and never heard of this character. He's probably just a junior. So, isn't he just canon? A person standing beside them spoke up, reminding them, not everyone in this star domain competition is cannon fodder. Look at those individuals over there. That's Shenming Pontiff, who, relying on a wicked god's fortuitous encounter, wiped out all prodigious cultivators of his generation. The person they were talking about was Lin Qiqing, possessor of the myriad Tao body. From a barren continent with weak immortal fortune, he rapidly rose. Over the past 100,000 years, he led his clan to battle tens of thousands of ancient beasts, eventually achieving the immortal Emperor Dao. He is the youngest continent lord of the Eastern Star Domains. That is Mo Huashi, continent lord of the Void Heaven continent. His talent is unparalleled. Relying on the power to swallow mountains and rivers, he disdains the aptitude of his peers. He learned an ancient god's secret art and broke through to immortal emperor in less than 100,000 years, suppressing the foreign demon race, his prestige shaking the... And there's Yulan, continent lord of the White Spirit continent, on the other side. She swept through the 8 wildernesses, fighting against 10 generations of foreign races. After seizing the position of continent lord, she expelled all men from the continent, reformed it, and renamed it the matriarchal continent. However, the celestial gods and surrounding continents have, from beginning to end, not recognized the nation she established. Lan heard the whispers about her country and frowned irritably. That place is a land of beauties. I really want to go see it. It might even become famous. As the discussion was heated, a plume of green smoke suddenly flew down from above. Everyone who witnessed the scene was startled. What? That? A massive tower descended, not forgetting to emit a golden light as if a protagonist's halo. Adding to its small white shadow appeared, excitedly speaking, "Welcome, all continent lords of the Eastern Star Domains, to the most famous and anticipated grand assembly in the world, the Immortal Assembly Star Domain Competition. This old man is the order maintainer of the Eastern region, Jingxin, the spirit guardian of the sacred body, stood on the platform grandly gesturing. You might be here to break through yourselves, or for the generous rewards of the competition, or perhaps for fame across the entire star." All participants listened intently to Jingxin's every word. This competition can offer you all these things. As for how much you can obtain, that depends on your performance. Excitedly bounced a few times. All right, now this old man wants to proceed with pre-match identity verification and evaluate everyone's combat power. The rules for this competition are different from previous times. Anyone who strikes the spirit testing platform with full power will have their latent talent clearly displayed as combat power. The more monstrous the talent, the higher the combat power. Jing flew off the spirit testing platform, continuously giving instructions. A score of 50 to 70 signifies formidable experts. Those from 70 to 80 are peerless experts. Those from 80 to 90 can be called epic-making experts, appearing only once every 5 years. And those from 90 to 190 are ancient-era experts. It couldn't hide its excitement. Anyone who performs exceptional, Jingxin's face flushed with excessive excitement, will have the hope of being chosen by a celestial god and receiving assistance from a portion of a celestial god's divine power in future competition. The words that had just been uttered immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. They had never heard of such a thing before. If one could receive the aid of divine power in a personal battle, then defeating a higher-level opponent would not be possible. Chang'an quietly stood behind, observing. Once celestial gods intervened, the strategic balance of this competition would be broken. To dare to play like this before the competition even began, was it out of worry that someone would withdraw early? Or was there something in the subsequent competition that caught the celestial god's attention? She spoke without hesitation. "I'll go first to..." Jing Xian, seeing the opponent's arrogance, immediately reminded them, "Everyone, from the moment the gods intervene, it will no longer be a simple test of strategy. Normally, there's no way to compete with those in the same realm. Now, on the contrary, it gives me an opportunity. We will determine the winner based on combat strength. Whoever wins first gets the resources first. The strongest will survive. The gods are also watching. This is a battle for resources." Swung his fist with extreme confidence. "Let's see who can seize it the fastest, the best." Punch collided with the spirit testing platform, immediately causing a considerable pressure from Lin Chi's strike indeed made others tremble. Such arrogant strength. Not to mention a perfect score, his number wouldn't be lower than 95. A moment, Lin Chi finally withdrew his... The number 84 immediately appeared, shaking the crowd. Potential battle strategy 84. What a formidable... Look! Everyone sees his dissatisfaction. They can't help but discuss. Lin Chi's expression seems to show he's displeased. After all, he's the youngest realm lord of the Eastern Star Domains. Not reaching 90 is truly unacceptable. I intended to shatter the stone monument, making it my strongest punch, yet it's only 84. Gritted his teeth, demanding, "Let me try again. I didn't use my full strength just now. If everyone had rules like yours, the competition wouldn't hold up." 1. Jing Xian's decision caused other competitors to become increasingly disgruntled. He's getting impatient. This divine artifact truly reflects one's actual strength, and what's more, it can't be destroyed. It makes sense, this thing was created by a god. Let alone shattering it. It's hard to even leave a trace. What are you all waiting for? It's our turn now. After others quickly rushed to test their strength. Xiao Jingtai, mid-stage immortal emperor from Beast Head Continent. Potential combat strength 81. Lu Yi, peak immortal venerable from Spirit Abyss Continent. Potential combat strength 56. Jia Mena, mid-stage immortal emperor from River Valley Continent. Potential combat strength 82.
Tai Kun.
A round of challenges, Lin Chi still topped the leader. All eyes were now fixed on the 3 remaining individuals. So many people have tried, yet no one has reached 90. It seems only those 3 can achieve it. We just don't know who among them will take first place. Girl standing nearby struck up a conversation with Chang'an. Brother, aren't you going to try? No hurry. Let's see what others do. She turned away, a mocking smile playing on her lips. No hurry? I think you're just scared by those monstrous geniuses and dare not step onto the platform. In that case, you might miss out on the aid of the god. With that, she quickly blended into the bustling crowd ahead. That mouth! Next, I'll have to fight these 8 monsters. I might as well find a big brother to cling to. In any case, I can't just wait to die like that person earlier, right? Vast hall of the Star Domain competition. A call echoed throughout the space. Next, a hurried figure quickly ran towards the sound, hastily answering, "Coming!" When he was halfway there, some people around him suddenly called out, "Wrong way! Over here!" The young man abruptly stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide and bewildered as he looked around, then blurted, "Ah!" The young man with long, silky reddish-pink hair and exquisite, magnificent attire couldn't help but feel embarrassed after everyone pointed out he was going the wrong way. He thought to himself, "Oh, how embarrassing. Everyone is looking at me. All the contestants around are idle while waiting, so this embarrassing performance has fallen under their eyes." Sounds of disdainful and mocking chatter rose everywhere. Who is this guy? He can't even tell directions. How pathetic. Just some unknown. Probably like those latecomers just to fill up the numbers. No real strength. The young man heard every single one of these comments clearly but could only grit his teeth and endure. He wore a despondent expression and mumbled, "This is so uncomfortable. Chinger, I told you not to." As he shuffled towards the testing area, he let out a long sigh and thought, "Sigh, I'll just casually deal with this and then go back." Young man stood before the spirit testing platform, concentrating all his strength into his clenched fist. Brilliant golden streams of origin chi powerfully swirled towards his. The young man's punch exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying power, causing those around him to lose their footing under the fierce energy wave radiating from his fist. They all widened their eyes in astonishment, so surprised that they could only utter a single "This." Jing Xian immediately announced in a solemn tone after the young man's result. Yi Xiaolin, Chi Condensation Stage, Limitless Continent. Potential combat strength 91. Hearing this, everyone around was astonished and buzzed with excitement. Chi Condensation Stage. A Chi Condensation Stage cultivator broke 90? Is there some mistake? Information was quickly updated. Leaderboard, Yi Xiaolin, Chi Condensation Stage, Limitless Continent. Potential combat strength 91. Lin Chi, high-level immortal emperor, 7 Illusions Continent. Potential combat strength 84. Someone noticed this and shouted loud, "Look! A few geniuses favored by the heavenly Tao, despite insufficient cultivation, possess power no less than any all-powerful expert." Back then, I didn't believe it. The Manji territory has long been without a ruling genius, yet it could produce such a monstrous prodigy. With such strength, why aren't you in the foundation establishment stage? Young man, what level have you cultivated the laws of the heavenly Tao to? Xiaolin heard this and thought to himself with a pained expression, even after 100,000 years of chi condensation, I can't reach foundation establishment. What can I do? He said with a somewhat helpless and honest tone. Anyway, I've been holed up in my cave dwelling, cultivating non-stop. I don't even know what level I'm at anymore. Xian casually reviewed the assessments of a few individuals and mused, this batch of contestants is much more impressive than before. Perhaps they can last longer. At this moment, the next contestant was called. A girl with a majestic demeanor walked forward, softly saying, "Please move aside a little." Jing Xian, observing from above, immediately recognized her. Oh, this is the girl who wants to sever temporal karma and rebuild the matriarchal continent. She wants to prove herself but only got a disgraceful combat strength of 56 in the previous competition. Jing Xian watched Yulan decisively draw her gleaming sword from its sheath. The female empress's eyes blazed with fire, and she scoffed disdainfully. This type of sword drawing again? Was that defeat years ago not tragic enough? Her surprise, Yulan leaped high as if on invisible wings. A powerful sword strike decisively swung down, leaving a dazzling golden sword trace in the air. Gouge immediately appeared on the diamond-hard stone monument. Exion stared dumbfounded at this unbelievable sight. Chaotic thoughts raced through its mind. The monument, the sacred stone monument, it cracked. Yulan, having completed her test, decisively turned and walked back, completely disregarding the number 100. Her perfect score clearly displayed on the system. Everyone around was astounded as if they'd seen a ghost, shouting incessantly, 100! Full combat strength. They buzzed excitedly about her astonishing achievement. No one can surpass this now, right? She's left absolutely no room for anyone else. Those coming after will face immense pressure when confronted with this number. Yulan cast a gaze as sharp as a blade at the surrounding crowd, her voice gentle but with an underlying steeliness. I'll definitely win the rewards of this competition. System, with an excited expression like a child who had just discovered something interesting, told Chang'an beside him, Father, that girl has the aura of the laws of the heavenly Tao on her. Chang'an heard this and glanced over curiously, asking, Laws of the heavenly Tao? Above them, two people discussed. She actually achieved a perfect score herself? No wonder she's called Empress Yulan. System, in a calm, teaching tone, explained to Chang'an. All those who overcome tribulations must endure the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation for cleansing. If one can withstand it, they will be able to comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao within the lightning tribulation. The heavenly Tao lightning tribulation takes on myriad forms. Some can comprehend lightning laws, others comprehend flame laws, and some comprehend nothing at all. The comprehension varies depending on each individual's ability. Chang'an seemed to understand and softly replied, Oh, cast his gaze towards the Empress with her powerful and imposing aura and softly asked, Can you tell what laws of the heavenly Tao she has comprehended? The system replied with a helpless and conceding tone, I can't tell. The aura is indeed too faint. But even if this girl has comprehended laws, it's not much. Chang'an heard this and playfully, mischievously, said to the system, So when will you strike me down? Let's see what laws I can comprehend. The system flinched at this, fearfully and awkwardly replying, Father, how could I strike you down? The vast hall, all activity seemed to completely halt. After Yulan's overwhelming display, no one dared to step forward to continue the assessment. A tense atmosphere enveloped the area. Jing Exion, seeing this, hastily urged in an urgent tone, Everyone, continue. The test isn't over yet. Someone below replied in a disheartened tone, Yulan scored 100 points. Even if we go up, there's no way to get a higher score. A girl standing nearby also chimed in with a sharp attitude. That came here to become the strongest experts. If we can't show ourselves to be stronger, then what's the point? Jing Exion was somewhat surprised by their negative reaction and asked incredulously, You want to leave? Jing Exion angrily snapped, Humph. These are the rules. If you don't take the test, you're not qualified to participate in the competition. Don't blame me for not telling you beforehand. If you come here and then turn back, your continent will automatically be demoted by 1 rank. Its powerful threat made the faces of several contestants turn visibly grim. Then, Jing Exion let out a sinister, mocking laugh. Oh, you are all realm lords of the Eastern Star domains. The Eastern domain only has barren, wild places. If a barren land is demoted, it will become the poorest and most desolate region. People below immediately grew agitated, cursing Jing Exion. You scoundrel! Chang'an, standing in a corner, suddenly spoke up. If no one else wants to go, then I will. Stepped forward confidently and introduced himself. Chang'an, from Zhuzhou continent. A crowd of people parted, making way, and didn't forget to whisper amongst themselves. Isn't this the mediocre guy who almost arrived late? Even those monstrous geniuses aren't making a move, yet he dares to step up. Is he just going to casually take the test to get by? After all, if he retreats to his continent, it will be demoted. Qing, standing in the distance, glanced at Chang'an and thought, on the contrary, he's looking for an opportunity. Just now, he clearly said he wasn't in a hurry to test. Now he feels that since no one else can break 100, even if he's mediocre, he won't be mocked too harshly, right? Looked around and started calculating in her mind. It's laughable that some people's fates were already decided long ago. Everyone has already started forming alliances. She knew clearly that everyone here, participating in the selection, needed to be wary. During the combat strength test, these people had long since decided who they would team up with. Ultimately, Those left behind were destined for a tragic fate. I'm lucky enough to cling to Yi Xiaolin's thigh for now. He also has the combat strength of an entire team. As for the person from Juzhou continent, he can be said to be dead for sure. Xen began to lose patience and urged, "What a bore! Hurry up and begin. At this point, it's just a formality." His eyes blazed like two stars in the night, exuding origin chi energy as fierce as a storm. His entire body was enveloped in a power like lightning as he lunged with his fist. Mighty fist, like a divine hammer, struck the diamond-hard stone monument, shattering it into tiny pieces. Xen was so astonished that it couldn't utter a word at this. The residual power surged back like a tsunami towards the crowd, causing them to lose their footing. They noticed the terrifying transformation of the monument. The monument was... Xiaolin stared intently, secretly praising Chang'an in his heart. So that divine monument can be shattered? I didn't know. Qin Chang'an. Huh? Truly formidable. Powerful wind from the punch spread like a whirlwind, threatening to blow everything. Jing Xian hovered in the air like a leaf, speechless at the sight for its eyes bulged as if they would pop out, and it stammered. How could this be? The sacred stone monument. Ma Qing's eyes widened in shock, blurting out, he shattered it. That stone monument absorbed the power of thousands of grand daos, forged from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. No one should be able to break. Exactly. One can only crack the monument, but he shattered it into pieces. Who is he? He said he's from Juzhou, but Juzhou hardly has any immortal fortune. How could such a shocking expert appear from there? Chang'an. Prominent contestants immediately paid attention to Chang'an. Mo Huashi, for example, thought warily he really shattered the monument. This person's full strength is no less than mine. Are all the unknown individuals in this era terrifying to this Empress Yulan, standing aside, also frowned. In her heart, she considered him a formidable opponent. Juzhou continent. Chang'an, how can this be? He wasn't even repelled by the monument. Xian hastily flew to the rubble of the monument, its heart filled with disbelief as it analyzed. It follows the laws of the heavenly Tao's cycle of reincarnation. Even if cracks appear, it will absorb the life force of the attacker to replenish itself. Originally, the attacker's life force should have been drained until the monument was fully restored. Its eyes, filled with regret, looked at the large cracks on the shattered monument. But now, the spirit testing platform has become a pile of useless. This is a huge loss. It trembled, collapsing onto the pile of shattered stone, its heart aching as it cried out. This was the spirit testing platform that a celestial god bestowed upon me. Now what do we do? Chang'an ignored. Tall Chang'an stepped forward and stood before it, urging, don't kneel anymore. Get up and make the announcement. A triumphant smile on his face, he told Jing Xian, what is my combat strength? At this moment, in another place, the divine realm, the space was tranquil like an immortal paradise, sparkling with wondrous origin chi energy like stars. In the immutable divine palace, where the gods meditated, some faint beams of energy suddenly became weak, like flickering candles. Tiny motes of light drifted in the... A majestic god slightly opened its gently closed eyelids and said, the spirit testing platform of the Eastern Star domain has shattered. The streams of origin chi energy suddenly became as powerful as a tsunami. The mysterious god, somewhat amused as if having found a new toy, softly... The laws of that spirit testing platform already had a flaw. It's not uncommon for it to be broken by someone eventually. But truly, I sense an unusual aura in the Eastern domain. It's been a long time since I felt this interested. At this moment in the competition, the crowd stared in astonishment at countless neatly arranged cave dwellings on the towering cliff face. In the space, Jing Xian's declaration was heard. If the spirit testing platform has shattered, then we can only skip the combat strength test and move on to the next segment. Esteemed immortal, Ma Qing asked loudly, bewildered. What does this mean? Are you telling us to find a cave dwelling and just stand there? Another person also said somewhat impatiently, the position of each cave dwelling isn't the same. What kind of announcement is this? Xian hovered with the majestic mountain behind it as a backdrop. It loudly instructed. Behind this old man is the immortal mountain. There are a total of 188 cave dwellings, corresponding to you, the realm lords. Originally, after you had completed your tests, you would find your corresponding cave dwelling according to your ranking on the spirit testing. However, it waved its hand and said with a pleased tone, now that the spirit testing platform has shattered, and many people haven't had a chance to test their combat strength, you all just directly enter the corresponding cave dwelling that you believe your ability ranks for. Each cave dwelling has no limit on the number of people, and each opportunity for each rank is also not the Chang'an crossed his arms, calmly contemplating these rules. In other words, some highly capable individuals who haven't been tested yet can choose lower-ranked cave dwellings, playing the pig to eat the tiger. Furthermore, the so-called opportunities might be a way to help the weak, using it to balance combat strength. I just don't know if higher ranks mean more outstanding or more dangerous. Lin Chi stepped forward, fixing his gaze, and asked, I have a question. If I choose the first position, what does that mean? And if I choose the last position? Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement. He didn't finish his sentence but glanced towards the scene. A beam of deep blue light shone directly down from the sky on Chi. Jing Xen then flinched and exclaimed, Oh my! How could I forget this important matter? It's all your fault for shattering the spirit testing platform and disrupting my schedule. He stared in astonishment at himself, surrounded by this mysterious energy. Meanwhile, Jing Xen explained, Before the esteemed immortals, a celestial god will choose someone they wish to help. That means a beam of light symbolizes a celestial god. The one shown upon by a beam of light is a person of good fortune. Jing Xen said happily, looking towards Lin Chi. Now, a celestial god has chosen you. To think it's a celestial. Lin Chi is so lucky. This moment, 3 or 4 more beams of light, in various colors, continued to appear in the sky. The crowd all eagerly looked up, following these beams. These beams of light also sequentially shone down upon those chosen by the celestial gods. The crowd saw this and immediately began to discuss. Those renowned realm lords have been chosen too. That's even though they didn't take the test. Yi Xiaolin, bathed in an orange beam of light, exclaimed in surprise, Hold on! The crowd heard this, looked over, and told each other. Yi Xiaolin, who scored 91 points on the monument, has also been chosen. He's just at the Qi condensation stage. How annoying! Suddenly, a brilliant golden beam of light illuminated a corner of the space, attracting someone's gaze. That person's eyes widened as they pointed towards Yulan and said, Everyone, quickly look at Empress Yulan. She. Warm golden light illuminated Yulan's cold figure. All eyes converged on her amidst whispers. She was chosen by 2 celestial gods at once. The discussions, for some reason, turned towards Chang'an. If I could also test my strategic strength and get on the list, who knows? Then he shattered the spirit testing platform, destroyed a divine artifact. He couldn't possibly be chosen anymore. The moment that person finished, a beam of purple light shone down onto Chang'an. Crowd of envious and unwilling people exclaimed loudly. To think a celestial god is satisfied with that fellow. It's only 1 beam of light. The Empress has 2. Still better than him. In the sky at this moment, beams of light of various colors also appeared. Below, someone immediately shouted, Quick! Look! This time, for beams of light are coming. Astonishment was clearly visible on the faces of Lin Chi, Shen Ming, and Emo Huashi as they witnessed this scene. Beams of light all shone down upon Chang'an. Immediately, the sounds of the crowd erupted. 5 celestial gods chose that fellow together. That's even more than the Empress. Oh, and what's more, it looks like the gods are fighting over him. They're almost about to brawl. Jing Xen eagerly exclaimed. Chosen by 5 celestial god seniors at once. What a great honor. But you can only accept the help of 1. It's best to think very carefully about which 4 seniors you must refuse. That, it turned to remind Yulan as well. You too. You must refuse 1 celestial. However, in its heart, it smugly thought, celestial god seniors are the hardest to refuse. No matter whose help you accept, the other 4 will resent you. Someone once offended a celestial god before a battle, and then in the battle that person received all sorts of attention from the celestial god, leading to the destruction of their divine soul. Alice was directed straight at Chang'an. Especially you. Refusing 4 celestial gods means facing the wrath of 4 individuals. Let's see how you survive this battle. Shattering my spirit testing platform? This is your consequence. Evidently pondered for a long time, then decisively declared, No need to choose. I refuse all. Everyone in the crowd immediately showed astonishment on their faces. Jing Xen loudly asked again, What did you say? Someone repeated Chang'an's words in surprise. He said he refuses all. Jing Xen reminded him, This is an opportunity to obtain a portion of divine power from the angels. How many people dream of it their entire lives and never achieve it? Yet you refuse. Chang'an coldly crossed his arms, ignoring the chatter. He replied indifferently, I don't want to repeat myself. He finished speaking. Several beams of light retracted and flew back to the sky. The dazzling, colorful beams of light soared back into the night sky. Chang'an gazed intently, then faintly realized that clear malice emanated from the 5 rays of Jing Xian secretly thought. It seems the great angel has withdrawn the selection. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. What a pity. Originally, if he had chosen one, the remaining 4 might have been somewhat wary of him. But now, he can only pray for his own fortune. This moment, Yulan also spoke up. I also refuse it. Proving oneself means external assistance only adds. The 2 beams of light immediately retreated. Yulan herself sensed that one of the 2 beams, though relatively gentle, showed no good intentions, yet also no overt evil intentions. But the other eyes grew wary as she sensed it, like a cold, venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike from behind at any moment. It was a sensation that made one's skin crawl and feel utterly nauseous. Jing Xian's face darkened with sarcasm. Do you think you're mighty now, so you have nothing to fear? Do you even know what it feels like to be chosen by an angel? This old man has lived for thousands upon thousands of years. This is the first time I've met cultivators like you. Xiaolin also awkwardly raised his hand and spoke. I also want to refuse. He thought, being chosen by the divine beings is like being closely monitored by someone. It's inconvenient for doing certain things. I should still refuse. In his ear, a furious voice echoed. Are you crazy? Mo Huashi also spoke up. I refuse too. What's so interesting about first place if it's based on external power? Xian Ming stood nearby, a look of disgust on his face, and also expressed his refusal. I hate other people's power entering my body. Jing Xian stared blankly at the crowd's inexplicable actions. So angry he roared. Even you what are the 6 lords of the Eastern Domain thinking this time? Lin Qi remained silent for a moment, then also spoke. If that's the case, then count me in too. The crowd immediately erupted. Lin Qi refused too? Even someone who yearns for power like Lin Qi refused. Jing Xian helplessly complained. You really are unreasonable. If that's the case, then I don't mind telling you some information that can only be revealed when this competition begins. Eyes gleamed with malice as he continued. That is, the next round will be a point-based survival battle, and whoever obtains divine power will gain an innate advantage. Competition. His demeanor suddenly softened as he advised. This is the divine grace bestowed by the great angel. It's a blessing. If you're chosen, you should repay this kindness. Then he swept his gaze over some people, sarcastically remarking. Unlike some who think they're so righteous, frogs at the bottom of who consider their cultivation close to godhood. In reality, they are incomparably foolish. Jing Xian's eyes grew even more furious when he noticed Chang'an's indifferent and aloof expression. He yelled, I'm talking about you. Pay attention and listen to me. At this moment, suddenly, countless brilliant beams of light, representing the angels, reappeared in the sky. The crowd immediately shifted their attention towards them and whispered among themselves, Look, the divine will has appeared again. But the selection has already ended, so those beams of light carried distinct wills and shone down on the crowd once. The beams of light that had been rejected by the lords before now shone down on other people. Jing Xian's stern voice echoed in their ears, reminding each person, Remember, those who give up divine grace will not receive any divine assistance in all subsequent competitions. And those surplus opportunities will naturally be received by someone who was illuminated joyfully cried out, I was actually chosen by an angel. Others watching quietly expressed doubt. That person only scored 63 points in the test. Someone else discontentedly the great angel wouldn't waste a second on someone so ignorant. Do any of you want to refuse? Are you kidding? This is the power of an angel. The chosen one smugly replied. I'm not as foolish as those people. Suddenly, someone discovered something and cried out. This is, himself felt a powerful energy permeating his gigantic vortex, like a soft silk ribbon, coiled around the pillars of light of those chosen by the angel. The chosen ones then suddenly became mighty, radiating surging power around them. Surprise mixed with pride was evident in their voices. Heavens! This power is too miraculous. I've never even encountered the law of reincarnation before, yet under the guidance of this divine power, I instantly comprehended its fundamental wisdom. With this divine bestowal, even if I face that Chang'an, I have the strength to battle. The 6 lords who had just refused the angel's assistance now stood silently, watching them. Chosen ones, full of confidence, taunted. The winner and loser of this competition are still unknown. Chang'an sneered. He suddenly had a thought to ask Dooley about something. Interesting. Angels interfering in the competition? It seems I need to find an opportunity to contact those 2. They might know some information. At this moment, Jing Xian floated in the air and announced, "All right, the divine selection segment has concluded. Next, please choose your desired positions. The competition will begin in 10 minutes. The was astonished by his next words. Remember, being first in the combat power test doesn't mean you'll be first forever. Choosing the same number 1 position doesn't mean you can always hold that spot. As the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes go hand in hand. It depends on whether you can accept this unknown fortune or not." His eyes narrowed as he secretly calculated. The first position is indeed too conspicuous. Refusing the angel's assistance was already an unexpected action. It would be better to be a bit more stable moving forward. While later, the contestants soared into the sky, heading towards the cave dwellings arranged on the cliff face. Lin Chi landed at a gate. In the space, someone narrated, Lin Chi chose the 7th position. He quietly said, "My name is Lin Chi. In my family, I'm also the 7th. This 7th position should belong to me." Suddenly, he heard a sound right behind him. Glancing over, Lin Chi saw Mo Huaxi had landed in the adjacent cave dwelling. He heard Mo Huaxi say, "I consulted an oracle. The number 6 brings me." Meanwhile, Yi Xiaolin still hesitated below, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yi Xiaolin pondered, "Which position is best? It's best to choose a position far from the..." He glanced up and saw Yulan standing guard at the first-ranked cave dwelling. Then thought, "The first position? Forget it. That woman's aura is too strong. She absolutely wouldn't want to share the first position with anyone." He looked over and saw Chang'an still standing there, then asked, "Hey, Brother Chang, have you decided on a position yet?" Chang'an frankly and amiably replied, "From the very beginning, I decided on the first cave dwelling." Yi Xiaolin praised, "Brother Chang is truly courageous." Then Yi Xiaolin suddenly realized he hadn't introduced himself. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am." Chang'an playfully patted his shoulder and replied, "I remember you. Yi Xiaolin, that's truly a good name. Its meaning is extraordinary." Yi Xiaolin heard this and awkwardly replied, "Thank you." Then Chang'an leaned in and whispered to him, "Thank you for not smashing that divine steel." With that, Chang'an amiably waved goodbye. "Well then, we'll meet during the competition." Yi Xiaolin, unsure what to think, simply replied, "Right." He watched Chang'an fly into the sky. He gently stroked his chin, thoughts swirling in his head. "I tried so hard not to cause a disturbance, yet I was still discovered. If it's him, maybe he could withstand my full power. Huh." But Yi Xiaolin had chosen to go to the very last cave dwelling. He looked at the number 188 on the gate and whispered hopefully, "Although it's likely no one will contend with me for this last cave dwelling, I should still claim it." Just as he finished thinking that, he heard someone behind him say, "As expected of a cave dwelling created by a god, it's overflowing with spiritual energy inside." Oh, so the inside of the cave dwelling is like this. Much larger than it looks from the outside. Mo Qing chuckled. "I didn't expect us to think of the same spot. You also want to find a place least targeted, right?" But secretly, she had planned it beforehand. She had intentionally followed him. She introduced herself and proposed to Yi Xiaolin, "My name is Mo Qing. If you form an alliance with me, you won't lack for good." He turned his back, annoyed, and didn't reply. He thought to himself, "Actually, I just want to find a quiet place. I don't want to get too involved with others." Cave dwellings higher up on the mountain peak, corresponding to the top positions, were quiet since not many dared to choose them. Slowly walked towards the cave dwelling of the first position. From afar, he could see Yulan's resolute posture, like an impregnable fortress, guarding the place. He smiled faintly with a polite attitude and spoke courteously, "Miss, you're blocking my way." Yulan's face at this moment was extremely grim, her features tense as if about to explode. She carried a thick wave of resentful energy around her. Her voice, cold as metal, said, "The champion doesn't need 2 people. I arrived a step earlier and chose this place. You can leave now," and maintained his calm and amiable demeanor, his smile still on his lips as he replied, "Logically speaking, this position should belong to me. Miss, there's still the 2nd and 3rd position. What do you need with this one?" Yulan didn't wait for him to finish speaking, brazenly interrupting with a challenging tone. "The person ranked first on the divine steel at the very end." "Me." She glared as if wanting to pierce through her opponent, then continued with a sharp attitude, "If I participate in this competition again, I will absolutely strive to reach the peak and win until the very end. I will not yield. I ask that you retreat to the 2nd position. Return to the position that belongs to you." Chang'an felt weary. He lightly rubbed his temples, helpless as to what to say in the face of such stubbornness. Yes, he thought irritably to himself upon encountering this difficult young lady. Ah, such a stubborn person, decided to step forward and confront Yulan directly, then boldly issued a challenge. Then let's fight him. Yulan showed no fear and quickly accepted the challenge. She drew out the sword she had used earlier to achieve the 100-point score. The cold metal glinted in the light as she added, "As you wish." Chang'an, facing her, also swiftly extended his hand, making a move with lightning speed. Hand tightly grasped Yulan's wrist, completely controlling her sword-wielding. The two of them stood locked in a tense stalemate, red essence energy swirling around them like blazing silk ribbons. Chang'an cast an indifferent and emotionless gaze, as if looking at an inanimate object, and said, "If you can move even a little and pull your sword free, then the top position is yours." You were enveloped in surging, blazing red power. Her eyes widened as if wanting to incinerate everything, furious at his words. "You dare to look down at me?" At this moment, Jing Exine appeared from nowhere and spoke in a steady yet mocking tone. "The competition hasn't even begun, and you two are already slaughtering each other?" In that instant, the extreme tension between the two suddenly eased, like a violin string loosened after a storm. Crossed his arms over his chest, mockingly reminding them, "If you want to fight, go ahead, but don't blame me for not warning you. Choosing opponents from the same cave dwelling means your ally." Yulan's eyes, blazing with anger, glared at Jing Exine. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "I don't need allies. I only need." Jing Exine cut her off, dismissive of her protest. "This isn't for you to decide. That's just how the rules are." He gracefully spun in midair, then announced in a resonant voice, "It seems you have all chosen your cave dwellings. Now listen carefully." Jing Exine's voice echoed powerfully, reaching the ears of those in the other cave dwellings like a resounding bell. Before the interdomain competition, the 4 great domains will hold 3 rounds of qualifiers. The contestants who reach the end will face strong opponents from the other 3 domains in the final battle. Exine gave instructions and rules for the round in a solemn tone. In the first round of the competition, you will be randomly teleported to the volcanic region, the poisonous swamp region, the deep sea region, the underground labyrinth, or the windless plains. You will compete for points in these areas. The harshness of the competition seemed to gradually become clear through his powerful words. The first round is limited to 5 days. After 5 days, those who achieve 200 points and are in the windless plains will be promoted. As for how to earn points, you will naturally find out then. Finished, he chuckled softly and announced with an expectant look, "The time has come. I wish all you 6 lords good luck." Immediately, a brilliant golden circle of light, like the sun, enveloped Chang'an and Yulan. Lan, standing beside him, turned and coldly said to Chang'an, "You'd best pray we aren't teleported to the same location. Otherwise." Chang'an turned abruptly, paying no attention to her. He mockingly replied, "Otherwise, what can you do? Kill me? Can you even do it?" Yulan gritted her teeth, too furious to speak. "You!" Of blinding golden light, like a gigantic pillar of light, shot straight up into the sky, mysteriously teleporting the contestants to the competition area. Exine looked around at the empty scene, then let out a sigh of relief. It's finally begun. These lords this session are truly mischievous. Suddenly, he noticed a significant movement behind his. An edict was suddenly delivered amidst a shimmering, fantastical blue energy, like light from another world. Jing Exine saw it and immediately knew its origin. He exclaimed in shock, "This is an urgent divine edict. Moreover, it carries the power of the laws of time-space travel." Exine carefully received the edict and quickly scanned its contents. Information from the future? It must be an emergency if the angels paid such a heavy price to reverse time and space to send this message. What sudden event could have occurred? His eyes swept over each character, and gradually, extreme panic appeared in his gaze. He incessantly mumbled, "It can't be." But this was sent after divine confirmation, reversing time and space. The content of the edict mentioned an event so astonishing it was unbelievable. Not long after, a godslayer appeared in the Starfield competition. Each line, the severity of this assassination was evident. This person's whereabouts and cultivation are peculiar. After killing the Jiaoyang Divine Emperor, he quickly concealed himself and hid his aura. I suspect he has accomplices assisting him. The edict concluded with a command to Jing Exine. "You are in this time-space. We want you to search for the Godslayer along with the divine protectors in the other 3 domains. Once discovered, contact me immediately. Do not act Jing Exine. Jing Exine had yet to fully recover from this shocking information. He could only respond soft, yes. The expression on Jing Xian's face became solemn. He murmured, a godslayer. That person, relying on heaven-sent luck and fortuitous coincidences, killed a god. Now, he shoulders a heavy responsibility that needs to be fulfilled. With caution towards the cunning mind of the culprit, someone like that appears only once every few millennia. Who could it be? At this moment, Chang'en had been teleported to the competition area. He walked under the warm golden glow of the setting sun. He observed the surrounding landscape and immediately made an accurate deduction. It seems I've been randomly teleported to the underground lab. He casually strolled along the deserted path, murmuring his thoughts. The condition for promotion is to reach 200 points and be in the windless plains. But I don't yet know how to get points, nor how to get out of the underground labyrinth to find my way to the windless plains. But he didn't notice the movement of the giant demonic beast approaching him from behind. Large demonic beast, with two long, sharp pincers like daggers, was poised to attack him. Chang'en only just noticed this fearsome presence, but he merely calmly uttered a soft, brought its blade-sharp pincer to attack him. Then it decisively thrust down with terrifying force. The power it unleashed sent rocks and dust flying everywhere. Eyes, a deep, enigmatic green like an abyss, revealed sharp fangs. It growled suspiciously, not seeing its. Chang'en was completely unharmed after that sudden, fatal attack. He merely looked up at it and remarked, oh, so this demonic beast is a quasi-immortal emperor. The spiritual fortune of heaven and earth here is truly unparalleled. Such an existence can be found anywhere. Sighed and continued with a hint of pity. If it were someone else, you might have made a meal of them. Too bad for you, you're out of luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a move that instantly and cleanly finished it off. Large demonic beast collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Alongside it, the number 1 appeared in mid-air, and noticed it and approached closer with a doubtful expression. Point. The number 1 suddenly changed to 5. Then, as if drawn by a strange force, stuck firmly to the back of his. Chang'en formed his own deduction after observing. So that's it. One way to get points is by killing demonic beasts. Each one is worth 1 point. I just got 1 point. The 4 points before that must belong to the female emperor. He glanced at the corpse of the demonic beast, unable to help but feel wary of Yulan's strength. The competition hadn't been going on for long, and she had already gotten 4 points. It's clear how insistent the female empress is on the top position. However, usually killing creatures with HP should yield domain value, but this one time the system's judgment had no response. I've observed that there are no new demonic beasts around here. Perhaps the number is limited, very few. Unanswered questions continued to linger in his mind. He decisively decided, in any case, I need to go investigate the underground labyrinth. Oh, golden rays, resplendent and shimmering, pierced through the dense white clouds, shining directly onto the vast, lush green field, like a colossal velvet carpet stretching to the horizon. Xiaolin had just completed the spatial teleportation process when he immediately scanned his surroundings. He couldn't help but exclaim, this is the windless plain, a place for advancement. Luckily, my luck is pretty good. I didn't need a map and didn't have to struggle to find a way out. What's more, Xiaolin couldn't contain his excitement, and a resounding cheer echoed through the space. My initial score is already 188 points. I only need 12 more points to advance. I remember the blue-haired woman who formed an alliance with me. I'll wait for her to handle the remaining points. In this match, I'll claim victory effort. Meanwhile, in a dense forest of ancient trees elsewhere, ferocious magical beasts were being tightly surrounded by a large group of people, with no escape. In the tense atmosphere, someone's resolute voice suddenly rang out, surround them. To think we'd encounter 2 magical beasts at the quasi-immortal emperor stage. Finish them off. The number of these magical beasts is limited. Don't let the other lords claim them. The magical beast was violently attacked by a brilliant green stream of primal energy, like a lightning strike. Its colossal body crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, like a massive boulder slammed onto the ground. One of the group joyfully exclaimed, success! Xianming stood calmly with his hands clasped, saying, these magical beasts are a bit dangerous for 1 or 2 people to handle, but as long as we have enough people to kill these 2 beasts, it won't problem. Suddenly, someone rushed over like the wind, shouting in a trembling voice, appeared. Xianming eagerly asked, who appeared? Chang'en. The person quickly waved his hand in denial. No. Then, the person continued, pointing a finger towards a gigantic display board that suddenly appeared in the sky, showing the latest competition list. The whole group looked at the list and discussed. Who would have thought? The further you are from the abode, the higher your accumulated points. Who could have predicted this? They're all low-level individuals. Look below. Where is Chun Chongan? A thorough search. They finally spotted Chun Chongan's name at 122. Xian Ming stared at the ranking board for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. Chun Chongan was transferred to the ghost-locked labyrinth. Heaven help me! Someone, seeing his attitude, asked, Pontiff Xian Ming, why are you so delighted? Xian Ming replied, many new generation prodigies have appeared in this competition. Chun Chongan is the most troublesome individual among prodigies. He continued, with him present, our actions would be restricted. We'd have to avoid direct confrontation. But now that Chun Chongan has unluckily been sent to such a labyrinth, we won't encounter him in the first round. He couldn't help but think, luck is also a part of success. This moment, in another volcanic region, the head of a colossal wild beast had just been struck down, falling to the ground with a heavy, tragic thud. Lan looked at her accumulated scoreboard and let out a sigh. She cast her gaze around. Seeing the corpses of countless demon beasts she had annihilated scattered everywhere like a bloody battlefield. She thought to herself, I've killed all the demon beasts here. Just like last time, the demon beasts in each area are limited. This place is vast and boundless. If it's a secret realm, it would have an alliance mechanism for sharing points. But Lan then thought of how Chun Chongan was idle, leaving her alone to earn points. Empress Yulan is truly amazing. I'm about to claim victory effortlessly in this round. Having such a reliable teammate is truly wonderful. She groaned inwardly. That person gained nothing. His points didn't increase at all. What exactly is he doing? He relies entirely on me. At this moment, in another location, the underworld ghost-locked labyrinth, Mo Qing, whose path was blocked by two huge magical beasts, immediately cried out for mercy. My lords, spare my life. I'm family. The two magical beasts found it annoying and said, what are you yelling about? Don't attract monsters nearby. We've never seen your face before. Where are you from? She stared blankly, unable to respond. Qing, at the quasi-immortal emperor stage, Yi Xiaolin's partner. Her heart trembled in fear. Oh my god, why was I sent to this dangerous place? Why didn't Yi Xiaolin pull me back then? If I hadn't transformed in time, I would have died here before the match even ended. The place she stood now was a dangerous escape. The underworld ghost-locked labyrinth was a place for testing the laws of the heavenly Tao, with many terrifying ghosts, spirits, and demons sealed within. Mo Qing's legs gave out, and she knelt, clasping her hands in prayer. This lowly one is just passing by. Please, my lords, spare my life. I'll leave immediately. Fear overwhelmed her mind. This is a death trap, and there are quasi-immortal emperor magical beasts. My luck is terrible. I'm doomed. A half-human, half-horse magical beasts turned to the other and said, ah, such an appearance. I've never seen anyone so ugly. Let's go, go. Mo Qing heard the two magical beasts exchanging words. A message arrived from our clan. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared nearby, commanding us to quickly unite. Let's hurry and leave. Her heart was quickly overjoyed. I'm alive. I'm alive. As though magical beasts walked away, another mysterious figure slowly approached, causing Mo Qing to fright. The strange figure was completely submerged in thick darkness, but its eyes glowed red like burning embers. Mo Qing fell backward onto the ground in horror, thinking, no way! Two death-seeking demons just left, and now a demon king has appeared. Qing had now completely transformed into the form of a cat. She knelt and cried loudly for mercy. My lord! I'm family. Family. Powerful pair of hands reached out and clasped neck. It turned out that person was Chun Chongan. He clasped her neck and lifted her high. Mo Qing stammered, wait. He indifferently replied, the second one. Tears streaming down Qing's face. She continuously begged, stop, stop, stop. No, not family. Not family. Chongan heartlessly replied, I know. Breath gradually ran out. In her mind, she inwardly gave up. It's over. I didn't explain clearly. She softly begged again. It's me. It's me. I called you Brother Chongan. Chun Chongan mischievously smiled and replied, oh, family are we? You should have said so earlier. I almost... Finally, Chongan released her. Mo Qing knelt on the ground, crying and replying, I did say. I kept emphasizing it. I was afraid you'd misunderstand. Chongan lightly chuckled. You have to be clearer. Mo Qing asked, confused, humph, why are you still smiling? Qing glanced at him and asked, where's Yi Xiaolin? You were with him, weren't you? Something is definitely wrong. The teleportation array of the abode sends everyone to different secret realms. My reliable support is gone. And sneered. Reliable support? Huh? Later. Stay a bit far. Mo-Ching swallowed her pride and said, Brother Chang'an, good brother. Please take me along with you. I'll be very obedient and listen to you. I absolutely won't cause any trouble. If you get bored, I can even entertain you. Chang'an scoffed. I'm not enchanted by your words. Quickly tell me how much you understand about this labyrinth. Ching agreed. All right, brother, watch closely. As soon as she finished speaking, her hands held a green gemstone, and energy began to surround her hands. Ching unexpectedly threw the gemstone a distance away. A spatial gate suddenly opened. Inside, it was pitch black like a bottomless pit. Chang'an was astonished as he witnessed this miraculous. The space of the underworld ghost-locked labyrinth completely transformed. Countless skeletons appeared all around. Chang'an softly muttered, The space here has been altered. Turned around to look at Mo-Ching's gemstone, frowning as he thought, This is the stone from earlier? It appeared behind. Mo-Ching pointed and slowly explained, The complexity is just the surface of this labyrinth. This is actually an ancient secret realm built by the two laws of reincarnation and space. No one can break it and no one can enter and leave. It's no exaggeration to say this is the strongest prison in history. If one tries to forcibly break out, they will be dealt with by the power of the laws, just like those other contestants, deprived of everything and dying tragically. I once heard my ancestors say, Mo-Ching continued, hundreds of millions of years ago, two gods fought here. All the power of the universe tore apart the sky and earth after their deaths, and everything was destroyed. Finally, heaven and earth began to reorganize, and the heavenly Tao appeared. At that time, the remaining celestial beings still possessed immense power, and the heavenly Tao developed very quickly, giving birth to many laws and even breaking through to the spiritual Tao within the heavenly Tao to master the laws. Hearing this, Chang'an thought to himself, These brick walls are all disguises. The power of the heavenly Tao within is surging and eager to devour everything. His mind was filled with thoughts. The power of the laws that we cultivators wield all come from the heavenly Tao in our world. Cultivating for millions of years can only grant a slight enlightenment, completely unable to reach the source. My 9 continents' heavenly Tao is truly disappointing. Now we have encountered something that far surpasses the primordial laws of our world's heavenly Tao. Ching waved her hand and said, To escape, I'm afraid we'd need to use even stronger primordial laws, but that's a confrontation between heavenly Taos. Let's not think about that anymore. Hearing this, Chang'an pondered. The competition is becoming increasingly fierce. If I get stuck here, I'll be eliminated and won't be able to receive rewards for divine rank or advance to the 6 palaces. Ching, conversely, felt a bit relieved in her heart. But I'm really not scared, with a war god teammate, he'll actively earn points. Yi Xiaolin, I just need to drag on for these 5 days, and I'll be able to claim victory effortlessly. By then, I'll naturally be transferred to the... However, Mo-Ching didn't know that she wasn't the only one who wanted to claim victory effortlessly. Chang'an began to muse. Initially, I understood very little about the heavenly Tao. Now I'm starting to understand. Above the human Tao, the heavenly Tao is supreme. Above that is the master of the divine Tao. In fact, most true gods rely on the power of the heavenly Tao's laws to fight and complement each other. Two continued to walk along the base. As Mo-Ching walked, she wondered, Strange. There were so many earlier. Why have the magical beasts nearby suddenly disappeared? Mo-Ching felt something was wrong, so she activated her special ability, the detection immortal art. She couldn't help but suspect, that's not right. They've already left this area. Chang'an raised his hand to check his accumulated points and said, At this rate, my accumulated points definitely won't reach 200. My hope of advancing is slim now. Mo-Ching replied, According to the traces I detected, they hastily left this place, seemingly afraid of... Mo-Ching fell into deep thought. A quasi-immortal emperor magical beast, no matter where it's placed, could destroy the world, let alone a group of them. What could possibly make them so afraid? Honestly, I can't even imagine. What exactly are they afraid of on this side? A city, thought, or someone? But then, something stirred, interrupting Mo-Ching's train. A brilliant golden stream of primal energy suddenly appeared from the void, coiling around their bodies like snakes. Chang'an looked at this primal energy and was slightly surprised. It's the labyrinth again? Avoiding me again? Do they really think I'm helpless? 9 continents heavenly Tao. It's time to come out and play around with me. The primal energy floated and condensed into an emblem on his forehead. The heavenly Tao seal recognizes its master, said Chang'an. So father finally remembered me. If there's anything, please instruct me. Chang'an understood how wonderful this matter was and replied, you just need to act, and I will bear all responsibilities for you. Qing's eyes widened in surprise as she thought, the primordial law type heavenly Tao recognizes him as its father? I've never heard of thing. At this moment, a glaring red system screen displayed the round information. Round 1 advancement conditions. 1. Achieve 200 points. 2. Be in the windless plain. Time limit, 5 days. An mountain range with lava everywhere. It was a death zone next to the ghost-locked labyrinth, the flame region. Mo Huit's face was distorted as he provoked. Chang'an unluckily got stuck in the labyrinth. You trapped yourself, not me. Another person shouted loudly. He shouted angrily, taunting and provoking Empress Yulan. Why do you keep stealing my prey? I didn't provoke. All the magical beasts everywhere have been dealt with. Even if you try your best alone, you won't get 200. Only a cold, deadly desire for victory remained. Chang'an, you should consider yourself lucky to have met me. Lan swiftly wielded her sword, piercing through the crowd of monsters, leaving behind a series of long, red streaks. Beautiful feet landed, sparkling with fire. With a magnificent presence, she looked at her blood-dripping sword. Behind her, the monsters were shredded. After Chang'an's side showed no activity, now, just by killing beasts, I've already doubled my points. Her arm, the number 32-2, appeared. She calculated in her heart. Killing along the way has accumulated so many points. Empress Yulan frowned, staring intently at the 32 points digit. I almost risked my life to earn these. I don't have high initial points like others, and I don't have a teammate, so I can only diligently search and accumulate points. Was silently comforting herself. The shadow of a monster appeared behind her. After I advance in this round, I will definitely kick Chang'an out of the abode. He shouldn't even think about taking advantage of me anymore. Sensing dangerous aura behind her, she turned around in fright to examine it. An extremely ferocious beast was staring intently at her. Why? Why do you have to kill my friend? It's Nguyen, the unknown cultivation realm. Empress Yulan's heart trembled. Her eyes widened. When did it appear behind me? Nguyen then Tui breathed out a deathly breath, then pointed a powerful surge of energy shot past, momentarily leaving her dazed. Regaining her composure, she swung her sword, slashing away that purple. Her gaze wary, she looked at the monster. A surge of purple spiritual energy shot straight into the air, tearing the clouds into halves. In the sky, a purple thunder orb appeared, suppressing her motionless spot. Nguyen then Tui's face was indifferent and icy. He raised a hand. Thousands of purple lightning whirlpools covered the sky, bringing the surrounding atmosphere to an extreme low. And Yulan was so surprised that she was rooted to the spot, unable to move. Countless purple lightning bolts struck. She struggled with all her might to block attack. A lightning bolt collided with her sword and immediately exploded, scattering everywhere. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down, grazing her hair. Tui's attack covered a large area of land. Countless lightning bolts struck down chaotically onto the surrounding mountains, ripping everything apart. The surrounding players panicked and fled in all directions. We're teammates. How can you just abandon me like that? Too much. As long as I live, it's fine. Whether fellow Taoist lives or dies, it's not important. Tragic echoed. Meanwhile, Empress Yulan was panting heavily as she faced Nguyen then Tui, clearly at a disadvantage. Empress Yulan seems to have encountered a monster. He clenched his hand into a fist. His unconcealed rage roared. You, die! Around Yulan, countless formations appeared, leaving her with escape. Horrified, she gritted her teeth. Immortal slaying array. Section of the ground exploded, creating terrifying aftershocks that blew away. The distant mountain range also suffered damage. The earth had loosened from the tremors and collapsed. A cloud of dust concealed Nguyen then Tui's gloomy, murk face. Then Tui stood alone and isolated on this cracked, torn land. He was slightly with a cunning smile. He suddenly roared, causing black clouds to gather. The space darkened, becoming indescribably gloomy. Mo Huit was secretly observing. Cold sweat poured down his face. He was clearly quite terrified. Is this thing a human or a ghost? The Empress was completely suppressed. That thing possesses terrifying power, a realm that can't be observed at all. He tremblingly opened the system screen to search for information. That monster is here. Earning points just got harder. If I were to face it direct, Mo Huashi didn't dare to think further, stunned by the information displayed. Danger. No chance of escape. He frowned worriedly, contemplating. Mo Huashi firmly muttered. If it were Chun Chang'an, the one who crushed the card god, facing it, then, in an instant, the control panel before him shattered, startling Mo Huashi. His pupils constricted. No, I can't deduce anything. With my current immortal emperor realm, I still can't probe it. It seems this matter is related to some profound cause. Mo Huashi turned away, secretly planning his retreat. In this, besides avoiding Chun Chang'an, I also need to stay far away from that monster. For now, let's change the map first. At another location, volcanoes had erupted en masse, sending forth unfathomably dangerous lava flows. In the Flame Mountain region, the injured Empress Yulan was struggling to hold on. I didn't expect the false god to appear in the very first round. As she gasped for breath, a dangerous aura surged towards her. She immediately became the gatekeeper was supposed to appear in the final round. Why is he here so early? In the sky, a giant eye of the sleep god darted around, searching. She quickly, where? It detected her, continuously reproaching and lamenting. You killed my friends. I'm lonely again. How dare you? How dare you? Where are you? Huh. The eye of the sleep god descended, seeing through the boulder. Found you. Turned pale with fright, turning her head only to meet that gaze directly. Her position was confirmed. The false god turned its head and smiled sinisterly. He stomped on the air and flew forward, the recoil from his foot shattering the rocks behind. In an instant, his finger was on her forehead, spiritual energy gathering, preparing to strike. Moment the entire volcanic thank you watching for silent, then violently trembled. Time seemed to stand still. The guardian was surrounded by divine decrees, hastily explained. Heavenly lords, that monster was truly not arranged by me. I also don't know why it appeared in the first stage. Furthermore, the potential of this batch of 6 lords is quite good. Why would I harm them and spoil your fun, great sirs? A moon-shaped decree whispered an order. Jing Xian immediately Goddess of the night. What do you mean? The guardian spirit's face turned green as he shouted, also secretly speculating. Is it because of the 9 Suns God Emperor? Originally, the Heavenly Lords intended to find the Godslayer in the final stage of the Starfield tournament, gathering the power of the gods to eliminate him. But the 9 Suns God Emperor from the southern Starfield insisted on having his own way, bringing the gatekeeper, the false, thank you watching for from the final stage to the first stage in all Starfields. The 9 Suns God Emperor sat indifferently on his throne, observing the world. While Jing Xian was fearful, his objective was to quickly find the Godslayer who would later kill him. The Guardians turned to look at the scoreboard, a hint of fear flickering on its face. Its mind raced, analyzing. He wants to see who can defeat the false god, thereby proving them to be the Godslayer. But all the cultivators in the first stage are still young, especially those in the Eastern Starfield who have been the weakest group for years. They fundamentally cannot defeat the false god. If they continue to be ignored like this, all the 6 lords in the Eastern Starfield The false god gently and a gust of wind instantly carried him straight to where the players were gathered. The green-haired man among them was utterly complacent. The people behind him echoed his sentiments, taunting, Look, there's an idiot rushing towards us. Let's team up and we'll split the points. The false god made no unnecessary movements, sending 2 people to their demise. The 2 headless bodies stood motionless. A strong gust of wind swept away the surrounding dirt and rocks. Desperate screams of people were endless. Wait. Thank you watching for run. It lunged in front of Empress Yulan, freezing her and unable to escape. Mo Huashi was injured, covered in dust and too scared to breathe heavily. Empress Yulan's expression also froze, her limbs losing, staring in utter horror. Jing Xian, watching, frantically cried out, This is serious. The eastern side making a move. The voice of a heavenly lord from within the decree warned. It's not just our side experiencing this. There's no need to start a war at an unnecessary. As for those 6 lords? The false god held a skull in his hand, looking at her with deadly eyes. The voice of the heavenly lord was, They're on their own. The false god threw the skull away and pointed a finger at her head, his voice darker than ever as he questioned. Answer one question for me. It gently unleashed its spiritual pressure, while she struggled to resist. Among you, who is the most difficult to torment? Yulan looked up angrily. You've gone too far. Empress Yulan's hand trembled violently. The false god's words were like knives. Wrong. What I mean is, among you, who is the most powerful? You are too weak. You bore me. Empress Yulan had no She unleashed countless spiritual energies to envelop her body, her eyes tense, secretly resolute. I'm severely injured and haven't recovered. Fighting him recklessly will surely lead to defeat. I can only use that method. The moment I was discovered, I had already guided the power of spatial laws over the sea. When he makes his move, I'll find a spatial rift to go somewhere else. To comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao for millions of years, and unexpectedly, it appears in this way. The false god's words made her blood run. What trick are you trying to? I know everything. It laughed maniacally, its gruesome voice striking terror into the power of laws is played like this. Instantly, thousands of iron chains shot up from the ground, binding Empress Yulan's limbs, restricting her movements, leaving her stunned. When her eyes went blank, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, panicking. I have no strength. My cultivation, my movements, everything is sealed. Laws of space, laws of time, laws of the immortal path, laws of force, not just 10 but hundreds of. Everything is pressing down on me. It angrily squeezed her neck, making her breath ragged and her face even more distorted. Her thoughts were filled with despair. I fundamentally cannot defeat this kind of monster. A massive amount of spiritual energy shot down from the sky to the false god was holding Yulan's hand, roaring loudly. She couldn't resist. Her breathing was chaotic, but she still thought with concern. Be a good pig, no matter what Chun Chang'an does. Just obediently hide in the lab. Don't come out. Her arm was crushed by the false god, and her neck was also tightly squeezed. She screamed in pain. The guardian spirit, surrounded by divine decrees, hastily explained, Heavenly Lords, that monster was truly not arranged by me. I also don't know why it appeared in the first stage. Furthermore, the potential of this batch of 6 lords is quite good. Why would I harm and spoil your fun? Great sirs. A moon-shaped decree whispered an order. Jing Xian immediately complied. Goddess of the night, what do you mean? The guardian spirit's face turned green as he shouted, also secretly speculating. Is it because of the 9 Suns God Emperor? Originally, the Heavenly Lords intended to find the Godslayer in the final stage of the Starfield tournament, gathering the power of the gods to eliminate him. But the 9 Suns God Emperor from the southern Starfield insisted on having his own way, bringing the gatekeeper, the false, from the final stage to the first stage in all Starfields. The 9 Suns God Emperor sat indifferently on his throne, observing the world. While Jing Xian was fearful, his objective was to quickly find the Godslayer who would later kill him. The guardian spirit turned to look at the score, hint of fear flickering on its face. Its mind raced, analyzing. He wants to see who can defeat the false god, thereby proving them to be the Godslayer. But all the cultivators in the first stage are still young, especially those in the Eastern Starfield who have been the weakest group for years. They fundamentally cannot defeat the false god. If they continue to be ignored like this, all the 6 lords in the Eastern Starfield will die. The false god gently, and a gust of wind instantly carried him straight to where the players were gathered. The green-haired man among them was utterly complacent. The people behind him echoed his sentiments, taunting, Look, there's an idiot rushing towards us. Let's team up and kill. We'll split the points. The false god made no unnecessary movements, sending 2 people to their demise. 2 headless bodies stood motionless. A strong gust of wind swept away the surrounding dirt and rocks. Desperate screams of people were endless. Wait, run! It lunged in front of Empress Yulan, freezing her and unable to escape. Mo Huashi was injured, covered in dust and too scared to breathe heavily. Empress Yulan's expression also froze, her limbs losing, staring in utter horror. Jing Xian, watching, frantically cried out, This is serious. The eastern side making a move. The voice of a heavenly lord from within the decree warned. It's not just our side experiencing this. There's no need to start a war at an unnecessary. As for those 6 lords? The false god held a skull in his hand, looking at her with deadly eyes. The voice of the heavenly lord was, They're on their own. The false god threw the skull away and pointed a finger at her head, his voice darker than ever as he questioned. Answer one question for me. It gently unleashed its spiritual pressure, while she struggled to resist. Among you, who is the most difficult to torment? Yulan looked up angrily. You've gone too far. Empress Yulan's hand trembled violently. The false god's words were like knives. Wrong. What I mean is, among you, who is the most powerful? You are too weak. You bore me. Empress Yulan had no She unleashed countless spiritual energies to envelop her body, her eyes tense, secretly resolute. I'm severely injured and haven't recovered. Fighting him recklessly will surely lead to defeat. I can only use that method. The moment I was discovered, I had already guided the power of spatial laws over the sea. When he makes his move, I'll find a spatial rift to go somewhere else. To comprehend the laws of the heavenly Tao for millions of years, and unexpectedly, it appears in this way. The false god's words made her blood run. What trick are you trying to? I know everything. It laughed maniacally, its gruesome voice striking terror into the power of laws is played like this. Instantly, thousands of iron chains shot up from the ground, binding Empress Yulan's limbs, restricting her movements, leaving her stunned. When her eyes went blank, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, panicking. I have no strength. My cultivation, my movements, everything is sealed. Laws of space, laws of time, laws of the immortal path, laws of force. Not just 10 but hundreds of. Everything is pressing down on me. It angrily squeezed her neck, making her breath ragged and her face even more distorted. Her thoughts were filled with despair. I fundamentally cannot defeat this kind of monster. A massive amount of spiritual energy shot down from the sky to the false god was holding Yulan's hand, roaring loudly. She couldn't resist. Her breathing was chaotic, but she still thought with concern. Be a good pig, no matter what Chun Chang'an does. Just obediently hide in the lab. Don't come out. Her arm was crushed by the false god, and her neck was also tightly squeezed. She screamed in pain. The false god violently tore off her arm, blood spurting everywhere, and it still taunted. If you won't tell me, then I'll find everyone, one by one. A giant imprint in the distance, emitting countless green spiritual energies, rapidly shot towards the two people. The divine technique of time-space reversal. The space dark, and the scene that had just occurred rewound like an old movie. Empress Yulan returned to the flame mountain, which was undamaged. She slumped down, cautiously looking. Thank you watching for still doubting the recent events. Her face was still pale with. Yulan replayed the scene in her mind. Empress Yulan felt puzzled, looking at her arm with a tattered expression. This scene is from when I jumped to the flame mountain region. Was it time-space reversal? The false god also looked around fiercely, wondering with confusion. Someone changed the time and space of this world before the heavenly Tao's What's happening? She quickly fled, not daring to delay, secretly exclaiming, I've cultivated my entire life, but I've never seen an immortal who could use such heaven-defying moves. To easily reverse time and it can only be the time god. From the sky, a fireball shot straight down, and a stern voice echoed, Everyone, immediately use every method to conceal your aura for 5 and avoid the false god. As she fled, she was guardian spirit? She replied gratefully and gently. It shook its head, sighed, and did not answer. Just now, thank you. If it weren't for your intervention, I would be dead by now. Its voice even and polite, making her freeze for a moment. No need to thank me. The reversal of time and space wasn't done by the heavenly Lord, and certainly not by me. It glanced sideways cautiously, explaining the situation. Its origin is in the demonic labyrinth. At this, she was forced to listening carefully. The imprint in the distance was emitting terrifying, chaotic spiritual energy. With the false god's appearance, no one was engrossed in killing enemies anymore. Everyone was concerned with concealing their aura. Some even destroyed their own cultivation, severing ties with their original bodies. Empress Yulan looked into the distance, filled with what exactly happened there to cause such a world-shaking commotion. It even reversed time and space for a minute. The false god smashed a piece of land, shouting Thank you watching for Gone. It's gone. It stood amidst the rubble, angrily yelling, Gone. It's gone. It was so angry that smoke seemed to come from its frantically searching for traces around. Behind a nearby boulder, Lin Chi and Emohuashi were at odds. Don't speak. You talk too. You think I dare? The two bickered back and forth. You just died, didn't you? That was my clone. You go make another clone and lure him away. I'm about to suffocate. Emohuashi questioned, his voice somewhat suppressed by fear. The conversation reached a dead end. You idiot. If you reveal even a hint of your aura, he'll find you. Go rip your head off and see if that helps you escape. We're such cowards. Death or cowardice. Pick one. Hiding is it's also a strategy. The green light continued to strike down, attracting the attention of both of them. The false god was staring blankly towards the labyrinth. He peeked out, observing, guessing that it was coming from the labyrinth. The occurrences were becoming more frequent. It aimed in that direction and flew towards it, diverting its attention. Lin Chi and Emohuashi then breathed a sigh of relief. It's found it. He's gone, Lamb that analyzed fearfully. He also agreed it was all because someone released a powerful aura at a crucial moment. Targeted by the pledge deity, he's surely dead. We've encountered this aura before. In another, the golden-haired man with a cunning face spoke. It's Chun-Ch. The people with him scoffed, feeling extremely smug. The pledge deity, unable to find us, was furious. To encounter him when he has nowhere to vent his anger. This Chun-Chang'an is truly unlucky. He's already trapped in the labyrinth, and now the pledge deity is even looking for him. Even with 10 lives, he wouldn't survive. Enough. On a rock outcrop, Empress Yulan watched thoughtfully. She spoke helplessly, full of pity. Thank you watching for and for yourself. Floating imprints surrounded and probed. Golden streaks emerged from deep within the labyrinth. They struck the sky and the sky struck back. This was a clash of primordial laws. Once one side of the heavenly Tao retreated, it would be swallowed and assimilated. Mo Qing was stunned. Her voice fighting against heaven? I really can't even imagine it. What exactly do you want to do? Just to escape the labyrinth? You don't need to go so far, do you? Chang'an, however, found it interesting. He replied with a smile. Since we're here, this place is actually amazing. It's also a convenient opportunity for my heavenly Tao to level up. Fortunately, I can reverse time and space with one hand and restore the vitality of the 9 continents' heavenly Tao multiple times. He lifted the system in his hand, channeling and calculating deeply. Step by step, it absorbed the primordial laws that the opponent had comprehended, turning them into its own comprehension. There were several times it overloaded, even on the verge of collapse, but it didn't retreat. Since you trust me so much, today I will help you advance to the spirit Tao. A black shadow, a few meters from the two, quietly appeared when they weren't paying it. Pledge deity's avatar bared sharp fangs. The hide and seek is over. The pledge deity's avatar sneered. Little worms, hide and seek is now. Mo Qing screamed in utter horror. Unable to utter a word, she just pointed her and gestured. Chun Chang'an's ears ached. He rubbed them, annoyed. Mo Qing stammered, her heart already in turmoil. That crazy woman suddenly screamed so loudly, right in front. We're dead. To encounter this monstrosity, did I forget to check the almanac before leaving? The pledge deity's avatar charged forward with a gleeful laugh. I've decided. I'll break your limbs and turn you into pigs. To be my entertaining plaything. Shrieked a warning, startling him. Chun Chang'an, dodge quickly. That guy can suppress all cultivate. Her voice was frantic, while it had already arrived. Don't fight. Retreat. The pledge deity's avatar was suddenly stopped. Before it could understand anything, Chun Chang'an calmly pinched it with 2 fingers. He asked indifferently, an elite monster? He sneered, holding it. And you dare say you want to turn me into a pig? Effortlessly, he tore off one of the pledge deity's avatar's arms. He taunted, quite audacious. It still didn't understand what was happening. Its face blank. This clutched its arm in pain, its mind in chaos. This body of mine, forged through the heavenly Tao, refined by the primordial essence of all things, condensed into this perfect form. Unexpectedly, it's inferior to him? How could this? He held the arm, shaking it ostentatiously. Meanwhile, Mo Qing had long since abandoned everything and fled. This elite monster is mine. Don't steal my credit. Big brother, you overestimate me. It's all yours. Big brother. Pledge deity's avatar's face darkened. It seethed internally. Elite monster? This human actually treats me like a common magical beast. It unleashed its full power, and its broken arm regenerated. It raged. No one has ever dared. I will make you. It then used the chain kill technique. Joining its hands, it unleashed power. Mo Qing screamed loudly, reminding anxiously, be careful. It's the law of sealing. That move can isolate all cultivation and spiritual vital energy. Countless chain kills wrapped around him. Not a single gap remained, making him slightly perplexed. If your specialization is strength, then I don't need to confront you directly. Its eyes gleamed, and it laughed menacingly. When it comes to heavenly Tao laws, that's my specialty. If 100 laws aren't enough, then I'll use 1,000, 10,000 laws to suppress. The pledge deity's avatar confidently flew towards him, its voice triumphant. Under this heavenly Tao, I am invincible. Without fear, smiled lightly. Chun Chang'an broke the formation with his bare hands. He sneered. Not even worth one of my toes. His spiritual power erupted, blowing everything away like a storm sweeping away all obstacles. The pledge deity's avatar was burned. It was still in disbelief, stammering, impossible. How am I inferior to him? This guy, Who exactly is this? His spiritual power shot straight out of the image. In the labyrinth, he calmly looked at the hole before his. The score on his hand changed 132. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Who knew this chicken was worth 100 points? Plus the Empress's points, I now have 132 points. Almost enough to level." The floating leaderboard appeared, catching the attention of the golden-haired man. Empress Yulan's eyes widened as she realized what happened. Others shrieked. The rankings have changed. From 122 to. Leaderboard displayed dazzling text. Everyone trembled. Rank 15, Chun Chang'an. The pledged deity couldn't. In the labyrinth, he pulled Mo Qing out of hiding. He happily shared his achievement, making her protest indignantly. "Where are there more of these elite monsters? Tell me quickly. In your eyes, they're nothing. But to me, these monsters are terrifying. They almost killed me. There's only one per battle. There aren't any more. Can't we just enjoy this for now?" He clapped his hands, realizing the truth, making Mo Qing next to him confused. "Wait, maybe." He snapped his fingers and grinned slyly. "System, time to earn some." He, from his lofty position, cheerfully commanded. "This time, narrow the range. Only affect one target. Time and space reverse." She froze a second time, mouth agape. She hastily tried to dissuade him. "Wait, you don't mean to. This move again. What exactly is his relationship with the space-time god Tianwen?" The revived pledged deity's avatar was trapped again. Looking around confused, Chun Chang'an greeted it enthusiastically, his eyes sharp. "We meet." Broke out in a cold sweat, utterly astonished. He declared boldly satisfied. "I'm tired of playing in this labyrinth. It's time to go out for a stroll. Isn't it, my child? Show me the fruits of your cultivation." System sphere followed, slowly opening, eyes shining brightly. Mo Qing, covering her eyes, shouted, "What are you doing? What exactly do you want to do? I really don't understand you. Stop quickly. Such a huge commotion. We'll be swallowed by the heavenly Tao of this labyrinth's." System following orders transformed, growing up. At Flame Mountain, lightning bolts enveloped the vibrating hot. Mo Qing was dumbfounded. Her words jumbled, unable to utter "This?" she asked Chun Chang'an in a panic. He merely replied calmly, "It's spatial teleportation. This is something only the heavenly Tao of this realm can achieve. Moreover, the price is not small." Mo Qing muttered, "Why is it like this? Isn't the heavenly Tao of this realm my heavenly Tao?" The little one system finished its evolution and flew around, catching her attention. He explained indifferently, "It has successfully absorbed the heavenly Tao of this realm and advanced to the spirit Tao realm. Currently, all the law power of this entire land is under my control." Mo Qing asked again in astonishment. She then processed, "In other words, your heavenly Tao replaced the heavenly Tao of this realm and now rules this world?" "No. What nonsense am I saying? How can a heavenly Tao be replaced so easily? Are you trying to fool me?" Chang'an rested his hand on his chin, looking cheerful, making her almost dumbfounded. "How?" A group of people, grasping at a lifeline, rushed over. Normally, it definitely can't be done. But for a heavenly god's divine technique, when they saw him, they were all startled. They whispered amongst themselves, "Why isn't this Chun Chang'an dead? Didn't he encounter the pledged deity? How could this be?" Unbelievable. Empress Yulan also arrived, making him. Her expression changed. She murmured, scrutinizing him. "Still alive?" Chun Chang'an, friendly, shared, "You're here." Just then, he opened up a space, trapping the pledged deity's avatar. He happily boasted, "This guy is worth 100 points. I've already killed him once. Killing him again won't give any more points. You try, one strike, and we can earn a full 200 points." Her face turned pale, her eyes dazed in despair. She struggled, trying to escape. She secretly lamented, "The invincible pledged deity is now like a lamb waiting to be." She loudly questioned, unwilling to accept, "How did you do it? The pledged deity suppresses all cultivators. Logically, you shouldn't be his opponent. Did you notice him early and set a trap? Or was he already too weak when you defeated?" He was also stunned, then asked, "Pledged deity? Isn't it just an elite monster? It's not much stronger than a small monster." Empress Yulan was astonished. Everyone around was equally shocked. Chang'an gently grabbed the pledged deity's app. He, without changing expression, pressed it to the ground. Eagerly, he said, "I've suppressed him. Make your..." Seeing her hesitate, he urged somewhat impatiently, "Hurry up. If you don't kill it, someone else will steal the..." "What?" The surrounding space seemed to freeze, eerily silent. In an instant, everyone realized something absurd. The Godslayer had a Empress Yulan's hands trembled. Right. Aim your sword right at the head of this little brother pledged deity's avatar. Go. He'll definitely lose his. Her face darkened. She slowly whispered. First, let me say a few words. Decisively stabbed with her sword. Blood splattered, but she showed no emotion, making him dumbfounded. She flicked the blood-stained sword, then stammered to ignore him. He didn't mind. Teasing. Nothing? You misheard then. Cutting off a conversation like that means no old friends later. You know? No need, she said unhappy. Thank you watching for vid. Questioned. The score hasn't changed. Chang'an was a bit annoyed. He rested his chin on his hand, speculating dejectedly. Can't share points with teammates? The organizers didn't say anything. Now there are no more magical beasts, and the pledged deity's avatar can't be killed for points. Then there's no way to get 200 points for leveling up. What a brain drain. Unless he coldly glanced at the crowd near, realizing the anger radiating from him. The entire crowd cowered in fear, no one daring to move. Cold sweat poured like rain. This gaze, does he mean to kill all of us? So that he and the Empress can both level up? Damn it. We even mocked him during the strength test, calling him a bumpkin from 9 continents. Now we're Manhwa, summoning his courage, stepped forward, followed by Lam that. Brother Chun, I have 8 points. You can have them. I have 12 points. Take them if you need them. Just please don't lay a hand on the disgusted crowd, forgetting their fear, loudly cursed. These 2 idiots, giving away all their points just like that? According to the heavenly god's rules, if you have no points, you won't be able to participate next time. Whether Chang'an has enough points or not, what does it have to do with? The unwilling group clamored for justice. He, next to them, had a face as ugly as if he'd eaten peppers. The consolation prize is also very generous. Enough for ordinary people on the continent to live a stable life. To risk your lives to earn points, then give them to him so easily? Don't talk anymore. Didn't you see his expression just now? He's planning to kill people. Mo Ching, from afar, was indignant on his behalf. Amidst the clamor, he remained silent. These people, if it weren't for Chang'an, stop bickering. You wouldn't even be alive. Giving him points now is the best option. Brother, I fully support you in sending them all. Chang'an sat silently, not having spoken. Calmly spoke, instantly silencing the crowd. Emotionlessly, he warned each person. If I wanted to kill you, 1 finger would be enough. I'm not killing you because I'm not like certain people. Regarding the points, I've already made my decision. All of you together can't stop me. But Chang'an won't take anything for free. So, let's make it. Before everyone could fully understand, he activated his skill. Time and space round spun, leaving Empress Yulan astonished. He nonchalantly sat on the pledged deity's avatar, holding its still dazed head. 5 points for a 100-point elite monster. The crowd was instantly speechless. They stammered, That divine technique just now. She was momentarily shocked, speechless, quietly piecing things together. Revived? It's time and space reversal. The time and space reversal from before save. She recalled the words of the spirit guardian just now, her heart trembling. No need. Time and space reversal isn't caused by the heavenly God Lord. Nor is it me. The spirit guardian said the origin of time and space reversal is in the lab. Seeing his sharp gaze, she was utterly horrified. So it was. Empress Yulan gritted her teeth, retreating. Now I understand. She trembled and turned away, suppressing her anger. Chang'an hastily explained. Didn't we just try it? Do you want to do it again? No, Genming Xianfeng is full of schemes. I agree. Killing the pledged deity's avatar will be very beneficial for future cultivation, and for cultivating an invincible Tao. The people behind also excitedly agreed. Chang'an immediately agreed without hesitation. Alright. A moment later his score had 200. He happily admired his achievement, making Empress Naklam next to him watch in a daze. 200 points is already enough. I've never seen a match like. Always, long lines of people waited their turn to kill the divine slumbering peril. Everyone was delighted. Hurry up, there's still a long line behind. Lin Chi exclaimed. Even in my dreams, I never thought there'd be a day I could kill the divine slumbering peril. It's all thanks to Chun. She didn't understand his intentions and curiously questioned Chang'an. Why did you do that? Why ask? It's definitely to level up, isn't it? No, what I mean is, you let them. Was slightly taken aback. The guardian god's voice resounded, seriously giving a directive. You are not allowed to continue leveling up anymore. One froze, crying out loudly as they saw it slowly flying towards them. It's the guardian. guardian god came before Chun Chang'an and declared, "From now on, you should worry about whether you can keep your wretched life." Godslayer felt somewhat uneasy and asked again, "What do you?" King Xian solemnly replied, "The esteemed gods have jointly announced that your qualification to participate has been revoked. If it weren't for your connection to the space-time god, Lord Heavenly Netare, we would have killed you long ago. Now we give you two choices." The god opened a spatial gate. His voice was even. 1. Enter the teleportation gate. It will take you to the divine court palace, where you will be interrogated by the celestial gods of the eastern region. Your fate is certain. It continued to guide calmly, its voice carrying an implied threat. 2. Confront the nine-yang god who wants to kill you. You can neither run nor hide. And we of the eastern region will not step in to protect a godslayer like you. The people gaped, retreating in fear, worried they would be impeded. Chun Chang'an mused, not answering immediately. He carefully considered. You establish the rules and you immediately change them. Without a word, you want to block the future and dictate the fate of humanity. For 10 million years, I thought these celestial gods still remembered. I didn't expect. Hua immediately spoke up, urging him. Xian Ming also discussed, to go or not to go. With the appearance of a godslayer, how could the celestial gods turn a blind? Indeed, Empress Naklam also looked at him, extremely worried. Currently, even if we say that the false god was handled by everyone together, it won't save Chun Chang'an's life. Even with space-time backtracking, he wouldn't be able to contend with the sea-isle gods, she silently explained. As she thought of the scene of dead bodies strewn everywhere, Chun Chang'an let out a sinister laugh. What is a godslayer? Across countless eras and eons, in thousands of worlds, some fortunate individuals receive divine blessings. They break through human limits and attain the realm of the divine. This existence is a beacon of hope for humanity, yet a grave threat to the gods. A godslayer is discovered, they are immediately executed. At the same time, all related forces behind them are up. Meanwhile, Tan beside him also trembled, fearfully looking at his back. Nine-yang god emperor, that god can easily incinerate our starfield. Brother, please, don't be stubborn. It's better to choose the first option. Save your life, and seek development later. And that space-time god might not even be able to save your life either. Xian loudly and urgently. Chun Chang'an, what do you... In another place, the scenery was lush and green. A person was enjoying nature on the windless plain. Shaolin was comfortably sprawled out. Comfortable. Being carefree is the best. Suddenly startled, a dangerous premonition came over. A surge of spiritual energy struck straight down near Yi Xiaolin. Because of this, he spat out blood. Oh my! Xiaolin coughed violently while complaining. Who is it? Is it really necessary? He looked up in surprise, his heart filled with doubt. No, that's not right. The air is... A dark-skinned, muscular man was hovering, searching for something. That was the nine-yang god of the southern... Yi Xiaolin immediately knelt down, begging for mercy, his voice crafting a sweet petition. Esteemed brother, I beg you to go easy now. Your oppressive aura has thinned the air. You can burn me, but burning the entire flower garden is unacceptable. Let alone the other small animals. The young god emperor looked at him terrifyingly, his gaze filled with disgust for his lowliness. Struck a blow, commanding cold. Scram! Yi Xiaolin had no time to dodge. He flew far away, straight through dozens of mountains, crashed into a large rock far, creating a large cave there. He stopped deep in. Yi Xiaolin rubbed his disheveled hair, looking much gloomier. I understand now. You are a god. Was furious, his face grim, his aura sharp. Chun Chang'an spoke arrogantly. A god, huh? Then this old man will also give you a choice. Confidently waved his hand, shattering the gate. Fragments. Empress Naklam was startled. Lin Chi was also shocked, their expressions frozen. Mo Hua's face was also too shocked to speak. Challenge, he turned his thumb down. Coldly, he uttered,